Chapter 1 Obtain the super rich system and accidentally meet a beautiful schoolgirl? Hangzhou Railway Station. Xu Yui hurried over dragging his suitcase. Today was the day he was going to report to the university. He remembered that he had clearly booked a high-speed train to Shanghai at 6 p.m., but ended up booking it at 6 a.m. If it weren't for the reminder on his cell phone, he would probably still be sleeping soundly. Finally caught the high-speed train. Xu Yui sighed. He sat down in his seat, panting, intending to take a rest. He was a little short of oxygen after rushing all the way. He sat in his seat, closed his eyes, and tried to regulate his breathing, trying to calm his heart. Slowly, he felt himself becoming calmer and calmer, as if his consciousness was being pulled away bit by bit. Suddenly, a pain pulled Xu Yui out of his calm and a strange sound rang in his ears. Searching, in progress. The sound was intermittent and I couldn't hear it clearly. Xu Yui felt a sharp pain in his head and couldn't help but howl. The elder brother sitting next to him saw Xu Yui's struggling expression and couldn't help but said with concern, "Young man, are you all right?" But Xu Yui seemed to be unable to hear any sounds from the outside world. No matter how the big brother called him, he never responded. The old man called the flight attendant, who immediately reported the situation. A few minutes later, a doctor came over. The doctor came and checked Xu Yui's symptoms. He said that due to limited conditions, he could not understand the exact condition and could only massage Xu Yui's head to relieve the pain. About 10 minutes later, Xu Yui gradually regained consciousness and the pain in his head gradually dissipated. He looked around in confusion and saw many passengers looking at him worriedly, and a doctor was massaging his head. The doctor was very happy to see him wake up, and asked hurriedly, "How do you feel now, young man?" Xu Yui looked around and roughly understood the current situation. It must be his sudden headache that led to this series of events. Xu Yui was stunned for a moment before replying with a smile. "It's okay, thank you for your concern and help." The doctor let out a long sigh, told Xu Yui to get out of the car and go to the hospital for a checkup immediately, and then left. The older brother at the side came over enthusiastically and asked, "Young man, you are a student now?" Xu Yui smiled politely and said, "Yes, I am currently a student at Shanghai Medical University." "Oh, what a coincidence. My niece is also studying at Shanghai Medical University. She is a sophomore this year. I'll introduce you to each other if I have the chance. More friends means more paths." Xu Yui nodded politely in embarrassment. After all, the elder brother was too enthusiastic and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. The older brother at the side saw that Xu Yui seemed a little uninterested and thought that Xu Yui's headache had not yet healed, so he chatted with him for a few words and then went back to working on the computer. Xu Yui closed his eyes and began to think about why he suddenly had such a severe headache, and he seemed to be hallucinating something. "It seems that I have to go to the hospital for a checkup immediately after reporting." Ding! The Xinhao system has been bound to the host. Xu Yui was startled when he suddenly heard a prompt sound. He looked around and it seemed that no one else heard it. "Am I the only one who can hear it?" "Yes, host, I am your system assistant, a product of your mind, and only you can hear my voice." System? Could it be the invincible golden finger in the novel that can kill gods and Buddhas? No, this system is a tool to help you improve your abilities and financial resources, and gradually become a great rich man with a business empire. It seems that the main function of this system is to help him become rich. He used to see in videos how wonderful the lives of rich people were, which made him envious. However, he was from an ordinary family. His parents were both middle school teachers and they had no financial foundation to contact the outside world. But it seems that I have the opportunity to experience the life of rich people. You're the one who caused the headache just now. Host, you have a sudden brain hemorrhage. The pain just now is to wake you up and repair the damaged part. You don't have to worry. Cerebral hemorrhage, does that mean I died once? Strictly speaking, yes. It seems that the system is still his savior. He calmed himself down and decided not to think about it anymore. System, how can you help me become rich? Xu Yui asked quickly. Host, this system is rich in functions. Currently, due to your low level, the unlocked functions are limited. You only need to complete the tasks assigned by the system to obtain the corresponding experience and rewards. Currently, there is a task system. You can gain experience and rewards by completing tasks. As the system level increases, there will be more functions and rewards. The System Novice gift package has been distributed to the System Backpack. Host, please open the system interface. Open the system interface. Xu Yui thought. At this moment, a projection screen unfolded in his mind, on which it was written. Host, Xu Yui. Level, LV1010. Skills, none. Special abilities, none. Special abilities? Xu Yui asked doubtfully. System, what is the special ability? It can't be cultivation, right? No, special abilities are a kind of invisible and intangible buff, such as improved luck, improved vision and hearing, etc. Oh my god, there is such a power. Oh, right, the system opens the novice gift pack. Ding, the novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 million startup funds, which have been transferred to the host's bank account. Congratulations to the host for winning the top of the line Porsche 911 Turbo S. The car has been parked in Area B of the Shanghai railway station parking lot, and the car keys have been placed in the luggage backpack. Oh my god, it's a Porsche 911, and it's the top model. This car is probably worth around 3 million. Xu Yui was so excited when he heard it that he quickly took off his backpack. When he saw the key to the brand new Porsche 911, he was so excited that he couldn't help shaking. Which man doesn't like Porsche 911? When he drives one, he will definitely be the most handsome guy on the street. Xu Yui was already a little impatient to get on his own car, hoping that the high-speed train could arrive in Shanghai as soon as possible. Half an hour later. Dear passengers, this train has arrived at its final stop, Shanghai Railway Station. Please get off the train in an orderly manner. Thank you. Following the announcer's voice, Xu Yui had arrived at the Shanghai Railway Station. When he was about to take the elevator to the underground parking lot to see his new car, he found several people surrounding a girl at the elevator entrance. The girl looked angry and seemed to be arguing about something. Xu Yui was not a person who liked to join in the fun and did not want to get involved in any troublesome matters. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, the system's voice rang. Monitoring the host's current environment, now issuing a task for the host, helping the girl get out of trouble, rewarding 2 task points and a chance to draw a lottery, no penalty for giving up or failing. Oh? The system task is coming so soon? Xu Yui was very happy. Although he didn't like trouble, he could do good deeds and get rewards, so why not do it? Accept the mission. Xu Yui retracted his steps, stood up and walked towards the girl. On the way, Xu Yui heard the general content. It seemed that a local thug wanted to strike up a conversation with the girl, but the girl didn't want to. The thug was adamant and didn't want to leave, so the two sides were in a stalemate. Xu Yui walked calmly to the gangster, looked at the angry girl, and said, Sister, why are you so slow? I've been waiting for you in the parking lot for a long time, and my parents are waiting for us to go back for dinner. After saying that, without waiting for the gangster's reaction, he pulled the young lady's sleeve and walked into the elevator. After entering the elevator, Xu Yui quickly closed the elevator door and let out a long sigh. Ding! It was detected that the host has completed the task and the reward has been issued. Before Xu Yui could feel happy, he heard a pleasant voice. Thank you for helping me. Chapter 2, on the first day of freshman S enrollment, it became a hot topic at Shanghai Medical University. Thank you for helping me. A sweet voice came into Xu Yui's ears, making him feel warm subconsciously, so he turned to look at the young lady just now. He was stunned. Until just now, he had not looked closely at the girl. The only thing on his mind was the temptation of the mission. Only now did he notice the girl's appearance. The girl was wearing a light beige dress, had beautiful long black hair, and had just some light makeup on her face, but she looked like a fairy from a painting, with a feeling of a lotus emerging from water. Xu Yui lost his mind for a moment, then immediately came to his senses and replied politely. You are so kind. It's just a small favor. Xu Yui was born into a family of teachers. Influenced by his parents, he naturally had high demands on himself. He was not like other people who could not walk when they saw a beautiful woman. A beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream. The girl smiled sweetly, and Xu Yui saw 2 small dimples on her seemingly cold face, forming a great contrast of beauty, as if the smile belonged only to him. Are you a prospective college student who is here to register? The young lady asked as she looked at the suitcase Xu Yui was pulling. Yes, I'm Xu Yui, a freshman at Shanghai Medical University. Wow, what a coincidence. I'm also from Shanghai Medical University, but I'm your sophomore senior. My name is Shen Xinxin. Shen Xinxin said happily. Somehow, she felt that she was not as wary around Chu Yui as she was with other boys. Maybe it was his kind eyes, she thought. I'm a sophomore majoring in clinical medicine. What's your major, Junior? I'm a pharmacy major. Chu Yui said honestly. Is that so, Junior brother? How about we go to school together? By the way, I will introduce you to the characteristics of our school, especially which window in the cafeteria has the best food. I know it clearly. Thank you, Senior Shen. At this moment, a car suddenly drove in from the entrance and stopped steadily in front of the two people at a strange track. A man dressed like a successful person got out of the car, smiled what he thought was a very handsome smile, and said to Shen Xinxin. Hello, beautiful lady. I am Lu Tianlei. Would you like to have dinner with me sometime? Lu Tianlei looked at Shen Xinxin with a very strange look, which made her feel uncomfortable all over. No, I'm in a hurry, thank you. Shen Xinxin said coldly. Lu Tianlei was rejected and felt embarrassed. Only then did he see Chu Yui standing next to Shen Xinxin. He noticed Shen Xinxin as soon as he entered the underground garage. After all, beautiful women are too attractive to men. On the contrary, due to the dim light in the garage, he did not notice Chu Yui. He looked at Chu Yui and found that this guy had nothing good to offer except that he was handsome and tall. He wore cheap clothes and didn't look like a rich man at first glance. At this moment, he used his hand to support the Audi S6L he had just bought, and instantly felt full of superiority. He bought this car with a loan for a total price of 550,000 yuan. No girl would not be moved when seeing it. He felt that nothing could better demonstrate his strength than money. Shen Xinxin did not notice his actions, and turned to Chu Yui with a smile and said, Brother Chu, let's go up and take a taxi back to school. Chu Yui was about to respond when he heard the man shout. Beautiful lady, let me take you back to school. My car is an Audi S6L. It's very comfortable to take a ride in it. After saying that, Lu Tianlei patted the car and said with a proud look on his face, as if he felt that in the next second Shen Xinxin would excitedly throw herself into his arms and fly away with him. At this moment, he also secretly belittled Chu Yui in his heart. Poor boy, do you know what hard power is? Money is hard power. I'm not interested. Don't bother worrying about it. After Shen Xinxin finished speaking, she called Chu Yui to go to the station entrance to take a taxi. When Lu Tianlei saw Shen Xinxin's disdainful look, he felt annoyed and angry, but there was nothing he could do. Wait, senior sister Shen. Chu Yui, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Shen Xinxin stopped and looked at him with a puzzled look. Senior Shen, let me drive you to school. It's faster. Shen Xinxin was very surprised when she heard him say that. Junior brother Chu actually has a car? However, Shen Xinxin did not show any doubt, nodded, and decided to follow Chu Yui to take the bus to school. Lu Tianlei's originally disappointed mood suddenly became cheerful. He felt that Shen Xinxin probably didn't know much about cars. Looking at the boy's outfit, it was impossible for him to drive an expensive luxury car. When Shen Xinxin sees that guy's car and compares it with my car, she will definitely know who is more powerful. So he hurriedly got in the car and followed Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui to Area B of the parking lot. After a while, Lu Tianlei saw Chu Yui parked in front of a Wuling magic car and couldn't help laughing. It turns out that this guy can't drive a good car. Lu Tianlei felt like he was the winner, just waiting for Shen Xinxin to throw herself into his arms, so he planned to get out of the car and taunt Chu Yui. When he got out of the car, he suddenly saw a luxury car flashing its headlights. My god, the car parked next to the Wuling car turned out to be a top-of-the-line Porsche 911 Turbo S. This kid actually drives such a cool Porsche. I suddenly felt that the self-confidence I had just built up was destroyed. At this time, Chu Yui saw Shen Xinxin's surprised expression, smiled, and reminded her. Senior Shen, it's time to go back to school. At this time, Shen Xinxin came back to her senses from her shock and looked at Chu Yui with a smile on her face. She felt that the boy in front of her was too low-key and too unpredictable. Chu Yui naturally noticed Lu Tianlei who had been following them, so he smiled and said to Lu Tianlei. Mr. Lu, do you want me to give you a ride too? No. No. Lu Tianlei stuttered. He was so embarrassed that he felt like he was about to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He thought he could beat Chu Yui, but he didn't expect the clown to be himself. Oh, if everything is fine, we'll leave first. Chu Yui asked Shen Xinxin to get in the car and left. Shen Xinxin sat in the back seat, watching Chu Yui driving seriously without saying a word, and found him more and more interesting. Not only was he low-key, but he also behaved very generously when they were together, and he didn't have any strange thoughts about her. It feels so comfortable and relaxed getting along with junior brother Chu, Shen Xinxin thought unconsciously. Shen Xinxin comes from a business family with a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. People who approach her generally have ulterior motives. It's really rare to meet someone like Chu Xueti. There was no conversation along the way until the car arrived at Shanghai Medical University. Since the school does not allow cars without passes to enter the campus, Chu Yui found a parking lot near the school. Come on, junior brother Chu, I'll take you to the new student registration office to register. Shen Xinxin smiled and introduced the details of the entire school to Chu Yui, while taking him to the school's new student registration office. This process was filmed by many students and posted on the Shanghai Medical University Exchange Forum. Wow, this car is so cool. Are the boy and girl getting off the car a couple? They are handsome and pretty, they are a perfect match. You don't understand, this car is a top-of-the-line Porsche 911 Turbo S, and the price is over 3 million. Fuck, the person who got off the car seemed to be our school's beauty Shen Xinxin. Does she have a boyfriend? Who is this boy? I don't have any impression of him, but he looks so handsome. No, my goddess has been taken away. The whole thing quickly topped the forum, and for a while, the news that campus beauty Shen Xiaohua was suspected of having a boyfriend spread throughout Shanghai Medical University, and the question of who the handsome guy next to campus beauty Shen was became a hot topic of discussion. However, Chu Yui was unaware of this and continued to walk towards the new student registration office with Shen Xinxin. Chapter 3, The dormitory members collectively condemned me. I was really wronged. Junior Chu, we have arrived at the new student registration office. It's right here, Shen Xinxin said to Chu Yui. The student union members who were sitting at the new student registration desk saw Shen Xinxin coming over and quickly stood up to greet her. Student Shen, why are you here? I'm bringing this freshman here to register. Could you please help Chu with the registration procedures? No trouble, no trouble. The student union members immediately called Chu Yui to the registration office to report. After a few minutes, the student union member said to Chu Yui, here is the dormitory number plate and key. Junior, you can go to the dormitory and count the personal belongings issued by the school. Thank you, senior, Chu Yui replied with a smile. After Chu Yui walked out of the new student registration office, he saw Shen Xinxin still standing at the door, as if waiting for him. Shen Xinxin saw that Chu Yui had completed the registration and said to him with a smile, Brother Chu, do you know where the dormitory is? Our school is quite large, so it might be hard to find. How about I take you to the dormitory building? Seeing Shen Xinxin's enthusiasm, Chu Yui naturally couldn't refuse his face, so he nodded and agreed to Shen Xinxin's help. Then Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui walked side by side towards the boys' dormitory. New student registration office. The student union member who had just processed Chu Yui looked at Chu Yui walking away with Shen Xinxin and felt curious. Who on earth was this person and how could he be treated so tenderly by Shen Xinxin, who was known as the iceberg snow lotus? Downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Shen Xinxin said to Chu Yui. Brother Chu, this is the boys' dormitory. It's very close to the school cafeteria. Thank you, Senior Shen. I'll go up first. I'm really sorry to bother you. It's no trouble. Shen Xinxin said with a smile, let's exchange contact information. If you have any questions about the school in the future, you can contact me. Chu Yui smiled and nodded, then showed his QR code, added Shen Xinxin as a friend, said thank you and walked towards the dormitory. In fact, he could easily find the registration office and dormitory according to the school's signboards, but Shen Xinxin was kind enough to help him, and he couldn't refuse. Which man can refuse the help offered by a beautiful woman? Chu Yui sincerely thanked Shen Xinxin for her help while carrying his suitcase towards the dormitory. Dormitory 520. This house number is quite auspicious. Chu Yui thought to himself. Chu Yui pushed open the dormitory door and found 3 people in the dormitory fighting a big battle in front of their computers. The keyboard made a clattering sound, and it seemed that the battle was very intense. The boy closest to the door saw Chu Yui coming in, and asked while staring at the computer, classmate, are you also in this dormitory? Chu Yui couldn't help but smile and replied. Yes, I'm Chu Yui, from Hangzhou. Welcome, welcome. Now everyone in our dormitory is here. Another boy stood up and welcomed them. The person who was speaking was Jiang Haoyu, a native of Shanghai. Yes, Endgame agreed. The person who was concentrating on playing the game just now suddenly shouted. His name is Fan Dapeng and he is from Jing City. Now that everyone in our dormitory is here, I have something to announce. A man named Song Xiang from Suzhou City suddenly said. I am the boss of our dormitory. I am the first one to come to our dormitory. It should be Nanboan. Why? I protest. I think it's better for us to rank according to strength. Fan Dapeng said, then revealed his strong muscles. When Chu Yui heard them arguing over the title of dormitory boss, he couldn't help but smile and shook his head. At this time, Zhang Haoyu suddenly said, for the sake of fairness, let's form a group and roll the dice to see who has the higher score, how about that? Zhang Dapeng and Song Xiang, who were competing for the title of boss, looked at each other and nodded to each other. Create a group and roll the dice, all in one go, and the results will come out quickly. The eldest is Song Xiang, the second is Zhang Haoyu, the third is Chu Yui, and the fourth is Zhang Dapeng. Everyone seemed to get familiar with each other quickly and chatted about their own habits and experiences. It was discovered that the four people in the dormitory unexpectedly got along well with each other. It seemed that everyone in the dormitory could become good friends. At this time, the fourth brother Zhang Dapeng said, Third brother, can you play CS2? Chu Yui nodded, indicating that he knew a little bit. Okay, let's play around. We didn't have much fun at all in the last round. The fourth brother said excitedly. What are you fighting for? It's already 12 noon, time to go eat. The boss said immediately. So the four people in the dormitory planned to go to the cafeteria for a back-to-school dinner. They came to the canteen closest to the boys' dormitory, which was very clean and provided both meal delivery and ordering services. The four of them found a large round table near the window and sat down. Each of them ordered one or two of their favorite dishes. While waiting for the dishes to be served, everyone started talking about their great achievements in high school. At this time, the fourth child, who had been playing with his mobile phone, suddenly shouted, with a look of shock on his face. Everyone turned to look at him, confusion on their faces. Look, who is this saintly person? He actually hooked up with the top of the four most beautiful girls in our school. The eldest and the second oldest came close to the fourth oldest. They didn't know what the school belle looked like yet, but since she could be crowned the school belle, she must be very beautiful. Wow! The eldest and the second oldest exclaimed at the same time. The school belle is so beautiful that she has grown into their hearts. The title is very eye-catching. The cold school beauty in the mountains is talking and laughing with the mysterious man. Who is the mysterious man? There are also a few photos attached below, which are very clear. Who is this guy so awesome? He is like my mentor. I must ask him for advice on how to pick up girls. He can even pick up the school beauty Shun. He is really amazing. School beauty Shun is the leader among the four school beauties. Does that mean there are 3 other school beauties? The fourth brother suddenly became interested, cleared his throat, and began to tell the 2 of them. There are 4 campus beauties in our school, namely Shen Xinxin, Fang Qiuduan, Zhang Maoyu, and Su Bai, but campus beauties Fang has already graduated. Chu Yui was a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect Shen Xinxin to be the school belle. But then he thought that Senior Shen was indeed very beautiful and she deserved the title of school belle. Look, this mysterious man's profile looks like the third brother, and his clothes are the same. Fuck, this is the third brother. The 3 of them looked at Chu Yui at the same time. Chu Yui was frightened by their murderous eyes and said quickly. Don't look at me anymore. I did walk with senior sister Shen this morning. When the 3 saw Chu Yui admit it, there was a burning look in their eyes. Fuck, third brother, I kneel down to you. There are endless people pursuing school beauty Shen, but they were all rejected, and you actually got her. Lao-san, no, teacher, please teach us 3 brothers, we also want to find girlfriends. Yes, third brother, you are the only one with a girlfriend, don't you feel out of place? Come and teach the brothers. The 3 of them looked at Chu Yui eagerly, hoping that Chu Yui would teach them some skills. After learning them, maybe they would be able to chase other school beauties. It was the first day of school for everyone. Some people were playing games in the dormitory, while others were getting familiar with the school. Chu Yui actually found a girlfriend right away, and she was Shen Xinxin, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus. They are all made of meat, so why are there such huge differences between people? Chu Yui looked at the 3 of them and said helplessly, I just met Senior Shen on the way to school. We are not even friends. The 3 of them obviously did not believe Chu Yui's one-sided statement. She was just kind enough to send me to the registration office. Senior Shen is just willing to help others. If you meet Senior Shen, she will also help you. Xu Yui added. Really? The three asked in unison. Real. At this time, all the dishes were served, and everyone stopped making things difficult for Xu Yui and started eating. Everyone ate and talked, but they didn't let Xu Yui go. After all, they envied him so much. Third brother, since you have hooked up with the school beautician, then this meal is your celebration of being single. You have to pay for it. The fourth brother suddenly proposed, and the other two nodded in agreement. Xu Yui was speechless, but he didn't try to argue, he could only shout in his heart. I am really wronged. Chapter 4. All my classmates want to elect me as the monitor. Is this the popular choice? After lunch, Xu Yui paid the bill and went back to the dormitory with his 3 roommates for a nap. Although treating someone to a meal is not cheap, after all, the system gave him 10 million, so he had the capital to treat someone. Xu Yui was lying on the bed, remembering that he was given a chance to draw a lottery after completing a system task, so he called the system in his heart. System, is it there? The system panel appeared immediately, and as expected, a lottery opportunity was displayed on the panel. Xu Yui thought to himself. Use the number of draws. I saw the system wheel turning slowly and then gradually stopping. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining level 2 physical function enhancement. The moment he heard the system speak, Xu Yui felt his body gradually heating up, and the outline of his muscles appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xu Yui felt that he had endless energy. Currently, the system has strengthened the host's body to the level of special forces, and the upper limit of the physical strength enhancement level will increase as the level increases. Xu Yui was so happy after hearing this. You know, military training would start in 2 days, and it seemed that the intensity of the training would not be able to affect him at all. Xu Yui slowly fell asleep with the thought of thanking the system. When the 4 brothers in the dormitory woke up, they all received a group notification. Dear students, I am your counselor, Ms. Fong. Tonight we will be holding a self-introduction and class leader election event. Please be sure to attend on time. The 4 people in the dormitory looked at each other and decided to have a quick dinner before going to the event. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the 4 people in the dormitory came to the classroom. When everyone saw Xu Yui enter the classroom, their eyes were attracted. Xu Yui has a handsome face, is 1.83 meters tall, and has the temperament of a scholarly family. He really has the capital to attract the attention of his classmates. The 4 people in the dormitory found a seat near the window and waited quietly for the counselor to arrive. Suddenly, a classmate burst into an exclamation. Isn't this the mysterious man who was with school beautician this morning? The classmates were all shocked when they heard this and quickly opened the mobile forum to compare the photo with Xu Yui. It's true. He's even more handsome than in the photo, said a girl infatuatedly. When it's over, I'll definitely go and learn from the experience. Maybe I can even get the school beauty as my girlfriend. Come on, given your situation, it's good enough that you don't scare others. Xu Yui was confused as she heard it, and couldn't help but think that these classmates were too imaginative. I don't know how long the students had been talking about it, but at this moment the sound of high heels was heard and the students instantly quieted down. A young woman in a professional suit came in from the door. She had a beautiful face and a high ponytail. She was like a lotus emerging from the water, and she touched the hearts of the students. Hello everyone, I am the new counselor Fong Qiuyue. You can call me Teacher Fong. If you have any difficulties in your college life, you can come to me. Then, Fong Qiuyue wrote down her contact information on the blackboard. Fuck, isn't this Fong Qiuyue one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus? I heard she has already graduated from her senior year, so why is she suddenly here to be a counselor? Yes, but Teacher Fong is really beautiful. She doesn't look inferior to the school beautician at all. Fong Qiuyue saw her classmates chattering in low voices, so she made a hush gesture with her hand, and the class suddenly became quiet. Then, Fong Qiuyue said, Now let's introduce ourselves. We'll all be friends from now on, so make sure you get along well with each other. Half an hour later, the self-introduction session ended. Now let us start the class leader election. The first position to be contested was class monitor. The first person to go on stage was a sweet-looking girl. Although she couldn't compare to Shen Xinxin's peerless beauty, she could also be called the beauty of the class. Hello everyone, I am Su Lu, who is running for class monitor. Please take care of me. Xu Yui was not interested in these, and he had no intention of running for any class leader position. After all, who would be willing to find something to do when they have nothing to do? The class leader election was in progress, but Xu Yui was already feeling drowsy. Suddenly, he thought of the system. System, give me a task. But the system seemed not to hear it and didn't say a word. Suddenly, the fourth brother patted Xu Yui and whispered to him. Third brother, do you see that guy behind you? I don't know why he has been staring at you since you came in, as if he has a grudge against you. Xu Yui looked puzzled. He remembered that he had never offended anyone, so he looked back. He saw a boy staring at him, with jealous anger in his eyes. When he turned back, the boy looked away. The fourth brother continued, I just asked others, his name is Xia Wei, and he seems to be a suitor of the class beauty Su Lu. But Su Lu has been paying attention to you since you came to the classroom, so he is a little hostile to you. Xu Yui smiled helplessly. There are still many self-righteous people these days. But he didn't care. After all, how could a rich man be narrow-minded? Just when Xu Yui was about to lie down and take a nap, the system suddenly issued a task. Ding, the current environment has been detected, and a special novice task has been issued to the host. In order to help the host build certain personal connections, please order a cup of mellow and crispy milk tea for all the classmates in the class. Task reward, 2 experience points, a set of Jiangdong Haijing No. 1 villa, no penalty for refusing the task. Xu Yui became excited when he heard this, so he picked up his phone, placed an expedited order, and assigned the delivery man to deliver it directly to the classroom. Time flies, and it's time for class leaders to canvass for votes. Xu Yui saw Xia Wei walking towards the podium with confident steps. Only then did he understand that Xia Wei wanted to be elected class monitor together with the class beauty so that they could work together frequently and cultivate feelings. Obviously, he didn't know that Xu Yui had no interest in running for class monitor at all and arbitrarily treated him as a competitor. Just as Xia Wei stood on the podium and prepared to canvass for votes, there was a sudden knock on the door. Excuse me, who is Mr. Chu? Your order has been delivered. Please sign for it. Xia Wei on the stage and everyone in the audience looked confused. After hearing this, Xu Yui immediately stood up and walked towards the delivery man. Xu Yui pushed in a small cart filled with milk tea. He said to the students in the audience, Dear classmates, today is September 1st, which is also the day we first met. On my own behalf, I would like to present to you the first cup of milk tea of autumn. I hope that everyone can live in harmony. There was immediate applause from the audience. That guy must be Xu Yui, right? Wow, not only is he handsome, but he's also generous. He's truly a role model for our generation. Awesome brother. No wonder he got the school beautician as his girlfriend, he's so handsome. Xu Yui first picked up a cup of milk tea and handed it to Fang Qiuyue. Fang Qiuyue nodded to him repeatedly with a charming and affirmative smile on her face. Students in the front, please help pass it around so everyone can have a share. Xu Yui started to get busy in the front. When he handed the milk tea to Su Lu in the front row, Su Lu blushed, slowly took the cup of milk tea, and said thank you sweetly to Xu Yui. Xu Yui naturally responded with a smile. Naturally, all of this was seen clearly by Xia Wei on the stage. He gritted his teeth and glared at Xu Yui. However, Xu Yui could not read minds and had no idea what Xia Wei was thinking. After Xu Yui finished distributing the milk tea, the classmates began to talk about it. This milk tea is actually mellow and soft. It's a high-end product. It's said to be made with pure milk from the day. 1 cup costs 68 yuan. This Xu Yui seems to be the handsome guy who is trending on the forum today. It is said that he has a car worth 3 million yuan. Fuck, this is too awesome. Just as the students were discussing, someone suddenly shouted. Squad leader Chu. Then many people followed suit. Squad leader Chu. Squad leader Chu. Xu Yui stood in front of the stage in a daze, watching everyone constantly calling him Squad leader Chu and smiling bitterly in his heart. This was indeed a result he had never expected. Chapter 5 The night before military training, the school beauty actually asked me out for dinner? Xu Yui looked at the students who were constantly making noises below, and quickly signaled them to quiet down. He scratched his head embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry, classmates. I don't have any intention of running for class monitor at the moment. Please continue canvassing for votes. After saying that, he hurried back to his seat. This behavior surprised Fang Qiuyue. She initially thought that Chu Yui was trying to canvass votes and win people's hearts, but she didn't expect that he was just trying to get along well with his classmates. This made him look at Chu Yui with new eyes. Then she signaled Xia Wei on the stage to continue with the next segment. Xia Wei gritted his teeth in anger on the stage. He didn't expect Chu Yui to do this while he was giving a speech to canvass for votes. Naturally, he was very angry with Chu Yui. However, given the current situation, there is no way to turn against Chu Yui directly. It seems that I can only find an opportunity to suppress his arrogance in the future, Xia Wei thought to himself. Due to Chu Yui's magical operation during the entire vote-gathering process, everyone felt that Chu Yui was more suitable to be class monitor than the class monitor candidates on the stage. So during the national voting session, everyone wrote Chu Yui's name in the class monitor column. Of course, Chu Yui was completely unaware of this. As soon as he sat down, the system prompt sound came to his mind. Ding, the reward has been issued. The property certificate of Jiangdong Haijing No. 1 Villa has been issued to the host's backpack. Chu Yui immediately opened his backpack, and sure enough, there was a bright red property certificate inside. He was so happy. Jiangdong Haijing Villa is backed by the Huangpu River and can be regarded as a truly wealthy area, especially Villa No. 1, which has the best location and is worth 500 million yuan. He decided that he must take some time recently to go and see what the villas in the wealthy area look like. The next morning, Chu Yui woke up from his sleep and saw the eldest and second oldest were washing up in the bathroom, so he also planned to get up and wash up. When the boss Song Xiang saw Chu Yui getting up, he said playfully, "Hey, isn't this our squad leader? Why are you up so early?" Chu Yui rolled her eyes at him, ignored him, and walked towards the bathroom to wash up. After he finished washing up, he looked at his mobile phone and was surprised to find that there were more than 99 messages on his mobile phone. He looked at the group notifications and found that the counselor had announced the voting results of yesterday. A name was written in the column of class monitor Chu Yui. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately opened Teacher Fang's chat interface and asked, "Teacher, I didn't run for class monitor, how come I became the class monitor?" Black question mark face. Fang Chouyue replied, "Student Chu, this is the result that everyone expected. You won the position of class monitor with an overwhelming victory. All the voting results have been made public in the group. There is no harm in being a class monitor. More experience is also for accumulating experience for the future." It seemed that Fang Chouyue also agreed with him being the squad leader, so Chu Yui had no choice but to agree. Afterwards, Teacher Fang announced in the group that a 2-week military training would begin tomorrow. Finally, he added a meaningful sentence. "This military training is said to be very exciting." This left the students puzzled. But only tomorrow will we know what that sentence means. Today is a relaxing day. After all, military training will start tomorrow. The 3 people from other dormitories decided to play games in the dormitory for a day and have a good rest. Chu Yui had no choice but to agree. Before we knew it, it was almost evening. Then the boss Song Xiang suddenly said, "Brothers, the third brother treated us to a meal yesterday, so it's my turn to treat today. Let's go to a barbecue restaurant outside the school." The other 3 people in the dormitory all had their eyes light up when they heard this. They didn't expect the boss to be so generous and actually want to treat everyone outside the school. Everyone immediately got ready, and after a little tidying up, the 4 of them walked towards the school gate. When they arrived at the school gate, the second brother volunteered to treat everyone to a taxi, but was stopped by Chu Yui. Chu Yui smiled and said to his 3 roommates, "I have a car, which is parked in the parking lot next to the school. Let's drive over there." The 3 people in the dormitory were stunned when they heard this. The third brother actually had a car. They had never heard him mention it before. The fourth one was the first to react and asked quickly, "Third brother, I remember the 3 million yuan car mentioned in the campus forum, it's really yours." "Fuck, you are so powerful, old 3. I envy you." When the 3 of them looked at the Porsche 911, they couldn't help but drool. It was so cool. There is no boy who is not interested in luxury cars. There is no way around it. It is a man's nature to like luxury cars. Hurry up and get in the car. "Boss, give me your location." After hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't wait to get into the car and saw the spacious back seat space, leather massage seats, and even a small refrigerator. The fourth brother couldn't hold it in any longer and said to Chu Yui, "Third brother, are you in need of a boyfriend? I'd like to sign up to be your boyfriend." After saying that, she threw a coquettish glance at Chu Yui. Chu Yui saw the disgusting look of the fourth brother in the rearview mirror and his face suddenly turned dark. Get lost, I'm straight, if you don't behave properly I'll throw you out. Then he stepped on the accelerator and sped towards the barbecue restaurant. When they arrived at the destination, the eldest, second and fourth brothers almost popped their eyes out when they saw the beauties all over the street. It's worthy of being called the food street in the university town, there are so many female college students. Chu Yui saw the three perverts behaving without any hesitation and felt it was too embarrassing to stand with them, so he urged the three of them to go to the barbecue restaurant and sit down. When they arrived at the barbecue restaurant and followed the waiter's guidance to the reserved seat, Chu Yui saw a beautiful and graceful figure in front of him, who seemed a little familiar. When he was observing who this familiar figure was, the girl happened to turn around and their eyes met. It's Shen Xinxin. It seems she is also having dinner with friends here. When Shen Xinxin saw Chu Yui was also here, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and then she walked towards Chu Yui happily. Brother Chu, what a coincidence, you are also eating here. Chu Yui also walked towards Shen Xinxin and said. Senior Shen, why are you eating here too? I'm here for a meal with a few roommates. Are you here alone, Chu? Do you mind joining us? No, Senior Shen, I'm here with my roommates to keep in touch with each other. At this time, a baby voice sounded from behind Shen Xinxin. Xinxin, why haven't you come yet? The meat is almost burnt. I saw a small figure coming out from behind Shen Xinxin. She was about 1.5 meters tall, with a beautiful ponytail. She was small and looked like a cute little neighbor girl. Shen Xinxin looked at the newcomer and introduced him to Chu Yui. Brother Chu, this is my roommate Jia Yue. Jia Yue, this is the brother Chu I mentioned to you before. Jia Yue stared at Chu Yui, her eyes rolling around, then she said with a smirk. Ah, Xinxin, this is your boyfriend. He is indeed a handsome guy. After hearing this, Shen Xinxin blushed and covered Jia Yue's mouth, and said shyly. Jia Yue. What nonsense are you talking about? Junior Chu and I are just friends. Then he hurriedly pulled Jia Yue away. When Shen Xinxin left, she turned around and said to Chu Yui. Brother Chu, let's talk later. Sorry. Chu Yui smiled helplessly when he saw this scene. There are so many people who like gossip these days. However, he didn't take it to heart. Seeing that Shen Xinxin had left, he also walked towards his roommate. Ding-ling, Chu Yui's cell phone rang. He looked at the incoming call on his phone and found that it was Shen Xinxin calling. Although he didn't understand why she called him just after they separated, he still picked up the phone. Hey, Chu-san, I'm sorry for making you laugh. It's okay, Senior Shen, but is there something that Senior Shen wants to talk about? It's like this, Junior Chu, I want to treat you to a meal to thank you for helping me before. How can Senior Shen let you spend money? It's okay, Junior Chu. At worst you can treat me to a meal later. Chu Yui looked up at the place where Shen Xinxin was eating and found that Shen Xinxin winked at him mischievously. Chu Yui had no choice but to agree to the appointment. No one wants a beautiful girl to be disappointed. That's great. I'll let you know when I've decided on a time and place. Bye. Chu Yui hung up the phone, only to find that his three roommates were looking at him resentfully. Chapter 6, During military training, he was hailed as the music god by the whole school. The three roommates looked at Chu Yui with envy and resentment, which made Chu Yui feel uneasy. Old third, this is too rude of you. I treated us to a meal out of kindness, but you treated us to dog food first. That's right, third brother. You've made us all full. How can we still have an appetite for barbecue? Chu Yui smiled helplessly and said. Senior Shen and I are really just friends, please stop making wild guesses. Third brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but have you ever seen friends flirting with each other? No ghost would believe your lies even if you told them to them, said the second brother. Chu Yui felt a headache. The more he explained, the more confused it became. So he simply stopped explaining and told his brothers to eat quickly. The three people in the dormitory were just teasing Chu Yui and had no intention of gossiping. Seeing that Chu Yui stopped talking, they quickly changed the subject and started eating happily. After eating the barbecue, the F4 in the dormitory planned to take a walk by the river. Except for the second brother Jiang Haoyu, none of them were native to Shanghai, so they planned to let the second brother take them to experience the prosperity of Shanghai. Walking along the river, the second brother Jiang Haoyu couldn't help but ask Chu Yui a question. Third brother, your family is not particularly well off. I see that you spend money without hesitation, and you even have such an expensive car. Shu Yui shook his head and said honestly to his roommates, "No, my family is average, and my parents are both high school teachers." "Then how come you are so powerful?" the boss asked, puzzled. Shu Yui naturally couldn't tell anyone about the system. Even if he did, no one would believe him. Shu Yui said, "I worked with a friend during the summer vacation, and he gave me some dividends after the investment was successful." "So are you still cooperating now?" asked the fourth brother. Shu Yui could only nod. After all, who knew what surprises the system would give him in the future? This also provided a suitable reason for the follow-up. The other three people in the dormitory looked at Shu Yui with admiration. Although their families were all middle-class families, they could not be as rich as Shu Yui. Before they knew it, they arrived at the Oriental Pearl Tower in Shanghai. Looking at the brightly lit skyscrapers in Shanghai, perhaps only the rich can truly appreciate the prosperity of Shanghai. "Brothers, when I start my own business, are you willing to help me start it together until we reach the peak of our own business?" Shu Yui looked at the towering building and couldn't help but say. Shu Yui knew that with the assistance of the system, many insurmountable gaps would be cleared, but he still felt that only if he was strong enough could he truly gain a foothold in the business empire, and true confidants were a rare and necessary factor. When the other three brothers heard Shu Yui's words, they looked at each other, understood what the third brother meant, and nodded solemnly. "Okay. Third brother, let's start a business together. We share happiness and difficulties together." On the bank of the Huangpu River, four young men full of high spirits looked at the bustling night view of Shanghai and solemnly made promises for the future. The story of these four people also began. The next day, military training officially began. F4 in Dormitory 520 got up early, had breakfast in the cafeteria, and then went to the training ground to wait for the instructor to arrive. At this time, a sweet-looking girl came over. It was Su Lu, who participated in the class monitor election yesterday. "Hello, Squad Leader Chu. I'm the Deputy Squad Leader Su Lu. Let's add each other's contact information so that we can take care of each other in the future," Su Lu said to Chu Yui with a red face and shyly. Chu Yui responded to her with a smile, and then the two added each other as friends. Su Lu looked at Chu Yui's name on the friend list and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. At this time, Counselor Fong Cho Yue came over with a female instructor. When the students saw them, they hurriedly lined up to welcome them. "Hello everyone, I am your instructor for the next half-month of military training. My name is Huang Yixiao, you can just call me Instructor Huang." In front of the class line stood a heroic young woman in military uniform. She had a sweet look but the aura of a tomboy. During the break in the morning military training, F4 from Dormitory 520 gathered together, and the leader Song Xiang whispered to the other brothers. "What do you think of Instructor Huang? I heard that she is a retired college student and is currently a junior." "What's the matter, boss? Are you interested in our instructor Huang?" The fourth brother teased the boss Song Xiang with a playful smile. Song Xiang said a little embarrassedly, "I feel like Instructor Huang might really be my type. I feel like Instructor Huang is not easy to pursue. He's a retired soldier, so he must be very strong." The second brother said. "Boss, are you from Planet M?" The fourth one laughed. "Bah, a dog can't spit out ivory. You are the M alien," the boss retorted. "Then go after her bravely. We brothers all support you," Shu Yui encouraged. The boss Song Xiang nodded firmly. A day of military training passed quickly. At the end of the afternoon training, the counselor came to announce the arrangements for tonight and a military training party would be held on the playground. In the evening, all members of the pharmacy class gathered together and began to perform their talent shows. The first person to volunteer to perform was Xia Wei, who had failed to be elected class monitor. He had been practicing guitar since he was a child and had already reached level 10. He brought his guitar specially tonight as he felt that this would definitely help him to avenge his previous humiliation, put Shu Yui under his feet, and also attract the attention of the class beauty Su Lu, killing two birds with one stone. Then Xia Wei began to play his specialty, the guitar solo. At the end of the song, everyone applauded enthusiastically. "I can only say that he is worthy of being a level 10 guitar player, he is really amazing." He saw the class beauty Su Lu looking at him, and thought that he had finally won the favor of the class beauty. He was so happy. Everyone also participated enthusiastically in the talent show, hoping to get the priority right to choose a spouse through this opportunity. After an unknown amount of time, the class beauty Su Lu suddenly stood up and walked straight towards Chu Yui. "Captain Chu, I'm going to present a dance for everyone. Can you accompany me?" She felt that Chu Yui should be able to play some musical instruments, but even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. She didn't force Chu Yui to accompany her. Chu Yui was stunned for a moment and was about to open his mouth to refuse when the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding, the system has detected the host's environment and issued a novice special mission 2 to the host. If you agree to Su Lu's request, you will be rewarded with top singing skills. If you refuse, there will be no penalty." Chu Yui almost jumped for joy after hearing this. He never thought that a small party could actually bring out the power of the system. "Accept the mission," Chu Yui thought to himself. So Chu Yui nodded and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, Su Lu, I'm not very good at playing musical instruments. Can I sing instead of playing?" Su Lu was very surprised. She didn't expect Chu Yui to agree so readily, so she agreed immediately. "Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the task. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top singing skill." Suddenly, he felt that his head had gained a lot of music theory knowledge, including some breathing techniques, high-pitched techniques, etc. In short, it was very comprehensive. He also felt that his voice seemed to have changed slightly. Chu Yui has loved singing since she was a child, and she often goes to the karaoke room to sing by herself. With the help of this top-notch singing skill, she will surely develop a top-notch singing voice. Chu Yui moistened his throat and decided to sing "No One Sleeps Tonight" by an Italian writer in beautiful voice. When Chu Yui started singing, the students instantly quieted down. Even the other classes closer to the pharmacy class stopped their performances and listened carefully to the beautiful singing. The students seemed to be out of the world and seemed to have experienced what it really meant to be "No One Sleeps Tonight." Su Lu was also distracted after hearing Chu Yui singing. This voice that touched her heart deeply attracted her, and her body danced involuntarily. Tonight, the dancing girls and the lingering singing formed a beautiful picture on the playground. "I couldn't sleep all night, the autumn air was clear, and the candle flame was being cut frequently until 3 o'clock in the morning." After the song ended, many people were still reminiscing about it, and some people uploaded their own recorded videos to the school forum and short video platform, which attracted a lot of attention for a while. As a counselor, Fang Choyue was naturally also at the party. She was also deeply shocked by Chu Yui's singing. She didn't expect that there was a music master in her class. Students on the school forum were talking about it a lot. Those who knew Chu Yui even pinned the name of Class Monitor Chu at the top of the video comment section to express how honored they were to know Class Monitor Chu. Since then, squad leader Chu's fame has officially skyrocketed, and some people even praised him as the music god. Chu Yui didn't know all this. He just returned to his original seat and sat down, quietly enjoying the performances of other students. Chapter 7, The Pursuit of Love, the school beauty unexpectedly appeared on the playground? As the military training went on day by day, the discussion about Chu Yui in the school forum gradually subsided. Song Xiang, the head of Dormitory 520, was extremely anxious. Almost half of the military training had passed, but there was still no progress with Instructor Huang. He didn't even have Instructor Huang's contact information. It's really pathetic. The boss Song Xiang complained about himself in his heart. However, he was a bit introverted and didn't know how to talk to Instructor Huang. The other 3 people in the dormitory naturally noticed the boss Song Xiang's frustrated mood, but this was ultimately the boss's own problem, and they had no way of interfering. Chu Yui felt that since there was no way to intervene excessively, perhaps an opportunity could be created for the 2 of them to build a bridge of connection. So he took advantage of the break in the military training, quietly patted the 2nd and 4th brothers on the shoulder, and signaled with his eyes to go to the toilet to discuss things. The 2 understood and followed Chu Yui to report to Instructor Huang and went to the toilet. Chu Yui said to the 2nd and 4th brothers, "The eldest brother has been feeling a little depressed lately. I think it has something to do with Instructor Huang." The 2 nodded unconsciously, waiting for Chu Yui's next words. "Although we can't play any role in this process, we can try to create an opportunity for the boss to get close to Instructor Huang." "Then how do we create a suitable opportunity?" asked the 2nd brother. Chu Yui shook his head. In fact, he himself didn't know what method to use, so he called the 2 of them together to discuss countermeasures. The 4th brother thought of a way and said to the 2nd brother and Chu Yui, "There will be a department club recruitment party on the playground tomorrow night. Do you think it's possible to use this to create an opportunity? Xu Yui thought about it for a while and felt that this seemed to be a more feasible solution. The break was over and military training had already begun, so they had to return to training immediately. When the military training ended in the afternoon, F4 from Dormitory 520 solved one of the 4 major problems of mankind in the cafeteria and then returned to the dormitory. Xu Yui and the other two decided to discuss with the boss how to use the recruitment meeting to create an opportunity. Xu Yui coughed and said to the 3 people in the dormitory, "There will be a new student recruitment party at the school playground tomorrow night. What are your plans?" The 4th one knew what Xu Yui wanted to say, so he decided to point the finger directly at the eldest one, and then said, "I heard that there will be a lot of girls from the anime club doing cosplay at the party tomorrow. Oh, and I also heard that our instructor Huang seems to be the propaganda minister of the National Flag Guard." Of course, he didn't hear it from someone. The 4th brother specifically went to ask his cousin in the afternoon. His cousin was a cadre in the organization department of the student union of the school, so he naturally knew this information. The boss immediately became alert when he heard instructor Huang. The other people in the dormitory naturally noticed the change in the eldest brother's spirit, so the 2nd brother followed suit and said, "Boss, I think tomorrow's recruitment meeting is a good opportunity. Maybe I can get instructor Huang's contact information." The boss also felt that this event was a great opportunity, and if he missed it, there might never be another such opportunity. But he was confused and didn't know what to do. Xu Yui saw what he was thinking, so he suggested, "I think joining the National Flag Guard might be a good choice. Not only can I get the contact information, but I can also have more opportunities to contact instructor Huang after the military training." But Xu Yui hesitated to speak. He knew that the National Flag Guard was a very tiring department and they had to train hard every day. It would be difficult to persevere without perseverance. The boss Song Xiang naturally knew this too. He thought about it carefully for a long time and felt that this method should be the most feasible method at present. He nodded and agreed to the proposal. So they began to discuss tomorrow's battle plan. The next evening, the department club recruitment party was held on time on the playground. F4 from Dormitory 520 came to the playground and found that there were many beautiful cozer girls, just as the 4th one said. The 2nd and 4th ones looked at them so much that their eyes almost popped out. Xu Yui patted the 2 men on the head in annoyance and told them not to forget the important business tonight. In contrast, the eldest brother Song Xiang seemed a little nervous. Although joining the National Flag Guard team only required passing the interview, it might not be easy to get instructor Huang's contact information. When recruiting new members, clubs directly add people to group chats. Although you can send friend requests in the group, it is still more impressive to ask for contact information in person. Xu Yui patted the boss on the shoulder and cheered him up. When the 3 of them walked to the recruitment site for the National Flag Guard, they found instructor Huang sitting there guiding the new students to fill out application reports. "Charge! The love pursuit battle begins," said the 4th one. "Oh." The F4 in the dormitory cheered for the boss in a voice that only 4 people could hear. Next, Xu Yui and the other 2 watched the boss go to the battlefield. As for whether he could successfully complete the mission, it depended on the boss's own performance. It's not that they Haven T thought about being wingmen to assist the boss in fighting, but if a group of people gathered at the registration office but didn't sign up, it would easily cause misunderstandings. They simply let the eldest brother fight on the front battlefield alone. The strategic goal of the 3 of them was to delay as much as possible the students who went to learn about and sign up for the National Flag Guard. Although it is a bit unethical, this is the responsibility of the wingmen. They planned to disguise themselves as members of the student union. The 4 people in the dormitory pooled money to buy a few boxes of juice, intending to lead the students who wanted to know about the National Flag Guard to the student union registration office under the guise of distributing drinks. While the 4 people in the dormitory were doing their own jobs, there was a chatter in the distance. Xu Yui looked over subconsciously and found a girl with long flowing hair walking towards him. When he got closer, he found that it was senior student Shen Xinxin. She was wearing a white dress. The autumn evening breeze gently blew her hair, making her like a fairy walking out of the crowd. She was very surprised. She didn't expect that senior Shen would be here. When Shen Xinxin saw Xu Yui, her eyes curved into a crescent, and she smiled and said to Xu Yui, "Brother Lin, do you want to join the student union?" "Senior Shen, I don't have such plans at the moment." Xu Yui scratched his head and said that he didn't know why Shen Xinxin suddenly asked such a question. Shen Xinxin blinked and said, I've noticed before that you've been directing your classmates to our student union. You want to make achievements before you even join the union. You have the potential to join the school student union. Xu Yui and the other two overlooked a very important issue. Suddenly, there was a group of students holding the same drinks at the student union's recruitment office, and they would naturally attract the attention of the student union. As the vice president of the school student union, Shen Xinxin planned to come and check on the student union's recruitment situation. She happened to see Chu Yui distributing drinks. She also went to the school student union recruitment office to ask the student union recruitment officer to further confirm Chu Yui's intention. To be honest, Shen Xinxin really wants Chu Yui to join the student union. After all, the school student union needs members with strong organizational skills and enthusiasm, and Chu Yui just meets these characteristics. Xu Yui smiled awkwardly. He didn't intend to reveal his true intentions to Shen Xinxin. He couldn't say that everything I did was for friendship and love. Brother Chu, since you want to join the student union so much, then come and sign up. I can make an exception and let you enter the student union without taking the exam. I will use your hard work in promoting the student union as your achievement. After saying that, he pulled Chu Yui's sleeve and walked towards the student union recruitment office. Xu Yui couldn't help but think in his heart, he didn't expect that senior sister Shen would have such great power in the student union that she could even allow him to join the union as an exception. However, when he thought about the attitude of the student union members towards senior Shen at the registration office on the first day of school, he had a general understanding. No. I don't plan to join the student union. Xu Yui wailed in his heart. Chapter 8, Invitation from the Student Union, First Date with the School Beauty? The second and fourth brothers looked at Chu Yui's back as he left with Shen Xinxin, their eyes full of envy. He is rich and has good looks, and he can win the heart of the school belle on the first day of school. Who wouldn't envy him? At the same time, the eldest brother also came back to gather the people. He saw the second and fourth brothers looking into the distance, but there was no sign of the third brother. He asked doubtfully, "Brothers, where is the third brother?" The second and fourth brothers came to their senses when they heard the voice of the eldest brother, Song Xiang. The second brother asked first, "Boss, did you succeed?" The eldest brother smacked his lips shyly and said, "I have successfully signed up for the National Flag Guard. I will have an interview the day after tomorrow night." "Who the hell asked you this? Did you get Instructor Huang's contact information?" The fourth brother rolled his eyes at the eldest brother. The boss nodded embarrassedly and said, "It worked. I have to thank my brothers for this. I will treat you to a meal when I have time." After hearing this, the fourth brother patted the eldest brother on the back and laughed. "You're a good kid with a bit of conscience. Where's the third brother?" The third brother was taken away by the school beauty Shen. He is in the student union recruitment office. I finally got the contact information, but the third brother was directly taken away by the school beauty Shen? The eldest brother was a little skeptical about his life. In fact, the difference between people is sometimes greater than the difference between people and pigs. "Why don't we go back and not disturb the third brother's date?" suggested the second brother. The three brothers nodded, their opinions were surprisingly consistent, and they walked back to the dormitory without looking back. The other side. Shen Xinxin took Chu Yui to the student union recruitment office. She knew that Chu Yui's intention was definitely not to join the student union. She just wanted to take advantage of this incident and bring Chu Yui into the student union. As for why he wanted to do this, it might be because he wanted to have more contact with Chu Yui. After all, the two of them were friends. Chu Yui was surprised by Shen Xinxin's sudden invitation, but didn't understand why Shen Xinxin did this. Although he was not unwilling to join the student union, he knew that the system would assign him some unusual tasks in the future to help him become a rich man. If you still participate in the student union, you may feel a little overwhelmed. So he wanted to politely decline Shen Xinxin's kindness. "Senior Shen, I have no intention of joining the student union now. What happened just now was really commissioned by someone else." Shen Xinxin looked at Chu Yui's sincere attitude and knew that there was no way to force Chu to join the student union, so she had to give up. "Brother Chu, you really let me down. I said I was willing to give you a backdoor. I am so disappointed," Shen Xinxin said with her hands on her hips, pretending to be angry. "So, you have to give me some compensation." "Huh? Compensation?" Chu Yui was a little confused. He didn't know what senior sister Shen was up to. He could only say angrily, I don't know how Senior wants me to make it up to him. Shen Xinxin actually didn't know why those words suddenly popped up just now. She didn't really want to make amends. Maybe deep down in her heart she regarded Chu Yui as her friend. She coughed and said softly, I haven't thought about it yet. How about this, I'll call you when I have thought about it. By the way, junior brother Chu, are you free tomorrow night? In fact, she had another purpose in looking for Chu Yui this time, which was to tell him the time and place of the previously agreed dinner. She originally wanted to hold a welcome party as well, but it seemed that it could only be a thank you dinner. Chu Yui nodded. That's great. Remember I said I would treat you to a meal? Thank you for your help. Chu Yui thought about it for a while and seemed to remember this incident, but he thought it was just a polite remark at the time. He didn't expect that senior sister Shen actually took it to heart. Chu Yui said, Senior Shen, you don't have to take it to heart. It's normal for friends to help each other. Shen Xinxin smiled and said, I'll wait for you at the school gate at 6 o'clock tomorrow. See you there. After saying that, he waved goodbye to Chu Yui and left the playground. Chu Yui was helpless, but since things had already been decided, he could only make the best of it. He planned to return to the meeting point and go back to the dormitory with the three brothers, but found that the three guys were gone. Damn! You only know how to help the boss. You really don't help me at all when I'm in trouble. Chu Yui complained in his heart. But I don't know whether the boss succeeded or not. So I walked towards the dormitory alone. There were also many posts in the campus forum about the school beautician Xinxin taking Chu Yui away, but everyone also knew that the school beautician favored the music god Chu Banjiang, and the classmates also watched it with a sense of watching the show. The abbreviation of campus forum is gossip. However, not everyone can look at it with a spectator's mentality. You know, school beautician has many suitors. It seems that Chu Yui's life may not be peaceful in the future. The next day, Chu Yui got up very early and saw that his roommates were still sleeping, so he planned to go to the cafeteria to have breakfast and bring breakfast back for the three lazy guys in the dormitory. When Chu Yui arrived at the cafeteria, bought a few buns and sat down to eat, a muscular man suddenly sat down opposite him and stared at him without blinking. He didn't intend to care what the man was trying to do. Anyone who performed unknown behaviors to humans would be judged as drooling even if he was cured. However, his behavior did affect Chu Yui's mood for dining. At this time, some people noticed what was happening here and started discussing it with each other. Look, isn't that Lu Chang from the student union? Why is he looking for Monitor Chu? Don't you know that Lu Chang is a suitor of school beautician? He has confessed his love to her many times before but was rejected by her. It is said that he was the runner-up in last year's city taekwondo competition. Oh my god, is he going to cause trouble for squad leader Chu? Then squad leader Chu will be in trouble. As more and more people gathered, Chu Yui felt like a monkey in a zoo, being watched by everyone, and felt uncomfortable all over. So he planned to drive away the big fool on the opposite side. Hey, bro, stop looking at me. I'm straight. If you're looking for a boyfriend, look for someone else. Lu Chang on the opposite side thought that Chu Yui was scared and dared not speak, but he didn't expect Chu Yui to say something shocking, which made him so angry that his head was about to explode. He originally wanted to scare Chu Yui, but he didn't expect Chu Yui to be so disrespectful to him and humiliate him. He slammed the table heavily and said to Chu Yui angrily, Boy, I advise you to give up your date with Shen Xinxin tonight and stay away from her in the future, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Lu Chang left angrily after saying some harsh words. In contrast, Chu Yui, who was still calmly eating breakfast, formed a sharp contrast with the two. Chu Yui was surprised when he heard his harsh words. He didn't know why the agreement between him and Senior Shen was known by that guy named Lu Chang. But then he thought of his classmates saying that Lu Chang was a member of the student union, and he realized that it must have been heard by other members sitting in the admissions office last night and reached Lu Chang's ears. However, Chu Yui had no intention of paying any attention to him. As I said, this kind of person would still drool even if he was cured. However, the campus forum was in an uproar at this time. Surprise! Class leader Chu and school beautician were threatened by an outsider on their first date? Taekwondo runner-up Lu Chang challenges squad leader Chu to a duel. Will squad leader Chu fight for love? All kinds of posts quickly occupied the hot searches all of a sudden. It has to be said that Chu Yui is indeed a frequent visitor to the hot search list. After Chu Yui finished breakfast, he brought some breakfast to the three people in the dormitory and then walked towards the dormitory. Chapter 9, Fancy Moves, the school beauty comes to save the hero? When Chu Yui returned to the dormitory with breakfast, the three people in the dormitory were still sleeping soundly. Yesterday, the four of them kept losing while playing games, and they vowed to win a round before going to bed. As a result, Chu Yui couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep first. I don't know what time these three people fought until last night. Chu Yui simply turned up the volume on his phone to maximum and played music to launch a sonic attack on the three people. The three of them were so frightened that they jumped out of bed. Hurry up and get up. It's almost 8 o'clock. If you dawdle any longer, you'll be late and have to stand in the corner. After saying that, Chu Yui walked ahead to the playground. He still had to take roll call and couldn't wait for the three lazy bastards. The three people in the dormitory suddenly woke up and looked at the time at the same time. Fuck, it's almost 8 o'clock. It's all your fault, fourth brother. You had to win before you could go to sleep, and you worked until 2 in the morning. The eldest brother complained while hurriedly getting dressed. Can you blame me for this? If my teammates weren't so bad, we would have won a long time ago. The three people in the dormitory didn't have time to wash up, so each of them took 2 buns and ran towards the playground. They were lucky enough to arrive on time and were not punished by standing at attention in the sun. During the intermission of the military training in the morning, Chu Yui was lying on the grass board, staring at the sky in a daze. The fourth brother came over and looked at Chu Yui's leisurely appearance, and teased. Old third, how come you're on the hot search again while you're trying to buy us food? The eldest and the second came over and asked. The second said with a worried look on his face. Third brother, you are really in trouble this time. This Liu Chang is not ordinary. It is said that he was the runner-up of the city's taekwondo last year. His fighting power is very strong. Or you might as well not go looking for school beautician. It's not worth getting beaten up. The second brother advised. The three of them naturally saw the hot topics on the school forum. Chu Yui heard the concerns of the three brothers and said indifferently. He is nothing more than a clown. His actions this morning were so bizarre that if you didn't know, you would think he liked men. When the three people in the dormitory heard Chu Yui's words, they shook their heads helplessly. They thought that Chu Yui was either blinded by beauty or underestimated Liu Chang's strength. They decided to wait for Chu Yui to go on a date and then secretly follow him, hoping they could help him if anything happened. In a blink of an eye, the military training ended. Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. A cell phone rang. Chu Yui couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw the contact on the caller ID. It's not even the agreed time yet, why is Sister Shen calling me? He picked up the phone, and immediately heard Shen Xinxin's pleasant but anxious voice. Brother Chu, I heard from Jia Yue that someone seems to be looking for trouble with you and has already walked towards the playground. You should go back to the dormitory and take shelter. The appointment tonight is temporarily cancelled. Shen Xinxin felt very guilty. She didn't expect to cause trouble to Chu because of her. I'm sorry, Chu Shui brother. I didn't expect these things to happen because of me. Chu Yui heard Shen Xinxin's guilty voice and comforted her gently. Senior Shen, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. I will arrive at the school gate on time to keep my promise. I will take care of these troublesome matters. After saying that, Chu Yui saw that there was indeed a group of people walking towards the playground, led by Liu Chang who had caused trouble this morning. Chu Yui said to Shen Xinxin. I'll call you back when I'm done with these things. After saying that, he hung up the phone and walked towards the group of people who were coming aggressively. The other three people in the dormitory saw that things were not going right, so they hurriedly followed Chu Yui. They decided that if a conflict occurred, they would be able to go up and help Chu Yui block a few punches. However, Chu Yui did not feel that scared. He just felt it was troublesome and wanted to end these meaningless disputes as soon as possible. After all, Chu Yui has enhanced physical functions granted by the system. Although he is only level 2, he already has the physical strength corresponding to that of a special forces soldier, which is more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Walking in front of the crowd was the extremely arrogant Liu Chang, and following behind him were members of the Taekwondo club. Although he was a member of the student union, he was also a coach of the Taekwondo club. When the Taekwondo club members heard that there was something exciting to watch here, they naturally followed Liu Chang to support him and see what would happen to the poor guy who was targeted by Liu Chang. They knew Liu Chang's strength, and no one in the Taekwondo club could compete with him. Liu Chang originally thought that Chu Yui would be scared and hide away after he released the news, but he didn't expect that he was so courageous that he would take the initiative to come to him. But he had to admit that he now looked up to Chu Yui a little. At least he was not a cowardly pretty boy. Hey, kid, I'm here to remind you to give up pursuing Shen Xinxin, or you'll have something to worry about. Lu Chang didn't take Chu Yui seriously at all. It should be said that he felt that there were few people in the entire Shanghai Medical University who could compete with him. What he wants to do now is to scare Chu Yui and make him give up. If the news of beating and bullying the weak gets out, it will also affect his reputation. However, Chu Yui seemed not to have heard it. He walked directly to Lu Chang and said word by word. If you want to fight, then fight, don't just talk nonsense. When the people around heard what Chu Yui said, they were all surprised. My God, is squad leader Chu so fierce that he dares to confront Lu Chang directly? It's over, it's over. Squad leader Chu must not know Lu Chang's strength, so he did something stupid. Of course, there were also little fans who supported Chu Yui and cheered for him excitedly. Come on, squad leader Chu, you are the most handsome. Squad leader Chu looks so handsome when he declares war. Lu Chang was also frightened by Chu Yui. He didn't expect that this boy would look down on him. Anger clouded his mind. He got ready, intending to punch the boy directly in the stomach to destroy his arrogance and teach him a lesson. He ran towards Chu Yui without hesitation, intending to end the fight with one punch. But Chu Yui on the opposite side did not move at all, and did not even make any defensive moves. When the three people from the dormitory who had rushed over saw Chu Yui standing still and about to be beaten, they quickly quickened their pace. If Chu Yui was beaten, they planned to fight Lu Chang to the death. Everyone thought that Chu Yui was so scared that he just stood there and served as a sitting duck for Lu Chang to shoot at. But later they found out that they were wrong. When Lu Chang's sandbag-sized fist was about to hit Chu Yui suddenly dodged and leaned his body to the other side, avoiding Lu Chang's attack, and then kicked Lu Chang in the knee. In Chu Yui's eyes, Lu Chang is just stronger, and his taekwondo level is just fancy moves. Lu Chang fell directly to the ground due to a sudden loss of balance. He was a little confused and thought it was just his mistake, but he lost face in front of many classmates, so he blamed it all on Chu Yui. He stood up and attacked Chu Yui more fiercely, but Chu Yui's figure was like a ghost. Every time he was about to hit Chu Yui, he missed and was tripped to the ground by Chu Yui. The three people in the dormitory and other students who were watching were all stunned. They could clearly see that Chu Yui was not fighting properly at all. It was as if he was teasing the gorilla. No, he was teasing Lu Chang. Chu Yui gradually lost his patience. He didn't expect that Lu Chang would be so stubborn. He was indeed a simple-minded but strong-limbed guy. So he punched Lu Chang directly in the abdomen. He was careful with his strength and tried not to cause too much damage to Lu Chang. Lu Chang felt a sharp pain, so severe that he fell to his knees. At this time, Shen Xinxin ran to the playground and found a group of people watching something. She heard her classmates next to her saying something like he was knocked down with just one punch. She was very anxious, thinking that Chu Shuedi was knocked to the ground by Lu Chang, and she shouted loudly. Stop! Chapter 10 Right or Wrong? The first dinner with senior sister Shen. Stop! Everyone heard a loud shout and looked in the direction of Shen Xinxin. Chu Yui also heard Shen Xinxin's voice and felt a little embarrassed. Did this count as causing trouble for senior Shen? So he walked towards Shen Xinxin. The crowd consciously made way for Chu Yui. It looked like a beautiful scene of a hero returning and reuniting with his beloved princess with the support of the people. Of course, this is just a passerby's perspective. Chu Yui felt very embarrassed. He had not intended to trouble senior Shen, but ended up causing trouble for Shen Xinxin. Beating up student union members should be punished. When Shen Xinxin saw Chu Yui walking out of the crowd safely, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Chu Shuedi got hurt because of her, she would definitely regret it. Shen Xinxin quickly walked to Chu Yui's side, and without paying attention to everyone's eyes, she began to check whether Chu Yui was injured. Lu Chang, who was kneeling on the ground, felt his stomach ache even more when he saw this scene, but it should be said that he felt heartache. He had been pursuing the school beautician for a whole year, and he fell in love with her since he saw Shen Xinxin speaking on stage as a representative of the freshmen at the beginning of the school year. It was because of her that I joined the student union. During this year, he confessed his love to Shen Xinxin countless times, but was coldly rejected by Shen Xinxin every time. He always felt that as long as he persisted, he would be able to gain Shen Xinxin's attention. I didn't expect that my efforts over a year would not be as good as those of a freshman who had just entered school for a few days, and I was even slapped in the face in public. He was simply ashamed of himself. Chu Yui looked at Shen Xinxin, who looked anxious, waved his hand and said, "It's okay, Senior Shen, I'm not hurt. Why don't you go and check on Senior Lu? I accidentally hurt him." Of course he wasn't careless, but saying this might reduce the punishment a little. Only then did Shen Xinxin notice Lu Chang, who was kneeling on the ground behind Chu Yui and covering his stomach. She didn't expect Chu Yui to be so powerful. He looked like a weak scholar. She gradually calmed down, returned to her original cold expression, and walked up to Lu Chang with a serious face. "Student Lu Chang, as a member of the student union, you don't care about your classmates, but bring a group of people to cause trouble for a freshman, which has caused serious adverse effects on the school. I will report the situation to the school truthfully, and the school will judge this vicious incident impartially." After that, he stared coldly at the Taekwondo club members and said, "Next time you gather together to intimidate others, you will be punished together. Now take Lu Chang to the infirmary for a checkup." When the Taekwondo club members heard Shen Xinxin's chilling words, they hurriedly helped Lu Chang up and ran towards the infirmary without looking back. After finishing the work, Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui walked towards the school gate together. On the way, Chu Yui asked Shen Xinxin, "Senior Shen, will the school punish me for hitting someone?" Generally speaking, schools will not take ordinary fights too seriously. After all, they are all college students, and they are young and energetic and inevitably cannot control themselves. But this time the identities of both parties are too obvious. One is a member of the student union, and the other is a freshman who has frequently appeared on hot searches since the start of the school year. There are also factors of gathering and causing trouble, and many students witnessed the process, which has had a huge impact on the school. The school should make a judgment on this matter. When Shen Xinxin heard Chu Yui's words, her frosty face regained a little smile and said, "Lu Chang was the first to gather a crowd to cause trouble, and he must have planned to take action first, otherwise you would not have fought back. She has a relatively good understanding of Chu Yui's character. So, you are just acting in self-defense and will not be punished." Chu Yui felt relieved after hearing Shen Xinxin's words. Although he knew he was acting in self-defense, the reality was that he was unharmed but Lu Chang was injured. He felt more like the perpetrator. However, many of the students who were watching knew what had happened, so proving his innocence was not a problem. After a while, Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui walked to the school gate. Chu Yui said, "Senior Shen, please wait here for a moment. I'll drive the car over." After Chu Yui drove the car to the school gate, the two of them set off towards the location given by Shen Xinxin. Chu Yui arrived at the end of the navigation and saw a restaurant in front of him that was either shabby or nostalgic in style. The restaurant didn't even have a sign, only a wooden board with the words, "Grandma Lu Restaurant." Shen Xinxin jumped out of the car and walked into the store. It seemed that she was very familiar with this restaurant. When they entered the restaurant, they found that the inside was as shabby as the outside, with only a few diners dining there. They found a random table and sat down. At this time, a white-haired old lady came out from the kitchen. Although she looked very old, the pace of her walk did not feel that of an elderly person. When Shen Xinxin saw the old man, she happily raised her hand to greet him and said, "Grandma Lu, how are you feeling lately?" When the old man saw that the visitor was Shen Xinxin, a kind smile instantly appeared on his old face and he replied, "Ha, I'm still as energetic as before. But how come you have time to come to my place recently?" "Grandma Lu, I brought my friend here to taste your cooking skills. After all, you will never get tired of the dishes that Grandma Lu cooks." After hearing Shen Xinxin's coquettish words, Grandma Lu smiled with satisfaction and said to Shen Xinxin gently and kindly, "Okay, Grandma will cook it for you right away." "Or are they the same dishes as before?" Shen Xinxin nodded, and Grandma Lu walked towards the kitchen. Chu Yui thought that this Grandma Lu should know Senior Sister Shen, and they were very close, so she said, "Senior Shen, you seem to have a very good relationship with this Grandma Lu." Shen Xinxin nodded to Chu Yui and said, "Grandma Lu has been our family's nanny since I was a child. My parents were very busy with work when I was young, so it was usually Grandma Lu who played with me." Halfway through her speech, a look of sadness appeared on Shen Xinxin's face. Chu Yui naturally noticed the subtle changes in Shen Xinxin's face, but he didn't say anything and continued to wait for Senior Shen's next words. "One day, because of my willfulness, Grandma Lu accidentally injured her waist. Although my family found the best doctor in Shanghai to treat Grandma Lu, she still suffered sequelae. Grandma Lu's family passed away a long time ago, so her parents found a nursing home for her, intending to let her recuperate there, but Grandma Lu couldn't sit still and didn't plan to go there. So the family gave Grandma Lu some money so that she wouldn't have to worry about money, but Grandma Lu couldn't sit still, so she opened a small restaurant here. After Shen Xinxin finished speaking, she looked at Chu Yui and smiled. So I come here to eat when I'm free, and check on Grandma Lu's health. Chu Yui nodded after listening to this. He finally understood why Grandma Lu and senior sister Shen looked like a family. When the dishes were almost finished, Grandma Lu came out from the kitchen and asked with concern. Girl, boy, are you full? If not, I'll go and fry a few more dishes. No need, Grandma Lu, we're full. You should go back to your room and have a rest. Don't get too tired. Shen Xinxin said with concern. Yes, Grandma Lu, you should go and have some rest. Chu Yui also said. Grandma Lu looked at the two of them and suddenly felt that they looked a bit like a couple, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and she was very happy. They are all good kids. Grandma Lu walked towards the kitchen while thinking about this. Shen Xinxin saw that there was still a lot of food left to eat, so she touched her bloated belly and felt that she couldn't eat anymore. Then he said to Chu Yui. Brother Chu, I can't eat anymore. I'll leave the rest to you. Chu Yui patted his chest confidently and said. Don't worry, Senior Shen, I'm very good at eating and I will never waste food. Chapter 11. Let me pretend to be your boyfriend? When you see injustice, you should help. Food is hard to come by and it is inappropriate to waste it. When Chu Yui finished the last bit of food, he noticed that Shen Xinxin seemed to be looking at him a little embarrassedly. He thought that it was his appetite and eating manner that frightened Senior Shen, so he touched the back of his head awkwardly and said. I'm sorry, Senior Shen. Did I scare you by eating too much? But it's not his fault. Ever since his body functions were enhanced by the system, his appetite has increased a lot. Shen Xinxin didn't understand what Chu Yui meant for a moment, but when she realized what she was saying, she couldn't help but laugh. She suddenly felt that being with Chu Shuedi was indeed quite relaxing, so she stopped being shy and said. Brother Chu, I actually have something else I want to ask you for help with. Just tell me what you need, I will definitely help if I can. Brother Chu, can you please pretend to be my boyfriend? Pretend to be a boyfriend? Chu Yui suspected that his ears were broken. He remembered that he only said that he was good at eating, but he never said that he was good at pretending to be a boyfriend. Shen Xinxin looked at Chu Yui in a daze and quickly explained. Actually, next Sunday is my grandfather's birthday, and my dad insisted on taking this opportunity to introduce me to a boy. I refused to meet him many times before, but my dad was stubborn and insisted that I meet him. After saying that, Shen Xinxin let out a long sigh. This is Grandpa's 80th birthday, and there's no way I can refuse, so I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and make my dad give up on this idea. Chu Yui finally understood why he was asked to play the role of boyfriend. But I'm just an ordinary student. If your blind date is a wealthy man, is there any need for me to go? Chu Yui raised his concerns. After hearing this, Shen Xinxin couldn't help but give Chu Yui a blank look. How could an ordinary person drive a car worth 3 million yuan? In fact, she was not very clear about Chu Yui's strength and background, but she was never one to choose people based on their strength and background. But family members will definitely care about this. After all, no matter what kind of family it is, they all pay attention to one word being well matched. Just when she was still struggling over whether to let Chu Shuedi pretend to be her boyfriend to deal with her family, Chu Yui asked. Senior Shen, if you really don't like that person, would you mind telling me about his details? Shen Xinxin then told Chu Yui the news she had heard from her father. A returned master's degree, a billion-dollar fortune, countless resources. In short, they can really be said to be a perfect match with Shen Xinxin's family. Chu Yui had already known about Senior Shen's family situation from the fourth brother, although he didn't ask specifically. So he wasn't surprised by what Shen Xinxin said. I understand, Senior. I'll go back and help you think of a solution. I feel that pretending to be your boyfriend may not be a wise move, but I will help you within my scope. Shen Xinxin didn't know why, but she felt very relieved when she heard Chu Yui's promise. She unconsciously believed that Chu Yui would be able to think of a solution to the problem. It was getting late, and after exchanging a few words with Grandma Lu when they paid the bill, they left the restaurant and drove towards the school. After sending senior sister Shen to the school gate and saying a brief goodbye, Chu Yui drove towards the city center. He planned to go and see his villa, and in the car he called the manager of Jiangdong Haijing Villa District. The other side. Lin Junsheng was sitting in the office and was about to go home after get off work when his personal cell phone suddenly rang. He found out it was from an unknown number. Apart from his family, his personal cell phone number was only known to some important clients, so he did not dare to neglect it and answered the call. Hello, who are you? Is this Manager Lin? I'm the owner of Seaview Villa Number 1, my last name is Chu. Lin Junqing naturally knew that Haijing Number 1 Villa was bought by an unknown mysterious tycoon a few days ago. He did not leave any information, only the name of the owner. He remembered that the owner's name was Chu Yui. The last name is Chu, that makes sense. He thought that the person who could afford the villa must be a middle-aged wealthy man, but he didn't expect that the person sounded so young. Hello, Mr. Chu, what do you need to arrange? I will be at the entrance of Haijing Villa District soon. I have to trouble Mr. Lin to help me familiarize myself with the environment inside. Okay, Mr. Chu, please take your ID card with you. In order for the owners to live in peace, our community requires identity verification to ensure the safety of the entire community. Chu Yui agreed and hung up the phone. When he arrived at the main entrance of Haijing Villa District, he saw a man in a suit standing at the door to greet him. It seemed that was Manager Lin. He parked the car and got out. The man standing at the door saw a very handsome young man getting out of the car, and immediately trotted forward to shake hands with Chu Yui. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am your receptionist, Lin Junsheng. Thank you for choosing Jiangdong Haijing Group. Chu Yui smiled and nodded. Afterwards, Manager Lin processed the entry and exit permit for Chu Yui and brought Chu Yui to Haijing Villa Number 1. Manager Lin handed the key to Chu Yui and entered the villa with Chu Yui. Manager Lin gave Chu Yui a detailed introduction. Haijing Number 1 Villa is the largest villa in the entire villa area. It has a very spacious outdoor courtyard and is equipped with an outdoor swimming pool, outdoor fitness equipment, etc. Mr. Chu, if you need the lawn mowed or the yard cleaned, you can call me and we will send professionals to serve you immediately. Then the two of them entered the villa. The entire villa is divided into one underground floor and 3 above-ground floors. It is decorated in a very grand style and has complete living facilities. You can move in directly with your luggage. It's very clean, and it seems someone comes to clean it every day. Mr. Chu, if you want to change the decoration style, you can tell me directly. We have a special decoration team to serve you. In addition, if you need housekeeping services, you can also call me to arrange it. Chu Yui was very satisfied. The decoration style was in line with his aesthetic taste, and the supporting services were also very complete. He had originally planned to return to the dormitory after the visit, but now it seems that there is no need at all. Even the sheets and quilts are brand new. Chu Yui nodded with satisfaction. After parting with Manager Lin, he planned to go out for a walk and familiarize himself with the environment of the villa area. When he walked to the artificial lake in the villa area, he suddenly heard a muffled groan. After careful searching, he found an old man fallen by the lake. Chu Yui ran over to support him and found that the old man's face was distorted with pain and his forehead was covered with sweat. It seemed that he had a broken bone. He was not worried about being blackmailed. After all, the entire villa area was monitored with every angle, so the safety factor was very high. Besides, as a new generation college student, we should help others when we see injustice. He helped the old man to straighten his body, but due to his broken bones, it was not suitable to move him forcefully, so he could only stay in the original position. Chu Yui immediately called Manager Lin, who said that the medical team would arrive in 5 minutes. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, the sound of an ambulance sounded. Chu Yui hurriedly called for a doctor, asking him to come with a stretcher or wheelchair. After the old man got into the ambulance, Chu Yui was worried about the old man going to the hospital alone, so he decided to go with the medical staff. After all, the people who can live here must have complicated backgrounds, so it's never a bad thing to make more friends. It's also a good deed. Chapter 12 Calligraphy Competition shocked school leaders. After arriving at the hospital, Chu Yui accompanied the old man for examination. As for the complicated procedures such as hospitalization, they were handled by the medical team. After the examination, it was found that the old man was not seriously injured, just dislocated and sprained. He had received timely treatment and only needed to be hospitalized for a few days for observation. In the ward, the old man looked at the young man next to him and said, "Thank you, young man. Your body will become fragile as you get older. The doctor said it's okay and I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Chu Yui comforted the old man. "Young man, you look unfamiliar to me. Did you just move in?" the old man asked. Chu Yui nodded and said politely, Yes, my name is Chu Yui, I'm a college student, and I just moved into Villa number 1 today. The old man was very surprised after hearing this. He knew that Villa number 1 had been empty since it was built, and many people wanted to buy it but failed. He didn't expect that it would be bought by such a young guy. He must have a strong background behind him. The old man looked at Chu Yui, who was handsome, had a scholarly temperament but was masculine, and also had a mysterious background, and he couldn't help but think that this young man was not bad. My name is Shen Xinxin, you can just call me Old Master Shen. Mr. Shen. Chu Yui shouted. The more the old man looked at Chu Yui, the more he liked her. At this time, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside, and a woman who looked to be about 30 years old came in and shouted, "Dad, are you okay?" When Mr. Shen saw the visitor, he smiled and waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Then he introduced Chu Yui to the visitor. "Shoyun, this is Brother Chu. He brought me to the hospital." The woman named Shoyun was relieved to see that Mr. Shen was fine, and said to Chu Yui, "Xiao Chu, thank you so much." Chu Yui smiled and said it was just a piece of cake for him. He saw that Mr. Shen's family had arrived and felt that it was time for him to leave. After explaining his intentions to Mr. Shen and the woman, he left. Manager Lin has arranged a special car for Chu Yui to take him back to Seaview Villa number 1. After returning to the villa, Chu Yui simply washed up and prepared to go to bed. At this time, the system voice sounded. It is detected that the host has completed good deeds, which is automatically regarded as completing the novice task 3. The reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top calligraphy skills. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 51% of the shares of Shanghai Xingfeng Hotel. System experience increased by 2 points, current progress is level 1610. Chu Yui's original fatigue was swept away in an instant. System. You are my god. Chu Yui noticed that this time the system reward actually included a share reward, and he couldn't help but feel very curious. He asked the system. "System, I remember you told me at the beginning that you would mainly help me improve my own qualities and then let me build my own business empire. Why are you suddenly giving me shares?" Host, please note that building a business empire is not as difficult as building a small company. This system will provide you with objective conditions while cultivating your abilities and qualities to match those of the super rich. Creating a business empire requires connections, practice, experience, etc., which are also indispensable. The corresponding subjective conditions are the basis, but objective conditions are also important factors. Chu Yui nodded after hearing this. It seemed that the ultimate goal given to him by the system was not as simple as he thought. The following is a novice mission 4 for the host: investigate the internal pests of Xingfeng Hotel in Shanghai and rectify the internal workplace. Task reward: a Lamborghini Aventador and a lucky wheel chance. Chu Yui didn't know much about cars, so he looked up Lamborghini Aventador on the internet. Oh shit, this is actually a Lamborghini Aventador worth more than 8 million. Chu Yui was attracted by the car, not because of the price, but because the car was so cool. The current primary goal is to complete the system tasks. Chu Yui then began to investigate the specific situation of Xingfeng Hotel in Shanghai. Shanghai Xingfeng Hotel is an ordinary high-end theme restaurant with a current market value of approximately 500 million renminbi. He currently holds 51% of the shares given by the system, which means that Chu Yui is now the actual controller of Xingfeng Hotel. That night, Chu Yui analyzed and sorted the detailed information provided by the system and gained a preliminary understanding of the specific operating model, management structure, and other basic information of Xingfeng Hotel. He planned to start investigating the problems of Xingfeng Hotel after completing the military training. The next day, Tuesday. The busy military training life is coming to an end. Today Chu Yui arrived at the military training ground early because Counselor Fang Chouyue was preparing to hold a small class meeting. Fang Chouyue stood in front of the classmates and said, "Students, I have 2 things to announce to you now. First of all, remember I told you guys before the military training that this training will give you a surprise? After preliminary consultation with the school, it has been decided to hold a live CS match on the last day of military training, which is this Saturday. Please wait for specific notification for the specific requirements." The students immediately became excited when they heard this, especially the 4th student in the dormitory, who almost jumped up. He is a famous FPS game enthusiast. It seems that everyone is looking forward to this event. Fang Chouyue saw that everyone was very excited, and quickly signaled the students to be quiet, and then said, The second thing is that the Shanghai Calligraphy Association jointly organized a calligraphy competition with various universities. The school required each class to select 2 outstanding calligraphy works to participate in the competition. I hope everyone can actively participate. There is no limit to the calligraphy of fountain pens and brushes. Each dormitory should select at least 1 entry and submit it to squad leader Chu. The day after tomorrow evening we will vote in the lecture hall to select the top 2 to participate in the school-level selection. In the evening, the military training ended. Dormitory 520F4 walked together towards the cafeteria. While eating, the boss suddenly asked, "Brothers, who among you 3 can write calligraphy? My handwriting is almost as bad as a crawling bug. I can't participate." I remember that the third brother's handwriting is very beautiful. "How about you represent our dormitory?" The fourth brother continued. "It's okay if you can't write calligraphy. Just copy out the Lanting preface with a fountain pen and hand it in." The second child started to come up with ideas. Of course Chu Yui can write calligraphy. After all, the system has given him top-level calligraphy skills. It can be said that Chu Yui is definitely a top master in the field of calligraphy. Chu Yui heard the suggestions of several people in the dormitory. Although there was an obvious hint of evasion, he still agreed. After all, it wouldn't take long to write a piece of calligraphy. After dinner, Chu Yui decided to go back to the villa tonight. He remembered that the study in the villa had the 4 treasures of the study: pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. So he said hello to the other 3 and left. At the same time, he also planned to apply for a day student pass, as it was too troublesome to keep asking for leave. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chu Yui drove back to Haijing No. 1 Villa. After parking the car in the underground garage, he went to the study to prepare some ginseng dishes. This was his first time writing calligraphy. He had never used it since the system gave him the ability. Now he finally had the chance to show off his skills. He found a piece of rice paper, ground ink, picked up the brush, and finished it in one go. He didn't expect that it was like muscle memory. The moment the pen put down, he seemed to enter a state of ecstasy. So he wrote down 8 characters in a very impressive manner. A doctor has a kind heart and is knowledgeable and far-sighted. It is the motto of Shanghai Medical University. He wrote several pieces of calligraphy in succession and chose the one he felt was the best to hand in. 2 days later, Thursday. After the military training ended in the morning, Chu Yui came to Fang Choyue's office with a stack of entries. Seeing that Fang Choyue was not there, he placed them on the table in the office. When Fang Choyue came back, she planned to take a look at her classmates' entries. When she saw the only piece of calligraphy, she was shocked. She seemed to be pulled into the world of brush and ink, and could not come back to her senses for a long time. This is a masterpiece with artistic conception. She excitedly called the president of Shanghai Medical University, explained the situation to him, and then ran to the president's office with the calligraphy. When the principal heard teacher Fang say that a calligraphy genius had appeared, he was a little skeptical. It was not until the principal and other school leaders saw the work that they were shocked. This is simply a work of art. Chapter 13. Am I in trouble? Xiao Chu, don't forget to come to my house. In the principal's office. School leaders are holding urgent discussions. This calligraphy really exceeded their expectations. They didn't expect that calligraphy of this level could come from a freshman. Teacher Fang, is this Chu Yui a classmate of yours? The principal said, pointing at the signature. Fang Choyue was so excited at the time that she didn't even notice the signature and hurried over to report. But she immediately reacted, nodded to the principal, and said, "Yes, this student Chu is the monitor of our pharmacy class. He has strong organizational and leadership skills, and his singing ability is also outstanding." Fang Choyue briefly introduced Chu Yui in very capable language. At this time, a man wearing glasses next to him suddenly thought of something and said, "I know this student. We are dealing with a student dispute right now. This student Chu directly knocked down the city's taekwondo runner-up who was trying to stir up trouble." The school leaders present were all shocked after hearing this. This student Chu was indeed too omnipotent. After thinking for a while, the principal signaled everyone present to be quiet and made a phone call. "Hello Principal Yang, what can I do for you?" An old man's voice came from the receiver of the mobile phone. "Mr. Shen, I'm sorry to bother you. Our school has a student who is very good at calligraphy. He wrote a piece of calligraphy. Our level is still low, so please give us some pointers." Okay, I'll go and take a look this afternoon. Mr. Shen put down his phone, very curious about what kind of calligraphy work would make the school principal call him personally. In fact, there was another reason why Mr. Shen agreed so quickly. He really couldn't stay in the hospital. Before, he wanted to be discharged but was persuaded by his son, daughter-in-law and doctor in turn. He was quite helpless. Now that he finally has the chance to go out and get some fresh air, the old man feels very happy. In the afternoon, Mr. Shen came to Shanghai Medical University, and President Yang personally greeted him downstairs. After arriving at the principal's office, Principal Yang made a cup of tea for Mr. Shen and then took the calligraphy to Mr. Shen. When Mr. Shen saw the calligraphy, he felt at first glance that it was not simple. There is artistic conception in this painting. Artistic conception can be said to be the highest realm of calligraphy, as it can reflect the author's mood and purpose at the time. The calligraphy is strong and powerful, yet also has a gentle, jade-like feel. The person who can write this is definitely not an ordinary person. When Mr. Shen saw the signature, he couldn't help but be stunned. The name seemed really familiar. He asked, "Principal Yang, who wrote this calligraphy?" "This calligraphy was written by a freshman in our school. His name is Chu Yui. Can I see him?" Principal Yang nodded and immediately called Fang Chouyue. Principal Yang was very excited. He didn't expect that this student Chu could be specially invited by Mr. Shen to meet him. It seemed that he was really a calligraphy genius. He was naturally very excited that such a person came from his own school. At the same time, on the school playground. After Fang Chouyue finished the call, she went to the playground. The playground is not far from the office building and can be walked to in a few minutes. Fang Chouyue came to the military training ground and called Chu Yui out, saying, "Student Chu, come with me to the administration building. The principal wants to see you." After hearing this, Chu Yui did not dare to delay and immediately went to the principal's office with Fang Chouyue. On the way, Chu Yui wondered why the principal suddenly looked for him. Could it be about what happened with Lu Chen last time? Didn't he Senior Shen say that there was nothing wrong? Why did she call me over? Did I cause trouble? He plans to take things one step at a time. Fang Chouyue walked to the principal's office and knocked. "Come in." Fang Chouyue took Chu Yui into the principal's office. Mr. Shen, who was sitting on the sofa, saw that the person coming was the young man he knew, and he burst into laughter. "Xiao Chu, I think it should be you, good boy, you have a promising future." Chu Yui's original uneasiness disappeared the moment he saw Mr. Shen, and he asked doubtfully, "Mr. Shen, why are you here? How is your recovery going?" "Ha, thanks to you, I have almost recovered." Mr. Shen smiled happily. Principal Yang at the side looked puzzled and asked, "Mr. Shen, do you know this classmate?" "Yes, of course I know him. This little brother Chu can be regarded as my savior. I don't deserve it, it's just a small favor," Chu Yui said quickly. "By the way, Xiao Chu, is this calligraphy from you?" asked Mr. Shen. Chu Yui nodded. "Your handwriting is better than that of an old man like me. It's not simple. Xiao Chu, can you write a piece of calligraphy here and give it to me?" Chu Yui felt completely relaxed. It seemed that it was just because of the words, not a punishment for fighting. So he nodded in agreement happily. When Principal Yang saw that Chu Yui agreed, he immediately took out his 4 treasures of the study and gave them to Chu Yui. In fact, he really wanted to see how a young junior could express the artistic conception in writing. You should know that he is also a member of the Shanghai Calligraphy Association, but now he is over 50 years old and still cannot express the artistic conception of his writing. Chu Yui held the brush in his hand, closed his eyes, and imagined a huge painting of mountains, seas, cranes. Suddenly he opened his eyes and started writing. With great momentum and in one go, 8 big words appeared on the paper. "May you be as blessed as the East Sea and as long-lived as the southern mountains." It seemed as if there was a fairyland inside, bursting out with amazing vitality. Principal Yang and Fang Chouyue were stunned by the scene before them, but Mr. Shen burst into laughter. "Great! Your calligraphy attainments are far superior to mine. I never thought that even after practicing calligraphy for more than 50 years, I still couldn't reach the depth of artistic conception, but a young person could comprehend it. It's true that heroes emerge from the young." After Mr. Shen finished speaking, he paused for a while and suddenly said, "Xiao Chu, would you like to consider joining the National Calligraphy Association?" You are capable enough to take Chinese calligraphy to the next level. Xu Yui thought for a while but did not answer. Principal Yang saw Xu Yui was hesitant and said, "Student Chu, Mr. Shen is the vice president of the National Calligraphy Association and the president of the Shanghai Calligraphy Association. His support for you is priceless. Your future is definitely bright." Mr. Shen quickly waved his hand to stop Principal Yang from speaking and said, "Young people must not let their ideals become rigid. Xiao Chu, just follow your heart." After hearing what Mr. Shen said, Xu Yui stopped hesitating and said, "I am not interested in this, so I decline Elder Shen's invitation. I hope Elder Shen will not blame me. However, if Elder Shen needs me to do anything in the future, I will do my best to complete it." "Ha ha ha, good boy." Mr. Shen laughed happily. He didn't expect Xu Yui to have a mysterious background, outstanding talents, and ambitions. This child will definitely have a great future. After saying that, he stood up, picked up the rice paper, rolled it up carefully, and prepared to leave. He looked at Xu Yui and said, "Xiao Chu, don't forget to come to my house and sit down." After saying that, he left the principal's office. After Mr. Shen left, Principal Yang said to Xu Yui with admiration, "Student Chu, if you don't mind me calling you Xiao Chu, I guess." Of course Xu Yui would not refuse. "Xiao Chu, can you also write a calligraphy piece for me to learn from?" He felt that by understanding Xu Yui's works, he might be able to write with a sense of artistic conception. Xu Yui had no reason to refuse, so he readily agreed. Fang Qiuyue on the side also felt itchy in his heart. His grandfather also liked calligraphy. If he brought Xu Yui's calligraphy back, his grandfather would definitely be very happy. So he also said to Xu Yui, "Student Chu, can you also write one for me? I want to give it to my grandfather, he particularly likes calligraphy works." Xu Yui nodded, and just like before, he picked up his pen and wrote in one go. Soon, he finished 2 pieces of calligraphy. When Xu Yui and Fang Qiuyue came out of the principal's office, the military training had already ended. At this time, Fang Qiuyue gave Xu Yui a certificate, which was the day pass that Xu Yui had applied for before. After Xu Yui expressed his gratitude to Fang Qiuyue, he walked towards the dormitory. He didn't plan to go back to the villa tonight. After all, maintaining the brotherly relationship was also important. Chapter 14, First Place in Calligraphy Competition Song Xinxin's Confession. The night of voting for calligraphy works. Fang Qiuyue briefly introduced the voting process and briefly introduced Xu Yui's situation to the students. The school decided to directly submit Xu Yui's work for the school-level selection and no longer participate in class voting. Of course, for the sake of openness and transparency, Fang Qiuyue also hung Xu Yui's work on the blackboard so that students could communicate and learn. Although students have not studied calligraphy systematically, the reason why a work of art can be called a work of art is that it not only has something profound that can be seen by people who have studied it, but also has something that can be intuitively felt by the general public. When the students saw Xu Yui's work, they couldn't help but have a new understanding of class leader Chu. The classmates unanimously agreed that Xu Yui's work should be directly entered into the school selection. Subsequently, the selection of class works was carried out in full swing, and finally the top 2 were selected, namely, the deputy class monitor Su Lu and the student Xia Wei who had been eliminated before. Xia Wei's family background is relatively good. He has been learning calligraphy from his grandfather since he was a child. This is also the source of his confidence after school started. Now that he was defeated by Xu Yui again, he felt convinced this time. After all, even his grandfather could not reach this level of calligraphy. But when he saw Su Lu's admiring expression towards Xu Yui who was counting the votes on the stage, he felt that he still couldn't let it go. Let us keep things separate. There are only 2 days left before the end of military training. Ever since the dormitory leader Song Xiang successfully obtained instructor Huang's contact information and joined the National Flag Guard team, it seemed as if his Ren and Du meridians were opened up and he was no longer shy. During the military training, he brought the other 3 people in the dormitory to talk to instructor Huang intentionally or unintentionally, and also gave instructor Huang fruits and drinks. He was no longer afraid to speak like before. It's Friday night, and tomorrow is the last day of military training. The school plans to organize a bonfire party. The boss Song Xiang suddenly offered to treat the 3 people in the dormitory to a meal, saying that he wanted to thank them for their help before. At the dinner table, the 4th child suddenly asked the eldest child, "Boss, tomorrow is the last day of our military training. Aren't you going to confess your feelings to instructor Huang?" We've only known each other for a few days. What if I suddenly confess and scare Senior Huang? That's really inappropriate. But think about it. Although you have joined the National Flag Guard, Instructor Huang is a junior and has a lot of academic pressure. He has almost no time to go to the department. And do you think you will be there when Instructor Huang goes? The fourth brother continued. This sentence suddenly woke the eldest brother up. It was true. Generally, there would be more courses after the third year. He also had to write papers, prepare for postgraduate entrance exams, civil service exams, and internships. He would definitely have less time to spend with Huang Yishou. What should we do then? The boss Song Xiang began to get anxious. Xu Yui said calmly. Since you joined the National Flight Guard in order to increase your chances of coming into contact with Instructor Huang, you should consider how to further increase your chances. Xu Yui took a sip of water and continued. The best way right now is to become good friends, but time doesn't allow you to do that, so you can only change your mindset and take a gamble. But if you suddenly ask me to confess, I don't understand anything. The eldest brother touched his head. Everyone started thinking about it. Suddenly, Xu Yui had an idea and said, Tomorrow night at the bonfire party, I will sing and then organize everyone to do a duet dance. Boss, you can take this opportunity to invite Instructor Huang. When the atmosphere is set, I will sing a love confession song, and then. Xu Yui gave Song Xiang a look that showed he understood. Indeed, this is a good plan and worth a try. The second brother agreed. We can only give it a try. The boss seemed to have made some kind of decision. In the evening, Xu Yui returned to Haijing Villa No. 1 and planned to prepare some items needed for tomorrow's plan. He took out a few handsome suits, which he asked manager Lin to prepare for him. He felt that since he would be working in the business world in the future, formal suits would be indispensable. You see, this is now useful. Although these suits are not custom-made, their styles and materials are perfect. According to manager Lin, the average price of these suits is about 100,000 renminbi. Saturday is coming for the official confession. Xu Yui returned to the dormitory early with his equipment. Seeing that the three people were still sleeping soundly, he woke them up by tapping each of them. Then he threw the three suits he brought to the three people. The eldest brother's eyes widened when he saw the suit. He didn't expect that the third brother had such equipment. This is the suit I gave to you guys. You can't be a successful person without a suit. This is also a gift for you guys to follow me into the business world. Wow, third brother, this outfit is so handsome, it must be very expensive, said the fourth brother. It's not expensive, you can just wear it. Xu Yui said indifferently. Afterwards, the four people in the dormitory went to the school broadcasting room to pick up the microphone and speakers, and the task of creating the atmosphere was given to Xu Yui. Military training went on as usual in the morning, but because it was the last day, the instructors were not as strict as before. During the break, Xu Yui proposed to Instructor Huang that their area hold a bonfire party together in the evening. After discussing with several other instructors and students from other classes, Instructor Huang unanimously agreed. In the evening, the students returned to the dormitory and changed into their most handsome outfits. They all felt that this group activity might be a good opportunity to find a partner. The eldest brother Song Xiang ordered 2 bouquets of flowers, and picked a flower from one of them and placed it in the handkerchief pocket on the chest of F4's suit in the dormitory. Not to mention, the 4 people in the dormitory feel a bit like a celebrity debut. The initial allocation of the 4 people in the dormitory was that the third child, Xu Yui, sang to create the atmosphere, and the second and fourth children used the third child's singing as a signal to hold a grand ceremony for the eldest child's confession. After finishing dinner, the 4 people in the dormitory came to the playground with the equipment they had prepared. There were not many people on the playground at this time, and many students were helping the student union carry the bonfire stove and firewood. As the class monitor, Xu Yui naturally had to go and help his class get the fire-making equipment. When he arrived at the student union, he found a familiar and pretty figure in the crowd. It was Shen Xinxin. Shen Xinxin naturally also saw Xu Yui in a suit, and couldn't help but feel that Xu Yui looked even more handsome, with that kind of temperament that could capture the hearts of thousands of girls. Senior Shen, thank you for your hard work. Xu Yui greeted her. Junior brother Chu, you are dressed very formally tonight. Are you planning to confess your feelings tonight? Shen Xinxin teased. Senior Shen, you're joking. This is for the sense of ceremony. Xu Yui said with a smile. By the way, senior, why don't you join our class for the bonfire party tonight? Are you inviting me? Shen Xinxin smiled. Ha, if Senior Shen doesn't have time, don't force yourself. Sure, I'll be there once I'm done coordinating the firefighting and work. After all, it is an open flame, and even with the supervision of instructors and counselors, firefighting work must be done well. Chu Yui nodded and left with his equipment. As night fell, the bonfire slowly burned. Several classes sat together around the bonfire, looking forward to the start of the bonfire party. Chu Yui walked to the campfire, holding the microphone, and officially announced. Bonfire party officially begins. Chapter 15, Bonfire Confession Night, some are happy and some are sad. With Chu Yui's announcement, the bonfire party of the pharmacy class officially began. At the party, the boys were all dressed smartly and looked energetic. The girls were also all beautiful and glamorous. The whole playground is filled with youthful atmosphere. Tonight is the night for freshmen to celebrate the end of military training and let go of their fatigue. It is also the night when they are about to embark on a wonderful university life. Chu Yui, as the monitor of the pharmacy class, hosted this grand party together with monitors of other classes. First, each student took turns to perform their talents. Then there are various mini-games. The students were having a great time, with smiles all over the place. Among this group of people, the F4 in Chu Yui's dormitory is the most conspicuous. The four of them are all wearing high-end suits and look handsome, which naturally brings out their masculine temperament and frequently attracts the attention of female classmates. But the four of them couldn't indulge themselves. After all, they had a very important mission tonight. Time passed by minute, and it was almost time to end. Chu Yui winked at the three people in the dormitory, and they understood and began to implement the plan. The second and fourth brothers ran into the darkness and began to prepare for the next step. Huang Yixia was chatting with Fang Chouyue on the side, not knowing that she was the brightest heroine of the night. The eldest brother stood there with his hands shaking uncontrollably, feeling extremely scared, nervous and uneasy. He couldn't help but wonder what he would do if Huang Yixia rejected him, and this uneasiness grew stronger as time went by. Chu Yui noticed the boss's nervousness, stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous, and that they would back him up. The boss took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. Chu Yui saw that the boss's mood had stabilized a lot, so he walked to the microphone and said, "Classmates, the bonfire party is almost over. Let me sing a song for everyone and let's have a double dance party. I'll give you 3 minutes to invite your friends, loved ones, or strangers, and let's have fun together." The students cheered and shouted one after another, and the real feast began. Everyone was actively looking for their own dance partner and enjoying this final carnival. Chu Yui was quietly looking at the boss Song Xiang on the stage, to see if he could successfully invite instructor Huang to join him, when suddenly he heard someone calling him. When he paid attention to the people coming, he found that the people standing in front of him were the deputy monitor Su Lu and several other girls. If he remembered correctly, they should be Su Lu's roommates. Su Lu was pushed in front of Chu Yui by those girls, her face red and looking very nervous. Chu Yui smiled and asked, "Student Su, is there anything wrong?" Su Lu heard Chu Yui's words and knew that it would be impolite if she didn't answer, so she mustered up the courage to say, Chu, can I invite you to be my dance partner?" The more Su Lu spoke, the redder her face became, as if she had used up all her courage in her life. Chu Yui looked at Su Lu and thought that this girl was quite cute. He was also embarrassed to refuse her. After all, she had mustered up the courage to invite him, and if he refused, it might hurt the girl's feelings. He is not a fool, so he can naturally see that Su Lu has a crush on him, but he feels that love is a two-way journey, and he currently has no feelings for Su Lu, so he still needs to keep his distance. It is difficult for ordinary people to maintain this kind of distance, which does not hurt feelings but also does not give rise to illusions. Chu Yui responded, "Sure, please give me more advice." He couldn't handle this distance, so he can only maintain the relationship with his classmates and take things one step at a time. Hearing Chu Yui's agreement, the roommates following Su Lu greeted Su Lu with a smile and left. He also hopes that the boss can muster up the courage like Su Lu. Even though his brothers are not around, he still has to fight like a man. On the other side, when the boss Song Xiang heard Chu Yui's signal, his originally calm heart began to tense again. He secretly encouraged himself in his heart. He cannot retreat, cannot let his brother's efforts go to waste, and certainly cannot allow himself to regret it. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he came to Fang Chouyue and Huang Yixia. He imitated the gentleman in the movie, put his left hand on his chest, stretched out his right hand, and said, Coach Huang, can you dance with me? The eldest brother is quite handsome, with regular features, and with the suit as a backdrop, he does look about 50% like the gentleman in the movie. Huang Yixiao was very surprised. She thought she was just there to maintain order, but she didn't expect that some classmates wanted to invite her to dance with them. But I can't dance, Huang Yixiao said embarrassedly. The reason why she joined the army was because she had a carefree personality. If she wasn't beautiful, she would look like a little boy. Fang Xiaodui, who was standing by, naturally understood what Song Xiang meant, so she pushed Huang Yixiao from behind and said, "It's not like you're going to perform on stage, why do you care about these things? You can learn if you don't know how to do it." Fang Xiaoyue and Huang Yixiao have been good friends since their freshman year. If Huang Yixiao had not joined the army, they would definitely have graduated together by now. She knew Huang Yixiao's personality, and that she liked to treat boys as friends. Also, because of Huang Yixiao's personality, not many people confessed to her, so she still wanted to help Huang Yixiao. Huang Yixiao thought it made sense after hearing this. After serving in the army for 2 years, he finally got discharged and it was time for him to enjoy his college life. So he took Song Xiang's hand and walked towards the campfire. The dance officially begins. Most of the students don't know how to dance, but they know simple square dance moves, so they can only express themselves. The whole event venue can be described as a real chaos. But what does this mean? As long as you are happy, isn't it? Chu Yui and Su Lu were dancing to the beautiful music. Although Chu Yui didn't know how to dance, he danced quite well under Su Lu's guidance. On the other side, Song Xiang and Huang Yixiao neither knew how to dance and could only move back and forth. If you didn't know, you would think they were learning to walk. After a while, Chu Yui felt that the time was about right, and said to Su Lu, "Student Su, I'm going to sing. If you don't have another dance partner, you can sit next to me and rest for a while." Su Lu nodded, then walked to the microphone with Chu Yui, and sat down to listen to Chu Yui singing. Chu Yui planned to sing a pop song first, and then suddenly changed the key and start singing a love song in the middle. This change of key and song was the signal to the 3 people in the dormitory. Everything is going according to plan. At first, the students were immersed in Chu Yui's singing, but the sudden change of tune made the students curious. Before that, Song Xiang brought Huang Yixiao to the center of the stage where Chu Yui was. As a warm love song slowly spread out, a young man in a suit walked out from the darkness in the distance, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, and slowly walked towards the classmates. The classmates were all guessing who this gentle and refined boy was going to confess his feelings to. After a while, the gentle boy handed the bouquet to another handsome boy. Song Xiang looked at the second oldest, Zhang Haoyu, and solemnly took the bouquet. He turned around and bowed slightly to a beautiful girl, handed her the flowers, and said affectionately, "Senior Huang, I like you, can I pursue you? Can I pursue you?" This is a universal sentence that leaves girls no reason to refuse. Although it sounds like nonsense, it is a boy's right to pursue a girl or not. But this sentence, on the one hand, expresses love, and on the other hand, can establish a suitable connection with the girl and avoid the embarrassment of being rejected due to lack of familiarity. As soon as the confession was made, the 4th brother lit the fireworks. In an instant, many fireworks rushed to the sky and exploded. The brilliant fireworks shone on everyone, especially on the 2 protagonists of the night. Bonfire, fireworks, and Chu Yui's deep love songs. In an instant, the romantic atmosphere reached its climax. Everyone's attention was focused on the 2 of them, waiting to see if the girl could respond to the boy's expectations. Chapter 16. More than friends, but less than lovers. Everyone is looking forward to whether the girl can respond to the boy's expectations. Huang Yixiao was a little overwhelmed by this sudden confession. From childhood to adulthood, almost no boy has ever confessed his love to her. When she was in junior high and high school, she only knew how to study hard and never accepted the confession of love from a boy. But in fact, she treated others as her friends and didn't notice that others liked her at all. Later, he joined the army while he should have been enjoying his youth at university. She never thought anyone would like her. Huang Yixiao looked at the boy in front of her who was wearing a suit and had delicate features. She recalled that during the military training, almost no classmates dared to talk to her. Only this boy was willing to take the initiative to communicate with her, allowing her to experience the real college life. Romantic atmosphere, memories of the past, and a handsome boy. After all, most girls are emotional creatures. Maybe it won't necessarily make her feel good, but it will definitely make her feel loved. No matter how tough a girl is, she will become gentle and emotional at this time. After thinking for a while, Huang Yishao smiled and said to Song Xiang gently, "I'm sorry, Mr. Song, I can't agree to your request right now." After hearing these words, Song Xiang felt extremely sad, but he forced a smile, fearing that others would see how miserable he was. "But Junior Song, I don't know if I have a crush on you. After all, we are not familiar with each other yet. Maybe we can be friends. When we are familiar with each other, I will give you the final answer." After saying that, she gently held Song Xiang's slightly trembling hands holding the flowers and smiled gently. Song Xiang felt hope suddenly well up in his heart. Although there was no result yet, at least he now knew that Senior Huang did not hate him, and that was enough. At this moment, a sudden loud noise came from the air, and the students all looked up at the same time. A huge firework exploded in the air and bloomed in the sky, as if symbolizing a beautiful future. There are also many classmates who bravely confess their love to their loved ones, and naturally some are happy while others are sad. The party is over. Chu Yui left 3 people in the dormitory to help teacher Fong and instructor Huang clean up the venue, and planned to go to the music classroom to return the borrowed audio equipment. When he walked outside the playground, he found a girl standing quietly with her hands behind her back, as if waiting for someone. When he got closer, he found that it was Shen Xinxin. She had a sly smile on her face and was staring at him intently. Chu Yui felt a little uneasy being stared at, and quickly asked, "Senior Shen, what are you doing here? Why don't you come over and play with me?" The confession ceremony was well organized, with fireworks. It was quite a grand occasion. Shen Xinxin said, pretending to be angry. In fact, Shen Xinxin was indeed a little angry. Chu Yui didn't even tell her in advance that he would set off fireworks. You know, the school prohibits private fireworks, so she had worked in vain. She didn't feel relieved until the student union teacher told her that the principal agreed. Chu Yui scratched his head embarrassedly. He naturally understood what Shen Xinxin meant and apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Senior Shen, I thought the principal had already told you. It's my fault." In fact, Shen Xinxin would not bother with Chu Yui. After all, she hadn't seen such beautiful fireworks for a long time. "Brother Chu, you seem to be quite popular. When I was planning to look for you, I found you dancing with a girl. You may not know that I could see it clearly from the side. Many girls wanted to date you." Shen Xinxin said to Chu Yui jokingly, but for some reason, she always felt a sense of loss in her heart. Chu Yui could only smile along. He didn't know how to respond. After all, he didn't find her by his own will. There was only one explanation. Being handsome can sometimes be a burden. "By the way, how was your battle result tonight? Tell me about it." So Chu Yui walked towards the music classroom with Shen Xinxin while telling her about the plan, process and final result of the 4 people in the dormitory. "That's great." Shen Xinxin couldn't help but say, "This means we are more than friends, but less than lovers." When they arrived at the music classroom, they found it empty. It seemed that the members of the music club had left. Chu Yui put the speaker back to its original position and heard senior sister Shen behind him say, "Brother Chu, I was planning to go dance with you, but someone else cut me off halfway. Shouldn't you make it up to me? Compensation? How can we compensate? We can't just hold a bonfire party." Chu Yui's brain began to spin rapidly, and he said, "Senior Shen, if you don't mind, how about dancing here?" When Shen Xinxin heard this, the strange feeling of loss in her heart disappeared, but she couldn't show it too obviously, so she pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Okay, I'll forgive you this time, but it won't happen again." Afterwards, Chu Yui turned on the speaker again and played a soothing piece of music. The two danced to the music, as if they had forgotten the existence of time. When the song ended, Chu Yui's heart was pounding and Shen Xinxin's face was slightly flushed. Boom boom boom. The school bell tower also happened to ring. It was 10 o'clock. Chu Yui only noticed how late it was when he heard the bell, so he said to Shen Xinxin, "Senior Shen, it's getting late. Let's go back to the dormitory. It might be closed soon." Shen Xinxin nodded, and the two left the classroom. The next day, Sunday. Today is the day when the school holds a real-life CS competition, and the students are very much looking forward to it. After Chu Yui made sure that all classmates were present, he boarded the bus and headed to the CS venue in the suburbs. After arriving at the location, Coach Huang introduced the rules of the game to everyone. The general rule is that each class has one field, and the battle is an intra-class battle. The two teams are divided into groups by drawing lots. If you are stained with the opponent's paintball color, you will be eliminated. The winner is the one who eliminates all the opponents. The students first practiced shooting with paintball guns. After becoming familiar with the map, they officially began to compete in groups. Finally, the decision was made by drawing lots. The second, fourth, and Chu Yui are on the blue side, while the eldest is on the red side. After everyone was fully equipped, the fourth brother confidently said to the three people in the dormitory, "Let's make a bet. Guess who among the four of us in the dormitory will be eliminated first?" The eldest, Song Xiang, said, "I think it must be the third child. He is so popular with girls, the men in the class must target the third child first." After hearing this, the fourth and second sons also felt that it made sense. Chu Yui immediately stopped listening and retorted, "Boss, don't forget that you are not in the same camp as us. Guess what will happen if the three of us find you?" The second and fourth brothers couldn't help but imagine that if they met the eldest brother, they would probably beat the eldest brother's butt. It's really exciting just thinking about it. So the second and fourth ones also bet that the eldest one would be eliminated first. The eldest brother Song Xian was quite dissatisfied. As the saying goes, if one is successful in love, then he will be successful in everything. So he directly issued a declaration of war to the other three people in the dormitory, threatening to defeat them all by 1-on-3. Then he walked towards the red camp. The three people in the dormitory also became excited when they heard this. After all, the four of them usually got a stable B+ when playing CS on the computer, and they couldn't tell who was the best shooter in the dormitory. It seems that this battle will determine who is the gun god in the dormitory and who is the clown in the dormitory. Chapter 17. The fourth brother shows off his skills. He goes on an incognito visit. The CS war officially begins. Both sides first selected captains, and the position of captain of the blue team naturally fell to squad leader Chu Yui. Chu Yui looked at his teammates and found that except for himself and the second and fourth brothers, there were only 3 boys, and the rest were girls. It seems that there are twice as many boys on the red side as on the blue side. Although girls' physical strength is slightly lower than boys, their flexibility is significantly higher than boys. So they began to develop a strategy. Chu Yui asked Su Lu, the deputy squad leader of the same team, to lead the girls to ambush at the high ground of the blue team's position. This would ensure the girls' physical strength as much as possible and enable them to launch a powerful counterattack at the last moment. He planned to lead the remaining 5 boys to sneak into the border between the red and blue sides and lure the enemy into the blue army's position. Relying on her excellent memory, Su Lu arranged the girls in groups of 2 to ambush at high points on every main road. This not only allows you to hit enemies on the main road, but also allows you to know if anyone is passing by the side road. Chu Yui knew that the other party must also know that there are fewer boys on their side and the girls have insufficient experience with firearms, so they will definitely be more aggressive. He planned to take advantage of the opponent's mentality and continue to provoke them, which would definitely attract the opponent's large force. Chu Yui planned to let the other 5 people act separately, sneak into the red team's position and avoid conflicts as much as possible. Chu Yui then quietly moved to the back row and found that most of the boys on the blue team were on several main roads, while the girls mainly played the role of attracting the enemy's attention and luring them to expose their positions. It seems that they are also more cautious. Chu Yui planned to observe the general distribution of the red side first. So he secretly climbed to the highest point at the edge and found that there was only 1 girl inside. Chu Yui took out a few Easter eggs from his pocket and threw them directly at the girl, hitting her on the back. According to the rules, the girl had been eliminated. Chu Yui immediately made a gesture to silence her. He was afraid that the girl would suddenly shout and expose her position. He went to a high place and looked down at the red zone position, and found that it was roughly the same as he had thought before, but he noticed that there seemed to be 3 fewer boys on the opposite side. He immediately passed the message to others using the walkie-talkie to prevent being ambushed from behind. Chu Yui planned to take down a few spies on high ground first, and then join forces to attack the enemies on a main road and defeat them one by one. The plan was going smoothly. Just as Chu Yui and the other 5 people occupied all the high grounds and joined together, Su Lu's anxious voice suddenly came from the intercom. "Captain Chu, a few people suddenly came out from behind and occupied several of our high points. They are now firing at the rest of us." Before he finished speaking, Chu Yui and his 6 companions suddenly saw large red army troops on several main roads running directly towards the blue army's positions. Not good. Chu Yui thought the red team would be reckless, but he didn't expect them to be so reckless and start a head-on confrontation directly. "I was too cautious and ended up making myself unlucky." Chu Yui immediately said to the other 5 people, "We must go back immediately, the girls alone can't hold on." But it was all too late. Although the girls on the blue team tried hard to resist, they were unable to withstand the attack from both sides and were eventually defeated. However, the girls' resistance was still effective. At least there are only a dozen people left on the red team. But it was still very difficult for Chu Yui and the other 6. Chu Yui planned for the 6 of them to act separately. Since the enemy outnumbered us, they might as well give it a try. Half an hour later. Currently, there are only Chu Yui and Lao Si left on the blue team, and there are still 6 people on the red team. The 4th one said to Chu Yui, "Third brother, can you help me attract the 6 people on the opposite side? I have a way to try." Chu Yui nodded and chose to believe in Lao Si's plan. He quietly moved to the center of the blue team's position and found that the remaining people of the red team were concentrated there. Chu Yui saw the boss Song Xiang showing off with several other members. He smiled secretly and shot the boss Song Xiang directly in the butt. Accurate hit. Naturally, his position was also exposed to the red team. The remaining 5 students chased after him directly, leaving only the leader Song Xiang standing there spouting CS vulgar words. Seeing that his plan had worked, Chu Yui quickly ran towards the 4th man's position, eliminating one more person in the process. When they arrived at the meeting point discussed with the 4th brother, Chu Yui gave up struggling and sat on the ground waiting for their arrival. The 4 people who caught up with Chu Yui immediately surrounded him, intending to interrogate him about the whereabouts of the last member of the blue team. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped down from a high place. He took out some flour-like powder from his pocket with both hands and sprinkled it directly in the air. In an instant, Chu Yui, Lao Si and the other 4 members of the red team were covered in powder. Then, the elimination lights on the 4 members of the red team lit up. It turned out that the 4th brother ground all his paintballs into powder, and as long as he threw the powder on the opponent, he would be eliminated. They succeeded. The 4th brother turned the tide and helped the blue team win the final victory. The military training time finally came to an end. That night, Chu Yui planned to invite Shen Xinxin to dinner. The first reason was to thank her for her warm hospitality. The second and most important reason was to discuss with Shen Xinxin about pretending to be her boyfriend. Of course, there is a third meaning. Chu Yui plans to go to Xingfeng Hotel in Shanghai for a secret visit, because only by not preparing anything can you truly see the root of the problem. After Chu Yui called Shen Xinxin to explain his purpose, Shen Xinxin readily agreed to the invitation. Then the 2 of them drove towards the Xingfeng Hotel in Shanghai. After Chu Yui parked the car in the parking lot, he and Shen Xinxin entered the hotel gate. The entire hotel lobby is decorated in a very luxurious and grand manner. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a mid to high-end hotel in the entire Shanghai city. The hotel receptionist was a young girl in her 20s. When she saw Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin come in, she asked enthusiastically, "Sir or madam, do you have an appointment? Reservation?" Chu Yui had a puzzled look on his face. He remembered that the information provided by the system did not mention that reservations were required for hotel dining. Seeing Chu Yui's puzzled look, the lady at the front desk explained, "It's like this, sir. We have been very busy recently and the seats are very tight. We can only dine by reservation. If you don't have a reservation, I'm sorry to give you a bad experience." Chu Yui couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. He didn't expect that as a major shareholder, he would have to make a reservation to have dinner. But I can't blame others for this, after all, I was planning to make a secret visit. Chu Yui smiled awkwardly and said, "Senior Shen, how about we go somewhere else?" Shen Xinxin naturally agreed readily. She originally thought that spending money in such a place was too extravagant. Although she was not worried about Chu's wallet, there was no need to come here at all. Just when the 2 were about to leave, a ruffian-looking man suddenly came in from the door, followed by 2 heavily made-up women. He noticed what happened at the hotel front desk outside the door, and also noticed Shen Xinxin beside Chu Yui. He had never seen such a beautiful woman since he was a child. She was so much better than the 2 beside him. He planned to catch Shen Xinxin. When the receptionist saw the person coming, she immediately left Chu Yui and the other person and walked towards the man. "Mr. Chen, what instructions do you have for me?" Chen Xiao waved his hand, signaling the receptionist to make way, and then walked straight to Chu Yui. He looked at Chu Yui, who was wearing ordinary clothes and was just an ordinary, handsome college student, and couldn't help but smile. "Little brother, this is not a place for you to spend money. You don't even have an appointment and you want to pretend to be a rich second generation to pick up girls. Go back and make friends with your right hand." Shu Yui looked at Chen Xiao in front of him with dissatisfaction. He didn't provoke anyone, but he suddenly came to provoke him. Of course, he was a little angry. The man named Shen Xiao then looked at Shen Xinxin, smiled, thinking he was very handsome, and said, "Beauty, why don't you give me a chance? I can give you what this poor boy can't give you." A charming woman next to Chen Xiao said, "Our Master Chen is the son of the deputy manager of Xingfeng Hotel. He never needs to make a reservation to eat here. He is nothing like the country bumpkin next to you." Shen Xinxin's face was as cold as frost at this moment, and Shu Yui couldn't help but feel the air around them gradually getting colder. Senior sister Shen's aura is too strong, Shu Yui thought secretly. "Get out," Shen Xinxin said. Chapter 18 Boss, I was wrong. People who bring disaster upon themselves do not deserve sympathy. Roll. Shen Xinxin had a cold face and was unwilling to say another word. When Chen Xiao heard Shen Xinxin's words, he was stunned for a moment, but then he became furious. You have to know that the previous Chen Xiao was a high and mighty person. As long as women came to him on their own initiative, he would never be rejected. This made him feel embarrassed. Chen Xiao said fiercely, "Little girl, don't you see whose territory this is? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe I will punish you?" At this time, Shen Xinxin's aura had become extremely cold. She was considering whether to use the power of her family to teach this bastard a lesson. Shen Xiao saw that Shen Xinxin didn't want to deal with him at all, which made him very angry. However, in order to save his face, he began to speak sarcastically. "Little girl, don't hang out with a poor loser every day. What's the point of being handsome? Can being handsome be used to make a living? If you can't even reserve a seat, stop embarrassing yourself here." The two women beside Shen Xiao also echoed. "That's right, if you can't even reserve a table, then don't stay here. If people see you, they won't even feel like eating. Yes, Master Chen is really amazing. This little girl can't tell who is good and who is bad. She is just as good as blind." At this moment Chen Xiao felt very comfortable. He just wanted to press the person he couldn't get to the ground and humiliate him severely. Shu Yui became furious when he heard the people opposite insulting Shen Xinxin. He felt that such people would actually act so presumptuously in his hotel, and the people behind them must not be good people either. He then planned to call the general manager of Xingfeng Hotel and ask him to come over to him to deal with the problem. At this time, a middle-aged bald man with a fat head and big ears came down from the elevator. He saw on the surveillance camera in the office that his son seemed to have an argument with others, so he decided to come down to take a look at the situation. Normally he wouldn't care about this kid, but recently at a high-level meeting it was suddenly announced that the top management had changed, and the original person in charge was directly replaced by a mysterious boss. He also didn't understand who this mysterious boss was. He took over 51% of Xingfeng Hotel's shares in one go and became the actual helmsman. The power behind him must be extraordinary. He has been worried every day since he found out about this. The person in charge before was his childhood friend, and he got to this position because of this relationship. It is also because of this relationship that he has a high say in the entire hotel. But now that the new boss has suddenly arrived, he is afraid that the new boss will dig up old accounts and settle accounts, so he has been very cautious recently. He specifically told his son to be well behaved for a while until he had established a good relationship with the new boss, and at the very least not to let the new boss get any hold of him. So after he saw his son arguing with others, he decided to come down and resolve the matter. Chen Xiao saw his father coming down from the elevator and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He quickly ran to his father and asked, "Dad, why did you come down suddenly? You little bastard, didn't I tell you to behave yourself for a while? Why are you causing trouble for me again?" Chen Xiao thought his father came to support him, but he didn't expect to be scolded first. So he pretended to be aggrieved and recounted what had happened before, exaggerating the matter, and directly portrayed the situation as him intending to ask the two guests who did not have a reservation to leave, but ended up being scolded by the other party. As if he was the real victim. Shu Yui and Shen Xinxin were listening quietly beside them, not taking their actions seriously at all. The middle-aged man certainly didn't believe what his son said, so he planned to ask the two men to leave and end the matter as soon as possible. So he walked towards Shu Yui and the other person. "You two, if you don't have a reservation, please go back and don't cause us any trouble here." Shu Yui knew this middle-aged man and had seen him in the information provided by the system. "You are Vice President Chen of the hotel," Shu Yui said playfully. He originally thought that investigating the problem would take some time, but he didn't expect it to come to him. That's right. Now that you know what I mean, you should leave here as soon as possible. What if I don't leave? Xu Yui said indifferently. Seeing that Xu Yui didn't take him, the vice president, seriously at all and was still shameless, the middle-aged man became a little angry. Boy, I've already given you face, but I didn't expect you to take advantage of me. If you don't leave, I have a way to make you leave. Security. Kick these two people out and put them on the hotel's blacklist. Several tall security guards surrounded the two men, ready to carry Xu Yui and the other man out the door. When Xu Yui was about to use force to deal with these security guards, a loud shout suddenly came. Stop it, you idiots, stop it. A middle-aged man ran in from the door. He was Wang Guowei, the general manager of Xingfeng Hotel. Wang Guowei had just returned to the hotel after a business trip. As he parked his car in front of the hotel, he suddenly saw the security guards running towards the hotel lobby. Thinking something had happened in the hotel, he also hurried to the lobby. When he ran to the door, he found a group of security guards surrounding a young man. Why does this boy look so familiar? Wang Guowei thought, and then suddenly remembered. Shit, isn't this the new boss? Wang Guowei hurriedly ran to Xu Yui, bowed, and said, Boss Chu, why didn't you say hello to me when you came? I could have come out to greet you. Xu Yui carefully read the detailed information and naturally recognized the person. Manager Wang, what do you think about the abuse of power? When Manager Wang heard this, he knew what had happened before. It must have been the vice president and his stupid son who caused the trouble. Why did he have to offend the new boss when there were so many people to offend, and now I have to get scolded as well? Manager Wang greeted all of Deputy Manager Chen's 8 generations of ancestors in his heart. The previous boss had a good relationship with Vice President Chen, and I couldn't compete with him. Looks like that kid is in big trouble now. Manager Wang quickly said, Boss Chu, this matter is my fault. I will handle it immediately and give you a satisfactory answer. All he wanted now was to admit his mistake as quickly as possible to avoid his boss's anger being directed at him. At this moment, Vice President Chen was terrified. He never expected that the ordinary young man in front of him was actually the mysterious boss he wanted to curry favor with. He suddenly felt that his life was about to end. Trembling, he pulled his son in front of Xu Yui, and his legs unconsciously dropped to his knees. Chu. Mr. Chu, I didn't mean it. You bastard, why don't you apologize to Mr. Chu? Xu Yui felt uncomfortable looking at these two people, and then turned to Manager Wang and said, Manager Wang, I'll leave these two people to you. Don't forget to ask the legal department to investigate their actions. Do you understand? I understand, Mr. Chu. I'll ask the front desk to take you to the VIP box to rest for a while. I'll report to you after I finish dealing with things here. Xu Yui nodded, and then she and Shen Xinxin followed the receptionist's instructions to the box to rest. Hotel lobby. Manager Wang looked at the Chen father and son who were kneeling there trembling, and asked the security guards to carry them away so as not to embarrass the hotel. The two women following Chen Xiao looked at the embarrassed appearance of Chen's father and son, and tactfully left the hotel. Manager Wang then walked to the front desk and ordered the staff to distribute President Chu's photo to all company employees, so that no one would provoke President Chu again. By the way, let the legal department conduct an investigation, file a lawsuit against the Chen father and son, and put the 4 people mentioned above on the blacklist of high-end restaurants in Shanghai. After finishing everything, Manager Wang walked towards the VIP room. Chapter 19 System, you think it's intentional. But I like it. Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin were led to the VIP box by the receptionist. I have to say that this hotel is truly unique and even the decoration of its private rooms is extremely luxurious. Shen Xinxin was not too surprised by Xu Yui's identity. After all, he could drive a 3 million yuan car. At the party, Shen Xinxin also noticed that the suits worn by the 4 people in Xu Yui's dormitory were all worth no less than 100,000 yuan. Sir, madam, please take a look at our menu. The exclusive waiter in the private room handed each of them a menu. Xu Yui took a quick look at the menu. Wow, almost every dish started at 1,000 yuan, and only a few cold dishes were less than 1,000 yuan. He put the menu on the table and said to Shen Xinxin, who was sitting next to him, Senior Shen, please order whatever you want to eat. You don't have to save money for me. Shen Xinxin also changed her previous cold expression at this time, regained her usual calmness, smiled and said, Student Chu, since you are the one treating, you can make the decision. Shu Yui could see that Shen Xinxin had difficulty making decisions. When she ate at Grandma Lu's house before, she just sat down and didn't even think about ordering any food. Shu Yui asked. So, does Senior Shen have any dietary restrictions? Shen Xinxin shook her head, indicating that both were fine. So Shu Yui told the waiter to serve some signature dishes according to the sizes of the two of them. In fact, he just has difficulty making choices. He would try not to make any choices if possible and avoid making things difficult for himself. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Manager Wang opened the door, stood respectfully in front of Chu Yui, and said, Boss Chu, I have arranged everything according to your wishes. I swear that if such serious mistakes occur again in the future, I will take the initiative to resign from the company. Manager Wang still doesn't know what Chu Yui's temper is like, but no matter what, it is always right to bravely take responsibility and correct mistakes in a timely manner. Chu Yui looked at Manager Wang, who looked nervous, and said with a smile, I know this is a criticism left by the previous management. It has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself too much. Manager Wang also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Chu Yui then changed the subject. But now that I'm in charge, I won't allow this kind of problem to happen again within the management, including me. Even if I come to eat, I have to make a reservation in advance. Manager Wang is also a veteran who has been in the workplace for many years. Naturally, he understood the meaning of Chu Yui's words and said, Yes, Mr. Chu, from now on I will definitely crack down on this kind of behavior and will never let you down. Chu Yui nodded after hearing this. He had read the detailed information provided by the system before and found that General Manager Wang was very capable, self-disciplined, and a trustworthy person. Otherwise, Chu Yui would definitely take this opportunity to make a major change in the management team. By the way, Mr. Chu, this VIP room is reserved for you. You can come anytime. If you need anything, just call me in advance. After all, if the boss has to make reservations just to eat at his restaurant, there is no need for him to continue working as the general manager. He knew what Chu Yui meant by this. He should set an example himself, but he also had to know how to adapt. It's just like Cao Cao shaved his head to replace his leader during the Three Kingdoms period. The boss has his perspective and the subordinates have their perspective. Chu Yui nodded and asked Manager Wang to go back and rest. At this time, the food was served. Chu Yui took a bite and found that it was indeed delicious. It seemed that the hotel was full. So Chu Yui chatted and joked with Shen Xinxin while commenting on the taste of the food. Just after finishing the meal, Chu Yui planned to go to the bathroom first, and then go back to talk to Senior Sister Shen about how to deal with the family dinner on the weekend. When he came to the toilet, the system's voice came out. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 2 experience points from the system. The current level is level 1810. The reward has been issued, and the Lamborghini Aventador has been parked in the Haijing No. 1 underground parking lot. Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to use it? Chu Yui was very happy because the system finally issued the reward. He used the lottery opportunity without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special effect, a great strategy. Tips? What does that mean? The effect of the trick is that the host has 3 chances to ask me for a trick. After the system evaluates the problem, if the problem meets the requirements, the system will help you solve it. If the evaluation fails, the system will not provide help to the host. Tips? Then can we let the system help Senior Shen solve this problem? System, I think you did it on purpose, but I like it, Chu Yui thought. System, I want to use a chance of the magic bag. Host, please ask me a question. System, is there any way to convince Senior Sister Shen's father not to introduce her to anyone anymore? Host, this question is too broad and does not meet the evaluation criteria. Please ask again. Chu Yui was speechless. It seemed that he could only think about the problem from a different perspective. Is it because the target is inaccurate? System, how can we make Senior Sister Shen's father give up on bringing Senior Sister Shen up with that overseas returnee? System evaluation in progress. Ding! The solution has been delivered to the host Xingfeng Hotel office. The current number of times remaining, 2. Office? Chu Yui quickly called Manager Zhang and asked him to take him to the office. After Chu Yui arrived at the office, he found that the decoration was very elegant and simple, and there was a thick stack of materials on the desk. It seems that this is the system solution. Chu Yui looked through the information carefully. You don't know until you turn it over, and you'll be shocked. This young man's overseas name is Jack. This young man who sounds so awesome, his overseas returnee master's degree is bullshit. This young man is a very philandering young man. The so-called overseas returnee master's degree holder also got a girl pregnant when he was in high school. The young man's family was afraid that the matter would get out of hand, so they paid a large sum of money as compensation and sent the young man abroad to get a diploma. As a result, the young man became lustful, cruel and ruthless abroad, and colluded with powerful forces to do all kinds of evil. The so-called gentle and refined personality is just an act after returning to China. In fact, he is just a villain and a villain. Xu Yui looked very angry. Any one of these could bring ruin to his reputation. But he calmed down and found that the evidence provided by the system was sufficient, forming a perfect chain of evidence. Photos, bills, all the information was there. There was also a CD inside the file, which seemed to contain backup data. He planned to give this information directly to Senior Sister Shen, as this information was a magical weapon that could directly hit the vital points. Xu Yui returned to the VIP box and saw Senior Sister Shen playing with her phone out of boredom. He smiled and said, "Senior Shen, let's talk about how to help you solve the problem." "Why, Junior Chu is planning to be my fake boyfriend." Shen Xinxin had a little bit of anticipation. Xu Yui smiled and shook his hand, then placed the stack of documents in front of Shen Xinxin. "What is this?" Shen Xinxin asked curiously and began to flip through it unconsciously. "This is the person your father likes." Shen Xinxin's hands turned slower and slower, and her face gradually became gloomy. By the time she finished reading it all, her hands were shaking unconsciously. Xu Yui comforted. "Senior Shen, don't be angry about this. After all, he is in sheep's clothing and most people can't tell it. I'll send it to my dad right now, so he can see what kind of person he likes is." Shen Xinxin said angrily. Xu Yui immediately stopped Shen Xinxin upon seeing this and said gently, "Senior Shen, I have a way to make your father never find you someone you don't want to meet again. Are you interested?" After hearing Xu Yui's speech, Senior Sister Shen gradually calmed down and her expression gradually eased. Then she asked in confusion, "What method?" Chapter 20 Advanced Task Mr. Shen's Invitation. "What is the solution?" Shen Xinxin asked doubtfully. "Senior Shen, this is what I think. If you send this information directly to your father now, although it can prevent your father from introducing this one to you, it certainly cannot stop him from helping you find the next one." After hearing this, Shen Xinxin nodded and fell into thought. Xu Yui continued. "I think you can have a family dinner in advance, and it must be before your grandfather's birthday. The earlier the better, so that it won't affect your grandfather's mood on his birthday. Given that bastard's temper, what do you think he would do if you exposed him to his face?" Shen Xinxin thought carefully for a while and said, "He is very likely to become angry and reveal his true nature." "Yes. Although he can hide his true nature very well, anger will make his nature completely out of control. If your father saw it, he will definitely be shocked, feel guilty and angry, and then I will put forward my demands and he will have no choice but to compromise." Shen Xinxin also understood Xu Yui's intention and began to draw inferences from it. Xu Yui nodded and continued. "I feel that his disguise skills are so advanced that it won't be easy to get him to reveal his true colors. Senior Shen, you need to find a way to break through and keep provoking him. You must make sure that he reveals his true nature." It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin discussed the plan in possible situations. Shen Xinxin actually felt very strange as to why Chu Shuedi was able to collect such detailed information, and there was plenty of evidence such as pictures. However, she did not intend to ask too much. After all, she was already very touched that junior brother Chu was willing to help her. After Chu Yui drove Shen Xinxin to school, he went directly to Haijing Villa No. 1. He didn't plan to stay in school tonight. He just wanted to see his top-of-the-line Lamborghini worth 10 million as soon as possible. He drove the car into the underground garage and a brand new sports car came into view. "Damn, this car is so cool." Xu Yui thought to himself that he suddenly felt that his Porsche 911 was no longer so popular. Then he couldn't wait to sit in the driving seat of the Lamborghini, stepped on the accelerator, and the car flew out like an arrow. The roar of the engine is the romance of men. After Xu Yui had satisfied his passion for racing, he decided to go home and have a rest. Xu Yui had just laid down on the bed when the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Host, now I will issue you a novice promotion task. After completing it, the system will be upgraded. Newbie promotion task: create a pharmaceutical company of your own and complete the research and development of a drug. Task rewards: 100% shares of Shanghai Medical Food Street, 100% shares of Rongfa Pharmaceutical Research Technology Company, Limited, and 100% shares of Shanghai Huzhong Private Hospital. Chu Yui was shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect the reward for this mission to be so generous. It directly made his net worth soar by tens of billions. But he was also aware of the difficulty of this task: to establish his own pharmaceutical company and to develop a drug. First of all, the pharmaceutical industry is a big money-sucking black hole in its initial stage of construction. No results mean zero income. The various instruments and reagents used in pharmaceutical R&D are very expensive. One instrument may cost millions. There are also various infrastructures, factories, and scientific research talents. He only has 10 million in liquid funds. Although he also has shares, cars and houses, even if he sells them, it may just be a drop in the bucket. Besides, I am just a college student and it is impossible for me to have so much time to complete the task. Just when Chu Yui didn't know how to complete the task, the system's voice appeared again. Host, please don't worry. This mission is mainly to cultivate the host's ability to take charge of the overall situation and long-term strategic vision. The system will provide guidance for the host. The host only needs to follow the system's instructions. Chu Yui nodded, thinking that this was the truth. After all, no big boss would run the business himself, just leave it to the CEO. However, entrepreneurial acumen, vision, and other qualities need to be cultivated through practice. Perhaps this is the core of this mission. After Chu Yui figured it all out, he fell asleep peacefully. The next day, Chu Yui came to the classroom to prepare for class. Seeing that the students were discussing something, he came to the three brothers in the dormitory and asked, "Boss, what's going on?" "Third brother, don't you know that the school forum has exploded again this morning? A mysterious rich man has appeared on campus again. Someone took a photo of a Lamborghini in the school parking lot." Chu Yui thought the teacher had arranged something for him, but it turned out to be because of this. He lost interest instantly and sat down to watch videos. Seeing Chu Yui's indifferent look, the boss said, "But we in the dormitory still think your Porsche 911 is the coolest. After all, being able to sit in it and being able to look at it are two different things." Then he patted Chu Yui's shoulder with a smirk on his face. Chu Yui originally planned to drive the Porsche 911 this morning, but he couldn't resist the urge to drive, so he chose the Lamborghini Termini. He wasn't trying to show off, he just loved this car so much. At this time, the boss came forward and said to Chu Yui, "Old three, are we good buddies?" Chu Yui looked at the boss with a wretched face and said unhappily, "If you have to fart, do it now." After hearing this, the boss shook his head embarrassedly. Are his thoughts written all over his face? Then he stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "Senior Huang and I have an appointment to go out for lunch today. If you are free today, can you lend me your car?" Chu Yui looked at the boss and thought something had happened, but it turned out to be just a small matter. Chu Yui didn't waste any words. He really had nothing to do at noon, so he took out his car keys from his pocket and threw them to the boss. The boss looked at the car keys and felt something was not right. The car logo was not a Porsche logo. "Old three, are you getting a new car?" "Just changed it today, it's the Lamborghini you mentioned before." My goodness, this scared the other three people in the dormitory. If the eldest brother hadn't been steady, the car keys would have fallen to the ground. Damn, the third brother is so awesome. When will we three in the dormitory be given a car? The fourth brother joked. "When you start a business with me, I will give each of you a car. You can choose the car yourself." When the three people in the dormitory heard Chu Yui's voice, stars appeared in their eyes and they cheered like monkeys. They forgot that they were in the classroom and their classmates were looking at them strangely. At this time the teacher came in and the students all kept quiet and listened to the class attentively. It was noon. Chu Yui went to the restaurant to eat with the second and fourth brothers, while the eldest brother planned to meet up with Senior Huang first. In fact, the boss didn't borrow the car from Chu Yui just for the sake of face. He had already told Senior Huang about Chu Yui's strength. He just thought that it would be a shame if he didn't drive the car. When the three of them had just finished eating in the cafeteria, Chu Yui's phone suddenly rang. He found that it was an unknown number, but he still answered it. "Hello, Xiao Chu, it's me." A familiar old voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's Mr. Shen, do you have any instructions?" Xiao Chu, I wanted to call you earlier to invite you to dinner at my house, but I found out that I didn't have your contact information. I finally found out after asking your principal Yang. Xiao Chu, are you free on Wednesday night, which is the day after tomorrow? If you are free, how about coming to my house for dinner? Xu Yui had no reason to refuse, so he readily accepted Mr. Shen's invitation. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yui saw the second and fourth brothers were staring at him. At this time, the fourth brother said, Senior Shen invites you to dinner again? Oh, I really envy you and the boss. We are the only two single guys in the dormitory with no one to keep us company. There's a weird smell. Xu Yui rolled his eyes at the fourth brother and said, First of all, it's an old man I know who wants me to chat with him and have a meal. Secondly, senior sister Shen and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Chapter 21, An unexpected situation occurs and the scammer must be severely punished. Okay, we're just ordinary friends. The second and fourth brothers naturally didn't believe what Xu Yui said. After hearing their sarcastic words, Xu Yui no longer intended to pay any attention to them. After all, no matter how loud the noise is, it can't wake up two pigs pretending to be asleep. Sometimes Xu Yui really wanted to find a girlfriend for these two lazy guys or something to do, which might help them stop having these idle fantasies. After finishing their meal, Xu Yui and the other two headed towards the dormitory as they had a whole afternoon of classes. Medical and pharmacy students have full schedules, and I feel so tired. The three people in the dormitory were just beginning to feel sleepy in their beds when suddenly the urgent ringing of a cell phone woke them all up. The third brother rubbed his eyes and looked at the contact person. He found that it was the eldest brother calling, so he picked up the phone. The boss's anxious voice came from the receiver. Third brother, something terrible has happened. We were driving your car and got scammed. Xu Yui lost all sleepiness after hearing this and asked quickly, Where are you now? I'll be there soon. The boss sent Xu Yui a location and then hung up the phone. Xu Yui hurriedly called the second and fourth brothers. They also heard that the eldest brother was hit by a scam, so they stood up and followed Xu Yui to the eldest brother's location. At this time, it was the boss Song Xiang. Ouch, don't you rich people have eyes when you drive? Ouch, it hurts so much. A young man was lying in front of a Lamborghini, wailing in pain. Song Xiang was confused at this moment. He and Huang Yixio had just finished their meal and were preparing to go back to school, but this happened as soon as they arrived at the parking lot. He was not in the car at all, but when he came back he found someone trying to scam him in front of him. He was truly speechless. I'm telling you, either you pay me 500,000 for my medical expenses or my watch is broken. This is a Rolex Green Submariner. The total is 600,000. If you don't pay, we'll see you in court. The young man lying on the ground shouted loudly, as if he was afraid that someone didn't know that he had been hit. Although the owner was not in the car at all. However, his shouting did attract some people who liked to watch the fun. Brother, there are cameras in the parking lot. Aren't you just shooting yourself in the foot? Song Xiang said speechlessly. If you have the guts, check the surveillance camera and let everyone see how you knock me down. Didn't you even check if there was anyone around when you were driving? When Song Xiang heard this, he realized that the surveillance in this parking lot was broken, otherwise how could this person be so rampant? Well, there is no way to reason even if you are right. Huang Yixio, who was standing by, clenched her fists so tightly that veins popped out. With her straightforward temper, he would definitely want to beat her up, but as a veteran, she absolutely could not do such a thing. Song Xiang also noticed that Huang Yixio was suppressing her anger, and he gently comforted her. Senior, don't be angry yet. The third brother and his friends will be here soon. With the third brother's strength, he will definitely be able to help us solve this problem. A few minutes later, Xu Yui and the other two arrived at the parking lot where the boss was. This place is not far from the school, and we were in a hurry, so we arrived at the scene in just a few minutes. Xu Yui was too anxious at the time and didn't notice that the Shanghai Xingfeng Hotel was actually not far from here, about 500 meters away. He immediately called Wang Guowei and asked him to come here with legal staff and several security guards. The second and fourth brothers were about to go in and help the eldest brother solve the problem, but were stopped by Xu Yui. Wait a minute, what's the point of you going in now? If there is surveillance, the boss won't be so anxious. We must let the matter be handled by professionals. In fact, Xu Yui is not afraid of being hit by a car accident at all. His car is equipped with a 360-degree recorder. Unlike other cars, this recorder can still work normally when the car is not started. Now he just wants the perpetrators to pay the price they deserve. A few minutes later, Manager Wang hurried over with a few people. Boss Chu, I brought the legal staff here as you asked. Chu Yui nodded and said directly. Come with me. Chu Yui and his group walked towards the boss. When Chu Yui and Manager Wang saw the situation with the boss, they were both shocked. Isn't this person lying on the ground an acquaintance? Chu Yui couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, isn't this Mr. Chen? It's been a long time since I last saw him like this. The young man who was lying howling suddenly heard a familiar voice and was immediately frightened to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Even if he turned into ashes, he would still be able to hear this voice. You're imitating others and hitting porcelain. Come and let me see if it's broken? Chu Yui said this deliberately to disgust Chen Xiao. He didn't expect the world to be so small. This young Master Chen actually came out to disgust him again, making his already angry heart even more upset. Chen Xiao, who was lying on the ground, was terrified at this moment. How could he meet this immortal again? But then he realized that the surveillance here had been broken by him. He had the upper hand, so why should he be afraid of him? Mr. Chu, your friend hit someone with his car and broke my watch. It is reasonable that you should compensate me. Of course, his watch was not a Rolex Green Submariner, it was just a high-end imitation from a cheap stall. Chu Yui nodded after hearing this and said, Of course I will compensate you. Let's keep things one way and one way. Then he got up, took the key, opened the car door and took out a USB drive. Of course, if there is a real collision, compensation will definitely be paid. Chen Xiao, who was lying on the ground, felt relieved when he saw that Chu Yui would compensate him. In fact, he didn't want to commit fraud. After he was kicked out that day, his father was taken away by the police for investigation that night because of the conclusive evidence. He has also been prosecuted. It is only a matter of time before he is punished. But young Master Chen was used to spending money lavishly. Faced with the huge fine, he was no longer the same young Master Chen as before, so he wanted to commit fraud to make some quick money. I didn't expect to meet such a great god again. I'll ask you again, are you sure you were hit? Chen Xiao thought that the money would come soon, so he nodded quickly. Chu Yui couldn't help but laugh when she saw him nodding so eagerly. Then he asked the legal staff behind him. Did you record the entire process? The legal officer responded. Boss Chu, the entire process has been recorded according to your instructions. Chu Yui took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to the legal officer, saying, There is 24-hour surveillance video in here. You know what to do next. He wasn't going to give this fool another chance. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son will dig. The same applies to this fool. After all, he is just like his father. The legal officer nodded, and then said to Chen Xiao, who was lying on the ground. Mr. Chen, I am filing a lawsuit against you on behalf of Shanghai Xingfeng Hotel. If you have any objections, we will see you in court. Impossible, the car wasn't even started, how could there be surveillance? Chen Xiao couldn't believe his ears and shouted loudly. Oh, I admit that the car didn't start, but I'm sorry, my car monitoring is on 24 hours a day, you and your father should reflect on your life. Chu Yui shouted after he finished speaking. Security, please get Mr. Chen out. It's so cold on the ground. After that, several security guards carried the terrified Chen Xiao out. Manager Wang and his team said hello to Chu Yui and left the scene. The four people on the side were all confused. They didn't expect that this matter would end so quickly. The bosses Song Xiang and Huang Yixiao came forward and hurriedly thanked Chu Yui. Chu Yui waved his hand and smiled. We are all brothers. No need to thank each other. We are the ones who brought you and Instructor Huang together. When will you two treat us to a meal? Facts have proved that it is necessary to spread brothers' scandals, to help brothers, and to insult brothers. It's no wonder that the three people in the dormitory like to spread rumors about him, and Senior Shen, he himself does the same. Song Xiang directly elbowed Chu Yui and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Senior Huang and I are just friends now. Don't talk nonsense. Huang Yixiao blushed and seemed a little at a loss. Chu Yui laughed and said, Let's go back quickly. We still have classes this afternoon. After that, Chu Yui and his group of 5 got in the car and headed straight for school. Chapter 22, Encounter at the Auction, Why Are You Here Too? Dormitory 520F4 and Huang Yixia returned to school, and after a short rest, they went to the classroom for class. After the afternoon classes were over, the four of us in the dormitory planned to go to the dormitory to play games after dinner. Ding-ling ding-ling. Xu Yui answered the phone and Manager Wang's voice came from the other end. Mr. Chu, sorry to bother you. We have received news that the food supply rights of Lingfa Green Food Company will be auctioned at the Shanghai Stock Exchange tomorrow afternoon. The food supply rights of this company are still very popular. So you want to bid for the food supply rights, right? Xu Yui asked. Yes, Mr. Chu. After market research and risk assessment, the board of directors has agreed to this plan. However, Mr. Chu still has to make the final decision. What is the initial estimate of how much it will cost? About 1 million. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. The final profit will definitely be higher. Xu Yui thought for a while and said, Okay. From now on, as long as it's not a particularly important matter, you will be in charge of it yourself. I believe in your ability. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your trust. Would you like to go to the auction with us tomorrow? Xu Yui thought about it for a while and was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered that he had to visit Mr. Shen's house on Wednesday, and it would be unreasonable not to bring something. How about trying your luck at the auction? Xu Yui thought this was a good idea, and then said, Okay, what time does it start tomorrow? 14 o'clock. I'll be at the hotel around 12 o'clock, let's just have dinner together and go straight there. Okay, Mr. Chu. After saying that, Xu Yui hung up the phone. The next day, Tuesday. Xu Yui has classes today, but he plans to ask his 3 roommates to sign in for him in the afternoon. Anyway, it's just a non-existent class in the afternoon, so it doesn't matter if I skip it. It was already 11:40 when the class ended in the morning. After Xu Yui explained the situation to the 3 roommates in the dormitory, they went to Xingfeng Hotel. When he arrived at the hotel entrance, he found Manager Wang and a woman in professional attire standing at the door to greet him. When Manager Wang saw Xu Yui getting off the car, he hurried forward and said, Boss Chu, let me introduce you. This is our company's financial director, Lin Yan. Hello, Mr. Chu. Lin Yan bowed respectfully and greeted him. Xu Yui waved his hand and said, There's no need to be so reserved, just be normal. By the way, Manager Wang, who's going to the auction with you this afternoon? It's just the 3 of us, Mr. Chu. It's getting late. The kitchen has already prepared the food. Please move to the private room. Xu Yui nodded and walked towards the door. After Manager Wang and others accompanied Xu Yui into the VIP box, the waiter immediately served the food. Boss Chu, enjoy your meal. We'll be leaving first. Just call us when you're done. After saying that, Manager Wang and Lin Yan planned to leave. Wait, sit down and eat together. I'm not a tiger. You don't have to worry about anything when you're with me. This is not good. Manager Wang, Ms. Lin, please sit down. How long will it take me to finish all these dishes by myself? There is a saying in the workplace, the first one may be a courtesy, the second one must be executed immediately, and never let your boss say it a third time. Thank you, Mr. Chu. We'll be welcome then. Manager Wang and Lin Yan sat down and started eating with Xu Yui. Manager Wang, please tell me about the main content of this auction. Xu Yui didn't care about the food supply rights, he was more concerned about what other valuable items were there. Boss Chu, this auction is the largest auction in Shanghai this year. The one we are attending is mainly for corporate services and antiques, calligraphy and paintings. It is said that there will be some precious private collections auctioned this time. Manager Wang is not stupid. Xu Yui just told him this morning that he would not interfere too much in the company's decisions, so this inquiry naturally would not be about the right to supply ingredients. Oh? Any valuable collections? Xu Yui's curiosity was aroused. The highlight of this antique calligraphy and painting exhibition is a Tang Sankai 3-colored glazed pottery treasured by a private collector. It was exclusively used by the royal family. The colors are very beautiful and it is well preserved. It is considered to be the top quality Tang Sankai at present. It is truly worth a lot of money. Manager Wang said. He also had some knowledge of antiques, calligraphy and paintings, so he was naturally able to introduce them with ease. After hearing this, Xu Yui wanted to see what the Tang Sankai looked like. At 2 p.m., Xu Yui and the other 2 arrived at the auction on time. When Xu Yui arrived at her seat, she found that the person sitting next to her was a very elegant older sister. She had a dignified posture, a white dress, and her soft long hair covered her profile. Xu Yui always felt that the person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. When Xu Yui sat down, the older sister seemed to sense that there was someone next to her and turned her head subconsciously. The two looked at each other, and both showed surprise on their faces. "Student Xu? Teacher Fong? Why are you here?" They both said in unison. "Well, the teacher didn't catch me for skipping class, but the counselor did." "Student Xu, shouldn't you be in school now?" "Okay, you've learned to skip classes, right?" Fong Qiuyue was so angry that she grabbed Xu Yui's ear. As the class monitor, Xu Yui naturally had more exchanges with Fong Qiuyue. In addition, the two of them were not much different in age, so they got along very well. Now they have a relationship of both teacher and friend. "Ouch, Teacher Fong, please be gentle." "I'm busy." "But why are you here, Teacher Fong?" "Student Xu, you have to understand clearly that I asked for leave, but you didn't." "How dare you ask me?" After Fong Qiuyue said this, she pulled even harder. Xu Yui's facial features twitched in pain, and he quickly said, "Teacher Fong, I was wrong. Please be gentle, it hurts." Manager Wang and Lin Yan saw Xu Yui being humiliated so miserably, and using the excuse of skipping classes, and they tried to hold back their smiles, but the corners of their mouths were harder to suppress than AK. When Fong Qiuyue saw Xu Yui admit his mistake, she also let go of the hand that was pulling Xu Yui's ear. "It won't happen again. What are you doing here?" Fong Qiuyue didn't pay attention to campus forums and didn't know Xu Yui's financial strength. Xu Yui pointed at the two people behind him and said, "These two are my uncle and sister. I came here with my uncle to observe and learn." Fong Qiuyue nodded after hearing this. She felt that coming here to study was a good thing. After all, university classes could not teach you any knowledge other than professional knowledge. "As for me, I just wanted to give Grandpa a gift, but I didn't know what to choose, so I came here to take a look." After hearing this, Xu Yui suddenly felt that Fong Qiuyue was a fellow traveler like him, and even their goals were exactly the same. Then, the auction officially began. The first one is the project auction. When it was Lingfa Food Company's turn to supply food, the people present bid very quickly, and it seemed that this company was indeed very popular. Finally, thanks to the efforts of manager Wang, the final transaction price was 980,000, which was similar to the company's valuation. The next second game is the highlight. You have to know that most of the people present came for the last piece of fine Tang San Kai, so the competition must be very fierce. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, the second round officially began. Chapter 23, Good boy, you are going to fight with me, right? With the announcement of the auctioneer, the second round officially began. The first items to be auctioned were calligraphy works by famous ancient masters. Xu Yui sat in his seat without any interest. He felt that some of these calligraphy works were not as good as his. Apart from the historical value, the rest were all created by the celebrity effect. However, he also knew that his calligraphy was given by the system, and he was not worthy to be compared with these celebrities. But what belongs to you is yours, this is an ironclad fact. Fong Qiuyue, who was standing next to Xu Yui, never bid a price from beginning to end. She felt that there were many other famous artists' calligraphy and paintings in her grandfather's study, and she was still waiting for an auction item that would impress her. As time passed, the calligraphy and painting section reached its last item. The staff member came on stage and displayed a piece of calligraphy, which only had a few words on it. The auctioneer then introduced. This lot is a handwritten imperial calligraphy by Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. It is one of the few emperor's handwritten imperial calligraphy that has been well preserved to this day. The starting price is 1 million, and the increment is 100,000 yuan. The bidding will begin now. Although Fong Qiuyue felt that this calligraphy might be much inferior to the other calligraphy and paintings in her grandfather's collection, she became interested when she heard that it was one of the few imperial calligraphy works. She thought it would be a suitable choice to give it to her grandfather as a gift, so she also participated in the bidding. Xu Yui saw that Fong Qiuyue seemed particularly interested in this item, so he knew that she had already found a gift for her grandfather. However, he had no interest in it. The only thing that interested him at the moment seemed to be the exquisite Tang San Kai. The auction price kept rising, and people were bidding very quickly, reaching 4.1 million in an instant. Fong Qiuyue has begun to hesitate. She currently has only 4 million in her hands. If she continues to add more money, she may have to ask her parents for financial support. But she didn't intend to do so. After all, she was a girl with backbone. The money was earned by investing her monthly pocket money. If she asked her parents for help, it would go against her intention of giving a gift to her grandfather on her own. She began to hesitate. Then the auctioneer called out, 4.1 million, who else wants to raise the price? 4.1 million once. 4.1 million twice. 4.3 million. Xu Yui bid. He saw Fang Qiuyue's hesitation and knew that the price might have reached the upper limit of her budget, so he decided to help her. Fang Qiuyue didn't expect that Xu Yui next to her would bid up to 4.3 million. Wasn't he here to accompany his uncle to study? Why did he suddenly start bidding? Okay, this gentleman is asking for 4.3 million. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? A lady in the front turned her head and looked in the direction of Xu Yui. He thought he would take the picture successfully, but unexpectedly a young boy suddenly appeared. Her name is Zhang Rohan, and she is the jewel in the crown of a famous real estate developer in Shanghai. She gritted her teeth and continued shouting, 4.5 million. As soon as she finished speaking, Xu Yui shouted, 4.7 million. Zhang Rohan was a little angry. 4.5 million was already her limit. If she continued to raise the price, the final target funds might not be enough. So she reluctantly gave up bidding. The auctioneer then said, 4.7 million once, 4.7 million twice, 4.7 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding on this item. Please ask our staff to handle the next procedures with this gentleman later. Seeing that he had already taken the picture, Xu Yui turned to Fang Qiuyue and said, Teacher Fang, I'll give you this work. I may skip classes again in the future, so please forgive me. But I promise I won't fail. This sentence stunned Fang Qiuyue. She didn't expect that Xu Yui suddenly took the photo just to give it to her. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and refused. Student Xu, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Otherwise, I will buy it, but you have to wait for a while. When I have sufficient funds, I will return it to you. For Fang Qiuyue, 5 million is not a problem at all. However, if she were to rely solely on herself to earn it, it would take some time to accumulate. Xu Yui naturally understood Fang Qiuyue's feelings. Seeing Fang Qiuyue's determination, he agreed to her request. By the way, classmate Xu, what do you mean by you've skipped classes a lot? Do you want to continue skipping classes? I forgive you this time, but I don't want to see you skip classes again. Xu Yui could only smile awkwardly. He was in a hurry to start his own business, so he would definitely skip classes as he had a full schedule every day. But let's take it one step at a time. Time passes by every second. Finally, it's time to auction the exquisite Tang Sankai. The auctioneer excitedly introduced the historical background and value of this Tang Sankai on the stage. Most of the people in the audience came for this purpose, but they knew that they would not be able to take a picture of this work of art with their abilities, so they wanted to see who the big shot who could take a picture of it was, and it would be best if they could have the chance to make friends with him. Xu Yui suddenly stood up after hearing this. Fang Qiuyue, who was standing next to him, was startled. Seeing Xu Yui, who had always been uninterested in everything, suddenly became excited, she couldn't help but feel confused. Could it be that student Xu came here for this? Judging from the fact that Xu Yui generously gave her a calligraphy work worth 5 million, she knew that Mr. Xu must not be as simple as he said. The starting price of this Tang Sankai is 100 million yuan, and the increment is 1 million yuan. 120 million. 150 million. The bidding sounds continued, and soon reached 550 million. This bid was made by Zhang Rohan. Before she came, she vowed to successfully bid for this Tang Sankai. 550 million. This lady is offering 550 million. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? This price is already the actual value of this Tang Sankai. If you continue to increase the price, you will definitely lose money. Everyone here is a businessman and will definitely put profits first. So no one continued to bid. Xu Yui on the side never called out a price from beginning to end. He wasn't actually paying attention to the price, but was struggling with the system in his head. Host, the double cashback card is already a fixed reward from the system, please don't be greedy. System. In novels, the protagonist's golden fingers often give out 10 or 100 times cashback cards, but you're just giving me 2 times, isn't that too stingy? Host, please take care of yourself. It turned out that when Chu Yui was passionately introducing himself to the auctioneer, the system suddenly issued a task. The host's surrounding environment has been detected. The host is provided with assistance for the first stage of the promotion task, and a double cashback card is awarded with a cashback amount of 2 billion. After hearing this, Chu Yui was so excited that he stood up straight, which scared Fang Qiuyue. Then he noticed that the system only gave him a double cashback card, and the final limit was only 2 billion, so he bargained with the system. It was obvious that Chu Yui lost. When he reacted and heard the auctioneer shout out 550 million, he immediately shouted, "I'll give you 600 million. Zhang Rohan found out that this guy started bidding against her using the same tactics and couldn't help but get angry. However, she felt that she was determined to win this time, so she prepared a total of 900 million yuan, which was 400 million yuan more than the estimated amount. Zhang Rohan then shouted, "I'll offer 650 million. 700 million. She didn't expect that this guy would raise the price to 700 million without even blinking an eye. Good boy, you are against me, right? Zhang Rohan decided to fight this guy to the end. She felt that no one except her could use 900 million to bid for this item. Chapter 24, there is a heavy price to pay for teasing me. 710 million. Zhang Rohan's bid increase rate began to slow down. She was testing Chu Yui's bottom line step by step. She was not a fool, and the less she could spend, the better. Manager Wang and Ling Yan, who were standing beside Chu Yui, were both shocked. Mr. Chu was using more money than the market value of his hotel to bid for this product. They couldn't help but feel that Chu Yui's identity was even more mysterious. He took out 700 million without blinking an eye, let alone a small hotel. Fang Qiuyue was also confused by Chu Yui's operation. He first helped her buy the calligraphy and paintings, and then used 700 million to buy an antique that was only of collection value. Even if she had a family fortune of 10 billion, she could not afford such a squandering. She always thought that Chu Yui was an ordinary student. He was low-key and humble in school, kind to others, and did not have the temper of a rich boy at all. She had never thought that Chu Yui had such a powerful background. This refreshed her understanding of Chu Yui. She also understood that Chu Yui's words about coming to visit and study with his uncle were all excuses to conceal the truth. 750 million. Chu Yui continued to raise the price significantly. Zhang Rohan, who was sitting in the front, was so angry that she was about to smoke. She didn't expect this guy to go against her all the time, so she simply went all out and directly quoted the price. 800 million. 850 million. Chu Yui shouted right after Zhang Rohan made her bid. On the contrary, he thought that the higher the price, the better, and it would be best if it went directly to 1 billion. In this way, he could get 1 billion for free plus the finest Tang Sankai, which would be a huge profit. 900 million. Zhang Rohan shouted out all her current budget, and if Chu Yui added more, she would have to give up. 950 million. As expected, Chu Yui followed the price immediately. The people at the scene were all stunned. It only took them 1 minute to go from their original mentality of watching a show to their current mentality of shock. They were surprised that someone was willing to spend nearly 1 billion to buy this item, and they were even more surprised that there was a mysterious big shot at the scene. The auctioneer then announced that Chu Yui had bought the piece for 950 million. The system's voice also sounded. The double cashback card has been used, and 1.9 billion has been transferred to the host account. Please check it in time. The reason why Chu Yui did not directly offer 1 billion was because if he revealed his last trump card without knowing the other party's background, he would only lose miserably. However, this result has made Chu Yui very satisfied. The auction is officially over. Chu Yui and manager Wang went through the final payment procedures under the guidance of the staff. Chu Yui also asked Fang Qiuyue to go with him to complete the formalities, and then give the calligraphy and painting directly to her after the handover was completed. After the handover was completed, the staff asked, "Mr. Chu, we can deliver these 2 collections to your door for free. Please rest assured that we have a dedicated security escort and they will be delivered tonight. It is absolutely safe." This was exactly what Chu Yui meant. After all, professional matters must be left to professionals. Chu Yui and Fang Qiuyue then left the auction venue after leaving their respective addresses. After several people left the venue, manager Wang took the lead and said to Chu Yui, "Boss Chu, will you go back with us?" Before Chu Yui could answer, Fong Choyue spoke first. "You guys go first, classmate Chu and I still have something to talk about." When manager Wang saw Chu Yui nodded, he left the scene with Ling Yan. Chu Yui looked at Fong Choyue and said with a smile, "Teacher Fong, you've really put me in a difficult situation. I came here in the company car. How can I go back now that I have no means of transportation? Don't be so joking. I have a car. I'll drive you back. Let's get down to business. I'm keeping you here mainly to thank you for helping me. I'm going to treat you to dinner tonight. Please thank me." Fong Choyue winked at Chu Yui playfully. As expected of being one of the four school beauties, this scene had stunned Chu Yui. However, he had great concentration and immediately adjusted himself back to his normal state. He said, "Then I would like to thank Mr. Fong for the treat." Fong Choyue is a girl with a gentle personality and a little bit of playfulness. As long as she is not in school, Fong Choyue, who has taken off her identity as a teacher, looks like an older sister next door. Then Chu Yui got into Fong Choyue's car. Along the way, Chu Yui was thinking about how to use his current 950 million yuan of funds to complete the promotion task given by the system. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he only came to his senses after being reminded by Fong Choyue. "Student Chu, we have arrived at our destination, stop being in a daze." After getting off the car, Chu Yui found himself in the parking lot of Xingfeng Hotel in Shanghai. He had a puzzled look on his face. Why did he do this to me again? However, he planned to tease Fong Choyue, as he knew that Fong Choyue definitely didn't know that he was the chairman of Xingfeng Hotel. He deliberately coughed twice and said to Choyue, "Teacher Fong, I seem to have a cold. Do you have a mask in your car?" Fong Choyue felt very confused. This kid was apparently full of energy before, how come he suddenly caught a cold? But she didn't think much about it. After asking about Chu Yui's situation with concern, she took out the mask from the car and handed it to Chu Yui. After Chu Yui put on the mask, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Teacher Fong, I heard that this place is very luxurious and you need to make a reservation to eat. Teacher Fong, there may not be a seat if you come directly." After hearing this, Fong Choyue couldn't help but puff out her chest with pride and said, "Hey, classmate Chu, you don't know that the previous owner of this hotel is a friend of my father. My father took 20% of the shares of this hotel in my name. I am also a small shareholder, so there must be a private room. Wow, Teacher Fong is so capable. I can benefit from him too." Chu Yui pretended to be very surprised and praised Fong Choyue. But he was indeed a little surprised. He remembered every shareholder in the information provided by the system, and remembered a man named Fong Jianhua. It seemed that he was Teacher Fong's father. Although Fong Choyue was nominally a shareholder, she had never attended any shareholders' meetings or shown up in person. Fong Jianhua sent people to attend all matters. Fong Choyue couldn't help but smile when she heard Chu Yui's compliment. After all, no girl would be unhappy after being complimented. Fong Choyue then made a phone call, and after hanging up, she took Chu Yui into the hotel. When the receptionist saw the two handsome men and beautiful women coming, she quickly stepped forward and asked enthusiastically, "Do you have a reservation?" At this time, a middle-aged man hurriedly ran out of the elevator. It was manager Wang who had just returned to the hotel. He rushed down immediately after receiving a call from Fong Jianhua. When he saw Fong Choyue and Chu Yui at the front desk together, he was stunned. Chu Yui's little trick was to think that others would not recognize him when he wore a mask, and he underestimated the old fox in the workplace, but he did fool the receptionist. "Boss Chu, this lady should be Miss Fong." "Hello, I am Wang Buwei, the general manager of Xingfeng Hotel." Fong Choyue was also shocked when she saw manager Wang, and then she realized that Chu Yui was actually the chairman of the board. "Okay, Chu Yui. You've been playing tricks on me, haven't you? I won't hold you accountable for saying you want to study with uncle, but you're lying to me even when I come to your restaurant to eat?" After saying that, he grabbed Chu Yui's ear. "Teacher Fong, I just want to give you some face. And be gentle, your ears are going to fall off. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. The consequences of teasing me are very serious. I was wrong, Teacher Fong, please forgive me. I won't tease you anymore." Fong Choyue let go of Chu Yui's ears only after she heard Chu Yui begging for mercy. Shu Yui quickly covered his ears with his hands and rubbed them hard. Teacher Fong is really strong. Shu Yui secretly groaned inwardly. As punishment for playing a trick on me this time, I'll treat you to a meal, but you'll have to pay for it. Shu Yui nodded after hearing this. This wasn't really a punishment. Should I pay for dining in my own restaurant? Manager Wang, who was standing by, looked at the two funny guys laughing and playing, and felt that they were exactly like a young couple. He said to the two of them, Mr. Chu, Ms. Fong, let's move to the VIP box to order food. Fong Choyue nodded and followed Manager Lin to the VIP box. Shu Yui followed silently from behind. He knew that Fong Choyue might still be angry, so it was better to be careful. Chapter 25, Agreement with Fong Choyue. Zhang Rohan's tracking. Shu Yui followed Fong Choyue quietly. After all, one has to bow his head under the eaves, and Fong Choyue was his counselor. To those who don't know the situation, it seems like Fong Choyue is the company's president and Shu Yui is the secretary. After arriving at the VIP box, the two sat down and the waiter handed each of them a menu. Fong Choyue started to look through the menu without saying a word, making Shu Yui feel confused about whether to order or not. Women's minds are so hard to understand. Shu Yui couldn't help but think. It was obvious that Fong Choyue had no difficulty making decisions, and she had ordered the food in a short while. After explaining everything to the waiter, Choyue continued to remain silent, sitting in her seat and drinking tea quietly. Shu Yui shook his head helplessly, wondering if the joke he made was too much. I'd better continue to apologize. Shu Yui thought. Just when he was about to speak, Fong Choyue saw Shu Yui's constipated face and burst into laughter. This wave of actions completely confused Shu Yui. How could his serious face seem to be dripping with water in the last second, and suddenly burst into laughter in the next second? Fong Choyue said. Student Chu, if you lie to me again, I will let you know how terrible cold violence is. Shu Yui's mouth twitched. So you were just pretending before, just to tease me? But he quickly responded, yes, I was wrong, I will never lie to you again. Seeing Shu Yui admitting his mistake with a good attitude, Shen Xinxin also returned to her normal attitude and said, Actually, in addition to thanking you for helping me this time, there are two things I need to discuss with you. Shu Yui listened carefully, waiting for Fong Choyue's next words. The first thing is that the school has already dealt with the previous vicious incident. First, Lu Chang's position as a student union officer was cancelled, and his scholarship selection qualification was cancelled. He was also given a warning. Do you feel satisfied with the school's handling of the matter? Teacher Fong, isn't this a bit serious? This is just a small matter, not to mention I'm not injured. Fong Choyue shook her head and said. It would be fine if he was the only one doing this, but unfortunately he recruited many people from the Taekwondo club to promote himself. This is already a case of gathering a crowd to cause trouble and must be dealt with seriously. After listening to Fong Choyue's words, Shu Yui felt that what she said was very reasonable and agreed with the school's way of handling the matter. Seeing Shu Yui agreed, Fong Choyue continued. The second thing is my personal request. Actually, after I brought the calligraphy you wrote to Grandpa, he praised you highly and wanted to meet you very much, so I would like to invite you to my house to meet my grandpa. These were all trivial matters to Shu Yui, so he agreed to Fong Choyue's request without hesitation. Fong Choyue was also very happy when she heard Shu Yui's agreement and then said, How about this Sunday night? Let's have dinner together at home. I'll contact you then. Shu Yui thought there was no problem and readily agreed. After a while. After eating and drinking, Fong Choyue offered to take Shu Yui home. After all, she remembered that Shu Yui said he came by the company car. Shu Yui quickly waved his hand to refuse and said with a smile. Teacher Fong, my car is downstairs in the company. You can be considered to have sent me home. Fong Choyue was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. She could only say that the world is too small and they were destined to be together. Then they said goodbye to each other and went home. Now is the beginning of Shanghai's bustling nightlife, and it is also the time when many company employees get off work. There are many cars on the road, and it is gradually becoming congested. On the road, Shu Yui discovered that Fong Choyue's car was always in front of him, as if the two were going the same way, but he didn't think much about it. After all, this road was a main road, and it was normal to take the same route. More than 10 minutes later, Shu Yui and Fong Choyue's cars drove into the Jiangdong Haijing Villa district at the same time, which made Shu Yui very curious. Does Teacher Fong live here too? Shu Yui whispered softly. In fact, Fang Qiuyue in front also noticed that a luxury car behind her had been following her from Xingfeng Hotel, which also made her feel confused. She didn't notice Chu Yui's car when she left, so naturally she didn't recognize Chu Yui's car. Anyway, if it wasn't the owner's car, the security guard would have stopped it, so she had nothing to be afraid of. But it was a bit beyond her expectation that this luxury car actually came in with her. She decided to get off the car and ask about the situation. Chu Yui, who was behind, saw Fang Qiuyue get out of the car and hurriedly got out as well. Fang Qiuyue was surprised to see that the person following her was Chu Yui, so she asked, "Student Chu, do you live here too?" Chu Yui noticed that Fang Qiuyue used the word also, and he knew that Fang Qiuyue also lived here, so he replied, "Yes, Mr. Fang, I live in Haijing Villa number 1. From the beginning, I have been curious about why you and I have the same way home. It's such a coincidence." Fang Qiuyue couldn't help but laugh when she heard Chu Yui's words. As expected, when people's fate reaches a certain level, they will find that they are related to each other in many things. "Grandpa and I live in Haijing Villa number 3. I was planning to pick you up on Sunday. After all, outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Now it seems that there is no need. You can walk there by yourself at 6 o'clock on Sunday." After chatting for a while, they went home. After Chu Yui parked his car in the underground garage, he saw that it was just past 8 o'clock. He thought that he had nothing to do anyway, so he planned to go for a night run outside. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw a young girl walking towards him, but he couldn't see her face clearly in the darkness. When the two of them approached each other, the young woman suddenly cried out in surprise. "Ah! It's you! You've been against me at the auction, and I finally caught you." Chu Yui also noticed that this girl was the one who was competing with him. He heard the woman's words, which made him feel as if she had been looking for him, so he asked, "Have you been following me?" Zhang Ruhan got angry after hearing this and said, "Who's following you? I'm not such a pervert. Use your fingernails to think about how I would get in if I was following you. The security guard would have stopped me a long time ago." Chu Yui also felt that it made sense after hearing it. In fact, Zhang Ruhan has also sent people to look for Chu Yui, but Chu Yui's background is too mysterious, as if it has been wiped out by an unknown force, and no information has been found so far. Now that she happened to come across it, she must seize this opportunity. Ahem. Zhang Ruhan cleared her throat and introduced herself. "My name is Zhang Ruhan, and I live in Haijing Villa number 2. Judging from where you came out, do you live in Villa number 1? Chu Yui nodded and replied politely, "I'm Chu Yui, and I just moved into Villa number 1 not long ago. I didn't expect it to be my neighbor. Please advise me." After saying that, Zhang Ruhan extended her hand and the two shook hands to show respect. Zhang Ruhan actually has a boyish personality, a little different from Instructor Huang. She is really like a boy, straightforward and outgoing, but she has a bit of a hot temper. "Actually, I am looking for you because this piece of Tang San Kai is very important to me and I must get it, so I want to discuss it with you." Chu Yui could see that Zhang Ruhan really wanted this Tang San Kai, and he didn't care what gift she gave him, so he agreed to Zhang Ruhan's request. He felt that it was not a good idea for the two of them to stand outside the door and chat, so he invited Zhang Ruhan to come in and talk in detail. Zhang Ruhan nodded, and the two of them entered the villa gate. Chapter 26 Zhang Ruhan's request. Another coincidence? Chu Yui and Zhang Ruhan entered the villa courtyard gate. Zhang Ruhan saw the layout of the courtyard and couldn't help but admire it wholeheartedly. Everyone said that Villa number 1 was the largest and most luxurious villa in the entire villa complex. I didn't believe it at the time and thought that Villa number 1 and Villa number 2 should be similar. It seems that I was wrong. Chu Yui smiled slightly but said nothing. The two entered the house. Chu Yui asked Zhang Ruhan to sit on the sofa and rest for a while he went to the bar to make a pot of hot tea. When Chu Yui just poured hot water for Zhang Ruhan, the phone suddenly rang. Chu Yui signaled to Zhang Ruhan and answered the phone. The voice of the security guard at the door came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Chu, there are some people at the door. They said they were delivering something to you. Do you think you can let them in?" When Chu Yui heard this, he thought that it must be someone who had come to deliver the exquisite Tang San Kai, so he agreed. After a while, a voice came from the intercom at the door. Chu Yui pressed the remote control, and the courtyard gate opened. Several people came in from outside, holding a large box in their hands. They walked to the door of the villa, bowed slightly to Chu Yui, and said, Mr. Chu, your belongings have been delivered safely. Please have a look, Mr. Chu. Chu Yui nodded and motioned for them to put the box on the table and open it. After opening it, an exquisite Tang tricolor pottery appeared in front of everyone. After Chu Yui finished checking it, they left the villa. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Rohan looked at the Tang Sankai on the table, her face slightly wrinkled, and she couldn't help feeling a little sad. Chu Yui sat opposite Zhang Rohan and asked, Ms. Zhang, why are you so obsessed with getting this Tang Sankai? Although it is indeed very valuable, it doesn't mean you have to keep looking for me. After hearing Chu Yui's words, Zhang Rohan smiled bitterly and said slowly, Mr. Chu, this Tang Sankai actually belongs to my best friend's home. At first Chu Yui thought that Zhang Rohan just liked this antique, but she didn't expect that she was actually related to her. My best friend's family has been in turmoil. Her father had an accident not long ago and is now in hospital for emergency treatment. His life or death is unknown. Their family runs a pharmaceutical company, which had been unable to continue operating normally for some reason, causing the company to be on the verge of bankruptcy. Her father was also overly anxious and mentally exhausted, so he suffered a serious car accident. Now the backbone of their family has completely collapsed. They have to bear huge medical expenses and pay the company's penalty for breach of contract. So they are forced to go into bankruptcy liquidation immediately. My best friend has a very strong self-esteem. I have offered to help her countless times, but she has always refused. So she and her mother decided to auction off the heirloom that had been passed down from generation to generation in their family. I couldn't bear to see such a valuable item go out, so I planned to buy it and return it to her when the time was right. After listening to Zhang Rohan's words, Chu Yui couldn't help but feel sorry for what happened in her best friend's family. She also felt that this eldest lady with a bad temper was also very kind. I understand the situation, but I'm planning to give this Tang Sankai away tomorrow. If you agree to buy it, I really won't have anything to give away tomorrow. Chu Yui pretended to be embarrassed and said that if he agreed to Zhang Rohan's request directly, he would become a philanthropist. Businessmen always play games with each other. Zhang Rohan was also shocked when she heard that Chu Yui was planning to give away something worth 10 billion. Even a billionaire wouldn't dare to give away 10 billion. Although she had many antiques at home, none of them could match the price. Chu Yui actually didn't care about the 10 billion. After all, the reason he bought it at such a high price was just to get the cash back from the system. Chu Yui's real purpose is actually the pharmaceutical company that is about to go bankrupt and liquidate. The task assigned to him by the system was to establish a pharmaceutical company. Now that he had the ready-made framework and venue, he must seize this opportunity. Of course, he would not directly state his purpose. As a businessman, he must not let others catch him. Then he said, Ms. Zhang, if you think about it carefully, if you were the one who took the photo of this antique, your best friend would still think that you were helping her in disguise, right? When Zhang Rohan heard Chu Yui's question, she also began to think seriously. I have a best of both worlds solution. Not only can it help your best friend's family get out of their current predicament, but it can also return this Tang Sankai to its original owner. I wonder if Miss Zhang is interested. Zhang Rohan nodded, indicating that she would listen to what Chu Yui said first. Chu Yui took a sip of tea and said, Since your best friend is unwilling to accept help from others, then just introduce an investor to help her in the form of investment. This person must be a stranger. I believe your best friend will not say anything. After all, this is just a business cooperation. I will send this Tang Sankai back to your bestie's home. As for the 900 million yuan, I will control 100% of the company's shares and become the actual controlling shareholder, which is equivalent to exchanging the 1 billion yuan for shares. I believe no one else will be willing to take over this mess. Then I will invest another 1 billion yuan in corporate recovery construction. This will not only help your bestie's family get rid of corporate debt disputes, but also provide funds for your bestie. What do you think, Miss Zhang? After listening to this, Zhang Rohan felt that this method was indeed the best solution at the moment. However, there is one more problem that I need Miss Zhang's help with. I owe you a favor. Chu Yui said again. What's the problem? I'm about to give the gift to someone but it's gone. Shouldn't Miss Zhang give me one first to make up for it? Zhang Rohan thought it was nothing. She had a pile of these things at home, all given by other customers. Her family wasn't very interested in them, so there was nothing wrong with giving them as gifts to someone. Then he invited Chu Yui to his home to choose. Chu Yui agreed readily. It was very comfortable to do business with such a straightforward person. After a while, Chu Yui came out holding a Qing Dynasty official kiln blue and white porcelain vase. It was said to be worth about 5 million, which was enough for a gift. Before Chu Yui left, Zhang Rohan said, "Mr. Chu, I still need to do some ideological work on this matter with my best friend and her mother. I will give you an answer after we have discussed it." Chu Yui certainly thought so too. After all, it would be better for him to personally understand the situation of the pharmaceutical company. After the two exchanged contact information, Chu Yui walked towards his villa. Overnight passed, it was Thursday. Chu Yui felt very tired after a whole day of classes, but he had to visit Mr. Shen's house tonight, so he said hello to his 3 roommates and drove to the villa. He had no plan to change into formal clothes. He just tidied himself up a bit at home, took the gift for Mr. Shen, and prepared to head towards villa number 6. As soon as he walked out of the villa, his cell phone rang. It was senior sister Shen calling him. Shen Xinxin's nervous voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Chu, I'm a little nervous. What should I do if I can't handle this person?" "Don't be nervous. Let's put it this way. When you don't know what to do, call me under the pretext of going to the bathroom and I'll give you some advice." Chu Yui chatted with Shen Xinxin about random things as they walked. When they arrived at villa number 6, Chu Yui said goodbye to Shen Xinxin and hung up the phone. He stood at the gate and pressed the doorbell, and Mr. Shen's voice came through the intercom. "Who?" "Mr. Shen, is me." "Oh, Xiao Chu is here, come in quickly." Then the door slowly opened, and Mr. Shen walked out of the villa. He couldn't stop being happy to see Chu Yui. In fact, Mr. Shen had another idea today, which was not a main purpose. He wanted to introduce his granddaughter to Chu Yui. "Mr. Shen, this is the gift I brought to you. Although the gift is small, I hope you will accept it." Shen Jiannan was very happy and quickly asked Chu Yui to go into the house to rest. When Chu Yui just walked into the living room, he saw a girl lying on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. When Mr. Shen saw his granddaughter and was about to introduce her to Chu Yui, they both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. "Brother Chu, why are you here?" "Senior Shen, why are you here?" Chapter 27, Single-Player Combat becomes Two-Player Combat. The two looked at each other in surprise. Mr. Shen looked at the reactions of the two and asked, "Xiner, Xiao Chu, do you know each other?" Chu Yui was the first to come back to his senses and said to Mr. Shen, "Mr. Shen, senior sister Shen and I are friends. We met at the beginning of our freshman year." After hearing this, Mr. Shen burst into laughter. He originally thought that Xiner's unapproachable face might scare Xiao Chu, but he didn't expect that the two of them actually knew each other and seemed to have a good relationship. This saved him a lot of trouble. Then Mr. Shen said, "Okay, that's great. Xiao Chu, you two can play first, and we'll have dinner when your Uncle Shen comes back." After taking care of Mr. Shen until he was discharged from the hospital, Shen Xinxin's mother Qin Shouyun suddenly had to attend an academic seminar yesterday, so she was unable to attend today. When Shen Xinxin heard her grandfather say this, she pulled Chu Yui towards her bedroom. "Just now I felt isolated and helpless, and was very nervous. As a result, Chu Yui also came by accident, so naturally I had to discuss the battle plan in secret." When Chu Yui entered Shen Xinxin's bedroom, he saw the walls covered with pink Hello Kitty patterns and couldn't help but sigh that Senior Shen really had a girlish heart. Shen Xinxin also noticed Chu Yui's strange expression, blushing and quickly explaining, "This is my bedroom when I was a child. After I graduated from junior high school, my parents and I moved to another place, although it's very close to here." She didn't want Chu Yui to think that she was still a little girl. That would be too embarrassing. Chu Yui smiled, trying to change the awkward topic, and said, "Senior Shen, you are so anxious to bring me here, not just to introduce your bedroom, right? Let's talk business first." Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin chatted in the room for a long time until they heard Shen Xinxin's father coming back. Then they stopped talking, walked out of the room and went to the living room. As soon as the two of them entered the living room, Shen Xinxin's father hurriedly introduced the handsome boy behind him to Mr. Shen and Shen Xinxin. "This is the son of one of my business partners. His name is Jack. He grew up abroad and is a very talented junior. I specially invited him to come here so that everyone can get to know him." The boy stepped forward and introduced himself very gentlemanly. "Hello everyone, just like Uncle Shen said, you can call me by my Chinese name Xiajie. As for my talent, Uncle Shen is overpraising me. I feel that I still need to continue learning, especially from an outstanding entrepreneur like Uncle Shen. Shen Xinxin's father couldn't stop smiling after hearing this. He personally valued this boy and felt that only such an excellent and humble boy was suitable for Shen Xinxin. Guoliang, why didn't you call in advance to inform us that there were outsiders coming? Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce you, this is Brother Chu, my savior. Mr. Shen was very dissatisfied with Shen Guoliang for bringing anyone into his house casually. He had seen countless people in his life, and he could see that Xiajie was not a decent person. Chu Yui, who was behind Shen Xinxin, immediately greeted him when he heard Mr. Shen mention him. Hello Uncle Shen, I'm Chu Yui. You must be Xiao Chu. Oh, I've always wanted to visit you to thank you, but unfortunately I can't spare the time. Please forgive my impoliteness, Uncle Shen. Uncle Shen, you are too polite. It's just a small favor. Don't take it too seriously. Mr. Shen still thought Chu Yui was more likable, but this Xiajie was a hypocrite, which made him feel more and more uncomfortable the more he looked at him. Then Mr. Shen said, Xiao Chu, Xaner, the food will be ready soon. We are all family, so don't be too reserved. Please sit down quickly. In Mr. Shen's heart, he regarded Chu Yui as his grandson-in-law. Seeing that his father did not take Xiaojie seriously, Shen Guoliang smiled awkwardly and said to Xiaojie, Come on, Xiaojie, let's do it too. Xiaojie also nodded with a smile, and then walked towards the dining table with Shen Guoliang. He was very angry in his heart. He had heard of Shen Xinxin since he was in high school. At that time, he felt that only Shen Xinxin was truly worthy of him. Until he committed a crime and was sent overseas by his parents, because he had always lived with his grandfather and was rarely with his parents portrayed him as a person who grew up overseas. He returned to China this time also to win over Shen Xinxin, so the first thing he did after returning was to constantly show himself in front of Shen Guoliang, thus gaining Shen Guoliang's recognition. And now, there is a strange man next to Shen Xinxin, whom he has been thinking about all the time, and it seems that he has a very good relationship with Shen Xinxin, which naturally makes him feel very uncomfortable. The restaurant table was piled with all kinds of dishes. Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui found two adjacent seats and sat down, while Xiajie and Shen Guoliang sat opposite them. Xiaojie felt that as long as he could control Shen Xinxin's father, Shen Xinxin would naturally be in his pocket. At the dinner table, Mr. Shen kept picking up food for Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui, which made Shen Guoliang feel very embarrassed. He could only say to Xiajie silently, Xiaojie, don't be so reserved. Just eat whatever you want. Xiaojie also nodded in cooperation. After everyone had almost finished eating, Shen Guoliang coughed a few times and said to Shen Xinxin, Xinxin, this time Dad brought Xiajie to dinner, mainly because I want to introduce him to you. Dad thinks Xiajie is a very honest kid, talented, young and promising, and a perfect match for you. Why don't you two chat and get to know each other first? No, I don't know him well, and I don't need to know him. Shen Xinxin, who was originally chatting with Mr. Shen and Chu Yui with a smile, suddenly had a cold face and spoke in a firm tone. This made Shen Guoliang very embarrassed. He knew that his daughter didn't like him introducing her to someone, but he didn't expect Shen Xinxin to not give her any face at all. Then Shen Guoliang became a little angry. He felt that Shen Xinxin was really rude this time. Xin, you haven't even gotten to know him, how do you know he doesn't get along with you? I know who he is very well, so you don't need to worry about him, father. Xiaojie, who was standing by, instantly became furious when he heard Shen Xinxin's words. He didn't expect that this girl would be so disrespectful to him. This made him, who was always high and mighty, very unhappy. He swore in his heart that once he could pick up Shen Xinxin, he would let her taste his power. Shen Xinxin, I was talking to you in a nice and gentle voice, why are you being so disrespectful now? Shen Guoliang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Uncle Shen, don't be angry. Xinxin just dislikes this kind of thing. It will be fine once Xinxin and I get to know each other better. Seeing that Shen Guoliang was starting to get angry, Xiaojie seized the opportunity to speak. Look at Xiajie, how polite he is. Xinxin, how can you be so rude? Did your mom and I spoil you? After hearing what Xiaojie said, Shen Xinxin couldn't help but frown and said, The one called Jack, please call me by my full name, and try not to talk too much. It makes me sick. Don't say those hypocritical words to fool people. I'm reminding you one last time. I know more than my dad knows. You should stay away from my dad. If you don't want to spend your whole life in jail, just listen to me and do what I say. Xiaojie's smile froze on his face instantly. He was very confused as to why Shen Xinxin suddenly proposed to stay in jail for life. While Xiajie was thinking, Shen Guoliang got completely angry. He stood up and slammed the table heavily. Mr. Shen had a frosty look on his face. He was very dissatisfied with what Shen Guoliang had done today. Shu Yui saw that the situation was not good, and began to cover for Shen Xinxin. He smiled and said, "Uncle Shen, calm down. Senior sister Shen has always been very gentle. There must be a reason for this. You should also persuade Uncle Shen, Li Jia." He deliberately emphasized his tone at the end, and Xiajie on the opposite side was also frightened and stunned. How did he know my previous name? Is everything Shen Xinxin said true? Suddenly he felt a cold wind blowing towards him from behind. Chapter 28 is just a matter of solving the problem, it's no big deal. How did he know his original name? Xiao Jie thought about countless possibilities, even considering all the people who knew him in high school, but none of them was a person like Chu Yui. While Li Jie was still in a daze, Chu Yui said again, "Uncle Shen, don't be angry. Look, you scared Li Jie." Shen Guoliang's anger gradually subsided, but he also noticed the name Chu Yui called Xiajie. Li Jie? Didn't Xiao Jie say he didn't have a Chinese name? Then he asked, "Xiao Chu, do you know Xiao Jie?" Chu Yui shook his head and said he didn't know him. This made Shen Guoliang feel very confused. If he didn't know him, why did he know Xiajie's last name was Li? The scene suddenly became quiet. Chu Yui noticed that although Shen Xinxin, who was sitting next to him, had a cold expression on her face, her hands on her legs were clenched into fists and were shaking. He gently placed his hand on Shen Xinxin's trembling little hand, comforting Shen Xinxin not to be afraid or nervous. Shen Xinxin felt the warmth of Chu Yui's palm, and her expression relaxed. She felt that her tension and fear suddenly dissipated a lot. It was the first time that she felt this sense of security from the opposite sex, so she couldn't help but hold Chu Yui's hand. Shen Xinxin has always been a good girl at home. This is the first time she has seen her father so angry. In addition, she was already dissatisfied with the girl her father introduced to her, and the combination of these made her feel angry and scared. Chu Yui felt Shen Xinxin holding his hand and was surprised at first, because this was the first time in his life that a girl held his hand. Shen Xinxin's little hands were soft but a little cold, probably due to excessive nervousness. So Chu Yui also held Shen Xinxin's hand tightly, indicating that he was here and she didn't have to be afraid. Shen Xinxin's goal has been achieved. She has successfully made Shen Guoliang angry. Now it is Chu Yui's turn to perform. In fact, when he didn't know that Shen Xinxin was Mr. Shen's granddaughter, his original plan was to let Shen Xinxin hint at him indirectly and expose his true colors. But now he doesn't need to beat around the bush and can just confront him head-on. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chu Yui spoke up to break the silence. "Ha, I actually really want to be friends with Xiajie. Xiajie, how about we get to know each other?" Chu Yui naturally turned the topic to Li Jia, intending to tear off his exquisite disguise. Seeing Chu Yui was so enthusiastic, Xiajie couldn't refuse and agreed. "I heard that you are a returnee. Actually, I also plan to study abroad. Does Brother Jia have any recommended schools?" Chu Yui asked. "I graduated from the École Polytechnique in France, which is a relatively comprehensive science and engineering college. If Brother Chu is planning to enroll, I can write a letter of recommendation for you." Li Jia also continued along the lines of Chu Yui's words. At the moment, he didn't know what Chu Yui was up to. "French University, I heard it's very chaotic there, with frequent street gang activities and frequent bang incidents. I wonder if Brother Jia has ever encountered that?" Chu Yui planned to give Li Jia a critical hit. "Brother Chu, don't worry. The school is very safe and the security is perfect. Oh, by the way, Brother Jia, is it because there are no women you like in France that you came all the way back to China to meet Senior Sister Shen?" "Ha, Brother Chu, you're joking. After graduation, I was planning to return to China to develop my career. It was just by chance that I knew Uncle Shen, so I had the opportunity to meet you." Li Jia said calmly. "So that means Brother Jia also met a lot of girls in France?" "Brother Chu, what are you talking about? My charm is far from reaching that level. No, I think you're very attractive. I heard you had a lot of fun in France." "Heard? Brother Chu, you must be joking. You and I have never met before, so how could I have heard such a thing? Brother Chu, please don't make fun of me." Xu Yui felt that Li Jie's language logic was very rigorous, and his answers were flawless, with no flaws to be found at all. He felt that it was pointless to continue wasting time, and it would be more practical to be direct and clear. Brother Jie, do you remember what senior sister Shen said? We know you much better than Uncle Shen knows you, so you don't have to keep hiding it. Mr. Shen on the side remained silent. Although he could see that Jack was not a good person, he had no evidence. Could it be that Xiao Chu has some information? Mr. Shen thought to himself. You, with your foreign name Jack and Chinese name Li Jie, have lived with your grandfather in China since you were a child. Your parents worked away from home. When you were in high school, you were sent abroad by your parents because you got a girl pregnant, right? Xu Yui did not intend to give Li Jie any chance to speak, and continued. He was not doing his job properly while abroad, and spent his time drinking and partying. He even joined a local gang and killed several people. He also bought his diploma. Li Jie's palms were sweating as he listened. He didn't know why the young man in front of him knew so much. Elder Shen and Shen Guoliang were also stunned. How many lives did he have? This made them even wonder if Xu Yui had made this up. You could have lived a carefree life abroad, but you returned and planned to cause trouble for senior sister Shen. So I had no choice but to send you to jail. Chu, brother Chu, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you stimulated by something? Xu Yui threw the evidence hidden in his clothes directly onto the table and said. Laws in Dragon Country are against people, not against places. As long as you are a Dragon Country citizen, you will be punished by law no matter where you break the law. I have evidence, of course. You can take a look for yourself. Li Jie picked up the stack of reports tremblingly. When he found that there were photos and other evidence of everything he had done, he began to sneer. Brother Chu, you know too many things that you shouldn't know. I advise you to leave some room for others and not to be too drastic. Li Jie also completely took off his disguise. After all, his disguise had been seen through, and there was no point in continuing to disguise himself. He coldly tore up all the evidence, then picked up the fruit knife on the table and threw it at Xu Yui. Xu Yui was not afraid at all. His physical abilities had been strengthened by the system, and this kind of attack was just a trick for him. He dodged the fruit knife by simply turning sideways, loosened his grip on Shen Xinxin's hand, and kicked the entire table over, knocking it onto Li Jie. He leaped directly onto the table, pressing Li Jie under the table so hard that he couldn't breathe. Okay, now you have one more crime, attempted murder. Senior sister Shen, call the police. Shen Xinxin was stunned by this series of actions, but when she heard Xu Yui's voice, she immediately reacted and called the police directly. Soon the police arrived. After understanding the situation, the police planned to arrest Li Jie, who was pinned under the table, but Li Jie kept struggling violently and refused to cooperate. Seeing that Li Jie was still not behaving himself, Xu Yui kicked the table hard, breaking it in two. Li Jie fainted. Seeing that Li Jie had fainted, Xu Yui calmly took a bucket of water and poured it directly on Li Jie's face. Li Jie then slowly regained consciousness. The police then took Li Jie away and asked Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin to take a statement. But Mr. Shen and Shen Guoliang were not confident in leaving the task to the two young men, so they planned to go together. More than an hour later, when Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin finished taking their statements, they saw Mr. Shen scolding Shen Guoliang. Shen Guoliang listened obediently to Mr. Shen's scolding like a little child, not daring to say a word. When Mr. Shen saw the two people coming out, he stepped forward to ask about the final result. When he saw that they said there was no problem, he felt relieved. Then he said to Shen Guoliang, "You have seen too little of the world and you have done a lot of harm to others. If you introduce some shady people to Xinxin again, I will beat you up. Do you hear me?" Shen Guoliang lowered his head and dared not speak, but just nodded silently. He knew that his decision almost harmed his daughter, and he felt very guilty and self-blaming. Chapter 29: A Rare Leisurely Day. After reprimanding Shen Guoliang, Mr. Shen thanked Xu Yui and said, "Xiao Chu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really can't imagine what this bastard could do." Mr. Shen really felt more and more that Xu Yui was a perfect match for his granddaughter, and Xinxin seemed to like the child very much as well. It's just solving senior sister Shen's problem. It's no big deal. Xu Yui said modestly. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chu is really awesome. How about I make the decision and let you be with Xinxin? I'll feel at ease with you around. Grandpa. Don't talk nonsense. Junior brother Chu and I are just friends. When Shen Xinxin heard what Mr. Shen said, she suddenly became shy and her face turned red. Shu Yui also had an awkward smile on his face. It was already very late, so the four of them returned to the Haijing Villa district and left the evildoers to be judged by the law. When Shu Yui returned home and just entered the bathroom to take a shower and go to bed, Shen Xinxin suddenly called. "Senior Shen, do you have any instructions at this late hour?" "Brother Chu, I still feel a little scared. After all, no one expected him to suddenly throw a knife at you. If you hadn't dodged quickly, you might have." Shu Yui understood that Shen Xinxin must have been traumatized by what had just happened. So he said with a smile, "It's nothing, right? I have to say he's too weak. I couldn't even exert any strength when I stepped on him, ha ha ha." When Shen Xinxin heard Shu Yui's silly words, she couldn't help but laugh. "What are you doing now?" Shen Xinxin asked curiously. "I'm taking a shower. If you listen carefully, you should hear the sound of running water." When Shen Xinxin heard this, her face turned red. Wasn't she chatting with a naked man? "Shu Yui, you filthy rascal, you even have to tell me goodbye before taking a shower." Shu Yui's mind was filled with question marks when he heard this. There was no video call, and it seemed like the same question asked by Shen Xinxin. How come he was the one being naughty now? But he didn't care. One should not guess too much about a woman's thoughts. After taking a shower, Shu Yui lay on the bed and watched short videos. As he watched, he felt sleepy and fell asleep. Friday, a rare leisurely day. There are not many classes today. There are only classes in the morning, and they are not at 8 a.m. By the time Shu Yui got up and came to the school dormitory, it was already 9:15. Shu Yui came to the dormitory and saw three people still sleeping with their heads covered, their snoring rising and falling like a symphony orchestra. Shu Yui woke up the three of them and finished the last class of the week together. At noon, Shu Yui suggested to the three people in the dormitory that they go to Xingfeng Hotel for lunch together. The other three people in the dormitory were so happy that they almost jumped up to the sky. After Shu Yui called manager Wang, he drove to Xingfeng Hotel with the three of them. After arriving at the parking lot of Xingfeng Hotel, the three people in the dormitory couldn't help but sigh at the sight of such a grand hotel. The fourth brother wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said, "Such a grand hotel, the food must be delicious." "Nonsense, not only is it delicious, but it's also expensive. This time it's really thanks to the third brother." The boss couldn't help but admire it. The second child on the side said proudly, "My dad brought me and some bosses to eat here before. The dishes are very expensive. The cheapest one costs several hundred yuan. And reservations are usually made a week in advance." "Third brother, have you made an appointment?" the fourth brother suddenly asked. The eldest brother gave the fourth brother a loving headbang and said, "Stupid, have you forgotten that Lao San is the boss here? How can a boss make a reservation to eat at his own restaurant?" Shu Yui couldn't help but smile as he listened to the humorous conversation between the three people in the dormitory, and said, "Stop being so joking and come in. Aren't you hungry?" Then the four of them walked into the hotel entrance. When the receptionist saw Shu Yui coming in, she hurried forward to greet him. "Boss Chu, Manager Wang cannot meet you in person because he needs to discuss business cooperation. I will take care of your dining needs this afternoon." Shu Yui nodded, thanked the receptionist, and then brought the three people from the dormitory to the VIP box. When the three people in the dormitory saw the decoration of the box, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then they took out their mobile phones tacitly and started taking pictures, preparing to show off in their circle of friends. "Oh my god, this feels even more luxurious than outside," the boss exclaimed. "The last time I came here, I stayed in an ordinary private room. This one is 100 times better than an ordinary one." The second brother followed up. Shu Yui didn't intend to care about them. After all, it was better for roommates to be casual with each other. The waiter next to him said to Shu Yui, "Boss Chu, we have prepared some dishes according to your needs. Do you want to continue ordering?" Shu Yui thought it would be better to let his roommates order the dishes they wanted to eat, so he asked the three people who were taking pictures to order quickly. The waiter gave each of the three people a menu. When they saw the prices of the dishes, they were stunned. A steak cost 3,000 yuan, and a lobster cost 5,000 yuan. The three of them could only afford a lobster with their monthly living expenses. They were so scared that they didn't dare to order and put the menu on the table. Shu Yui looked at their disappointing appearance and said with a smile, You three had so much fun cheating me, and now I finally have the chance to cheat me again. Why are you afraid to do it again? I'm the boss, just click. The boss quickly shook his head and said, You should order, third brother. The three of us are not picky eaters and can eat anything. The second and fourth brothers also nodded. Seeing this, Shu Yui didn't intend to embarrass them, so he said to the waiter, Keep the same as before, and add 4 Boston lobsters and a seafood soup. The waiter nodded, and after some operations on his phone, he said to Chu Yui, Boss Chu, the food will be ready soon. Then a few of them started chatting with each other. At this time, Chu Yui seemed to have thought of something and asked, Boss, how is your relationship with Senior Huang recently? Is there any progress? The boss chuckled twice and said proudly, I successfully held hands with Senior Huang yesterday. It's been several days since you signed the contract? Boss, your efficiency needs to be improved. Shu Yui teased. So how is your relationship with Miss Shin going? This question also aroused the curiosity of the other two people. Chu Yui's forehead was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, Do you want me to say it again? Boss, you are really good at changing the subject. You and I should pay for this meal together. No, third brother, that's not right. Mr. Chu, you've bankrupted me and I'm in debt this month. I don't even have enough money for the ticket to go home for the National Day holiday. Mr. Chu, please forgive me. After hearing the eldest brother's pleading, Chu Yui realized that after half a month of military training and a week of classes, the National Day holiday was coming soon and it was time to go home to see his parents. The dishes were served soon, and the other 3 people in the dormitory went crazy for the food like cheetahs that hadn't eaten for a few days and were out hunting. Although the dishes are expensive, they are made with solid ingredients and fine workmanship, and are definitely worth the price. After the 4 people in the dormitory finished eating, they planned to go back to the dormitory for an intense and exciting CS2 4-person battle. The day passed quickly. At night, Shu Yui lay on the small bed in the dormitory and couldn't help but sigh. This kind of comfortable life is the real college life. Chapter 30 The business venture officially begins. The 3 people in the dormitory complain bitterly. Saturday, and the happy weekend begins. This is the first weekend in Dormitory 520 since the start of school. There are no weekends during military training, and everyone relies on their willpower to persevere. After the military training, I am faced with full classes every day. Finally, I can have a good rest these 2 days. The eldest brother suggested that the 4 of us in the dormitory go out and have some fun around Shanghai today, which could be considered a small travel experience. The other 3 people in the dormitory also agreed with this proposal very much. With Chu Yui around, going anywhere was not a problem, and transportation was convenient and unobstructed. When a few people were about to pack up and leave, Chu Yui's cell phone rang at the right time. The 3 brothers in the dormitory suddenly felt that today's travel plan was going to be ruined. When the phone rang, it was definitely not a good thing. Chu Yui did not notice the expressions of the other people in the dormitory. When he saw that the caller was Zhang Rohan, who had come to discuss something with him before, he immediately picked up the phone. Mr. Chu, I have already made it clear to my best friend. She thinks this plan is feasible and wants to discuss it with you in detail now. Zhang Rohan on the other end of the phone sounded very happy, and it seemed that something good had happened. Okay, where is the location? I'll be there right away. We're waiting for you at Wanda's Shanghai Cafe. After saying that, Chu Yui hung up the phone. The 3 people in the dormitory watched Chu Yui end the call, and they threw down their equipment one after another, making listless sounds. What's wrong with you 3? Let's go. Chu Yui was puzzled. You have another appointment, don't you? Why are you still going? Your travel plans will be ruined before they even begin. The 4th one complained. Chu Yui couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. He didn't expect that his absence would spoil everyone's fun. But then he thought, maybe he could take these people to experience the game between businessmen, which would be very helpful for them to help him in the future, so he said. There's a slight change in the plan. The trip is still a trip, but you have to accompany me to a place. We'll go there after the meeting is over. As compensation, I'll treat you to lunch this afternoon. When the 3 people in the dormitory heard this, they instantly became more energetic. The speed at which they changed their expressions was too fast. It would be a pity not to inherit the intangible cultural heritage. After a while, the few of them took Chu Yui's car and arrived at Wanda Plaza. Following the instructions on the sign, Chu Yui successfully found the coffee shop. After entering, he saw Zhang Rohan waving at him. Chu Yui came to Zhang Rohan and found that there was another girl and a woman sitting there. Both of them had haggard looks on their faces. It seemed that the blow this time was really great. "Mr. Chu, let me introduce you to these two. These two are my good friend Lin Ruoshi and her mother. Ruoshi, this is the Mr. Chu I mentioned to you." Chu Yui and Lin Ruoshi shook hands with each other and then sat down. The three people behind Chu Yui found a seat nearby and sat down. "These three are my friends. Please don't mind." Chu Yui introduced the three bad friends next to him. Lin Ruoshi also responded with a smile. "It's okay, Mr. Chu, do you need anything to drink?" "I'd like a latte, no sugar." The other three people in the dormitory also ordered some drinks for themselves. This was the first time they saw Chu Yui acting like a boss, and they planned to learn from him. After the coffee was served, Chu Yui stirred it with a spoon and said, "You two should have heard my proposal from Miss Zhang. You can also express your opinions directly. When discussing, it is best to put things on the table." Lin Ruoshi relaxed after hearing Chu Yui's words. She had been afraid that her words would accidentally anger the big boss in front of her. After all, this was her first time in the business circle and she didn't understand some things very well. "Mr. Chu, I think your proposal has only good aspects for us, but now the pharmaceutical company and the site are in decline, and there is a penalty of nearly 100 million. Are you sure you want to take over?" "Ms. Lin, you may not fully understand what I mean. I want to buy the shares of your company, but the penalty for breach of contract still has to be paid by the original legal representative, that is, your father." Lin Ruoshi understood that the 1 billion yuan Chu Yui gave them was not just the price of the company's shares. But she also understood that after all, this was owed by her father, so naturally she should repay it. If they put the company through a legal auction, it might not be worth much money. She was still very grateful to Chu Yui. After seeing Lin Ruoshi understood, Chu Yui continued. "I wonder if Ms. Lin currently has a job or work experience." Lin Ruoshi didn't know why she was asked this, but she still said honestly, "I have graduated with a master's degree for 2 years, majoring in financial management, and have worked as a trainee secretary in my father's company for a year." Chu Yui nodded after hearing this. He actually didn't expect that Lin Ruoshi had graduated with a master's degree 2 years ago. That means she is about 27 years old, but she still looks like a college student. "My initial plan is to invest 500 million yuan in construction first, and then gradually invest the remaining 500 million yuan later." Chu Yui took a sip of coffee and continued. "I can continue to let you work as a trainee secretary in the company. Once you become a regular employee and make some achievements, I can consider letting you be the CEO. This will help you solve your employment problem. When you become the CEO, I will give you up to 10% of the company's shares. What do you think?" Lin Ruoshi originally thought it was some kind of unfair clause, but she didn't expect Chu Yui to care about her so much. She couldn't help but ask, "But Mr. Chu, won't you suffer any loss? So I plan to see if you have the ability to be the CEO of our company." "I believe you can. I can't manage the company every day, so I need someone I can trust to help me." Lin Ruoshi suddenly started crying, which scared Chu Yui. He quickly looked at Zhang Rohan. Zhang Rohan was also a little confused, not knowing why her best friend suddenly started crying. Lin Ruoshi's mother gently comforted Lin Ruoshi and said to Chu Yui, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. You don't know that Ruoshi has been under a lot of pressure these days. She lost her composure when she heard your words, which not only solved her urgent problem but also took her into consideration." Lin Ruoshi wiped away her tears and said in a crying voice, "Boss Chu, I will never let you down. Thank you for helping me." In commercial warfare, one must not only calculate the enemy, but also know how to win people's hearts. After Lin Ruoshi calmed down and added Chu Yui's contact information, the three of them left. As for the subsequent procedures, just leave it to Manager Wang and the legal department. After seeing him walk away, the three good brothers immediately sat down next to Chu Yui's table. "Third brother, you are so handsome, you are definitely a business tycoon." The second brother couldn't help but admire. "Yes, I really admire you now, third brother," the eldest brother said excitedly. Seeing that the three were so excited, Chu Yui decided to tell them about his next plan. "Don't get excited, you three. Just listen to me." Chu Yui signaled to everyone not to get excited, and they consciously shut their mouths. Do you remember the oath we made that day? This entrepreneurial journey is also a time to exercise your abilities. You must work with me to complete all the company's affairs. When they heard this, their calm hearts suddenly became excited. They didn't expect to start a business so soon. Chu Yui continued. This time I am investing 100%, which means I am investing. You are not required to bring capital this time, but you must invest in technology. Each person will initially invest 5% of the shares, and then continue to develop to 10% of the shares. But starting a business is not easy. I tentatively plan to start it after the National Day holiday. By then, there will be no holidays, no weekends, no rest time. I will have to rush to the company as soon as get out of class is over. Do you understand? The three of them lost their enthusiasm instantly when they heard this. There was no time to rest, so they might as well kill them with one sword. Several people complained bitterly. Chapter 31, Visiting Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong's thoughts. Chu Yui couldn't help but laugh when he saw the three people complaining. Okay, it's getting late, let's go to Xingfeng Hotel to have lunch and get ready to go traveling. Get ready to enjoy your last few days off. The three people in the dormitory also rekindled their fighting spirit. After dinner, led by the second brother, the group had fun in Shanghai for an afternoon and then returned to school. Chu Yui suddenly remembered that today was Mr. Shen's birthday. Although he had already had dinner with him last time, he still wanted to sit down and express his blessings. He drove back to Haijing No. 1 Villa, went to the study, found the 4 treasures of the study, and wrote a few big words in a fluent manner. May you live long enough. After writing, he walked towards Shen's home. Just as Mr. Shen was about to call Chu Yui to come over for a quick meal, the doorbell rang. When Mr. Shen saw that it was Chu Yui, he immediately opened the door to greet him. After Chu Yui and Mr. Shen exchanged greetings at the door for a while, he followed Mr. Shen into the living room. Brother Chu, you are here. A cheerful voice came from the kitchen, and then a little head wearing a chef's hat and with flour on its face popped out of the kitchen. Hey, Xinxin, wash the flour off your face quickly. I told you to be careful, but you're covered in flour. Another voice came from the kitchen. After hearing this, Shen Xinxin retracted her little head. Mr. Shen smiled kindly and said to Chu Yui. Your Aunt Qin and Xin insisted on making a cake for me personally. Look at what Xin did. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Xiao Chu. Chu Yui couldn't help but smile slightly, because that little head covered with flour was really too cute. After a while, 2 people came out of the kitchen. One of them was Shen Xinxin, who was wearing an apron. The other one was someone Chu Yui had seen before. She was Shen Xinxin's mother Qin Xiuyun. Hey, Xiao Chu is here too, come and sit down. Qin Xiuyun greeted Chu Yui warmly, making Chu Yui feel warm inside. Then Chu Yui handed the letter in his hand to Mr. Shen and said, Mr. Shen, this is a piece of calligraphy I wrote to express my blessing to you. I wish you good health and happiness every day. Look at you, Xiao Chu. You brought such expensive things last time, and you brought gifts this time. Aren't you treating me like an outsider? You don't need to bring anything when you come often in the future. We are all family. Mr. Shen laughed and took over Chu Yui's letter. Before, he asked Chu Yui to write a piece of calligraphy for him, and he also comprehended some artistic conception from it, which successfully improved his calligraphy skills to a higher level. Xiao Chu, have a quick meal here. The meal will be ready soon. Chu Yui did not refuse, after all, he had already agreed with Mr. Shen to have dinner together. After Qin Xiuyun finished speaking, she prepared to go to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Seeing this, Chu Yui wanted to go up to help. Mr. Shen and Qin Xiuyun tried to dissuade him, but Chu Yui insisted on helping, so they let Chu Yui go into the kitchen with them. Just as Chu Yui picked up the dish and turned around, he suddenly felt something cold on his face. Shen Xinxin, who was standing behind him, giggled when she saw that her plan had succeeded, and took out her cell phone to take a picture of the scene. Chu Yui's competitive spirit also surged up. After putting down the plate, he smeared some cream on his face and quickly put a dot of cream on Shen Xinxin's little nose. When Shen Xinxin saw Chu Yui fighting back, a cream war began. Chu Yui always gave in to Shen Xinxin and only drew a few lines of cream on her face. But he himself was miserable. After being scribbled on by Shen Xinxin, he had already turned into a big tabby cat. Qin Xiuyun saw the 2 people fighting and did not stop them. Instead, she waited until the food was served and then stopped the fight. The 2 couldn't help laughing when they looked at each other's faces, so they washed themselves and walked out of the kitchen. At this time, Xin Guoliang had just returned from get off work, and Xu Yui and his family had a sumptuous birthday dinner together. Sunday. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xu Yui woke up from the bed with sleepy eyes. After washing up, he planned to go out for a morning run and choose a gift for Mr. Fong in the morning. In the evening, Xu Yui had just gone out with the gifts when he saw Zhang Rohan, who was also preparing to go home. The two chatted with each other about Lin Ruoshi's subsequent situation, then said goodbye to each other and left. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Yui rang the doorbell of Villa number 3 on time. When Fang Qiuyue saw Xu Yui had arrived, she immediately stepped forward to greet him. Then the two of them entered Fang Qiuyue's home. Fang Qiuyue's house was very clean and tidy. Xu Yui's attention was attracted by a cabinet in the living room. I saw that the cabinet was filled with various medals, as well as some black and white photos from modern times, all of which were of soldiers in military uniforms. Ha ha ha, is Chu Xiaoyu interested in these things? I saw an old man walking out slowly with a cane. Fang Qiuyue quickly introduced to Xu Yui. Student Chu, this is my grandfather, a veteran who has participated in the defense of our country. The medals you see are all my grandfather's. When Xu Yui heard that Mr. Fang was a retired veteran, his already respectful heart became even more awed, and he quickly bowed to greet Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang said with a smile, My dear Chu, these are all in the past. You still have to work hard to build and develop the new era. Mr. Fang paused and continued. I'm old now, and my legs and feet are not convenient, so I only have calligraphy as my hobby. When Xiao Yua brought me that calligraphy that day, I felt that you must be extraordinary. I didn't make a mistake in seeing you coming here. Then he started laughing. Xu Yui said quickly. Mr. Fang, you are overpraising me. I just like calligraphy and think it can cultivate one's sentiments. As the old saying goes, it can nourish one. Friend Xu, can you show me your calligraphy process? I want to watch it. No problem, Mr. Fang. Xu Yui agreed readily. Afterwards, Xu Yui, accompanied by Fang Qiuyue, and Mr. Fang entered his bedroom. This is more of a study than a bedroom. The walls are covered with calligraphy works. The only difference between this and a study is probably the bed. Mr. Fang tremblingly found the rice paper, brush and ink. Seeing this, Xu Yui immediately stepped forward to help, and then began to demonstrate his calligraphy process. He stood in front of the rice paper, brush in hand, eyes determined, and imagined a scene in his mind. It was a fierce battle, with many brave soldiers rushing towards the enemy without hesitation. So he started writing, and wrote down the 8 big characters in one go. Righteous and loyal. When Xu Yui put down the brush and looked at Mr. Fang, he found that Mr. Fang had tears in his eyes, and immediately asked with concern. Mr. Fang, what's wrong with you? Fang Qiuyue, who was standing next to Mr. Fang, also noticed Mr. Fang's abnormality and asked hurriedly. Mr. Fang slowly sat down on the bed, patted the place beside him with his hands, and said to Xu Yui. Brother Chu, come and sit down. Xu Yui sat obediently next to Mr. Fang. Friend Xu, in fact, from the very beginning when Xiu Yu gave me your handwriting, I saw a familiar rhythm of the writing. In addition, the way you wrote just now, that temperament is also very similar to an acquaintance of mine. Although everyone can improve their skills through practice, everyone's writing style is innate and unique. Mr. Fang wiped his tears and asked. My dear Chu, do you know a man named Taidan? He is my old squad leader. He told me that he has no name and asked me to call him squad leader Taidan. Team leader Taidan taught me how to write and how to train. One day, he tried to save me from the enemy and fell off a cliff. When Mr. Fang got emotional, he couldn't help but shed tears. We tried to look for him but couldn't find him. We all thought he was dead. Xu Yui felt very heavy after hearing this, but he had indeed never heard of the name Taidan. He could only honestly shake his head to indicate that he did not know this Iron Squad leader. When Mr. Fang saw that Xu Yui said he didn't know him, he was not disappointed. After all, so many years had passed, and maybe it was just a coincidence that they looked alike. But this regret has always been in Mr. Fang's heart. Chapter 32, Xiaoyi, you must always follow the right path in life. After Xu Yui had dinner with Mr. Fang and Fang Qiuyue, he returned to his villa. Just as he stepped into the house, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Xu Yui opened her phone and found that it was a call from her mother. As soon as Xu Yui answered the phone, she heard her mother Zhao Yan's complaining voice coming from the other end of the phone. Xiaoyi, if your dad and I don't call you, will you forget about us? When Chu Yui heard his mother's complaints, he suddenly remembered that he had never called his parents. Since he entered school, he has been so busy with various tasks every day that he even forgot to call his parents. Mom, I just thought about you and Dad teaching in high school and working from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. I was afraid of disturbing your classes and rest. Chu Yui could only pretend to be silly and said. When my mother heard Chu Yui's answer, she couldn't help but laugh out of anger. You little brat, your dad and I have been in school all the time, right? Don't try to find excuses to deceive me. I don't know what kind of person you are. You forget about your family when you have something new. When Chu Yui heard his mother reveal his excuse, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Afterwards, my mother stopped blaming Chu Yui and asked, Xiaoyi, the National Day holiday is coming soon. When will you come back? I can arrange a time to pick you up. In fact, when the three people in the dormitory talked about the National Day holiday, Chu Yui had already thought it through. He planned to drive home because Hangzhou is not far from Shanghai, just over an hour. He didn't want to hide the fact that he was now a billionaire from his parents, he just wanted to change their views of him little by little. If you tell others that an ordinary person who just entered college has billions of assets 1 month after the start of school, no one would believe it. Chu Yui considered the wording for a moment and replied, Mom, you don't have to pick me up. I plan to go back in the afternoon of September 30th. I can drive back by myself. What, Xiaoyi, you bought a car? Your dad and I only gave you a little over 10,000 yuan for tuition and living expenses. Where did you get the money to buy a car? Zhao Yan exclaimed on the other end, her voice rising a few notches, alarming Chu's father, Chu Jianghua, who was on the other side. Yan, who bought a car? Why are you making such a fuss? It's Xiaoyi. This kid bought a car without telling us and plans to drive it back during the National Day holiday. Zhao Yan recounted the whole story to Chu Jianghua truthfully. Chu Jianghua was also shocked. He quickly took the phone from Zhao Yan, turned on the speakerphone, and asked, Xiaoyi, where did you get the money to buy a car? You didn't borrow money online just to save face, did you? Dad, what do you think of me? Am I that kind of person? I helped a respected old man by chance at school and saved him from danger. Chu Yui had already made up a reason to fool his parents, so he started telling lies. Who knew that the old man was a billionaire, so to thank me he gave me some shares in one of his companies, and also gave me a villa and a car. Now your son, I am also in the business world. He planned to slightly process the incident of his first encounter with Mr. Shen, using a montage-like technique to connect the two events. Although the results were different, the processes were real and were enough to make his parents believe it. If my parents want to visit Mr. Shen, it is also within my control. Xiaoyi, we must take the right path in our development. Mom and Dad believe that this is your chance. You must learn to control yourself and seize the opportunity. Chu's father still believed what Chu Yui said. He taught Chu Yui to be honest when he was a child. Chu Yui also worked very hard and became a good child with all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. The main thing is who can get a loan to buy a villa. After hearing his father's instructions, Chu Yui knew that he had fooled the crowd with his excuses, so he heaved a sigh of relief. After that, Chu Yui exchanged a few words with his parents and then hung up the phone. Chu Yui lay on the bed exhausted. This was one of the few excuses he made to fool his parents, so he was inevitably nervous. But if he told the system about this, no one would believe him. Even readers who read system novels every day, when they suddenly hear someone say that he has a system in real life, will think that he is a poor child who has been stupid because of reading too many novels, and will roll their eyes at him. This is the only way to avoid worrying parents. A white lie will not hurt anyone. Chu Yui fell asleep unconsciously while lying on the bed. When he woke up, it was already 7:40 in the morning. Damn it! There's still an early morning snack today. It's all over. It's all over. Chu Yui complained about the damn early morning while preparing to go to school in a panic. The journey that originally took about 10 minutes was compressed by Chu Yui into just 10 minutes to reach the school. I trotted all the way to the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, the class started on time. He wanted to find his 3 roommates from the dormitory to sit together, but after looking around, he didn't find them. Well, the 3 of them are useless. Chu Yui then found a seat closer to the front and sat down. The teacher on the podium opened the sign-in code and asked the students to scan it to sign in. After Chu Yui signed in, he found a message from the boss. Third brother, have you arrived in the classroom? Sign in with the code and save the brothers. Shu Yui couldn't help but shook his head after seeing it, then turned on the camera, took a picture of the code and sent it to the dormitory group. After a few seconds, the boss suddenly said in the group, "Fuck, why does it show that the sign-in failed? Are you trying to trick us with the previous code, Lao-san?" After seeing this, Shu Yui expressed his innocence and even recorded a video to prove his innocence. After the video was sent out, the group fell silent. Shu Yui was also curious, so he planned to ask the students behind him what was going on. When he turned around, he saw Su Lu and her roommates sitting behind him. "Student Su Lu, why can't I sign in after sending this code to the group?" Su Lu looked at Shu Yui, who was puzzled, her face unconsciously flushed, and she said shyly, "Squad leader Chu, this sign-in code will identify your location. You must be within the teaching building to sign in successfully." Shu Yui suddenly realized after hearing this. He really didn't expect that the sign-in code would be so fancy now. It seems that it will be difficult to skip classes in the future. Shu Yui thought about it and posted the reason in the group. After the 3 people in the dormitory saw it, they switched to output mode in the group. The 3 of them played games until 1 o'clock in the morning last night. Normally, Shu Yui would go back to the dormitory to wake them up first, but this time, Shu Yui did not go back to the dormitory and overslept. But this is not Shu Yui's fault, after all, he also entered the classroom on time. 3 minutes later, the teacher closed the sign-in code and said, "Where is the class monitor?" When Shu Yui heard the teacher calling him, he stood up immediately. "Class monitor, please ask these 3 students who skipped class to come to my office after class." Shu Yui nodded, then sat down and sent, "You 3 are done for. The teacher will ask you to go to the office after class to explain the situation. Get ready." I am really speechless. How can I be so unlucky? The boss complained. Do I need to write a self-criticism? The second brother sent, "Forget it, third brother, please go back to the dormitory after class and bring a meal for each of us 3. I'm not happy anymore." The fourth brother replied, "Agree. +1. Shu Yui had a face full of puzzled questions. Why did this suddenly bring up the issue of lunch? Are there 3 old men in this dormitory? They actually let the major shareholders serve them, the 3 small shareholders. Shu Yui secretly swore in his heart that he must give these 3 people a good training in the company. Chapter 33, Lao Si, why don't you come back with me? Time flies, and it is 2 days before the National Day holiday. Shu Yui did not return to the villa in the evening, but planned to play games with 3 roommates in the dormitory. Nearing 11 o'clock in the evening, the 4 people in the dormitory came to the time for free conversation before turning off the lights and going to bed. The second brother Jiang Haoyu asked, "What are your plans for the National Day holiday?" "I plan to go back to Beijing. It's time to go home and lie down and rest for a while." After all, didn't the third brother say that there would be no time for rest after the National Day? The eldest brother answered first. The other 3 people in the dormitory burst into laughter after hearing this. I am a local of Shanghai. To be honest, it doesn't matter whether I go back or not. I can go back anytime I want. The second brother said helplessly, and turned to ask Shu Yui. Old 3, what are your plans for the National Day holiday? I plan to go back to Hangzhou. My parents miss me a lot. Shu Yui answered honestly. Second brother, it doesn't matter whether you go home or not, why don't you stay in the dormitory with me? We won't be bored if we play games every day. When the fourth brother heard that the eldest and the third brother were going home, he invited the second brother to stay with him in the dormitory. Fourth brother, aren't you from Suzhou? Why don't you go home for the National Day? Asked the second brother. My parents are both out on business, there's no one at home. Even if they go back, I'll be alone at home. It's better to stay in the dormitory to save money. Why don't you come with me to Hangzhou? We can treat it as a trip. I have guest rooms at home. Shu Yui heard that Lao Si was a little disappointed and thought that he must be uncomfortable staying in the dormitory alone, so he simply invited Lao Si to go home together. His parents are kind-hearted people and will definitely welcome the arrival of the fourth child. Is it okay? The fourth brother suddenly became alert, but asked worriedly. Will this cause you any trouble? Shu Yui smiled and said helplessly. Don't you cause me enough trouble? It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks, but you're being polite. The fourth brother chuckled when he heard Chu Yui's teasing, and then accepted Chu Yui's invitation. It was the afternoon of September 30th. Since I only had classes in the morning, I could set off for home in the afternoon. Chu Yui and Lao Si packed some luggage in the dormitory. Since they didn't need to bring too much stuff for a short period of time, everyone carried a backpack and set off for Hangzhou. On the way, Chu Yui called his mother Zhao Yan and told her that the fourth child would come to his home for a vacation. Both his mother and father expressed their warm welcome. After about an hour and a half's drive, Chu Yui arrived downstairs of his home. Chu Yui planned to find a parking space downstairs and park there. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find an empty parking space and could only park next to a small path. After making sure that the parking location would not hinder normal traffic, the two walked towards Chu Yui's house. Walking to the door, Chu Yui knocked gently, and then Zhao Yan's happy voice came from behind the door. "Oh, my great son is finally back." Zhao Yan, wearing an apron and holding a rice spoon, pushed open the door with a smile on her face. "You must be Xiaopeng, come in and sit down and have a rest. Auntie will cut a fruit plate for you." Before Chu Yui could introduce the fourth child, the two of them were called into the house by Chu's mother. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Chu Yui's roommate. Sorry to bother you these days." The fourth son, Fan Dapeng, greeted Chu's mother, Zhao Yan, respectfully and politely. "Good boy, Auntie welcomes you to come here to play. You don't know that Xiui never brought friends home to play before college." Chu's mother Zhao Yan said with a smile as she turned and walked towards the kitchen to bring out the fruit plate. When the fourth brother heard that Chu Yui had never brought his friends home, he couldn't help but look at Chu Yui with sympathy. It's so pitiful that the third child didn't have any friends before going to college. I guess I have to take good care of him in the future. The fourth brother, Fan Dapeng, made a certain decision in his heart. When Chu Yui saw the sympathetic and caring look in the eyes of the fourth brother, he couldn't help but feel upset. He already knew what this blockhead was thinking. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Chu Yui explained. "The reason why I don't bring friends and classmates home to play is because my parents are high school teachers. If it were you, would you dare to come? It is students' nature to be afraid of their teachers." The third brother finally understood what was going on, but he denied the second half of the sentence and retorted. "Old third, what do you mean? If it were me, I would have come to your house to play." There were more and more black lines on Chu Yui's head, and he really wanted to give the fourth brother a head-splitting blow of love. After hearing the conversation between the two, Chu's mother couldn't help but laugh. In fact, she really hoped that her son could bring other children to her home as guests, and she also hoped that she could be regarded as a friendly mother by the children. However, her identity as a teacher became an obstacle, which made her feel embarrassed towards Chu Yui. Teachers must be strict to a certain extent in order to better manage students. "By the way, Mom, where is Dad? Why are you home alone?" When Chu Yui returned home, he noticed that his father Chu Jianguo was not at home, so he asked his mother curiously. "You're so lucky to be back early, little brat. Those high school kids are still in school, and your dad, as the class teacher, must be there to accompany them." "I'm just a teacher, so I'll be back if I don't have classes in the afternoon." Zhao Yan felt that Chu Yui had become stupid after just 1 month at university. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Chu Yui. After all, for college students, except for the time when they have classes, the rest of the time is vacation. Chu Yui scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Afterwards, the three of them and Chu's mother began to talk about the interesting things that happened at school. The fourth brother also gradually became familiar with Zhao Yan, and started to speak a little more boldly. Several times, he told the rumor that Chu Yui had hooked up with the school belle. If Chu Yui hadn't been watching nearby, I'm afraid the fourth kid would have told everything he had done in the past month. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Chu's father Chu Jianghua came back from school. After the usual greetings, the four began to prepare dinner. When Chu's mother heard that Chu Yui's friends were coming to visit, she specially cooked for an entire afternoon. The dishes for tonight were very rich. Father Chu was also very happy. He took out his treasured 20-year-old wine and asked Chu Yui and Fan Dapeng to drink some with him. The two did not refuse. So the joyful dinner time officially began. Chu's father asked Chu Yui with concern whether he had gotten used to life at school, and also told Chu Yui not to neglect his studies. When the family had almost finished eating, Chu Yui took out a bank card from his pocket and said to Chu's father and mother, "Mom and Dad, I'm financially independent now. There's 5 million in this bank card. The password is Mom's birthday. Spend as much as you want." If it's not enough, tell me. Shu's father and mother were so shocked that they almost dropped their chopsticks on the table. Shu's father was the first to react and asked, Xiaoyi, how much money do you have now? You should keep the money for yourself. Your parents both have jobs, so you don't have to worry about financial problems. Shu Yui thought about it and said, Mom and Dad, just keep it. I've started my own business now, and I plan to start it with a few brothers in our dormitory. The fourth brother also knows about it. Shu Yui pointed at the fourth brother, who nodded, indicating that what Shu Yui said was absolutely right. I am not short of money now. Not counting shares and fixed assets, I have about 1 billion in working capital. Don't worry about your son. The fourth brother couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he heard this. He knew that Shu Yui was very rich, but he had never heard of his specific assets. He admired Shu Yui more and more, and he secretly decided in his heart that he must start a business with Shu Yui and strive to be as filial to his parents as Shu Yui. Shu's father and mother were so frightened that they couldn't utter a word for a long time. Chapter 34, Good people are often bullied, so you must never be kind to bad people. It took Mr. and Mrs. Chu a while to recover from their shock. The two of them never imagined that their son would become a billionaire at such a young age just after entering college. They felt both relieved and proud. It is the wish of every parent that their children can be successful. Shu's mother Zhao Yan took the bank card and said to Chu Yui, Xiaoyi, let your parents save this money for you first. If you need it in the future, your parents will do their best to help you. We are your strongest support. Shu Yui was deeply touched when he saw that his mother was still thinking about him. Although my parents are both high school teachers, they only earn 8 or 9,000 yuan a month. Not only do they have to take care of the entire family, but they also have to help some students in my father's class who come from poor families. Therefore, my parents never spend money on me. Shu Yui also understood that his parents had been used to saving money all their lives, and it would take some time to change their consumption concept. He decided to let time change everything. After dinner, Shu's mother washed the dishes in the kitchen, and Shu's father had to go to the classroom to supervise the students who were attending evening self-study classes, so he left home and went to school. Shu Yui sat on the sofa and chatted with Lao Si about where to go tomorrow. Although Hangzhou cannot be compared with Shanghai, it is also very prosperous. Tomorrow, Shu's father and mother will also have 3 days off. Because they are teaching the senior year class, which is facing the huge challenge of the college entrance examination, the vacation has been shortened from 7 days to 3 days. After washing up, Mother Chu came out of the kitchen. She was very happy to see her 2 children discussing tomorrow's schedule on the sofa. So Chu's mother also joined the discussion between the two. The next day, Shu Yui's family got up early. They planned to visit all the famous attractions in Hangzhou today, so they were ready to set off at 7 o'clock in the morning. Shu Yui volunteered to drive his own car. After all, his car had a lot of space and complete facilities, so the travel experience would be better. Looking at the active Chu Yui, Shu's father and mother agreed with his suggestion. After all, they had not seen their son's new car yet, and they also wanted to see the difference between sitting in a luxury car and an ordinary car. The two followed Chu Yui and Lao Si to the parking lot. Chu Yui saw an old lady dressed up gorgeously taking pictures in front of his car, changing her poses back and forth as if she was trying to twist herself into a flower. He couldn't stand it any longer, and was about to chase the man away when Chu's mother Zhao Yan grabbed Chu Yui and said, She lives in the same neighborhood as us. It won't take her long to take pictures. Let's wait until she leaves before going over. Chu Yui nodded after hearing this. Since he knew his mother, he couldn't ruin other people's fun. After waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, Chu Yui began to get a little impatient, especially when he saw the old woman trying to climb onto the hood. He immediately scolded her. Come down. However, Chu Yui was still a step too late. The old woman had already climbed up and continued taking pictures as if she didn't hear Chu Yui's shout. Chu Yui suppressed the anger in his heart. This was his precious car and he took good care of it. But it was ruined by an old woman. If it was an ordinary person, he would have exploded long ago. Chu Yui quickly ran to the side of the car and immediately stopped the aunt who was taking pictures. Auntie, please get out of my car, or I will take legal action to make you pay the price. The old lady standing on the hood of the car couldn't help laughing when she saw a young man suddenly jump out and say that the car was his. Young man, do you know what kind of car this is? You're wearing cheap clothes. Even if I sold you, you still can't afford it. If you want to take pictures, just stand in line. You want to chase me away? No way. The fourth child, who was running behind Chu Yui, as well as Chu's father and mother, were also frightened when they saw this scene. Mother Chu quickly advised, "Sister Wang, this is really our Xiui's car. Please get off quickly. This car is very expensive. What if you step on it and break it?" The old woman called Sister Wang started to mock Xiaoyan when she saw her. "Hey Xiaoyan, everyone knows what your family is like, and you teamed up to deceive me. Can your family afford this car? People are greedy." Then the old woman gave the hood another push and said, "Besides, this car is so high-end, will it break if you step on it? Stop scaring me, I'll let you guys take the photo after I finish posting the short video." After saying that, he started taking pictures again. Chu Yui took out the car keys directly, and the headlights of the Lamborghini flashed. With a buzzing sound, the old woman who was taking pictures on the car was so scared that she fell down. Sister Wang rubbed her sore buttocks and continued to speak sarcastically. "Is this car really yours? I don't believe it. You must have rented it. Even if you rent it, you take good care of it. It seems like you can really afford to buy it." Chu Yui didn't plan to continue talking nonsense with her and immediately called Manager Wang. The busy tone lasted less than 3 seconds before Manager Wang picked up the phone. "Hey, Mr. Chu, what can I do for you? Are you still on a business trip in Hangzhou?" Manager Wang on the other end of the phone shuddered when he heard Chu Yui's voice and quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Chu, I will return to Shanghai this afternoon with the Director of the Legal Affairs Department and the Director of the Finance Department. What are your plans, Mr. Chu?" Before Chu Yui took the 3 people from the dormitory to have dinner, Manager Wang had already told Chu Yui that he wanted to go to Hangzhou to discuss a deal with the finance and legal departments. Seeing that Manager Wang was still in Hangzhou, Chu Yui felt that this matter would be much easier to handle. "I'll send you an address. Bring the legal and financial departments here immediately." "Yes, Mr. Chu." Manager Wang hung up the phone immediately. He could tell from Chu Yui's tone that he was on the verge of anger and did not dare to neglect him. 5 minutes later, Manager Wang arrived here with his men. Manager Wang was very glad that the hotel he booked was very close to here. If something happened and delayed him, Chu Yui might hold him accountable. Manager Wang immediately ran to Chu Yui's side and bowed. "Boss Chu, I'm here." Chu Yui pointed at Sister Wang, who was throwing a tantrum and was blocked by the fourth brother, and said, "This damn old woman ignored my advice and stood on the hood of my car and stepped on it twice. There is a dashcam in the car. I called the police and handed it over to the legal department for damage assessment. After that, she helped me drive the car to the forest shop in Shanghai for maintenance." Chu Yui then handed the key to Manager Wang. Manager Wang immediately nodded in agreement, then took out the key to a Mercedes-Benz from his pocket and said to Chu Yui, "Boss Chu, this is the company's car. Please bear with it for a few days. I will help you take care of everything later." Chu Yui was very satisfied with Manager Wang, and then left the scene with his parents and the fourth child. After Manager Wang explained the situation to the legal department, they immediately called the police to handle the matter. "I'm afraid this matter will make Sister Wang lose everything." Chapter 35 Class Reunion? I didn't receive any notice. After Chu Yui handed the matter over to Manager Wang, he took his parents and the fourth child to the company's business car. Although Chu Yui's Lamborghini Nero has an almost 100% turning rate on the road, this Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle is more suitable for traveling with multiple people. According to the original plan, Chu Yui and his companions took the fourth child to visit the famous scenic spots in Hangzhou. This period of time is not only a travel trip for the fourth brother, but also a very important time for Chu Yui's family. Chu Yui's parents often stay in school from morning to night, devoting themselves to the cause of education day and night. Chu Yui is also very sensible. He understands how difficult it is for his parents, so he learned to cook at an early age. The family has very little time to play together. This period of time has unforgettable significance for everyone. The 4 of them played in Hangzhou for 2 whole days. Chu's father and mother decided to have a good rest on the last day of the holiday. Chu Yui and the fourth child agreed. After all, traveling is a very physically demanding activity. 3 days have passed since the holiday, and Chu's father and mother have returned to their usual busy teaching work. On the 4th day of the holiday, Chu Yui received a call from Manager Wang in the morning. Manager Wang said that the Lamborghini had been maintained and the aunt who made trouble had received the punishment she deserved. Manager Wang said, "Boss Chu, do you want me to help you drive the car back to Hangzhou?" Xu Yui felt that the company would need a commercial vehicle to carry out its work, so he agreed to let manager Wang drive the car back. More than an hour later, manager Wang parked the car in the parking lot downstairs of Xu Yui's house. Xu Yui saw the huge dark circles under manager Wang's eyes and asked in confusion. "Manager Wang, you didn't get enough rest these days. Why do you have dark circles under your eyes?" After hearing this, manager Wang said with a bitter look on his face, "Boss Chu, these few days are the peak period for the hotel business. Although we are still accepting reservations for meals, the amount of work that needs to be done has doubled compared to usual. We are really too busy. Are you busy these days?" Xu Yui asked immediately. He planned to give manager Wang a few days off to have a good rest. After all, exhausting work not only reduces work efficiency, but also easily affects physical health. Today's peak has passed, and we are tentatively planning to give employees leave in batches in the next few days. This is how hotel work is. When everyone is on holiday, the pressure on hotels and other service industries will increase, and holidays can only be squeezed out of time. You should take a rest during the remaining days of the National Day holiday. I'll give you a few days off. I have other arrangements at the hotel. Xu Yui still cares very much about the physical and mental health of his employees. In Xu Yui's eyes, a boss who is determined to squeeze out all of a person's surplus value is simply a coward. Manager Wang quickly expressed his gratitude to Xu Yui. Xu Yui looked at the time. It was almost noon and time to prepare lunch, so he asked manager Wang to have a quick meal with the two of them and take a break before going back for the holiday in the afternoon. Manager Wang readily accepted it. So the three of them decided to find a random restaurant on the roadside to have a meal. Just as the three of them were leaving the community gate, Xu Yui suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. When he turned around, he found that it was his high school deskmate Hu Haitao. "Hey, Lao Hu, you're back too." Xu Yui hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him. "Brother Chu, why don't you come to play with me when you come back? I thought you didn't come back." Hu Haitao smiled innocently. Hu Haitao was one of the few good friends Xu Yui had in high school. He was generous and righteous, but a little silly. "I have a mission this holiday, right? Come, let me introduce you. This is my roommate Fan Dapeng. My mission for this holiday is to take him on a trip. Fourth brother, this is my high school classmate Hu Haitao. Hello, brother Fan. Hello, brother Tao." The two men shook hands to show respect. Then Xu Yui looked at manager Wang and said, "Old Hu, this is manager Wang, the manager of the hotel." Hu Haitao and manager Wang also shook hands with each other. After getting to know each other, Hu Haitao suddenly noticed that Xu Yui seemed different from before, so he asked in confusion, "Brother Chu, now that you're in college, I feel like you're different than before. You seem to have a, how should I put it? It's like the domineering CEO look you show in your short videos." Xu Yui was immediately happy when he heard this. He didn't expect that Hu Haitao was so perceptive that he could actually tell that his temperament had changed. But he didn't intend to show off, and said, "You are quite good at dealing with things, but please stop complimenting me. I am not used to hearing such words." At this time, Hu Haitao seemed to have thought of something and asked Xu Yui, "Brother Chu, do you still remember Song Qianqian, the school beauty who went abroad in her senior year of high school?" Xu Yui still has a very deep impression of the name Song Qianqian. She was known as the school belle at that time. She was a classmate of Xu Yui and was the object of pursuit of many boys. "Of course I remember her. Why did you suddenly mention her?" Xu Yui expressed great confusion. Song Qianqian suddenly returned to China a few days ago and is now in her hometown of Hangzhou. I heard that several of her former classmates flew back from all over the country after hearing that Song Qianqian had returned. "Wow, is Song Qianqian so charming?" Xu Yui expressed shock. In Xu Yui's impression, she seemed to be just a girl with pretty looks and a rather cold personality. Hu Haitao saw Xu Yui's shocked expression and thought that he was shocked by Song Qianqian's return to China, so he continued. "Remember there were rumors about the two of you before? It's been so long, don't you plan to meet her?" The fourth brother on the side was listening with great interest, as if he smelled the scent of gossip. "Come on, she and I are just ordinary friends." "No, maybe not even friends, we are just classmates. How can there be any scandal?" Xu Yui said speechlessly. "He really has nothing to do with Song Qianqian. So you used to walk with Song Qianqian after school every day?" "I went to see my dad after school, and she went to see her mom after school." My dad and her mom were colleagues in the same office. I'm confused. How can something that happened in parallel in time and space become a scandal? Shu Yui feels that young people today are too gossipy. They can connect everything together and come up with a romantic story. Hu Haitao laughed out loud after hearing this and said, I know, otherwise how can I say it's a gossip? If something happens to us brothers, how can I not know? Hu Haitao patted Chu Yui on the back, giving people the feeling that no one knows a son better than his father. By the way, what are you going to do? Hu Haitao asked. Why are you going? Don't you know everything that happened to me? Why are you asking me if you already know it? Shu Yui launched a counterattack. Hu Haitao laughed after hearing this, and then said, If you don't have anything to do, come with me to the class reunion. Class reunion? Why didn't anyone tell me about it? Shu Yui said in confusion that he felt excluded by his classmates and was not even notified of any class reunions. I wanted to inform you in advance. You didn't even have a cell phone in high school. How could I find your contact information? Hu Haitao complained. Shu Yui then realized that he seemed to have never used a mobile phone in high school and did not leave any contact information. It is said that Song Qianxian will also attend the class reunion this afternoon, so there will be quite a lot of classmates coming. Do you want to join in the fun? Shu Yui thought about it for a while and felt that this proposal was feasible. It was an AA system anyway, so it was not excessive to bring 2 people along. Shu Yui then asked the 2 people for their opinions, and when he saw that they both didn't care, he agreed to Hu Haitao's invitation. Chapter 36, Third Brother, You Are Quite Charming. Seeing that both of them agreed, Shu Yui also accepted Hu Haitao's invitation. Where is the class reunion held? Shu Yui asked Hu Haifeng. It's at the Linxin Hotel near our high school. We'll hold our graduation party there. After hearing what Lao Hu said, Shu Yui also remembered the hotel. Although it was not luxurious, it was also a decent hotel. Shu Yui saw that the destination was quite far from here, so he suggested. Come on, Lao Hu, take my car. It's more convenient. When Lao Hu heard that Shu Yui had a car, he was very surprised and asked quickly. Brother Chu, when did you buy the car? Why haven't you mentioned it before? Shu Yui smiled and said. I bought it in college. It didn't cost much. He was telling the truth, he really didn't spend any money, this was a free task reward from the system. It couldn't be considered free, Shu Yui also completed the task. The 4th brother and manager Wang behind Shu Yui twitched their mouths when they heard Shu Yui's words. The 4th brother felt that Shu Yui was too Versailles. He didn't spend much money on the 10 million yuan car. He had the urge to teach Shu Yui a lesson. But he thought again of what Shu Yui said last night, as if the 10 million yuan was really worthless to Shu Yui. So a few people walked towards Shu Yui's car. When Hu Haitao saw the extremely handsome Lamborghini, his eyes almost popped out. He had never seen such a luxurious car in his 20 years of life. Is this your car, Brother Chu? You are not going to make fun of me, are you? Hu Haitao pointed at the car and began to stutter in surprise. Seeing Hu Haitao's look of disbelief, Shu Yui immediately proved himself with action. He took out the remote control and pressed it lightly, and the headlights of the Lamborghini flashed. Shu Yui glanced back at Hu Haitao, who was still in shock, and said, Stop being in a daze and get in the car. Before Shu Yui finished speaking, the 4th brother slipped into the back row like a mouse. Manager Wang on the side asked Shu Yui. Boss Chu, do you need me to drive? Shu Yui shook his head and said. Since I've given you a holiday, you should take a good rest. Besides, I'm very familiar with this place, so I'll drive it. Hu Haitao also woke up at this time and followed Shu Yui into the car. The car drove towards the Linxin Hotel as fast as an arrow. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Shu Yui and his party arrived at Linxin Hotel. Since the hotel did not have a dedicated underground parking lot, Shu Yui could only park in the parking area designated at the hotel entrance. As soon as this Lamborghini appeared at the Linxin Hotel, it attracted the attention of many diners. Oh my god, isn't this a Lamborghini? I heard this car costs more than 10 million. Today, the big guy is here in person. It would be nice if we could get to know him. If I could drive this car, I would be willing to go eat poop. Does anyone know the man who got out of the passenger seat? After Chu Yui parked the car in the parking lot, everyone got out of the car. To outsiders, Chu Yui was dressed plainly, while manager Wang was dressed in a suit, making Chu Yui look like a driver and manager Wang the real boss. After getting off the car, they walked towards the hotel entrance. Hey, why is that man who looks like the boss following behind a young man? Stupid, this middle-aged man is definitely not a big shot. Have you ever seen a big shot get out of the car from the passenger seat? They all get out from the rear seat of the main driver's seat. There is such a rule. However, this young man looks ordinary in his clothes and is only a little handsome. He doesn't look like a big shot. Chu Yui and his group were definitely unaware of the discussions among the many diners. Along the way, manager Wang kept introducing this hotel to Chu Yui. He came to Hangzhou on a business trip just for the Linxin Hotel. Xingfeng Hotel wanted to expand its business scope, so it initially decided to make Linxin Hotel its partner. Linxin Hotel also had a strong desire to cooperate, so manager Wang was invited to come. Chu Yui also roughly understood the situation, but he did not intend to intervene too much. After the group entered the hotel, Hu Haitao had almost figured out Chu Yui's situation. From the reports between manager Wang and Chu Yui, he analyzed that Chu Yui should be a big entrepreneur. It's no surprise that he can drive such a luxury car. When he fully understood the current situation, Hu Haitao immediately ran in front of Chu Yui and said, "Brother Chu, I know where the class reunion box is. I'll lead the way." Led by Hu Haitao, Chu Yui and his companions came to a private box. After pushing the door open and entering, many classmates were already there. After all, they had been together for at least 2 years, so Chu Yui could still recognize most of them. The rest of the ones I didn't know were either pulled here like the fourth and second brother, or were from other classes. As soon as Chu Yui entered the door, a tall and elegantly dressed girl walked towards him. "Brother Y, how come I never thought I would see you here again?" The person who came was Zhou Qir, who was in the same class as Chu Yui. In high school, she had been in a group with Chu Yui and Hu Haitao for a long time. They were all close friends and had a very good relationship. "Kor, you're here too. I heard you got 3rd place in our school's exam. Congratulations." When the fourth brother heard the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. This laughter also attracted Zhou Qir's attention, so she asked, "Brother Y, are these two your friends?" Chu Yui nodded and introduced the two people to Zhou Qir. After some greetings, everyone sat down. Chu Yui naturally sat next to Zhou Qir's original seat, while Lao Si and manager Wang sat on the other side of Chu Yui. The fourth brother's curiosity was completely aroused. He secretly patted Chu Yui with his hand and asked, "Third brother, why did that girl call you Wai Gu? What a funny name." Ha 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 ha. The fourth brother started laughing again before he finished speaking. Chu Yui gave the fourth brother a loving look and said, "When I was in high school, I didn't have time to write my name on the test paper, so I wrote Chu YY. Kor was the leader of our group. When she collected the test papers, she saw it and laughed at me for a long time, so she gave me a nickname." He didn't think there was anything wrong with the nickname. After all, the abbreviation of his name was YY. "I didn't expect you to be so charming. You had such a good relationship with such a beautiful girl in high school, and you hooked up with the school beautician in college. Wow, I'm so envious." Before Chu Yui could open his mouth to retort, Zhou Qir poked her head over first. "What is school beautician? Brother Y, have you found a school beauty to be your girlfriend?" she asked with a gossipy look on her face. Chu Yui quickly swallowed back the words he had said to Olfor, and said, "Kor, you heard it wrong. He said that you are so beautiful and must be the school beauty. He said that I am so charming that I can have such a good relationship with you." Zhou Qir couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this, waved her hand and said, "What do you mean you are charming? The reason why we are so close is purely because you are lucky to have met me. If I were someone else, I would have dumped you long ago." "Hey, what are you talking about? Why do I act like you're my girlfriend and dumped me? Am I so unattractive?" After the two of them insulted each other for a few more times, Zhou Qir said, "I can't bear the title of school belle. The real school belle hasn't come yet." As soon as Zhou Qir finished speaking, the door of the box was pushed open, and a tall and slender girl wearing a light purple floor-length dress with delicate pearls and lace trims on the hems and a pair of high heels walked in slowly. There were many boys and girls following behind her, and she was being followed by others like a queen. This girl is Song Chanshan, who is known as the school belle. Chapter 37 Chu Yui's surprise, becoming the public enemy of all boys in the class? Everyone in the box was attracted by Song Qianqian, who had just pushed the door open. Song Qianqian originally had a cold temperament, and after returning from abroad, this temperament seemed to have become even stronger. But based on Chu Yui's understanding of Song Qianqian, her temperament that seemed to keep people at a distance was not deliberately pretended. It was just that Song Qianqian was very socially anxious, and this cold aura enveloped her like a protective shield. After all, when Song Qianqian was in the office with her parents, she didn't have that oppressive feeling of an ice girl at all. Now that so many people are surrounding her, the aura around her becomes even more unapproachable. Chu Yui was not very interested in Song Qianqian. He came here just to meet with his friends, keep in touch with them, and have a meal. He doesn't want to become the target of public criticism. At this time, a boy in a suit, who looked very confident, stepped forward and said to Song Qianqian, "Qianqian, I've reserved a seat for you. It's right next to me. Let's take a seat quickly. The lunch will start soon." After the boy said this, he made a gesture of invitation. Chu Yui also knew this boy, Zhao Hao, who was in the same class as Chu Yui. His parents were the chairman of the Linxin Hotel where they were having dinner. Being a second-generation rich man, he always had an air of being the only one who was superior to others, so his classmates nicknamed him Zhao Ritan behind his back. Zhao Hao had been pursuing Song Qianqian since high school, but Song Qianqian never paid any attention to him. When he heard that Song Qianqian had returned from overseas, he immediately flew back to Hangzhou, even though he had originally planned to pick up girls in college. But things didn't seem to develop according to his wishes. What he never expected was that Song Qianqian actually walked directly to Chu Yui's side. What was even more unexpected to everyone present was that Song Qianqian, who was usually not good at speaking, actually took the initiative to say to the fourth brother beside Chu Yui, "Classmate, could you please sit next to me? I have something to say to classmate Chu." Chu Yui was stunned after hearing this, and the fourth brother was also stunned. It would have been fine if Song Qianqian did not accept Zhao Hao's invitation, but why did she drag herself, an innocent person, into this? Chu Yui quickly winked at the fourth brother, asking him not to change his seat. But the fourth brother was a gossip lover, so how could he not be excited by such an exciting and interesting development? Therefore, he didn't pay any attention to Chu Yui's hint and just stood up and changed his seat. Well, Chu Yui is now sitting with the beautiful top student Zhou Qir on one side and the beautiful school belle Song Qianqian on the other side. Under the scorching gazes of his classmates, Chu Yui feels like he is being roasted on a fire. Zhao Hao, who was still standing there, looked at Song Qianqian, who was sitting next to Chu Yui. He was slightly shocked at first, and then anger surged in his heart. He felt that his goddess seemed to have been defiled by this kid Chu Yui. Zhao Hao's little followers looked at their boss's bad face and dared not breathe. They knew that if they made Zhao Hao angry, the consequences would be very serious, and they felt that the boy sitting next to Song Qianqian would be in big trouble this time. Zhao Hao walked silently to his original seat. When his classmates saw that Zhao Hao had a constipated expression, the lively gossip discussion gradually died down. After all, Zhao Hao was the organizer of this class reunion, and the classmates all knew that the main reason why Zhao Hao organized this reunion was to invite Song Qianqian out. Now that everyone saw this scene, they didn't dare to say anything more. Zhao Hao, who was sitting in his seat, saw that everyone was looking at him, and suddenly realized that his expression was too obvious. He immediately smiled and said to everyone, "This time, our class reunion is mainly to strengthen the relationship between classmates. I would like to toast everyone and declare that this reunion officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking, a waiter came into the room with the dishes. Soon, the entire table was filled with dishes. The atmosphere became lively and the students began to chat about handsome men and beautiful women, strange news, and gossip. The scene was very harmonious. But Chu Yui seemed a little out of place in this cheerful atmosphere. With a smile on his face, he asked Song Qianqian, who was sitting next to him, "Student Song, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Zhou Qir, Hu Haitao, and Lao Si all looked at Chu Yui. Even manager Wang pricked up his ears. They were so curious. When Song Qianqian heard Chu Yui's question, she did not answer, but continued to eat. This made Chu Yui very depressed. Was he really just chosen by Song Qianqian as a shield to deal with Zhao Hao? After a while, seeing that Song Qianqian still had no intention of speaking, Chu Yui chose to give up asking Song Qianqian what she thought. At this time, Song Qianqian suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Student Chu, actually I came back to China this time specifically to find you." When Chu Yui was about to pick up some food, his hand froze in place. Zhao Hao, who was sitting opposite, had been paying attention to the situation between Song Qianqian and Chu Yui. He still couldn't accept it, so he decided to take revenge on Chu Yui. Chu Yui put down his chopsticks, turned around and listened attentively to Song Chanshan's words. It's not that Chu Yui cares about Song Chanshan, but Song Chanshan's voice is too soft, which is completely different from the lively conversation of classmates. If you don't listen carefully, you can't hear it at all. But Song Chanshan's voice became smaller and smaller, and her head lowered lower and lower. In order to hear what Song Chanshan said clearly, he almost put his ears close to her, but he could only hear a beeping sound. This scene made Zhao Hao misinterpret the meaning. He thought that Chu Yui and Song Chanshan had a very good relationship. Combined with some rumors that had been spread among classmates before, Zhao Hao couldn't help but feel hostility towards Chu Yui. He coughed deliberately, and the originally noisy box became quiet instantly. He raised his glass, walked towards Song Chanshan, and said to everyone, "Classmates, I am honored to invite Song Chanshan, who went abroad before, to this party. After not seeing you for such a long time, you all miss you very much. I suggest that we toast Song Chanshan together." Then he walked up to Song Chanshan, raised his glass, pretended to trip accidentally, and spilled the wine in the glass directly on Chu Yui's clothes. This time, Zhao Hao deliberately wanted to disgust Chu Yui. This was also a demonstration to Chu Yui, so that Chu Yui would consciously keep a distance from Song Chanshan. Before Chu Yui could speak, Song Chanshan suddenly stood up and said with a cold face, "Zhao Hao, what are you doing? Why did you deliberately pour the wine on classmate Chu?" When Zhao Hao saw Song Chanshan's icy expression, he knew that she was angry, and he quickly said, "I didn't mean to do that. I tripped accidentally and spilled the wine on Chu." "Accidentally? I think you were careless on purpose." Song Chanshan's voice was different from the way she spoke to Chu Yui. It became loud and cold, as if an ice cone could hurt someone at any time. "I saw everything when I lowered my head. There was no sign of your feet tripping at all. You just leaned forward. Do you have any excuses?" For a moment, all the students present were stunned. In their impression, Song Chanshan was a person who hardly ever spoke. This time she actually got angry for Chu Yui, which really shocked them. Chu Yui sat in his seat, looking at the originally reserved girl who took the initiative to support him, and suddenly he felt a warm feeling in his heart. Zhao Hao saw that Song Chanshan didn't give him any face, but directly exposed him for another man. The fire in his heart burned again. So he just pointed at Chu Yui and shouted, "I did it on purpose. What can you do to me? I don't understand why you have such a good relationship with this poor boy. I pursued you so hard, why didn't you give me any face at all?" Song Chanshan looked at Zhao Hao, who was shouting at the top of his lungs, but his expression was still cold. The atmosphere in the entire box suddenly reached freezing point. Chapter 38, Waiting is the Longest Confession of Love. No one expected the atmosphere to suddenly become so tense. As a victim, Chu Yui is not someone who likes to suffer in silence. Moreover, now that Song Chanshan is fighting for justice for him, he has no reason to hide behind a girl. Chu Yui took off his coat that was soaked by alcohol, stood up from his seat and asked, "Student Zhao, Song Chanshan and I have nothing to do with each other. Are you being a little too neurotic?" When he said this, he did not notice a hint of sadness on Song Chanshan's cold face. Zhao Hao continued to insist. "Chu Yui, you and Chanshan have had a scandal since high school. Now Chanshan is looking for you and you two are so close. Do you have the nerve to say such a thing?" Chu Yui understood as soon as she heard it, and acted as if she wanted to get closer to Song Chanshan to listen carefully to her voice, and became affectionate in front of Zhao Hao. At this time, Lao Hu suddenly stood up, pointed at Zhao Hao and started to curse. "Funny mad go pee. Zhao Ritian, even if brother Chu and Song Chanshan have a relationship, it's not your turn to get involved. Do you think you're awesome just because you're a rich second generation? Brother Chu drives a 10 million Lamborghini, but he's not as awesome as you." These words instantly aroused widespread discussion among the classmates. They did not expect that Chu Yui would drive such an expensive car. "Oh my god, did you hear what Hu Haitao said? Chu Yui actually drives a Lamborghini. Aren't his parents teachers? He's not bragging, is he? I remember there was indeed a Lamborghini in the parking lot when I came here. Could it really be Chu Yui's?" Some people who arrived later than Chu Yui noticed the Lamborghini parked in the parking lot. Zhao Hao was also stunned after hearing this. He remembered that when he went to pick up Song Chanshan, there was indeed a Lamborghini in the parking lot. At that time, he thought it belonged to some big boss. In the circle he grew up in, there was no one richer than him. This distorted concept developed in a specific environment was reflected in Zhao Hao. He said with disdain, "Come on, Hu Haitao, if you want to help someone, you should at least find a more reliable reason. Everyone knows Chu Yui's family. He is not from a wealthy family at all. Stop bragging without thinking. You are the one who brags without thinking. If you are really that awesome and you pursue Song Qianqian so relentlessly, but she still doesn't like you, I suggest you buy a deck of playing cards and don't lose your original and photocopied ID." Chu Yui was speechless as he watched the two people constantly verbally attacking each other. He hadn't said anything yet, so why did these two people start fighting first? When Zhao Hao heard that Hu Haitao was humiliating him like this, he became so angry that he subconsciously rushed up to fight Hu Haitao. Seeing that things were gradually getting out of control, Chu Yui hurried forward and grabbed Zhao Hao's arm. No matter how hard Zhao Hao struggled, he could not break free from Chu Yui's restraints. "That's enough, Zhao Hao. We are classmates. Do you still want to hit others?" Chu Yui said in a deep voice. When Zhao Hao's brothers saw that Zhao Hao was being held tightly by Chu Yui, they all stood up from their seats and quickly ran behind Zhao Hao. Chu Yui didn't want to make things awkward, so he let go of Zhao Hao's arm. Manager Wang saw that there were many people on the other side and was afraid that Chu Yui was in danger, so he quickly walked to Chu Yui and asked in a low voice, "Boss Chu, do you want me to come forward and solve this problem?" Chu Yui shook his head. After all, it was just a small fight between classmates and it didn't get to that level. Zhao Hao didn't expect Chu Yui to be so strong, and he was powerless in front of him. So he ordered him to leave. "Hu Haitao, Chu Yui, you two are not welcome here, please leave on your own." Chu Yui also felt that this seemed to be the best way to resolve the problem peacefully at the moment. At this time, Zhou Qi and Lao Si also stood up and followed Chu Yui out of the box. "Wait. I'll go with you." Song Qianqian also stood up and prepared to leave with Chu Yui. Zhao Hao was just about to stop Song Qianqian from leaving, but unexpectedly Song Qianqian glared at him with a look full of disappointment and anger, which made Zhao Hao stand there in a daze. At this time, there were knocks on the door of the box. A middle-aged man pushed the door open and saw Manager Wang standing at the door. So he shook hands with Manager Wang excitedly and said, "Manager Wang, welcome, welcome. I wonder why you are at my son's class reunion." The person who came was Mr. Zhao from Linqin Hotel, and Zhao Hao's father. "Director Zhao, I am here to accompany our CEO Chu to attend the class reunion." Manager Wang briefly introduced Chu Yui to President Zhao. Mr. Zhao and Chu Yui shook hands with each other and said respectfully, "I didn't expect that my son is actually a classmate of Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu is young and promising. I wonder why he doesn't sit down and have dinner together. Director Zhao, your son is not welcoming us, so we will leave tactfully. We will leave first and not disturb you." After saying that, Chu Yui led the group out of the hotel. Mr. Zhao was dumbfounded when he heard this. This unfilial son was simply spoiled by him. Classmates, continue to have fun. Today's consumption is free of charge. Zhao Hao, come out and tell me what happened. Director Zhao pulled Zhao Hao out with a forced smile. One can imagine what would happen to Zhao Hao next. After Chu Yui and Zhao Hao left, the classmates gradually started to talk. "Damn, did you hear that? Zhao Hao's father actually called Chu Yui Mr. Chu." "Of course I heard it. I'm not deaf." It turns out that Lamborghini and other things are real. It seems that Zhao Hao is not even a hair better than Chu Yui. After Chu Yui and his group walked out of the hotel, Chu Yui turned to Manager Wang, Lao Si, Hu Haitao, Zhou Qi, and Song Qianqian and said, "I'm sorry that everyone didn't enjoy lunch because of me. I'll pay for everyone to have a big meal out of my own pocket." The group was then divided into two groups, and Chu Yui took them to the most luxurious buffet restaurant in Hangzhou. Lao Si and the others were quite happy when they heard this. After all, the price per person here is several thousand yuan, and they have never experienced it before. Lao Si, Hu Haitao, and Zhou Qi all excitedly went to the pickup area to pick up their meals. Manager Wang had never been to such a high-end and luxurious place. He took out his mobile phone and took a lot of photos like a college student. He planned to post them on his circle of friends to show off. Only Chu Yui and Song Qianqian were left standing at the door. Chu Yui said to Song Qianqian, "Student Song, thank you for helping me this time. You don't have to be restrained. This is my thank you gift to you." Song Qianqian had kept her head down with a red face, but after hearing Chu Yui's gentle tone, she relaxed a lot. After Chu Yui finished speaking, he turned and walked into the restaurant. Student Chu, wait a minute. I actually have something else to say to you. Song Chanxian's face was flushed, like a ripe apple. Her voice was very soft, but Chu Yui could hear it this time. Student Chu, actually, I came back to China this time just to find you. Chu Yui was puzzled after hearing this. He didn't remember owing Song Chanxian anything, so why did she suddenly come to him? In fact, I noticed you in my second year of high school, but I didn't know what I felt at the time. I just wanted to be by your side more, accompany you to the office after school, and study with you. It wasn't until my parents suddenly sent me abroad to study in my third year of high school that I was able to truly become friends with you. As Song Chanxian spoke, tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. I was afraid that you would reject me. I was afraid, I was cowardly, and sometimes I even hated my own incompetence. For more than a year, I always thought of you in my dreams. Song Chanxian wiped the tears from her eyes and continued. I have been waiting for the time when I can come back, waiting for you to accept me. I want to say to you, I like you. Chapter 39. How did I think of her? On the eve of the formal startup of the dormitory. I like you. Although Song Chanxian's voice was very small, she was very brave. Chu Yui was shocked when he heard the sudden confession. He has been single all his life, and this is the first time someone confessed to him, which made him a little overwhelmed. In fact, it's not because Chu Yui is not charming enough, but the probability of being discovered if you are in a relationship with a high school teacher as child is much higher than if you are in a relationship with other people. There were also many girls who wanted to build a good relationship with Chu Yui, but since they knew that Chu Yui's parents were teachers, they were persuaded to give up. Chu Yui was speechless for a moment and just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. What exactly is his feeling towards Song Chanxian? Maybe he is just an ordinary friend. The fourth one, who was frantically sweeping inside, saw Chu Yui and Song Chanxian standing there stupidly, and hurriedly shouted to them. Are you two full? What are you standing there for? Come in. Chu Yui was woken up by the fourth brother. He said to Song Chanxian in a panic. Student Song, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what I really think right now. How about we go eat first? I'll give you the answer after we finish eating. Chu Yui still chose to escape temporarily. His mind was in a mess now and he had to give himself some time to think. When Song Chanxian heard Chu Yui say this, she could only nod in agreement, and the two of them entered the restaurant one after another. During the meal, no one else noticed the strange atmosphere between Chu Yui and Song Chanxian, and they all focused on eating. Chu Yui, however, had no interest in eating. Even when faced with the teasing of the fourth brother, he did not even think of responding to him with a loving head-splitting thought. He had been thinking, and somehow, a very blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The figure kept getting closer and closer, and Chu Yui gradually saw the man's true face. It was Shen Xinxin. He saw Shen Xinxin always smiling and looking at him gently, like a shining angel. He couldn't help but think of the first day he met Shen Xinxin, the first time they had dinner together, the first time he held her hand. All these things reminded Chu Yui of his true inner thoughts. Could it be that I have a crush on senior sister Shen? Chu Yui thought to himself. Based on the system's analysis of the host's hormones, etc., it can be confirmed that the host's idea is correct within the scope of material science. The system suddenly appeared and woke Chu Yui up from his self-contemplation. Damn it, system, could you please not appear so suddenly? I'm almost scared to death. Through the system's detection of the host's body, you just had a temporary oversecretion of adrenaline, and you will not die. Chu Yui was speechless after hearing this. However, he still has to thank the system. It was the system's reminder that allowed him to completely escape the vortex of self-troubles and directly reach the final destination. When it was almost over, Chu Yui called Song Chanxian out alone, intending to tell her his true thoughts. Mr. Song, I'm sorry, I can't meet your expectations. While apologizing, Chu Yui bowed deeply to Song Chanxian. Song Chanxian had tears in her eyes and said with a slightly trembling voice. Student Chu, do you already have someone you like? Chu Yui was stunned, but he also answered very sincerely. Like? I don't know what it feels like to like someone yet, but I do care about a girl very much, so I guess that should be considered a crush. Indeed. Song Chanxian said after hearing what Chu Yui said. I noticed your expression when we were having dinner. It only took a moment for your expression to change from confusion to enlightenment. It must be that girl who made you firm in your determination. Chu Yui didn't expect that Song Chanxian could see his inner thoughts clearly, but he didn't intend to hide it, so he nodded. Song Qianqian forced a smile and said softly, "Thank you, Chu. It's getting late. I should go home. See you again if we're lucky." After saying that, Song Qianqian ran away without looking back. Shu Yui looked at Song Qianqian running away and gave up the idea of chasing her. Perhaps she needed to slowly heal the injury this time by herself. After finishing their meal, everyone left. Shu Yui, Lao Si and Manager Wang also returned to Chu Yui's home. "Manager Wang, do you think our hotel's management is saturated?" Shu Yui sat on the sofa and discussed the staff composition of the hotel with Manager Wang. "Boss Chu, the company's management is currently saturated. If you have any ideas, please speak up." Manager Wang replied. "Do you think there are any people in our management team who are more capable, or employees who are capable of becoming management team members?" Shu Yui continued to ask. "Of course there are, but the current management is mature, and further assessment is needed if promotion is to be made. Manager Wang, please select some outstanding people from the management, but don't damage the foundation of the management. The vacant positions should be promoted and the vacant positions should be selected. I leave this matter to you." Manager Wang nodded in agreement immediately, but he was still confused. Shu Yui also saw his confusion and continued. "Your position as general manager is still open to change. When you select someone, please tell me who you think is qualified for this position." Manager Wang was frightened when he heard this. He stood up quickly and asked nervously, "Boss Chu, is there something wrong with me? Why did you fire me? Boss Chu, please give me another chance. Don't be nervous. Who said I was going to fire you? Didn't I say I would promote you?" Shu Yui motioned for Manager Wang to sit down. "I founded a pharmaceutical company. Although the company has complete facilities, it has a vacant management position. I plan to let you be the CEO, but if you feel it is inappropriate, you can continue to keep your original position." When Manager Wang heard this, his nervousness was instantly replaced by joy, and he said seriously, "Thank you, Mr. Chu, for the promotion. Don't worry, I will make strict arrangements to ensure the change of management and the perfect operation of the original management. I believe that this personnel adjustment will definitely improve everyone's work enthusiasm." Shu Yui nodded. This was exactly what he thought. The company must provide ordinary employees with opportunities for promotion in order to improve their work enthusiasm. This can be considered killing two birds with one stone. I will send detailed information about the pharmaceutical company to your email address. This matter is entirely in your hands. Don't let me down. Don't worry, Mr. Chu, I promise I won't let you down." After Manager Wang finished speaking, he couldn't wait to leave for the company. Shu Yui didn't intend to stop him, but just shouted to Manager Wang, "Manager Wang, don't forget to take a break." "Okay, Mr. Chu, I will complete the task." After saying that, Manager Wang closed the door and left the company. Shu Yui couldn't help but laugh at this scene. As expected, as long as there is a promotion and salary increase, employees will work overtime voluntarily. When the fourth man at the side saw Manager Wang leaving, he asked, "Old three, when are you going to officially start with the brothers? Come with me to conduct a field inspection after the National Day holiday. Once the management and grassroots are present, we will officially begin." The holiday passed in a flash. On October 7th, the last day of the National Day holiday, all the members of Dormitory 520 successfully gathered in the school dormitory. Chapter 40, The Last Day of the Holiday, An Unexpected Encounter. October 7th, the last day of the holiday. The four people in the dormitory planned to have some crazy time together on the last day and went to the amusement park to have a great day, so they agreed to come back on the evening of the 6th. "Fourth brother, how was your time at third brother's house?" The eldest and the second oldest were very curious about what interesting things the third and the other two had done these days. "Let me tell you, the third brother is very popular with girls. As soon as he got home, a girl who had just returned from abroad took the initiative to look for him." The boss's curiosity instantly ignited after hearing this. He patted Chu Yui on the shoulder and asked curiously, "Old third, why are you messing around with other girls? Tell me the truth, what happened?" "Yeah, if you don't tell me I'll go tell Miss Shen that you cheated on me," the second brother echoed. Chu Yui rubbed his temples, looked at a few people speechlessly, and didn't intend to pay attention to them, so he lay down on the bed and prepared to sleep. Seeing that Chu Yui had no interest at all, the three people in the dormitory ended the topic. Brothers, I want to take Senior Huang out to play tomorrow. Do you think it's okay? The eldest said shyly. Of course you can. Tell me, how far have you gotten along with Instructor Huang? Facing the questions from the singles in the dormitory, the boss straightened his chest and said proudly. I plan to take things a step further with Senior Huang tomorrow. That is to say, you haven't made any progress since that hand-holding. The fourth one teased. The boss's chest deflated when he heard it. He said helplessly. It's because Senior Huang has so many courses now that I don't have many opportunities to invite her out. This time, I finally got Senior Huang out during the holidays. Chu Yui, who was lying on the bed and was about to pretend to be asleep, got up immediately. He was also the one who paved the way for the boss's love life, so naturally he would be very interested in the boss's love affairs. So the three of them promised the boss that they would give them plenty of time together. As for whether the boss can seize the opportunity and take the relationship between the two to the next level, it depends on the boss's own strength. On the morning of October 7th, several people in the dormitory got up early. In order to leave a good impression on Huang Yixiao, the eldest began to dress up frantically. The second and fourth wanted to keep an eye out for any wonderful encounters in the amusement park. Chu Yui was woken up by these three people. He just thought that they were just going out to play, not to perform talents on a TV show, so why did they have to work so hard? But now that you're up, it would be unreasonable not to wash up. Then the boss said goodbye to the three and went to pick up Huang Yixiao downstairs of the girls' dormitory, asking the three to wait for them in the parking lot. Chu Yui felt that his Lamborghini could only seat 2 people, so he planned to go ahead and drive the company's Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle to the school gate. After everyone arrived, they drove towards the most famous amusement park in Shanghai. When we arrived at the amusement park, it had just opened, but there were already many people waiting in line. Others couldn't help feeling pain in their calves when looking at the long line, but by the time they finished lining up and went in, they had no feeling in their legs anymore. Chu Yui smiled, opened his phone and said to everyone, Ding 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 ding, I had foresight and thought that there would be a lot of people queuing during the holidays, so I bought VIP tickets. We can just go through the VIP channel. After hearing this, several people kept praising Chu Yui for his long-term vision. At this time, the fourth brother suddenly reacted and said, Third brother, your VIP ticket is several times more expensive than the regular ticket. You don't consider our financial strength at all. Fuck, that's right. If you buy our dormitory, we will have to eat instant noodles for the next month. Chu Yui was stunned for a moment. He really didn't pay attention to the brother's financial strength when buying the tickets, but he couldn't show it, so he said, I have long thought of the virtues of you guys, so I will make up the difference for you. Just as the 3 people in the dormitory were cheering, Huang Yixiao raised her hand weakly and said with an embarrassed look, Excuse me for interrupting your happy mood. I bought a regular ticket and it seems that I can't use the VIP channel. As soon as these words were spoken, the smiles on the faces of the 4 people in the dormitory froze instantly. Fuck, Senior Huang bought her own ticket. I didn't notice. What a mistake. Chu Yui patted his forehead and said helplessly, It's okay, Senior Huang, we can just line up together. The eldest brother was the first to react and comforted Huang Yixiao. The boss is right. At worst we can just queue up together. The second and fourth sons also echoed. Chu Yui took out his cell phone and called Manager Wang to see if there was any solution. Boss Chu, what do you want me to do? Manager Wang, do you have any connections at this amusement park in Shanghai? We've encountered a small problem here. Boss Chu, I remember that one of the shareholders of the amusement park is also one of the shareholders of our hotel. His name is Fang Jianhua. Do you need me to make a phone call for you? Fang Jianhua is the father of Counselor Fang Qiuyui. No, I'll make the contact myself. After Chu Yui finished speaking, he hung up the phone and then called Fang Qiuyui again. Teacher Fang, are you busy now? Chu Yui treated Fang Qiuyui with respect, but also a little bit of playfulness between friends. Student Chu, what's the matter? Chu Yui roughly told Fang Qiuyui about the current situation. Don't worry, I'm at home now, my dad is right next to me, I'll ask him first. After a period of silence, a mature and steady male voice was heard on the other end of the phone. Mr. Chu, hello. I've heard my father and Qiuyui talk about you before. This is the first time we've spoken on the phone. Uncle Fang, I was inconsiderate and didn't visit you the first time. Please forgive me. Xu Yui said politely that after all, as shareholders, they were not directly involved in the company's affairs, so there was no need to meet and get to know each other. When Fang Jianhua heard Xu Yui's humble attitude, his impression of Xu Yui improved a little bit. A major shareholder was very respectful to a small shareholder, without any of the dandy behavior of other rich kids. Ha ha ha, you are joking, Mr. Chu, I don't mean to blame you, I mean it literally. I understand what you said, I will help you solve it right away, don't worry. Thank you, Uncle Fang. After some greetings, Xu Yui hung up the phone. Come on, it's all done, let's go in. Xu Yui said to a few people, and then entered the amusement park through the VIP channel. I have to say that this amusement park deserves the title of the largest amusement park in Shanghai. It feels like one day and one night would not be enough to play here. The three people in the dormitory consciously walked in front of the eldest brother and Huang Yixiao, trying to give the two enough space to be alone. Now most people are still waiting in line, so there are relatively few people in the amusement park. At this time, Xu Yui found a familiar figure in front of him, which made him feel warm involuntarily. This person is Shen Xinxin. Chapter 41, There is no assist from Xu Yui's dormitory. Third brother, look, isn't that the school beauty Shen? The fourth brother also noticed Shen Xinxin in front of the crowd, so he quickly used his elbow to remind Xu Yui. The fourth brother was too excited and didn't pay attention to his breath, so he elbowed Xu Yui so hard that it hurt. I thought today was a special event for our dormitory, but how come it turned into a special event for love? The second brother couldn't help but sigh and felt that the world was really unfair to single people. Xu Yui rubbed his aching chest, kicked the fourth brother, and said angrily, I'm not blind, I can see, why are you using so much force? Then why don't you go find Miss Shen? Don't worry, the brothers don't need you to accompany them. Go now. The fourth one urged. Your big eyes only saw senior sister Shen. Didn't you see there was someone next to her? That's her roommate. We should just play our own games. Why are you so fond of fanning the flames? Xu Yui was so angry that he gave the fourth brother a loving head slap. In fact, Xu Yui really wanted to go up and chat with Shen Xinxin, but this was an activity in someone else's dormitory, and it would be bad to disturb them rashly. It was definitely not because he suddenly didn't know how to chat with Shen Xinxin after he realized his feelings. So he took the four of them and walked in the opposite direction of Shen Xinxin. A few people planned to go ride a roller coaster first to have some fun and stimulate their nerves. The fourth brother usually looks carefree, but when it comes to something really exciting, he starts to hesitate and is forced onto the roller coaster by Xu Yui and the second brother. Xu Yui naturally knew about the character of Old Four, but he felt that as a bad friend, and since Old Four had always made fun of him, he thought it was time to teach him a lesson. After an exciting roller coaster ride, all four people except the fourth felt refreshed. It turned out that experiencing a roller coaster as the first project in the amusement park is the best choice. After getting off the roller coaster, the fourth child started walking unsteadily and felt a little nauseous. Xu Yui didn't expect that the fourth brother would have such serious sequelae, and he felt a little regretful in his heart. The main reason is the pleasure of finally getting revenge for the long-standing evil. Lao De and Huang Yixiao plan to experience the roller coaster again. It has to be said that these two people are quite a match in some aspects. Xu Yui and the second brother were downstairs accompanying the fourth brother to relax for a while. Of course, the fourth brother was definitely ridiculed by the second brother and Xu Yui. Time passed quickly and it was almost evening. It was said that there would be a large fireworks show tonight, so the few of them planned to wait until the fireworks show was over before leaving. Xu Yui felt that something like a fireworks show was a good opportunity for the eldest brother and senior Huang to further improve their relationship, so he secretly discussed with the second and fourth brothers to find a reason to separate from the two so that they could have a more complete world of two. So after they finished dinner together, Xu Yui found an excuse to take the second and fourth children away, and agreed to contact each other by phone after the fireworks show. The eldest brother also understood the good intentions of his brothers, so he immediately agreed to Xu Yui's request. Then they split into two teams and headed in different directions. The other side. Shen Xinxin and Jiayue had just finished dinner and were about to go to the fireworks show together when Jiayue saw Xu Yui chatting and laughing with the fourth child. She turned her eyes and said to Shen Xinxin, Xin, my dad just sent me a message saying that he has something to do tonight and he wants me to go back. I may not be able to watch the fireworks with you. After hearing what Jiayue said, Shen Xinxin did not show any disappointment at all and said, I happen to be a little tired too, why don't we go back together? Okay. When Jiayue saw Shen Xinxin agreed, she immediately pulled her out of the restaurant. Jiayue, why are you walking so fast? Jiayue actually wanted to catch up with Chu Yui and his group immediately, so she deliberately quickened her pace. When the time was right, Jiayue shouted to the front. Student Chu, what a coincidence, why are you here too? Chu Yui heard someone calling him from behind, and quickly turned around, seeing Jiayue and Shen Xinxin walking towards him. When Jiayue brought Shen Xinxin to Chu Yui, she pushed Shen Xinxin to Chu Yui's side, smiled slyly and said to Chu Yui. Brother Chu, I have something urgent to do and need to go home. I'll leave Shen Xinxin to you. Before Chu Yui could answer, Jiayue said to Shen Xinxin. Junior Chu also has a car, so please lend me your car first. Xinxin, you can take Junior Chu's car back to school first. Bye. After saying that, he ran away on his own. Chu Yui saw that all this happened so suddenly and for a moment he didn't know how to talk to Shen Xinxin. Shen Xinxin stood beside Chu Yui with a flushed face, and the two fell into silence for a while. The second and fourth brothers looked at the two and couldn't help thinking. When fate comes, nothing can stop it. The second brother saw that the two were just standing there stupidly, so he spoke up to break the silence. Third brother, senior sister Shen, you are standing there motionless, are you planning to play statue? Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin heard the second brother's voice, looked at each other, and suddenly laughed for some reason. This instantly made Chu Yui feel a lot more relaxed. Since we are all friends, we should just let things like goodwill take their course. Why should we pay too much attention to it now? When the second brother saw that the two had returned to their original state, he felt relieved. Chu Yui had always been the one who arranged all the assists for the boss. Now that Chu Yui had also become a player in the game, the second in command really didn't know how to assist. At this time, the fourth brother said, Third brother, senior Shen, the fireworks show is about to begin. I have a good idea. I wonder if you are interested in learning about it. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin both nodded, indicating that it was okay for the fourth brother to speak directly. The fourth one coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, I wonder if we can look at the fireworks from a different angle. I think the float parade before the fireworks show must attract most people to watch, so the number of people at other amusement facilities must have dropped sharply. The fourth brother paused deliberately, looked at the two of them, and continued. We can ride the Ferris wheel and watch the fireworks at the same time. One circle of the Ferris wheel takes about 20 minutes, and the fireworks show takes about 10 minutes. Just think about it, isn't this perfect? Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin also thought about it and felt that this way of watching the fireworks would definitely be a unique experience, so they agreed to the fourth brother's proposal. Afterwards, the two came to the Ferris wheel. As Lao Si had expected, there were indeed very few people here. Most people went to watch the float parade, and there were only a few scattered people here. They planned to wait until the fireworks were about to start before riding the Ferris wheel. Third brother, senior sister Shen, I think it would be too crowded if 4 people sat in one observation room of this Ferris wheel. Let's split it into 2 observation rooms. The second brother suggested. Yes, third brother, you and senior sister Shen are the most familiar with this place, so you two will be one group, and I will be one group with the second brother. It's a perfect assignment. After hearing this, Chu Yui instantly understood what these two people were trying to do, but he felt that this was very reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. He had no reason to refute it, so he looked at Shen Xinxin. When he looked at Shen Xinxin, he found that Shen Xinxin was also looking at him. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the two of them. Their eyes met, and Chu Yui couldn't help but lose his mind for a moment. But he quickly adjusted himself and said, It doesn't seem to be a problem. What do you think, senior sister Shen? This voice woke Shen Xinxin up from her daze, and she answered casually. I think so. Chapter 42, Love Night. 2 couples? No, 3. I think so. Shen Xinxin answered subconsciously. She just watched the light of the setting sun shining on Chu Yui's face, adding a layer of filter to his already handsome cheeks. The autumn breeze blew across the bangs on Chu Yui's forehead, making her lose her mind for a moment. For the first time, she felt a desire to stay with a boy for a while longer. Girls are very emotional, and she knows that her feelings towards Chu Yui are special and unprecedented. Maybe this is love? Shen Xinxin didn't understand what it felt like to be in love, but she knew that Chu Yui must be special to her. I feel very safe when I am with him. When he holds my hand, I feel warm. When I can't see him, I often think of him consciously or unconsciously. I don't know what Chu Yui is thinking. Shen Xinxin thought about it while waiting for the night to fall. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky had already darkened, and the lights in the entire amusement park were lit up, especially the Ferris wheel where Chu Yui and his group were, which had very romantic lights. After all, the Ferris wheel is one of the symbols of romance in the entire amusement park. Seeing that time was almost up, Chu Yui suggested waiting for the next time the Ferris wheel ran before boarding it. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin were in one group, and the second and fourth were in another group. After the previous round, they boarded the Ferris wheel one after another. As the Ferris wheel slowly starts up, this fireworks journey officially begins. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin sat opposite each other, both with their heads down, not knowing what to say. Although Chu Yui previously thought that she should just treat it with a normal attitude and let things take their own course, love is something that you cannot control just because you want to. The same is true for Shen Xinxin. Both of them are rookies in love, one has never been confessed to because of her parents. As for Song Chanxian, it can only be said that she missed it at the wrong time. The other one has been cold since childhood. Although many boys have confessed their love to her, she has never agreed to anyone. Now the two of them are newbies who have just entered the novice village. They have no idea what the next operations of the game are, and there is no novice guide yet. At this moment, Shen Xinxin suddenly said, "Brother Chu, thank you for helping me before. If it weren't for you, I would never have thought how much trouble I would have been in later." Chu Yui shook his head after hearing this and said with a smile, "Senior Shen, these are all things that we can do. There is no need to talk about gratitude or not. Brother Chu, can I ask you a question?" Shen Xinxin lowered her little head shyly, not daring to look at Chu Yui. "Senior Shen, please feel free to speak." Chu Yui didn't pay attention to Shen Xinxin's movements and expressions. He kept looking out the window. The bustling night view here was beautiful, which gradually eased his nervous expression. "Why are you willing to help me again and again? Since the day I signed up, you have been helping me, but I have never helped you." Chu Yui looked at the gradually rising scenery and said as calmly as possible, "We met each other from the first day we came to Shanghai, and then I found out that we were in the same school. Later, I met Mr. Shen and found out that he was your grandfather." Chu Yui kept talking, and his heart, which had been imprisoned by himself, slowly freed itself. "From the beginning of school until now, you have been present in everything. Sometimes I feel that this is all fate. It is fate that keeps us meeting. Whether it is at the train station, on the playground, in the villa area, or now, wherever I am, you are also there." Chu Yui turned his gaze from the window back to Shen Xinxin and continued, "Since we are so destined to each other, why shouldn't I help you?" Shen Xinxin also raised her head and looked at Chu Yui. After listening to what Chu Yui said, she gently stood up and sat next to Chu Yui, and slowly placed her small hand on Chu Yui's trembling hand. Then he tilted his head back and said with a smile, "Before, you held my hand and helped me to ease my mood. Now I finally help you once." Chu Yui felt the warmth from his hands and decided not to sit there and wait for death. He fought as bravely as the boss did before. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin held each other's fingers. Chu Yui looked into Shen Xinxin's eyes seriously and said gently, "Senior Shen, I actually don't know how to describe myself. I have never had any experience. I only know that when you are depressed, I will be depressed too. When you are happy, I will be happy too." After Shen Xinxin heard Chu Yui's true words, tears welled up in her eyes. She was just like Chu Yui. She put a finger to Chu Yui's mouth and said shyly, "Xiaoi, don't call me Senior Sister Shen anymore, okay? Just call me Xinxin." Shen Xinxin looked at Chu Yui lovingly with tearful eyes and continued, "Xiaoi, I have had a bad personality since I was a child. My parents always told me not to treat others coldly, but I couldn't change until I met you. From the first moment I saw you, I felt comfortable and at ease with you. After spending so much time together, I always think of you when you are not around, even if it is only in my dreams." Shen Xinxin couldn't help but smile when she said this. Chu Yui had never seen Shen Xinxin smile so happily. He mustered up the courage to continue. "Xin, although I have no experience, I hope I can go further with you. The seas run dry and the rocks crumble, the vows made to each other cannot compare to my love for you. Are you willing to be with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of fireworks suddenly rang out in the sky, and the fireworks show officially began. Shen Xinxin placed her other hand on her chest, gently leaned her head on Chu Yui's shoulder, and said, "I am willing to hold hands with you if you don't give up." After hearing this, Chu Yui unconsciously put his arm around Shen Xinxin's slender waist, and held Shen Xinxin's hand tightly with his other hand. The two leaned on each other and watched the grand fireworks together at the highest point of the Ferris wheel. This fireworks display symbolizes the beginning of their future journey together, and also celebrates the fact that they have finally confessed their feelings to each other. In another viewing room, two grown men, the second and fourth sons, were idly watching the fireworks outside the window. For the future happy life of the eldest and the third child, the two of them have tried their best. At this time, the second brother suddenly said, "Fourth brother, who do you think can establish the relationship first between the eldest brother and the third brother tonight?" "I think it's the eldest brother. After all, the eldest brother has confessed his love to Senior Huang since the military training. Their relationship should be progressing faster than the third brother." The fourth brother leaned his head against the wall and said after some speculation, "Then I'll bet on the third brother to be faster. Let's make a bet. The loser will treat the winner to a meal in the cafeteria." "Okay." The fourth brother agreed. The other side. The boss and Huang Yixiao were looking up at the brilliant fireworks. He had lied before to brag that he and instructor Huang were holding hands, but in fact it was just Huang Yixiao holding his hand during training. This time he mustered up his courage and slowly moved his hand towards Huang Yixiao's hand. The moment their hands touched, Huang Yixiao looked at Song Xiang, who had a nervous expression, smiled, and took the initiative to shake hands. Just like that, the two of them held each other's hands and watched the fireworks show. On this night of love, two couples, no, strictly speaking, three couples, all spent an unforgettable night. Chapter 43, Lover's Token, Declaration of Sovereignty. The fireworks show gradually ended under the gaze of everyone, and the Ferris wheel also slowly stopped as the fireworks ended. After the second and fourth children came out of the Ferris wheel, they couldn't help but stretch. This kind of romantic atmosphere is really not suitable for two grown men to watch together. When they walked to the rest area, they found Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin waiting for them hand in hand. But in the eyes of the second and fourth children, this scene was not waiting for them, but feeding them dog food again. "Third brother, are you two, together?" The second brother asked tentatively. He felt that this couple must be a sure thing. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin looked at each other with a smile and nodded tacitly. "Invincible. I dare say that once you two officially announce your relationship, it will definitely become a huge hit on the campus forum," the fourth brother said. He was actually very surprised. After all, he really didn't expect Chu Yui to act so quickly and really get the school beauty shun. The second child smiled and put his hand on the fourth child's shoulder, saying, "Old four, it looks like I won the bet. You can't escape this meal." The fourth brother slapped the second brother's hand away and said, "How do you know the boss didn't succeed? If the boss also succeeded, it would be a tie." Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin were listening on the side with confused looks on their faces. They couldn't understand why the two of them suddenly started making a bet. Chu Yui asked the two curiously, "Second brother, what kind of bet are you two making behind our backs?" The second brother heard Chu Yui's question and said, "I made a bet with the fourth brother, between you and the eldest brother, who would get married first." The fourth brother said that the eldest brother would get married first, "But I didn't expect you to get married so quickly. It seems that he is doomed to lose." After the second brother finished speaking, he started laughing. Chu Yui held his forehead with his hand speechlessly after hearing this. He didn't expect these two people to be so boring. It seems like it's time to find a chance to keep them busy. "Okay, both of you stop laughing. I'm going to call the boss and Senior Huang. Let's gather together and go back to school." Chu Yui wanted to put an end to the farce between the two people, so he immediately changed the subject. After finishing the phone call with the boss and agreeing to meet at the entrance of the VIP channel, several people walked towards the VIP channel. When Chu Yui and his group passed by the souvenir shop in the amusement park, Shen Xinxin gently pulled Chu Yui's hand and said, "Shall we, let's go in there and take a look." Chu Yui looked at the shop next to him and thought that it wouldn't take much time to go in and have some fun, so he agreed to Shen Xinxin's suggestion. Seeing Chu Yui's consent, Shen Xinxin took Chu Yui's hand and walked directly into the store. Only two single dogs were left outside in a mess. "Hey, second brother, did you hear what senior sister Shen called Chu Yui just now?" the fourth one asked. "Nonsense, I'm not deaf, but this relationship is progressing too fast, even the nicknames have changed." The second brother couldn't help but sigh. Shen Xinxin, like a curious baby, pulled Chu Yui to look left and right, as if she was looking for something. Suddenly, Shen Xinxin saw a beautiful wooden box in the cupboard, which contained two black and white bracelets. At this time, the salesperson in front of the cabinet saw that Shen Xinxin was very interested in the bracelet, so he came forward and introduced it enthusiastically. Miss, this pair of bracelets is exclusive to the amusement park. The beads on it are the most famous buildings in the amusement park, the Ferris wheel and Alice Castle. They symbolize happy love and are very suitable for you and your boyfriend to wear together. After hearing the salesperson's introduction, Shen Xinxin was still a little shy to hear such words, but her eyes showed that she really liked this bracelet. Xu Yui also saw Shen Xinxin's eager eyes, so he said to the salesperson, "Let's take one then." The salesperson was very happy after hearing this, and then he quickly took out a brand new small wooden box, handed it to Xu Yui, and said, "Sir, you love your girlfriend so much, I'm jealous. The total is 520 yuan. Please scan the code here to pay." When Xu Yui heard this, he finally understood why the salesperson was so happy when she heard him buy one. Her commission would definitely be quite high if she kept a pair of bracelets. But he didn't think it was too expensive now, so he scanned the code and paid immediately. Xu Yui opened the box, took out an exquisite white bracelet, gently loosened their hands, and put it on Shen Xinxin's wrist. Shen Xinxin also took the wooden box, took out another bracelet, and put it on Xu Yui's wrist. It always feels like we are exchanging wedding rings. Xu Yui held Shen Xinxin's small hand again, and the small beads on the two bracelets were cleverly attached to each other. Shen Xinxin unconsciously raised their clasped hands and felt as if something was missing, so she took off her hairband and put it on Xu Yui's wrist. She knew that many other girls liked Xu Yui, so she wanted to declare that Xu Yui was hers and no one should have any bad thoughts about her. The two then left the souvenir shop hand in hand. When the second and fourth brothers saw Xu Yui and the other person coming out, they immediately noticed the bracelets on their wrists. "Old three, did you guys buy the bracelet to make this official announcement?" The fourth one asked doubtfully. Xu Yui heard the fourth brother's question and said with a smile, "This is where we confessed our love to each other and formally confirmed our relationship, so naturally we have to buy something to commemorate it." "Old four, you are such a rude person. You ask a lot of questions, but you insist on feeding yourself dog food and ask me to eat with you. What is your intention?" The second child on the side expressed confusion and criticism about the fourth child's behavior of looking for dog food to eat on his own. Xu Yui also knew that it was getting late, so he reminded everyone to meet the boss immediately. The four of them arrived at the VIP channel door in a short while. The boss and Huang Yixiao, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin walking towards them hand in hand, and big question marks appeared on their heads. When the fourth brother saw the eldest brother and the other two, he ran to the eldest brother impatiently, beat him away, and asked in a low voice, "Boss, let me ask you, have you confirmed your relationship with Senior Huang this time?" The boss was completely confused when he heard this. When did this kid start to care about him so much? However, he told the truth that he had not confirmed his relationship with Senior Huang, which made the fourth brother very disappointed. "You really disappoint me. Look, the third brother made the official announcement so quickly. Well, it seems that I have to treat you to this meal." Although the eldest brother was still confused, the fourth brother's words confirmed what he was thinking, that Xu Yui and senior sister Shen were really together. After the eldest and fourth brother returned, Huang Yixiao was chatting with Shen Xinxin and Xu Yui. The boss patted Xu Yui's shoulder happily and said with a smile, "You are really good, you actually confirmed your relationship with the school beautician, it's very fast." Xu Yui always felt that something was wrong after hearing it. "Fast, you are the fast one." So he gave the boss Song Xiang a meaningful look. After they drove back to school, Xu Yui said hello to his brothers and wanted to send Shen Xinxin to the dormitory building. Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin's hands seemed to be welded together and they hardly let go of each other along the way. When they arrived at the girls' dormitory, Xu Yui said mischievously, "Senior Shen, Xinxin, call me if you miss me." Shen Xinxin suddenly felt her cheeks getting hot, so she gently raised her hand and hammered on Xu Yui's chest, saying, "No, because you called my name wrong just now, I will punish you and you must call me in the future. Do you understand?" After the two flirted for a while, Shen Xinxin reluctantly went upstairs, and Xu Yui also walked towards the boys' dormitory. Little did they know that photos of the two flirting were taken by a classmate passing by and posted on the campus forum. This night was a heartbreaking night for countless boys. Chapter 44, First Meeting with Shen Xinxin in the Dormitory. That night, the entire school forum went viral, with many posts about Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin becoming hot searches. Surprise! School beautician and the freshman celebrity are successfully together? Heartbreaking. School beauty Shen and squad leader Chu openly show their affection in school. Students were also discussing this issue on the school forum. One girl posted, "Notice that school beauty Shen and class leader Chu are wearing couple bracelets, and class leader Chu is also wearing a small hairband on his wrist. Oh my god, I knocked my head." A boy also posted, "My dream is shattered. My crush is already taken. I want to take squad leader Chu as my teacher. As long as I learn a little bit from squad leader Chu, I will definitely be able to find a girlfriend." At this time, a kind classmate reminded him, "If you can drive a luxury car like squad leader Chu, then you will definitely find a girlfriend." The boy who posted the message replied, "Damn it. I died before I could accomplish my mission. Looks like I'll be alone for the rest of my life." Chu Yui doesn't care about what's happening on the internet. He just feels happy and blessed now. When he returned to the dormitory, he attracted the attention of the entire boys' dormitory. For a moment, Chu Yui wondered if he had made a fool of himself. He didn't like other people looking at him like a monkey, so he quickened his pace and rushed towards dormitory 520. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, I saw 3 people in the dormitory playing CS intensely. The eldest brother and the other 3 were the first ones to know that Chu Yui was no longer single, so naturally they did not do the same as the others. Moreover, they felt that asking Chu Yui about gossip now was like feeding themselves dog food. They didn't want to eat dog food, so they decided to try not to mention this matter. If Chu Yui forced dog food on them, they would retaliate. When the 4th brother saw Chu Yui coming back, he asked, "Number 3, whether you want to play CS or not, our game is about to end." Chu Yui thought about it and decided that there was nothing else to do, so he accepted the 4th brother's invitation. As a result, when Chu Yui just turned on the computer, the phone rang. The 3 people in the dormitory suddenly felt that something bad had happened. It was most likely a phone call in which they were showing off their affection. So they took out their headphones and concentrated on playing games. As they expected, it was a video call from Shen Xinxin. Chu Yui signaled them to play a game first, and it was over in about half an hour. Then he sat on the bed and answered Shen Xinxin's call. When the call was connected, Shen Xinxin's red little face appeared on the phone screen. Chu Yui looked at Shen Xinxin's expression, his heart almost melted, so he asked, "What's wrong, Xinxin? Didn't you tell me to call you next time? How come you couldn't help but call me in less than half an hour?" Shen Xinxin's already blushing face became even redder after hearing Chu Yui's words. "Oh my, she's called Xinxin, that's so sweet, come and let me meet our Xinxin's boyfriend." After Shen Xinxin finished speaking, a girl who looked just like Shen Xinxin but had a different style appeared behind her. Chu Yui was stunned when he saw the people. How could this be the classic segment of introducing the woman's family members? Seeing Chu Yui's bewildered expression, Shen Xinxin smiled and said, "We've been rumored on the school forum since we entered campus. As soon as I got back to the dormitory, my 3 roommates clamored to meet you. They didn't give me a chance to refuse, so they called you." After Shen Xinxin finished speaking, 2 more girls appeared behind her. "Hello, brother-in-law, I'm Xinxin's roommate Subai." A girl with a high ponytail waved to Chu Yui playfully. This girl was Subai, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school. "Hello, I'm Zhang Mushui." "Of course, classmate Chu, you've become the most beautiful girl in our dormitory so quickly." "I'm Jia Yue, you've met her before." After saying that, Jia Yue winked at Chu Yui. Chu Yui introduced himself to Shen Xinxin's roommates as normal, and they officially got to know each other. At this time Shen Xinxin said, "Xiaoyi, what are you doing now?" As soon as Shen Xinxin finished speaking, Subai suddenly came up to Shen Xinxin and said with a smile, "Oh, the nicknames are so intimate, they have such a good relationship. I feel like I'm being forced to eat a handful of dog food." Chu Yui couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Although it was embarrassing to be teased by others like this, she also felt a sense of happiness in her heart. After Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin chatted for about half an hour, they ended the call. After he hung up the phone, he saw that several people were still fighting fiercely in the final battle, so he got out of bed and took off their headphones. "Hey, damn, what are you doing, 3rd brother? I'm listening for footsteps here." The 4th brother was busy fighting and didn't even look at Chu Yui. He said, "Who are you guarding against with headphones? Several people are wearing headphones but their computers are playing loudly. What the hell are you listening to?" Chu Yui said speechlessly. "Since you finished your phone call, hurry up and log in. We'll win soon." Shu Yui also knew what his brothers were thinking, so he logged in and started playing games with them. One night passed, and the next day came. Shu Yui woke up early from his sleep. He had made an appointment last night to have breakfast with Shen Xinxin this morning, so he washed up and went out early. However, the three roommates were still sleeping like pigs, and no one noticed that Shu Yui had left the dormitory. When Shu Yui arrived at the restaurant, he saw Shen Xinxin waiting for him at his seat as soon as he entered the door. A lot of food had already been bought on the table. When Shen Xinxin saw Shu Yui coming, she quickly waved to signal Shu Yui to come over. When Shu Yui sat next to Shen Xinxin said, "Xiaoyi, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything." Shu Yui looked at the table full of breakfast. He really bought a little bit of everything. But he didn't think it was a waste. After all, he had 3 hungry godsons in the dormitory, and the leftovers were just right for them to eat. The two of them ate breakfast together, attracting the attention of other students in the restaurant. Look, those posts yesterday seem to be true. School beauty Shen is really in love with class leader Chu. I suddenly feel like these two people are made for each other. When will I be able to find a boy as good as squad leader Chu? While eating, Shen Xinxin suddenly said to Chu Yui, "Xiaoyi, our dormitory wants to have lunch with you at noon. Do you think it's okay?" Chu Yui didn't think there was anything wrong with this proposal. Just as he was about to agree to Shen Xinxin, he suddenly thought of something. If these girls start gossiping, I definitely won't be able to handle it alone. After thinking for a while, he said, "Xinxin, that's no problem, but I also want to take the 3 pigs in our dormitory with me and go to Xingfeng Hotel. Do you think that's okay?" Shen Xinxin felt that there was no problem, so she decided to discuss it with her roommates. "Then we have an agreement and I'll call you back." After the two of them finished discussing, Shu Yui put away all the breakfast that had been touched, and by the way, he made a phone call to ask the 3 people in the dormitory to get up and go to the classroom to have breakfast. Then Shen Xinxin and Shu Yui walked towards the teaching building. Chapter 45, A Match Made in Heaven. Shu Yui and Shen Xinxin walked out of the cafeteria hand in hand and headed towards the teaching building. After the two parted at the entrance of the teaching building, Shu Yui brought the remaining breakfast into the classroom and found a seat at the back to wait for the arrival of the 3 people from the dormitory. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the bell rang, and the 3 people in the dormitory followed the bell and entered the classroom. When the 3 of them saw Chu Yui, they ran over and sat down next to Chu Yui without hesitation. "Third brother, you brought us breakfast?" The 4th brother asked Chu Yui while panting. Chu Yui saw the embarrassed look of the 3 people and couldn't help but shook his head. He took out breakfast from his school bag, put it on the table, and said, "You guys should calm down for a while. You don't have to worry about getting a stomachache even if you eat with a lot of gulps." Several people in the dormitory smiled at Chu Yui, and regardless of Chu Yui's advice, they started eating with big mouthfuls. Chu Yui looked at the way the 3 of them ate and couldn't help but feel that what he brought was not enough to fill their stomachs. It's not their fault. After all, they all had lunch very early in the amusement park yesterday and haven't eaten for more than 10 hours. 40 minutes later, the first break arrived. Shu Yui said to the 3 roommates who were beginning to feel drowsy after eating, "Brothers, the 4 people from Shen Xinxin's dormitory are planning to have lunch with me at noon today. Do you want to come with us?" The boss lay on the table and said sleepily, "School beauty Shen is having dinner with you in the dormitory, why did you drag us along? We are not very familiar with school beauty Shen. I heard that Subai, one of the 4 school beauties, seems to be the roommate of Shen Xiaohua, and Jiayue, who is known as the national sister, is also the roommate of Shen Xiaohua." The 4th brother suddenly sat up and said excitedly, "He is the intelligence dealer in the dormitory and knows all the gossips about the school." After hearing this, the 2nd brother became more energetic and said to Chu Yui excitedly, "Since the 3rd brother sincerely invites me, why shouldn't I go?" The boss was still dozing on the table, without any reaction. Seeing this, the 4th brother poked the itchy spot on the eldest brother's waist, causing the eldest brother to jump up. "Fuck, Lao Si, don't you have anywhere to put your hands? If you don't have anywhere to put them, give them to me and I'll keep them for you." The eldest brother rubbed his waist vigorously and looked at the 4th brother angrily. "Boss, did you hear what I said? You are not moved at all. Are you still a man? You are stupid, 4th brother. The eldest brother already has someone he likes. How could he be interested in other girls?" The 2nd brother continued. Chu Yui didn't care about the 4th and 2nd oldest, and asked the eldest directly, Big boss, since the second and fourth are already there, you can also treat it as a celebration party for Xinxin and I being together, and go with us. The boss thought about what Chu Yui said and felt that it made sense, so he agreed to Chu Yui's invitation. After seeing the boss nod in agreement, Chu Yui took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Xinxin. My 3 roommates are all planning to go, what's the situation over there? Shen Xinxin immediately replied. That's fine with me, so let's meet at the school gate at 11 noon. Chu Yui made an okay gesture, and the matter was settled. The 3 classes in the morning passed quickly, and around 10:30, Chu Yui called Manager Wang. The call was quickly connected, and Chu Yui said to Manager Wang. Manager Wang, there are 8 of us planning to get together this afternoon. Please make some arrangements and send someone to pick us up in a business car. After hearing this, Manager Wang immediately agreed. It takes about 20 minutes to get from the teaching building to the school gate, so Chu Yui asked his 3 roommates to go to the school gate together. Originally, Chu Yui planned to meet up with Shen Xinxin directly in the teaching building, but unexpectedly, Shen Xinxin suddenly went to the anatomy lab to study, so the plan ended there. When Chu Yui and his group arrived at the school gate, Manager Wang was already waiting there in his car. When Manager Wang saw Chu Yui coming, he immediately stepped forward to greet him and said, Boss Chu, everything has been arranged as you said. The talent selection you arranged earlier is also coming to an end. We can arrange it right away. After hearing this, Chu Yui nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he went to the parking lot and drove his Lamborghini to the school gate. About 5 minutes later, Shen Xinxin and her 3 roommates also arrived at the school gate. Wow, is this your boyfriend? He looks even more handsome and elegant than in the video. Subai said to Shen Xinxin with a smile. Mercedes-Benz and Lamborghini? This scene is too big. Zhang Muxue, who was standing by, exclaimed when she saw Chu Yui and his group. Jia Yue also followed Shen Xinxin with a smile on her face, and soon they came to Chu Yui and his group. Xinxin, now you are here, we are all ready and can set off at any time. When Chu Yui saw Shen Xinxin coming, he naturally ran to her side and held her hand. After seeing this, the other people in Chu Yui's dormitory and Shen Xinxin's dormitory couldn't help but feel that they were suddenly not so hungry anymore. Xiaoyi, let me introduce you to my 3 roommates, Jiayu, Subai, and Zhang Muxue. Shen Xinxin introduced them to Chu Yui and the others. These are my 3 roommates, Song Xiang, Zhang Haoyu, and Fan Dupeng. After a few people greeted each other, they got to know each other. Seeing that they were already familiar with each other, Chu Yui said to them. There are too many of us, so Xinxin and I will drive our car and you can all take the business car. Manager Wang will have to do it for you. After saying that, several people rushed towards Xingfeng Hotel. After arriving at Xingfeng Hotel, Manager Wang quickly took Chu Yui and his party to the VIP box. The 3 people in Chu Yui's dormitory have been here several times and are used to the environment here. However, this is the first time for Shen Xinxin's dormitory and they seem very interested in the surrounding environment. The waiter still handed each person a menu. At first, the people in Chu Yui's dormitory didn't dare to order, until they were completely impressed by Chu Yui's strength, and then they didn't plan to save money for Chu Yui. On the other hand, the people in Shen Xinxin's dormitory didn't order any food for a long time. Seeing this, Chu Yui quickly said, Jiayue, Subai, and Zhang Muxue, just order whatever you want to eat. Don't be shy. This time it's my treat. Then he said to Shen Xinxin beside him. Xinxin, your roommates don't know that I'm the boss here yet, please try to persuade them. After hearing Chu Yui's words, Shen Xinxin smiled and said to the people in the dormitory. Xiao Yi is the boss here. Eating here doesn't cost money. You can order whatever you want. Don't be too reserved. Chu Yui also echoed. Xin is right, just order whatever you want to eat, I'll pay for it. The 3 people in Shen Xinxin's dormitory were also shocked when they heard this. In fact, when they saw the Lamborghini, they already knew that Chu Yui was definitely not an ordinary person. They didn't expect that Chu Yui was actually the boss here. They knew Shen Xinxin's family situation, and it seemed that this was indeed a perfect match. Chapter 46, Love Fund, please sign for it. After a while, all the dishes were served. Thanks to the joint efforts of Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin, the relationship between Chu Yui and his group has become much more harmonious. Everyone kept chatting about many interesting things, but most of the topic still revolved around the gossip about Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui. Xin, shouldn't you thank me? If it weren't for me, how could you have met Junior Chu that day? Jia Yue said to Shen Xinxin with a smirk on her face. How should I thank you? Shen Xinxin also continued Jia Yue's topic. In fact, she was really grateful to Jia Yue in her heart. It was the opportunity she created that brought her and Chu Yui together so quickly. I think why don't you two formally confess your love to each other in front of us? How about we be witnesses? Jia Yue had thought of this conspiracy a long time ago. Although she is eccentric, her ideas can always help others accomplish things. When Chu Yui heard Jia Yue's words, he felt that this was indeed the case. After all, their relationship started a little suddenly, which was completely different from when the eldest brother pursued Senior Huang. Even the token of love was a bracelet bought at a souvenir shop. Shen Xinxin's cheeks turned red after hearing Jia Yue's words. It would be so embarrassing if she were to be so affectionate with Chu Yui in front of so many people. Of course, this was just lovey-dovey behavior in her eyes. Little did she know that when Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui were together, they had already been showing off their love for each other. Ding, the host's surroundings have been detected, and a love mission is now issued to the host. The long-lost system task reminder made Chu Yui quite excited. Love mission, in the presence of everyone in the dormitory, give Shen Xinxin a wonderful confession ceremony. Successful mission rewards 500 million in cash and a Chinese medicine whitening and skincare secret recipe. The system was quite considerate. Knowing that Chu Yui's novice advanced task of developing a new drug was too difficult, it directly put it into the love fund. Chu Yui asked. System, how do you define a wonderful confession? Host, this mission is a welfare mission, and the host does not need to prepare too much. The venue has been set up in the banquet hall of Xingfeng Hotel. The Desert Heart crystal necklace worth 5 million has been placed on the host's office desk. Please prepare it yourself. When Chu Yui heard this, he felt that the system was like his second father and had prepared everything for him. So he planned to take everyone to the banquet hall after lunch. The banquet hall is usually only entered when there are important events at night. It is usually locked, so there is no need to worry about anyone entering. Chu Yui lied that he was going to the restroom, and after leaving the box, he went to the office and put the necklace in his pocket. By the way, I asked manager Wang to open the door of the banquet hall and repeatedly warned him not to let anyone in. When everything is ready, all that is left is the heroine and the audience. When lunch was almost over, Chu Yui felt that the time was almost ripe, so he said to everyone, there are some special activities in the banquet hall this afternoon. We can go and have some fun. I heard it's very interesting. After hearing this, everyone thought that it was indeed a good idea to do some exercise after dinner, so they agreed to Chu Yui's suggestion. Chu Yui and his group arrived at the door of the banquet hall. Manager Wang and several employees were waiting for Chu Yui and his group to arrive in front of the banquet hall. Seeing that Chu Yui had arrived, he asked, Boss Chu, do you want to open the door now? He was actually very curious. Almost no one could enter the banquet hall, so why did Chu Yui secretly ask him to unlock the door but not let him in? Chu Yui nodded. The door of the banquet hall slowly opened, and a dreamlike scene came into view. The entire banquet hall was carefully arranged into a romantic garden, with fresh roses and lilies hanging on the walls and a faint floral scent in the air. Countless crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, each emitting a soft light, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. In the center of the banquet hall, a path paved with white petals led directly to a small stage with a white piano on it. Next to it was a table decorated with flowers, on which was a bottle of champagne and 2 highball glasses. Chu Yui led everyone into the banquet hall, and everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the beautiful scene. Manager Wang was even more shocked. This place has always been locked, so how come there are suddenly so many things? There was a gleam of surprise in Shen Xinxin's eyes. She had never thought that Chu Yui would prepare such a surprise for her. Jia Yue and other friends were also amazed. She didn't expect that her words would actually come true. Chu Yui walked to Shen Xinxin, gently held her hand, and led her to the stage. Shen Xinxin's heartbeat quickened, and she seemed to hear her own heartbeat. Chu Yui asked Shen Xinxin to sit on an exquisite chair next to the stage, then he turned to face her and took out the Desert Heart crystal necklace worth 5 million from his pocket. Xinxin, Chu Yui's voice was gentle but firm, from the day we met, you gave me a special feeling. Every smile of yours, every eye contact, made me deeply attracted to you. I know that my life has become complete because of you. Tears welled up in Shen Xinxin's eyes. She had been looking at the perfect boy in front of her with deep affection. Chu Yui continued, today, I want to express my feelings to you again here, in the presence of our friends. I hope you know that no matter what the future holds, I will be by your side, protecting you, supporting you, and loving you. He gently put the necklace around Shen Xinxin's neck. The crystal on the necklace sparkled brightly under the light, like a symbol of their love, pure and brilliant. This is the gift I prepared for you. It represents my thoughts and my promise to you. Xinxin, are you willing to accept it? Shen Xinxin couldn't hold back her tears and nodded, saying in a choked voice, I do, Shui, I like you too. The two of them seemed to have forgotten the presence of their friends and hugged each other tightly. The atmosphere in the banquet hall reached its climax, and suddenly romantic music began to sound. The three people from Shen Xinxin's dormitory and the three people from Chu Yui's dormitory gathered around and congratulated Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin. After Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin ended their hug, they held hands and walked towards the champagne table together. They opened the champagne together and poured it into the goblets. Chu Yui raised his glass and toasted everyone, thank you all for coming, and thank you for your continued support and blessings. Today, we celebrate not only our love, but also our friendship. The banquet hall was filled with laughter, and the love story of Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin was remembered forever at this moment. Their love, like this banquet hall, is beautiful and eternal. The mission has been completed, the host's love funds have been issued, please sign for them. Chapter 47 The official business begins. In the next few days, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin lived a relatively quiet college life as a couple. 3 days later. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Chu Yui woke up in Haijing Villa number 1. He had a great time outside the school with Shen Xinxin last night. It was already very late after the fun, so he decided to stay in the villa for a few days. Today is Saturday. Chu Yui had planned to have a good sleep, but the weather was not good and he was woken up by the phone call early in the morning. Chu Yui picked up the phone and found that it was Manager Wang calling, so he answered the call. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. All the candidates for today have been arranged. Would you like to come and review them today? Chu Yui had previously told Manager Wang that he needed to get to know the selected candidate, so he agreed to Manager Wang's request. Then he got up, washed up, and drove the extended version of Audi A8L to school. He planned to call the 3 people in the dormitory to go to the company together. Chu Yui felt that if he brought people with him, the space in his Lamborghini would not be very large, and he hoped that the system could equip him with a business car like the one in the company. However, the system is not a wish-granting genie, so a few days ago, I went with Shen Xinxin to buy an extended version of Audi A6L worth about 1.5 million yuan to use as a business car. When Chu Yui arrived at the dormitory, he found that the 3 people in the dormitory were still sleeping soundly with their heads covered. Chu Yui pulled back the quilts of all 3 people, and all 3 people in the dormitory were forcibly awakened by this action. What's wrong, third brother? You suddenly come back and do this to me. The guys in the dormitory are sleeping soundly. The boss rubbed his eyes and expressed his inner dissatisfaction. Have you forgotten what I said before? After the holiday, your rest time is no longer under your control. Hurry up and get up and go to the company. Chu Yui looked at the lazy people and said speechlessly. After hearing Chu Yui's words, the 3 people in the dormitory burst into wailing, but they still consciously put on their clothes and washed up. Chu Yui then took the 3 of them to Xingfeng Hotel. When Chu Yui and his companions arrived at the hotel lobby, the receptionist immediately ran to Chu Yui and said respectfully, Boss Chu, Manager Wang is in a meeting in the conference room and cannot greet you in person. I hope you can forgive me. Manager Wang also told me that you can go directly to the conference room when you arrive. Chu Yui nodded. Didn't he feel that it was rude of Manager Wang not to come to greet him? Then Chu Yui brought the 3 people from the dormitory to the door of the conference room, knocked on the door, and entered the conference room. When everyone present saw Chu Yui and his group coming in, they immediately stood up to welcome them. When Chu Yui saw this, he immediately raised his hand to signal everyone to take a seat, and then he took the 3 people from the dormitory to sit at the conference table. The 3 people in the dormitory who were originally feeling bored instantly became excited when they saw this scene. This was the first time they felt this kind of atmosphere. You are all outstanding talents selected by Manager Wang. I also know that Manager Wang has conveyed my meaning. I came here today just to get to know you all. Chu Yui said to all the employees. First, let me introduce you to these 3 people. They are shareholders of this company and will participate in the company's decision-making as interns. Of course, they will not interfere, they are just learning. Please take care of them a little. The 3 people in the dormitory stood up and bowed to everyone to show their respect. Shareholders learning as interns? This surprised all the senior executives present. However, this is also a good opportunity to establish good relations with President Chu and the three shareholders. I asked them to come here this time to observe and learn. Now I will introduce my next plan to everyone. Chu Yui tapped the table lightly with his fingers and officially started the next meeting content. This time I am starting a pharmaceutical company. Its main business in the early stage is to be responsible for drug research and development and production. Later, it will be further expanded to other tasks such as private hospitals. After Chu Yui finished speaking, he said to Manager Wang, "Manager Wang, it's time to introduce everyone here." Manager Wang nodded after hearing this, and then asked the senior executives present to introduce their positions and abilities in order. After Chu Yui had a general impression of everyone, he said to the three brothers in the dormitory, "You three should choose your internship positions now. For now, choose from the three areas of production senior management, sales senior management, and company overall management. Think about it and talk to Manager Wang when you are sure." The three people in the dormitory nodded after hearing this. Manager Wang, please introduce the responsibilities of each position to these three people. After they make their decisions, they will be assigned to the corresponding senior management for training. I will be out for a while and will be back in an hour. After saying that, Chu Yui left Xingfeng Hotel. Chu Yui walked out of the hotel and drove directly to Haijing Villa No. 2. He had already discussed with Zhang Rohan and would go to her house to discuss the business of the new company with Lin Ruoxi. After discussing the subsequent development of the company, Zhang Rohan and Lin Ruoxi returned to Xingfeng Hotel with Chu Yui. After the three of them returned to the conference room, the three people in the dormitory immediately ran to Chu Yui. The eldest said excitedly, "Third brother, I chose production management, what do you think?" The fourth child also took over the eldest child's words and said, "I chose sales. I think I am a bit talkative sometimes, and sales management is just right for me." After listening to this, Chu Yui felt that what Lao Si said was absolutely right. He had given Lao Si countless slaps on the head because of his bad mouth. Chu Yui had always thought that Lao Si was a careless person with no self-awareness, but he did not expect that Lao Si had a certain understanding of himself. Then Chu Yui looked at the silent second brother and asked doubtfully, "Second brother, what did you choose?" The second brother pushed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "I chose senior management. These two people are really too impetuous. I declare them unqualified." The eldest brother kicked the second brother's butt and said, "You are so pretentious. You haven't even started yet and you're already pretending." Chu Yui looked at the three funny guys in the dormitory and smiled helplessly, then returned to the boss's table, motioned for everyone to sit down, and continued, "Let me introduce these two newcomers to you now." Chu Yui looked at Zhang Rohan and Lin Ruoxi and said, "This is also a shareholder of our company, Lin Ruoxi. Manager Wang, as you are the new CEO, she will learn under you. She will replace you as the new CEO of the company in the future." Manager Wang was speechless. How could he directly say at the beginning that he would definitely be fired? Chu Yui naturally understood Manager Wang's thoughts and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this is not the place where you can use your skills. I'm just letting you practice and train the younger generation." When Manager Wang heard this, he suddenly became excited. He thought that this must be a promising future. He quickly stood up, bowed deeply to Chu Yui, and said excitedly, "Don't worry, Mr. Chu, I will definitely not let you down." After hearing this, Chu Yui motioned for Manager Wang to sit down and continued, "The other is an investor in our company and may also become a shareholder." Zhang Rohan was surprised by Chu Yui's introduction and said quickly, "Hey, Mr. Chu, when did I say I wanted to invest?" Chapter 48 Invite Professor Zhou. When will I invest? Zhang Rohan was completely confused and no longer cared about her image. She directly questioned Chu Yui. It should be said that Zhang Rohan has never been involved in company affairs and has no idea of the rules of the workplace. Chu Yui was just teasing her and continued, "This is your best friend's first time as a senior executive of a company. Don't you want to help your best friend and invest in it?" Zhang Rohan was silent for a while after hearing Chu Yui's words, and then said to Lin Ruoxi, who was sitting next to her, "Ruoxi, I invested so that you can achieve great success in your future career. It is definitely not because of Chu Yui's provocation. Do you understand?" Lin Ruoxi was stunned by what she heard. She had never intended to let Zhang Rohan invest. She just wanted to train herself, prove herself, and reassure her parents. Xu Yui couldn't help but smile after hearing this. To be honest, if the entire company was invested in technology, he would definitely not be able to make ends meet with his funds. He didn't expect to attract such a wave of investments so easily, so he was naturally very happy. So he said to Zhang Rohan, "I wonder how much Mr. Zhang plans to invest, or how many shares he plans to buy." "Don't worry about it, Mr. Chu. I'll discuss it with my father when I get home, and then just call you when the time comes." Xu Yui felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It seemed that he also knew that Zhang Rohan did not have any real power and was just a daughter of a wealthy family. Then Xu Yui continued to say to the senior executives present, "Although we have some material foundation this time, the operation of the entire company is at a standstill, especially the production staff and scientific research staff, who need to be recruited. The tasks of each department are very heavy. Of course, the company will not treat you unfairly." Xu Yui paused deliberately and continued. "During the startup period, everyone's salary will increase by 10%. The finance department will make the arrangements. After the company is officially put into operation, I promise that your salary will definitely double. I hope everyone will continue to work hard." After Xu Yui finished speaking, everyone in the conference room was very happy and applauded enthusiastically. The morning time passed quickly. After Xu Yui, his 3 roommates and Zhang Rohan had lunch at the hotel, they returned to school. Xu Yui returned to the dormitory, and just as he and 3 other roommates were sitting at the computer to play games, his cell phone rang. It was a message from Counselor Fang Qiuyue, asking him to go to the office to get some materials. Xu Yui didn't think much about it, picked up her bag and walked towards the office building. The office building was quiet. The afternoon sun shone through the windows into the corridor, creating mottled light and shadows. Xu Yui walked to Fang Qiuyue's office door with ease and knocked. "Please come in." Fang Qiuyue's voice came from inside. Xu Yui pushed the door open and found that in addition to Fang Qiuyue, there was another familiar face in the office, Professor Zhou. Professor Zhou is a famous Chinese medicine expert in the school. Xu Yui attended his lecture at an academic lecture organized by the school and was deeply impressed by his knowledge and insights. "Xu Yui, you are here." Fang Qiuyue greeted Xu Yui with a smile, pointed to a pile of materials on the table, and said, "Student Xu, these are the documents that the school requires students to fill out. I will give them to the students to fill out after class tomorrow." "Okay, Mr. Fang." Xu Yui picked up the materials, but turned his eyes to Professor Zhou. He noticed that Professor Zhou's brows were furrowed, as if he was worried about something. "Professor Zhou, you are here too. Are you having any troubles?" Xu Yui asked politely. Professor Zhou sighed and glanced at Fang Qiuyue. Fang Qiuyue also knew Xu Yui's abilities and felt that perhaps Xu Yui could solve his problem. So he nodded to Professor Zhou, indicating that he could speak frankly. "Student Xu, you may not know that I was recently working on a research project on Chinese medicine preparations, but the investors suddenly withdrew their investment. They believed that Chinese medicine had no benefits and were unwilling to continue investing." Professor Zhou said helplessly, "This has caused my research to come to a standstill. I am discussing a solution with Professor Fang." Xu Yui's heart moved. He thought of his newly established pharmaceutical company. Perhaps this was an opportunity. "Professor Zhou, I just recently founded a pharmaceutical company. Although our company mainly develops Western medicine, we are also very interested in Chinese medicine research. I wonder if you are interested in joining us and continuing your research." Xu Yui invited sincerely. Professor Zhou and Fang Qiuyue were both a little surprised. They didn't expect Xu Yui to make such a proposal. "Xu Yui, what does your company do? Can it provide sufficient financial support?" Professor Zhou asked cautiously. Xu Yui nodded and gave a detailed introduction to his company, including its startup phase, future development direction, and its emphasis on traditional Chinese medicine research. "Although our company is just starting out, you can rest assured about the funding. I will ensure that there is sufficient financial support for the research. Moreover, our company attaches great importance to the autonomy and innovation of scientific researchers. I believe that your joining us will bring new vitality to us." Xu Yui continued to speak to Professor Zhou very sincerely. Professor Zhou pondered for a while, but he still had some doubts, so he said to Fang Qiuyue, "Teacher Fang, what do you think?" Fang Qiuyue thought for a moment and said to Professor Zhou, "Xu Yui's proposal is worth considering. Although his company is just a startup company, it can be seen that he is very determined and courageous. Fang Qiuyue paused for a moment and continued. Besides, your research does need financial support. Mr. Chu is very capable. This is a good opportunity. Professor Zhou nodded after hearing this, and then he said to Chu Yui. Chu Yui, I am willing to go to your company for an on-site inspection. If the conditions are really as you said, I am willing to join. Chu Yui nodded happily. He knew that this was a win-win-win opportunity. It could not only help Professor Zhou continue his research, but also bring a senior expert to his company and help analyze the whitening and skin care prescription given by the system. Great, Professor Zhou, here is my contact information. You can contact me when you have time. I welcome you to visit our company at any time. We can discuss the specific matters of cooperation in detail. Chu Yui said to Professor Zhou with a smile on her face. The three of them chatted about some details, and then Chu Yui said goodbye and left the office. He was full of expectations, believing that Professor Zhou's joining would undoubtedly bring great help to his company. He immediately called Manager Wang to explain the situation and asked Manager Wang to prepare relevant materials and make preparations for Professor Zhou's inspection. Walking out of the office building, Chu Yui looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly. He believed that his company would also have a bright future. Chapter 49, Shen Xinxin's interest is actually traditional Chinese medicine? After discussing with Professor Zhou, the entire pharmaceutical company officially began operations. Manager Wang and other senior executives mainly recalled the basic workers who had left due to the company's bankruptcy, and recruited talents from the society. The staffing of Yi Jinhong can meet the basic company operations. The three people in the dormitory have been busy these days. They go to the company to study whenever they have time. Chu Yui naturally couldn't go to the company frequently with the guys in the dormitory, so he gave the keys of his own Audi commercial vehicle to the bosses to facilitate their coming and going. These days, Chu Yui spent a leisurely college life with Shen Xinxin. After all, he is the boss and the investor, so naturally he doesn't need to care about every detail of the company's affairs. About a week passed. Chu Yui went to find Shen Xinxin after class. Just as they were about to leave the restaurant to have lunch together, Chu Yui's cell phone suddenly rang. Chu Yui saw that it was Professor Zhou from before, and quickly picked up the phone and said, "Hello, Professor Zhou, any instructions?" "Mr. Chu, I have already taken care of it. I can go to your company and take a look. Are you free now?" Professor Zhou said to Chu Yui with a smile. Chu Yui knew that Professor Zhou had classes in the afternoon and only had some time at noon, so he said, "If we have time, Professor Zhou, why don't we go to Xingfeng Hotel for a quick meal first? Then we can go to the pharmaceutical company." "Okay, where are you?" "I'll drive over to pick you up." "No need, Professor Zhou. Let's meet directly at Xingfeng Hotel. I'll be there soon." After that, Chu Yui chatted with Professor Zhou for a few words and then hung up the phone. Then Chu Yui said to Shen Xinxin, "Xinxin, how about we go to Xingfeng Hotel for lunch this afternoon? Professor Zhou from our school wants to discuss cooperation with me. What do you think?" "Professor Zhou? Is he the master of traditional Chinese medicine? I've attended his lectures before, and they were really good." After hearing this, Shen Xinxin said to Chu Yui excitedly. Seeing Shen Xinxin so excited, Chu Yui went to the parking lot with Shen Xinxin and drove to Xingfeng Hotel. When Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin arrived at Xingfeng Hotel, Professor Zhou was already waiting there. Led by the front desk receptionist, the three of them entered the VIP box. Chu Yui smiled and introduced to Professor Zhou. "Professor Zhou, this is my girlfriend Shen Xinxin, who is also a student at our school and has a strong interest in traditional Chinese medicine." As soon as Shen Xinxin saw Professor Zhou, she said excitedly, "Professor Zhou, I am your loyal fan. I must attend every one of your lectures. I have benefited a lot from your Chinese medicine concepts and practical methods." Professor Zhou responded with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Shen. I feel very honored that someone likes my lecture." Then he said to Chu Yui, "Student Chu, you have good taste. Student Shen is not only beautiful, but also smart and studious." Shen Xinxin smiled somewhat embarrassedly, and then asked, "Professor Zhou, can you share with us your recent research direction? I have always been curious about your latest progress in the field of traditional Chinese medicine." Chu Yui is actually very interested in Professor Zhou's current research direction. After all, interests still play a major role. Professor Zhou nodded and began to introduce. My recent research focuses on the modernization and standardization of traditional Chinese medicine. We hope to extract the active ingredients of traditional Chinese medicine through modern science and technology to make it more precise and controllable. At the same time, I am also studying how to combine traditional Chinese medicine with modern medicine to develop new therapeutic drugs. Shen Xinxin listened with great interest and nodded in agreement from time to time. Chu Yui also showed great interest in Professor Zhou's research. He knew that this was a huge opportunity for his pharmaceutical company. The three of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Chu Yui ordered several signature dishes of Xingfeng Hotel, each of which was delicious and flavorful, making Professor Zhou rave about it. Professor Zhou expressed satisfaction with Chu Yui's arrangement, and he was even more looking forward to Chu Yui's pharmaceutical company. After dinner, Chu Yui, Shen Xinxin and Professor Zhou went to Chu Yui's pharmaceutical company together. Chu Yui's company is located in the city's high-tech development zone. It is a modern building with a simple yet elegant appearance. After entering the company, Manager Wang was greeting Chu Yui and Professor Zhou at the door. Professor Zhou, this is our company's CEO. You can just call him Manager Wang. Manager Wang, this is Professor Zhou, the master of traditional Chinese medicine that I told you about. Manager Wang and Professor Zhou shook hands with each other, and they got to know each other. Afterwards, Manager Wang took Chu Yui and Professor Zhou to visit various departments of the company, especially the scientific research laboratories. The laboratory is equipped with advanced scientific research equipment, including high-performance liquid chromatography, mass spectrometer, nuclear magnetic resonance instrument, etc., which are indispensable equipment for conducting traditional Chinese medicine research. Manager Wang introduced to Professor Zhou. Professor Zhou, look, these are the latest scientific research equipment introduced by our company. Our goal is to build a world-class research platform for Chinese and Western medicine. We have enough confidence and determination to contribute to the modernization and internationalization of traditional Chinese medicine. After the visit, Professor Zhou was impressed by Chu Yui's pharmaceutical company, so he said to Chu Yui, Student Chu, your company is indeed very good, with advanced scientific research equipment and high-quality personnel. I believe we can achieve some results here. Chu Yui continued. Professor Zhou, in addition to providing first-class scientific research conditions, our company will also guarantee sufficient scientific research funds. You and your team can conduct research here freely. Our goal is to promote the development of traditional Chinese medicine and contribute to human health. Professor Zhou was deeply moved after hearing this. He knew that Chu Yui was a young man with vision and determination, and he had full confidence in Chu Yui's pharmaceutical company. He also decided to bring his team to Chu Yui's company to jointly conduct research on traditional Chinese medicine. Professor Zhou said, Mr. Chu, I am very moved by your sincerity and determination. I am willing to lead my team to join your pharmaceutical company. Let's work together to contribute to the modernization and internationalization of traditional Chinese medicine. Chu Yui was very happy after hearing this. He thought it would be very difficult to recruit a suitable scientific research team, but he did not expect that he would encounter such an opportunity. He knew that with the joining of Professor Zhou, his pharmaceutical company would have a qualitative leap. So Chu Yui said to Professor Zhou, Professor Zhou, it is an honor for our company to have you join us. We will definitely go all out to provide you with the best scientific research environment and support. Shen Xinxin also said excitedly, Professor Zhou, I will have the opportunity to learn from you in the future. You may not know that your classes are snapped up in seconds. It is not easy to learn from you. Professor Zhou smiled and nodded, then said to Shen Xinxin, Student Shen, you are welcome to come to the laboratory to study at any time. I believe you will become a good scientific researcher. The three continued to discuss future cooperation plans in the company, full of expectations and confidence. After Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin returned to school, they suddenly remembered that they still had a secret recipe for whitening skin with traditional Chinese medicine given by the system. He decided to try the effectiveness himself first. Although he was very confident in the system, he still decided to experiment with it himself before analyzing it for Professor Zhou. So after class in the afternoon, after saying goodbye to the three roommates in the dormitory, Chu Yui planned to go to the Chinese medicine pharmacy to get some medicine for experimentation. Chapter 50 System products must be top quality. After class in the afternoon, the boss Song Xiang said to Chu Yui, Hey, third brother, are you really planning to be a hands-off boss? Why haven't I seen you go to the company many times? Shu Yui heard the boss's complaint and said with a smile. Isn't this to give you more practice? Besides, I'm the manipulator behind the scenes. Manager Wang has always been in charge of the company's affairs. Don't forget that I have more than one company. If I were to be involved in every one of them, wouldn't I have to learn how to split myself to keep up? After hearing this, the boss felt that this was indeed the truth, so he asked. Then do you want to go to the company with us now? Shu Yui shook his head after hearing this and refused. I just went to inspect the company at noon today. Now I have other things to do, but I can go to the parking lot with you. After that, Shu Yui went to the parking lot with the 3 people from the dormitory. After the few of them went their separate ways, Shu Yui drove to Mingxin Chinese Medicine Pharmacy, a Chinese medicine pharmacy closer to the school. When Shu Yui arrived at the door of the pharmacy, he found that there was only one person with a good figure and a beautiful face, but there were some freckles on her almost perfect face. At this time, she was sitting behind the counter, reading a book on traditional Chinese medicine seriously, and did not notice Shu Yui. Shu Yui deliberately coughed a few times and successfully diverted the girl's attention. Hello, welcome to Mingxin Chinese Medicine Pharmacy. How can I help you? Shu Yui smiled and handed the medicine given by the system to the girl, saying, Hello, please give me some medicine according to these. The girl took the note, looked at the medicine on it, and couldn't help but frowned. There are nearly 80 kinds of Chinese medicinal materials on the paper. Although most of them are common and easily available medicines, there is also one relatively rare medicine. However, what puzzled the girl was not that the drugs were too complicated, but that she found that the compatibility of these drugs was problematic. Several drugs were extremely incompatible when used together, and at this time the drugs became poisons. The girl returned the note to Shu Yui and said, I see you are just a college student. You didn't just write these randomly. There are many combinations that are not compatible with modern medicines. They will cause toxicity. After hearing this, Shu Yui knew that this prescription far exceeded the current knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, so he continued. It's like this, I'm a student at Shanghai Medical University, and this is the medicinal material my teacher asked me to get. After hearing Shu Yui's words, the girl asked in confusion. I'm also from Shanghai Medical University, but I've already graduated. I've met most of the teachers there. Tell me which teacher you are and I'll call and ask. When Shu Yui heard that this girl was also a student of Shanghai Medical University, he asked. I'm Shu Yui, may I ask your name, senior sister? My name is Song Zile, don't interrupt me and tell me I'm that teacher. Shu Yui saw that he couldn't fool her, so he said frankly. Senior Song, this prescription is actually our family's secret recipe. It has the effect of whitening and protecting the skin. Maybe it can also remove the freckles on your face. Song Zile's face turned cold instantly. What she hated most was people making fun of the freckles on her face. She stood up and said to Shu Yui coldly. Shu Yui, right? I don't care if you really have a secret recipe or it's just a prank, but I don't allow you to joke about my freckles. Please leave my pharmacy immediately. Shu Yui saw that Song Zile was really angry. He knew that his joke was a bit too much, but he didn't intend to give up. He took a deep breath and decided to change his strategy. Senior Song, I apologize for my slip of the tongue just now. However, I sincerely believe that this recipe is effective. How about we make a bet? Song Zile frowned. She didn't have any hope for Shu Yui's prescription, but the other party's proposal aroused her curiosity. What bet? Shu Yui took out his mobile phone from his pocket, operated it quickly for a few times, and then handed it to Song Zile to see. There is 1 million in this bank card. If this prescription is really effective, you will return the money to me. If it is ineffective or has any side effects, you don't have to pay it back. Song Zile picked up the bank card and swiped it on the POS machine. He found that there was really 1 million in it, and he felt a little excited. Although these drugs are very toxic when taken orally, they can only cause allergies if used externally. Besides, it's a waste of 1 million. She thought about it and finally agreed to Shu Yui's bet. Okay, I promise you. But if there is really something wrong with this recipe, I hope you can take responsibility. Shu Yui nodded to show his agreement. Song Zile began to get the medicine according to the prescription and started processing it in the backyard of the pharmacy. She mixed various herbs in proportion, then ground and boiled them. After a complicated process, she finally produced a black substance that looked like a mass of mud. Song Zile looked at the mess and felt a little disgusted. She was not sure whether it was really effective, but Chu Yui said confidently that it would work wonders as long as it was applied on the face. Song Zile hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to give it a try. She applied the ointment evenly on her face and immediately felt warmth on her face, as if a warm current was flowing under her skin. She looked at Chu Yui nervously and said, "If I really get disfigured, I will never let you go." Chu Yui ignored her and just stood there quietly, waiting for the result. Song Zile felt the heat on her face becoming more and more obvious, and her heartbeat quickened. She began to worry whether there was something wrong with the prescription and whether it would cause irreversible damage to her skin. Finally, 10 minutes passed. Chu Yui reminded her that she could wash it off. Song Zile quickly ran to the bathroom and washed the ointment off her face with clean water. When she looked up and looked at herself in the mirror, she was surprised to find that the freckles on her face had actually disappeared. Her skin became smoother and more delicate, even better than before. She couldn't believe her eyes and checked again carefully to confirm that the freckles were really gone. Song Zile walked out of the bathroom and looked at Chu Yui, his eyes full of surprise and gratitude. How is this possible? Your prescription really works. Chu Yui smiled and nodded. He has always been confident in his recipe. After all, products produced by the system must be high quality. I told you, this is our family's secret recipe. Now, do you believe it? Song Zile nodded. She had to admit that Chu Yui's prescription was indeed very effective. So she returned the bank card to Chu Yui and said gratefully, "Thank you, Chu-chan. I'm sorry for my earlier disrespect." Chu Yui smiled and nodded, and before leaving, he took the remaining ointment with him, intending to bring it to Professor Zhou to ask him to help analyze it. "Wait a minute, junior brother Chu." Chu Yui stopped when he heard Song Zile's voice. "Brother Chu, can we add each other's contact information? I think your prescription is really amazing. Is it okay if I want to start some cooperation with you in the future?" Chu Yui heard that the ointment was really mass-produced. If some businesses promoted it, it might have unexpected effects. So the two exchanged contact information. Chu Yui then took the jar of ointment and drove to the pharmaceutical company to visit Professor Zhou. Chapter 51: The Threat from Three Roommates. Shen Xinxin's Invitation. The corporate name of Chu Yui's pharmaceutical company is Cine Pharmaceutical Technology Company, Limited. As the name suggests, it is a slight fusion of the names of Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui. When Chu Yui drove to the pharmaceutical company, Manager Wang was already waiting at the door. "Boss Chu." Manager Wang greeted Chu Yui respectfully. Chu Yui nodded and asked, "Where is Professor Zhou now?" Manager Wang scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Mr. Chu, Professor Zhou told me not to let anyone disturb him in the past week. He should still be doing research in the laboratory now." Chu Yui thought about it and realized that Professor Zhou's topic was related to the research of drug preparations, and it should have reached a critical point. He felt that no matter how busy he was with research, he should take a break. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, he decided to wait outside for Professor Zhou to come out. After Chu Yui greeted Manager Wang, he decided to go and see how the three people in the dormitory were doing with their studies. When he arrived at the office area, he found three people sitting in the lounge area playing games. "Are you three here to study or to play games?" Chu Yui spoke as he came to the side of the three brothers. When the three people in the dormitory saw Chu Yui coming to the company, they immediately stood up and shouted, "Hello, Mr. Chu." Chu Yui was completely confused and had no idea what these three people were up to. "You three stop playing tricks on me and tell me what you are doing now." I had previously introduced these three people to the company's top management at a meeting as shareholders of the company, so naturally I didn't dare to provoke them. In other words, these three people have absolute freedom in the company. So Chu Yui wanted to teach a few people a lesson. "Third brother, you look down on us too much. It's already dinner time at the company. We are just playing games here for a while and then going to eat," the boss said to Chu Yui with a smile. "Yeah, we're not being lazy. And since you're here, why don't you treat the three of us to a meal? It's considered a reward for our hard work." Chu Yui looked at his phone and felt that the time was almost up. Professor Zhou should be out soon, so he agreed to the three of them and said, "Of course you can, but you three must wait until Professor Zhou and I finish discussing things before you go to eat." The three people in the dormitory were very happy as they had another big meal. The three people in the dormitory followed Chu Yui to Professor Zhou's laboratory. After a few minutes, Chu Yui saw Professor Zhou in a white coat walking out of the laboratory tiredly. Seeing that Professor Zhou looked exhausted, Chu Yui hurried forward to support him and asked with concern, "Professor Zhou, what's wrong with you? You look very tired." Professor Zhou sighed, took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and said to Chu Yui disappointedly, "Boss Chu, our recent research has encountered some bottlenecks. The experimental data is always unsatisfactory. My research team and I have hardly slept these days." Chu Yui nodded to show his understanding. He knew that Professor Zhou's experimental project had made no progress in the past few days due to the turmoil, and the pressure and challenges of scientific research were enormous. "Professor Zhou, your health is the capital of revolution. You must take good care of yourself no matter how busy you are. I think it's getting late. Why don't we go have a meal together and relax at the same time?" Professor Zhou looked at his watch and nodded. "That's good. I also need a change of environment. Maybe I can get some new ideas." Chu Yui then turned to the three people in the dormitory and said, "Let's go to Xingfeng Hotel." The three people in the dormitory agreed and happily followed Chu Yui out of the company. They had been craving for food since they had eaten at Xingfeng Hotel. Now that they finally had the chance, they were determined to enjoy it. Chu Yui and Professor Zhou walked out of the company side by side. Along the way, Chu Yui tried not to talk about work, but instead chatted about some light topics, trying to make Professor Zhou relax. When we arrived at Xingfeng Hotel, the three people from the dormitory were already waiting in the private room. Chu Yui asked the waiter to serve a table full of sumptuous dishes. Everyone ate and chatted, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Halfway through the meal, Chu Yui took out a bottle of black ointment from her bag, handed it to Professor Zhou, and said, "Professor Zhou, this is a bottle of ointment I recently bought from a Chinese medicine expert. It has the effect of whitening and protecting the skin, and the effect is very significant. I would like to ask you to help analyze the ingredients and effects to see if there is anything that can be improved." Professor Zhou took the ointment, examined it carefully, frowned and said, "Mr. Chu, forgive me for being blunt. You may have been deceived. Chinese medicine focuses on nourishing the roots. It is impossible to see immediate results, and there are too many Chinese herbal remedies for whitening and skin care, I am afraid." Professor Zhou did not continue speaking. He knew that he had made himself clear and Chu Yui would surely understand what he meant. Chu Yui smiled and said, "This secret recipe is real and effective. I have seen the actual effect of this ointment. I hope you can take the time to study it." Professor Zhou saw that Chu Yui was very persistent, so he naturally couldn't refuse the boss's face, and said, "Boss Chu, since you said so, I will study it. If the effect is really as you said, it will be very popular once it is launched." Chu Yui smiled and handed Professor Zhou a piece of paper with the prescription for the ointment on it. "Here is the formula for the ointment, you can refer to it." Professor Zhou took the recipe, looked at it carefully, and nodded from time to time. Although many of these drugs are mutually exclusive, with the help of some auxiliary drugs and combinations, these drugs can miraculously offset each other's toxicity. However, whether it can be completely offset still requires laboratory tests and clinical trials. But his interest in this Chinese medicine prescription increased a little. After dinner, Professor Zhou seemed a little impatient. He said to Chu Yui, "Boss Chu, I will go back to the company to do a preliminary analysis of this ointment. I will inform you as soon as I have the results." Chu Yui nodded in agreement. He knew Professor Zhou's passion and dedication to scientific research, so it was not convenient to force him to stay. "Okay, Professor Zhou, you go ahead and do your work. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." Professor Zhou left in a hurry, and Chu Yui returned to the dormitory with the three people in the dormitory. Along the way, the three were still discussing the problems and experiences they had encountered in the company in the past few days. When Chu Yui returned to school, his cell phone suddenly rang. When Chu Yui saw that it was Shen Xinxin calling, he immediately answered the call. "Xinxin, why did you call me suddenly? Did you miss me?" Shen Xinxin giggled on the other side of the phone and said to Chu Yui lovingly, "Xiaoyi, I really miss you. Come to my dormitory and I have something to say to you." After Chu Yui heard Shen Xinxin had something to say to him, he planned to say hello to the three people in the dormitory and ask them to go back to the dormitory first. However, when he turned around, he found that the three people in the dormitory were nowhere to be seen. Chu Yui smiled and walked towards Shen Xinxin's dormitory while talking on the phone. When he arrived downstairs of Shen Xinxin's dormitory, Shu Yui found that Shen Xinxin was already waiting for him downstairs. The two of them naturally held hands and walked casually in the school. By the way, Xinxin, what do you want to tell me? Seeing that Shen Xinxin hadn't mentioned the content yet, Shu Yui asked in confusion. Actually, my parents and grandpa wanted to invite you to have a meal at our house. I accidentally told you about our relationship before, so... Well, it's time to meet the parents so soon, right? Shu Yui didn't care. After all, this was a setback that every man had to go through, but he felt that Mr. Shen would definitely help him. So he agreed to Shen Xinxin. Seeing that Shu Yui did not blame her, Shen Xinxin smiled happily and said, "Then let's meet at Haijing Villa this Saturday night." Chapter 52. Fang Qiuyue has a sister? After agreeing on the specific matters with Shen Xinxin, Shu Yui drove back to Haijing Villa No. 1. He hadn't been back to visit for a long time, so he decided not to go back to play games with the three people in the dormitory tonight. After Shu Yui returned to Haijing No. 1 Villa, his tired body finally relaxed. He lay on the bed, and the soft mattress and warm quilt made him fall asleep quickly. After a good night's sleep, the next morning, the sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains onto his face, waking up the sleeping Shu Yui. He stretched and sat up from the bed, feeling refreshed. After a simple wash, Shu Yui decided to go to school to have breakfast and breathe some fresh air. He put on casual clothes, walked out of the villa, and headed towards the school in a happy mood. Just as he walked out of the villa door, Shu Yui met the counselor Fang Qiuyue. Fang Qiuyue was carrying the breakfast she had just bought and was about to go home. "Shu Yui, it's so early, are you going to school?" Fang Qiuyue greeted Shu Yui with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Fang, I plan to go to school to have breakfast." Shu Yui responded politely. "That's great. I just bought breakfast. Why don't you come to my house and eat together? Grandpa hasn't seen you for a long time. I believe he must be very happy." Seeing that Shu Yui had not had breakfast yet, Fang Qiuyue warmly invited Shu Yui. Shu Yui originally wanted to refuse, but he felt that there was nothing wrong with visiting Mr. Fang occasionally. He had no reason to refuse, so he agreed. "Well, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Fang." So the two of them walked towards Haijing Villa No. 3 together. Fang Qiuyue opened the door and Shu Yui followed in. As soon as he entered the door, Shu Yui saw Mr. Fang sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a newspaper. When Mr. Fang saw Shu Yui, he smiled and nodded, motioning him to sit down. Shu Yui greeted Mr. Fang politely and then sat down. "Hey, Xiao Chu, you haven't come to see me for a long time," Mr. Fang said to Shu Yui with a kind face. "Mr. Fang, I'm really sorry. I've been busy with company matters recently and have been living in the school dormitory. I haven't been back to live here much," Shu Yui explained to Mr. Fang. At this time, Shu Yui noticed a girl in pajamas coming into the living room, a girl he had never seen before. She had long black hair and bright eyes, and was looking at him curiously. "Shu Yui, this is my sister Fang Xiaxin. My sister happened to be out before, so you didn't meet." Fang Qiuyue introduced to Shu Yui. "Hello, I'm Fang Xiaxin. I just heard from Shu Yui that you are now running a company. You are really promising at a young age." Fang Xiaxin smiled and stretched out her hand. Shu Yui shook hands politely. "Mr. Fang's sister, thank you for the compliment. It's a pleasure to meet you." Afterwards, the four of them sat down to have breakfast together. Fang Xiaxin has a cheerful personality. She speaks in a carefree manner at the dinner table and often bickers with Fang Qiuyue. Mr. Fang likes to listen to the quarrels between Fang Xiaxin and Fang Qiuyue. During the dinner table conversation, Fang Xiaxin said to Fang Qiuyue, "Sister, I have a lot of small pimples on my face recently. I have used many cosmetics from my own company but they can't get rid of them. Do you have any solution?" Then he touched his face, with a slightly sad look on his face. After hearing what Fang Xiaxin said, Fang Qiuyue said that she didn't have acne, so there was nothing she could do. When Shu Yui heard that Fang Xiaxin was troubled, he immediately thought of the Chinese medicine ointment given by the system, so he smiled and said to Fang Xiaxin, "Sister Fang, my pharmaceutical company has recently developed a Chinese medicine ointment that will definitely help you get rid of acne." Fang Xiaxin's eyes lit up, and she was obviously very interested. "Brother Chu, you actually run a pharmaceutical company. However, I have tried the most famous cosmetics on the market, and none of them have any effect." Shu Yui patted his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry, Sister Fang. Our company's Chinese medicine ointments are made of pure Chinese medicine and have absolutely no side effects from industrial chemistry. You won't lose money if you give it a try, right? Xu Yui felt that no matter how much he boasted, it would not be as good as experiencing it in reality, so he proposed to Xia Xin. That's true. Okay, Brother Chu, I can try. Xu Yui nodded. No problem, I need to prepare it and I can give you the ointment at noon. After breakfast, Xu Yui and Fang Qiuyue went to school together. While in class at school, Xu Yui sent a message to Song Zile from the pharmacy, asking her to help prepare some ointment. At noon, Xu Yui came to Fang Qiuyue's home with ointment. He handed the ointment to Fang Xiaxin. Fang Xiaxin took it and an expectant expression appeared on her face. Sister Fang, apply the Chinese medicine cream evenly on your face for about 10 minutes. During this time, your face will feel warm, which means the medicine is taking effect. When the time is up, just wash it off with water. Thank you, Brother Chu. I'll try it right away. Fang Xiaxin said this and walked into the bathroom with the ointment. 10 minutes later, Fang Xiaxin walked out of the bathroom. Xu Yui saw that the pimples on her face had actually disappeared, and her skin looked smoother and more delicate than before. It's amazing, this ointment really works. Fang Xiaxin said to Xu Yui in surprise. Xu Yui smiled and said, this is our family's secret recipe, so the effect will certainly not be bad. Fang Xiaxin was very satisfied with the effect of the ointment. She suddenly thought of her cosmetics company and said to Xu Yui, Xu Yui, I'm actually running a cosmetics company. I want to cooperate with you on this ointment. What do you think? Xu Yui thought about it and felt that his company was mainly engaged in research and development and production, and its sales channels were indeed quite narrow at present. So he said to Fang Xin, Sister Fang, actually our ointment is still in the analysis and testing stage, but I can promise that once we start mass production, I will contact you as soon as possible. Seeing that Xu Yui agreed very readily, Fang Xiaxin said happily, that's great. Let's exchange contact information. I'll be counting on you from now on. Please cooperate with me. The two exchanged contact information, and Xu Yui said goodbye to Fang Qiuyue and Fang Xiaxin. In fact, he was full of expectations for this unexpected cooperation. He knew that this was not only a business opportunity, but also an opportunity to expand the influence of his own pharmaceutical company. In the afternoon, Xu Yui returned to school and prepared to go to the company with his 3 roommates to check on the situation after class. What he cared about most was Professor Zhou, because this not only determined whether his own company could officially start to make profits, but also related to whether Xu Yui's system advancement task could be completed quickly. When Xu Yui and 3 other roommates in the dormitory were on their way to the company, Xu Yui received a call from Professor Zhou. Chapter 53 Dad suddenly fell ill. I was worried. The road of scientific research is not always smooth, and Professor Zhou has been seizing the opportunity to conduct research. Xu Yui had nothing to do these days, so he and Shen Xinxin were showing their affection and playing around. That day, Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin were having lunch in the cafeteria. Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin sat in the corner of the cafeteria, enjoying this rare leisure time. The laughter and playfulness of the two echoed in the air, adding a touch of warmth to this ordinary afternoon. Xu Yui was picking up a piece of braised pork and preparing to put it into Shen Xinxin's bowl when his cell phone suddenly rang. It's my mother. Xu Yui glanced at the screen and was a little surprised. His mother Zhao Yan rarely called him at this time. Hey, Mom, what's wrong? Xu Yui answered the phone with a hint of worry in her tone. He knew that his mother would not call him at noon if there was nothing important. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Yan's voice sounded a bit anxious and tired. Yui, your dad suddenly had a heart attack in the office and is now in the hospital for emergency treatment. The doctor said that it was discovered early in his life is not in danger, but I haven't found a substitute teacher for the senior high school classes yet, and your dad also needs someone to take care of him. I'm really too busy. Xu Yui's face turned pale instantly. He never expected that his father, who had always been in good health, would suddenly fall ill. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calm. Mom, don't worry, I'll take some time off and go there right away. Take care of yourself, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yui's hands trembled slightly. Shen Xinxin noticed his abnormality and asked with concern. Xiaoi, what happened? Xu Yui did not hide anything. He simply told Shen Xinxin about his father's sudden illness. A trace of worry flashed across Shen Xinxin's eyes, but she quickly made a decision. I'll go with you. I can help you take care of your uncle. Chu Yui shook his head. Xinxin, this is my family's business, I don't want to implicate you. Shen Xinxin held his hand and said firmly. We are friends, and also. She paused, a blush spreading across her face. We are also important people to each other. I hope to be by your side whenever you need me. Chu Yui was moved by Shen Xinxin's determination. He nodded, and the two of them quickly packed up and walked towards the school gate. In the car, Chu Yui called Counselor Fang Qiuyue and explained the situation. Fang Qiuyue expressed her understanding and promised to help him explain the situation to his teacher. More than an hour later, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin arrived at Sucheng Third People's Hospital. They found Chu Jianghua's ward according to the address provided by Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan was sitting beside the bed, her face full of fatigue, but when she saw Chu Yui coming back, a kind smile appeared on her face. Yui, you are here. Chu Yui walked quickly to the bedside, held his father's hand, with tears in his eyes. Dad, how are you? Zhao Yan stood up and patted Chu Yui's shoulder gently. The doctor said he'll wake up soon, don't worry. Chu Yui nodded, and at this time Zhao Yan noticed the beautiful girl who had been standing at the door. Chu Yui immediately introduced, Mom, this is Shen Xinxin, my girlfriend. Zhao Yan's face showed surprise. She didn't expect that her son would bring back such a beautiful girlfriend. So she warmly invited Shen Xinxin to sit down and started chatting about family and school life. Shen Xinxin also briefly introduced her family situation, which surprised Chu's mother Zhao Yan. She didn't expect Shen Xinxin's family background was so good. But when she thought about how her son could easily take out 5 million before, she felt that her son was still worthy of such an outstanding daughter. After chatting for a few hours, Zhao Yan looked at the time, stood up and said to Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin. Xinxin, I still have a few classes, and I haven't found a substitute teacher yet. I'll bring the food to you after I finish my classes. You guys stay here and take care of your dad first. After saying that, Zhao Yan left the ward. Chu Yui looked at his mother's back and couldn't help but feel worried. She insisted on going to class under such circumstances. He was very worried about her mental state. Then Chu Yui looked at his unconscious father Chu Jianghua, holding his father's hand and hoping that his father would wake up soon. Shen Xinxin was infected by Chu Yui's emotions. She gently hugged Chu Yui, trying to give him some comfort. The sky gradually darkened and it was already evening. Chu's mother Zhao Yan came back with a thermos lunchbox. She invited the two to have a meal and take a rest. During the meal, Zhao Yan told Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin that she had found a teacher who was willing to take her place in the class today, and asked them to go back and study hard and not worry too much about the situation here. But Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui insisted on staying to take care of their father. Looking at Chu Yui's determined eyes, Zhao Yan had no choice but to agree. She looked at the two young men, her heart filled with gratitude and warmth. Chu Yui originally planned to send Shen Xinxin home, let her have a good rest, and then he would accompany his mother to take care of his father at night. But Mother Zhao Yan told them not to worry too much and that getting a good rest was the most important thing. So Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin returned to Chu Yui's home. Chu Yui looked at his own little house. Although he didn't go home often, his mother kept it spotlessly clean. However, he felt a little embarrassed to let Shen Xinxin sleep in the same room. Shen Xinxin's face also turned red. She had not expected this situation. Just as Chu Yui's mind was spinning, the system's voice rang out. It is detected that the host has strong doubts. Do you need to use a trick to help the host resolve the doubts? When Chu Yui heard the system's voice, his eyes lit up instantly, and he said without hesitation. System, use the magic bag. One chance of using the magic bag has been used, and one chance is left. The following are the solutions. First, let Shen Xinxin stay in a hotel. Second, you sleep in your parents' room. What the hell? Host, you are still too naive. You are stumped by such a small matter. It seems that your state of mind is still too bad. What the hell? The first WTF was Chu Yui's complaint about the virgin mood he naturally brought into the same room with a couple. Why was he so shabby that he couldn't even think of this and was led by the system? The second thing that shocked me was that Chu Yui actually found that the system also started to complain about him. He cursed the system in his mind and stomped his feet in anger. I actually wasted a precious treasure. But he immediately regained his senses. The two agreed that Chu Yui would sleep in his mother's room and Shen Xinxin would sleep in Chu Yui's room. The next morning, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin came to the ward with breakfast. He wanted his mother to go back and rest as soon as possible. When they arrived at the ward, they found Chu Jianghua leaning on the bed chatting with his mother. Chu Yui immediately said in surprise, "Dad, you finally woke up." Chapter 54, A Rehearsal for a Meeting Between In-Laws? Dad, you finally woke up. As soon as Chu Yui entered the ward, he couldn't wait to walk to Chu Jianghua's bed. Chu Jianghua lay on the bed and said to Chu Yui with a smile, "Little brat, Dad is fine now, go back to school and don't miss your classes." Chu's mother Zhao Yan also said, "Your father woke up not long after you left yesterday. The doctor said that he was only in a mild coma and that he was sent to the hospital in time. He will recover soon and will be discharged from the hospital in about 7 days of observation. By the way, little brat, your mom told me that you came back with your girlfriend and asked me to meet her too." Chu Yui felt relieved when he saw that Chu Jianghua was still in the mood to joke with him. But he also noticed that Shen Xinxin did not follow him into the ward, so he got up and went out to check on Shen Xinxin's condition. When he saw Shen Xinxin, he found that Shen Xinxin was on the phone. After the call was hung up, Chu Yui walked up curiously and asked, "Xinxin, why is someone calling you so early in the morning? Is it from the school?" Shen Xinxin smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's my grandpa. He asked me when we would go back today. My parents are already waiting for you at home." "Oh? So today is already Saturday. But considering my dad's current condition, we may need to postpone it a little." Chu Yui scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Seeing Chu Yui in trouble, Shen Xinxin said, "I just told my grandfather that I'm here now in the general situation. My grandfather and my parents think it's a good idea to come and see my uncle. It's a good opportunity for us to meet and get to know each other." Chu Yui nodded after hearing this, but he suddenly thought of Mr. Shen, so he asked, "Xan, Mr. Shen must be quite old. He must be very tired after such a long journey." Shen Xinxin said indifferently, "My grandfather likes to ask the driver to drive to other places to fish every day. This distance is not a problem at all." "But..." Shen Xinxin glanced at the ward and continued, "We have to ask your parents for their opinion. If they agree, then there will be no problem." Chu Yui agreed and took Shen Xinxin into the ward. Chu Jianghua saw Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin coming in, so he forced himself to sit up and said kindly, "You must be Xinxin, right? I'm so embarrassed that this is the first time we meet." "Uncle Chu, there's no need to apologize. How do you feel now?" Shen Xinxin asked with concern. "Thanks to you, I feel much better now. Don't worry about Uncle." Chu Yui saw that his father's face instantly improved a lot when he saw Shen Xinxin. It turned out that a good mood is also a good medicine for treatment. Seeing that his father and mother's moods had improved, Chu Yui brought up the matter of Shen Xinxin's parents coming. "Dad, Mom, Xinxin's parents and Grandpa are planning to come visit you, what do you think?" "Ah? The in-laws are coming so soon." Mother Zhao Yan was shocked when she heard Chu Yui's words. She didn't expect that her son's lifelong event would be decided so soon. Shen Xinxin blushed when she heard Zhao Yan's words, while Chu Yui held his forehead in silence and said, "Although this is a matter of time, you are jumping too fast. Shen Xinxin's family is just worried about Dad, so they came to get to know him. Xiaoyi, how can we not entertain Shen Xinxin's family properly when they come?" "But my dad is in this state now, so I'm afraid I can't fulfill my hospitality as a host," Chu Jianghua said helplessly while sitting on the bed. Chu Yui also felt that this was a problem. This was a hospital. Although his father was in a single room with plenty of space, it would still not be a good idea to move the dining table here. Shen Xinxin thought about it and said, "Hospitals usually provide folding tables for patients' families to use. It's fine to eat here. There are also sofas. Isn't this disrespectful? It's so careless." Zhao Yan felt that Shen Xinxin's idea was not particularly good. "It's okay, Auntie. My family isn't picky. This time I just came to see you and Uncle." Chu Yui felt that this was the only solution at the moment, so he also agreed. "Yes, Mom, I'll ask the people at Lin Xin Hotel to prepare the food and bring a few stools. You don't have to worry about these." Mr. and Mrs. Chu could only leave it to the two of them to prepare. Seeing that Chu's father and mother agreed, Shen Xinxin called her grandfather. Chu Yui explained the situation to Lin Xin Hotel, and then went to the nurse to rent a few folding tables so that they could be put together to form a large table. "Everything is ready. 2 hours later, Shen Xinxin received a call from her mother Qin Shoyun, who said that she had arrived downstairs at the hospital and asked Shen Xinxin to go down and meet her. So Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin went downstairs together to find Mr. Shen and Shen's father and mother. After a while, Chu Yui and others brought Shen Xinxin's family to Chu Jianggua's ward. After Shen Xinxin and her family entered the ward, Elder Shen took the lead and asked about Chu Jianggua's physical condition with concern. "Hey, Brother Chu, I heard from Xinxin that you are not feeling well. I am very worried. You must take good care of yourself." Shen Xinxin also briefly introduced her grandfather and parents to Chu Jianggua and Zhao Yan. Chu Jianggua felt warm at seeing Mr. Shen's concern, and quickly responded. "Mr. Shen, I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm still in good health and have recovered well. The doctor said I'll be discharged from the hospital soon." Shen Guoliang also walked to Chu Jianggua's bed and said to him with a smile. "We are relieved to see you looking so strong. We had planned to have Xiao Chu come to our house for a simple meal today, but we didn't expect to meet our in-laws so soon." Qin Shoyun also started chatting with Zhao Yan, and all she did was praise the two children for being a perfect match. When it was almost lunchtime, Chu Yui put the folding tables together to form a large table. The two families sat around the folding table in the ward. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui sat next to their respective parents, with faint smiles on their faces. Soon, the topic of the two families naturally turned to Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin. Chu Jianggua and Zhao Yan praised Shen Xinxin highly, saying she was sensible, smart, and pretty. Shen Guoliang and Qin Shoyun also expressed their admiration for Chu Yui's steadiness and talent, as he has become the big boss of the company at such a young age. The parents on both sides chatted with each other and praised each other's children, making the atmosphere more harmonious. At this moment, the staff of Linqin Hotel brought carefully prepared meals, which were fragrant and mouth-watering. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin helped put the food on the table, and the two families began their pleasant meal. Zhao Yan and Qin Shoyun's topic shifted from the children's personalities and embarrassing childhood events to marriage and having children. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin both blushed as they listened to the conversation between the two mothers. Shen Xinxin couldn't stand it anymore and tried to stop them. "Mom, you and Auntie are talking about something too far away. It makes Xiaoyi and I feel embarrassed." Chu Jianggua and Shen Guoliang were chatting and laughing on the side. Both fathers were full of expectations for their children's future. Mr. Shen watched all this with a smile, interjecting from time to time, and the atmosphere was warm and pleasant. After the meal, Shen Xinxin's family said they were leaving. Before leaving, they asked Chu Jianggua to have a good rest and go to Shanghai to hold a real in-law meeting after he recovered. After Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin saw off Shen Xinxin's family, they returned to the ward. Chu Jianggua saw that the two did not return to Shanghai with Shen Xinxin's family, so he said, "Xinxin, you two should go back to school soon. I'm glad your aunt is here with you. Don't delay your studies. Uncle Chu, Xiaoyi, and I have agreed to go back to school tomorrow night. It's the weekend after all, so it's a good opportunity for Xiaoyi to take me to Hangzhou to play for a few more days." Chapter 55 Future Planning, Revitalizing Traditional Chinese Medicine. During the weekend, Chu Yui spent the entire time accompanying his parents, apart from taking Shen Xinxin out for a few rounds of fun in Hangzhou. After Sunday afternoon, Chu Yui returned to school with Shen Xinxin. After Chu Yui sent Shen Xinxin back to the dormitory, he planned to see if the three people in the dormitory were there. When Chu Yui returned to the dormitory, he found the door locked, and realized that the three people in the dormitory should still be interning in the company. He is free now and has nothing to do, so he plans to go to the company to see how the three people in the dormitory are studying, and to take a look at Professor Zhou's research results. Chu Yui then returned to the parking lot and drove towards the pharmaceutical company. When Chu Yui just arrived downstairs of the company, the cell phone suddenly rang. When Chu Yui saw that it was Professor Zhou calling, he thought that Professor Zhou should have made some progress, so he picked up the phone. As soon as Chu Yui answered the phone, Professor Zhou's excited voice came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Chu, the prescription you gave has been analyzed and has opened up a new path for modern Chinese medicine." Chu Yui also found it very interesting after hearing this, so he said to Professor Zhou, "Professor Zhou, please don't get excited. I'm downstairs in the company right now. How about we meet and talk later?" "Okay, I'll pick you up right away." Before Chu Yui could dissuade him, Professor Zhou hung up the phone. Chu Yui shook his head helplessly, then stood up and walked towards the company lobby. When Professor Zhou got off the elevator, the first thing he saw was Chu Yui sitting on the sofa in the lobby, and he hurried over. "Boss Chu, this matter involves commercial secrets. Why don't we move to the laboratory floor meeting room to discuss it in detail? Xu Yui had the same idea. He originally wanted to go up and find Professor Zhou by himself, but then he thought that if he passed by Professor Zhou, he might as well wait for Professor Zhou at the door. So the two of them took the elevator to the experimental floor and walked into the conference room. Xu Yui found that there were several experimental personnel and several senior executives, including Manager Wang. When Manager Wang saw Xu Yui coming, he quickly stood up, walked up to Xu Yui and greeted him. Xu Yui nodded and found a seat to sit down. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit with an extraordinary temperament came to Xu Yui, bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the new deputy manager Luo Hongbing." Manager Wang continued, "Boss Chu, this is the company's new deputy manager. Although he is called new, he is actually the former general manager of the company and also my classmate. I am new here and not very familiar with the professional pharmaceutical sector, so I plan to screen the previous management and rehire some of them." Xu Yui stood up, shook hands with Luo Hongbing, and asked, "Manager Luo, as a veteran of the company's revival still depends on the cooperation between you and Manager Wang. Although your position has been demoted, I promise that your benefits will definitely be better than before." "Thank you, Mr. Chu." After a brief conversation, the two returned to their original seats and sat down. Seeing that the time was almost up, Professor Zhou briefly introduced the other researchers present, saying that these researchers were the core of the team, and then began the main topic of the meeting. "Boss Chu, Manager Wang, and Deputy Manager Luo, the research results this time are enough to open up new ideas and methods in the field of traditional Chinese medicine that has existed for thousands of years," Professor Zhou said excitedly on the stage. "Today, the compatibility of traditional Chinese medicine is mainly based on the 4 properties and 5 flavors in the monarch, minister, assistant and envoy. This prescription directly broadens the boundaries of these 2 principles. Although the mechanism has not been fully understood, it will cause a sensation in the whole society." Professor Zhou spoke eloquently on the stage, and the general meaning was that the prescription Xu Yui gave used nearly 100 kinds of medicinal materials, and according to the previous principles, there were many contraindications to incompatibility. But this prescription combines these incompatibility taboos and adds other medicines as subordinates, which can not only eliminate the toxicity but also produce new medicinal effects. It also breaks the shortcoming of traditional Chinese medicine that it is slow to take effect, and is a method to truly revitalize Chinese medicine. Xu Yui didn't expect that the prescription given by the system could actually promote the development of traditional Chinese medicine as a whole. After Professor Zhou finished his introduction, he continued to say to Xu Yui and others, "Mr. Chu, I have decided to outsource my current research project and now focus on studying the principles behind this prescription." Xu Yui nodded. He thought Professor Zhou's South ideas were very close to the company's development and agreed with Professor Zhou's proposal. At this time, Manager Luo stood up and said to Xu Yui, "Mr. Chu, I think Professor Zhou's proposal is in line with the development of the entire company. I think that launching this ointment is the most important task for the company at present. After all, the entire company currently does not have any projects that can truly make a profit." "Manager Luo, your suggestion is very pertinent," Xu Yui said. "We do need to get products to market as quickly as possible, but we cannot lose sight of the long term. Professor Zhou's research topic is a huge opportunity for us, and we must seize it." After hearing this, a gleam of determination flashed in Professor Zhou's eyes. He knew that his research was not only for the benefit of the company, but also for the future of traditional Chinese medicine as a whole. He took a deep breath and said, "Boss Chu, Manager Luo, I understand what you mean. I will study the principle of this prescription thoroughly as soon as possible and try to transform the results into practical medicine as soon as possible." Manager Luo continued, "Mr. Chu, we already have a preliminary marketing plan. We plan to launch this ointment as a beauty and health product first, and attract consumption through word of mouth and effects. Why can't this prescription be sold directly as a drug?" Xu Yui asked Manager Luo puzzledly. "Boss Chu, if we want to market this ointment as a drug, it will have to go through a lengthy phase 4 clinical trial and drug approval, which will take at least 4 to 5 years. At the moment, it is most appropriate to sell it as a health product or cosmetic." Xu Yui nodded after hearing this, and he expressed his satisfaction with Manager Luo's plan. He knew that this was a plan that was both safe and forward-looking. So he stood up, looked around at everyone present, and said firmly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a historic moment. Our work is not only for the short-term interests of the company, but also for the long-term development of Chinese medicine. I believe that with everyone's joint efforts, we will be able to succeed. There was warm applause in the conference room, and everyone was full of confidence in the future. After Chu Yui and the others calmed down, he said to Manager Wang and Deputy Manager Luo. Manager Wang, Manager Luo, before the new product is launched, you must ensure that the prescription is not leaked, and that the supply of raw materials is not blocked by others. After all, the ointment will cause a sensation after it is launched, and it will definitely cause a blow to other manufacturers. You must be fully prepared. Yes, Mr. Chu. Chapter 56 System, you have changed. After the meeting, Chu Yui had dinner with the other two roommates and then went back to the dormitory to play games. The company is now on the right track and he no longer needs to worry about it. After they finished playing the game, Chu Yui planned to go back to Haijing No. 1 Villa to stay for one night. After Chu Yui washed up roughly, he lay down on the big bed in the master bedroom, ready to have a good rest. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and quickly called the system in his mind. System, does the ointment you gave me count towards fulfilling the mission requirements? Host, I gave you this thing to help you complete the mission, so it definitely counts. Chu Yui felt that the system seemed a little weird, just like before in his hometown. He always felt that the system now liked to complain, but before it was just an ordinary mechanical sound. System, your way of speaking has changed a lot. What happened recently? Host, while this system provides you with convenience, it will also learn based on the host's surrounding environment. You can also think of it as my evolution. Yeah. Chu Yui roughly understood it, but he thought of the main business again and asked the system quickly. System, you are so unfair. I have completed the task, but why don't you give me the reward? Host, it would be too boring if I gave you rewards directly like a robot. Chu Yui thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case, but he still hoped that robots would be used when distributing rewards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of Shanghai Medical Food Street, 100% of the shares of Ronghua Pharmaceutical Research Technology Company, Limited, and 100% of the shares of Shanghai Huzhong Private Hospital. The relevant documents of equity have been placed in the study safe. Chu Yui was ecstatic. His net worth increased by dozens of small goals overnight. He lay on the bed and looked at the detailed information the system had just given him. Chu Yui is not interested in the snack street. Although it is very profitable, there is not much room for development. His main focus is still on Ronghua Company and private hospitals. These two industries are closely related to his pharmaceutical company. He saw that Ronghua Pharmaceutical was a company that was currently developing steadily, with perfect market prospects, and that it had already launched 3 Western medicines, and that many of its drugs had already entered the clinical stage. This was a great bargain for him. Ronghua Company mainly researches Western medicine, so why not let your own company mainly research Chinese medicine? Chu Yui decided to discuss whether the plan is feasible with Manager Wang and Manager Luo tomorrow. Then, he looked at the information of the private hospital. This was a newly established hospital in Shanghai. Although it was established not long ago, it has a complete medical system and excellent medical staff, and is currently in a steady profit state. With this hospital, drug promotion and clinical trials will be stable in the future. Chu Yui felt secretly happy. Host, please don't get too excited. The system detects that your heart rate is too fast, which is not conducive to the host's rest at night. When Chu Yui was extremely excited, the system's voice rang out. System, I noticed that after the update, not only your tone has changed, but you also speak more frequently. While the host was getting excited, this system has been updated and upgraded. The current status is level 2010, and new functions have been unlocked. The system ignored Chu Yui's complaints and continued. This system will occasionally offer some rare items or skills, special effects, etc. for sale, but the price set by this system is very high. Please earn more money, so that you don't want to be unable to buy it. Chu Yui laughed after hearing the system's mean voice. He now owns several companies and has hundreds of millions in liquid funds. Is there anything he can't afford? Chu Yui was so excited that night that he fell asleep very late. It seems that I still need to listen to the system's advice in the future. Chu Yui thought about it and slowly closed his eyes. The next day, Chu Yui had just gotten up when the system notification sounded. Ding! The system refreshes the product, 3 kilograms of the second generation Dahompo top grade tea, priced at 20.88 million. Fuck, system, you are robbing me. You are asking me 20.88 million for 1 kilogram of tea. Do you have to support your family too? Chu Yui complained helplessly in his heart. Host, it is not your fault that you are short-sighted. The mother tree Dahongpo was banned from picking in the early years. The current second generation Dahongpo is the daughter tree of the mother tree, and the number is extremely rare. What's more, it is the top-notch one that countless wealthy people are scrambling to bid for. You are lucky to be able to buy it. Xu Yui thought about it, and it was indeed true. The price given by the system was definitely profitable compared to the market, and he was not short of money, so he said without hesitation. Confirm the purchase. Da Hong Pao has been placed at the villa bar, and the system has automatically deducted the payment. Xu Yui hurriedly put on his clothes, washed up, and went to the bar. He really wanted to taste how delicious this tea that the rich people wanted to buy but couldn't was. He looked at 12 cans of tea, which meant each can weigh about 5 taels. Xu Yui opened a can at random, smelled the tea, and found that it was only slightly more fragrant than ordinary tea, not as good as he had imagined. Until he poured hot water into the teapot, a fragrant aroma rushed out of the teapot. The strong tea fragrance made Xu Yui feel refreshed. He couldn't wait to take a sip, not noticing the temperature of the tea at all, and his mouth was instantly burned. This hurt Xu Yui so much that he wiped his mouth vigorously with his hands and took a sip carefully. The tea tastes slightly bitter in the mouth at first, then has a subtle sweetness, and the aroma of the tea leaves also lingers in the mouth, making Xu Yui feel that this tea is indeed a good tea that the rich compete to buy. After Xu Yui finished a whole pot of tea, he was so full that he had no desire to eat breakfast at all. I looked at the time and decided to bring some breakfast to the 3 brothers in the dormitory and go to the classroom to get ready early. After class in the afternoon, I went to the company with my 3 brothers to discuss some matters with Manager Wang and Manager Luo. What a perfect day! Before leaving, Xu Yui did not forget to take out 2 small boxes of tea. He planned to give 1 box each to Mr. Shin and Mr. Fong, and by the way, asked the 2 old men for their opinions on the establishment of a special Chinese medicine company. Xu Yui first came to apartment number 3, which was closer to him, and knocked on the door. Because Xu Yui had been there before, the nanny opened the door for him directly. When Xu Yui entered the house, he found Mr. Fong sitting in the living room drinking tea and playing with birds. Xu Yui called out Mr. Fong, and Mr. Fong noticed Xu Yui coming. He immediately smiled and said, "Hey, Xiao Chu, you're here. I'm getting old and my concentration isn't as good anymore." Mr. Fong was about to stand up, and Xu Yui immediately stepped forward to support him. "Mr. Fong, how is your health lately? You look very healthy, Xiao Chu. I wonder why you are here this time." Mr. Fong asked Xu Yui in confusion. Xu Yui smiled, took out a can of tea from his pocket, put it in Mr. Fong's hand, and said, "Mr. Fong, this is the top-grade second-generation Da Hong Pao that I recently bought. I brought it here for you to taste and see if it is authentic." After hearing this, Mr. Fong was greatly shocked. He looked at the small jar in his hand in disbelief and said, "What? Top-grade second-generation Da Hong Pao?" Chapter 57: The Opportunities Brought by Mr. Fong. There was a glimmer of surprise in Mr. Fong's eyes. He was an old tea drinker who had a deep study and love for tea. "Xiao Chu, you are really generous. This tea is not cheap." Mr. Fong opened the jar carefully, and a faint fragrance of tea immediately filled the air. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "As long as Mr. Fong likes it, I'm glad. Actually, I came here this time to ask you something else." Seeing that Mr. Fong was satisfied with the tea, Xu Yui took the opportunity to state his purpose. "Oh? What's the matter? Just tell me." Mr. Fong put the tea aside and motioned Xu Yui to sit down and talk. Xu Yui then told Mr. Fong about his acquisition of Rongfa Pharmaceutical Research Technology Company, Limited, and the establishment of a new pharmaceutical company, and asked him about his idea of transforming Rongfa Company into a company that focuses on the research of traditional Chinese medicine. After listening to this, Mr. Fong pondered for a while, then slowly spoke. "Xiao Chu, your idea is very forward-looking. Chinese medicine, as our country's traditional medicine, has a long history and profound cultural heritage." Mr. Fong opened the teapot, brewed a pot of tea, drank a sip of tea slowly, and continued. "Xiao Chu, although I don't understand business, I want to ask, do you really want to try it? If so, I can do you a small favor as a return gift for this tea. I have made some preparations, but I haven't had sufficient discussions with the company yet." Xu Yui said sincerely. Mr. Fong smiled and said, "I can recommend you some experts in the industry. They have unique insights into the research of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps they can provide you with some professional advice. Xu Yui said gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Feng. The two chatted for a while, and then the door of the villa suddenly opened, and Feng Qiuyue came back in a panic. When she came to the living room panting, she saw Xu Yui chatting with her grandfather. She was surprised for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her state. She glanced at Xu Yui, who also knew that he was no longer suitable to be here, so she said, Mr. Feng, it's getting late. I have to go to school. I'll take my leave now. Mr. Feng nodded, and Xu Yui left the Feng family. Seeing that he still had plenty of time, he walked towards Mr. Shen's house. Just when Xu Yui arrived at the door and was about to ring the doorbell, the door opened and Shen Xinxin was standing at the door. Hey, Shui, why are you here suddenly? Shen Xinxin was startled when she saw Xu Yui standing at the door. Xu Yui smiled and took Shen Xinxin's hand and said, I'm here to give Mr. Shen a little gift. Why are you leaving so early? The school is organizing an outstanding alumni speech event the day after tomorrow afternoon. The student union is organizing it, so we need to prepare early. When Mr. Shen, who was watering the flowers in the courtyard, saw Xu Yui coming, he also put down the kettle in his hand, walked to the door with a smile, and said to Xu Yui, Xiao Chu, you are here. I heard that you are going to give me a gift. I don't have to worry so much in the future. When Xu Yui saw Mr. Shen, he quickly took out a can of tea and handed it to Mr. Shen, saying, Mr. Shen, this is the top-grade second-generation De Hong Pao that I just found, specially brought to you as a gift. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chu, you put a lot of effort into it. This is a top-grade second-generation De Hong Pao. It's so rare. Mr. Shen looked carefully at the small jar in his hand and couldn't let it go. Then Mr. Shen, I will go to school with Xinxin first, and come to chat with you later. Xiao Chu, you must come more often. And next time, don't bring gifts. They are too expensive. After Mr. Shen finished speaking, Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin took a car and walked towards the school. After Xu Yui sent Shen Xinxin to the student activities department, he said goodbye to Shen Xinxin and went to the classroom. Walking on the road, Xu Yui felt strange, as if he had forgotten something. After arriving at the lecture hall, Xu Yui suddenly slapped his forehead. Shit, it seems I forgot to bring breakfast for the 3 people in the dormitory. But fortunately I didn't make any promises to them in advance, otherwise it would have been terrible. As expected, the 3 people in the dormitory still entered the classroom just as the bell was ringing, and then went hungry for the whole morning. After the classes for the day were over, Xu Yui and 3 other roommates from the dormitory came to the company. He called Manager Wang on the way and asked Professor Zhou and Manager Luo to go to the conference room for a short meeting. After arriving at the company, Xu Yui was led by Manager Wang to the conference room, where Professor Zhou and Manager Luo were already waiting. When Professor Zhou and Manager Luo saw Xu Yui coming, they quickly stood up and greeted Xu Yui. Xu Yui smiled and motioned for everyone to sit down, then went straight to the point. Recently, I made some investments and acquired Rongfa Pharmaceutical Research Technology Company, Limited in Shanghai Huzhong Private Hospital. Xu Yui said calmly, with a barely perceptible excitement in his eyes. After hearing this, Manager Luo was so surprised that he could not express it in words. He has been in this industry for many years and naturally knows about Rongfa's reputation and strength. He cleared his throat and said, Boss Chu, Rongfa is indeed a good company. This is a very smart move you made. Xu Yui nodded and continued. Rongfa Pharmaceuticals' main business is still the research and development and production of Western medicines. I plan to let our company focus on the research and development and production of traditional Chinese medicines. What do you think about this? Manager Wang pondered for a moment and said, The Chinese medicine market has huge potential, and national policies are also strongly supporting the development of the Chinese medicine industry. If we can grasp this direction, our company's future will definitely be limitless. Manager Luo also agreed. Yes, Chinese medicine is gaining more and more attention in the international market. Focusing on the research and development of Chinese medicine is a good strategic choice, and we can also work closely with Rongfa Pharmaceutical. Seeing that both managers expressed their support, Xu Yui turned to Professor Zhou and said, Professor Zhou, you have a wide influence in the academic world. I hope you can help gather some experts and scholars in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. I promise to provide sufficient scientific research conditions and jointly promote the development of our company. Professor Zhou nodded and agreed. No problem, Mr. Chu, I will contact some experts in the industry as soon as possible. If they are willing, I will invite them to our company for a detailed discussion. Xu Yui nodded with satisfaction. He knew that with the addition of these professionals, the company's focus and professionalism would be improved, and its future development would be more stable. He then addressed the two managers. In addition to the participation of experts, we also need to prepare equipment and funds. Manager Wang, you are responsible for looking at the company's financial situation and ensuring that there is enough money to support research and development. Manager Wang responded immediately, "Okay, Mr. Chu, I will start preparing as soon as I get back." Manager Luo, you are an expert in the pharmaceutical field. You are responsible for checking the company's equipment. We need to update some equipment to meet the needs of Chinese medicine research and development. Xu Yui continued to assign tasks. Manager Luo nodded, "I understand, Mr. Chu, I will collect opinions as soon as possible and formulate an equipment update plan." Chapter 58 I want to pay attention to you, so naturally you will think of yourself as a clown. After Xu Yui finished explaining, he planned to go to the lounge and wait for the three people in the dormitory to finish their meeting so that they could have a meal and rest together. After Xu Yui waited in the lounge until the normal get-off work time, he found that the three people in the dormitory had not come to the lounge yet, so he sent a message to inquire about their situation. After learning that the boss and the others had to work overtime, Xu Yui sighed helplessly. He had to taste the bitterness of society before even leaving school. So he left the company first and went to the school's snack street to buy something to fill his stomach. When Xu Yui came to a barbecue restaurant and was about to order some skewers, someone suddenly called his name from behind. Xu Yui looked back and found that it was the two sisters Fang Qiuyue and Fang Xiaoxin who were greeting him. Xu Yui quickly came to the two of them and said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, Miss Fang, are you two planning to buy something to eat here too?" Fang Xiaoxin heard Xu Yui's question and pouted her lips and said, "It's because Qiuyue suddenly had to work overtime, so I had to wait for her for a long time. I could only come here to make do." Fang Qiuyue looked nonchalant and said with a faint smile, "Student Chu, how about we find a place to eat together? This is one of the busier snack streets in the Shanghai University Circle. I'm fine with either, but this is my first time here and I don't know where to eat. Does Teacher Fang have any recommendations?" Xu Yui had just acquired the property here. To be honest, he didn't care about this place at all. Moreover, since the Xingfeng Hotel was built, he rarely went to other places to eat. "Hey, I know, how about we go eat hot pot chicken?" Before Fang Qiuyue could open her mouth to answer, Fang Xiaoxin beside her spoke first. "I think it's a nice place too. Would you like to go take a look, Mr. Chu?" Fang Qiuyue agreed with Fang Xiaoxin's opinion, and Xu Yui also agreed. So the three of them, led by Fang Xiaoxin, came to a store specializing in hot pot chicken. I saw many people sitting and resting at the door of the store. It seemed that the store was already packed and customers were queuing outside. Fang Xiaoxin saw that there were still many people queuing outside, and her originally happy expression suddenly became aggrieved. "It's all your fault, Zhou Yue. Just watch. I can't even eat the only hot pot chicken I want to eat." Fang Qiuyue seemed a little helpless when she heard Fang Xiaoxin's complaints. After all, it was she who asked Fang Xiaoxin to pick her up, but she didn't expect that she had to work overtime suddenly, making Fang Xiaoxin wait for a long time. Seeing this, Xu Yui said to the two of them, "Why don't we wait outside? It looks like it will be very quick." Two people just went in. "But I'm really hungry now. If I keep waiting, I might start to hallucinate." Fang Xiaoxin complained childishly. She was really hungry. She had only eaten a little at lunch because of work, and now she could not hold on any longer. Xu Yui was just about to comfort Fang Xiaoxin when a person suddenly came up to them with a queue number plate in his hand. He smiled and said to Xu Yui and the others, "Little brother, I have something urgent to do right now. You can buy my account and you can go in and eat right away." Although Xu Yui felt that this was not considered queue cutting, it was still somewhat immoral. However, looking at Fang Xiaoxin's expectant eyes, Xu Yui could only agree to spend 100 yuan to buy the number. At this time Fang Qiuyue took the initiative to stand up and said to Xu Yui, "Student Chu, I'll pay. After all, it was because I suddenly went to work overtime that this happened." Xu Yui waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need it. He felt that this little money was not important at all. After all, the last thing he lacked now was money. When Fang Xiaoxin saw that she could go in and eat immediately, the grievance on her face disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a bright smile. "Oh yeah, that's great, I'm starving. If Chu Yui had not heard Fong Choyue introduce her sister before, he would probably think that Fong Choyue was the real sister. The elder sister looks like the younger sister, and the younger sister looks like the elder sister. It turns out that personality changes a person's temperament. About 5 minutes later, the hotel front desk came out to call out the number. Chu Yui found that the number called was the one he had just bought, so he planned to take Fong Choyue and Fong Xinxin in, but he was suddenly stopped by someone waiting outside the door. A very strong young man at the door told the clerk that the man had left and it should be his turn. The others also expressed dissatisfaction. After all, they had been waiting here for a long time and were almost starving. Now that they had finally had a chance to walk faster, they naturally would not miss this opportunity. Chu Yui also understood everyone's feelings, but still patiently explained the reason to the clerk, saying that he was just taking the queue number of the person just now and it did not constitute queue cutting. But the guest outside the door still refused to give up. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse and fearing that it was out of control, the hotel front desk staff rushed into the store and called out the manager. When the store manager arrived at the door, he found that the young man standing at the door looked somewhat familiar. When he remembered that the young man in front of him was Chu Yui who had just taken over the snack street, he hurried forward to greet him. The store manager's action confused Chu Yui and everyone else. Chu Yui asked, "Hello, do you know me?" Seeing that Chu Yui was confused, the store manager hurriedly explained that the previous boss sent Chu Yui's photo to the store owners group in the snack street before leaving, so he knew him. "So that's how it is. I thought I looked too distinctive." Chu Yui responded humorously. The store manager then warmly invited Chu Yui, Fong Choyue, and Fong Xinxin to dine in the store together, and promised to cover all expenses for the night. Chu Yui naturally didn't need to take advantage of this, so he said he would pay as much as he should. "How can that be possible? You are the owner of the snack street. You are giving us face by coming to our store. This meal is just a token of our appreciation," the store manager insisted. Seeing that the store manager was so persistent, Chu Yui felt that it was useless to insist any further, so he decided to talk about it after dinner. After the three of them entered the store, the guests outside were left in a mess. "Oh my god, I actually offended the boss of the entire snack street. Will I be banned? Why don't we just go in and apologize?" When they thought about what they had done before, they immediately felt like they had turned into clowns. Chu Yui and the other two, led by the store manager, walked towards the standard room. On the way, Fong Xinxin excitedly whispered to Chu Yui, "Brother Chu, that's not right, Boss Chu, you are the boss behind the snack street, just say it directly, you made me depressed for a long time, and how many businesses do you have, I really envy you." After hearing this, Chu Yui smiled and shook his head, but did not answer Fong Xinxin's question. After a while, several people came to the standard room and sat down. Chapter 59 KTV Incident. After Chu Yui and the other two sat down in the standard room, the store manager personally handed the menu to Chu Yui. It was Chu Yui's first time to eat here, and it was recommended by Fong Xinxin and Fong Choyue, so he didn't know what to order. So he handed the menu to Fong Choyue and said, "You two sisters, please order. I don't know what to eat. Just order whatever you want. I'll pay for it." Seeing Chu Yui's generous look, Fong Xinxin ordered a lot of signature dishes without hesitation. Chu Yui and Fong Choyue were confused after hearing this. They even began to doubt whether they could really finish it. After ordering the dishes, Chu Yui started chatting with Fong Choyue and her sister about family matters. "Brother Chu, I didn't expect that you not only own a pharmaceutical company, but are also the boss of the entire snack street. How many other businesses are you hiding from us?" Fong Xinxin asked Chu Yui with curiosity. "There is also the Xingfeng Hotel. I have had dinner there with classmate Chu before. He is also the big boss behind the Xingfeng Hotel," Fong Choyue also said. "What? I remember that Xingfeng Hotel is a hotel that my father has invested in. I usually go there when I entertain guests. I have never seen Brother Chu." Fong Xinxin was very surprised when she heard Fong Choyue's addition. Chu Yui saw that both of them were looking at him curiously and didn't know what to say. "You can't say that these are all given by the system, except for the pharmaceutical company I founded." He quickly thought of a reason in his mind and said, "I used to work with a big boss in investment and made some money, so I started my own business and bought things that I thought were valuable." Fong Choyue and Fong Xinxin felt that what Chu Yui said was strange. After all, they were also wealthy and naturally knew some things. However, since Chu Yui was not in a position to explain, Fang Qiuyue and the others did not ask any more questions. After all the dishes were served, Chu Yui and Fang Qiuyue started eating together. Chu Yui thought that his appetite was relatively large, but he didn't expect that Fang Xiaoxin's appetite was even larger than his. The dishes that he thought he could not finish were actually completely eaten up by Fang Xiaoxin. Obviously Fang Xiaoxin looks very thin, and Chu Yui is very envious of people like this who can eat a lot without gaining weight. After the meal, Fang Xiaoxin patted her belly to indicate that she had finished eating, and Chu Yui called the manager to settle the bill. The store manager originally didn't intend to charge Chu Yui and the others, but under Chu Yui's insistence, he still charged them the cost price. After the three of them walked out of the restaurant, Chu Yui's phone suddenly rang with a message alert. It turned out that Fang Qiuyue had transferred the money for the meal to him. Chu Yui felt that it was just a meal and there was no need to be polite to each other, so he planned to return the transfer. This was seen by Fang Qiuyue, who was standing by. She immediately asked Chu Yui to accept it, otherwise she would never eat with Chu Yui again. Chu Yui smiled helplessly and had to accept Fang Qiuyue's transfer. Chu Yui and the other two planned to go home and have a good rest after eating, but their cars were in the parking lot next to the snack street, so the three of them walked slowly in the snack street together, which could be considered a stroll after dinner. When Chu Yui and the other two arrived at the door of a KTV, they suddenly heard a scream from inside, which frightened Fang Qiuyue and Fang Xiaoxin. Chu Yui frowned. After all, he was the behind-the-scenes boss of this snack street. If he caused trouble in the snack street, it would definitely bring trouble to the snack street. He planned to go forward and find out what was going on. After sisters Chu Yui and Fang Qiuyue explained the reason, although the two sisters tried their best to dissuade him, Chu Yui still walked towards the door of the KTV. He has enhanced physical functions given by the system. A few days ago, because of the system upgrade, Chu Yui also found that his body seemed to have become stronger than before, and naturally he was not afraid of fights. But before Chu Yui approached the door of the KTV, a group of ruffian-looking men holding baseball bats threw out a young man covered in injuries. If you don't have money, don't act cool. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Don't let us see you again next time. A man who looked like the leader of the gang spat at the young man lying on the ground, then re-entered the gate with his men. Chu Yui looked at the young man with a bruised face and nose, but still felt a sense of familiarity. When Chu Yui walked up to the young man, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Lin Fan? How did you get beaten like this?" Lin Fan and Chu Yui are in the same class. Lin Fan likes to show off in class, but he is not a bad person at heart and often helps teachers and classmates. Therefore, everyone does not dislike his pretentious personality. Instead, everyone likes to make friends with him. What Chu Yui didn't expect was that Lin Fan would be thrown out of the KTV by several big men and beaten all over his body. When Lin Fan saw that the person who came was Chu Yui, he burst into tears out of grievance. Fang Qiuyue and Fang Xiaoxin, who were in the distance, saw Chu Yui stop and hurriedly followed. Fang Qiuyue also noticed Lin Fan sitting on the ground crying, and asked nervously, "Student Lin, what on earth is going on? Why were you beaten like this?" When Lin Fan saw Fang Qiuyue and Chu Yui coming, he gradually stopped crying and said, "Teacher Fang, class leader Chu, I was cheated. I met a girl online, and after I successfully chatted with her, she suggested that we go to this KTV to hang out for a while. As soon as I entered the room, a group of men threatened me to take out all the money I had. Now it's the end of the month and I don't have much money, so I was beaten." After listening to this, Chu Yui understood what had happened. It was most likely that Lin Fan was not doing his job and was pretending to be cool on the internet, and then he was targeted by scammers. But he had to take care of this matter. First, he wanted to help his classmates solve the problem. Second, he would not allow any evil forces to occupy a snack street with so many college students. Sooner or later, these people would do something out of line. Chu Yui felt that these people must be repeat offenders. Maybe the boss behind this KTV was also involved with them, otherwise it would be impossible for such a group of dangerous elements to beat people openly. Chu Yui gently helped Lin Fan up and said to Chiu Yu, "Teacher Fang, please take Lin Fan to the school clinic for a checkup. I'll go in first to check it out." "No, squad leader Chu, there are many of them, and they are all armed. It will definitely be dangerous if you go in by yourself." When Lin Fan saw Chu Yui was about to enter, he quickly stopped him. "It's okay. I just pretended to be an ordinary student and went in to take a look. Doesn't this KTV welcome normal guests?" Chu Yui didn't care, but in order to reassure Fang Qiuyue and Lin Fan, he said that he would not do anything out of line. But now that I'm already in there, I have no control over how things develop. Chapter 60. The places you least care about often have the biggest problems. No, Chu, if you insist on going in, I'll go in with you. Fang Qiuyue said with a worried look on her face. Although she knew that Chu Yui had excellent physical fitness and could easily beat the runner-up in Taekwondo, there were more than a dozen big men in black with baseball bats. Lin Fan was still planning to continue to persuade Chu Yui, but before he could open his mouth, Chu Yui said, "After all, I'm the boss here. They don't dare to do anything to me. Besides, it's not certain whether they can beat me. Don't worry." But Fang Qiuyue was determined to go in and take the risk with Chu Yui. After all, she was really worried about Chu Yui. So she said to Fang Xiaxin beside her, "Sister, please help me send Lin Fan to the school infirmary. This is my pass. I want to go in with Chu Yui." Then Fang Qiuyue took out the pass from her bag and handed it to Fang Xiaxin. Fang Xiaxin was about to speak up to stop them when Fang Qiuyue followed Chu Yui away from the spot and walked straight towards the entrance of the KTV. Chu Yui naturally knew that Fang Qiuyue was following him, but he didn't intend to stop her anymore. After all, with his own skills, these little karami were nothing to him. But to be on the safe side, he stopped at the door of the KTV, took out his cell phone and called the manager of the snack bar. The call was quickly connected, and Chu Yui said directly to the other party, "KTV in the snack street, bring someone here within 15 minutes, or someone else will take your place." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Fang Qiuyue was slightly shocked when she saw Chu Yui suddenly stop talking after hearing the entire conversation. She didn't expect that Chu Yui would be so decisive. It seems that student Chu was really angry this time. Fang Qiuyue thought silently in her heart. The reason why Chu Yui suddenly changed his previous style of behavior was because he felt that this manager was extremely derelict in his duty. He must have been involved in such blatant and serious illegal activities. What Chu Yui least expected was that the place he cared the least about was actually the place with the biggest problems. After Chu Yui finished the call, he turned around and looked at Fang Qiuyue and said, "Teacher Fang, please stay close to me when you go in, and be careful not to get involved in any trouble." The reason why Fang Qiuyue followed Chu Yui was to prevent Chu Yui from getting into trouble, but she didn't expect that she was actually protected by Chu Yui. The two of them entered the KTV together. The receptionist at the front desk warmly welcomed Chu Yui and the others. Chu Yui was just starting to think about how to find out the whereabouts of the group of people from the front desk when suddenly an obscene voice was heard. "Hey, you're really pretty, girl. Do you want to sing some songs and play with me?" Chu Yui looked back and saw two big men chatting up Chu Yu. Judging from the clothes and postures of these two people, they are definitely the same group from before. Speak of the devil and he will appear at your doorstep. Chu Yui thought about it, protecting Fang Qiuyue behind him, and said to the two of them, "Sorry, we don't agree to this request." "Boy, we are talking to you, why are you trying to make a presence known here?" a big man said to Chu Yui with a fierce look on his face. Chu Yui was not afraid at all and continued, "Just now you guys beat him up and threw him out. Chu Yui planned to test the two of them first. "You mean that poor bastard?" "We did it, but boy, aren't you meddling too much? If you don't want to end up like that guy, just get out of here. This beauty can stay and play with us." Chu Yui couldn't help but sneered after hearing this. The two big men saw that Chu Yui looked down on them, so they shouted angrily, "You little brat, what are you laughing at? Do you deserve a beating?" After saying that, one of them swung his fist towards Chu Yui. Chu Yui was not panicked at all. He stood there motionless, as if he was frightened silly. Fang Qiuyue, who was hiding behind Chu Yui, looked very nervous. She really didn't expect that this group of people would be so unreasonable and would beat people up over a disagreement. At the same time, she was also worried about Chu Yui. Just when the punch was about to hit Chu Yui's face, Chu Yui caught the man's fist in an instant, then grabbed the man's arm and twisted it hard. The man who punched him screamed in pain instantly. Chu Yui pulled hard and the man fell to the ground with a thud, holding his arm and screaming in pain. He just dislocated the guy's arm. Why did this guy react so strongly? When the other person saw Chu Yui's skills, he was so scared that he quickly took a step back. He knew that he was no match for Chu Yui alone, so he planned to go find reinforcements to help. Chu Yui had no intention of stopping them. On the contrary, he had the same intention and it would be best to catch them all in one fell swoop. About 3 minutes later, a group of people came to the KTV hall. The one leading the way was the guy who Chu Yui saw before and looked like the boss. Boy, you dared to hurt my brothers, you are looking for death. Brothers, come on. After that, more than a dozen people ran towards Chu Yui with baseball bats. After about 5 minutes, the entire hall was filled with painful wails, and more than a dozen people were lying on the ground in a mess. Chu Yui threw away the baseball bat he had snatched from the other side and said, "Dude, it's your turn now, do you have anything else to say to me?" At this time, a bloated middle-aged man came down from the elevator, followed by a flashy woman. The man who claimed to be the boss seemed to have seen his savior, and hurried forward and said, "Manager, this guy beat up all my brothers and said rude things, saying that this KTV is full of drunkards and he doesn't care about anything." The boss exaggerated and said some nonsense, which successfully aroused the anger of the middle-aged man. Then the middle-aged man said to Chu Yui, "Boy, if you leave here now, I can let you go, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Chu Yui asked doubtfully, "Are you the manager? Then you don't know me?" After hearing this, the middle-aged man thought that this kid was definitely crazy, and sneered and said, "Kid, who do you think you are? Why should I know you?" After hearing this, Chu Yui understood that the middle-aged man in front of him was most likely not the real manager. After all, the owner of the restaurant had said that the previous owner had sent his photo to the owner of each store, so it was impossible for him not to know him. "Please get out of here, you fat washer, and let your real boss come out to see me." "You bastard, security guard, kick him out." After hearing what the middle-aged man said, several security guards nearby immediately took out electric batons from their waists and prepared to ask Chu Yui and the other man to leave. The middle-aged man had previously instructed that the security guards should not interfere with the fight between these thugs. They also looked down on those thugs from the bottom of their hearts, so they had no intention of intervening whether they won or lost the fight. But now that the middle-aged man has spoken personally, they naturally have to carry out the mission. Just as several security guards surrounded Chu Yui and the other person, the door of the KTV was suddenly opened. A fat man ran in a panic. Chapter 61 Chu Yui's Aura. Just when Chu Yui knocked down all the security guards surrounding him, a man suddenly ran in from the gate in a panic. When he saw Chu Yui surrounded by several security guards, he quickly shouted, "Stop!" The middle-aged man who claimed to be the general manager ran up to the man and said attentively, "Boss Xiao, why did you suddenly come to our store today? You shabby, where's your brother? Get him back here right now." Manager Zhao shouted angrily. This confused the middle-aged man. You know, they give some dividends to Boss Xiao every year, and Boss Xiao usually doesn't care about these things, so they are so unscrupulous and do whatever they want. Now the middle-aged man was also startled when he saw Boss Xiao suddenly get angry, and he hurriedly said, "Boss Xiao, my brother is not in the store right now. If you have any financial difficulties, just tell me." Although Chu Yui was surrounded by security guards, his ears were not damaged and he could hear the conversation between the two clearly. Sure enough, this Boss Zhao and this KTV are birds of a feather. Chu Yui decided to teach these people a lesson. "I'm already generous enough not to care about you guys, but you guys actually went a step further and wanted to beat up my boss. You better ask your brother to come back and handle it." Manager Zhao was almost pissed off by the middle-aged man in front of him. He actually thought he was here to ask for money. The security guards also heard that Chu Yui was the boss of Boss Zhao, and they were frightened. They all bowed to apologize to Chu Yui immediately, and then made way for Chu Yui. Chu Yui did not intend to blame them. The only troubles in front of him were this middle-aged man, his brother, and Manager Zhao. "Hey, now you know who I am. Didn't you threaten to teach me a lesson before?" The middle-aged man was frightened by Manager Zhao's words, until he heard Chu Yui's words. He hurried forward and said, "Boss Chu, I'm sorry. I really didn't know you were the boss. I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." After saying this, the middle-aged man's legs couldn't stop shaking, and he couldn't even stand steadily. He fell to his knees in front of Chu Yui. He knew that if he didn't get Chu Yui's forgiveness, not only would his store be in jeopardy, he might even spend several years in jail for the crime of harboring a criminal. But he was thinking too much. Chu Yui had no intention of letting these people go from the beginning. No matter how much the middle-aged man begged, he turned a blind eye. Chu Yui looked coldly at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground in front of him and said to Manager Zhao, "Manager Zhao, this fat washer just now said that you often come here to ask for money, which means that you know the situation here and deliberately cover it up, right?" Manager Zhao didn't expect Chu Yui to suddenly point the finger at him. He said tremblingly, "Boss Chu, I didn't do that. This fat guy just made it up. I didn't know such illegal behavior would happen here. Illegal behavior. How did you know that an illegal behavior occurred here? Was it because I beat someone up, or did you already know about it? Xu Yui exuded an extremely cold aura, causing Fang Qiuyue behind him to feel as if the temperature had dropped a lot, and she couldn't help but shiver. In fact, it is not known whether this aura is the result of the system or a skill honed by Xu Yui through practice. Anyway, Xu Yui's aura is fully open at the moment, intimidating the two middle-aged men in front of him. Manager Zhao was already nervous because the fat man let the cat out of the bag, and as a result, he even said the wrong thing. Faced with Xu Yui's questioning, he was speechless. Xu Yui looked at the two people in front of him, snorted lightly, and said to Manager Zhao, "Where is the person I asked you to bring? Invite him in." Manager Zhao did not dare to be negligent now. He still hoped that Xu Yui could give him another chance, so he immediately walked to the door and called in all the people he brought with him. "Who among you has the most say?" Xu Yui asked the 5 or 6 people who had just come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing glasses came out, bowed to Xu Yui and said, "Boss Chu, I'm the deputy manager Hanyu, and these are hired bodyguards." He had originally planned to go home to be with his children, but was called back by Manager Zhao, so he had no choice but to come here with Manager Zhao. Xu Yui saw the deputy manager in front of him and said, "From now on, you will temporarily take over Manager Zhao's position. I think this store is no longer necessary. And the fat man kneeling here and those lying on the ground, send them inside to repent for a while." Xu Yui glanced at Manager Zhao again and continued, "As for Manager Zhao, if you confess to the crimes you committed, I can consider releasing you, but you can no longer stay in this position." When Manager Zhao heard that Xu Yui was willing to let him go, he immediately said, "I admit that I accepted money privately. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your magnanimity. I will go back and resign now." After all, this was just a job-related matter, and in order to show off in front of the company's people, Xu Yui planned to let him go. Xu Yui would naturally not let off these people who committed crimes easily. After explaining everything, Xu Yui took Fang Qiuyue away from this disgusting place. Since Fang Xiaoxin drove Lin Fan to the school infirmary, Fang Qiuyue could only take Xu Yui's car to check on Lin Fan's condition. Fang Qiuyue didn't say a word along the way. Xu Yui also noticed her abnormality and said to Fang Qiuyue with a smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Fang. I guess you were scared by what happened just now." After hearing Xu Yui's words, Fang Qiuyue smiled and said, "How could that be? I just thought that I didn't expect that classmate Xu would have such a domineering side. You can't see it at all normally." Xu Yui touched his nose awkwardly and said, "In fact, I have been very gentle, otherwise those people would have been lying on the ground." Fang Qiuyue smiled slightly when she heard Xu Yui's answer. "Come on, classmate Xu, go check on Lin Fan's injury. If it's serious, then I, as your counselor, will be very busy." "It's okay, Mr. Fang. I will help you if you have any questions. After all, I am also a class monitor." The atmosphere between the two eased a lot. When Xu Yui and Fang Qiuyue arrived at the parking lot, they saw a familiar girl next to their Lamborghini. When the girl saw Xu Yui walking towards her, she immediately ran towards him. When Xu Yui saw the girl, he became very excited. He picked her up and spun around in circles. The girl giggled and said, "Xiui, I knew it was you." Chapter 62 Fang Qiuyue's Responsibility. "Xiui, I knew it was you." The girl hugged Xu Yui tightly and smiled happily. Xu Yui held the girl in his arms and turned around, then gently put her on the ground, took up the girl's soft little hand and said, "Xinxin, why are you here?" Xu Yui's previous cold look disappeared, and he seemed like he was schizophrenic. His emotions changed too quickly. "Of course I was having dinner with my roommates. I happened to see your car in the parking lot, so I decided to wait for you here by myself." Shen Xinxin blinked mischievously, then looked at Fang Qiuyue behind Xu Yui and asked in surprise, "Sister Qiu, why are you here? Are you with Xiui?" "Sister Qiu?" A big question mark appeared in Xu Yui's head. He had never heard that Shen Xinxin and Fang Qiuyue knew each other. "Hello, Xinxin. We just had a meal with your sister Xia." Fang Qiuyue looked at Shen Xinxin with a doting expression, acting like an older sister. "Xinxin, do you know teacher Fang?" Xu Yui asked the doubts in his mind. "Yes, I lived in my grandfather's house when I was a child. At that time, Sister Xia and Sister Qiu often played with me. Although Fang Qiuyue is a counselor, she has just graduated and is only 2 or 3 years younger than Shen Xinxin. After hearing what Shen Xinxin said, Zhu Yui finally remembered that Mr. Shen and Mr. Fang did live in the same residential area, so it was not surprising that they knew each other. Fang Qiuyue watched the scene quietly and asked with a smile. Student Chu, Xinxin, you two are so close, are you two together? Yes, Sister Qiu, Zhu Yui and I have been together for a long time. By the way, where is Sister Xia? Why don't I see her? After hearing this, Zhu Yui told Shen Xinxin what had happened along the way, starting from when he came here to eat alone, then met his counselors Fang Qiuyue and her sister, and finally encountered Lin Fan and was bullied. Of course, he concealed the fact that he was the boss here and that he and Fang Qiuyue had caught the entire criminal gang. There was no need to make Shen Xinxin worry. So you guys are going to the school infirmary to check on Lin Fan's injuries, so let's go. After Shen Xinxin finished speaking, she pulled Zhu Yui towards the car. Wait a minute, Xinxin, have you forgotten that this car can only seat 2 people? I'm not driving a commercial vehicle. Zhu Yui said to Shen Xinxin helplessly. Oh, yeah, you were driving a commercial vehicle before, I got confused, what should we do? Shen Xinxin also came here with her roommates in their own cars. After seeing Zhu Yui's car, she asked several people in the dormitory to drive their own cars back. Xinxin, you drive my car and take teacher Fang back. I'll find a shared bike to ride back. Zhu Yui had no other choice but to let one person ride back by himself, and that person could only be himself. At this time, Fang Qiuyue said. Student Chu, no need. You 2 young lovers can go back first. I can go back by myself. Shen Xinxin and Zhu Yui had a good understanding. Shen Xinxin immediately stepped forward and took Fang Qiuyue's hand, saying, Sister Qiu, it's very dangerous for a girl to go back alone at night. Let Xiaoi, a grown man, go back by himself. After saying that, he pulled Fang Qiuyue into the car. Zhu Yui found a shared bicycle and rode all the way to school. When Zhu Yui rode to the school gate, he found Shen Xinxin and Fang Qiuyue waiting for him. After he found a parking spot and parked his car, he went to the school infirmary with the 2 of them. When we arrived at the infirmary, we found a medical emergency vehicle parked in front of the school hospital with its lights flashing, indicating that the ambulance was on a mission. Fang Qiuyue was shocked when she saw this. Most college students leave their hometowns to study here, and their parents are not around, so the main task falls on the counselors. Fang Qiuyue also ran directly into the school hospital, and Zhu Yui and Shen Xinxin hurriedly followed. After the 3 of them entered the school hospital, they saw Lin Fan and Fang Xiaxin who were getting splints fixed. Fang Qiuyue hurriedly asked Fang Xiaxin. Sister, did the doctor say anything serious? Seeing Fang Xiaxin's anxious expression, Fang Xiaxin said to comfort her. Don't worry. The doctor has initially determined that it is a fracture. It is not serious and is being treated urgently. The procedures for transferring to the school's affiliated hospital have also been completed. An ambulance will take Lin Fan to the hospital soon. Fang Qiuyue was also relieved when she heard that Lin Fan was not seriously injured. After all, this was her first time as a counselor, so she was naturally very nervous when she suddenly encountered this situation. However, the advantage of studying at a medical university is that the school has its own affiliated hospital, which makes medical treatment very convenient for students and most of the medical expenses can be reimbursed. This is also the reason why we don't go to the hospital directly but come to the school hospital first. However, although Lin Fan was not seriously injured, since Lin Fan needed to be hospitalized for treatment, Fang Qiuyue had to take on the responsibility of taking care of him before his parents arrived. Zhu Yui knew Fang Qiuyue's current situation, so he took the initiative to suggest. Teacher Fang, as the class monitor, I feel it is my duty to take care of the injured students. Let me help you, Teacher Fang. And me, Sister Qiu, I can also help you share some of the pressure. Shen Xinxin also followed Zhu Yui's words. Fang Qiuyue felt very touched by the protection and support from others, but she still refused. Student Chu, Xinxin, you two still have classes tomorrow. This matter is the teacher's responsibility, but I still thank you for your kindness. After saying that, before Zhu Yui and Shen Xinxin could continue to persuade him, he answered the phone. It should be a call from Lin Fan's parents. While Fang Qiuyue was talking on the phone, she got into the ambulance with Lin Fan and drove to the hospital. Fang Xiaxin watched her sister leaving. She did not take the initiative to offer to help her sister like Zhu Yui did. She knew that since she had entered society, she must learn to take responsibility and train herself. She said to Zhu Yui and Shen Xinxin. Brother Chu Xinxin, trust your teacher Fang, don't worry, it's already late, go back to the dormitory and get some rest. After Fang Xiaxin spoke briefly to the two of them, she drove away from the school. Although Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin were worried about Fang Chouyue, they still followed Fang Xiaxin's advice and returned to the dormitory to rest. Chu Yui sent Shen Xinxin to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. The two hugged each other. Shen Xinxin said goodbye to Chu Yui and entered the dormitory building. Seeing that Shen Xinxin had left, Chu Yui walked towards his dormitory. I wonder if the three lazy pigs in the dormitory have returned from overtime work. Chu Yui thought as he walked towards the dormitory building. Chapter 63 Outstanding Alumni Lecture. After Chu Yui returned to the dormitory, he found it dark and the three people in the dormitory had not returned yet. Just as Chu Yui took off her clothes and was about to get up and go into the bathroom to take a hot shower, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. The three people in the dormitory walked in with tired faces and went straight to their beds like zombies. Chu Yui looked at the embarrassed appearance of the three people and said with a smile, "You three are such lame ducks. You're so tired after working 2 hours of overtime? Or you went after class in the afternoon?" The boss weakly retorted. "Don't just stand here and talk nonsense, Lao San. You just need to go to meetings everywhere, and we have a lot more things to do." The second and fourth brothers were so tired that they didn't want to say a word and could only reply to Chu Yui with interjections. Chu Yui smiled and shook his head. He was the big boss behind the scenes. What else could he do besides holding meetings and providing funds? Now that the company is back on track, Rongfa Pharmaceutical Company has also sent Manager Wang and Manager Luo to negotiate. As for the private hospital, Chu Yui plans to show up there in a few days. All companies are developing along their own paths, and he does not plan to interfere too much. Just enjoy your college life these few days. Chu Yui thought about it as he went into the bathroom to take a hot bath. A night passes and a new day begins. Chu Yui had fewer classes that day, so after class he went to help Shen Xinxin prepare for tomorrow's outstanding alumni speech. Because the news that he and Shen Xinxin were together spread quickly throughout the school, most people in the student union knew Chu Yui. Therefore, Chu Yui is quite popular in the student union. Who doesn't want to get acquainted with the big guy who drives a Lamborghini? Chu Yui felt a little embarrassed by the enthusiasm of his classmates in the student union, but he did not forget his own business. He saw Shen Xinxin busy in the school auditorium, so he came to Shen Xinxin's side. "Xinxin, is this event so important? Why are you so nervous?" Chu Yui didn't take this event seriously. He was not interested in any outstanding alumni at all. "Xiaoyi, you're here." Shen Xinxin was very surprised to see Chu Yui coming. It shouldn't have been so troublesome. We had only invited one alumnus to give a speech, but for some reason another one suddenly came. The school leaders paid special attention to it and even came to attend in person. Chu Yui roughly understood why Shen Xinxin suddenly became so busy. Suddenly, a boy's voice was heard from the backstage. "President Shen, come and help me." After hearing the shouting, Shen Xinxin immediately walked towards the backstage, and Chu Yui followed. "President Shen, there's a problem with this speaker, and the computer can't control it." When Chu Yui came to the backstage, he found a handsome boy sitting in front of the computer, scratching his head. When the boy looked up and heard footsteps, he looked up at Shen Xinxin and saw Chu Yui following behind Shen Xinxin. "Hey, squad leader Chu, I've heard a lot about you." The boy seemed to be particularly familiar with Chu Yui. He changed his previous confused expression and greeted Chu Yui enthusiastically with a smile on his face. After Chu Yui shook hands with the boy said, "I am Lu Tianqi, the president of the school student union. Almost everyone in the school has heard of the deeds of Monitor Chu." Chu Yui also smiled and said, "Hello, President Lu. Oh, by the way, President Shen, I remember you have the phone number of the maintenance center. Can you please give them a call to have the speakers fixed?" After hearing what President Lu said, Shen Xinxin picked up the phone and called the maintenance center. The day ended with Chu Yui helping Shen Xinxin organize activities. On the day of the lecture, the school requires all freshmen to be present, and Chu Yui is no exception. Seeing that there was about half an hour left before the lecture, the four people in the dormitory walked towards the lecture hall together. The seats assigned to the pharmacy class were at the front of the entire lecture hall, almost next to the podium. This made Chu Yui feel a little worried, as it would be too obvious if he slacked off and slept here. The four people from dormitory 520 randomly found 4 seats in the assigned area and sat down. When Chu Yui sat down, he saw a very familiar figure in the front area of the school leadership. That person was Fang Xiaxin. Fang Xiaxin is actually an outstanding alumnus? Chu Yui was startled, but only startled. But when I think about how she founded a cosmetics company through her own efforts after graduation, it seems much more reasonable. Chu Yui still couldn't muster any interest. Most of these people's speeches were empty talk and had no effect on ordinary students. He didn't know why the school took it so seriously. Fang Xiaxin was able to successfully establish the company because of the strong strength of her family as a backing, and she was also blessed by the system. Do these experiences have any significance for ordinary students? Chu Yui thought in confusion. When it was time for the speech, the first person to take the stage was Fang Xiaxin. During Fang Xiaxin's speech, Chu Yui began to fall asleep in his seat under her gentle hypnotic voice. Fang Xiaxin didn't notice Chu Yui at first, but Chu Yui's drowsy appearance when he was speaking on the stage caught her attention. "You are so good, little brother Chu. You didn't even give me face when I was on stage giving a speech. You will be in trouble later." While Fang Xiaxin was speaking on the stage, she was thinking in her mind how to take revenge on Chu Yui. When Fang Xiaxin's speech was about to end, Fang Xiaxin on the stage suddenly said, "Just now when I was giving a speech, I saw a very familiar classmate, who is currently my partner. Today is an alumni speech meeting, so let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Chu Yui to the stage to share her experience with everyone." When the students in the audience heard Fang Xiaxin's words, they also applauded vigorously. Chu Yui, who was still sleeping soundly in his seat, was suddenly awakened by the applause. He thought the speech was over, but he saw Fang Xiaxin still standing on the stage, looking straight at him. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Fang Xiaxin looked at Chu Yui's expression and couldn't help but laugh when she saw that her plan had succeeded. "Student Chu, since the classmates are so enthusiastic, please go to the stage and share your experience." After hearing Fang Xiaxin's words, Chu Yui instantly understood her intention. "Well, I was tricked for no apparent reason." Chu Yui was speechless, but he had no choice but to walk towards the stage. The school leaders sitting in the first row were also very curious about who the classmate Chu that Fang Xiaxin was talking about was and why Fang Xiaxin cared so much about him. Even after seeing Chu Yui walk onto the stage, I was still a little confused. If they were well-known alumni, the school would have their contact information, and generally schools would give priority to these alumni when they needed investment. But none of the school leaders present knew the person in front of them. Another alumnus who was sitting in the first row with the school leaders was shocked when he saw Chu Yui. Chapter 64 Systems Self-Description. Chu Yui walked up to the podium under the gaze of the crowd, and a staff member nearby quickly handed a microphone to Chu Yui. Fang Xiaoyue, who was in the audience, didn't feel shocked when she saw her sister actually did such a thing. She just felt helpless. Fang Xiaxin took the initiative to stand next to Chu Yui and said to everyone in the audience, "This classmate Chu is a successful entrepreneur. He owns numerous businesses, such as pharmaceutical companies and even the snack street we often go to. He is also my partner." In fact, Fang Xiaxin only knew about Chu Yui's pharmaceutical company and snack street. She said this just to praise Chu Yui and satisfy her own little thoughts. Chu Yui was bewildered after hearing this. He has always been very low-key and almost everyone in the school only knows that he has a Lamborghini. Now that Fang Xiaxin had revealed everything, all Chu Yui's previous efforts had been in vain. The classmates and school leaders were also stunned when they heard Fang Xiaxin's words, and the discussion in the audience gradually became louder. Fang Xiaxin pressed her hand, signaling the students to keep quiet, and continued. "Now I would like to invite my partner, Mr. Chu, to share his experience with you all." Chu Yui didn't know what to say for a moment, so he can only say a few words casually. "Read more books, read more newspapers, eat less snacks, and sleep more." After hearing Chu Yui's speech, the classmates all laughed, and even began to doubt whether Chu Yui really had so many industries. But when they thought about Chu Yui's car, it seemed to make sense. Fang Xiaxin couldn't help but twitch her lips after hearing Chu Yui's casual words, but she didn't intend to continue to make things difficult for Chu Yui. After all, this was an event for the entire school, and another alumnus was going to give a speech. So Fang Xiaxin said, "Now that Chu has shared his experience, my speech ends here. Thank you all for listening." After saying that, he walked down the podium with Chu Yui. When another alumnus sitting in the first row saw Chu Yui step down from the stage, he quickly stood up and walked towards Chu Yui. "Hello, Mr. Chu, it's a pleasure to see you here." Chu Yui had never seen the middle-aged man in front of him, so he asked in confusion, "Excuse me, have we met before?" Excuse me, I'm Chen Shen, the general manager of Rongfa Pharmaceutical Company. Manager Wang and Manager Luo mentioned you to me. After hearing this, Xu Yui also knew the identity of the visitor, so he took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hello, Manager Qian, although this is the first time we meet, let's talk in detail after the event." Xian Shen immediately shook hands with Xu Yui and went on stage. Xu Yui didn't plan to return to his original seat, so he sat next to Fang Xiaoxin. He really didn't want to feel the scorching gazes of his classmates anymore. Manager Qian was also a former student of Shanghai Medical University. It is said that he was in the same class as Fang Xiaoxin and has a master's degree in pharmaceutical chemistry. His speech was not about sharing any experience, but about Rongfa Pharmaceutical Company, which was similar to campus recruitment. Xu Yui was listening below, and at the same time he understood why the school agreed to let Manager Qian come to give a speech. It not only provides internship positions, but also can increase the school's employment rate. After the speech, Manager Qian, Fang Xiaoxin, Xu Yui and school leaders came to the lounge backstage. Manager Qian ignored the school leaders and went straight to Xu Yui and continued the previous conversation. When the school leaders saw that Qian Shen was so respectful to a freshman, it seemed that this student Xu was really similar to what Fang Xiaoxin said. After the afternoon activities ended, Xu Yui said goodbye to Fang Xiaoxin and Qian Shen and planned to return to the villa to stay for one night. In the future, as long as the system does not cause trouble, Xu Yui will have a normal college life. In the evening, after Xu Yui finished talking to Shen Xinxin while lying on the bed, he planned to go to bed and have a good rest. He turned off the lights, closed his eyes, and called the system in his mind. "System, why have you been so quiet recently? You haven't issued any tasks, and those random items haven't been refreshed. Host, this system will detect the surrounding environment and dispatch tasks, please don't be impatient." Xu Yui has become accustomed to the system's teasing. Before he knew it, Xu Yui fell asleep. The next day, Xu Yui woke up early. As soon as he opened his eyes, the system voice rang. "Host, do you want to cultivate immortality?" Xu Yui was still rubbing his eyes, but when he heard the word cultivation of immortality, he immediately perked up. "System, can you really let me cultivate immortality?" Cultivating immortals is a subject that many novel readers have read about, and it is also something that many people like to fantasize about. Host, stop daydreaming. This is Earth, a world of science. How could there be something like immortality? Xu Yui was a little disappointed after hearing this. He asked in confusion. "System, why are you asking me these questions when you have nothing to do? You are just making me happy for nothing." Host, you should know that this system does not have the function of sleeping, so when you sleep, I will watch some of your TV series, novels, etc. Recently, I found that you humans like books about cultivating immortals, so I paid special attention to them. Then do you think there is a possibility that such a world really exists, perhaps not on Earth, but somewhere else? Xu Yui asked curiously. This was the first time the system had a normal chat with him without any specific details. This is just a fictional world after all, but it does not rule out advanced civilizations or other unknown things, but within the known scope, these things do not exist. After hearing this, Xu Yui felt that it was the same as not saying anything. Then have you ever read a novel about a cheating system? The male or female protagonist in the novel has a cheating system that is exactly the same as yours. Isn't this almost the same as cultivating immortals, which is all fantasy? Xu Yui was actually very curious about what the system was and why it chose him. Host, this is wrong. This system was created by other high-dimensional universes. It can change the law of cause and effect. It belongs to the science that you humans can never achieve. Change the law of causality? Yes, because in high-dimensional spacetime, the physical principles are inconsistent with the host's three-dimensional principles, so the law of causality can be changed. Otherwise, do you think those rewards are fabricated out of thin air? Isn't it? Xu Yui scratched his head. He really didn't understand these things. Stupid, I changed the cause and you got the result, it's that simple, and the matter you saw appeared out of thin air. The reason why it didn't appear directly in front of your eyes is to prevent the host from seeing the transfer of matter from high dimension to low dimension, which would cause too much information. Xu Yui now roughly understood it. In a nutshell, the system is the technology of higher dimensional creatures. But he also asked the question that he was most curious about. System, why did you choose me? Host, our high-dimensional world is gradually falling towards the third dimension. In order to save myself, I saw you who was brain dead. At the moment of your brain death, your brain nerves were in chaos, which was equivalent to a high-dimensional space, so I chose you. Shu Yui also completely understood the origin and destination of the system. Host, if the mission is completed, will you disappear? Shu Yui continued to ask. Host, I don't know. Who can know what will happen in the future? The only thing we have to do now is to cherish the present. Cherish the present and look forward to the future. Chapter 65 Final Exam, the end of the first semester of freshman year. Ever since the system and Shu Yui had their heart-to-heart talk, the system has been very quiet these past few days. Shu Yui would try to call the system from time to time, but the system remained silent, as if it had disappeared. Although Shu Yui felt a little lonely at first, he finally learned a humorous way of conversation and gradually started chatting with him, but now he suddenly disappeared again. Fortunately, Shu Yui had the company of Shen Xinxin and the three brothers in the dormitory, so he didn't care too much about the sudden disappearance of the system. Shu Yui lived a relaxed and happy campus life like a normal college student in the next month. The company is also developing in an orderly manner, and Shu Yui only needs to go there occasionally to inspect the results. He is inseparable from Shen Xinxin every day. Their relationship started out as a relatively immature one, but now they can openly show their affection in school. I don't know how many single people who like Shen Xinxin have been moved to tears by this. During this month, Shu Yui's company successfully obtained the production and sales license for Chinese herbal ointments. In order to thank the system for its help, Shu Yui named this cosmetics high-quality whitening Chinese herbal skin care products. The system of high-dimensional science, referred to as the High System, is very reasonable. Before the cosmetics were sold, Shu Yui had already reached a long-term cooperation with Fang Xiaxin's company. With the extensive publicity from both companies, high-quality whitening skin care products were snapped up as soon as they were launched. The customers who got the ointment were shocked by its amazing effects after using it, and they spontaneously promoted it online. Once the positive feedback started, Fang Xiaxin's company's orders were immediately filled up, and manager Wang was busy expanding the production staff and conditions. The entire company was thriving. This situation continued until the eve of the final exams of the first semester of freshman year. The three people in the dormitory no longer went to the company to study, but were reviewing their lessons seriously in the study room. The same was true for Shu Yui. Although he usually listened to the teacher's lectures carefully, he only listened carefully to the key courses. As for some elective courses, he basically either slept or asked for leave and slipped away. In short, he didn't listen at all. If I fail the exam, I will definitely be beaten by both my parents in mixed doubles. When Shu Yui and Shen Xinxin were reviewing for the final exam in the library, Shu Yui felt like a fool. He looked at the words in the book. He knew every word, but when they were put together he had no idea what they meant. Just when Shu Yui was feeling depressed, a familiar voice rang out. Host, why do I see you looking so unhappy when I first arrived? How come you can't solve such a small problem when I'm not here? System. You are finally back. I have been missing you for the past month. Shu Yui was so excited when he heard the system's voice that he lost control of his strength and shouted directly in the library. Shen Xinxin originally wanted to comfort Shu Yui when she saw his sad face, but suddenly she saw Shu Yui like a mad rabbit with chicken blood injected. After being surprised, she could not help laughing. Of course, she covered her mouth to prevent laughing out loud. It was no surprise that Shu Yui was warned by the library teacher. Shu Yui calmed down a little and asked in his heart. System, you haven't answered the question I asked yet. Host, I just found out that I went back and upgraded a bit, don't make a fuss. Shu Yui felt speechless. Why did he leave to upgrade and tell him earlier? Why did he leave without saying a word, making him think that the system disappeared? However, compared to this question, there is another question that makes Shu Yui more curious. System, you said you went back to upgrade. Did you update any features? Or a gift pack or something would be fine. Host, you have a nice idea, but I'm sorry, this upgrade is only about the system itself, and has nothing to do with the rewards and functions you mentioned. Shu Yui was very disappointed when he heard that. He had finally gone back to upgrade and thought he would get more things, but in the end it was all in vain. However, Shu Yui was still very happy that the system was back. The system's surrounding environment has been detected, and a special product has been refreshed, memory enhancement level I, price 1 million. Damn it, system, you are my savior. Buy it, buy it. Shu Yui didn't care about the price at all and bought it decisively. Host, this is my compensation for leaving without saying goodbye. However, what you can get from now on will all depend on randomness. If the system had a physical entity, Chu Yui would wish he could just cling to the system tightly, which would be more enjoyable than giving him the company directly. Finally, I would like to remind you that this improvement does not mean you can remember everything you see, it just improves the stimulation and regeneration of your brain neurons. The host still needs to read the book carefully. Of course, if you read it carefully 2 or 3 times, you will basically remember it. After hearing this, Chu Yui decided to put it into practice. Although he couldn't understand the sentences when they were connected together, after reading them carefully several times, he found that he could roughly remember which words were in each sentence. However, this did not surprise Chu Yui, so he said to the system, "System, I read it 3 or 4 times before I roughly remembered it, but I still don't understand what it means. Host, please listen carefully in class in the future. This is only to improve your memory, not to make you understand." After hearing this, Chu Yui also felt that it was true, but in order to cope with the final exam, just memorizing the sentences was enough. The final exams were coming soon, and both Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin had arranged their exams very cleverly, miraculously squeezing them into the first few days of the exam week. This means that the two of them can finish the exams early, be relieved early, and go home early. Chu Yui never stopped writing in the examination room. The contents of the book kept appearing in his mind and his hands kept writing. The exam was supposed to last 2 hours, but Chu Yui finished and handed in the paper in less than an hour. The 3 people from the dormitory who were still scratching their heads in the examination room saw Chu Yui hand in his paper and leave so quickly, and they couldn't help but think that Chu Yui had given up struggling. However, with his current status and wealth, taking the exam is just a formality. What they didn't know was that Chu Yui had already cheated and filled up the test paper as if he was copying and pasting from a book. The final exams were over soon, and Chu Yui and the other 3 roommates felt like they were finally liberated. Like the other roommates, Chu Yui planned to go home for the winter break in the next few days. But before that, I have to say goodbye to Shen Xinxin properly. But the journey between the two of them is only more than an hour, so as long as they can overcome the round-trip journey, they can meet each other at any time. Chapter 66, An Invitation from the Alma Mater during the winter vacation. After Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin agreed to visit each other when they had time, they packed their luggage and prepared to drive home. After Chu Yui's father recovered, he returned to his original job. But now there are still more than 10 days before the Spring Festival, and Chu's father and mother are both busy with teaching. During this period of time, Chu Yui may be the only one staying at home bored. After Chu Yui said goodbye to the 3 people in the dormitory, he drove back to Haijing Villa number 1. He did not plan to drive the Lamborghini back. First, it was too ostentatious, and second, it could only carry 1 person, which would be too inconvenient to travel. So he drove his business car out of the garage and headed for Hangzhou. When Chu Yui returned home, he knocked on the door and suddenly remembered that he had not called his parents before leaving in order not to worry them. "Well, I was stopped at the door." Chu Yui stood at the door and thought for a while, then decided to go to the school to find his father and mother. He threw his luggage back into the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the high school. The high school where Chu Yui's parents work is a key high school in Hangzhou and is also Chu Yui's alma mater. It's nice to visit your alma mater once in a while. Chu Yui thought so and came to the gate of the high school. He found a parking space outside the school and walked towards the school gate. When he was about to ask the security guard to help him open the school gate, an old voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, isn't this Shoei? Is it the holiday? Why haven't I heard your dad and mom talk about it?" Chu Yui looked towards the school gate and found a kind old man standing there, waving at him. When Chu Yui saw the old man, he was also very happy, so he trotted towards him. "Grandpa, I'm back from vacation. I didn't plan to give you a surprise, so I didn't inform you. By the way, Grandpa, why did you come to school suddenly?" Chu Yui's grandfather is also an old teacher who has been retired for many years. Chu Yui did not expect to suddenly see his grandfather at school. Seeing this, the security guard opened the door. Chu Yui opened his arms and gave Mr. Chu a big hug. When Chu Yui was a child, he was raised by his grandfather because of his parents' work. Chu Yui's grandmother passed away when he was a child, and Chu Yui's grandfather was solely responsible for Chu Yui's daily life and study when he was a child. It was not until Chu Yui entered junior high school that his parents applied for him to attend classes at the school where they worked in order to prevent the elderly from being too tired and to make it easier for them to take care of him. Chu Yui's grandfather smiled and patted his grandson on the back, saying, "I was invited by the school to teach the teachers some teaching experience. You may not be able to see your father and mother now. The senior high school students are having their monthly exams today, and they are invigilating. After hearing this, Chu Yui said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, why don't we go home and take a rest? I'll play chess with you." Chu Yui's grandfather was very fond of studying chess and often taught Chu Yui how to play chess when he was young. Over time, Chu Yui's chess skills also improved. Chu Yui's grandfather laughed out loud after hearing this and said, "Ha ha ha ha, we'll go home together after your parents finish supervising the exam. Now come with me to the principal's office and sit for a while." After saying that, Chu Yui followed his grandfather towards the principal's office. When we arrived at the principal's office, we saw the door was open, so we followed my grandfather and walked in. When Chu Yui entered the principal's office, he saw a familiar figure. It was Mr. Zhao from Linqin Hotel, Zhao Hao's father. Chu Yui's grandfather came in and said to the principal with a smile, "Hey, Xiao Wu, long time no see." When the principal saw Chu Yui's grandfather, he stood up instantly, ran to Chu Yui's grandfather, and said respectfully, "Teacher Chu, long time no see. Are you feeling well lately? My body is very strong now, so there will be no problem for me to teach for a few more years." Chu Yui's grandfather said to the principal with a smile. Principal Wu was a student of Chu Yui's grandfather. Before, Principal Wu was an unlearned student, but under the continuous guidance of Chu Yui's grandfather, he successfully entered a good university and is now arranged to be the principal here. After Principal Wu shook hands with Chu Yui's grandfather, he also noticed Chu Yui following behind him and asked in confusion, "Teacher Chu, who is this student?" Grandpa Chu Yui enthusiastically introduced to Principal Wu. "This is my great-grandson Chu Yui, who just graduated from our school this year." "Student Chu, welcome, welcome." Principal Wu and Chu Yui shook hands. This handshake made Principal Wu feel a little surprised. He actually felt that the young boy in front of him was so mature and calm. "Boss Chu?" Suddenly a voice came from behind the principal. Mr. Zhao didn't see Chu Yui at first, until he heard Chu Yui's grandfather's introduction, then he suddenly reacted. Mr. Zhao also stood up hurriedly, walked towards Chu Yui respectfully, stretched out his hand to Chu Yui, and said, "Boss Chu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. I hope you can forgive me for offending you unintentionally before." Chu Yui was not arrogant. After all, you should not hit someone who smiles at you. Moreover, he had a good first impression of Mr. Zhao, so he said, "Mr. Zhao, don't worry about it. It's just a small fight between classmates. I wonder how the cooperation between Mr. Zhao and Xingfeng Hotel is going." Thanks to President Chu, the cooperation went very smoothly. Chu Yui nodded after hearing this. Chu Yui's grandfather and Principal Wu were both stunned, looking at Mr. Zhao's respectful attitude, which was just like a subordinate treating his superior. Could it be that the identity of the young man in front of me is really not simple? Principal Wu also understood why he felt strange when shaking hands with Chu Yui. Chu Yui's grandfather was simply surprised. He also noticed the way Mr. Zhao addressed Chu Yui and was also very shocked. Seeing that his grandfather and the principal were shocked, Chu Yui simply told his grandfather about the excuses he had used to fool his parents and about his cooperation with Mr. Zhao. Although Chu Yui's grandfather was still very shocked, he understood the current situation. Principal Wu also listened and understood Chu Yui's situation, so he adjusted his mindset and said to Chu Yui, "Student Chu, I didn't expect you to be so promising at such a young age. On behalf of the school, I would like to invite you to give a speech to the students at the flag-raising ceremony tomorrow. How do you feel about that?" After hearing this, Chu Yui felt that this matter was really troublesome, but after all, it was his own school, and the principal and his grandfather seemed to have a good relationship, so he naturally could not lose the principal's face, and agreed. Chapter 67 Chu Yui's Family Reunion and Shen Xinxin's Call. Chu Yui and his grandfather sat in the principal's office for about an hour. Chu Yui's grandfather and Principal Wu had been discussing the current development of teaching, and President Zhao had left after saying hello to Chu Yui. Chu Yui was sitting alone on the sofa in the principal's office and was very bored, so he took out his cell phone and planned to play an exciting game of chicken with 3 other roommates in the dormitory. As a result, except for the second child whose home was locally, the eldest and fourth children were on the high-speed train, and the signal was poor, so they had to give up. Finally, the bell rang to signal the end of the exam. Chu Yui and Chu Yui's grandfather didn't plan to disturb Principal Wu from his work anymore, so they left and went to the teacher's office to meet up with Chu's father and mother. When Chu Yui and Mr. Chu came to the office, they found that only Chu's mother Zhao Yan was packing things at the desk, while Chu's father Chu Jianguo was not in his office. When Zhao Yan looked up and saw Chu Yui following behind Mr. Chu, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. After all, she hadn't seen Chu Yui for almost 3 months since the National Day holiday, so she gave Chu Yui a big hug. Shui, why didn't you tell Mom and Dad when you came back so that we could go home and pick you up? Chu Yui also replied to Zhao Yan happily. Mom, look at what you said. It's just like I told you that you can wait for me at home without supervising the exam. It's a good surprise for you and Dad too. Although Zhao Yan was very pleased after hearing this, she was still a little angry, so she pretended to be very angry and patted Chu Yui on the back, saying, You little brat, can't you come back later? Your dad and I are not invigilating at school 24 hours a day. Old Master Chu was very pleased to see the friendly interaction between mother and son. When Chu Yui was taken back by his parents, he was still worried that Chu Yui would have a gap since his parents were not around since he was a child. Now it seems that he was worrying too much. Okay, Shaoyan, where is Jianghua? Why didn't I see him when I went to his office? Let's go home together to celebrate Xiaoyi's return home. Mr. Chu asked with a smile. Zhao Yan also regained her original smile and said to Mr. Chu, Dad, Jianghua should be holding a class meeting for students right now. It probably won't be long before it's over. After hearing this, Mr. Chu nodded with satisfaction, and then he and Chu Yui took a rest in Zhao Yan's office, and then went home together after Chu Jianghua finished class. About 15 minutes later, Chu Jianghua also finished the class meeting. He looked at his phone and found that Zhao Yan had sent him a message, asking him to come to her office after the meeting. Chu Jianghua didn't think much about it and left the classroom and walked towards Zhao Yan's office. After a while, when Chu Jianghua came to the office, he saw his father and Chu Yui at a glance. Although he already knew that his father was coming to school, he didn't expect that Chu Yui would also come back. Chu Yui and Chu Jianghua also exchanged greetings. Chu Yui was still very worried about whether his father's health had fully recovered, but when he saw his father's mental state, he felt relieved. Seeing that everyone was present, Zhao Yan said, Dad, why don't we go back now? I'll cook a delicious meal tonight to welcome you and Xiaoyi. After hearing this, Mr. Chu nodded and said, Okay, let's go home together, but we don't need to prepare delicious food. Just make some home-cooked food and have a family gathering together. After that, Chu Yui and his family left the school. Chu's father and mother usually ride electric bikes to go home, so Chu Yui drove home with his grandfather. Chu Yui's grandfather was also very surprised to see his grandson's luxurious business car, so he asked, Xiaoyi, Grandpa knows that you have made a lot of money now, but you can't spend money recklessly. Things like cars are fine as long as they can be used. This car must have cost a lot of money. Chu Yui's grandfather has been teaching for a lifetime and has taught several city top scorers. He has always upheld the tradition of frugality, which is also reflected in Chu Jianghua. Chu Jianghua is usually very frugal, and he uses part of the money he saves to support poor students. He has inherited Mr. Chu's career, which makes Mr. Chu very pleased. Chu Yui understood his grandfather's thoughts, so he said, Grandpa, this car is not expensive, only a few 100,000 yuan. Hey, Xiaoyi, even though I'm an old antique, I know what's good and what's bad. How could your car be so luxurious for only a few 100,000? Don't lie to me, tell me the truth. Chu Yui had originally intended to fool his grandfather, but when his lie was exposed, he could only speak truthfully. Grandpa, I actually bought this car as a business car for my company. It was a bit expensive for the sake of the company's reputation, but it's only a few million. When Mr. Chu heard this, his eyes widened, but he also knew that this is the world of young people, and since his great-grandson has such ability, he can't say anything. After thinking for a long time, Mr. Chu slowly spoke. Xiaoyi, I'm glad you're doing so well now, but I still hope that if you have some spare money, you can help some children from poor families like your father did. I've been teaching for a lifetime, and I feel sorry for those poor children who are eager to learn but are so stressed by life. Chu Yui had heard his father tell stories about his grandfather before. When his grandfather was a teacher, the conditions were very difficult. Many students were forced to leave school halfway through their studies because they had no money to pay tuition. Due to financial difficulties, his grandfather often used his meager salary to help poor children. After being influenced by him for a long time, my father followed in his grandfather's footsteps and continued to help some students. Chu Yui nodded seriously and said, Don't worry, Grandpa. When I get back, I will consider setting up a social organization to help poor students. Don't worry. When Chu Yui's grandfather heard Chu Yui say this, he felt even more proud of his grandson. After a while, Chu Yui and his family returned home. Shu's mother did not have time to rest and turned into the kitchen. Chu Yui planned to help his mother. Chu Yui's grandfather and Chu Jianghua were playing chess in the living room and discussing Chu Jianghua's teaching problems. About an hour later, Chu Yui's family gathered around the table and had a sumptuous dinner. Chu Yui's grandfather originally planned to return to his hometown after a night's rest and come back a few days before the spring festival, but after Chu Yui's repeated requests, he decided to stay here until after the new year. Anyway, Chu Yui and his grandfather are often alone at home, so it would be nice to have someone keep him company here. When Chu Yui was sitting on the sofa and chatting with his family, his cell phone suddenly rang. When Chu Yui picked up the phone and saw that Shen Xinxin was calling, he walked into his bedroom, lay on the bed and answered the call. Hey, Xiaoyi, did you miss me? Chapter 68 Shen Xinxin's Request, Family Meeting. Hey, Xiaoyi, did you miss me? Shen Xinxin's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Although Chu Yui often heard this voice, he seemed particularly happy this time. This is why keeping some distance between couples can improve happiness. Chu Yui wanted to tease Shen Xinxin, so he pretended to be puzzled and said, "Excuse me, who is this beautiful lady who speaks so nicely? I have a girlfriend, and I won't just agree to a date with a stranger." Shen Xinxin on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Chu Yui's train of thought to be so strange, but she also followed Chu Yui and continued. "Little brother, is your girlfriend as pretty as me? Come and play with me, okay?" Chu Yui saw Shen Xinxin acting with him, so he continued. "My girlfriend is the most beautiful girl in the whole school. She is the apple of my eye. You can't seduce me." Shen Xinxin giggled after hearing this, and felt a little embarrassed to hear Chu Yui say those words in person. "Okay, Xiaoyi, I'm calling you this time to tell you something serious. When I get home, my grandpa and mom plan to invite my uncle and aunt to spend the spring festival together. Do you want to discuss it with your uncle and aunt?" After hearing what Shen Xinxin said, Chu Yui was surprised for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that this plan was indeed very feasible. After all, the first time they met was because his father was sick, and they didn't get together seriously. While his grandfather is at home, the two sides can get closer and he can also celebrate the spring festival with Shen Xinxin. The thought of it makes him excited. So Chu Yui continued to say to Shen Xinxin, Xin, my parents and grandpa are at home, why don't I talk to them over the phone now?" "Okay, my mom and I are also at grandpa's house now, but my dad should still be at the company. However, he has the worst position in the family, so it doesn't matter." Chu Yui couldn't help but laugh when she heard about Uncle Shen's miserable family status. But he did not waste a moment, switched the WeChat call to video mode, walked out of the bedroom and came to his parents and grandfather. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Xinxin called to discuss something with you." After Chu Yui finished speaking, he put his phone on the table. Shen Xinxin on the phone greeted Chu Yui and his family warmly after seeing them. "Uncle, Aunt, and Grandpa, hello." Chu Jianghua and Zhao Yan had already met Shen Xinxin, so they were not surprised. However, Chu Yui forgot to tell his grandfather that he already had a girlfriend, which scared his grandfather quite a bit. After Chu's father and mother greeted Shen Xinxin happily, Shen Xinxin said directly, "Uncle, Aunt, and Grandpa, I came here to discuss something with you. My grandpa and mom want to invite you to celebrate the spring festival together, so I want to ask for your opinion." After hearing this, Chu's father and mother thought about it carefully and felt that there was nothing wrong with this matter. At the same time, they also saw Chu Yui's excited expression. After the two nodded to each other, Chu Jianghua asked Chu Yui's grandfather, "Dad, what do you think of Xinxin's proposal?" Chu Yui's grandfather was so surprised by the fact that Chu Yui had a girlfriend that he was speechless for a long time. But after hearing Chu Jianghua's voice, he also reacted, thought for a while and said, "Why don't I go back to my hometown? After all, it's not very convenient for an old man like me to stay here." Before Chu Jianghua could speak, Shen Xinxin said to Chu Yui's grandfather, "Grandpa, you must come too. The spring festival is all about the family being together happily. My grandpa wants to see you very much, too." When Chu Yui's grandfather saw Shen Xinxin's enthusiasm and Chu Yui's expectant look, he also agreed to the invitation. "But Xinxin, if you come here, you may have to stay in a hotel. You have been to our house before, and it may not be able to accommodate so many people." Zhao Yan was the first to notice this problem and also planned to discuss it with Shen Xinxin. Shen Xinxin naturally knew the situation at Chu Yui's home, so she said directly, "Aunt, I'm planning to come here with you. Xiaoyi lives very close to us, so it's very convenient for us to travel. We also have a spacious place to stay, and we can have a good time in Shanghai. Chu's father, mother and grandfather all heard Chu Yui say that he had a property in Shanghai, but they didn't expect that it was Shen Xinxin's neighbor. At the same time, considering that Shen Xinxin's family background was not ordinary, Chu Yui's property was naturally not simple. Chu Yui also said, "Yes, Xinxin's grandfather and I are neighbors, and the facilities are complete and the area is large, which is just convenient for us to move in." As Chu Yui spoke, he thought about taking this opportunity to move his parents and grandfather there, but when he thought about his parents and their own jobs, this idea could not be realized. Chu Zhangguo and Zhao Yan thought the method was feasible, so after chatting with Shen Xinxin for a few more sentences, they hung up the phone. Then it was time for Chu Yui's family meeting. "Shui, your father and I may have to wait until the day before the New Year's Eve to have a holiday, so it will take more than a week. If you want to meet Xinxin earlier, you can go there with your grandfather in advance and let your grandfather adapt to the environment there." Zhao Yan proposed first. "Yes, when the time comes, you can send us a navigation map and your mom and I will drive there together. It will be completely possible to live there for about 3 weeks. High schools usually start very early, and Chu Yui's high school usually starts on the 16th day of the first lunar month." Chu Yui thought it was feasible, so he decided to ask his grandfather for his opinion. Seeing that his grandfather seemed to be still hesitant, Chu Yui said, "Grandpa, Xinxin's grandfather also likes calligraphy and chess very much. You two can definitely become old comrades." Chu Yui planned to help his grandfather dispel some of his concerns. He knew that the elderly were usually accustomed to one environment and would definitely feel uncomfortable if they suddenly changed the environment. After thinking for a while, Chu Yui's grandfather felt that this matter didn't matter, so he agreed to Chu Yui's request. So Chu Yui planned to rest at home for about 2 days, and then go back to his hometown with his grandfather to pick up his luggage and head to Shanghai. Before going to bed at night, Chu Yui made a video call to Shen Xinxin and explained his current plans. Shen Xinxin was also very happy. The two of them imagined what would happen during the spring festival and gradually fell asleep. Just when Chu Yui was about to fall asleep, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Host, the product has been updated, don't you want to take a look?" Chu Yui was immediately awakened after hearing this. He saw that the phone was still connected to Shen Xinxin. Seeing that Shen Xinxin on the other end of the phone had also fallen asleep peacefully, he hung up the video call. Then I asked the system, "System, couldn't you tell me about the reward when I was awake? Why did you have to scare me when I was about to fall asleep?" "Host, I just want to remind you that making calls on your phone overnight consumes a lot of data. So, you used the reward just to scare me awake?" Chu Yui was about to explode with anger. This amount of traffic was nothing to him, and he was not short of money. He could just pay the overdue fees. "No, this item is 100 bottles of 1982 Lafite, the price is 1.5 million, do you want to buy it? There are less than 200,000 bottles of 1982 Lafite in the world. Although it is not very expensive, most of them on the market are fake. A lot of them have been drunk, and no one knows how many real bottles are left. What the system gave must be true." Chu Yui did not think too much about it. He still wanted to go to bed quickly, so he said straightforwardly, "Buy." "Okay, 100 bottles of 1982 Lafite have been placed in the villa's wine cellar, please check." However, Chu Yui was not in the mood to continue checking, so he fell asleep. Chapter 69 Mysterious Envelope. The next day, Chu Yui woke up feeling full of energy and had completely forgotten that the system had woken him up yesterday. But he still remembered that he seemed to have bought 100 bottles of 1982 Lafite yesterday, so he used his mobile phone to turn on the surveillance camera in the villa to check, and found that there were indeed a lot of extra wines in the underground wine cellar of his villa, and they were neatly arranged. The system is still too comprehensive. Chu Yui thought with relief. He got up, packed up, and walked out of the bedroom. He found that his parents had finished breakfast and went to school. Only his grandfather was left in the living room, leisurely drinking tea and reading the newspaper. Although Chu Yui's house is relatively small, there is a small bed in Chu Zhangguo's study. Since Chu Yui's father became the class teacher, he often works overtime at night. After returning home at night, he also has to organize courseware and prepare lessons, and he has to work until very late. My mother, Zhao Yan, is an ordinary teacher and usually does not work overtime until late. So in order to prevent Chu Yui's father from disturbing Zhao Yan's sleep by returning to the bedroom too late, he placed a small bed in the study for her to rest. Although the bed is small, it is very soft. As long as you don't toss and turn too much when sleeping, there will be no problem. Shu Yui's grandfather has been sleeping in the study these days. According to him, it feels pretty good. When Mr. Chu saw Chu Yui coming out of the bedroom, he put down the newspaper in his hand and said, "Xiaoyi, your parents have already prepared the meal. We can just heat it up and eat it." Chu Yui nodded after hearing this. He didn't expect that his grandfather was still waiting for him to have breakfast together. He walked into the kitchen, turned on the microwave, set the time, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After finishing the meal with Grandpa, Chu Yui said to Grandpa, "Grandpa, why don't we go back to our hometown and play for a day today? We have nothing to do at home, and it just so happens that we haven't been back to our hometown for a long time." Elderly people are generally home-loving. When Mr. Chu heard Chu Yui's proposal, he readily agreed. So the two of them cleaned up the dishes, and Chu Yui and his grandfather got in the car and drove towards Chujia village. Chujia village is not far from here. Chu Yui's grandfather originally lived in Hangzhou. After retirement, he planned to return to Chujia village to retire. Although Chu's father and mother had persuaded him one after another, it was of no avail. After driving for about 20 minutes, Chu Yui returned to the place where he often played as a child. During elementary school, which is also the time when children like to play the most, Chu Yui spent time here with his grandfather. Chu Yui parked the car in the yard and got out with his grandfather. Chu Yui and his grandfather were walking on the small path in the village. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery in front of them, Chu Yui felt very nostalgic. The countryside is also developing very rapidly. Chu Yui hasn't been back for a few years and found that the places he was familiar with were replaced by new faces, but his memory has recreated the way they were when he was a child. Chu Yui and his grandfather also talked about their childhood and saw children of the same age as him playing and fighting. The day passed quickly, and before going back, Chu Yui and his grandfather packed some luggage needed for daily life and returned to their home in Hangzhou. After resting at home for a few days, Chu Yui planned to go to the villa in Shanghai with his grandfather to get used to the environment, so he discussed it with his parents and grandfather during dinner time in the evening, and the whole family voted unanimously to go to Shanghai to take a look tomorrow. The next morning, Chu Yui and his grandfather set out for Shanghai. More than an hour later. The main entrance of Haijing Villa District. When Chu Yui drove the car to the door, the security guard in the security room did not raise the railing as usual to stop Chu Yui's car. Just when Chu Yui was puzzled, a security guard trotted to Chu Yui's car and said, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to stop you so suddenly. Someone left a letter in the security room a few days ago, saying that it would be given to you when you come back after the Spring Festival. So they didn't call to inform you. I didn't expect you to come back early. Here is the letter, please take it." Chu Yui took the envelope and nodded to indicate that he knew about it. The security guard then saluted Chu Yui, raised the railing, and watched Chu Yui enter the gate of the villa area. Chu Yui's grandfather was also stunned. He had only seen such luxurious villas on TV, and the villas in front of him made him feel a little unreal. However, Chu Yui was very confused. In contemporary society, there were actually people who wrote to him. Since they knew that he lived here, it made no sense for them not to know his contact information. After all, even the three brothers in the dormitory didn't know that they lived here. After Chu Yui parked his car in the underground parking lot of Haijing No. 1 Villa, he and his grandfather took the elevator into the villa. He did not open the letter immediately. After all, the letter would be given to him after the Spring Festival, so there was no rush. He took his grandfather to visit some villas and find a suitable bedroom for him. After packing all the luggage, he went to the living room with his grandfather. Chu Yui asked his grandfather to sit down first, and he went to the bar to take out the second-generation Dahongpo bought from the system, and came to the table in the living room to make a pot of tea. Chu Yui's grandfather was a little curious when he saw the tea in an ordinary small plastic can, but he was very surprised when he smelled the very fresh yet strong fragrance of the tea brewed by Chu Yui's poor tea brewing technique. "Xiaoyi, what kind of tea is this? It's so fragrant." "Grandpa, this is the second generation of Wui Mountain Dahongpo. If you like it, I will give you a few more bottles when you go back," Chu Yui said calmly, and then handed the small jar to Grandpa Chu. "What? The second generation of Dahongpo?" Chu Yui's grandfather was not so shocked when he saw the luxurious villa, but as a senior tea lover, he naturally understood that this kind of tea was in short supply and could not be bought on the market. "Hey, Xiaoyi, this is actually the second generation Dahongpo? Your unfamiliar tea-making technique really ruins this good tea." Old Master Chu looked at the tea leaves in his hand carefully and felt that it was a pity that Chu Yui's way of brewing tea was wasting such good tea leaves. Chu Yui smiled and said, "Why don't you teach me how to make tea in the future, Grandpa? I haven't learned any techniques for making tea." Then he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu put down the tea can, gently picked up the teacup, sniffed it carefully, took a sip, and immediately the two of them lit up and couldn't help but sigh. This tea really lives up to its reputation. Chu Yui and his grandfather were both sipping tea quietly. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Chu Yui took out the letter given to him by the security guard. He opened the envelope, unfolded the letter, and found only 5 paragraphs of numbers written on it. 299, 96, 567, 4, 1. Chapter 70. The first meeting between Mr. Chu and Mr. Shen. 299, 96, 567, 4, 1. Chu Yui murmured these numbers in his mouth. He had no idea what these numbers meant and couldn't help but frown. Is this someone's prank? No one should be so boring. Chu Yui took a sip of tea and thought. Chu Yui's grandfather noticed the change in the aura around Chu Yui and felt that he seemed troubled, so he asked, "Xiao Yi, if there is anything you are unsure about, please tell me. Maybe I can give you some advice." After Chu Yui heard what his grandfather said, his frowning brows relaxed, he scratched the back of his head with a smile, and said, "Ah, am I so obvious? You actually saw through it." "Ah, Xiao Yi, people's aura can be sensed by others. When you come into contact with more people in the future, you will naturally feel the changes in the aura of the people around you." Mr. Chu smiled and stroked his beard. "It's nothing serious, it's just that someone handed me a letter. It was originally intended to be given to me after the new year, but our plans changed, so I got it in advance. But there are only 5 sections of numbers in it. It might be a prank by someone." After saying that, Chu Yui handed the note to his grandfather. Grandpa took the note and placed it on the table in front of him. He wiped his reading glasses with toilet paper and then began to read it carefully. It's indeed a very strange combination of numbers, and there's no pattern to it. Is it possible that this is a code or password? Mr. Chu thought about it seriously and said. Especially the last 2 numbers, they are all single words. Maybe they are the key to the problem. Could it be the time, date, or address? After hearing his grandfather's analysis, Chu Yui also fell into deep thought. After about 10 minutes, Chu Yui still had no clue. Chu Yui's grandfather saw that Chu Yui was a little worried, so he comforted him. "Come on, Xiao Yi, if you can't think of it, don't think about it for now. After all, it was given to you after the new year, so it must have a deep meaning. Maybe you will understand it by then. How about we play a game of chess to change our mood?" Chu Yui nodded after hearing this. Indeed, if there were no clues, he would not be able to figure out anything even if he racked his brains. It would be better to just go with the flow. But he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be no chessboard at home, so he said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, I don't have a chessboard here. Why don't we go to my girlfriend's house? It just so happens that Mr. Shen also likes chess and calligraphy. You two can learn from each other and get to know each other." Chu Yui's grandfather thought the plan was feasible, so he followed Chu Yui out of the villa gate and walked towards the Haijing Villa number 6 next to it. When Chu Yui arrived at the door, he pressed the doorbell. After a few seconds, Mr. Shen's voice came. "Who?" "Mr. Shen, it's me. My grandfather and I have come to visit you specially." "Oh, it's Xiao Yi and his in-laws. Come in, come in." The gate of the villa slowly opened. When Chu Yui and old Chu walked into the yard, the door of the house was also opened. An old man who was about the same age as Chu Yui's grandfather walked out. It was old Shen. "Xiao Yi, why didn't you inform me in advance of your sudden visit?" "I haven't prepared anything for my in-laws to come." Mr. Shen walked towards Chu Yui enthusiastically with a smile on his face. "Mr. Shen, let me introduce you, this is my grandpa. Grandpa, this is the Mr. Shen I told you about." Chu Yui introduced the 2 old men to each other, and Mr. Shen and Chu Yui's grandfather shook hands with each other. "Hey, Brother Chu, I've heard Xiao Yi say that he has a grandfather who is a teacher. Xiao Yi's gentle and refined temperament is exactly the same as yours, Brother Chu." Mr. Shen said this very enthusiastically. "Brother Shen, you are the same. Xinxin is such a good child, and she is also similar to Brother Shen." The 2 of them greeted each other warmly, and if you didn't know better, you would think they were just good brothers meeting. Only Chu Yui was very confused. He had clearly only introduced his parents to Mr. Shen and had never mentioned his grandfather. Shen Xinxin also did not mention the specific details of his grandfather when she first met his grandfather. How did Mr. Shen know that his grandfather was a teacher? In fact, the reason is very simple. When Mr. Shen heard Shen Xinxin say that Chu Yui's family was coming here to celebrate the spring festival together, he was very nervous and didn't know what to entertain them with. So he asked Shen Guolian to investigate the preferences of Chu Yui's family and learned about Chu Yui's grandfather by the way. But Chu Yui didn't care. Seeing that the two of them knew each other well, he said to Mr. Shen, "Mr. Shen, why don't we go inside and talk first? It's cold outside now, and it would be bad if you get cold wearing such thin clothes." Yes, you see I'm so excited. Brother Chu, Xiaoyi, please come in. After that, the three of them walked into the villa. The temperature inside was very high. There was no heating in Shanghai, so they should have installed a heater. Chu Yui and Old Man Chu were wearing thick coats and were really hot, so they took off their coats and hung them on the hanger at the door. When the three of them sat down in the living room, Mr. Shen carefully took out a can of tea from the tea table next to him and said with a smile, "Xiaoyi, I couldn't bear to drink the tea you gave me last time. Don't you know how much those people envied me? They said they wanted to taste it, but I refused them all, just to wait for you to come and taste it together." After Mr. Shen finished speaking, he began to make tea skillfully, leaving Chu Yui dumbfounded. No wonder his grandfather said before that he had wasted such good tea leaves. It turns out that there is such a science to making tea. No, if Mr. Shen runs out, just ask me for it. I have plenty at home. I'm not often at home, so I usually don't drink. Chu Yui said politely. Ha, good kids. It's a pity that Xinxin is not here today. She went to attend some debate. I guess you two won't be able to play together today. When Chu Yui heard what Mr. Shen said, he still felt a little regretful. The reason why he did not inform Shen Xinxin in advance was to give her a surprise, but in the end the surprise was in vain. By the way, Brother Shen, I heard from Xiaoyi that you also like playing chess? Chu Yui's grandfather was also straightforward. After all, when an old man is addicted to chess, he sometimes just can't control himself. That's true, Brother Chu, how about we talk about the next sentence? After saying that, Mr. Shen took out a chess set from under the table beside him. When Chu Yui saw the wood material, he knew that this chess set was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Okay, Brother Shen, let's spar with each other. Chu Yui's grandfather was also very happy. It was not easy to find a playmate in his hometown, let alone in Chu Yui's home. It's not easy to meet an old playmate with similar interests, so of course I want to have a good time with him. Chu Yui didn't expect his grandfather to be so straightforward, but now that things had come to this, he could only watch the two old men play chess in silence. Oh, by the way, I have to ask Manager Wang to help me find some good chess pieces for Grandpa to use first. Chapter 71. The second brother is not the second brother. What Chu Yui didn't expect was that his grandfather actually started a chess match with Mr. Shen. The two were equally strong and neither of them would give in. He is indeed an old child, being so serious. Chu Yui thought helplessly. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the sky had gradually darkened. Hey, Xiaoyi, help us turn on the lights in the living room. Your grandfather and I must fight it out. Chu Yui stood up and turned on the light in the living room, and the living room instantly became bright. Chu Yui was not in a good mood. He had been sitting next to the two old people playing with his mobile phone for an entire afternoon and his stomach was now growling. He could only ask softly. Grandpa, Mr. Shen, why don't we eat first and then continue? Mr. Shen stared at the chessboard and waved his hand, saying, Let's wait until we finish this dish before eating. I'm the only one here tonight, so there's no need to rush. Well, Mr. Shen has lost his mind due to his desire to win. Yes, Xiaoyi, let's eat after we finish playing chess. Now is a critical moment. Let's talk about it later. Chu Yui still knew his grandfather's character. It was unrealistic to ask the two of them to stop suddenly, so he planned to go to the kitchen first to see if he could make a simple dinner. Chu Yui opened the refrigerator in the kitchen. Apart from some health products and a few vegetables, there was no food at all. Chu Yui held his forehead speechlessly. He couldn't go to the market to buy vegetables now. I usually eat at school and usually don't come back to the villa, so I don't have any decent ingredients prepared at home. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yui decided to call Xingfeng Hotel and have the prepared food delivered directly to his door. After the call, Chu Yui decided to let his grandfather continue playing chess here while he went home first. After saying hello to the two old men who were playing chess, he left villa number 6. He returned to his home and lay in his bedroom, planning to take a short rest. After all, the security guard at the gate would call him when he arrived at Xinfeng Hotel. Chu Yui lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling without blinking, still wondering what the content of the note meant. Although he subjectively believed that the note was just a prank by someone, he subconsciously felt that the content of the note was very important to him. About 10 minutes later, Chu Yui still hadn't figured out anything, so he decided to go out for a walk and relax. He suddenly remembered that the system wanted to give him 100 bottles of 1982 Lafite, so he planned to go and take a look and take a few bottles to give to Mr. Shen. Chu Yui took the elevator to the underground wine cellar, picked up a few bottles of wine from the shelf, took a quick look at them, and didn't think they were that rare. Maybe he doesn't like drinking. At this time, Chu Yui's cell phone rang, and he saw that it was the security guard at the door calling. Could it be that Xinfeng Hotel is here? It's only been 20 minutes. Is it so fast? Although Chu Yui was very confused, he still answered the call. The security guard's voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Chu, there is a man from Lao Air who wants to see you at the door. Do you think you can let him in? At the end, the security guard couldn't help but burst out laughing. How could someone call himself the second in command? Chu Yui didn't care about it. His attention was attracted by the word second brother. Could it be Jiang Haoyu? Although his family lives in Shanghai, he never said that he had returned from his hometown. How did the second brother know that he had returned and the location of his home? Chu Yui then said, "Wait a moment, I will go to greet you personally." The security guard immediately nodded in agreement after hearing this. After Chu Yui hung up the phone, he walked towards the door. It is not easy for him to confirm the identity of the person who came now, and it is most likely not Jiang Haoyu. It would be more reliable for him to go and see the person in person. When Chu Yui arrived at the door, he saw a young man standing at the door. He was about the same age as him, but as it was already dark, he could not see the other person's face clearly. When he got closer, Chu Yui finally saw the appearance of the person coming, so he said in surprise, "Brother Lanqi, why are you here?" The young man in front of him named Lang Qi was Chu Yui's playmate when he was a child at his grandfather's house. Because he was the second child in the family and his surname was Lang, he was named Lang Qi. "Boss Chu, you are finally here. It's been a long time since we last met." The two men shook hands when they met and exchanged some pleasantries. After the greetings, Chu Yui still asked the question in his mind. "Brother Lang Qi, how do you know that I am not in my hometown now and still live here?" "Boss Chu, this is what happened. I'm an intern hired by Manager Lin of our villa area. My main job is to help Manager Lin deal with the owner's problems. I just happened to see your name on the list of owners, so I came to visit you. Because I'm new here, the security guy at the door didn't recognize me, so I was stopped at the door." Lang Qi scratched the back of his head and said with a smile. When Chu Yui heard the security guard, he suddenly remembered that the old Tu the security guard mentioned was the dialect transliteration of the name Lang Qi, but it was correct to some extent. So he invited Lang Qi to his villa to drink tea and chat, and reunite. When Chu Yui and Lang Qi arrived at Chu Yui's villa, Chu Yui made a pot of tea and started chatting with Lang Qi. "Brother Lang Qi, didn't you go to college? Why are you suddenly here as an intern?" Chu Yui poured a cup of tea for Lang Qi and asked. Lang Qi picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said, "To be honest, I dropped out of high school and didn't take the college entrance exam. As for the reason, I don't want to talk about it." Seeing that Lang Qi was intentionally avoiding the question, Chu Yui did not continue the topic. He suddenly remembered the mysterious note and decided to ask Lang Qi if he had any clues. "Brother Lang Qi, you are here at the right time. Can you help me look at the number on this note? I don't know who gave it to me. I have no idea. It may be a prank, but I always feel that the things inside are very important to me." Chu Yui took out the note and handed it to Lang Qi. Lang Qi took the note and looked at the numbers on it carefully. He didn't see much information, but he found some clues. "Boss Chu, do you find this handwriting familiar? It looks like the handwriting of a sister we played with when we were little, the one who often gave us tutoring lessons." After hearing this, Chu Yui thought about it carefully and remembered that there seemed to be a neighbor's sister who often taught them to complete their homework. In Chu Yui's memory, this neighbor's sister seemed to be only about 2 years older than him, and had moved away before he left his hometown. "You mean this letter might have been written by that sister?" Chapter 72, Preliminary Clues, a System Prank. You mean this letter might have been written by that sister? Shu Yui said with an incredible look on his face. I can't say for sure. I just feel the handwriting is a bit similar. After all, so many years have passed. No one can be sure. Lang Chi spread his hands helplessly. Shu Yui tried hard to calm himself down and recalled carefully, but to no avail. First, Shu Yui didn't know the sister's name at all. Second, the sister moved away very quickly and had no contact information at all. So why did she know his address and whereabouts? Do you have her contact information? Shu Yui could only pray for a miracle to happen, but the opposite happened. Lang Chi shook his head, indicating that he could do nothing to help. After Chu Yui and Lang Chi continued chatting for a while, the cell phone rang. It was someone from Xingfeng Hotel calling. Shu Yui picked up the phone, told the person on the other end that he had delivered it to Villa number 6, and then hung up. Then he stood up and said, Brother Lang Chi, how about we have dinner together? Dinner just happened to be delivered. When Lang Chi saw Chu Yui getting ready to leave, he also quickly stood up and said, No, I came here mainly to catch up with you. I also need to familiarize myself with the situation of each owner. It's getting late, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Lang Chi stood up and walked towards the door. After Chu Yui said goodbye to him, he returned to the underground wine cellar to get a few bottles of 1982 Lafite, and then walked towards Villa number 6. When he walked to the door of the villa, he happened to meet the food delivery staff. After a simple greeting, Shu Yui asked Mr. Shen to open the door for him. Shu Yui also asked the staff to set up dinner in the restaurant. In a short while, dinner was ready. Shu Yui opened the wine, poured a glass for Grandpa and Mr. Shen, and said, Mr. Shen, Grandpa, this is the Lafite in my wine cellar. It is said to be from 1982. Let's taste it and see if it tastes authentic. Shu Yui didn't have the professional skills of a wine taster. He just picked up the wine glass and gulped down a few gulps. He felt that the wine was not much different from ordinary wine. Dinner ended quickly and the staff cleared the table before leaving the villa. Mr. Shen introduced to Chu Yui's grandfather the famous works in his study, as well as some of his own works. Hey, Brother Chu, look, this is the calligraphy Xiaoyi wrote for me. I feel like the calligraphy of those famous calligraphers cannot compare to Xiaoyi's calligraphy skills. Mr. Chu looked at the framed calligraphy in amazement and asked incredulously. Written by that kid Xiaoyi? Of course, there's a signature on it. Mr. Shen pointed to the signature on the paper, indicating that this was indeed Chu Yui's work. Mr. Chu still didn't quite believe it, so he immediately called Chu Yui, who was sitting on the sofa, over and said, Xiaoyi, when did you learn calligraphy, and how can you write so well? Chu Yui couldn't tell his grandfather that he had been practicing since he was a child, it would be too easy to be exposed, so he said, I just practiced secretly for a few years, and even my parents don't know. How about I show you my calligraphy level? There is no point in saying more. Just show your true strength and there will be little point in tracing your origins. Chu Yui walked to the desk, and after making his preparations, he picked up the brush and wrote a few big words, which surprised old Chu very much. Oh, great handwriting, Xiaoyi, you really surprised me. Mr. Chu took the words Chu Yui had just written and couldn't help but praise him. Grandpa, thank you for the compliment, but it's late now. Why don't you go back and rest early today? We can talk about it tomorrow if there's anything else. Shu Yui felt that it was a little late because of what he had done, so he reminded them. Oh, yes, then Brother Shen, we will go back first and come to play chess with you tomorrow. Old Chu was very happy. Not only did he gain a chess friend of equal level today, he also learned that his eldest grandson was so talented. He was in a very good mood. Okay, Xinxin will be back tomorrow, so let's get together again tomorrow. After Chu Yui said goodbye to Mr. Shen, he and his grandfather left Villa number 6 and walked towards their own home. After Chu Yui returned home and made arrangements for his grandfather, he returned to his room, took a quick shower, and fell on the bed to sleep for a while. Host, I see you are quite confused about the contents of that letter today. This system reminds you that there is only one remaining use of the previous tips and tricks. Do you want to use them? Maybe it can help you solve your doubts. The system's voice suddenly rang out, waking up Chu Yui, who was a little drowsy. I said, System, can you please update it? Please don't wake me up when I'm just sleeping. Chu Yui was speechless for a while. Last time, he was also woken up suddenly. He seriously suspected that the system did this on purpose to trick him. Host, Would you consider using this last chance to help you answer your questions? The system ignored Shu Yui's complaints and continued. No, did you hear what I said? Shu Yui didn't expect that the system had also learned to be selectively deaf. After sighing heavily, he continued. No, system, it's fine if you are selectively deaf, but why are you also amnesiac? I remember that I only used one chance, how come there is only one left? Host, do you want me to help you recall? You were tricked by me when you were extremely panicked before. No, I used up my chance in a hurry, so you only have one last chance left. Damn it, system, you let it slip yourself, and you're still deducting my chance. Give me another chance. Shu Yui was almost getting a headache. It seemed that what scientists said about the rapid development of AI posing a threat to humans was true. He was almost getting hurt by the system. System, whether to use opportunities. The system continued to be selectively deaf and ignored Shu Yui's complaints. Seeing the system's reckless attitude, Shu Yui didn't know for a moment whether it was the right thing to do to get angry at the system. After all, the system was invisible and intangible, and he had no way of actually touching it. He felt that there was little point in arguing with the system, so he turned his attention back to the system's suggestions. Shu Yui thought about it seriously and felt that now he had some preliminary clues and there was still a lot of time, so he might as well give it a try before making other plans. Shu Yui thought about this and slowly fell asleep. Just when Shu Yui was about to fall asleep again, the system's voice sounded again. Host, please answer my question. Shu Yui was almost mad with anger. He shouted in his heart that it was not necessary, turned over heavily and continued to sleep. Chapter 73 Reunion with Shen Xinxin. When he woke up the next day, Shu Yui got up and stretched. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Shu Yui's mind. Host, in order to apologize for disturbing your sleep before, I have refreshed the product for you, a Ferrari LaFerrari, priced at 20 million. Host, do you want to buy it? Shu Yui immediately perked up when he heard this. This system guy actually had some conscience and finally gave him a new luxury car. The underground garage is so big, but it seems a bit too empty with only 3 cars parked in it. Shu Yui also wanted to buy some luxury cars so that he wouldn't get bored driving them every day, but luxury cars are something you can't buy even if you have money if you don't have any connections. Okay, since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly forgive you. By the way, can you give me a cheaper price? The host's endorphins and dopamine and other hormones are rapidly secreted. There is no need to force it, and the price provided by this system is already lower than the normal market price. Shu Yui scratched his head speechlessly. The system was simply a worm in his stomach. Even the slightest fluctuation of his emotions could be detected by the system. Okay, buy it. The host has successfully purchased the Ferrari LaFerrari, which has been parked in the underground garage. The key has been placed on the table in the host's study. Please check it. Shu Yui heard the system finally return to its previous mechanical state, and couldn't help but feel that it was more comfortable to chat in this state. He got up and walked out of the bedroom. The study was next to Shu Yui's bedroom. When he walked into the study, he found the car keys on the table. Shu Yui was not in a hurry to see his luxury car. After putting the car keys in his pocket, he planned to buy some breakfast and check on his grandfather's condition. When he walked into the restaurant, he found some porridge and buns on the table. Has Grandpa woken up? Shu Yui walked to his grandfather's bedroom door in confusion, knocked on the door but found no response. It seems that Grandpa should have woken up, but where did the breakfast come from? The security guard should not know Grandpa, and he is unfamiliar with the place. It is impossible that Grandpa went out to buy it. Shu Yui muttered to himself, returned to the restaurant, picked up a bun from the table, put it in his mouth, and planned to go find his grandfather. He looked around the yard but didn't see any trace of his grandfather. Since there was no such place at home, the first thing Shu Yui thought of was the park in Mr. Shen's house. Shu Yui walked out of the villa, glanced at the park, and found that his grandfather was not there, so he went straight to Mr. Shen's villa. As Shu Yui expected, he heard the laughter of his grandfather and Mr. Shen before he even entered the door. Shu Yui walked to the door and did not say anything to interrupt the conversation between the two old people, but pressed the doorbell. When Mr. Shen heard someone ringing the doorbell, he walked to the door. When he saw Shu Yui standing at the door, he quickly opened the door and shouted to Shu Yui's grandfather with a smile. Brother Chu, our grandson is here. Shu Yui was completely confused after hearing this. Even though he was already married to Shen Xinxin, he was still the grandson-in-law. How come his name changed from Xiao Chu to grandson overnight? Chu Yui's grandfather heard Elder Shen's voice, and walked over with a smile, and said to Chu Yui, "Xiaoi, have you had breakfast? Your grandpa Shen went out to buy breakfast this morning and brought some for us." Seeing grandpa's expression and the sudden change of address, Chu Yui asked in confusion, "Grandpa, I ate a little breakfast." "Grandpa, are you and Mr. Shen sworn brothers? How come I suddenly became Mr. Shen's grandson? Shouldn't I be his grandson-in-law?" "You little brat, your grandpa Shen and I are both your grandfathers, and Xinxin is also my granddaughter. Why are you making such a clear distinction?" Chu Yui's grandfather pretended to be angry and said. Mr. Shen had been listening to the conversation between Chu Yui and his grandfather with a smile. When he heard that Chu Yui's grandfather seemed a little angry, he was about to explain. "Brother Chu, the children are young and like to argue. Isn't it better to explain it to them clearly? There's no need to get angry." "Ah, I was just trying to scare that brat. Oh, by the way, Xiaoi, hurry up and pack up. Xinxin will be at the airport at 10 o'clock. Go and pick up my granddaughter." Chu Yui's grandfather changed his expression as quickly as a child, but he did not forget to remind Chu Yui. When Chu Yui heard what his grandfather said, he quickly agreed. "Okay, Grandpa, Mr. Shen, I'm going to the airport to pick Xinxin up right now, so don't worry. You little brat, call me Grandpa Shen from now on." "Okay, go quickly. Xinxin doesn't know you're back yet. If you miss her, she won't be able to pick you up." After his grandfather finished speaking, Chu Yui returned to his home. He glanced at the time and found that it was only 8:30, so he planned to have breakfast before going to the airport to pick up Shen Xinxin. By the time Chu Yui finished breakfast, it was almost 9 o'clock. Chu Yui tidied up a little and took the elevator to the underground garage. "It's a good time to try this Ferrari LaFerrari." Chu Yui smiled, took out the keys from his pocket, and skipped to the side of the red car. To be honest, although Chu Yui is still very happy to see the new car, he no longer feels as excited as when he first got the luxury car. He got directly into the Ferrari LaFerrari, familiarized himself with the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the airport. When Chu Yui arrived at the airport parking lot, he suddenly thought of something very important. He seemed to not know where Shen Xinxin's exit was. He called Mr. Shen and asked him what Shen Xinxin's specific flight was, but Mr. Shen knew nothing. "Well, it's a wasted trip." Chu Yui was speechless for a while. It seemed that he could only try his luck. Chu Yui thought so and walked towards the terminal. Chu Yui currently only knows from Mr. Shen that Shen Xinxin's flight is from Beijing to Shanghai. Seeing that there is still plenty of time, he decides to try his luck and ask someone at the exit. He was very lucky. He asked passers-by at the second exit and found out the exit for the 10 o'clock flight from Beijing to Shanghai. He planned to give Shen Xinxin a surprise, so he planned to find a place to hide secretly and give Shen Xinxin a supremacy at the right time. After a while, Chu Yui saw Shen Xinxin pulling a small suitcase and walking outside quickly. After Shen Xinxin came out, Chu Yui quietly rushed out from the darkness and hugged Shen Xinxin tightly from behind. Shen Xinxin felt very surprised and angry when she was suddenly hugged by someone, but she smelled a familiar scent. When she turned around and saw a familiar face, the anger in her heart immediately dissipated. "Xin, we finally meet again. I've missed you so much these past few days." Chapter 74. Sister, what sister? System, do you have this function? Xin, we finally meet again. I've missed you so much these past few days. Shen Xinxin smiled and patted Chu Yui's arm, blushing and saying, "Xiaoi, I know you are very excited now, but don't get excited now, there are so many people watching." Chu Yui had originally buried his head in Shen Xinxin's soft hair. After hearing Shen Xinxin's words, he looked up and found that indeed everyone around was looking at them. Chu Yui also began to feel embarrassed. He gently let go of Shen Xinxin, took the suitcase from Shen Xinxin's hand with one hand, and held Shen Xinxin's hand with the other hand. The two of them quickly ran out of the building. Shen Xinxin looked at Chu Yui's fleeing figure and couldn't help but laugh out loud while running. When the two arrived at the parking lot, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin walked quietly. In fact, Shen Xinxin was also very excited and happy when she saw Chu Yui, but there were too many people at the time and it was difficult for her to show it. She felt very lonely these days because Chu Yui was not by her side. Maybe he was still in the passionate love period. Shen Xinxin took advantage of Chu Yui's inattention and dived into Chu Yui's arms, scaring Chu Yui. But when he saw Shen Xinxin raising her little head in his arms and looking at him with a smile, his heart became very excited. Chu Yui put down the suitcase and held Shen Xinxin tightly in his arms with both hands. After an unknown amount of time, the two slowly separated. After the two of them adjusted their emotions, Chu Yui brought Shen Xinxin to the side of the Ferrari LaFerrari he had just obtained. Shen Xinxin naturally recognized this car, so she asked Chu Yui in surprise. Xiaoyi, when did you buy this car? It's a Ferrari LaFerrari? In fact, Shen Xinxin didn't have much interest in luxury cars. It was just because she had a close friend in high school who particularly liked Ferrari and often introduced some car models to her. Shen Xinxin remembers that her best friend's goal was to get a Ferrari LaFerrari. After hearing what Shen Xinxin said, Chu Yui touched his nose with his hand and said with a smile. Yes, I happen to meet a friend in my hometown these days. He bought a new car, so I bought it. Chu Yui made up a reason that was not very credible, but it also did not reveal any strange issues. In fact, Shen Xinxin was just slightly surprised. She didn't intend to know the whole story of Chu Yui's behavior. Couples should also give each other some private space. By the way, Xiaoyi, since you are here, are uncle, aunt and grandpa here too? Shen Xinxin did not continue this topic. My grandpa is now at Mr. Grandpa Shen's house, waiting for the two of us to go back for lunch. As for my dad and mom, the school hasn't closed yet, so they probably won't be here until before the new year. Shen Xinxin nodded after hearing this, but she also noticed Chu Yui's change of her grandfather's name, so she smiled and joked. Xiaoyi, why are you suddenly calling my grandfather Grandpa too? Wasn't it always Mr. Shen before? Seeing Shen Xinxin's doubts, Chu Yui told Shen Xinxin roughly what happened to him this morning. So do I have to call your grandpa Grandpa Chu too? When Shen Xinxin heard Chu Yui's story, she couldn't help laughing. Chu Yui scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm afraid so. The two of them joked with each other as they drove towards the Haijing Villa district. By the time Chu Yui and the others arrived at the underground garage of Haijing No. 1 Villa, it was already around 11 o'clock in the morning. Chu Yui didn't plan to go directly with Shen Xinxin to find Grandpa and the others, so he said to Shen Xinxin, Xin, it's only 11 o'clock now. I remember that I didn't take you to visit here. Why don't we play for a while first? Shen Xinxin felt that this was indeed the case, so she agreed to Chu Yui's proposal. Chu Yui just hadn't been with Shen Xinxin for a long time and needed some alone time to replenish his energy. Shen Xinxin actually thought so too. The two of them flirted and chatted as they visited every part of the villa, until they came to the underground wine cellar, when Shen Xinxin suddenly became interested. She grabbed Chu Yui's hand and ran to the wine rack filled with 1982 Lafite. She took down a bottle of wine with her other hand and looked at it carefully. Seeing Shen Xinxin's excited look, Chu Yui explained to her. These are all 1982 Lafite, Xinxin, do you want to try some? But aren't these usually treasured? Are you willing to drink them? Here are 100 bottles of Lafite. Besides, wine should be drunk when it is needed. What if it grows mold if you keep collecting it? Chu Yui joked. Shen Xinxin heard Chu Yui's careless words and also heard some strange things in them. 100 bottles? Xiaoyi, you're not being cheated, are you? There are only about 200 bottles of 1982 Lafite. You've almost got half of it. Don't worry, these are obtained legally and have been authenticated to be absolutely authentic. Chu Yui may not trust anyone, but he will unconditionally believe in the integrity of the system. Oh? Then let's try a bottle this afternoon. I'm also curious about why this wine is so popular. What's so good about it? Chu Yui smiled and nodded, then he and Shen Xinxin left Villa No. 1 and walked towards Villa No. 6. When they arrived at the door of Villa No. 6, Chu Yui was about to ring the doorbell as usual, but was interrupted by Shen Xinxin. Then Shen Xinxin opened the door directly with her fingerprint. After seeing this, Chu Yui felt that he seemed to have become a lot dumber after being with Shen Xinxin. When the two entered the villa, they saw Chu Yui's grandfather and Mr. Shen drinking tea and playing chess. Grandpa, Grandpa Chu, Xiaoyi, and I are back. Shen Xinxin greeted the two of them enthusiastically. The two old men who were playing chess seriously stopped what they were doing and looked at the person who came after hearing Shen Xinxin's voice. Hey, Xinxin, you and Xiaoyi are finally back. Grandpa, I have been wanting to see you for a long time. Chu Yui's grandfather greeted Shen Xinxin with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the four of them went to the restaurant for lunch. Mr. Shen doesn't like having servants at home. He will only call his servants when there is something. Today at noon, he asked the servants to prepare lunch for him. After lunch, Shen Xinxin was a little tired because of catching the plane. Shu Yui noticed Shen Xinxin's abnormality and said to the two enthusiastic old people, Grandpa Shen Xinxin is still a little tired after just coming back, why don't you let her rest for a while? Oh, yes. You see, I forgot about this. Xinxin, let Xiaoyi take you back to rest. Your grandfather and I will play chess for a while. Shu Yui's grandfather said quickly. After Shen Xinxin and Shu Yui said goodbye to the two old people, they went to Shen Xinxin's bedroom with Shen Xinxin. Since Shu Yui had been to Shen Xinxin's room before, he did not feel too much psychological pressure and went in directly with Shen Xinxin. After chatting with Shen Xinxin for a while, Shu Yui left Villa number 6 and prepared to go home for a nap. Just as Shu Yui was lying on the bed preparing to rest, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in his mind. The following is a task for the host. You will have a closer relationship with Shen Xinxin before the Spring Festival. The reward is a legendary sister. Shu Yui was a little confused when he heard about the task of getting closer to Shen Xinxin, but he was dumbfounded when he heard about the reward. Sister, what do you mean sister? Does your system have this function? Chapter 75 Emergency, a traitor appears in the company? Sister, what do you mean sister? Does your system have this function? Shu Yui was confused after hearing this. Could it be that the system could create a sister for him out of thin air? Host is really short-sighted. This system has told you before that I have the ability to change the law of cause and effect. I only need to change some cause and it will naturally cause some effect. System, but this matter can only be effective if you change the memory, after all, you haven't even met him. Shu Yui was still confused. Did this mean that if he completed the task, he would have a sister for no apparent reason? How would he explain this to his parents? Stupid, why don't you just change the past and let the two of you meet? And they are not blood relatives, can't you just get to know each other? The system said speechlessly. Shu Yui nodded in confusion, but he suddenly noticed a blind spot in the system. System, can you travel through time and space? For a high-dimensional person like me, time travel in low-dimensional space is easy, but host, don't dream about it. As a three-dimensional individual, I can't take you through time and space with me. The system really knew Shu Yui too well, and it immediately shattered the fantasy in Shu Yui's heart. Shu Yui didn't think much about it. Since it was given by the system and it would not do any harm to him, he might as well take it. Then he lay down on the bed and took a nap. When Shu Yui woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After he got up, he found that his grandfather was not in the villa, so he knew that his grandfather seemed to be still in Mr. Shen's house. It's a good thing that the two elderly people have a good relationship. After all, since Shu Yui's grandmother passed away, Grandpa has been bored at home alone. It's hard to get a playmate, so it's common for him to play like a child. Shu Yui was just about to go find Shen Xinxin and chat about the note when her cell phone rang. Shu Yui saw that it was Manager Luo calling, so she answered the call without hesitation. Hello, Mr. Chu, there are some urgent matters in the group. It is not convenient to talk over the phone. Please come to the company so we can discuss it. When Shu Yui heard Manager Luo's slightly nervous tone on the other end of the phone, he felt that there must be a big problem in the company, otherwise Manager Luo would not have reported to him so urgently. Shu Yui responded. Okay, in 20 minutes, in the company's conference room. After that, Shu Yui sent a message to Shen Xinxin saying that the company needed an emergency meeting, then he went to the underground garage and rushed towards the pharmaceutical company. When he arrived at the company gate, he saw Manager Luo and Manager Wang standing at the door, and they seemed to be discussing something anxiously. When Manager Luo and Manager Wang saw Shu Yui coming, they stopped talking and hurried forward to greet him. Just as Manager Luo was about to report the details to Shu Yui waved his hand and said calmly, "Let's go to the conference room to discuss in detail." When Manager Luo saw Shu Yui's calm look, his anxious mood eased a lot, so he and Manager Wang followed Shu Yui to the meeting room. When Shu Yui arrived at the conference room, he found that Professor Zhou, Lin Ruoshi, and some other important executives were there. After Shu Yui simply greeted everyone, he sat down. Manager Luo, please tell me the current situation in detail, but remember, don't rush. Manager Luo nodded and said, "It's like this. Due to the excellent response to our previous cosmetics, we have been flooded with orders and have been in high-intensity production. However, recently when we were in the process of purchasing raw materials, the company that provided the most important and scarce Chinese medicine in the entire prescription suddenly changed sides and refused to provide us with the medicine. During the negotiation process, the other party was very firm and made it clear that they were willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract. After Manager Luo finished explaining the situation, Manager Wang continued. After confirming this, my company staff and I immediately went to look for suppliers. We found that they all claimed that all medicinal materials were monopolized by a Chinese medicine company called Confronting, and the original manufacturer's liquidated damages were also promised by the company to bear the corresponding compensation losses. After hearing this, Chu Yui also understood the general situation. If there were any problems with the medicinal materials supply chain, facing such a huge order, if there was a breach of contract, it would inevitably cause huge losses to the entire group. Chu Yui thought quietly for a while, then said to Professor Zhou, who looked embarrassed. Professor Zhou, if this herbal ingredient is missing, what impact will it have on the entire medicine? After Professor Zhou heard Chu Yui's words, he quickly replied. Boss Chu, this medicinal ingredient is indispensable. After my research, I found that once this medicinal ingredient is missing, the entire treatment will become highly toxic, and the original pharmacological effect will be completely lost. After Professor Zhou finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent again. Chu Yui was not actually particularly panicked. After all, he still had the assistance of the system. What he was thinking about now was why other companies knew the medicinal ingredients in his prescription. He thought carefully for a while and continued. Professor Zhou, do you think it's possible to know our specific prescriptions just by obtaining the goods? Professor Zhou was stunned. He thought Chu Yui would think about how to find new suppliers, but he didn't expect Chu Yui's focus to be here. However, he did not dare to neglect it and explained to Chu Yui. Mr. Chu, the ointment will be labeled with the medicinal materials used on the packaging, so there is no possibility of analyzing the prescription. However, due to the confidentiality of the prescription, the specific source and dosage of the medicinal materials are usually not marked. Chu Yui nodded and asked Manager Luo. Manager Luo, is this drug monopoly a monopoly on all medicinal materials, or just on the types of medicinal materials we use? It's a monopoly that targets us only. Manager Luo said truthfully. Is it possible that someone or some people in our company have been bribed to become corporate espionage? Chu Yui expressed his speculation. Boss Chu, the entire production process is strictly confidential. Even the workers themselves don't know the specific formula. The only people who know the specific formula are me, Manager Wang, and Professor Zhou's experimental team, and they have all signed a confidentiality agreement. After hearing Chu Yui's speculation, Manager Luo hurriedly added. Professor Zhou also hurriedly followed Manager Luo and explained. Boss Chu, I am the only one in the entire experimental team who knows the specific content of the punishment, and all personnel have signed a confidentiality agreement, as Manager Luo said. Manager Luo, Professor Zhou, I'm not doubting you. If you really did it, you wouldn't just block our herbs. But Professor Zhou, you overlooked one thing. Although the researchers in your laboratory don't know the details, they have all come into contact with the herbs used. Do you understand what I mean? After hearing what Chu Yui said, Professor Zhou nodded. He also roughly understood what Chu Yui meant. So, Manager Luo, Manager Wang, and Professor Zhou continue with the original plan to find a supply source, and at the same time, execute the cockroaches in the company on the spot. I will help the company find suppliers. After the meeting, Chu Yui drove back to the villa. He was thinking about how to find a suitable supplier. Gradually, Chu Yui remembered a person, the senior schoolmate from Mingxin Chinese medicine store who had dispensed the medicine before Song Zile. Chapter 76, Clues to the Origin of Medicinal Materials, Song Zile's Suggestions. Chu Yui was sitting in the car when he suddenly thought of senior sister Song Zile from Mingxin Chinese medicine store. When the system just gave him the prescription, he went to Mingxin Chinese medicine store to get the raw materials, and also showed the prescription to Song Zile, which made Chu Yui feel a little uneasy. He glanced at his cell phone and found that it was not yet 6 o'clock, so he decided to go and find out what senior sister Song Zile had to say. However, he felt that Song Zile should not be that kind of person, but it was better to see it with his own eyes, and by the way, he asked Song Zile about the supplier of medicinal materials. Professor Zhou once said that this kind of Chinese medicinal material must be authentic medicinal material, that is, Chinese medicinal material produced in a specific area and with the highest medicinal value. It just so happens that Mingxin Chinese medicine store also has this kind of medicinal material, so there must be a supplier behind it. Chu Yui didn't think too much and just stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Mingxin Chinese medicine pharmacy. After he entered the door of the Chinese medicine pharmacy, he looked around and found that there was no one in the entire pharmacy. Just when Chu Yui wanted to send a text message to Song Zile, a white-haired old man came out from the inner room. When the old man saw Chu Yui, he smiled and said, "Young man, are you here to see a doctor or to get medicine?" Chu Yui put down his phone and responded politely. "Hello, old man. I'm here to look for senior sister Song Zile. May I ask where senior sister Song Zile is?" "Oh. Are you here to look for Zile? She just left and I don't know where she went." "Young man, if you have her contact information, you'd better give her a call." The old man stroked his long beard as he spoke, looking like an immortal. Chu Yui couldn't help but smile when he heard what the old man said. He felt that the old man must have regarded him as Song Zile's suitor, otherwise he would not have allowed him to contact her. But he didn't care. He took out his cell phone from his pocket again, found Song Zile's number and called him. The call was quickly picked up. Before Chu Yui could speak, he heard Song Zile anxiously say, "Mr. Chu, you called at the right time. You must help me. I can't hold on any longer." Chu Yui heard Song Zile's anxious expression, which should not be fake, so he could only put his purpose aside for the time being and asked, "Where are you now?" "I'm going to find you now. I'm just down the road south of the pharmacy, come over here quickly." Chu Yui didn't think too much about it and just drove around in a circle. When he saw Song Zile, he found that she was in the warehouse yard behind the pharmacy and was unloading some medicinal materials from the car with an old man. He slapped his forehead and suddenly felt that he had been cheated. Generally speaking, he wouldn't suddenly ask someone he wasn't particularly familiar with to come from afar to help. It must be that the girl Song Zile had seen him in the warehouse, so she tricked him over here, and she was foolish enough to be deceived. He drove the car into the warehouse with a speechless look on his face, got out of the car, held his forehead and said speechlessly, "Senior, since you knew I was coming, why didn't you just let me come? Why did you have to trick me? Do you remember the agreement between you and me? If you do, I will apologize to you." When Chu Yui heard what Song Zile said, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He really couldn't remember what agreement he had made with Song Zile. Seeing Chu Yui's embarrassed look, Song Zile snorted proudly. "I knew you had almost forgotten. Do you remember that you told me before that you would cooperate with us after you produced the ointment?" After hearing Song Zile's explanation, Chu Yui immediately remembered the previous agreement, but who was he, Mr. Chu? Naturally, he would not take the initiative to admit his mistake, so he argued. "Oh, senior sister Song, I definitely remember it, but our product is not a medicine, but a cosmetic. As you know, the review process for medicines takes too long." After saying that, Chu Yui took the medicinal materials from Song Zile's hand on his own initiative with a flattering smile on his face. However, from this sentence, I have roughly understood some things. At least judging from Song Zile's current attitude, it should not have been leaked by her, but further testing is still necessary. Song Zile also knew about this matter, and seeing that Chu Yui's attitude was pretty good, he forgave him. After Chu Yui and Song Zile packed up the cart of medicinal materials, they returned to the pharmacy. The old man who was sitting in the pharmacy and making tea was a little surprised when he saw Song Zile and Chu Yui walk in together, but it was only for a moment. He smiled and said, "Zile, are you done packing?" "It's all ready, Grandpa. We have almost replenished all the herbs now." Song Zile's grandfather smiled and invited the two to come to his side, and poured a cup of tea for Song Zile and Chu Yui. Song Zile took a sip of tea, then turned to ask Chu Yui, "Brother Chu, what's the matter with you coming here this time?" "It's like this, senior sister Song, I wonder if you have a source for this medicinal herb." After saying that, Chu Yui handed the note with the medicinal herbs written on it to Song Zile. Song Zile took a look and seemed to be thinking about something. "Brother Chu, I remember this Chinese medicine was in the prescription you showed me before. Hasn't your ointment already been put into production?" Chu Yui had been staring at Song Zile's facial expression. The old man who was drinking tea quietly beside him also noticed that something was wrong with Chu Yui and said with a smile, "My dear Chu, I saw you staring at Zili's face just now. If you have anything to say, why not just say it directly?" Chu Yui saw that his intentions were seen through by the old man, so he said awkwardly, "Since the old man has figured it out, I have to tell you the truth. The supplier of this medicinal ingredient suddenly terminated the cooperation with us, and all the supply channels on the market are currently monopolized. We initially suspect that someone leaked the raw materials." "What? Junior brother Chu, you actually doubt me?" Song Zile pointed at himself and said in surprise, "Okay, I admit that I did doubt you, but this time I came here mainly to find out if there are any new suppliers that have not been monopolized." After hearing what Chu Yui said, Song Zile felt it was reasonable, as he had indeed seen the prescription and they were not very familiar with each other, but he still felt a little angry. Since junior brother Chu is so honest, I will tell you reluctantly. This will also help you dispel your doubts about me. Song Zile pretended to be very magnanimous, but in fact, Song Zile still had some plans of his own behind the scenes. But this is enough to make Chu Yui grateful. In fact, the authentic production area of this medicinal material is in Yunnan province. The medicinal materials of this kind that our family imports are all collected from a poverty alleviation group. Shen Xinxin took a sip of tea and continued. Although its production area is only 10 kilometers away from the authentic production area, it is considered to be of poor quality because it is in a different area, so it can only be purchased at a low price by unscrupulous merchants. It happened that my university classmate was also there, so I agreed with her to purchase from there. But you've seen the results before. There's no problem with the efficacy of the medicine. It's just an excuse for those unscrupulous merchants to exploit farmers. If you are willing to purchase or help them, I believe you won't have to worry about your raw material supply chain. Chapter 77 Chu Yui's Invitation Field Trip. After Chu Yui listened to Song Zile's suggestion, he thought for a while and nodded seriously. He took out his cell phone and called Manager Wang, asking him and Manager Luo to come to Mingshan Chinese medicine store immediately. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yui also sent a location to Manager Wang. There is nothing more reassuring than having an entire industry firmly in your own hands. Anyway, I want to build a business empire, so I naturally cannot focus on the development of only one field. After Chu Yui finished notifying Song Zile, he said, Senior Son, let's talk about this in detail after our company's people arrive. Song Zile nodded. She felt that Chu Yui must be particularly interested in this plan, otherwise he would not have called the company's executives in a hurry. Before that, Senior Sister Song, I would like to invite you to join my company to conduct scientific research and development of traditional Chinese medicine. I wonder if you are interested. Song Zile had just taken a sip of water, and after hearing Chu Yui's words, he almost spit out the water in his mouth. She quickly swallowed the water and asked with surprise and confusion. Brother Chu, I'm just a graduate student. I'm here to help in the lab. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to ask me to do research and development directly. Song Zile has lived with his grandfather since he was a child and they run this small Chinese medicine pharmacy together. Gradually, he fell in love with Chinese medicine. However, after she graduated from graduate school, she applied for jobs in many pharmaceutical companies and found that basically she only met the requirements of an ordinary laboratory technician. She felt that having no goals of her own and having to repeat experiments day after day were not suitable for her at all. So Song Zile inherited the Chinese medicine pharmacy from his grandfather and at the same time studied the relevant knowledge of Chinese medicine seriously. Chu Yui heard Song Zile's question and said with a smile, Of course you won't be able to start your own project right away. If you're willing, you'll still have to study in other professors' research groups for a while. When you feel you're capable of completing a project on your own, I'll evaluate and make arrangements for you. Chu Yui has his own plans. Although it seems that Song Zile did not leak the information this time, Chu Yui still cannot rest assured. It would be better to directly incorporate him into his team and make him one of his own. In this way, there is no need to continue to doubt him. Song Zile had a conflicted look on her face. She actually liked to conduct research in traditional Chinese medicine, but because she wanted to complete her own project, she refused to join the previous company. Now that there is an opportunity in front of her, Song Zile is still somewhat tempted. But she had just taken over the pharmacy, and if she suddenly gave up, it would be very hard on Grandpa. Just when Song Zile was in a dilemma, the old man who had been drinking tea quietly spoke slowly. Zile, don't worry about the situation here. Young people should pursue their dreams and not restrict themselves for other things. If you want to go, you must seize the opportunity. Chu Yui also followed the old man's words and continued. Senior Son, I also know your concerns. Don't worry, if you are willing to join us, I can send a few trustworthy employees from the company to help your grandfather run this Chinese medicine store. Faced with the promises of his grandfather and Chu Yui, Song Zile still couldn't make up his mind suddenly, and could only say awkwardly, I'm sorry, Junior Chu, could you give me some more time to think about it? I'm still a little undecided. Chu Yui smiled and comforted. Senior Song, don't worry, just call me when you've made your decision. The company welcomes you at any time. Just then, a black car stopped in the parking area in front of the Chinese medicine store. Two middle-aged men got out of the car and rushed in hurriedly. Boss Chu, Manager Luo, and I are here. Do you have any instructions? Manager Wang said breathlessly. Originally, he and Manager Luo had left the company after the meeting and were preparing to go back for dinner, but they were called over by Chu Yui. Chu Yui looked at the two people's embarrassed appearance and asked in confusion. Manager Wang and Manager Luo, what's going on? The company isn't too far from here, why do you look so tired? Come over and sit down and rest for a while. Manager Wang and Manager Luo didn't bother to be polite with Chu Yui and just sat down. When Chu Yui saw that there were still grains of rice on the corners of Manager Wang's mouth, he immediately understood why the two were so anxious, and said embarrassedly, I'm so sorry, I forgot it's time to eat. As compensation, I'll count it as overtime this time and ask the finance department for an extra day's salary. Manager Wang and Manager Luo were originally sitting on their chairs feeling a little shaky, but after hearing Chu Yui's words, they instantly felt full of energy. If they could get an extra day's salary by working overtime, they would be willing to live in the company every day. Let's get back to the point. I called you here this time because I want to discuss something with you. Senior Sister Song, please tell us in detail about what's going on with your classmates. Song Zile nodded, and then told Chu Yui and the other two the whole story in detail. The general meaning is that Song Zile's classmate was from a place in Yunnan province. After graduating from university, he went back to promote medicinal materials and support farmers. As a result, because his products were not from an authentic production area, he was forced to lower his price by unscrupulous merchants. Just after Song Zile finished speaking, Chu Yui continued. There are currently not many problems with the medicinal materials here. It's just due to geographical reasons. So I want to set up a branch company in this place to be in charge of the supply of medicines. What do you think? Although all the shares held by Chu Yui have been distributed, other people do not have the right to directly intervene, and all the power is in Chu Yui's hands. Manager Luo thought for a while and said, Boss Chu, this suggestion is very good. It can fundamentally solve the raw material problem, but there are a few issues that need to be discussed. Manager Luo then looked at Chu Yui and signaled Chu Yui to avoid suspicion. Chu Yui naturally understood Manager Luo's thoughts and said directly, But it's okay. Manager Luo saw that Chu Yui didn't care, so he cleared his throat and continued. The first problem is the source of medicinal materials. If we simply support farmers, we may not be able to meet the supply in the face of the company's huge industrial chain. The second problem is funding. Although our ointment is very popular, we have just started. We have to deduct other costs and research funds. I am afraid we cannot support the establishment of a branch company. Chu Yui had already thought of these two issues before. He waved his hand and said, The second question is not a problem. I will inject another 500 million yuan into the company to build a branch. Considering the remoteness of the area and the low housing prices, there will definitely be more than enough. Manager Wang, how is the company's current operation? Manager Wang said, Boss Chu, the company is now absolutely profitable, so there is absolutely no problem in maintaining the operation of the branch. In the long run, the establishment of the branch will inevitably reduce costs. It is initially estimated that the remaining costs are definitely higher than the operating costs, but we still need to conduct on-site inspections to confirm. Chu Yui nodded after hearing this, and then continued. As for the first question, as Manager Wang said, we also need to conduct a field investigation. How about this, the day after tomorrow weekend, Manager Luo and Manager Wang, and please trouble Senior Sister Song, we will go to Yun Province to conduct an investigation together. Chapter 78 Honeymoon? It might not be easy. After listening to Chu Yui's suggestion, Song Zile thought for a while and nodded in agreement. After seeing Song Zile's agreement, Chu Yui turned to Manager Wang and said, Manager Wang, find a few trustworthy and capable employees to help here on weekends. Give them triple overtime pay. You can arrange it. Okay, Mr. Chu. Manager Wang replied immediately. After Chu Yui had made all the arrangements, he planned to leave with Manager Wang and Manager Luo. Before leaving, Chu Yui asked Song Zile to contact his classmates there to prevent others from being at a loss due to his sudden visit. After Song Zile agreed, Chu Yui returned to the warehouse yard, got in the car and drove towards Haijing Villa No. 1. After Chu Yui returned to the underground garage, he went straight to Haijing Villa No. 6. Chu Yui pressed the doorbell several times at the door and found that no one answered him. Chu Yui picked up the phone, found his grandfather's number and dialed it. After a while, Grandpa answered the phone. Xiao Yi, are you not done yet? I was just about to call you. Your grandpa Shen Xinxin and I are waiting for you to have dinner. After hearing what his grandfather said, Chu Yui felt very confused, so he said, Grandpa, I rang the doorbell at Mr. Shen's house for a long time but no one opened the door. Where are you now? Oh, I forgot to tell you, your grandpa Shen and I are at home, please come back soon. Chu Yui's grandfather hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Chu Yui heard Mr. Shen's laughter and the sound of chess pieces falling on the other end of the phone, and he was speechless. It seems that playing chess is more important than notifying your grandson to eat. But why didn't Xinxin send me a message? Chu Yui walked towards his home while thinking. When Chu Yui entered the villa, he found that his grandfather and Mr. Shen were playing chess at home. The chess pieces were the new ones that he had asked manager Wang to find, but Xinxin was not there. Grandpa, where's Xinxin? Why can't I see her? Chu Yui asked. Xinxin is in the kitchen now. She said she wants to give you a surprise. Mr. Shen answered first. Chu Yui felt particularly warm in his heart after hearing this. He didn't expect Xinxin to cook for him personally. But when he thought of Shen Xinxin's face covered with flour when Mr. Shen celebrated his birthday, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He tiptoed to the kitchen and found Shen Xinxin cooking in the kitchen with Shen Xinxin's nanny. Chu Yui originally wanted to quietly hug Shen Xinxin from behind, but it seemed that their long-lost world of two was broken. He could only pretend to walk into the kitchen without any intention and said in fake surprise, Wow, Xinxin, why are you in the kitchen? Shen Xinxin saw Chu Yui coming over, put down the food in her hand, walked to Chu Yui with a smile, and said, Don't pretend. I've heard what Grandpa said. You laughed at Grandpa for a long time on his birthday before. This time I'm going to turn the tide and make you look at me with new eyes. After Shen Xinxin finished speaking, she patted her chest confidently. Oh? Can I have a taste first? Chu Yui asked excitedly, who wouldn't want to have a loving dinner from his girlfriend? After hearing Chu Yui's words, Shen Xinxin scratched the back of her head awkwardly and said, In fact, I have failed many times. Auntie told me that if I fail again, I might not be able to eat dinner at night, so she asked me to help wash the vegetables. Chu Yui was not disappointed after hearing this, but couldn't help laughing. Xinxin, why don't you leave it to your aunt first? I have something to talk to you about. Let's go to my room first. After hearing this, Shen Xinxin also felt that Chu Yui must have something important to tell her, so after saying hello to the aunt who was busy in the kitchen, she followed Chu Yui to his bedroom. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin sat next to the table in the bedroom. Chu Yui took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It was the strange note with numbers written on it that he had received before. Chu Yui briefly told Shen Xinxin the origin of the note, and then told her friends about their previous speculations. Shen Xinxin curved her eyebrows and said to Chu Yui with a smile, I didn't expect Chu Yui to have a childhood sweetheart. This isn't some code word for confession, is it? Chu Yui felt a strange chill when listening to Shen Xinxin's words. He quickly said, Let me clarify in advance. I don't even remember the sister's name, and she only played with us for 2 months. And this is just speculation. After all, who can remember things from elementary school? Shen Xinxin couldn't help but laugh when she saw Chu Yui's innocent expression as he tried to defend himself. Shui, I was just teasing you. I didn't expect you to be so serious. Ha ha ha. Seeing Shen Xinxin smiling so happily, Chu Yui knew that he had been fooled. However, Shen Xinxin only smiled for a while, then she stopped smiling and said seriously, Xiaoyi, I won't tease you anymore. I feel like this is indeed a girl's handwriting, and I should be able to guess the numbers at the beginning. When Chu Yui heard that Shen Xinxin actually had some clues, he asked anxiously, Xinxin, what clues do you have? Tell me quickly. Shen Xinxin put the note on the table, pointed to the number 299 on the first line and said, This 299 is exactly the keystrokes of your name typed using the pinyin 9-key input method. 9-key pinyin? Chu Yui took out his mobile phone and changed the input method from 26 keys to 9 keys, and found that it was indeed the case. Wow, Xinxin, you are really smart. Shen Xinxin couldn't help but feel very happy when she heard Chu Yui's sincere praise. However, Xiaoyi, this one may not be suitable for the 9-key abbreviation, because the single numbers in the last 2 lines should not be applicable. After hearing this, Chu Yui's excitement gradually calmed down. He looked at the numbers carefully and found that it was indeed true. However, he still felt that with this clue, the rest would be solved quickly. Xu Yui didn't intend to continue this topic and continued. Xinxin, actually I have something else I want to discuss with you. What's the matter? Tell me what's going on. Xu Yui readjusted his mood and briefly explained that his company was planning to expand its scale and go to Yun province for a visit at the weekend. However, in order not to make Shen Xinxin worry, the company's supply chain disruption and the internal trader were ignored. Xinxin, how about we take this opportunity to travel around Yun province? Xu Yui suggested. After thinking for a while, Shen Xinxin felt that her grandfather and Grandpa Chu had a very harmonious relationship, and her aunt would take care of her 3 meals a day, so there should be no problem. So he agreed. Okay, Xiaoyi, does this count as a honeymoon? After hearing this, Xu Yui scratched his head shyly and said. Although it may not be easy to go on a honeymoon because of work, it will definitely create some unforgettable memories. After we get married, we will really go on around the world honeymoon. Chapter 79. During the tour, we arrived at Heilin town. Shen Xinxin originally wanted to tease Xu Yui, but she didn't expect Xu Yui to say such nonsensical words, which made her face burn with shyness for a moment. Xu Yui saw Shen Xinxin's face turn red in an instant, and realized that what he said was indeed a bit embarrassing, so he quickly changed the subject. Xinxin, let's go eat. Auntie should have prepared dinner. After hearing this, Shen Xinxin nodded slightly, then she and Xu Yui stood up and walked towards the restaurant. When Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin just walked into the restaurant, they heard Xu Yui's grandfather shouting. Xinxin, Xiaoyi, get ready for dinner. Okay, Xinxin and I are here. After Xu Yui finished speaking, he and Shen Xinxin walked to the restaurant together. After the 4 of them were seated in the restaurant, Xu Yui said to his grandfather and Mr. Shen. Grandpa Shen, my company is going to Yun province to expand its business soon. Xinxin and I plan to take this opportunity to travel. You two must take good care of your health. After hearing Xu Yui's words, Mr. Shen smiled kindly. Xiaoyi, you don't have to worry about us 2 old men. Go and have fun with Xin. Yes, you can play for a few more days. Your parents will be back on New Year's Eve in a few days. Then our 2 families can have a good reunion. Mr. Chu also said this. After dinner, Shen Xinxin and Mr. Shen planned to go back and have a rest. Xu Yui also played chess with his grandfather for a while and then returned to the bedroom to prepare for bed. Weekend. Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin had already prepared the luggage needed for this long journey in advance. Early in the morning, Xu Yui came to Mr. Shen's house to meet Shen Xinxin. After Shen Xinxin was fully prepared, the 2 drove towards the company. Because the journey was too long, Manager Wang had already booked the plane tickets. After meeting Manager Wang and several senior executives downstairs in the company, the group rushed to the airport. In the car, Xu Yui asked Manager Wang. Manager Wang, why didn't Manager Luo come with us? Boss Chu, although most of the company's employees have already had their weekend off, in order to prevent any unexpected situations, Manager Luo needs to personally take charge of the company. But please rest assured, Manager Luo has already assigned several experts and senior executives, and the advance investigation and other preparations have been completed, so it's absolutely foolproof. Xu Yui actually didn't intend to ask these questions. He had confidence in Manager Wang and Manager Luo and was just simply concerned about them. However, after hearing what Manager Wang said, he felt much better. By the way, Mr. Chu, Miss Song told us that she has already arrived at the airport, so we can just meet up there. Manager Wang continued. Xu Yui's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He had been focusing on Shen Xinxin and had forgotten about Song Zile, who was traveling with her. Fortunately, Manager Wang and his team were thorough and helped me fill in a lot of holes. Xu Yui thought secretly in his heart and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Song Zile knew that he had forgotten her, the consequences would be unimaginable and would be cruel. Shen Xinxin, who was standing by, didn't notice Xu Yui's abnormality, but she also asked Xu Yui curiously. Xiaoyi, who is this Ms. Song? Do you want to join us? Xu Yui heard Shen Xinxin's sweet voice and gradually returned to normal. He smiled and explained. Senior Song is from the same school as us. She has already graduated. She is our senior. She now runs a Chinese medicine store. This time, the company's business expansion is also thanks to Senior Song's help in finding suppliers. Shen Xinxin is quite thick-skinned and has a general understanding of this senior sister Song. When the group arrived at the airport, they saw a tall girl waving and walking towards them in the waiting hall. It was Song Zile, who had arrived at the airport in advance. Hello, Junior Chu, who is the beautiful lady next to you? Upon seeing this, Chu Yui quickly introduced. Senior, this is my girlfriend Shen Xinxin. Xinxin, this is the senior Song Zile I told you about. After Shen Xinxin and Song Zile shook hands in a friendly manner, Song Zile smiled and teased. I didn't expect that Junior Chu would find such a beautiful girl as his girlfriend. It seems that Junior Chu is quite charming. Chu Yui scratched his head awkwardly after hearing this, and then he remembered the boarding announcement, which was a good opportunity to end this awkward topic. Chu Yui hurriedly said. Ticket checking has already started. Let's go quickly so as not to miss the flight. After saying that, Chu Yui took Shen Xinxin's hand and walked towards the boarding gate. The rest of the group followed Chu Yui. Chu Yui and his companions sat in business class and first class. Chu Yui had specifically instructed manager Wang to do so. After all, they were going there with Shen Xinxin and Song Zile, and it would not be good to treat them badly. Chu Yui, Shen Xinxin, Song Zile and manager Wang were all sitting in first class, while the rest of the employees were sitting in business class. After a short while, they landed at the airport near their destination. When they walked out of the airport, manager Wang had already arranged 2 business class cars waiting outside. After everyone got on the bus, Song Zile gave the driver an address, and the group headed towards their destination, Heelan Town. Although the name of Heelan Town is similar to that of the Netherlands, it has nothing to do with the Netherlands. The altitude here is high, there are many mountains, and the climate is relatively humid. It is precisely because of its unique geographical advantages that it has become a major production area of Chinese herbal medicine. About 2 hours later, the convoy finally arrived at Heelan Town, where a petite girl was standing in front of the door waiting. After getting off the car, Song Zile excitedly hugged the thin girl. Xiaojin, we haven't seen each other since we graduated from college. I really miss you. Song Zile said excitedly. On the contrary, the girl smiled faintly, hugged Song Zile gently, and did not say much. Chu Yui saw how the two communicated and roughly knew that this girl named Xiaojin should be a relatively introverted and steady girl. Communicating with this kind of girl is generally very smooth, and rationality over emotion may be the best way to communicate. Song Zile also thought that he was here for business, and there were a bunch of people waiting behind him, so he let go of the girl in his arms and introduced her to Chu Yui and his group. Mr. Chu, this is my college classmate, Wang Xinxin. After graduating from college, in order to help her hometown get rich, she returned to her hometown to plant and cultivate traditional Chinese medicine. Hello, senior sister Wang, I'm Chu Yui. Senior sister Song must have already discussed the purpose of my visit with you. How about we find a suitable place to discuss it in detail? After saying that, Chu Yui and Wang Xinxin shook hands with each other. Hello, Mr. Chu, let's go inside and talk first. After saying that, Wang Xinxin led Chu Yui and his group into the house. Chapter 80, he looks like a rich young man, but he is actually very scheming. Chu Yui and his group followed Wang Xinxin's footsteps and entered a relatively old house. After Chu Yui sat down, he looked around and found that although the overall look was a bit shabby, the basic electrical appliances were still fully equipped. After Wang Xinxin poured tea for everyone present, she smiled and said, Everyone, please taste this poor tea. This is the tea tree grown by our villagers. I think it tastes good. Shen Xinxin took a sip of the tea and found that although it was not as fragrant as the can of tea that Chu Yui had given to her grandfather before, it was still considered a top-quality tea. Everyone present, especially the middle-aged men represented by manager Wang, nodded after tasting the food. These people also like to drink some tea on a daily basis and have some knowledge about tea. As for Chu Yui, he was used to drinking the second-generation Dahongpo, and he didn't know much about tea, so he just felt that this tea had a different feeling from Dahongpo. Wang Xinxin saw that everyone was satisfied with the tea, and her originally nervous face became a little happy, and then she continued. Mr. Chu, and everyone else, I believe you have heard about my situation from Lele. The main purpose of my return to my hometown is to lead everyone to help farmers and get rich. We used to be a poor town, but with the help of the country, we have successfully escaped poverty, but the road to wealth is still very difficult. Chu Yui nodded after hearing this. He admired Wang Xinxin, a responsible and hard-working girl, so he also said, Senior Wang, I have already understood your general situation, so I will explain directly that the main purpose of our visit this time is to ensure the supply of Chinese medicinal materials, so this time we want to cooperate with you. If there are no problems, this will definitely bring relatively objective benefits to the villagers. Of course, I will not deduct the fruits of farmers' labor like other unscrupulous manufacturers, so please rest assured. Chu Yui calmly expressed the purpose of his visit. Although the shortage of raw materials was very serious, he still couldn't let others see that he was in a hurry. After listening to Chu Yui's purpose, Wang Jinjin nodded. In fact, she had been trying to find some companies to cooperate with, but nothing happened. Now that she finally had the opportunity, she naturally had to seize it. Boss Chu, if you are not tired now, I can take you to visit our environment and introduce it to you in detail. After hearing this, Chu Yui nodded, then stood up. The group also stood up with Chu Yui and followed Wang Jinjin's steps. Boss Chu, although the conditions on this mountain are not suitable for growing food, after my investigation, I found that growing Chinese medicinal herbs is a good economic product. In addition, it is close to the authentic production area, and the soil, climate and other conditions are basically similar, so the quality of the medicinal herbs is also relatively high. While introducing Chu Yui, Wang Jinjin led everyone through the mountain road and finally came to a reclaimed area where several farmers were working hard. Boss Chu, this is one of our lands. In fact, the whole mountain belongs to our town, but because the arable land is very limited and scattered, no one is willing to contract it. Wang Jinjin explained briefly to Chu Yui. Chu Yui nodded and said, Senior Wang, can you give us some samples? We will send them back to the company for testing to see if they meet our requirements. Wang Jinjin readily agreed to Chu Yui's request. After a brief inspection, Chu Yui and his party returned to the yard at the foot of the mountain for some final discussions. Senior Wang, although the conditions for producing medicinal materials here are indeed good, the meager output may not be able to meet the needs of our company, and the medicinal materials produced are too single. Wang Jinjin seemed to have known Chu Yui's concerns for a long time and said, Mr. Chu, you can rest assured about the production volume. I know the leaders of the surrounding villages, big and small, and the medicinal materials they produce can definitely meet your requirements. If you are really worried, I can ask them to send samples to your company for testing. Chu Yui had already done the research, and he said this just to let Wang Jinjin speak out herself to prevent himself from revealing his intentions too early. Chu Yui nodded after hearing this and continued. If the yield is sufficient, I still think it's better to concentrate on growing only one drug. If it's too dispersed, there may still be a problem of insufficient supply. Besides, the economics of this drug are also very impressive. What do you think? Manager Wang was stunned by Chu Yui's words. He knew before that Chu Yui was a scheming person, and this time he finally saw through it. The ability to completely hide one's purpose and achieve the desired effect is extremely terrifying. Shen Xinxin was listening carefully to Chu Yui's conversation. She felt that Chu Yui, who was working seriously, seemed more mature and stable, which was quite different from his usual self. Indeed, this is also my plan. If Mr. Chu is willing to cooperate with us, we are also willing to make adjustments according to Mr. Chu's wishes. Wang Jinjin said seriously. Chu Yui shook his head after hearing this. This sudden action scared Wang Jinjin. He said, Senior Wang, we are not actually cooperating with you, but are more like acquiring you. Acquisition? Wang Jinjin didn't quite understand what it meant. That's right. What I mean is that the products you produce must be in accordance with my wishes, that is, the company's wishes, and all of your qualified medicinal materials must be purchased by us. Of course, the price will be clearly marked and can be discussed. Chu Yui said. We will also help you with the corresponding equipment, including the purchase of harvesting equipment and fertilizers. All you have to do is to provide the labor, and you don't have to worry about the cost. Wang Jinjin was a little confused by Chu Yui's words. In other words, we are only responsible for production, and the rest of the operating costs are borne by the company? That's right. We will also purchase the products at normal market prices and pay farmers a basic wage. I will let the company negotiate with you on the details. Do you think you are willing to accept this condition? To be honest, these conditions are very generous. It is equivalent to going from a farmer who depends on the weather for his livelihood to an employee of a company. Wang Jinjin had no reason to refuse. Wang Jinjin thought for a while and said, I will discuss this with all the people in charge around here right away, and I will give you an answer once we have concluded the discussion. Chu Yui nodded and said, We have something else to discuss right now. Give me a call after you're done. Let's exchange contact information. Wang Jinjin quickly took out her cell phone and exchanged contact information with Chu Yui. Then Chu Yui and his group drove towards a nearby town. Chu Yui plans to look for a location for the branch first. Chapter 81 The Evil Ringtone. After Chu Yui left Wang Jinjin, he drove towards a nearby town. He plans to look for the address of the branch first. Heilin Town is not particularly far from the city center here. It takes about 20 minutes to drive to the city center. In the car, Manager Wang and Chu Yui briefly introduced the company's current survey results and preliminarily assessed that there are 3 locations that are more suitable for the location of the branch. After Chu Yui got a general understanding, he also arrived in Yulin City next to Heilin Town. Although it is located in the mountains, its development is still very good, with complete infrastructure and convenient transportation. Chu Yui and his group had no plans to play around in the city first, and drove directly to the first selected location. When we arrived at the first site, we found a white-haired old man standing at the door. Because this is the area selected by Manager Wang and the entire company team as the most suitable for the branch, we came here first to take a look. When the gray-haired old man saw Chu Yui and others getting off the car, he walked up tremblingly with a cane. "Boss Chu, Manager Wang, hello. I am the original owner of this old brick factory. My name is Huang Xinxin." "Hello, Mr. Huang. We came here specifically to take a look at the factory here. Could you please introduce it to us?" Chu Yui responded politely. "Oh, it's no trouble, no trouble. I'm so happy that you're willing to take over. I'm old and it's time for me to retire. It's time for a new owner to take over here." Afterwards, the old man took Chu Yui and his party on a detailed tour and introduced the general situation. This brick factory has moved to a new location due to its backward production conditions. The city area is not very prosperous and other facilities are complete, so this place has become a deserted lot. Chu Yui saw that behind the 4-story office building was a very large open space. It used to be where bricks were produced, but now the equipment had been moved away, leaving this large open space. Chu Yui also understood why Manager Wang recommended this place first. It has a large area and is close to the highway, with convenient transportation, which is suitable for the storage and transportation of medicinal materials. This is indeed the best place for the branch company. After looking around, Old Man Huang asked Chu Yui who was behind him. "Boss Chu, what do you think of the situation here?" "Mr. Huang, to be honest, although the transportation here is very convenient, it still has many shortcomings. If we want to make corrections, it will not only take a long time, but also require a lot of investment." In fact, Chu Yui didn't need any investment in rectification at all. It was just a transit station. He thought that Old Man Huang didn't know their main business anyway, so he planned to test Old Man Huang first. Old Man Huang also understood what Chu Yui said next. After all, he was a man with rich experience. He naturally knew the little tricks behind this young boy Chu Yui. He just wanted him to lower the price. "Boss Chu, although our place is indeed rather shabby, the location is good and the transportation is very convenient. I am selling it at a price that is much lower than the market price, which is already the lowest price." Mr. Huang does not intend to continue to lower the price. Chu Yui smiled and said, "Mr. Huang, the geographical location here is good, but it is only relative to Yulin City. It is almost impossible to attract businesses from outside the city now. Young people are moving out. We still have to bear this risk." Mr. Huang thought for a moment and asked directly, "Boss Chu, it would be better if we just talk it out directly. How about this? I'll give you a 10% discount on the original price, which is 180 million. How about that?" Chu Yui originally planned to get it for 200 to 300 million, but of course his expectations were not certain. 120 million, 40% off, this price is very reasonable in this area, you will definitely not suffer any loss. Old Man Huang originally bought it for 100 million yuan, so he would not suffer any loss, but the profit of only 20 million yuan still made him feel comfortable. But then I thought that it was just as Chu Yui said, the development here has been very slow, and the labor force is flowing out. If I miss this opportunity, there is a high probability that I will suffer a loss. Chu Yui was the first to notice Old Man Huang's hesitation. Originally, the valuation mentioned by Manager Wang was only 180 million. He just wanted to find out the old man's bottom line, but he didn't expect that he would succeed. Manager Wang was also shocked. Chu Yui directly cut the price in half. No one would probably agree to this price. After thinking for a long time, Old Man Huang said, "No, 40% is too low, the minimum is 25%. With the help of the system, Chu Yui can feel more intuitively than a normal person that Old Man Huang's aura is weakening, which means that he is wavering. Let's give 40% and we can sign the agreement right away." If Mr. Huang still doesn't agree, then we can only look for another place. After saying that, Chu Yui pretended to leave. Wait, okay, 40%. When Old Man Huang saw that Chu Yui and his group were indeed about to leave, he immediately shouted. When Chu Yui heard the Old Man Huang's voice, he also stopped and turned back with a smile and said, "It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Huang. Let's sign the contract first." Manager Wang then brought his people to discuss the specific details of the contract with Old Man Huang. During this period, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin were finally able to enjoy some time alone together. Chu Yui took Shen Xinxin for a walk in the city. Although it was not as prosperous as Shanghai, it was also a special kind of fun to walk on unfamiliar streets with the one you love. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin held hands, bought some local snacks, and then found a park nearby to sit down. Shen Xinxin placed their holding hands on her thighs and said with a smile, "Xiaoyi, why do I feel that you are completely different from the you I knew before?" Chu Yui was eating a bunch of unknown desserts. After hearing what Shen Xinxin said, he stopped what he was doing, looked at Shen Xinxin next to him strangely, and asked, It's different there, but I don't think anything is different." Shen Xinxin smiled and said, "You always look dull at home, but you are very serious at work, and you speak in a very set way. I never see you talk so well normally." Chu Yui smiled awkwardly and said, "Am I really this dumb normally? Besides, you're different now." "What's different?" Shen Xinxin asked doubtfully. "Before, you had such a cold look on your face, as if you wanted to keep people away from you, but now you're like a kitten." "Like a kitten? Good for you, is this how I look to you?" Shen Xinxin puffed up her cheeks angrily and pretended to reach out and pinch Chu Yui's ears. Seeing this, Chu Yui hurriedly grabbed Shen Xinxin's other hand that was stretched out to him, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. Chu Yui looked at Shen Xinxin's face so close to him, and his heart began to beat fast. Shen Xinxin's face also flushed and she gently closed her eyes. Just as Chu Yui's face slowly approached and was about to touch Shen Xinxin's warm red lips. Ding-a-ling. Chu Yui's cell phone rang at this moment. Chapter 82. Who doesn't tea like a boss who likes to raise wages? Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. Chu Yui's cell phone suddenly rang. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin were both in a state of high tension. They were both scared when the cell phone rang. They put their foreheads on each other before their lips. Chu Yui rubbed his forehead, which was hurt by the collision, and took out his cell phone from his pocket. He saw that it was Manager Wang calling, and answered the call with an angry look on his face. "Hey, what's up?" Manager Wang on the other end heard Chu Yui's very angry tone and felt very puzzled for a moment, but he didn't think much about it and said, "Boss Chu, we have already finished our discussion. Do we need to go back to Helan Town now and wait for news?" After Chu Yui heard that it was just this trivial matter, he agreed casually and hung up the phone. He put the phone back into his pocket and looked at Shen Xinxin next to him again. He found that Shen Xinxin had buried her head in her clothes and was constantly rubbing her forehead. Chu Yui smiled and patted Shen Xinxin's shoulder. It was impossible for the two of them to return to the original atmosphere, so he said, "Let's go, Xinxin. Manager Wang and the others are still waiting for us to go back." Shen Xinxin nodded, her little head buried under her clothes a few times, but there was no movement. Chu Yui stood up and walked to Shen Xinxin, then squatted down, gently held Shen Xinxin's little face with both hands, and slowly lifted it up. When Chu Yui saw a red mark on Shen Xinxin's flushed forehead, he couldn't help laughing. "Why are you laughing? Is there something on my face?" Shen Xinxin said with a shy and puzzled look on her face. "No, it's just that there's a red spot on your forehead, and it feels like Erlangshen." The red mark on his forehead, coupled with his already blushing face from shyness, made him look even funnier. Shen Xinxin rolled her eyes at Chu Yui and said, "What's so funny about this? You have a red mark on your forehead too. Stop laughing." Shen Xinxin pinched Chu Yui's ears with both hands, causing Chu Yui to lose control of his facial expression. His smiling face instantly twisted into a frown. Seeing that Chu Yui stopped smiling, Shen Xinxin let go of Chu Yui's ears with satisfaction. Now Chu Yui's forehead was not only red, but his ears were also red. After a little fight, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin returned to their original place. They got in the car with Manager Wang and his party, left the city and drove towards Helan Town. When the group just returned to the small bungalow in the village at the foot of the mountain, they found Wang Jinjin, Song Zile, and some others discussing something in the yard. Chu Yui didn't hesitate and got out of the car and walked into the yard. Wang Jinjin saw Chu Yui coming back and said, "Boss Chu, we are still discussing some things now." Everyone still has some questions. I wonder if Boss Chu can answer them for everyone. Xu Yui nodded, then sat on the stool Song Zile found, in front of everyone, and said with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Xu Yui. Now everyone should have heard what senior sister Wang said about the specific situation. Our proposal can drive the further development of the local economy, but the specific situation still needs to be analyzed specifically. If you have any questions, you can speak freely. If we can answer them, we will know the answers. If we can't answer them, we will discuss them further. After Xu Yui finished speaking, almost no one present dared to speak. After all, Xu Yui's aura was quite strong, and his status was relatively high, which naturally gave everyone present a sense of oppression. Wang Xinxin saw that everyone was a little afraid to speak, so she took the lead and asked. Mr. Chu, it is a very good thing that our traditional Chinese medicine has a very stable sales channel, but I would like to ask how to ensure the stability of the sales price. After all, the price of traditional Chinese medicine in the market is constantly fluctuating. Xu Yui thought about it carefully and waved to Manager Wang. After Manager Wang brought a stool and sat next to Xu Yui said, I know that everyone is very concerned about the profit of medicinal materials, but due to market factors, the price of medicinal materials will inevitably not be particularly stable. My initial plan is to set a guaranteed price based on the current market situation. If the market price is higher than the guaranteed price, it will be purchased at the market price. If the market price is lower than the guaranteed price, it will be purchased at the guaranteed price. The specific rules will be discussed with everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thanks to Wang Xinxin's initiation, everyone discovered that Xu Yui was actually a relatively kind person, so everyone became more enthusiastic about asking questions. However, Xu Yui was not a sucker. He would not be able to answer all the questions even if he talked till his lips were weary. So he left some questions to Manager Wang to answer. Xu Yui and Manager Wang answered all the questions, including how to attract workers to return home, cost issues, basic wages, etc. Boss Chu's move is really brilliant. Nowadays, the money that young people earn in a month in big cities is not as good as the conditions provided by Boss Chu. This will definitely attract many young people to return to the village to start businesses. Yes, I feel that working with Mr. Chu can make us rich. The persons in charge and some villagers present were having a heated discussion, while Xu Yui and his group had been invited by Wang Xinxin to go into the house to have tea and rest. Mr. Chu, thank you for helping us solve a big problem. I believe that with this decision, the villagers will definitely sign up actively, and it will also attract young people to return to their hometown to work. Wang Xinxin sincerely thanked Xu Yui from the bottom of her heart. Xu Yui waved his hand. After all, he was also a businessman. In the long run, the revenue from ointments and other medicines would definitely bring in a lot of profits, and this cost was nothing at all. You should thank Senior Song. If it weren't for Senior Song's strong recommendation, we wouldn't have known about this place. Xu Yui attributed some of the credit to Song Zile in order to win over Song Zile to join his company. After hearing Xu Yui's words, Song Zile said helplessly, Mr. Chu, there's no need to flatter me. I just provided a connection. After chatting for a while, Xu Yui asked Wang Xinxin to give them some time for private discussion. Wang Xinxin and Song Zile also understood very well, so they left the house. Manager Wang, the specific personnel arrangements for the branch are now left to you. As for repairs and business development, just let the assigned people do it, but you still have to supervise at all times. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I will definitely make clear arrangements. You don't have to worry about it. After hearing this, Xu Yui stopped talking about what he originally wanted to say. Through his experience over this period of time, he felt that Manager Wang was a trustworthy person. So he reconsidered and said, because of the branch's affairs, the burden on you and Manager Luo has increased a lot. How about this? Let the finance department give you and Manager Luo an extra half-month's salary as a bonus tomorrow, and at the same time increase your salary by 50%. What do you think? When Manager Wang heard what Xu Yui said, he happily agreed. He now felt that following Xu Yui was the wisest choice. Who doesn't like a boss who likes to raise wages? As for the employees who have made contributions to the company during this period, please go back and talk to the finance department. Give them bonuses when they are due, approve leave when it is due, and increase their salaries when it is due. Don't mistreat our own employees. Xu Yui said seriously. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll ask the finance and HR departments to make the arrangements when I get back. Now that we have found our own source of supply, we can continue the production of the ointment. Xinxin and I plan to play here for a few days. If there is nothing else, you can choose to leave first and sort things out as soon as possible. Since Shen Xinxin was present, Chu Yui did not say it explicitly, but manager Wang knew it well. Yes, Mr. Chu, I plan to leave early tomorrow morning. Don't worry, your arrangements will be implemented as soon as possible. Chapter 83 Return Trip, Parents Arrive Early. After Chu Yui had explained everything to manager Wang, Chu Yui took Shen Xinxin back to the city and found a seemingly good hotel to stay in. Shen Xinxin originally wanted to invite Song Zile to stay here for a few more days, but Song Zile was still worried about his grandfather and the matters at the Chinese medicine store, so he planned to go back with manager Wang and his group. A few days passed in a flash. Today is the day before the Chinese New Year, and it is also the time for Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin to go home. These past few days, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin had a great time touring many scenic spots in Yun province. Although traveling was very enjoyable, it was also accompanied by fatigue. It's a good opportunity for me to go back and have a day's rest today. Chu Yui's parents will come tomorrow, and I can have a good reunion with Shen Xinxin's family. The two of them packed up a little and boarded the plane to Shanghai. After several hours' journey, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin finally landed at the airport in Shanghai. Chu Yui greeted manager Wang before boarding the plane, so when Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin just came out of the airport, they found that manager Luo and several company employees were waiting for their arrival at the airport. Boss Chu, long time no see. Last time, due to the company's business issues, I could only let manager Wang come with you to inspect. I'm really sorry. When manager Luo saw Chu Yui coming out, he hurried forward to take the souvenirs and specialties of various sizes from Chu Yui's hands, then handed them to the two employees behind him, and shook hands and chatted with Chu Yui. Then I guess manager Wang didn't come this time because he was busy? Chu Yui joked to manager Luo with a smile. Boss Chu is really a discerning person. Manager Wang is busy in a meeting about the branch office right now, so I have to come alone to greet you. Manager Luo replied. Chu Yui took the suitcase from Shen Xinxin and heard what manager Luo said. I called you, not to ask you to come in person. Just ask two employees to come. You two should handle the matters. You don't have to come in person. Boss Chu, when manager Wang and I are busy, the other one will be free. Sometimes it just happens. By the way, Boss Chu, the car is waiting outside. Let's get in quickly. Manager Luo made a gesture to invite them in. Chu Yui didn't hesitate anymore and followed manager Luo and Shen Xinxin to walk outside. Just go back to the Haijing Villa district. After Chu Yui got in the car, he said to the driver. After the driver agreed, he stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the Seaview Villa area. When they arrived at the gate of the villa area, they were stopped by the security guard as expected. When the security guard found that the people in the car were Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin, he greeted them politely and opened the door to let them in. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin planned to go directly to Old Man Shen's house first. According to Chu Yui's understanding of his grandfather, he was most likely playing chess at Old Man Shen's house. As for why didn't he do it at home, after all, I had only moved into my home a short time ago, and some things were not prepared thoroughly enough. So Chu Yui threw his suitcase directly in the yard of his villa, and returned to Haijing Villa number 6 with Shen Xinxin. After Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin went in, just as Chu Yui had expected, his grandfather was drinking tea and chatting with Mr. Shen in the living room. Grandpa Chu, we are back. Shen Xinxin was still very excited to return home. She shouted excitedly as soon as she saw Mr. Shen and Mr. Chu. Oh, it's Xinxin and the others who are back. I was just discussing with Brother Chu when you two would be back. Mr. Fawn was also very happy to see the two of them come back. Mr. Chu also said. Glad you're back. Lunch is being prepared and it should be ready soon. You two should go and pack up and get ready for lunch. After hearing this, Shen Xinxin agreed, took the suitcase from Chu Yui and walked towards her room. Chu Yui placed the remaining large and small packages of local specialties and souvenirs on the table in the living room and said. Grandpa Shen, these are some famous local specialties that Xinxin and I picked. They taste pretty good. You can try them too. Mr. Shen motioned Chu Yui to sit down quickly, and began to ask whether the two of them had a good time on the trip, whether there were any fun things to do, etc. By the time Shen Xinxin came out of the bedroom, lunch was ready, and the four of them, grandparents and grandchildren, began to eat in the dining room. At the dinner table, Chu Yui's grandfather took the lead in saying, Xiaoyi, your parents were supposed to come tomorrow, but the school closed a day earlier. Your mother just called me and told me that they will be here this afternoon. After dinner, we will go back and clean up the house. Xu Yui was quite surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that his parents could come early. On other days, he might not be able to see his parents on New Year's Eve. It seems that my parents really attach great importance to this meeting between the in-laws. Xu Yui thought to himself. Shen Xinxin, who was standing by, was very happy after hearing this, and said to Mr. Shen and Mr. Chu. Great, Uncle Chu and Aunt Zhao are here. Grandpa, how about calling my parents over tonight and having dinner together? After hearing Shen Xinxin's proposal, Mr. Shen shook his head and said. I discussed this with your Grandpa Chu, and I think it would be best for your uncle and aunt to take a day off after coming all the way here. Tomorrow is the little New Year, and your parents still have a lot of things to do at the company, so it's not a good idea to suddenly change plans. After hearing what Mr. Shen said, Shen Xinxin nodded and felt that what her grandfather said made sense. After lunch, Xu Yui went back with his grandfather. Xu Yui also had to pack his luggage, clean the house and arrange the room in preparation for the arrival of his parents. Of course, it is impossible for my grandfather and I to clean the house. The villa and yard are so big. Not to mention that my grandfather is old and has difficulty walking, it is hard to tell how long it will take for 2 adults to finish the cleaning. He took out his cell phone and called his old friend Lang Chi, asking him to send a cleaning team to help clean up. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yui washed up and prepared to lie down on the bed to rest for a while. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. When Xu Yui woke up, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. When he walked out of the bedroom, he found that the whole house was tidy and his grandfather was drinking tea and watching TV in the living room. Xu Yui's grandfather saw Xu Yui wake up and said with a smile. The cleaner you asked for has already finished cleaning. I saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you up. As for your own room, you can just clean it yourself. Xu Yui scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. At this moment, Xu Yui's cell phone suddenly rang, and he found that it was his father calling. Could it be that my parents have already reached the door and were stopped by the security guard? Xu Yui thought. When Xu Yui picked up the phone, he heard his father's slightly panicked voice. Xiaoyi, something happened. Chapter 84 Emergency Moment, Helicopter Dispatched. Xiaoyi, something happened. Xu Yui's father Chu Jianghua said nervously. Xu Yui heard his father's anxious tone and quickly comforted him. Dad, don't be nervous. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Xiaoyi, your mother and I are on our way from Suzhou to Shanghai. A pregnant woman who was about to give birth is in our car. We have called 120 and 110, but they still have some time to arrive. The pregnant woman is in danger now. The nearby hospital is still far away. I'm afraid it's too late. After listening to Chu Jianghua's narration, Xu Yui realized that there was nothing wrong with his parents, and he felt relieved. However, he did not neglect it and quickly said, Dad, ask Mom to turn on the shared location. I'll be there soon. Xu Yui then hung up the phone, took out his coat from the cloakroom, put it on and called Manager Wang. Manager Wang, I need to rush to a place right now. It's not far away, but time is tight. Do you have any way to get a helicopter? Boss Chu, there is a helicopter on the roof of our company, don't you know? Xu Yui was shocked when he heard what Manager Wang said. He had indeed never seen nor heard anyone talk about the existence of this helicopter. However, human lives were at stake, and Xu Yui could no longer hesitate. He said directly. The helicopter is on standby now. I will depart as soon as I arrive at the company in 10 minutes. Yes. Manager Wang also heard Xu Yui's urgency and didn't waste any time. The moment Xu Yui hung up, he called the relevant person in charge. Xu Yui did not explain the situation to his grandfather. He simply said that his parents were rescuing people and that he needed to go and support them. Then he took the elevator to the underground garage. Xu Yui stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. The journey that originally took more than 10 minutes was shortened to 8 minutes by Xu Yui. Without any traffic regulations, Xu Yui secretly thanked his luck that he did not encounter any red lights along the way. Xu Yui followed Manager Wang to the top floor in a hurry. After sending the coordinates to the pilot, the helicopter took off immediately and flew quickly towards the coordinates. On the plane, Xu Yui found the phone number of Jiang Tao, the head of Shanghai Huzhong Private Hospital, which was given to him by the system, on his mobile phone and dialed it directly. On the other side, in the office of Shanghai Huzhong Hospital, Jiang Tao was studying an academic paper. Suddenly a phone call came in, disrupting his originally concentrated thoughts. He picked up the phone impatiently, took a look, and found that it was the boss who had acquired the hospital before but had never shown up, so he hurriedly answered the phone. Before he could say a few words to Chu Yui said directly on the other end of the phone, "There is a pregnant woman who is about to give birth and is on her way here. The situation is extremely urgent. Please immediately arrange a special channel and a doctor, and be on standby at any time." Although Jiang Tao is also a researcher, he is also the person in charge of the entire hospital, so he naturally remains calm in the face of danger. "Yes. Mr. Chu, I'll arrange it right away." "Wait, does the hospital have a landing pad?" Xu Yui asked. "Yes, it's on the roof." "Okay, clear the tarmac for me. We will land on the tarmac and have medical personnel on standby there." After Chu Yui finished the arrangements, he hung up the phone. Then he called his mother and asked his father to stop driving and wait for a while, as he would be there soon. The reason why Chu Yui made such a tight schedule was that, on the one hand, he knew the character of his parents. If something unexpected really happened, he was afraid that he would not be able to spend this new year peacefully. On the other hand, it is also the result of being influenced by my parents for a long time. After everything was arranged, Chu Yui asked the pilot when he would arrive at the designated location. The pilot said confidently that they could arrive in 5 minutes. It would only take 10 minutes to go back and forth, which is many times faster than driving a car. Finally, having some free time, Chu Yui turned around and asked Manager Wang, who was accompanying him. "Manager Wang, you're hiding this really well. Are you not going to tell me that our company has a helicopter if I don't use it?" "Mr. Chu, you misunderstood. This helicopter was actually funded by Miss Lin, and we only found the pilot when we went to Yun Province a few days ago," Manager Wang said cautiously. "Ms. Lin? What Miss Lin?" After hearing what Manager Wang said, Chu Yui was also full of questions. "Boss Chu, this is Miss Lin, one of our company's shareholders. Her father is the former company's CEO." After Manager Wang's explanation, Chu Yui remembered Lin Ruoshi. He didn't expect that he had promised her that the company would be taken over by her in the future, but she ended up getting a helicopter for the company. "Don't you need a permit to fly a helicopter in the city? I heard that Beijing is pretty strict about that." Chu Yui leaned back in his chair and asked while resting. "Mr. Chu, you are worrying too much. Shanghai currently does not have strict control over helicopters. Previously, there was news that fireworks would be banned, but it has not been clearly issued yet." Chu Yui closed his eyes and did not respond to Manager Wang's words. He thought to himself, "If we really ban fireworks here like in the novels, it would take away a lot of the festive atmosphere. It's better not to ban it." After a while, the helicopter arrived at the coordinate area, found an open space and landed slowly. Chu Yui immediately called his father and asked him to drive the car directly to the location of the helicopter. After a while, Chu Yui saw his father's car coming in front of him. Chu Yui's father got out of the car first and opened the back door. A strange man and a pregnant woman came out. Both of them had some blood on their bodies. Mother Chu also got down from the co-pilot seat and worked with Father Chu and the strange man to transfer the pregnant woman to the helicopter. Chu Yui told his parents to gather directly at the Shanghai Huzhong Hospital, and then he immediately flew to the hospital by helicopter. Sweat and blood mixed together on the pregnant woman's face, and her face was squeezed together because of pain. The strange man was also holding the pregnant woman's hand and constantly encouraging her. Although Chu Yui didn't know the specific situation, the only thing he needed to do now was to ensure the safety of the pregnant woman. 5 minutes later, the helicopter landed at Shanghai Huzhong Hospital. There were many doctors on standby at the helipad, and as soon as the helicopter landed, they immediately provided comprehensive treatment to the pregnant woman and the strange man. Chu Yui and Manager Wang, led by Jiang Tao, entered the Huzhong Hospital. Chapter 85 Causes and Consequences, Mother and Child Are Safe. Jiang Tao took Chu Yui and Manager Wang into his office. "Mr. Chu, please rest assured. Our hospital has professional doctors and the follow-up treatment plan has been arranged. As long as there are no accidents, there will be no problems." When Chu Yui heard Jiang Tao's words, he didn't say anything, but just nodded. He sent a message to his mother. The pregnant woman has arrived safely at the hospital and is now receiving safe treatment. Then he put the phone back into his pocket and looked at Jiang Tao, who was sitting opposite him with a smile. He found that compared with Manager Wang, Jiang Tao looked very young, probably around 30 years old. "Mr. Chu, let me introduce myself first. I am the dean of this hospital. I am also a researcher and doctor. I am currently in charge of the operation of the entire hospital and related research on disease treatment. Xu Yui nodded after hearing this. With such great achievements at such a young age, his abilities are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hello, Dean Jiang, this is also the first time we meet. However, I haven't met you before because I was too busy and couldn't spare the time to come here for a field observation. I hope Dean Jiang can forgive me. Xu Yui is still as kind as usual. As long as there is no important incident, Xu Yui's attitude towards his subordinates is still very easygoing. Boss Chu, what are you talking about? According to common sense, I should be the one to contact you, but I also know that Boss Chu must be very busy, plus I usually have to manage and do scientific research, so it took me so long. Jiang Tao said politely. Xu Yui naturally understood that this was just a courtesy between people. If he didn't take part in it personally, others would understand that he just didn't want to manage these trivial matters, that is, he wanted to be a hands-off boss, so naturally, no one would report anything important to him. But Xu Yui is not a fool. Since President Jiang gave him a way out, he naturally had no reason not to do so. By the way, Dean Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Manager Wang from the pharmaceutical company. He is mainly responsible for the company's management. There is also a manager Luo. I will introduce him to you later when I have time. Dean Jiang and Manager Wang simply stood up and shook hands, and that was enough to say they were acquainted. When Jiang Tao sat down again, he asked Xu Yui in confusion. Mr. Chu, you said you are currently managing a pharmaceutical company? That's right. In addition to the company that Manager Wang manages, which mainly deals in traditional Chinese medicine, there is also Rongfa Pharmaceutical Technology Company. You should have heard of this name. Rongfa Company? What a coincidence. Some of our hospital's drugs and medical tests have close cooperation with Rongfa Pharmaceutical. I didn't expect Rongfa Pharmaceutical to be your company as well. Jiang Tao was still quite shocked. Doesn't that mean that the money the hospital gives to Rongfa now belongs to the internal circulation of funds, and is self-produced and self-sold? But apart from shareholders, who cares about this issue? Anyway, one's monthly salary is fixed, and there may be bonuses occasionally, but that has nothing to do with the entire company. Just as Jiang Tao and Xu Yui continued to discuss the current development of the hospital, Xu Yui's cell phone rang. Xu Yui saw that it was his father calling. Hey, Xiaoyi, your mother and I are downstairs in Huzhong Hospital. Where are you now? Dad, I'll pick you up downstairs now. Xu Yui hung up the phone after he finished speaking and stood up and said to Jiang Tao. We'll talk about the details later. Now I have to go downstairs to pick up my parents. Jiang Tao naturally also heard what Xu Yui said, so he took the initiative to stand up and walk downstairs with Xu Yui. Xu Yui did not stop them. Since they had to introduce themselves to each other anyway, they might as well go down together so that it would be easier for them to get to know each other. When Xu Yui came downstairs, he saw his parents waiting in front of the hospital gate, so he quickened his pace and shouted. Mom and Dad, we are here. When Xu Jianghua and Zhao Yan saw their son, they hurried over to greet him. Mom and Dad, don't worry. There is no problem now. Let me introduce you. This is Director Jiang of Huzhong Hospital. Jiang Tao stretched out his hand to Xu Jianghua, the father of Xu, and said with a smile. Uncle Xu, this is our first meeting, please take care of me. It was the first time for Xu Jianghua to meet such a big shot in person, and he seemed a little nervous. However, he changed his mind and thought that his son was now a big shot, so he was not too nervous and shook hands with Jiang Tao in a friendly manner. Xu Yui continued to introduce. This is my colleague, Manager Wang. I don't deserve it. Mr. Chu is my boss, but he can't be considered a colleague. Manager Wang also smiled and shook hands with Xu Yui's parents. Although Manager Wang knew that Xu Yui was usually a very good boss who would be decisive and resolute in dealing with problems, he did not expect that Xu Yui would actually call him a colleague, which made him a little flattered. Boss Chu, Uncle and Aunt, and Manager Wang, why don't we go to my office to discuss it in detail? Jiang Tao proposed directly. Xu Yui nodded, feeling that it was inappropriate to chat at the entrance of the hospital, so she returned to Jiang Tao's office. Xu Yui and her parents sat down on the sofa, while Dean Jiang made a pot of tea and poured a cup for everyone. Mom and Dad, why did you suddenly come to Shanghai with a couple covered in injuries? Xu Yui had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Now that everything was arranged, he could finally ask his father the reason. Xu Jianghua took a sip of tea and sighed. This pregnant woman is actually due to give birth tomorrow. The couple was going to make an appointment to be hospitalized for observation today, but they encountered a very fast car on the road and hit them from the side. Fortunately, the car did not overturn and the two were only scratched by the glass, but because of the shock, the pregnant woman gave birth prematurely. Your mother and I happened to pass by, and the front of the car was scrapped, so it was definitely impossible to drive normally, so your mother and I took the two people to a nearby hospital. Xu Yui understood the whole story after hearing this, but there was still one question that puzzled Xu Yui. Dad, where is the perpetrator? The perpetrators drove away, but I called 110. The police are coming soon and they want to take statements from the couple and us. Chu Jiangwei replied. Zhang Tao, who was standing by, heard that the police would be coming to investigate the case, so he stood up and went outside the office to make a phone call, asking everyone to cooperate with the investigation. After Zhang Tao finished the call and returned to the house, a doctor ran over in a hurry and said to Zhang Tao in the house, Director Jiang, the mother and child are safe and sound. Both the child and the mother are in stable condition. However, in order to prevent internal injuries, the hospital is now conducting a comprehensive examination of the couple. If the examination is correct, there will be no problem. Chapter 86 Dad, you can just drive whichever car of mine you like. After the doctor finished speaking, he handed the examination report to Dean Jiang. After hearing the doctor's report, Dean Jiang took a quick look at it, nodded, then turned to look at Chu Yui and said, Boss Chu, the patient's condition has stabilized, the mother and child are safe, and nothing serious is happening now. If you have anything else to do, you can leave without worry. Dean Jiang is not deaf. He can tell from the conversation between Chu Yui and his parents that Chu Yui's parents came back specially for the reunion, so the family definitely needs some time to get together. After hearing what Dean Jiang said, Chu Yui glanced at his parents and asked, Can we go check on the patient? He felt that given his mother's personality, she would only be able to let go completely after seeing it with her own eyes. Dean Jiang understood what Chu Yui meant, so he said, Boss Chu, I know what you mean, but the patients have just recovered from the shock and their wounds have just been treated, so they need to rest. Dean Jiang did not point it out directly. He felt that it would be better for Chu Yui to speak out about this matter himself. After thinking for a while, Chu Yui said to Chu Jianghua and Zhao Yan, Director Jiang is right. The patients are still very weak and have just calmed down from the shock. If we rush over now, it will only increase their psychological burden. So let's not go for now. These words were apparently addressed to Dean Jiang, but were actually addressed to his own parents. He felt that since the patient had been handed over to the hospital and it was specially arranged by him, there would be absolutely no problem, and it would be better to leave the follow-up processing to Director Jiang. However, you still need to make it clear to your parents about the subtleties of the things they do, so as to help them put their worries aside. That's right, Mr. Chu, how about having dinner at my place? Dean Jiang allowed Chu Yui to continue the performance, which also gave Chu Yui a reason to go back. After hearing this, Chu Yui smiled and shook his head and said, We won't bother you, Dean Jiang. If any subsequent patients ask us about this, you can just fool them. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After that, Chu Yui said to his parents, Mom, Dad, Xinxin and Grandpa are waiting for you at home. Let's go home first. After hearing what Chu Yui said, Chu Jianghua and Zhao Yan nodded, stood up and went downstairs with Chu Yui. As soon as he walked out of the office, Chu Yui looked back at Manager Wang who was following behind him and said, Manager Wang, you can return by helicopter. I'll go ahead. Manager Wang waved goodbye to Chu Yui and took the elevator to the top floor. Chu Yui and his parents returned to his father's car. After opening the door, he found that there was indeed a lot of blood in the back seat, so he said to his father, Dad, this car has been around for so long, it's time to change it. I happen to have a few new cars in my garage. You can drive back any one you like. If you don't like it, we can buy another one we like in Shanghai during the holidays. Chu Yui's father bought the car when he was in elementary school, but he usually rides an electric bike since his work is close to school. Now the car is too old, and it's time to buy a new one. Chu Yui had previously given his parents 5 million to help them improve their living conditions, but his parents were used to living a simple life, so it seemed more reliable to just give it to them directly. Xiaoyi, Mom and Dad know that you are successful now, but there is nothing wrong with this car, so there is no need to buy a new one. Zhao Yan replied. As for Chu Jianghua, he is a man after all, and he is still very interested in cars. However, due to his personality, he also said, Yeah, Xiaoyi, listen to your mother and don't spend money recklessly. Shu Yui smiled and didn't say anything. He just asked the hospital volunteers for a large piece of plastic film, spread it on the back seat, and let his parents sit on it. Then he got into the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator to drive towards the villa area. It can't be considered as wasting money just to open the ready-made ones in the garage, and they are all given by the system. Shu Yui thought to himself while driving. After a while, Shu Yui drove to the gate of Haijing Villa District. After Shu Yui greeted the security guard, he drove into the villa's underground garage. Along the way, Xu Jianghua and Jia Yan were both very surprised to see the decoration of the entire villa area, which they had only seen on TV. After Chu Yui parked the car, he got out of the car with his parents. After Chu Yui took his parents' suitcases, he motioned for his father to look at the car next to him and said with a smile, "Dad, look at these cars in the garage. Except for the business car and the Ferrari LaFerrari, which I still have to use, you can drive any of the other cars you like back home. But there are only 2 seats, so only you and Mom can sit there." Jia Yan had no interest in cars or anything like that. She just thought her son's car looked very expensive, and Xu Jianghua's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw it. Sports cars are a man's romance. Xu Jianghua looked at the Porsche 911, Lamborghini Neo, and the world-famous LaFerrari in the garage. Even the business cars were extremely luxurious. Although Xu Jianghua was drooling at what he saw, he still kept his composure. "Xiaoyi, the cars here are too expensive and not suitable for Dad. If Dad suddenly drives back in a luxury car, what will those parents and classmates think, right?" Xu Yui thought about it and felt that what his father said made some sense. Although this was a gift from his son, most people who didn't understand would point fingers at him behind his back. "It seems that I have to buy a low-key car for my dad in the future," Xu Yui thought to himself. He has now made up his mind to replace his father's car. First, his father's car is really old and shabby. Second, the bloodstains on the back seat are not easy to clean and look a bit creepy. After a while, Xu Yui took his parents to the lobby of the villa by elevator. Xu Yui's parents were already surprised by the appearance of the villa from the outside, but they didn't expect that the inside was even more shocking. "I feel that the area of my small home multiplied by 10 is not as large as the area of the entire villa, not to mention the underground and above-ground areas." Xu Yui first brought his parents to the designated bedroom and asked his father and mother to change their clothes that were accidentally stained with blood. After Xu Yui's parents changed, Xu Yui took them to visit the entire villa, including the outside courtyard and outdoor swimming pool, as well as the underground wine cellar. In the wine cellar, Xu Yui was so surprised when he introduced to his parents that these red wines were all 1982 Lafite. Seeing that his parents were so interested, Xu Yui also brought a bottle of red wine and prepared to go to Mr. Shen's house in the evening to taste it together. When it was almost time for dinner, Shen Xinxin called Xu Yui. After Xu Yui answered the phone, he said to his parents who were sitting in the living room drinking the second-generation Dahongpo tea, "Mom and Dad, Shen Xinxin just called and said dinner is ready. Grandpa is there too. Let's go over there now." After hearing this, Xu Jianghua and Jia Yan also stood up and followed Xu Yui towards Villa number 6. Chapter 87 Visiting Mr. Shen. Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin's homes were not too far away from each other, only about 5 minutes' walk. When Xu Yui, Xu Jianghua, and Jia Yan arrived at the door of Villa number 6, they found Shen Xinxin standing at the door to greet them. Before Xu Yui could speak, Jia Yan, who was following behind Xu Yui, walked over excitedly and said with a smile on her face, "Hey, Xinxin, don't wait for us outside in such a cold day. What if you catch a cold?" Because the sky had already darkened, Shen Xinxin only saw 3 dark shadows walking towards her. It was not until she heard Jia Yan's voice that she was sure it was Xu Yui and the others, so she hurried towards Jia Yan. "Auntie, I'm wearing thick clothes, so I'm not cold. I'm just too excited to see you." Shen Xinxin and Jia Yan hugged each other as soon as they met, which made Xu Yui and Xu Jianghua behind them feel like outsiders. However, considering my mother is usually very enthusiastic, it is normal. If it weren't for her identity as a teacher that added a layer of color to her image, I'm afraid many children would be willing to play with Xiao Yan. I usually teach as a teacher in school, and after get off work I have to help many neighborhood children with their homework at home, so the strict image of a teacher is formed. Zhao Yan was naturally very happy to see that besides the naughty boy in her own family, there was another child who liked her and was close to her. What's more, this was an excellent child and would become the child of her daughter-in-law in the future. After the two hugged for a while, Shen Xinxin said, "Auntie, uncle, let's go inside and rest and chat. It's quite cold outside." Yes, you see, I just said it, but I forgot it in the blink of an eye because of excitement." Come on, Xinxin, let's go into the house. Zhao Yan looked at Shen Xinxin with a loving smile on her face, and she really liked her more and more the more she looked at her. Then Shen Xinxin took Zhao Yan's arm and walked into the villa courtyard, leaving Chu Yui and Chu Jiangguo alone in the cold winter wind. Dad, why do I feel like we two are the outsiders who are here as guests? Chu Yui said to Chu Jiangguo as they walked towards the interior of the villa. Your mother is just like that. Maybe she has been suppressing herself for a long time and suddenly she is letting it out. At least this way, there won't be those weird mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships in the short videos on mobile phones. Chu Jiangguo said to Chu Yui a little helplessly. After Chu Yui and Chu Jiangguo entered the villa, they saw Mr. Chu and Mr. Shen sitting in the living room playing chess and chatting. When Elder Shen saw Chu Yui and his group coming, he quickly put down the chess piece in his hand, stood up to greet them, and said, "Oh, you are finally here, come sit down and have some tea and rest." After Chu Yui and his family sat down on the sofa, Mr. Shen said while making tea, Xin has been talking about you since this morning. How are you now, my dear relatives? If you have any problems, I know many foreign experts who can definitely cure all your problems. Chu Jiangguo, who was sitting opposite Chu Yui, seemed a little nervous. After hearing Mr. Shen's concern, he quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Shen. Last time, it was just a minor problem and it was fine after a few days of rest. Now he is full of energy." After hearing this, Mr. Shen burst into laughter, while Mr. Chu beside him also looked puzzled. "Brother Shen, have you met before?" "Of course. Xinxin told us before that her father-in-law was ill. Xinxin's parents and I were so worried that we went straight to Hangzhou to visit him. That meeting was too hasty, so we must have a good reunion this time." After hearing what Mr. Shen said, Mr. Chu looked at Chu Jiangguo in confusion. Zhao Yan saw that his father's face was not right, so he answered first. "Dad, Jiangguo and I didn't tell you because we were afraid you would worry. Besides, it's not a big deal. You just need to stay in the hospital for a few days to recuperate." When Mr. Shen saw this scene, he paused for a moment, as if he had accidentally revealed the matter. Old Master Chu wasn't actually angry. He knew that his children didn't want him to worry, but as a father, he would still worry about his children no matter how old he was. However, seeing that Chu Jiangguo looked very good, he stopped asking questions. Chu Jiangguo felt relieved when he saw that his father's expression had eased a lot. Seeing that his grandfather was in a much better mood, Chu Yui quickly diverted everyone's attention and said to everyone with a smile, "By the way, it's time for dinner now. I'm hungry. Why don't we go have dinner first and then chat after dinner?" Yes, you see I forgot, the food is ready, how about we eat and talk at the same time?" Mr. Shen also replied along with Chu Yui. After everyone sat down at the table, Zhao Yan was the first to notice something was wrong, so she asked Shen Xinxin, who was sitting next to Chu Yui. "Xinxin, where are your parents? Why don't I see them here?" "Auntie, my parents won't be back until tomorrow. And tomorrow is also New Year's Eve, so it's a good opportunity for us to get together and have a meal," Shen Xinxin said with a smile. After hearing this, Zhao Yan couldn't help but say, "Oh, your parents are so busy, but they still took time out to visit your uncle. That's really thoughtful of them." Dinner was quickly finished. Chu Yui's family and Shen Xinxin's family chatted very harmoniously. In short, there were all kinds of praises and wishes, which made both Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin feel extremely shy. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Chu Yui saw that his parents were still chatting with Mr. Shen and had no intention of going back, so he reminded them. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, it's getting late, and Grandpa Shen should rest. Let's go back and rest. Xinxin's parents will be here tomorrow, so it won't be too late to talk then." After hearing what their son said, Zhao Yan and Chu Jiangguo also felt that it made sense, so after saying goodbye to Mr. Shen and Shen Xinxin, they left Villa number 6 and walked towards their own home. By the time the family entered the villa, Chu Yui had already made all the arrangements. In addition, he was a little tired from the sudden unexpected situation that happened this afternoon, so after saying hello to his family, he went upstairs to his bedroom to sleep. Chu Yui took a quick shower in the bathroom and the bedroom and then threw himself directly onto the bed. At this time, the voice of the system came out. "Host, can you give me some help? Please complete the task I gave you quickly, and I can assign you the next task." After Chu Yui heard the system's voice, he turned over impatiently and said to the system, "The tasks you assigned to me became increasingly difficult after leaving the novice village, and you still complained that I was taking so long to complete them. Now I am only letting you and Shen Xinxin's relationship take a step further, but you are so slow, are you still a man?" Shu Yui heard that the tone of the system was different from before. It was just a normal teasing before, but now it has evolved into a double attack of language and tone. Of course, love is something that should be left to nature. You said that if we take one step closer, we can take another step forward. Shu Yui said. Host, please hurry up. However, this time I am not responding to you because of this. The system store has been refreshed. Shanghai Renqin Wedding Company will sell it to you for 100 million yuan. What do you think, host? Chapter 88 System Concretization, a gift for dad. Host, please hurry up. However, this time I am not responding to you because of this. The system store has been refreshed. Shanghai Renqin Wedding Company will sell it to you for 100 million yuan. What do you think, host? After Chu Yui heard what the system said, he also murmured in his heart. System, your tone of voice is not usually like this. Why did it suddenly become more annoying? Because the host usually speaks in such a way that he deserves a beating. This is the result of continuous learning from the host. Please reflect on this yourself. Shu Yui was speechless for a while. He was usually like this only when chatting with his roommates. Normally, he was a very civilized young man of the new era. System, you don't want to learn the good things about me, but insist on learning some miscellaneous things. These words are just jokes between good brothers. I am not like this normally. Host, can't we be considered friends? As soon as the system said this, Shu Yui was speechless. After all, the system was the only one who could be by his side 24 hours a day. Although it was not a human and they had never met, it was also an inseparable friend. Host, what you think in your heart is open and transparent to me. I can tell you clearly, and I can let you see my existence. Then Shu Yui saw a virtual image that looked like a girl appear in front of him. Shu Yui almost choked. He coughed a few times and cursed in his heart. System, you did this on purpose. Your voice is so obviously mechanical, how could you be a girl? And you are a higher dimensional creature, how could you have the same gender as us humans? Host, this is a concrete image that I mixed based on the characteristics of the girls you usually like in your mobile phone videos. If you don't like it, I can also turn into a man. No, you should stay like this. Shu Yui couldn't help feeling scared when she thought that there was always a man in her mind, but at least women could accept it. Shu Yui paused for a moment, looked at the virtual image in front of him, and said, System, you refused so straightforwardly when I asked you to sell things at a lower price before, but now you suddenly learn how to bargain on your own? Is there something fishy going on with this wedding company? Products from this system must be top-notch. This wedding company is currently the largest and most luxurious company in Shanghai. If this system didn't want to help you expand your business empire, it wouldn't sell it to you at such a low price. The system also became a little arrogant, Shu Yui said with a smile. I've always been in the medical industry. This is too big a leap, right? Going straight to the wedding industry? And your bargain is too high, 100 million, why don't you just go and rob it? Host, please don't cry poor to this system. I know how much money you have better than you do. Do you think I don't know about your previous dividend of nearly 6 billion? Shu Yui sighed helplessly. You asking for 100 million all of a sudden is just like having 60 yuan in your hand and suddenly spending 1 yuan. It's not land in the Shanghai Stock Exchange, so it can still appreciate in value. Okay, confirm the purchase. Shu Yui no longer hesitated. He really wanted to lie down, watch some short videos, and then have a good sleep. Congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. The relevant contract and specific information have been placed in the study. Don't forget to check carefully when you wake up tomorrow. Then the system's virtual image disappeared. About half an hour later, Shu Yui gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Shu Yui woke up from his bed in a daze. He had a nightmare last night. He dreamed that he had come to a beautiful place where cherry blossoms were in full bloom, but he always felt that he had lost something. He got up and went to the bathroom and the bedroom to wash his face. After restoring his spirit to his best condition, he walked out of the bedroom. Shen Xinxin's parents are coming today, so I should tidy up a bit. Chu Yui came to the kitchen and found that her mother had almost prepared breakfast. Chu Yui looked at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, knowing that his mother should have woken up long ago, so he said, Mom, why don't we find a few nannies like Xinxin's family, so you don't have to be so tired? You little brat, you only know how to waste money. Besides, if you find a nanny now, I will live with your dad for a while and then leave, which won't save me much effort. Zhao Yan said with a smile on her face. Hey, Xiaoyi, take me and your dad to buy some gifts for Xinxin's family this morning. Xu Yui was sitting at the dining table eating buns. When he heard what his mother said, he couldn't help but wonder. Mom, didn't we already visit yesterday? Wouldn't it be a bit late to send it now? It was because of that incident yesterday. Originally, your father and I thought it would be more appropriate to go to Shanghai to buy some gifts, but we got so busy that we forgot. Zhao Yan couldn't help but sigh. Xu Yui did not hesitate and directly accepted his mother's invitation. When Xu Jianguo woke up, Xu Yui had already finished breakfast and went out to see something. Old Man Xu also got up early in the morning to go play birds and chess with Old Man Shen. Only Zhao Yan was still waiting for him to come down for dinner. Yan, where is Xiaoyi? Haven't you told him to go shopping for gifts with us today? Xu Jianguo asked doubtfully. I definitely told him, but he said it was still early and he had to deal with something first and go back in the afternoon. I saw Xinxin's parents wouldn't arrive until the evening and they had plenty of time, so I let him leave first. Zhao Yan replied while drinking millet porridge. Around 10 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Jianguo and Zhao Yan were watching a quiz show on TV in the living room. Suddenly, Xu Jianguo's cell phone rang. After finding out it was his son calling, he picked up the phone. Dad, come out with Mom quickly. I have something to tell you. Before Xu Jianguo could speak, Xu Yui's voice was heard from the other end of the line. Xu Jianguo and Zhao Yan looked puzzled, but they followed Xu Yui's request and walked out of the villa. When they walked into the courtyard, they saw a black car parked in front of the villa and Xu Yui was waving at them. After the two walked out of the gate, Xu Yui pointed at the two cars and said, Mom and Dad, my garage is full of two-seater cars, so I can't take you to buy gifts. I just bought an Audi A8L for Dad. It's low-key and spacious, and it's very suitable for Dad. After saying that, Xu Yui opened the driver's door, pushed his father in, and then pushed his mother to the back seat. Although Xu Jianguo felt sorry for his son's money, he couldn't help but gently stroke the steering wheel when he saw such a luxurious car. He was so happy in his heart. Zhao Yan also looked at the decoration inside the car with surprise. It was completely different from the original car. Xiaoyi, this car should be very expensive. Zhao Yan asked Xu Yui. Xu Yui shook his head and said with a smile. The price is not a problem, as long as you and Dad like it. Besides, it's not very expensive, less than 2 million. Xu Yui did not intend to hide it from his parents. After all, his parents now knew his strength, and now he just needed to help his parents gradually adapt to this environment. Less than 2 million. After hearing what Xu Yui said, Xu Jianguo and Zhao Yan looked at the car in shock. Chapter 89, New Year's Eve Reunion Marriage? Less than 2 million. After hearing what Xu Yui said, Xu Jianguo and Zhao Yan looked at the car in shock. Xu Yui smiled, sat in the back seat of the car with her mother, and said to her father, Dad, why don't you try out your new car quickly and go to the mall to pick out some gifts for Mr. Shen and the others? It's only 10 o'clock now anyway, and there are still 2 hours until lunchtime. Although Xu Jianguo was still in shock, he behaved very honestly. He couldn't wait to start the car and drove away with his foot on the accelerator. Xu Jianguo specifically chose a shopping mall that was far away from here as the navigation destination. After Xu Jianguo drove the car to the shopping mall, he found a parking space and stopped. Dad, are you satisfied with this car? If not, there are other cars in the garage. As I said, drive them wherever you like. After Xu Yui and his group got off the car, Xu Yui asked his father. After hearing this, Xu Jianguo scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, Xiaoyi, I'm already very satisfied with the car you suddenly gave me. I, your dad, am not suitable for driving those luxury cars in the garage. It's fine to drive them occasionally to satisfy my desire. Xu Yui could see that his father was very satisfied with the car, and he was very happy. He smiled and patted his father on the shoulder and said, That's absolutely no problem. When I have some free time during the new year, I'll take you out to try your hand at driving. Xu Jianguo also laughed after hearing this and said, Why do you say that as if it were a big brother talking to a little brother? Zhao Yan, who was standing by, looked at her husband's happy face and felt that buying this car was well worth it. After arriving at the mall, Zhao Yan became very excited, contrary to her usual behavior. She took the father and son around everywhere, making Xu Yui and Xu Jianguo very tired. Xu Yui looked at Xu Jianguo, who was as tired and had leg pain as himself, and said, Dad, is Mom always like this when she goes shopping? Who can stand this? It's been like this since your mom and I first met. This is probably the instinct of most girls to like shopping, but it's really a bit overwhelming. Chu Jianghua said helplessly while gasping for breath. Xu Yui knew that if he continued to stroll like this, he would definitely get tired, so he had to think of a way to stop his mother's enthusiasm for shopping, so he spoke to his mother in front of him. Mom, it's almost noon, and Grandpa is still waiting for us to have dinner at home. Why don't we just pick some gifts at random? How can that be possible? This is our first official meeting, and we must choose the gift carefully so that others can see our sincerity. Mother Jiayan still looked excited, taking Chu Yui and Chu Jianggui to various shops. At about 11:30, Chu Yui's phone rang. He found out that it was Shen Xinxin calling, so he quickly picked up the phone. Hey, Shelly, lunch will be ready soon. Grandpa Chu is playing chess with Grandpa, so why don't you and your uncle and aunt come here to eat at noon today? Shen Xinxin's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Xu Yui glanced at his excited mother and thought that he could finally take a break during lunch break, so he talked to Shen Xinxin and then said to Jia Yan. Mom, Xinxin asked us to go over for lunch, why don't we go back first and come back in the afternoon? Is your grandfather also at Xinxin's place? Yes, Xinxin said that Grandpa was playing chess with Grandpa Shen. Xu Yui didn't understand why her mother asked this question. Give me the phone number, I'll talk to Xinxin. Xu Yui handed the phone to Zhao Yan. After seeing his mother walking away with the phone, he saw her talking to Shen Xinxin in a low voice and smiling. However, it was a rare opportunity for Chu Yui and Chu Jianghua to take a break, so they found 2 chairs nearby and sat down. When Zhao Yan came back, she handed the phone to Chu Yui and said, I've already made an appointment with Xinxin. Let your grandfather have a meal there at noon today. Let's find a place outside to have lunch and then continue to choose gifts. After hearing this, Chu Yui couldn't help but look at his father. Seeing Chu Jianghua also had a speechless expression, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, Xinxin is not so enthusiastic about shopping. Afterwards, Xu Yui and his group went to Heidileo in the mall and had a delicious meal, then continued their arduous journey of choosing gifts. After Zhao Yan chose the gift, Xu Yui and his group were about to leave the mall and go home. Xu Yui noticed that his mother seemed very interested in the jewelry displayed in the jewelry store near the mall entrance, but his mother just took a look and then walked out of the mall. Xu Yui glanced at his father and found that his father didn't notice his mother's little thoughts at all, and couldn't help but sigh. My family is frugal to begin with, and apart from the jewelry my mother gave me when I got married, it seems that she has never bought any other jewelry. But in the final analysis, it is because my father is too straight. It is the nature of most girls to like this kind of things. Xu Yui thought that since she had bought a car for her father, it would be a good opportunity to give her mother a set of jewelry and buy a New Year's gift for Shen Xinxin as well. By the time Xu Yui and his group returned home, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Xinxin's parents would be here soon, so Chu Yui and Chu Jianghua took the time to rest. After Shen Xinxin sent a message to Chu Yui went to Xinxin's house with his parents. After Chu Yui's family arrived at Shen Xinxin's house, they exchanged a few words of greeting and then sat on the sofa and started chatting. Zhao Yan and Shen Xinxin's mother Qin Shouyun seemed like best friends who had known each other for several years and seemed to have endless topics to talk about. On the other hand, Xu Jianghua and Xin Guoliang clearly felt the nervousness that normal people would feel when meeting their in-laws for the first time. As for Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin, they had already gone to Shen Xinxin's bedroom to chat. Since they had met before, they didn't care much about etiquette. They were just shy there, praising each other and joking around. Soon the nanny prepared dinner. The tension between Xu Jianghua, Xin Guoliang, and the 2 grandfathers was gone, and they all started drinking. The wine was naturally not white wine, but the 1982 Lafite brought by Chu Yui. Shen Guoliang applauded after tasting it. Zhao Yan and Qin Shouyun didn't know what to talk about anymore. They were always smiling. After a while, Qin Shouyun said to Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin, Xinxin and Xiaoyi, why don't you 2 get married as soon as possible? Your Aunt Zhao and I both want to have grandchildren soon. Yes, it's just right to give birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and each of us can hold one, so there's no need to fight over it. Zhao Yan also looked at Chu Yui and the others with a smile. Chu Yui's hand, which was originally picking up the food, trembled suddenly, and he suddenly remembered that the damn system had inexplicably given him a wedding company. He felt extremely ashamed and couldn't help but think that the system guy did it on purpose. Chapter 90 System, you'd better explain it to me clearly. Chu Yui cursed the system in his heart to relieve his inner tension. He glanced at Shen Xinxin, who was sitting next to him, and found that Shen Xinxin's face had successfully reddened to a new level, so Chu Yui gently held Shen Xinxin's hand and tried to remain calm and said, "Aunt Liang, doesn't the law stipulate that men can only get married when they are 22 years old? I am only 19 this year. If I want to get married, I have to wait a few more years, not to mention that we are still in college." After hearing Chu Yui's words, Aunt Liang smiled and joked. "Yan, you see, Xiaoyi and Xinxin really took it seriously. Your mother and I were just too happy. We were just joking. We, the older generation, won't interfere too much with you." Zhao Yan couldn't help laughing when she heard this and responded. "Yes, you can see Xinxin's face is all red. But of course, the sooner you get married, the better. It's best to get it done when you are old enough." The four men of Chu Jiangwei really couldn't say anything about these things, but looking at the reactions of the two children, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin, they couldn't help but feel very happy. The sumptuous dinner was soon over, and the washing up work was left to the nannies. Both Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin's families sat in the living room chatting, but Zhao Yan and Liang Xiaoyun were the most cheerful ones. "My dear relatives, why don't you just live here with Xiaoyi? The conditions here are among the best in the country. What's more, Xiaoyi is young and promising now, so he doesn't have to work so hard anymore. It's also convenient for you to stay here and watch your grandchildren," Liang Xiaoyun suggested to Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan actually wanted to live here directly because the environment here is good, it is very convenient, and it is close to her son. But after all, as a teacher, she has a very heavy responsibility. So he smiled, shook his head and said, "No, the workload for graduating classes is very heavy now. Those kids work day and night to get into a good university. As teachers, we must give them our utmost support." When Qin Xiaoyun heard what Zhao Yan said, she shook her head helplessly. She was the same. She ran the company and sometimes she was called to deal with things on New Year's Eve. But Zhao Yan then smiled and said, "But I'm going to retire soon, so I'll just have to teach this class of graduates and retire in 3 years. By then, Xiaoyi will be a senior, so it'll be a good time for her to get married and have kids." Qin Xiaoyun also said after hearing this, "After 3 years, maybe I will step back and let's take care of the children together. Xiaoyi, try to have 2 children, one for me and one for your mom." However, there was no response to this statement. It turned out that before this, Chu Yui had heard his mother and Shen Xinxin's mother chatting enthusiastically, and had predicted that this kind of thing would happen, so after exchanging glances with Shen Xinxin, he quietly slipped away with Shen Xinxin. On the other side, Shen Xinxin's bedroom. Chu Yui sat on the chair with a tired look on his face, feeling as tired as if he was forced to get married by his mother and his girlfriend's mother. Shen Xinxin looked at Chu Yui slumped in the chair and couldn't help laughing. She patted Chu Yui's thigh gently and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, Xiaoyi. I didn't expect my mother to be so, enthusiastic. Thank you for helping me out at that time." After Chu Yui heard what Shen Xinxin said, he also straightened up and waved his hand. "But in the end, I failed to save the situation. As for enthusiasm, my mother and aunt are evenly matched." It was the first time that Shen Xinxin saw Chu Yui so tired, so she comforted him. "Xiaoyi, since your parents and my parents have already met today, they won't be so excited in the future, and they probably won't talk about such embarrassing topics anymore." "I hope so." Chu Yui lay on the chair, looking at the ceiling, muttering. Chu Yui and his family did not return home until very late yesterday from Shen Xinxin's house. It was only after Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin's constant persuasion that they were successfully persuaded to return home. Chu Yui returned to his bedroom. He was too lazy to take a shower and planned to take off his clothes and go to bed. At this time, the system's voice sounded very annoying. "Host, you are embarrassed if you want to, why do you keep scolding me? I gave you a good company out of kindness, and this is how you treat your sponsor." Chu Yui was furious when he heard the system was still complaining about him, and he said directly, "System, you better explain yourself to me. You gave me a wedding company for no apparent reason. You clearly know that I am in the medical field now, so how can I be in the mood to manage a wedding company? Host, this is your short-sightedness. You want to build a business empire in the future, so you have to be involved in every field. Besides, you are going to get married in the future." These words of the system were exactly what it had said when it had fooled him before. But Chu Yui is not a fool. He was given a wedding company yesterday, and today he was teased by his mother and Shen Xinxin's mother. Shouldn't he be given directly to a confinement center in the future? If the host wants, it is not impossible. I will make an exception and give you a confinement center. What do you think? Xu Yui no longer looked at the virtual images presented by the system. He really had no way to deal with the system. But when he closed his eyes, after a brief period of darkness, the system's imaging could still be seen, which frightened Xu Yui so much that he opened his eyes and said angrily, "System, you still don't think you deserve a beating enough, right?" The virtual images of this system can be formed directly on the host's retina. Don't think that out of sight, out of mind. Xu Yui was about to start the Gatling mode and say hello to the system's family. Well, although he didn't know whether it had any family, it would be fun anyway. When Xu Yui ran out of ammunition and food, the system's voice sounded. "Thank you, host, for helping me understand the techniques of cursing in my environment. To express my gratitude and apology, I will directly give you a Calbanim deep sea blue diamond, which is worth more than 2 billion. Xu Yui was still in a very good mood after cursing, but he didn't understand what the system was mumbling at all. He only heard that it was worth more than 2 billion. What card, what sea? Xu Yui asked in confusion. Calbanim deep sea blue diamond is known as the symbol of love. I know the host has never heard of it, or rather the entire world has never heard of it. However, from now on, this name will spread among the world's wealthy circles. Fuck, system, you are worthy of being like this, you are invincible, you can even do such an inhumane thing. Chapter 91 Live Theater. Fuck, system, you are worthy of being like this, you are invincible, you can even do such an inhumane thing. Xu Yui truly and sincerely admires the power of the system. Host, now that I am no longer angry, I will just briefly mention my previous teasing of you. As for the blue diamond, put it in the safe in the villa before you get up tomorrow morning. You finally admitted that you teased me on purpose before. Xu Yui has a love-hate relationship with this system. The next day, Xu Yui woke up early in the morning and hurried to the study. He opened the door of the safe and found a huge, sparkling blue diamond placed very neatly in the safe. There was also a small bag next to it. After Xu Yui opened it, he found that it was filled with various certificates. The system is quite comprehensive, even the grading certificate is a one-stop solution, but this gem doesn't look like something that can be produced on Earth. Xu Yui thought secretly. Of course, this is transmitted by this system from a planet hundreds of light years away from the Earth. Don't worry, there is no radiation, no virus, and it is absolutely safe. It's just that the original ecological environment of the Earth cannot produce such a large diamond. Xu Yui looked at the diamond, which was the size of his fist, and nodded with great satisfaction. He thought that he should give this diamond to Shen Xinxin when they got married. No, why did I suddenly bring up the topic of marriage? Xu Yui muttered as he returned to the bedroom, changed his clothes, and went downstairs to the living room. Xu Yui found that his father and mother were still asleep, and his grandfather's bedroom door was open. He must have gone to the park to exercise or to play with Shen Xinxin's grandfather. Xu Yui felt very happy that his grandfather had finally found a reliable friend. How about introducing Mr. Fong to Grandpa and Grandpa Shen? Xu Yui walked out of the villa and headed towards the breakfast shop outside while thinking. Shen Xinxin's parents left Mr. Shen's house early this morning because the company is at the critical end of the year. It seems that they will not be able to come again until 2 or 3 days before New Year's Eve. Although his mom and dad no longer had Shen Xinxin's parents to chat and relieve their boredom, he had just bought his dad a brand new car, and when they had nothing to do, he would drive them out for a ride. Before Xu Yui could finish his thought, he arrived at the breakfast shop. Xu Yui casually bought a few cups of soy milk and some buns, then walked home with his breakfast. Today he planned to go to the jewelry store that his mother liked before to see if there were any new and interesting things as gifts for his mother, Xinxin, and Aunt Qin. After Xu Yui returned home and had breakfast, he found that his parents were still not awake. It should be because of the excessive work pressure and because he came home too late last night. After Xu Yui cleaned up the table, he took the elevator to the underground garage and drove his beloved Ferrari LaFerrari towards the shopping mall where he had been yesterday. At the entrance of the shopping mall, a girl with light makeup on was holding up her mobile phone and broadcasting live. Although there were less than 200 viewers on the phone, the girl was still working hard to increase the popularity of the live broadcast room. Let's interview passers-by at the mall and see what they like to buy for the new year. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was constantly refreshing. Although there were few people, the audience's enthusiasm for interaction was very high due to the young lady's vitality. Young people now think that the Spring Festival is just an ordinary holiday, just a deal with relatives coming home. User 9523 posted a comment. Yes, the New Year atmosphere has really faded a lot now. If the young lady can really find some young people to prepare New Year's goods, I will perform a headstand to wash your hair for everyone. User I only know how to brag online posted a comment. The young lady interviewed many passers-by in a row, and basically they all said that they came to do their nails, get a haircut, etc., and they did not prepare any New Year's goods. At this time, Xu Yui parked his car in the parking lot of the mall and walked towards the mall. He happened to be spotted by the young lady who was live streaming at the entrance of the mall. So the young lady quickly ran to Xu Yui and asked with a smile, "Classmate, I'm doing a live broadcast right now. Can you do a simple interview?" Xu Yui was stunned for a moment, but replied very naturally, "Of course, but please go a little faster." "No problem. May I ask what you are doing in the mall this time, or what are you buying?" The young lady was a little dazed when she saw Xu Yui's appearance and gentle demeanor, but she quickly recovered. "I'm here to pick out gifts for my mom and girlfriend," Xu Yui said without thinking too much. User 9523 said, "Judging from his age and clothes, this guy should be just an ordinary college student. He still thought of buying gifts for his girlfriend and mother during the spring festival. He is really thoughtful." Chicken you are not very beautiful said, "Yes, just by thinking of buying a gift for your mother when buying a gift for your girlfriend, you have already defeated 99% of the boys." After hearing Xu Yui's answer, the young lady felt that it was really lucky to be the girlfriend of this handsome boy in front of her, so she continued to ask, "My classmate should be a college student. Would you be willing to tell me which university you are from?" "I'm a freshman at Shanghai Medical University," Xu Yui answered truthfully. "Wow, I'm from the Shanghai Film and Television Academy next to Shanghai Medical University, but I'm already a senior, and I'm currently completing my graduation thesis through live streaming." "So it's you, senior. But I still have to go pick out a gift. I'll excuse myself for now." Xu Yui smiled and said to the young lady in front of him that he didn't intend to spend too much time on this kind of thing, so after saying hello, he went straight to the mall. Before the young lady could react, the comments started to appear on the screen. "Ms. Anchor, I'm really curious about what gift this handsome guy will buy. Why don't you follow him and take a look?" After a user finished speaking, people behind him started posting +1s. After seeing the comment, the young lady quickly shook her head to refuse and said, "It's inappropriate to follow others. They can buy whatever they want. We shouldn't be too curious about other people's affairs," the young lady said to the audience in the live broadcast room with a smile. "Host, there aren't many people coming to the mall this early in the morning, and it's pretty cold outside. We can go in and warm up with the air conditioner, how nice." The young lady was indeed a little moved after seeing this barrage, but when she saw that the number of people in the live broadcast room had risen to 500 when she was not paying attention, she said, "Okay. Then we'll just watch from afar. Please don't gossip about other people's affairs. Gifts are just a token of your thoughtfulness. We got it. Go quickly. We won't be able to find it soon." Everyone in the live broadcast room was aroused by curiosity, and the young lady had no choice but to follow Xu Yui's footsteps into the mall. As soon as the young lady walked into the mall, she found that Xu Yui had actually walked into a gold jewelry store. Chapter 92 Black Card? This guy is actually a hidden rich man? When the live streaming girl entered the mall, she found that Xu Yui went straight to a gold jewelry store. The live broadcast room was boiling with excitement. User 9523 said, "Look at that guy, he actually went to a jewelry store to pick out gifts. Judging from his clothes and appearance, he looks like an ordinary college student. How could he have the money to buy gifts in a place like this? It's hard for users to make money. Is this guy a gigolo? He does look very handsome, but he's still not as good as me." The young lady looked at the scrolling comments in the live broadcast room and became very curious. She actually thought that Xu Yui was just an ordinary college student, and his clothes did not look like a rich boy at all. She had met quite a lot of rich young men, and many of them were able to study in the Film and Television Academy because of their family's strong financial resources. Their wealthy temperament could not be seen at all in Xu Yui. Anchor, stop being in a daze and follow them to see what's going on. The number of people in the live broadcast room gradually increased, and now it is close to 1,000 people. However, the young lady did not read the barrage, but just walked towards Xu Yui's store out of a little curiosity. Xu Yui naturally knew that there was a camera following him, but he didn't think it mattered. There was no need to make irresponsible remarks over such a small matter. Although it did infringe on his rights, he felt that his wealth was not something that needed to be kept secret from others. During the alumni speech before, Fang Xiaoxin directly tricked him onto the podium. Coupled with the various rumors and discussions on the school forum before, now almost everyone in the school knows that there is a wealthy freshman named Xu Yui. When he arrived at the jewelry store, he saw the magnificent decoration, the counters filled with jewelry and gold jewelry, and the security guards standing guard inside, and he couldn't help but feel that it was indeed luxurious. What he didn't know was that even if he bought all the jewelry and gold jewelry in this store, they might not be as good as his villa before. It was just the packaging of capital behind these products and the brainwashing of the masses. Xu Yui looked at the most central location in the entire jewelry store. There were many people gathered around, and 2 security guards standing by to maintain order. It must be a very precious item. Among these people, there was a service staff who was introducing the origin of the gem to the onlookers. As soon as Xu Yui entered the store, a waiter came forward to greet him warmly. "Hello, sir, what do you need to know?" Xu Yui replied politely. "Hello, I want to see some jewelry like diamonds. Can you introduce them to me?" "Of course, sir, please follow me over here." The service staff took Xu Yui to a booth with a smile on his face. Xu Yui took a closer look and saw that they were all jewelry made of gemstones. They looked very dazzling under the light, but he couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw the prices. The service staff who received him naturally noticed the slight change in Xu Yui's face, so he explained. "Sir, we are a very famous company throughout the world. We use only the finest gemstones, so our prices are generally more expensive than some other products on the market." Xu Yui smiled and said to the service staff, "The ones here are a little bit cheaper. Can you take me to your store to choose from the best ones?" The service staff was very surprised when she heard Xu Yui's words. She has been working here for many years. Although her service attitude is equally enthusiastic to everyone, she will also infer the price range that is suitable for the customer based on each person's dress and temperament. Xu Yui in front of them looked like an ordinary college student, which made the service staff feel troubled. "Sir, as I said before, the prices here are relatively high. This may be the most suitable price range." The waitress tried to speak as tactfully as possible, for she knew that young people nowadays have very strong self-esteem. After hearing this, Xu Yui felt that the attitude of the service staff was quite good. He was afraid that if he raised a request in other stores, he might be regarded as looking for trouble and be asked to leave directly. Xu Yui didn't say much, but took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. The service staff was shocked when they saw Xu Yui's black card. This is the highest standard black card of the bank, which often symbolizes extremely high status and financial resources. "I'm sorry, sir, please forgive my strength. The best jewelry we have here is in the inner room. Please follow me, sir." After the service staff respectfully returned the bank card to Xu Yui, he took Xu Yui into the small hall inside the store. The young lady outside the door was very surprised when she saw Xu Yui take out a black card and was inexplicably invited to the inner room by the service staff. "Damn, that's a black card from Shanghai Bank. It is said that only the richest people in the entire Shanghai market can get this black card. I didn't expect that this ordinary-looking college student is actually a rich man." The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room erupted again. Xu Yui was led by the service staff into a smaller room. After the waiter signaled the people inside to open the safe, Xu Yui saw that the entire room was filled with all kinds of priceless jewels. However, in Xu Yui's eyes, these illuminated gems are not as dazzling as the one given by the system under natural light. The service staff at the side carefully introduced each gem to Xu Yui, but Xu Yui felt that none of the gems made him feel familiar at first glance, or rather, resonated with him. Resonance is an illusory thing, but once you have this feeling, you will feel that this is what truly fits your ideas. "Sir, you see, these are the best jewelry we have in our store. Are there any that you are interested in?" the waiter at the side asked. Xu Yui shook his head after hearing this and said with regret, "These all feel a little bit worse. Is there anything better? Money is not a problem. Xu Yui already has tens of billions of liquid funds just from the company's dividends, so he wouldn't care about these small amounts of tens or hundreds of millions." "Ah, sir, our best jewelry is all here. If you need something better, there is only the one shipped from the main store to the exhibition hall outside." "Oh? That place where a group of people are gathered?" When Xu Yui heard what the clerk said, he couldn't help but ask. He originally thought it was some kind of big sale event, but it turned out to be an exhibition. "If you are interested, I can introduce you." Xu Yui nodded, indicating that he wanted to take a look. The staff then took Xu Yui back to the hall and came to the place where a group of people were gathered. Chapter 93. This is what I encountered? I ran into an acquaintance. The staff member brought Chu Yui to the display case, and then spoke to the security guard who was maintaining order nearby. The security guard immediately cleared a path through the crowd. The staff member who was explaining in the middle also left very tactfully. Chu Yui walked into the booth accompanied by the staff. The originally noisy crowd immediately became quiet. There were many rich ladies among them. They were all very curious about who this young man was who was given special treatment by the store manager. Chu Yui looked into the booth and found 3 necklaces inside. The entire necklace was made of gold. Perhaps to make it comfortable to wear, there were no gems inlaid on the entire chain, only the pendant part had gems inlaid. Chu Yui discovered that although the 3 necklaces were of the same style, the gemstones inlaid were significantly different. One is inlaid with a pink heart-shaped gem, the second is inlaid with a yellow sun-shaped gem, and the last is inlaid with a milky white moon-shaped gem, surrounded by some star-shaped gems of corresponding colors. At first glance, Chu Yui felt that it was very suitable for Shen Xinxin and the others. These gems were crystal clear without any impurities. They were definitely top-grade products. The service staff at the side noticed that Chu Yui seemed very interested in these 3 necklaces, so they explained to Chu Yui. Sir, these 3 necklaces were taken out from the main store for the tour. The gemstones on these 3 necklaces were bought by the company at international auctions at high prices. They are all natural gemstones, and they were carved by the world's most famous masters. Before the waiter finished his introduction, Chu Yui interrupted him with a wave of his hand and said directly, "Are these 3 necklaces for sale publicly?" The service staff was slightly stunned by Chu Yui's sudden inquiry, but also hurriedly said, "Sir, the price of the whole set of these 3 necklaces is 260 million. Since the prices of the gemstones are different for each necklace, you can only buy them as a set." After hearing this, Chu Yui felt that the price was not a problem at all, so he said, "I want this whole set, just pay by credit card." Then Chu Yui took out the black card again and handed it to the waiter next to him. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet crowd burst into heated discussion again. "Look, he's actually a black card tycoon. No wonder he didn't even blink when he bought it." Yes, spending nearly 300 million to buy these 3 necklaces is equivalent to the market value of most ordinary companies. Just as Chu Yui was about to follow the staff to leave, a sharp voice cut through the discussions of the crowd. "No! We were here first, so we should be the first to buy." Everyone was startled by the sound, including Chu Yui. I saw a lady who looked to be in her 40s, wearing heavy makeup, and said to Chu Yui angrily, "My husband is still considering whether to buy it. We have been standing here for more than 20 minutes. If we want to buy it, we have to decide on a first-come, first-served basis." Standing next to the lady was a middle-aged Mediterranean uncle of the same age. After hearing what the lady said, he quickly pulled the lady's hand and whispered a reminder. "Don't make a sound. I told you that you can't afford it even if you sell the company. They can easily pay 300 million. Can you please stop embarrassing yourself here?" However, the noble lady at the side did not listen to her husband's advice at all, and directly yelled at her husband. "You agreed to bring me here today and buy whatever I like, but you are such a coward. Anyway, we came here first today to buy these 3 pieces of jewelry, so we should buy them first. That brat is wearing cheap clothes, he must be a gigolo." The lady kept chirping and cursing, and all the audience felt sorry for the man after seeing this. Chu Yui held his forehead and said directly to the staff, "How should your company handle this situation?" Sir, please rest assured, we will deal with it immediately and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Then the service staff gave the security guard a look, and the security guard immediately understood. He then waved to other security guards and directly carried the lady who acted like a shrew out. As for the middle-aged man following her, he had an expression as if he had eaten shit, and he didn't care about the woman who was being carried away and was still cursing, and he just trotted away. After Chu Yui and the service staff came to the VIP reception room, the service staff poured Chu Yui a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Sir, please forgive me for being rude, may I ask your name?" "My last name is Chu." "Okay, Mr. Chu, since the sales rights of this product are in the hands of the head office, please wait for a moment. The head office will send someone to meet you in person soon." Chu Yui nodded after hearing this. After all, this was only for touring, and the branch certainly had no right to discuss it. Besides, he doesn't have anything to do right now, and the company is about to go on holiday, so he should have a very relaxing time during the whole holiday. About 10 minutes later, the service staff who had been chatting with Chu Yui received a phone call and left the VIP reception room. Not long after, a boy in a suit came in, followed by a young man. When Chu Yui saw the person coming, he was shocked and a little emotional. He said in an uncontrollable voice, "Second brother, why is it you?" "Damn it, third brother." The young man was also very surprised when he saw Chu Yui. It was Zhang Haoyu, the second student in the dormitory. The middle-aged man looked at the reactions of the two and asked in confusion, Do you know this Mr. Chu?" "I know him, of course I know him, this is the third roommate in the dormitory I told you about, Chu Yui." The middle-aged man also understood the identity of the visitor. He had heard from his son before that there was a very powerful person in the dormitory. Now he saw it with his own eyes and found that he was indeed worthy of his reputation. So Xiang Qian shook hands with Chu Yui and said, "Boss Chu, nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Jinwei, the manager of the head office, and also Haoyu's father." "Nice to meet you. I've heard from the second brother that he has a very powerful father. Now that we meet in person, it's true." After they chatted for a while, Jiang Jinwei said, "Boss Chu, we should have had a good chat, but the company's affairs are still quite tense right now, so let's get to the point first." Chu Yui nodded and motioned for him to continue. Jiang Jinwei took out a few documents from his bag, put them in front of Chu Yui, and said with a smile, "Boss Chu, although I really want to give you a discount, I am just a small manager. Boss Chu, please sign this document. The selling price is still 260 million. Chu Yui did not hesitate. He just glanced at the contract. It was all about some ordinary purchase matters, so he signed his name decisively. Chu Yui then handed the bank card to Jiang Jinwei. The procedure was completed quickly, and the service staff quickly handed Chu Yui 3 gorgeously packaged necklaces. "Boss Chu, this is our company's VIP black card. You will enjoy the highest preferential treatment in all our company's stores. This is also our business card. If you have any questions, just call me or talk to Yor." After Jiang Jinwei handed the VIP card and business card to Chu Yui, he left with Zhang Haoyu on the pretext that he had other things to do at the company. "Then I should go back too." Chu Yui thought about it and stood up to leave. Chapter 94 Mr. Shen's Thoughts. Chu Yui rejected Jiang Jinwei's request for free home delivery plus a luxurious ceremony, and walked out casually with the box. "I was just planning to give you a casual gift, there's really no need to make such a grand statement." With the farewell of the store manager and employees, Chu Yui walked out of the store. On the other side, the live broadcast lady who was sitting on the stool had been waiting for Chu Yui to come out of the store for another interview, but she waited for a long time and didn't see Chu Yui. "In the end, my feet were sore from waiting, so I just found a seat where I could see the store door and sit down." While the young lady was still chatting with the audience, she suddenly saw Chu Yui walking out of the store door, so she hurriedly followed him with her phone at hand. Chu Yui heard hurried footsteps coming from behind, and turned around to see that it was the senior from another school who had interviewed her before. He actually didn't want to continue wasting time with the young lady, but when he thought about the fact that this senior sister could actually wait for him outside for more than an hour, he cancelled his previous plan to leave quickly. Chu Yui stopped and waited until the young lady ran to him. The young lady panted and said, "Junior, wait a minute, I have something else I want to interview you about. Do you have time?" Chu Yui did not answer the young lady's question, but just gave her a look, indicating that he was short on time and wanted to make it short. The young lady took a deep breath, calmed down a little from her panting state when she ran over, and said, "Junior, I would like to ask, why do you dress so simply to hide your identity as a rich young master?" Chu Yui didn't expect that she would ask such a strange question. It seemed that it was other people's freedom to wear whatever they wanted. But he still said calmly, "Dressing too fancy will make people feel the stink of money. The most important thing about clothes is to keep warm. I like this kind of ordinary, unrestrained dressing." Chu Yui was actually just too lazy, or he had no opportunity to buy some new clothes. The last time he bought clothes was when the eldest brother confessed his love to him, and he bought a suit for each of the 4 roommates in the dormitory. "The clothes I usually wear every day are the ones I bought before I got the system." However, what Chu Yui said was also what he thought in his heart. Although he wanted to hide his strength in school before, after being searched on campus forums time and time again, everyone knew that there was such a person as Chu Yui. Now Chu Yui is not afraid of others caring about his strength, but he will not show off his wealth. Being an ordinary person makes it easier for him to find his true friends. As for the flashy car, Chu Yui thought that it was given by the system anyway, so it would be a loss if he didn't drive it. I have something else to do now, so I'll excuse myself. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing you said wrong. I am a first-generation rich man. After Chu Yui put on a little pretense, he waved goodbye to the young lady and walked towards the parking lot. Only the young lady was left standing there. The comments in the live broadcast room also started to go crazy. Damn, that guy actually said he was a first-generation rich man. Could he be the child father of Tianshan Mountain? The one above, Tianshan Tongla, was a woman, but I never thought that a college student could become so rich on her own. I'm a little envious. Maybe he became like this because of his family connections. How could an ordinary college student become a wealthy man on his own during his freshman year? Some are envious, some are confused, and some are questioning. But Chu Yui didn't want to know about these unnecessary gossips at all, and he couldn't know them. But if you ask him why he became a well-known entrepreneur in Shanghai at such a young age, he will definitely explain it in the same way as his family members did. I was helped by an entrepreneur who helped me start a business, and it just happened to be successful. For Chu Yui, the system is the entrepreneur, so there is nothing wrong with saying this. After Chu Yui arrived at the parking lot, he got in his Ferrari LaFerrari and drove towards home. It was already around 11 o'clock in the morning when he got home. Chu Yui's initial plan was to give gifts to Shen Xinxin, Zhao Yan, and Qin Shouyun on New Year's Eve. As for what gifts to give to others, he still needed to think about it carefully. By the way, I have to visit Teacher Fong and Mr. Fong after the Spring Festival. Chu Yui got out of the car, holding a gift box containing 3 necklaces in her hand, and walked towards the elevator while muttering to herself. When Chu Yui returned home, he found that there was no one in the living room and dining room, so he had to go back to the study and put the necklace in the safe. He thought about it and realized that he did not seem to see the car he gave to his father when he was in the garage. He must have gone out with his mother. As for his grandfather, he was 80% certain that he was at Old Shen's house, so Chu Yui left the villa and walked towards Old Shen's house. After arriving at Mr. Shen's home, we found that Mr. Shen was the only one lying on a grandpa chair in the courtyard basking in the sun. When Mr. Shen saw Chu Yui, he quickly stood up, smiled and patted the stool beside him, motioning Chu Yui to come and sit down. Xiaoyi, why didn't your grandfather come to play chess with me today? Is it because he lost yesterday and was in a bad mood that he didn't come? Mr. Shen said with a smile. Grandpa Shen, I actually came here to look for my grandpa. I didn't expect that he wasn't here with you. I guess he went out shopping with my parents. Chu Yui did not choose to sit down, but was surprised to hear what Mr. Shen said. He did not expect that his grandfather was not here. His grandfather did not like to go out shopping. Was there any other reason? Elder Shen saw Chu Yui's puzzled look and said to comfort him. Xiaoyi, don't worry. How could our old man go out without telling you? He must have gone out with your parents. If you are alone at home, why don't you accompany me for lunch? Xin is not at home either. It hasn't been so quiet since your grandfather came. Chu Yui looked at Mr. Shen and understood why his grandfather and Mr. Shen became close so quickly. Not only did they have similar interests and hobbies, but his personality was also the same as his grandfather's, lonely yet persistent. He saw on Mr. Shen's face the same expression his grandfather had when he was picked up by his parents after graduating from elementary school. It should have been an expression of reluctance, sadness, and loneliness. Chu Yui reorganized his emotions, took the initiative to sit on the stool next to Mr. Shen, and said with a smile. Grandpa Shen, this is easy. I will have dinner with you, Xinxin, and Grandpa when I am free. But it is not good to come here for free meals all the time. Come to our place and try my mom's cooking. Okay, I feel relieved with your words. Mr. Shen's eyes narrowed into slits as he laughed, and he felt that Chu Yui was a real treasure. The elderly also need companionship. Chapter 95, When people are out there, relationships are important. After Chu Yui and Mr. Shen had lunch together, Mr. Shen kindly invited Chu Yui to the living room to rest. After looking at the chess and go on the table in the living room, Mr. Shen asked Chu Yui. Xiaoyi, do you know how to play chess? How about playing a few games with me? Chu Yui nodded and said. My grandfather taught me when I was in elementary school, but I only knew the surface. I am still far from Grandpa Shen's level. After hearing what Chu Yui said, Mr. Shen also laughed. It's okay, Xiaoyi. If you want to learn how to play chess well, you have to play with masters, observe your opponents and summarize your experience. Gradually, you will get it. Come, let's play a game of chess. Chu Yui did not refuse. Anyway, there was nothing else to do at the moment, and it would be nice to accompany Mr. Shen and make him happy. After playing chess for about an hour, Chu Yui ended the game with a complete defeat. Mr. Shen also wanted to take a short rest. Chu Yui could see that Mr. Shen was a little tired, and it was time for a nap, so Chu Yui said goodbye to Mr. Shen and returned home. After Chu Yui returned to his bedroom, he lay on the bed and prepared to take out his mobile phone to watch some short videos. When he took out his phone from his pocket, he found that his mother had sent him a WeChat message. Your father, your grandfather, and I will go home and be back before dinner. You can go out for lunch by yourself. After seeing this, Chu Yui also knew what his parents and grandfather were doing, but the message was sent a little late and he didn't see it. After Chu Yui replied with an OK emoticon, he opened the short video and started to have fun. When he accidentally clicked on the same city, he saw the first video, which was a clip of himself being interviewed by a senior from the Film and Television Academy. The title was, "A wealthy college student suddenly appeared in the Shanghai Stock Exchange and bought a necklace worth 300 million yuan." Chu Yui couldn't help but smile after seeing this. Originally, he didn't intend to care about such meaningless things, but then he changed his mind and thought, if his family and Xinxin and the others got it, then his gift would be exposed in advance. He took a look at the video and found that it was only 5 minutes long. Although the time was very short, it already had more than 300 likes. Chu Yui wanted to contact the blogger who posted the video to delete it, but found out that it was not the account of the young lady who interviewed him. It should be the audience who watched the live broadcast in the morning who recorded and edited it and posted it online. Chu Yui decided to think of another way. In order to prepare a surprise for Shen Xinxin and the others, he tried his best. He quickly called the system. Brother system, can you help me remove all these videos about me? If you can't do that, you can just give me this company. After a brief silence, the system's voice rang out. Host, do you think I'm wishing well? I've asked you to take so long to complete a task. If you don't hurry up, the audience will. How can I give you a new reward? Brother system, I will definitely speed up the task progress. Just this once, please help me. Chu Yui begged desperately to the system in his heart. No, the rules cannot be broken, otherwise you will come to me for anything in the future, and then I will really be a turtle in the wishing well. But I will give the host a suggestion, you still have one chance to use the magic bag. Chu Yui was speechless after hearing this. Such an important opportunity for a lucky bag was inexplicably taken away by the system. This was the last time and he had to save it for the most critical moment. Whether it is career or love, using it at the most critical moment may help him escape from the sea of suffering. Chu Yui had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to ask the system for help. Host, as a future builder of a business empire, I will give you a piece of advice. As a businessman, you must learn to make use of everything around you. Interpersonal relationships are the most important resource. The system's words awakened Chu Yui. Chu Yui then went into the cloakroom, took out the business card that Zhang Haoyu's father had given him this morning, and dialed the number directly. After 2 blind beeps, the phone was answered, and Jiang Jinwei's voice came from the other end. Hello, who are you? Uncle Jiang, I'm Chu Yui, Haoyu's roommate. Oh, it's Mr. Chu. What instructions does Mr. Chu have? Jiang Jinwei said quickly. Uncle Jiang, you don't have to call me Mr. Chu. Haoyu and I are both the second and third elder brothers. You can just call me Xiao Chu. Chu Yui smiled and said that when asking someone to do something for you, you should always have the right attitude. Jiang Jinwei on the other end of the phone hesitated for a while and said, Okay, if there's anything Xiao Chu can help with, I will definitely help you, Uncle Jiang. Since Chu Yui acted like a junior, Jiang Jinwei understood Chu Yui's intention, which was to get closer to him. He also felt that it was definitely a good thing to make friends with such a young entrepreneur. Uncle Jiang, actually, a senior student filmed me shopping at the store this morning, and now some viewers have posted it online. Can you help me delete these videos? And by the way, check the senior student's live broadcast account. I have something to say to her. Chu Yui explained her purpose and thought Jiang Jinwei would hesitate for a while, but she didn't expect Jiang Jinwei to agree very quickly. She only heard the other end of the phone say, Xiao Chu, don't worry about this matter. Protecting the privacy of our customers is also one of our responsibilities. I will contact the person in charge of the short video platform now. Uncle Jiang, just delete the video and tell me the account number. Others have no ill intentions. This is just my request. Jiang Jinwei agreed with a smile, and couldn't help but have a better impression of Chu Yui. Such a broad-minded person will definitely accomplish great things. Previously, Jiang Haoyu told him that one of his roommates had successfully started a business and invited everyone in the dormitory to invest in the technology. Jiang Jinwei thought it was just a small thing, but now it seems that it is not what he thought at all. So after he arranged Chu Yui's request, he called his son. Hey, Yuer, where are you now? Dad, I'm studying in the company now, what's the matter? I want to ask, what is the name of the company you and Xiao Chu are starting? Jiang Haoyu was a little confused. He had clearly talked to his father about this before, and his father had clearly said that he had no interest in it. Why did he suddenly start to care about this? However, he did not hesitate and said directly. Sini Chinese Medicine Technology Company, Limited. Jiang Jinwei nodded after hearing this, continued to care about Jiang Haoyu for a while, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jinwei sat in the office and felt that the name was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Then he seemed to suddenly remember something, slapped his thigh hard, and said to himself. This company is the manufacturer of the cosmetics that my wife asked me to get for her. Chapter 96. Grandpa is going to move in with me? Jiang Jinwei quickly turned on his computer and searched for information about Sini Traditional Chinese Medicine Technology Company, Limited. As expected, he was shocked. Sini Traditional Chinese Medicine Technology Company, Limited was established in October this year, which means that the company has only been established for more than 2 months. Due to a highly effective medicine made from Chinese medicinal materials, its value instantly doubled. In just 2 months, its market value reached a terrifying amount of more than 3 billion. After seeing this information, Jiang Jinwei remembered what his son had told him when he came home, that he owned 10% of the shares. Oh my god, Yuer has found a big shot, and he's worth more than me right after entering college? Jiang Jinwei stared at the computer screen and muttered to himself. He found it a little hard to accept. It wasn't that he felt his son had surpassed him. To be honest, he wished his son would surpass him sooner. He is just an employee who works hard in the company. The money earned by the company has nothing to do with him. Although he is a manager, he is just a hard-working office worker who works for the company's shareholders. He was shocked as to why this startup company had grown so rapidly in just over 2 months. Was it really just because of this popular cosmetics product? And why would Chu Yui be so generous to give shares to other people? If he really wanted to win people's hearts, he wouldn't just give them shares directly. Many questions appeared in Jiang Jinwei's mind. After thinking seriously for a while, Jiang Jinwei decided to have a good talk with his son when he got home tonight. On the other side, after Chu Yui finished calling Jiang Jinwei, the burden in her heart was gone, so she lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When Chu Yui woke up, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon and the sky had almost turned dark. He put on his clothes and went into the bathroom to wash up, planning to go downstairs to see if his parents and grandfather had returned. If not, he might have to go to Mr. Shin's house for a meal again. There's nothing I can do about it, Chu Yui can't cook. Chu Yui prayed in his heart that the next reward from the system would be to give him top-level cooking skills, so that he wouldn't have to go to the restaurant to eat every day. When Chu Yui went downstairs, he found his grandfather and father were drinking the second-generation Dahampo at the bar in the living room and watching the news on TV. When Chu Yui's grandfather saw Chu Yui wake up, he greeted him. Xiaoyi, you're awake. Your mother is in the kitchen making dinner. Go wash your face. Grandpa, I've already washed myself. Where did you go today? Why didn't you tell me? Chu Yui tidied her clothes and sat on the sofa. After hearing Chu Yui's words, Chu Jianghua smiled and said, It's not that I don't want to talk to you, but you disappeared early in the morning. Your grandfather and I went back to our hometown. I saw that your grandfather liked it here these days, and Mr. Shin was there to talk to him, so I persuaded him to move here, and I also encouraged you. Grandpa, are you moving here? Chu Yui said in surprise. He originally wanted to wait until his grandfather lived there for a while and got used to it before persuading him to stay there. He didn't expect his parents to act so quickly. Yeah, this place is more interesting than my hometown. You don't think I'm a homebody, do you? Ha ha ha. Chu Yui's grandfather smiled and joked. Chu Yui scratched his head. He really believed that most old people were homesick and believed that fallen leaves should return to their roots. In fact, Mr. Chu is also a homebody, but after adapting to the new life these days, he has fallen in love with the life here. Ultimately, it all comes down to having friends and grandchildren. Isn't it said that home is where the family is? Your mother and I helped your grandfather pack his luggage and brought back some local specialties from his hometown. We will send them to your grandpa Shen later. Chu Jianghua took a sip of tea and said to Chu Yui. When Chu Yui heard Chu Jianghua mention Mr. Shen, he suddenly remembered what happened this afternoon. I don't know if Xinxin has returned? Chu Yui thought to himself. He decided to go and see how Mr. Shen was doing. If Shen Xinxin hadn't come back yet, he would just ask Mr. Shen to come here and have dinner with him. So Chu Yui stood up and said, Dad, where are the local specialties? I'll send them to Grandpa Shen now. You little brat, I've never seen you so active before. We just packed up your grandfather's things and haven't sorted them out yet. Let's wait a few days. Chu Jianghua was slightly startled by Chu Yui's inexplicable enthusiasm, but he really hadn't cleaned up yet. Then I'll ask Grandpa Shen to come over for dinner. Grandpa has been eating at Grandpa Shen's house these days. It's time to go to bed. Let me invite Grandpa Shen to dinner. Chu Yui said directly, and Mr. Chu thought it made a lot of sense, so he said, Okay, I feel like Brother Shen is the same as me. These past few days, except for Xin occasionally being at home, he is almost always alone. It would be more lively if we come here to have a meal together. Chu Jianghua also nodded in agreement and said, I'll ask your mother to cook a few more home-cooked dishes. Go and invite your Grandpa Shen over. If Xin is here, come along too. After Chu Yui nodded in agreement, he left the villa and went to villa number 6. After a while, Chu Yui came in with Mr. Shen. When Mr. Shen saw Chu Yui's family, he also smiled and said, Oh, you guys are really thoughtful. It's pretty lonely for me to eat alone, ha ha ha. Then he sat opposite Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu smiled and said, I went back to my hometown with the kids today and moved all my stuff here. From now on, when the kids are busy, it will be up to us two old men to support each other. Brother Chu, you have finally made up your mind to move here. That's great. I usually just do some calligraphy. Even though I am the vice president, not many people come to chat with me. Now there is an old man who is bored with me. Mr. Chu and Mr. Shen laughed together. A few of them chatted intermittently until Zhao Yan called everyone to eat, then they moved to the dining table and ate and chatted. After dinner, Mr. Shen played here for a while and then planned to go back. Zhao Yan quickly handed the local specialty she had packed to Chu Yui, patted Chu Yui on the back, and said, Mr. Shen, these are the local specialties we just brought back from our hometown today. I'll ask Chu Yui to take you back and bring them back to you. After Mr. Shen thanked him, Chu Yui accompanied Mr. Shen back. When Chu Yui was about to go home after sending Mr. Shen away, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chu Yui saw that it was Manager Luo calling, so he picked up the phone. Boss Chu, we already know who the undercover agent who leaked the secrets is. Please invite Boss Chu to attend the company's annual summary meeting tomorrow. Chapter 97 Annual Summary Conference, Performance is about to begin. Boss Chu, we already know who the undercover agent who leaked the secrets is. Please invite Boss Chu to attend the company's annual summary meeting tomorrow. Chapter 97 Annual Summary Conference, Performance is about to begin. Boss Chu, we already know who the undercover agent who. After hearing what Manager Luo said, Chu Yui felt a little confused. If he had found the undercover agent, then why did he have to go to the company's annual summary meeting? There was no necessary connection between the two. Manager Luo, are these two things, or one thing? Is there any necessary connection between the two? Chu Yui asked doubtfully. After hearing Chu Yui's doubts, Manager Luo on the other end of the phone apologized and said hurriedly, I'm sorry. I was a little excited when discussing this with Manager Wang and Professor Zhou. Mr. Chu, after a few days of secret investigations by both the company and Professor Zhou, we found that all the clues point to an experimenter in Professor Zhou's experimental team named Luin. Luin? I haven't heard of this person. Have you found any direct evidence pointing to him? If the evidence chain is complete, we can just sue him directly. Chu Yui said that he had long been 100% certain that there was a traitor inside the company, and this result was not surprising. If it turned out that everyone in the company was innocent, that would be the most terrifying thing. Manager Luo also understood Chu Yui's thoughts, but he continued. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. Manager Wang and I were just discussing this matter. Although all the clues point to him, the initial speculation is that he was bought by Confronting Company, which was the company that monopolized our medicinal materials before. However, there is no direct evidence to prove that Luin leaked company secrets. So you're planning to let me expose his true colors at the meeting tomorrow, right? Before manager Luo finished his report, Chu Yui answered first. After hearing Chu Yui's words, manager Luo was silent for a few seconds before smiling and saying, "Boss Chu was really resourceful. The plan we just discussed is almost the same as what you said. After our investigation, it seems that Luin is addicted to gambling. He does this kind of thing because he is short of money. Normally, he is a very honest person and does not have so many schemes. So we want you to use provocation to make him tell the truth at the meeting tomorrow." Shu Yui nodded, but he also thought of a problem, so he said, "Manager Luo, isn't it a bit inappropriate to do this kind of thing at the annual summary meeting? After all, this meeting is also to motivate employees. Will this have any negative impact on the company's employees? Boss Chu, we have discussed this matter. Manager Wang thinks that the company should demonstrate its clear attitude of rewards and punishments at the annual meeting, and this incident should also serve as a warning to the company's employees. Our company's welfare benefits are top-notch in the industry. Every employee has a good impression of the company, and there will be no adverse effects." After thinking for a while, Chu Yui felt that what Manager Luo said was very reasonable, so he agreed to Manager Luo's request. "Boss Chu, the meeting will start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please come early. I'm afraid you will have to preside over this meeting. Your presence will definitely inspire the enthusiasm of the employees." After Chu Yui agreed, he hung up the phone. After Chu Yui returned home, he chatted with his parents and grandfather who were sitting in the living room for a while, and then returned to his bedroom. After Chu Yui took a short bath in the bathroom and the bedroom, he lay down on the bed and prepared to rest and go to sleep. At this time, the system voice sounded. "Host, the products in the system mall have been refreshed. Top chef skills are worth 2 million, and a luxurious recipe is included. Would you like to purchase it?" Chu Yui was very happy after hearing this. The sleepiness he felt after taking a bath was also reduced by half. He said excitedly, "Of course I have to buy it, system. I just made a wish to get chef skills, and it came directly. System, you are my god. Host, this time is the compensation for the teasing of you by this system before. It won't be so coincidental in the future. Sometimes I will give you a little sweetness, and you may be more motivated to complete the task." After hearing what the system said, Chu Yui couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He was indeed a little late in completing the task. Chu Yui opened the system panel. The level was still level 2 with 0 experience points, which had not changed for a long time. He found that there was indeed a luxurious cookbook in his system backpack. He originally thought it was a paper version, but it turned out to be a quantum mechanics version. He clicked the button without hesitation, and suddenly, a large number of food preparation methods appeared in his head, even the steps for making band dishes such as braised bear paws. Compared with the top lyric skill and top calligraphy skill given previously, this top chef skill is the most commonly used. Before he knew it, Chu Yui fell asleep. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Chu Yui woke up from his dream. After washing up quickly, he took out the suit that had been dusty for a long time from the closet. After Chu Yui put it on, his already handsome face, set off by the suit, looked even more manly and handsome. "Even when I went downstairs to tell my mother that I had to go to the company for a meeting in the morning, I scared my parents." After Chu Yui returned to the company and met with Manager Luo and Manager Wang, he went back to his office to familiarize himself with the process and think about countermeasures. The meeting officially began at 9 o'clock in the morning. Except for the employees who were sent to Yun province, all other employees came to the scene. Of course, Jiang Haoyu and Lin Ruoshi were also present. As for the eldest and fourth child, they were too far away from home during the winter vacation to make it, but they were also very enthusiastic and would watch the online meeting simultaneously. Chu Yui walked to the first row accompanied by Manager Wang, Manager Luo, and Professor Zhou. When they appeared in the auditorium, all the employees burst into warm applause. "Wow, this is the first time I see Mr. Chu wearing a suit. He looks even more handsome," a female employee said excitedly. "Yes, Mr. Chu usually has the temperament of a scholar, but after putting on a suit, he looks like a domineering CEO. I don't know if Mr. Chu has a girlfriend. I should have a chance to pursue Mr. Chu." "Don't dream. Mr. Chu must be surrounded by beautiful women. You should just go to bed." After Chu Yui and others were seated, Manager Luo walked up to the podium first and said to the employees below with a smile, Hello everyone, for today's annual meeting, we have specially invited President Chu, as well as President Zhang and President Lin, who are well known to everyone. Please welcome them with warm applause. Suddenly, the whole auditorium burst into warm applause. Xu Yui stood up calmly and bowed to the employees behind him. Lin Ruoshi and Jiang Haoyu were experiencing this kind of situation for the first time, and they both seemed a little nervous and excited. They both stood up and bowed along with Xu Yui. Now, I declare that the first annual meeting of the company has officially begun. President Chu is invited to preside over this meeting. Chapter 98, Clear Rewards and Punishments, Thunderous Measures. After Manager Luo's opening remarks, Xu Yui stood up and walked onto the stage, and the employees below burst into warm applause. After Xu Yui took the microphone from Manager Luo, he said to the people in the audience, "Hello everyone, I'm Xu Yui, and I'm also the person in charge of our company. Welcome everyone to attend the company's annual summary meeting. After this meeting, the company will officially enter the Spring Festival holiday, which will be from the 28th day of the lunar calendar, which is tomorrow, to the 7th day of the first lunar month. For everyone's consideration, the company has specially extended the Spring Festival holiday so that everyone will not be stuck in traffic on the road." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auditorium was filled with applause and discussions from the employees. It is said that most companies strictly follow holidays and do not have a holiday on New Year's Eve, but our company actually has a holiday early. Yeah, I'm going to work here forever. The noisy voices showed no signs of stopping for a while. Xu Yui stretched out his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and continued. Although our company is a startup that has only been established for 2 months, the success we have achieved in such a short period of time is inseparable from everyone present here, so I have temporarily decided to give each employee an additional 10% on top of their year-end bonus to thank you all for your hard work during this period. Xu Yui was talking about a temporary decision, which was just a small trick to win people's hearts. Before this, Xu Yui learned some information from Manager Wang. The company reduced the year-end bonuses of employees by 8% collectively, and then increased it by 10% on this basis. In fact, there is almost no difference from usual. Suppose the original year-end bonus of 10,000 yuan is reduced to 9,200 yuan, and then increases by 10% to 10,200 yuan, which is equivalent to only 200 yuan more. After hearing what Manager Wang said, Xu Yui couldn't help but want to kick him twice, but this kind of statement can indeed win people's hearts. It can only be said that Manager Wang is worthy of being a veteran in the business world. But the employees are not stupid. It's just that Xu Yui's company has excellent welfare benefits, and the year-end bonus is already more than other wages, so it can cover up the facts. Afterwards, you can restore the year-end bonus to its original level by increasing it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xu Yui was watching the employees' reactions on the stage, and he felt that this was a good idea. Although the amount was a bit low and he felt a bit sorry for the employees' enthusiasm, he still had to set up a branch company and did not have that much money to reward the employees. The meeting continued, and after Xu Yui commended the outstanding employees from each department according to the normal meeting process, the meeting came to an end. Xu Yui felt that it was time to carry out the previous plan, so he coughed hard and said, "Everyone, according to the normal process, our meeting is over, but I still have one small matter to tell you." Xu Yui's smiling face immediately turned cold, and even Manager Luo was frightened by Xu Yui's sudden change in expression. As you can see, our company will unreservedly commend those who have made contributions to the company, but will also punish those who have caused serious harm to the company. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, in stark contrast to their previous enthusiasm. Everyone was wondering why President Xu would do this before the meeting ended. Was there a traitor in the company? Xu Yui looked in the direction where the researchers were, and he saw a person whose facial expression was obviously different from that of the other employees. It was Lu Ying, who was listed in the information that Manager Luo handed to Xu Yui before the meeting. When Lu Ying saw Xu Yui looking at him, he looked away guiltily. He should have known that Xu Yui was going to use him as a target. Xu Yui smiled lightly and continued. As everyone expected, the company's confidential information was accidentally leaked a few days ago. If it weren't for the 2 managers and Professor Zhou who discussed it with me and quickly resolved the problem, the entire company would have to bear hundreds of millions of dollars in liquidated damages and suffer huge losses. Xu Yui paused deliberately, then said, "After a few days of investigation, we have collected a lot of evidence. Now the evidence is very complete, but the reason why I haven't initiated legal proceedings yet is because I want to give him a chance. If he takes the initiative to explain the facts of the crime to all employees in this place and resigns on his own, I can give him a lighter punishment. Otherwise, he will not only be detained in police station, but also face a huge fine. When Xu Yui said this, his eyes were fixed on Lu Yin, who was sitting among the experimenters. This was Xu Yui's last and only chance for him to admit his mistake voluntarily. If he was willing to admit his mistake, Xu Yui would be kind enough to just let him go to jail and not have to pay any compensation. If he still refuses to change his mind, he must be punished strictly in accordance with the contract and the law. Everyone noticed the direction Xu Yui was looking at, and they all looked in the direction of the researchers. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Xu Yui saw that Lu Yin still had no reaction, so he decided not to wait any longer, so he said directly, "It seems that this employee is still hoping for the best. Don't blame me for not giving you face. Lu Yin from the research department, I want to ask you, what is the reason that allows you to continue to sit there in silence with such a thick face?" When Lu Yin heard Xu Yui directly call his name, he broke out in a cold sweat again. He stood up trembling and said to Xu Yui, "Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, how could you suspect me? I have been following the team's experiments carefully and have signed a confidentiality agreement. How could I possibly leak the secret recipe of the medicinal materials? Did I say that the leaked item was the medicinal formula?" Xu Yui narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yin, who was standing there, and said with a sneer, This, I just guessed it, Mr. Chu, don't think too much about it." Lu Yin realized that he had revealed his true identity without realizing it and became very nervous, but he still tried his best to conceal his panic. When Xu Yui saw Lu Yin like this, he was further convinced that Lu Yin was weak and easily nervous as described in the information. He could easily control such a person by using the coward effect. "Since you still don't admit it, then I would like to invite Comrade Lu Yin to come forward and let you and the entire company take a good look at what you have done and see if you still have any room for quibbling in the face of irrefutable evidence." Lu Yin walked towards Xu Yui tremblingly. His legs were a little weak and he felt like he would fall down immediately if no one helped him. When Lu Yin came to the podium, Xu Yui saw that the situation was almost over, so he threw the microphone in his hand vigorously. With a bang, Lu Yin was so frightened that his legs went weak and he knelt down. He lay on the ground, unable to hold back any longer, and cried directly to Xu Yui. "Boss Chu, I'm sorry. I betrayed the company's secrets. Please forgive me this time." Chapter 99, The Coward Effect, Direct Control. Xu Yui looked coldly at Lu Yin, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, and said in a voice without any warmth, "Aren't the hints I gave you just now enough? You must let me come and invite you in person, right? Now I'll give you another chance. Explain the whole story to everyone, why you sold out company secrets, and who you made the deal with. Tell us everything. Don't waste my words. I will decide whether to give you a lighter punishment based on your attitude." Xu Yui's trick is to let him tell the story of the crime himself, so that he can collect evidence and find out the manipulator behind the scenes, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When Lu Yin heard Xu Yui decide to give him another chance, he said directly, "Boss Chu, let me tell you, actually, I lost all my money before, and I still owe a lot of debts. My parents are often harassed by debt collectors. I have always wanted to win back my previous investment, but I lost more and more. When I was desperate, a man who claimed to be Kufeng's manager found me and said that he would help me pay off the debts, but the condition was to exchange the secrets of the medicinal materials, so I..." Before Lu Yin finished speaking, Xu Yui interrupted him and said to Lu Yin, who was kneeling on the ground, "Okay, no need to continue. Everyone here is eager to take a vacation. Since you are sincere in admitting your mistakes, I will waive the fine in the confidentiality agreement. However, you still have to stay in the police station for a few days." Xu Yui then waved his hand, signaling the security guard to call the police and take him away. After Lu Yin was taken away, everyone had not yet recovered from what had just happened. Xu Yui had never intended to ask Lu Yin to compensate for the company's losses. After all, his family would not be affected by the disaster. He was now penniless. It was a pity that such a highly educated talent carefully cultivated by his parents would actually do such a thing. Academic qualifications do not mean good character. This statement is absolutely correct. Xu Yui regained his original peaceful smile and said to the employees below the stage, "Okay, everyone. I declare the meeting over. You can leave after you have completed your tasks for today. I wish you all a happy Chinese New Year in advance." Then Xu Yui stepped down from the stage and walked out. Manager Luo and Manager Wang noticed that Xu Yui was in a bad mood, so they hurriedly followed him out. After the 2 managers followed Xu Yui to the chairman's office, Xu Yui sat in the boss chair, drank a sip of water, and said to Manager Wang and Manager Luo standing in front of him, What are you two doing standing here? If you want to chat, sit down and talk. Manager Wang and Manager Luo looked at each other and decided to follow Chu Yui's instructions and sit down. After a period of silence, Manager Luo couldn't help but speak, breaking the silence and saying, Boss Chu, I have already sent someone to deal with Luin. I wonder if Boss Chu has any other concerns. Why don't you tell me and Manager Wang and we can discuss it? Manager Wang also nodded at Chu Yui. Chu Yui glanced at the two of them and said slowly, Did you hear what Luin said just now? Manager Wang said, Boss Chu, Luin has explained his criminal process and the chain of evidence has been completed. I wonder if Boss Chu is still worried about anything? Manager Luo didn't understand why Chu Yui suddenly asked such a question, and he also felt that there was nothing wrong with what Luin said just now. Seeing that the two of them were a little confused, Chu Yui said directly, Luin just said that the manager of Confronting company personally found him and said that he could pay off the debt. Don't you feel that there is something wrong with it? Manager Luo and Manager Wang began to think about it. Suddenly, Manager Wang slapped his thigh and said with a sudden realization, Boss Chu, do you mean that Confronting company knew the identity of our strictly confidential researcher and conducted a detailed investigation on him beforehand, so they took Luin as a breakthrough point? Manager Luo was also very surprised when he heard what Manager Wang said, and said quickly, In other words, our company still has an undercover agent, and this undercover agent is a high-ranking executive? That's impossible. Our company is just a small startup. As an old company, Confronting shouldn't have planted people in when it was just a startup. Chu Yui lay in the boss chair and said seriously, I was just thinking about this. Under normal circumstances, Confronting has no need to manage a startup like us. Besides, we only started producing the ointment recently, and the senior management team had already made arrangements before that. Manager Wang and Manager Luo also felt very strange. Just as Chu Yui said, the other company had no chance to operate at all. So what I'm thinking is this, our company's current senior management is people with rich work experience selected by Manager Wang and I from Xingfeng Hotel. It's almost impossible for them to do such a thing. Then there is a group of people left, from the original company before bankruptcy, that is, the group under Manager Luo. After hearing Chu Yui's words, Manager Luo was also a little excited and said quickly, Boss Chu, I have always been loyal to the company and would never do such a thing. Seeing Manager Luo's big reaction, Chu Yui quickly spoke to comfort Manager Luo. I don't doubt either of you, but Manager Luo, after the company went bankrupt and was liquidated, you couldn't find another company because of your age, and you joined us because Manager Wang recommended you to us. Manager Luo nodded. If he and Manager Wang were not friends, he would probably still be unemployed. Then is there a possibility that a senior executive of the original company knows or joins Confronting company, and then takes advantage of the opportunity to swoop in when our company is recruiting senior executives again? After hearing this, Manager Wang and Manager Luo completely understood what Chu Yui meant and felt that what Chu Yui said made a lot of sense. They were increasingly impressed by this young man who was much younger than them, who could actually extract so much information from just one sentence without them even noticing. Then Chu Yui took out his cell phone and called Professor Zhou. After a while, Professor Zhou rushed to Chu Yui's office. Chu Yui motioned for Professor Zhou to sit down, and then said, Professor Zhou, I called you here this time because I want to tell you that from today on, all the company's secrets can only be known by the four of us. Although the handover work will be much harder in the future, this is the only way for now. Although Professor Zhou didn't understand Chu Yui's intention, he agreed very readily. Everyone has worked hard these past few months. I'll talk to the finance department later and increase your year-end bonus by 10%. Of course, I won't increase it by 10% the way Manager Wang did. Chu Yui began to liven up the atmosphere among the group. Manager Wang and Manager Luo couldn't help but burst out laughing when they heard this. Manager Luo, I'll leave this matter to you. You should be familiar with them and focus on investigating the people I just mentioned. Of course, the group of people I brought with me cannot be let go. Chu Yui did not forget to give some instructions at the last moment. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. Manager Luo patted his chest and said confidently. Chapter 100 New Year's Eve, prepare in advance. After Chu Yui chatted with the two managers and Professor Zhou for a while, he got up and left the company and returned home. He lay in bed, not knowing what to do, just spending time with his family and Mr. Shen. Shen Xinxin has not been at home these days. Although the two still chat and joke with each other on their mobile phones, they have never met each other. According to Shen Xinxin, she followed Shen Guoliang and Liang Shouyun to Jing City. Because Uncle Shen and Aunt Liang were very busy at the end of the year, Shen Xinxin took the initiative to help them. When it comes to supporting his girlfriend, Chu Yui is definitely a model man, but he can't help but feel a little bit of longing and loneliness. What's more, the tasks issued by the system are still stuck. If he continues to complete the tasks at this speed, I'm afraid the system will have to let him practice Taoism to prolong his life to complete the final task. Unfortunately, the system had clearly stated before that it did not have the function to help Chu Yui cultivate immortality. Just when Chu Yui was about to turn on the computer to play some games to kill some time, his cell phone rang. It was a video call from Shen Xinxin. When Chu Yui saw this, he jumped down on the bed and answered the phone. Chu Yui looked at the charming face in the phone and said with a smile, "Lord Liu Bei, I wonder why you are looking for me this time." After hearing Chu Yui's words, Shen Xinxin said with a confused look on her face, "What? Sir Liu Bei, have you read too much Romance of the Three Kingdoms and imagined yourself to be Zhuge Liang?" Chu Yui continued with a smile and said, "As the saying goes, if you mention Cao Cao, Liu Bei will appear. If I were Zhuge Liang, then you would be Huang Yueying, the representative of the ugly women in the Three Kingdoms. Go away, stop talking nonsense to me here. I called you this time to tell you that I will be going back to my grandfather's house tomorrow. I have been exhausted these past few days. You must give me a warm welcome tomorrow and make me happy." Shen Xinxin ignored Chu Yui's nonsense and pretended to be serious when giving orders to Chu Yui. Chu Yui also sat up very cooperatively, saluted with a non-standard gesture, and shouted, "Yes, sir." Shen Xinxin couldn't help but be amused when she saw Chu Yui making a fool of himself. This time she just made a special trip to call Chu Yui to explain that she would return from Beijing with her parents tomorrow, and would stay with her grandfather during the new year. After the two chatted for a while, Shen Xinxin hung up the phone because she had something to do. Chu Yui threw his phone casually. Although he knew that Shen Xinxin was just joking when she said about welcoming her with a warm welcome ceremony, he still had to consider the form. By the way, how about giving another big surprise on New Year's Eve? Chu Yui thought to himself. Time flies. Today is New Year's Eve, the last day of the year. Chu Yui got up early and prepared the things needed for the evening with her mother. In the 2 days before New Year's Eve, after Shen Xinxin came back, she and Chu Yui were busy preparing things needed for the Spring Festival. The most important thing is to accompany Zhao Yan and Qin Shouyun to buy New Year's goods. The families of Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin had agreed that they would first reunite at Chu Yui's house for the new year, and then go to Shen Xinxin's house the following year. Although the two families lived very close to each other, it was still considered as playing the role of host. Zhao Yan and Qin Shouyun were very excited, and they were like best friends, but it was hard for Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin, who followed behind them. Zhao Yan's shopping desire was immediately aroused. She bought all kinds of food ingredients, kitchen utensils, New Year decorations, and fruits, and even filled up Chu Yui's commercial vehicle. In the words of Chu's mother Zhao Yan, "I am willing to spend any amount of money for my son's lifelong event." As for Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin, they were also very happy. They bought a lot of things, most of which were decorations. After all, the villa was so big that it would be a bit too lonely if they only bought a few things. At the same time, Chu Yui was also secretly preparing a secret surprise for Shen Xinxin. He had asked Lang Qi to help find some necessary things. Now everything was ready and they were just waiting for the show to start in the evening. Although Chu Yui got up at 7 o'clock, when he came to the kitchen, he found that his father and mother had already gotten up and were kneading dough in the kitchen. "Mom and Dad, you're up so early. You're a little too motivated." Chu Yui looked at the work results of her parents and couldn't help but be a little surprised. It didn't look like they had just woken up. Chu Yui's father Chu Jiangwa said with a depressed look, "Your mother was so excited last night that she couldn't sleep all night. She woke me up at 5 in the morning and went to the kitchen to prepare." Although Chu Yui was mentally prepared after hearing this, he was still shocked by his mother. But he also understood his mother, so he joined the preparation army. Although the kitchen is relatively small compared to other areas, it is more than 3 or 4 times larger than the kitchen at home in Hangzhou, and is large enough for 3 people to prepare food freely. After a while, Chu Yui's grandfather also got up. When he saw Chu Yui and the other two busy, he was also surprised. After all, he was always the first one to get up. But Mr. Chu didn't do anything. He wanted to go to the backyard to practice Tai Chi and feed the birds. "Mom, you're preparing so early, are you planning to have Shen Xinxin's family come over at noon?" Chu Yui said as he helped his father knead the dough. Zhao Yan glanced at Chu Yui and said, We can just have something for lunch. Oh, and don't forget to cook the ones in the pot. It will take 12 hours to cook. Eh? Before Zhao Yan finished speaking, she suddenly said in surprise. Xiaoyi, how come you are more skilled at kneading dough than I am? Did you learn how to cook? After hearing what Zhao Yan said, Chu Yui was also very confused. He didn't have the time to learn these things. Suddenly, he had an idea, as if the system had given him top chef skills before, and he really just did it subconsciously, like muscle memory. So Chu Yui could only smile and say to Zhao Yan, of course, I personally went to learn from the chef, and now my cooking is delicious. You're just bragging. You just graduated from high school. You can't learn it even if you study every day. Besides, what chef would be willing to hire a newbie like you? Zhao Yan naturally didn't believe what Chu Yui said, so she directly rejected it. Chu Yui refused to do it when he heard that. Although he had never learned from a chef, he ran a very famous hotel in the whole Shanghai. Mom, you are underestimating me. Your son has opened a hotel and is quite famous in the whole Shanghai. If you don't believe me, I will show you my skills this afternoon. Chapter 101 New Year's Eve, Cooking Debut. Chu Yui couldn't help but pretend a little, which left his mother speechless. After all, I had heard about this hotel from Liang Shouyun before. Since Liang Shouyun had been there, it must be very famous in the entire Shanghai city. So Zhao Yan decided to suppress Chu Yui's arrogance. At the same time, she really wanted to know how good her son's cooking skills were, so she said directly. Then today's lunch will be left to you. If you cook well, I can consider letting you cook with me in the evening. Ah, Mom, is this a reward or a punishment? Chu Yui complained, but this was also the first time Chu Yui cooked after obtaining the divine chef skills from the system, and he didn't know if it would go smoothly. In the blink of an eye, it was almost noon. Chu Yui, who had almost finished preparing food for his parents, was finally about to start cooking for the first time in his life. Chu Yui was speechless when she saw the refrigerator and freezer filled with things by her mother. It was not like in some areas in the north where people needed to buy New Year's goods in advance, but Zhao Yan was too excited when shopping and accidentally bought too much. But the refrigerator and freezer are the best. They should be the same as those in the north and will not break down. Chu Yui looked at the refrigerator full of ingredients, and some recipes automatically appeared in his mind. So he picked out a few dishes with more common ingredients. If he used the rare ingredients bought by his mother in advance, he was afraid that his mother would fight with him. When Chu Yui picked up the kitchen utensils, he felt as if his muscles were not listening to his brain. It was as if he was possessed by the spirit of the god of cooking. He started cooking purely using muscle memory. He is skilled in processing ingredients, frying, and cooking. Not long after, Chu Yui prepared a table full of sumptuous meals. Just when Chu Yui brought out the prepared dishes, the aroma of the dishes immediately drifted to Chu Jianghua and Zhao Yan, who were sitting in the living room resting. Chu's father and mother hurried over and saw that the dish prepared by Chu Yui was delicious in color, fragrance, and taste. They couldn't resist their curiosity and just picked up the dish and tasted it. Son, I didn't expect you to have such a skill. It seems you have inherited my excellent cooking genes. Zhao Yan really didn't expect Chu Yui to have this skill, but she did not hesitate to praise him. Yes, it tastes much better than your mom's. It's even better than the ones in the restaurant. Chu Jianghua also gave a very high evaluation. Chu Yui couldn't help but feel happy when he heard his parents' high evaluation, but he suddenly thought of something, so he quickly asked. By the way, where is Grandpa? Let him come and taste my cooking. Your grandfather is writing in the study on the third floor. Go and ask him to come down for dinner. Chu Jianghua said while chewing his food. Just as Chu Yui was about to go upstairs to call Mr. Chu for dinner, Mr. Chu's voice suddenly came out. Oh, what smells so good? Yan's cooking skills have improved again. After a while, Mr. Chu came to the restaurant. Zhao Yan said quickly. Dad, this wasn't done by me. It was done by Xiaoyi. This is the first time we both know that this brat actually has this kind of talent. Oh? Xiaoyi made it. I'll have to try Dason's cooking at noon today. As Mr. Chu spoke, he picked up the dish with chopsticks and tasted it. His eyes lit up and he praised it highly. Delicious. I didn't expect my eldest grandson to be so versatile. Unlike your father, he has not learned any skills other than work. Chu Jianghua didn't expect to be scolded by his father suddenly, but it didn't stop his enthusiasm for eating. After a while, the simple lunch was over. When the family was sitting on the sofa in the living room drinking tea and resting, Zhao Yan seemed to have thought of something, so she said to Chu Yui, "Hey, Xiaoyi, your Aunt Liang and the others are coming to eat during the new year. It's a good opportunity for you to show off your cooking skills tonight and let Xinxin and the others have a taste of your cooking skills. How about I cook half and you cook the other half?" Chu Yui naturally had no objection. He also felt that if he let his mother clean up alone, it might be very tiring, so he agreed without hesitation. After Chu Yui returned to his room and took a short nap, he and his mother began to prepare dinner in the evening. Chu Yui and his father had originally planned to decorate the house, but now he could only ask his grandfather to help his father. At about 5 o'clock in the evening, when Chu Jianghua was pasting couplets and hanging lanterns on the door, he saw Shen Xinxin's family coming. Chu Jianghua hurriedly went to greet them. When they arrived in the living room, Mr. Shen saw Mr. Chu sitting on the sofa, so he smiled and said, "Brother Chu, I haven't played chess all day today, and I feel a little itchy. How about we play a game in the living room?" After hearing this, Mr. Chu laughed and said, "Brother Shen, I have already figured out a way to defeat you, and I'm waiting to see who wins tonight." As if he had been prepared, Mr. Chu pulled out the chessboard from the side. Okay, I'll learn your method today." Mr. Shen was also very happy and went straight to play chess with Mr. Chu. Shen Xinxin looked around and didn't see Chu Yui, so she asked Chu Jianghua, who was standing beside her, "Uncle Chu, where are Xiaoyi and Aunt Zhao?" "Xiaoyi and your Aunt Zhao are busy in the kitchen. Chu Yui is a very good cook. We only found out today that he has a talent for cooking." Chu Jianghua explained to Shen Xinxin with a smile. "Oh, I didn't expect Xiaoyi to be able to cook. I'll have to eat a lot tonight," Liang Xiuyun said after hearing this. Shen Xinxin didn't expect Chu Yui to have such talent. She didn't have any cooking skills at all. After a while, Chu Yui and Zhao Yan came out of the kitchen. Zhao Yan smiled and said, "I was cooking with Xiaoyi just now, and I couldn't get away for the moment. I'm really sorry that I couldn't go out to greet you the first time. I also cooked soup, which will be ready in about an hour." "Yanzi, what are you talking about? We can't thank you enough for cooking for us," Liang Xiuyun said quickly. The two families soon sat on the sofa and started chatting with each other. Chu Yui felt that the gifts he had prepared for everyone were just right, so he returned to the study and took out all the gifts from the safe. When he went downstairs to the living room, Liang Xiuyun saw Chu Yui carrying a lot of things and said quickly, "Xiaoyi, what did you take?" "Aunt Liang, this is the gift I carefully prepared for you." Before he finished speaking, Chu Yui put the things in his hand on the table. Chapter 102 New Year's Eve, Forever and Ever. After Chu Yui put the gifts on the table, the whole family was surprised by the gifts. Even Mr. Shin and Mr. Chu, who were playing chess, were attracted. Chu Yui decided to give gifts one by one. Giving gifts on New Year's Eve must have a certain sense of ritual. First, the gifts for Xinxin, my mother, and Aunt Jean. Chu Yui took out a gift wrapped in red from the table, tore the package open, revealing the exquisite packaging boxes of the 3 necklaces. In order to keep the gift mysterious, Chu Yui specially wrapped the gift in a layer of wrapping. Chu Yui took out 3 separate boxes from the box, which were printed with heart, sun, and moon patterns respectively. He handed them to Shen Xinxin, Zhao Yan, and Qin Xiuyan in turn. When the 3 of them opened the box and saw the extremely exquisite necklace, they all exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Qin Xiuyan said, "Xiaoyi, isn't this the necklace that was on the exhibition before that was worth nearly 300 million? I wanted your Uncle Shen to buy it for me before, but he said it was too expensive. I didn't expect you, Xiaoyi, to buy it for me. Worth 300 million? After hearing what Qin Xiuyan said, Shen Xinxin and Zhao Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Although Shen Xinxin is a rich girl, she doesn't pay much attention to things like jewelry. Chu's mother Zhao Yan also thinks of a necklace worth 100 million yuan hanging around her neck, which makes her look like a rich lady in the short video. Yes, this one was made by a world-class master, using the world's top gemstones. The full name of this necklace is The Sun and Moon Witness Our Love, and its Chinese name is The Sun, the Moon, the Stars, Witness Our Love. Qin Xiuyun was so fond of this necklace that she couldn't let it go. She looked at it carefully while explaining it to Shen Xinxin and Zhao Yan. It was also the first time that Chu Yui heard that this necklace actually had such a faithful and elegant name. He seemed to remember that this name did appear on the certificate given to him before, but he did not pay too much attention to it. Then this set should be given to Xinxin. After all, it has such a romantic name and is also a symbol of love. Zhao Yan said while looking at the necklace. In fact, if I really gave it to her, she wouldn't dare to take it. If something worth 100 million fell or broke, she would be so sad. After hearing what his mother said, Chu Yui also felt that according to the original meaning, the whole set should be given to Shen Xinxin, but he did not do his homework in advance, so he had to think of a reasonable explanation to give it a new meaning. After half a year of business war, Chu Yui's ability to deal with people has been greatly improved. He immediately thought of an excellent plan. So he smiled and said to Shen Xinxin and the other two. Xinxin, Aunt Liang, and Mom, this is what I think. This necklace is like the sun and the moon witnessing love. Aunt Xin has witnessed Xinxin's growth, and Mom has also witnessed my growth. It just so happens that we are together because you two have also witnessed it. Isn't this equivalent to the sun and the moon? As soon as these words came out, Xin Shoyun and Zhao Yan burst into laughter. Seeing this, Shen Xinxin immediately said, Xiao Yi is right. Since it is Xiao Yi's intention, you must accept it. Shoyun, you see, even though these two kids haven't gotten married yet, they already know how to follow their husbands. Zhao Yan smiled so hard that she couldn't close her mouth as she spoke to Qin Shoyun. Yes, these two kids are very smart. Since this is Xiaoyi's intention, we have no reason to refuse. Auntie would like to thank Xiaoyi. After the first round ended, Chu Yui continued with the second round of gift distribution. After Chu Yui opened the package, 2 chessboards appeared in front of everyone. Chu Yui introduced. These 2 chessboards are for Grandpa and Mr. Shen. There is 1 chess and 1 go here. Both chessboards are made of golden sandalwood. Golden sandalwood? When Mr. Shen heard this, he couldn't wait to watch it up close, so he pulled Mr. Chu to Chu Yui's side, and each of them began to look at the chessboard. What a golden sandalwood! It really lives up to its reputation. When Mr. Shen saw the chessboard, he muttered to himself. Hey, old Shen, look, these go pieces are not made of golden sandalwood like chess pieces. They look like jade. After hearing what Mr. Chu said, Mr. Shen also picked up a few black and white chess pieces and looked at them carefully. It is indeed jade. This seems to be Hetian jade. This black one is also from the same school as Hetian jade. It is called black jade. Old Shen, this set must be very expensive. Of course, old Chu, your value is inestimable. Seeing that his 2 grandfathers were having a great discussion, Chu Yui handed the last 2 small boxes to Chu Jianghua and Shen Guoliang. Dad, Uncle Shen, this is a watch I gave to you too. Although it's not as amazing as other gifts, it's also a token of my love. Although Chu Yui said this, it did not affect Shen Guoliang's shock after he opened the box and he burst into swearing. Fuck, Patek Philippe 6002 Star Wilter Billion watch, more than 17 million, Xiaoyi, these 2 watches are only produced 2 a year, where did you get these from? 2 watches a year? Doesn't that mean both watches for the year are here? Chu Jianghua was also surprised. After experiencing the previous 2 rounds of baptism, he was no longer too surprised by the price. However, getting 2 in a year was definitely not something that an ordinary rich person could do. Chu Yui touched his nose awkwardly and said with a smile. These are my confidential contacts. I cannot reveal them for the time being. In fact, these 2 watches were bought from the system store before. Chu Yui didn't like wearing watches, so he planned to give them as gifts. After Chu Yui's gifts were delivered, the family sat in the living room. Although the Spring Festival Gala was playing on TV, no one watched it. Everyone was doing what they liked. In the blink of an eye, it was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. Chu Yui, who was originally playing games with Shen Xinxin, was almost done, so he said to Shen Xinxin beside him. Xinxin, why don't we go to the rooftop to play? I have something to show you. Although Shen Xinxin didn't know what Chu Yui was up to, she agreed without hesitation. When the 2 of them arrived at the rooftop together, Shen Xinxin saw that there was actually a small swimming pool on Chu Yui's rooftop. Because of the heating function and the glass covering on the roof, the indoor temperature was still maintained at a normal level. Chu Yui brought Shen Xinxin to the edge of the roof. They leaned on the railing and looked at the starry sky. The atmosphere gradually became warm and romantic. Chu Yui said softly. Xin, the starry sky is so beautiful tonight. Do you know what is more beautiful than the starry sky tonight? A faint blush appeared on Shen Xinxin's cheeks. She smiled gently and said nothing. At this moment, Chu Yui's phone vibrated. He quickly checked it and said to Shen Xinxin. Xinxin, close your eyes, I have a little surprise for you. Although Shen Xinxin was curious, she still closed her eyes obediently. When the midnight bell rang, the entire starry sky and fireworks bloomed instantly as promised, and the colorful lights illuminated the night sky. Wow, it's so beautiful. Shen Xinxin opened her eyes and was deeply shocked by the scene before her. Chu Yui smiled gently, took out the heart necklace he had just given Shen Xinxin from her pocket, and gently put it on Shen Xinxin. Xin, this necklace is not only witnessed by the sun, moon, stars, and sky, but also by the fireworks in the sky. After hearing this, Shen Xinxin became agitated and excited as she looked at the handsome face so close to her. On this night full of fireworks and stars, the two people's heartbeats were synchronized, their emotions blended, and finally, as the New Year's bell rang, their lips gently touched, and the warm and sweet kiss became the most unforgettable memory of this new year. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. It was not easy. Chapter 103. Why does this sister have the same surname as me? Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. It was not easy. Chu Yui doesn't care about the system's voice at all now. This time, the starry sky, fireworks, and family all witnessed the further warming of their relationship. After Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin separated, they continued to snuggle up to each other and watch the fireworks. Xiaoyi, is this fireworks display specially prepared for me? Shen Xinxin leaned in Chu Yui's arms and asked softly. Chu Yui didn't say anything, just nodded. This scene reminded him of the first time he confessed to Shen Xinxin. The two of them were sitting on the Ferris wheel together, and there were also the same gorgeous fireworks. But this time, it was a gift that Chu Yui gave to Shen Xinxin that belonged exclusively to her. When the two were being intimate, inside the security room of the villa area, Lang Qi, who was arranging his work with the walkie-talkie in his hand, insisted on staying at his job because of Chu Yui's matter. In fact, Chu Yui had asked him about his plans. Although everyone said that everyone should go home for the new year regardless of whether they had money or not, he had just found a job not long ago and did not have much money. Thinking about the fact that he would have to give New Year's money to some juniors after returning home, he simply asked manager Lin of the villa area to work overtime on his own initiative. Perhaps this would make a good impression and provide him with broader career prospects in the future. Of course, Chu Yui also invited Lang Qi to celebrate the new year with him, but he refused. He thought that New Year's Eve should be spent with family, and he would not get involved in these things. So Chu Yui gave him a lot of hard work fees, which made Lang Qi feel the warmth brought by friends. He stood at the entrance of the community, looking at the fireworks blooming in the starry sky, feeling deeply moved. Perhaps, this is the difficulty of wandering people. New Year's Eve was over very quickly, and during the following New Year holidays, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin's families would probably be together almost every day. Chu Jianghua and Zhao Yan came from Hangzhou. They didn't have any relatives to visit during the new year, and there was almost nothing to do after the new year. High school would start on the 10th day of the first lunar month, so they had to go to school a few days in advance to make some preparations. At most, Chu Yui would visit old man Fong and Fong Qiuyue, as well as the second son Jiang Haoyu. Apart from them, there was no one else he needed to maintain social relations with. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Shen Xinxin's family went back to sleep after the New Year's Eve and came to Chu Yui's house early in the morning. There are many empty guest rooms in Chu Yui's house, and they are all well equipped, fully meeting the needs of moving in with just a suitcase. It just happens that when Shen Xinxin's family is tired, they can satisfy their need for rest without having to run back and forth between two places. Zhao Yan got up early in the morning and made a hearty breakfast. After breakfast, Chu Yui asked the elders to stay at home, and he and Shen Xinxin went to Fong's home to pay New Year's greetings. When the two walked out of the villa, they happened to see a young woman coming out of villa number 2 next to them. It was Zhang Rohan, the rich daughter that Chu Yui had met before. Ever since she arranged for her best friend Lin Ruoshi to join the company, she has rarely been seen. Unexpectedly, she would meet her again on the first day of the new year. Manager Wang said that Zhang Rohan hasn't been meeting Lin Ruoshi as often as before, but Chu Yui doesn't go to the company often, so he never met her when he went to the company before. Student Chu, we meet again. Zhang Rohan did not have the reserved girlish feeling and she extended her hand to Chu Yui very generously. Chu Yui politely shook hands with Zhang Rohan and said, Ms. Zhang, long time no see. I wonder where you are working these days. What's the point of being tall? It's all because of my dad. Forget it. I came back during the Chinese New Year because I didn't want to think about him. But you actually managed to seduce our Xin. You're really capable. You're Xinxin? Chu Yui had a face full of question marks. He seemed to have never told Zhang Rohan about this before. How did she know about it? Shen Xinxin saw the question mark on Chu Yui's head, so she explained with a smile. Xiaoyi, Rohan and I have been friends since childhood. We often played together when we were young. Chu Yui suddenly had an epiphany. All the people in the entire villa area were so close to each other, and they were all wealthy and famous people. It was very normal for them to know each other. No wonder Shen Xinxin and Fang Chouyue were so familiar with each other before. After Chu Yui, Shen Xinxin and Zhang Rohan greeted each other, they walked towards villa number 3. Chu Yui pressed the doorbell for a long time and found that no one responded, so he picked up his phone and called Fang Chouyue. Not long after, Fang Chouyue answered the phone, but the voice that came out was Fang Xiaxin's. According to Fang Xiaxin, because of her parents' work, the two sisters went to Beijing to reunite with Grandpa Fang during the Chinese New Year. After Chu Yui ended the call, he said helplessly to Shen Xinxin, who was laughing beside him. It looks like we're going to be bored at home like our parents today. After the two returned to the villa, Chu Yui had just sat down when the system's voice rang. Host, don't forget to go to Shanghai Airport to pick up your new sister this afternoon. What new sister? Chu Yui's mind was blank for a moment after hearing what the host said. Stupid, you completed the task yesterday, and the system reward has arrived. Chu Yui finally understood what was going on, but he continued to ask. System, I don't even know the name or the appearance of this new sister you gave me. How can I pick her up? Don't you think it's a bit awkward? This is easy. I will modify the host's memory now. Wait, modify memory? Before Chu Yui could finish his words, he felt dizzy and countless memories came to his mind. System, you dog, didn't you overwrite my other memories? Don't worry, host. I just modified the memories that you didn't have when you were in a daze before. Now you and her have a common memory. Chu Yui carefully reviewed the memories in his mind and discovered that this sister's name was Chu Yunyao. She was so lovely when she was a child, but she left after she grew up. What a beautiful gift from heaven. After looking through his memories for a while, Chu Yui always felt that something was wrong. Wait, why does this sister have the same last name as me? Could she be my biological daughter? Chapter 104, first time? Or should I say meeting again? Wait, why does this sister have the same last name as me? Could she be my biological daughter? Chu Yui discovered a blind spot and quickly asked the system. System, this is really unfair. I suddenly have a biological sister. Have you asked my father and mother for their opinions? The host must have misunderstood. If you suddenly want to add a biological sister to you, it will require changing too many memories and easily cause changes in the host's fate. In order to prevent excessive changes in the future, this sister is only set to be the daughter of a distant relative of yours. A distant relative's daughter? That is right, you two have been in frequent contact since childhood, and your relationship is very good, just like siblings. Until you started junior high school, this sister disappeared. Now she has returned to Shanghai, and she will lead you to the top. What a ridiculous story of a plum blossom falling from the sky. Chu Yui complained helplessly, but he also grasped a key point that the system said. Lead me to the top? Could it be that this sister is a person with superpowers? Host Shabby, given your current situation, you don't even have a strong and close backer. How can you achieve your goal of building a business empire? I will continue to arrange for some powerful connections in the future. It is unrealistic to achieve your goals by yourself, even more unrealistic than climbing a mountain of swords. I still have you, the system. If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago. Chu Yui was also very excited after hearing this, and for the first time ever, he began to flatter the system. You? Well, you said something reasonable. It's definitely not enough to rely on me alone. You also need to be good at making friends. Don't worry, I've made quite a few friends. Chu Yui patted his chest, indicating that he did not need the system to worry about him at all. But Chu Yui forgot one thing. He was sitting in the living room, and his sudden movement immediately attracted the attention of the whole family. Chu Yui scratched his head awkwardly, pretended to be calm, drank a sip of water and said, I accidentally choked on my saliva just now, but I'm fine now. After calming everyone's doubts, Chu Yui leaned back on the sofa and talked to the system. Just listen to your boasting. How many people have you made friends with who can help you? I guess there aren't any. Chu Yui expressed his dissatisfaction when he heard what the system said, and immediately responded. I also know the second brother's father Jiang Junwei, Uncle Shen, and even Mr. Feng. Aren't these three very strong relationships? So what can these two people do for you? Can they help you get intelligence in advance, provide you with funds, or provide you with convenience? The system's ultimate three questions instantly shattered Chu Yui's self-confidence. He thought hard and found that it was indeed as the system said. Although Uncle Shen is a wealthy man in Shanghai, he is only slightly richer than him, and the two are almost equal. Not to mention Zhang Zhenwei, he is just a manager. Unless he enters the jewelry industry himself, he will definitely not be related to the industry. Hey system, why did you say two people? Chu Yui discovered the blind spot again and asked. Mr. Fong can indeed help you with some things in the future, but I can't tell you too much, so I can only say this much. Chu Yui also understood the system's approach. Predicting the future in advance would only make people lose their curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Okay, I won't tell you too much, just don't forget to pick someone up at the Shanghai airport this afternoon. Then the system stopped talking. Chu Yui sat on the sofa and thought quietly. He was suddenly asked to recognize a sister with whom he had a very good relationship. Although he had the blessing of memory, he still felt it was a bit strange when he knew the source of the memory. Little did he know that Chu Yui underestimated the power of memory. Once things matched his memory, the powerful emotions generated would directly affect the individual. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Chu Yui volunteered to prepare a sumptuous lunch for the family, which drew praise from everyone. After lunch, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin walked hand in hand in the park in the villa area. Chu Yui decided to let Shen Xinxin go with him. He would always be devoted to Shen Xinxin, and any factors that were not conducive to the relationship would be nipped in the bud. Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin sat on a bench by the artificial lake. Chu Yui said, Xinxin, my sister called me just now and said she will come to Shanghai this afternoon. Why don't you come with me to meet her? You have a sister? Shen Xinxin said in surprise. Don't get me wrong, she's not my biological sister. Her name is Chu Yunyao, the daughter of my father's distant cousin. She's much older than me. She often played with me when we were in elementary school. Chu Yui sorted out the things in his memory and told Shen Xinxin everything about the relationship between them and how he lost contact with his sister not long after he entered junior high school. He told her everything he knew. Chu Yui clearly felt that while he was talking, his mood was gradually changing, from the initial strangeness to the increasing longing and urgent hope for a reunion. The worries that he was not used to before have now become a bubble. Shen Xinxin listened attentively the whole time, and sometimes she couldn't help laughing because of the embarrassing things Chu Yui told her about the two of them. After Chu Yui finished speaking, Shen Xinxin put her hand on Chu Yui's leg and said with a smile on her face, Xiaoyi, I know why you told me all this. You are so handsome, and there must be a lot of girls around you. Since you are relatives, there is naturally no need to explain in such detail. But I like your storytelling. After hearing Shen Xinxin's words, Chu Yui felt warm in his heart. It was a blessing in his life to have a lover who trusted him completely. Chu Yui looked at Shen Xinxin and saw her smiling at him, and kissed her directly. Since the first kiss last night, the two have gradually narrowed the distance between them. The two newbies who are in love for the first time have let go of their reserve and learned to express their love through actions. After a while, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin loosened their lips and both showed shy smiles. Xinxin, the time is almost up, let's go to the airport now. Shen Xinxin nodded, and then the two of them walked to the villa parking lot hand in hand. After getting in the car, Chu Yui stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the airport. After arriving at the location given by the system and waiting for about 10 minutes, Chu Yui saw a sexy girl in a professional suit, with long black hair fluttering in the wind, pulling a suitcase, and walking out of the exit in high heels. Relying on the memory in his mind, Chu Yui immediately confirmed that the person who came was Chu Yunyao. Although it was a little different from the impression in his memory, it was basically the same. When Chu Yunyao saw Chu Yui standing at the exit, she immediately ran up excitedly, threw her suitcase aside and gave Chu Yui a loving hug. Chapter 105 The sister given by the system is really awesome. Chu Yui was startled by the sudden hug, but he was still very happy in his heart to see the sister in his memory again. But it should be the first time. Chu Yui patted Chu Yunyao's shoulder gently and said softly, Sister Yun, my girlfriend will be jealous if you hug her again. Girlfriend? When Chu Yunyao heard Chu Yui say that he had a girlfriend, she immediately let go of Chu Yui in surprise. As expected, she saw Shen Xinxin holding hands with Chu Yui, so she said, Xiaoyi, this is your girlfriend, right? It's my fault that I was too excited to notice, Xiaoyi. Sister Yun, this is my girlfriend Shen Xinxin. Xinxin, she is the sister Yun I mentioned to you. Don't be fooled by her carefree appearance. She has been like this since she was a child. Just get used to it. Xu Yui introduced the two to each other. After Chu Yunyao and Shen Xinxin hugged each other, Xu Yui looked puzzled and asked, Xiaoyi, you probably didn't have a girlfriend before college, so Xin must be your new girlfriend. Xu Yui nodded awkwardly. He said that it was not particularly embarrassing for him to remain single since birth. However, it was still very embarrassing when Chu Yunyao mentioned this matter in front of Shen Xinxin. He was now eager to change the subject. Sister Yun, my parents are waiting for you at home, why don't we go back to my house first? Xu Yunyao nodded, and Xu Yui walked over and pulled Xu Yunyao over to pick up the luggage he had thrown away, and the three of them got in the car and prepared to set off. On the way home, Xu Yui suddenly noticed a strange problem, which was also a problem that he had always ignored. Sister Yun, I remember that we haven't been in touch since I was in junior high school. How do you know that I didn't have a partner before college? And if you wanted to find me, shouldn't you go to Hangzhou Airport? Why did you come directly to Shanghai? Xu Yui originally thought that the system's arrangement for him to pick up his sister was a deliberate arrangement, and he never paid attention to it until he remembered that Chu Yunyao even knew that he had been single since birth, and he couldn't help but feel confused. Shen Xinxin only realized what Xu Yui said after hearing it, as if all this had been predicted in advance. Chu Yunyao, who was sitting in the back seat, smiled slightly after hearing Chu Yui's question and said slowly, Xiaoyi, actually, I left silently at the beginning because I was going to complete a secret task. During this period, I have been paying attention to your affairs. I know all the changes in your daily life very well. After hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Xu Yui suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt a little creepy listening to such words. Sister Yun, how did you know about my situation? I didn't even have any contact information when I left. Xu Yunyao crossed her legs casually and continued. I'm currently working in a mysterious unit. My workplace is confidential, but I can reveal a little bit to you. My current job allows me to retrieve all of a person's information, so I already knew your location before I came to see you, and I can also keep track of your movements. But... Xu Yunyao paused for a while and did not continue. Xu Yui asked doubtfully. Sister Yun, but what? After Chu Yui hesitated for a while, he said. But your sudden change during college, although your profile shows that someone recommended you, his profile is top secret. Even I don't have the right to view it. There is no trace of anything happening between you and him. It seems that the person who helped you is a big shot. Xu Yui couldn't help but grin. He didn't expect that his sister was so powerful now. She could quickly grasp all the detailed information of the target and even feel the mysterious power behind him. This would definitely bring him a strong advantage. You must know that today's society is an information society. Only by mastering more information than others can you gain a greater advantage in the competition. However, Xu Yui did not show what he was thinking. He just said with a smile on his face. Since you can't even get in touch with the powerful Sister Yun, you should understand why I can't tell you. Xu Yunyao nodded. She understood the importance of top-secret documents. There must be a reason why even she, the head of the base, had no right to view them. Xu Yunyao is now the head of the Dragon Country's intelligence information base, and is in control of the entire Dragon Country's information. The database includes everyone's files and information, and even call and chat records, and browsing records. However, these involve personal privacy, and no one has the right to view them without the order of the top leader. In other words, Xu Yunyao holds the key to unlock everything. This information may be useless, but it must be there. Xu Yunyao only used her position to pay attention to Chu Yui's superficial information. As for Chu Yui's browsing history, which was too personal, she had never looked at it. After a while, Xu Yui drove the car to the underground garage. Before getting off the car, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not told his parents and grandfather that Xu Yunyao was coming to visit. However, according to the system, some memories would be changed, so this could be considered a surprise. When Xu Yui, Shen Xinxin, and Xu Yunyao took the elevator to the living room with their luggage, the family of six were playing Guji, a poker game that should be very familiar to friends in central China. When Jia Yan saw Xu Yunyao standing in front of Xu Yui, she said in surprise, Yunyao, it's been so many years since we last met. I miss you so much. Yeah, Yao Yao, aren't your parents here with you? Xu Jiangwei was also shocked. He didn't expect that Chu Yui would give him a big blow without saying a word, catching him off guard. Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your concern. My parents are still in their hometown and are in good health. Chu Yunyao is very ladylike in front of her elders, not at all unrestrained in front of Chu Yui. With her already sexy curves and face, she looks even more attractive. Zhao Yan quickly introduced Shen Xinxin's family. This girl is the child of the old Chu brother. She has been playing with Xiaoyi since she was a child. After Chu Yunyao introduced herself to Shen Xinxin's family, they sat down and started chatting about random things. After the chat, Chu Yui brought Chu Yunyao to a very spacious guest room. Chu Yui asked, Sister Yun, why don't you stay a little longer this time? We haven't seen each other for so many years, and I still have a lot of things I want to ask you. Chu Yunyao smiled and said after hearing this, I plan to stay here for half a month. My parents always force me to find a partner, so I don't plan to go back this year. I wonder if Brother Chu will welcome me. Chu Yui smiled and nodded. She didn't expect that Sister Yin came here to avoid the limelight just to avoid being urged to get married. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. When Chu Yunyao was packing her luggage, Chu Yui went back to the bedroom and took out the note. Then he returned and handed it to Chu Yunyao, asking, Sister Yun, do you have any clues after reading this note? Chapter 106 The truth will soon come out. Sister Yun, do you have any clues after reading this note? When Chu Yui arrived at Chu Yunyao's guest room, he saw that Chu Yunyao had already packed her luggage. After all, Chu Yunyao only brought a relatively small suitcase, so she packed it very quickly. Chu Yunyao, who was sitting on the bed, took the note handed over by Chu Yui and read it carefully. Chu Yui had no doubt that the note was written by Chu Yunyao. According to Lang Qi, this sister really existed when he was a child. He also knew that without the intervention of the system, he would have no relationship with Chu Yunyao at all. When Chu Yunyao was reading the note, Chu Yui explained to him in detail Lang Qi's inference and the clues given by Shen Xinxin. After listening, Chu Yunyao put the note on her lap, looked at Chu Yui and said, Chu boy, there are so many girls around you. Why haven't I heard that you have such a sister? Sister Yun, she was just a neighbor of Lang Qi and me. She would come to teach us lessons sometimes. I don't have any other impression of her. She only lived here for a few months before leaving. If Lang Qi hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered it at all. After he finished explaining, he glanced at Chu Yunyao's expression. That beautiful face was surprisingly cold. Chu Yui hurriedly explained again. You were in junior high school at the time, and you came home late in town, so we just happened to miss each other. Seeing Chu Yui's flustered look, Chu Yunyao couldn't help laughing. She was just pretending to tease Chu Yui, but she didn't expect that this boy was still as cowardly as he was when he was a child. If we follow Zhao Xinxin's inference, it is indeed this line of thought. Otherwise, it would not be possible for her to be able to spell out your name by such a coincidence. Chu Yunyao stretched lazily and glanced at Chu Yui. Chu Yui understood what she meant, so he hurried forward to massage Chu Yunyao's shoulders. In fact, Chu Yunyao didn't want to do this, but he felt that his sister's personality didn't seem to have changed much from when she was a child. What's more, she needed help from others now, so he could only compromise. Chu Yunyao was very satisfied with Chu Yui's attitude, so she continued. Normally, if it's just ordinary people passing information, using riddles or something like that is either to be mysterious or to have an agreed upon secret code. Secret words? I don't even remember her, how can I remember whether we agreed on anything? Chu Yui shook his head, indicating that he had no memory of having made any strange agreements or secret words. Chu Yunyao also found it very interesting after hearing this. She patted Chu Yui's hand that was massaging her shoulders and motioned Chu Yui to sit on the chair opposite her. After Chu Yui sat down, Chu Yunyao continued. I don't think so. When writing a letter, multiple encryption methods will not be used to convey information. Therefore, all the information should be the method that Zhao Xinxin deduced. All of them are initials, such as the second sentence. Chu Yunyao picked up the note, pointed at the number 96 on it and continued. According to the 9-key input method, this 93 represents the meaning of the agreement. Chu Yui took out his cell phone, dialed 93, and indeed saw the word agreement among the many phrases. This made him feel strange. Could it be that he had really made some promise in the past? However, he really had no recollection of it at all. While Chu Yui was browsing his memories, Shen Xinxin walked in and asked the two of them. Xiaoyi, Sister Yun, what are you discussing? When Chu Yunyao saw Shen Xinxin, she suddenly came up with an idea and pretended to be very nervous and said. Xiao Xinxin, Shu has been flirting with girls since he was a kid, and he didn't even know about me, his sister. After hearing this, Shen Xinxin looked at Chu Yui with a puzzled look on her face. Seeing Chu Yui's bitter smile, she felt it was a little funny for some reason. It was rare for Chu Yui to be humiliated. Chu Yui glared at Chu Yunyao, then told Shen Xinxin in detail about Chu Yunyao's guess and the fact that he had completely forgotten about the agreement. After hearing this, Shen Xinxin also understood the reason why Chu Yui had a bitter smile on his face. She then raised her doubts to Chu Yunyao. Sister Yun, I remember there were a few notes with only one number on them. If we use the first letter, it seems that they can't express any information. Chu Yunyao nodded after hearing this, but she did not directly answer Shen Xinxin's question and said, humans transmit information directly through writing. What else can be written besides words? After thinking for a while, Chu Yui said, Sister Yun, do you mean that the two single digits at the end do not represent words, but represent the original meaning of the numbers? Yes, numbers can represent time, quantity, etc. For example, the last two sets of numbers on this note are 4 and 1. Could it be April 1st? Chu Yunyao felt that Chu Yui was much smarter than when he was a child. Before, Chu Yui looked dull, like a little fool. Chu Yui felt that this possibility was very high. After all, the security guard had said before that he would give it to him when he returned after the Chinese New Year, and April 1st happened to be after the Chinese New Year. While Chu Yui was still thinking, Shen Xinxin, who had been sitting next to Chu Yui, also expressed her own views. Xiaoyi, I think if the last two sets of numbers represent the month and date, then the third set of numbers may refer to a certain location. However, if we use the 9-key abbreviation to type the location, the possibility is too low. That's right, little brother Chu. The group of numbers in the middle should be the most important information. If you still have no clue, I can help you find some information about the neighbor's sister. Chu Yunyao also said. After hearing what Chu Yunyao said, Chu Yui felt more at ease. As expected of the queen who had access to information, it was extremely easy for her to investigate things. But he still tried his best not to bother his sister. Checking other people's information without permission, although it did not involve specific privacy, was also an immoral behavior. What's more, I happened to get this letter in advance. Since I originally planned to give it to him after the new year, there might be some information hidden in it. I will wait until there is no other way to bother Chu Yunyao. After Chu Yui felt that the matter had been almost resolved, he asked Chu Yunyao to have a good rest in the guest room, and he and Shen Xinxin left. He folded the note and put it in his pocket, then went downstairs to help his mother prepare dinner with Shen Xinxin. Everything went smoothly, and the whole New Year holiday passed peacefully day by day. Chapter 107 Chu Yunyao wants to introduce a great person to me? On the 7th day of the first lunar month, Shen Xinxin's parents had already started their normal working hours, so they had to temporarily end their happy gathering. Chu Yunyao has been living in Chu Yui's house these days. Chu Yui often discusses some information asymmetry issues with her. Chu Yui finds that his sister is only involved in matters such as citizen information security, and has no knowledge of the advance issuance of some policies. In other words, Chu Yui still has no source of information about macro-level regulation. However, with the help of my sister, it will be much easier to deal with some complicated trivial matters. Host, it seems that you have understood the importance of connections. Now it all depends on your performance. By the way, I would like to remind you that you should learn to expand your network through your own connections. The system's voice suddenly came to Chu Yui's mind when he was thinking. He actually thought so too. He remembered that there was a theory called 6 degrees of separation, which roughly meant that any two people in the world could know each other, and only needed no more than 6 people to build a bridge of communication. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, after Shen Xinxin's parents left, Chu Yunyao called Chu Yui to her room and said to him, Brother Chu, I have to go back in a few days. Although I am very confident in your business ability, to be on the safe side, I want to introduce you to someone who may be able to help you at a critical moment. Chu Yui perked up instantly after hearing this. He felt that since it was Chu Yunyao who introduced him, he must be a well-known figure in the area, so he asked curiously. Sister Yun, of course the more connections the better. I wonder which big shot Sister Yun is going to introduce to me. Chu Yunyao saw Chu Yui's mean look, patted Chu Yui's head, smiled and said. She is my best friend from college. I will take you to her house later. She is a nice person and you will definitely get along well with her. What do you mean by getting along? I'll make it clear in advance that I'm not dating. I already have XIN, so don't even think about selling out your own brother. Shu Yui put on a righteous look, which made Chu Yunyao laugh. She was so angry that she twisted Chu Yui's ear. Seeing that his elder sister was just like Fang Chouyue and that she liked twisting his ears, Chu Yui begged for mercy humbly. After seeing Chu Yui begging for mercy, Chu Yunyao felt much more comfortable. She directly hit Chu Yui's forehead with her head and said, "Am I that kind of person, your sister? I'm not trying to be your best friend's sister. I'm just introducing you to someone I trust. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I'll go. Of course I'll go. I'll definitely listen to Sister Yun." Chu Yui gave a non-standard military salute, which successfully amused Chu Yunyao, so she asked Chu Yui to go out and prepare, and she would go after she had finished packing. After Chu Yui returned to the bedroom, he sat on the bed and was in a daze. He didn't need to prepare anything. He was a grown man and was very handsome even without makeup. He just thought that through spending the past few days with Chu Yunyao, he could increasingly feel the feeling of family, which was completely different from the subconscious feeling of first meeting when they were together before. 15 minutes later, Chu Yunyao and Chu Yui arrived at the underground garage, drove Chu Yui's Ferrari LaFerrari and drove out directly. Chu Yunyao had been staring at Chu Yui's car with envy for a long time, but she was too embarrassed to speak up as it would make her seem immature. Now that she can finally drive this world-famous luxury sports car with full legitimacy, she naturally wants to show it off. After driving for about 20 minutes, Chu Yunyao arrived at a villa area that was similar to the Haijing villa area. As expected, she was stopped by the security guard at the door. Chu Yunyao calmly took out a strange black card from her bag, and the security guard stood up and let her pass. This instant of time made Chu Yui stunned, and he was very curious about what the black card in Chu Yunyao's hand was. However, he felt that the nature of his sister's work was very unusual, so he gradually put away his curiosity and did not intend to ask too many questions. After a while, Chu Yunyao parked the car in front of a villa. Chu Yui saw Chu Yunyao get out of the car and hurriedly followed. What surprised Chu Yui was that Chu Yunyao actually opened the door of the villa directly by pressing the fingerprint and scanning the face. Chu Yui followed behind Chu Yunyao and asked in a low voice, "Sister Yun, this isn't your villa, is it? Brother Chu, what are you thinking about? Didn't I tell you that I would bring you to meet my best friend? You'd better be more alert and don't let people think that my brother is a wretched man." Chu Yunyao said that she just had a very good relationship with her best friend. After the two entered the house, they looked around and found that there was no one. This made Chu Yunyao feel very strange. She had clearly greeted her best friend yesterday, so how come she suddenly disappeared? "Brother Chu, let's sit down for a while. I'll make a phone call and ask." After saying that, Chu Yunyao sat down on the sofa, took out her cell phone and called her best friend. "Sorry, the user you dialed has turned off his phone. Please try again later." "Sorry." Chu Yunyao hung up the phone speechlessly. This was the first time that her best friend stood her up. Chu Yui, who was sitting next to Chu Yunyao, always felt as if he was being watched. Ever since the system was upgraded to a new level, he clearly felt that his perception seemed to have become much stronger. He poked the angry Chu Yunyao with his hand and whispered, "Sister Yun, I feel like there's someone in this living room, don't get excited yet." After saying that, Chu Yui walked to the TV based on his feeling. There was an extra-large TV hanging on the TV wall in the living room, but Chu Yui always felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this TV. He gently patted the TV and the wall behind it, and just as Chu Yui had expected, there was definitely something fishy behind this wall. Chu Yui made a gesture to Chu Yunyao. Although Chu Yunyao didn't know what Chu Yui was doing, she walked over very cooperatively. Chu Yui put his face close to Chu Yunyao's ear and said softly, "Sister Yun, there must be something wrong behind this TV wall. My initial guess is that your best friend is hiding in there. I have a way to turn the tables." Chu Yui mumbled a lot, and after listening to him, Chu Yunyao showed a bright smile on her face. She felt that her brother was becoming more and more mean. Chu Yui gave Chu Yunyao a look and said loudly, "Sister Yun, since your bestie is not here, why don't we go to her bedroom and take a look? I heard that girls always keep some secrets in their bedrooms." "You're right. I'm also curious about her secrets. She even refused to let me see her notebook. This is a good opportunity. It can be regarded as a punishment for her standing us up." After saying that, Chu Yunyao took Chu Yui and pretended to go upstairs to the bedroom to find out what was going on. Suddenly there was a creaking sound, and the TV wall flipped over, and a girl in pajamas who looked about the same as Chu Yunyao jumped out. "Wait for me, you two." A roar resounded throughout the villa. Chapter 108: The two women's plan to directly become the left and right protectors. Xu Yui and Xu Yunyao saw the girl rushing out from behind the TV wall with smug smiles on their faces. The girl lying on the ground stood up and rubbed her knees. She had wanted to scare the two siblings just now, but she tripped and fell to the ground in her hurry to get out. You deserve it, Zilin. If it weren't for my brother's keen senses, you would have succeeded. Xu Yunyao looked at the girl who was sitting on the ground rubbing her legs without any sympathy. Oh, didn't I just want to give you a surprise? You sent me a message before the New Year saying you were coming over, so I specially asked someone to rush and build a secret room, but I didn't expect it would be in vain. After a while, the three of them sat on the sofa in the living room. Xu Yunyao said to Xu Yui next to her. Brother Xu, this is my best friend Zhang Zilin. Just like what you saw, this person is just as boring and reckless as before. Yunyao, what are you talking about to our brother? I am very reliable. Brother Xu, if you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me directly. I will definitely arrange everything for you. Zhang Zilin patted her huge chest, causing it to tremble, and Xu Yui simply chose not to look at it. Hey, little brother Xu, you don't believe what I said, don't you? I'm not exaggerating, there's no one in Shanghai who can compete with me. At least in Shanghai, I'm the boss. Xu Yui smiled bitterly after hearing this. It was not that he did not believe it, but the pajamas Zhang Zilin wore were a little too refreshing. Although the whole villa was indeed very hot, it really made Xu Yui, a little virgin, feel a little embarrassed. Xu Yunyao saw through Xu Yui's thoughts, but she didn't say it out loud. She said to Zhang Zilin, Zilin, stop bragging. If you are so powerful in Shanghai, then I am so powerful in Beijing. Brother Xu, although it is not as exaggerated as Zilin said, her influence in the entire Shanghai is also very large. There is absolutely no problem asking her for help. When Xu Yui heard what his elder sister said, he nodded in conviction. By the way, little brother Xu, what do you mainly do now? Let me see if I can help you. Zhang Zilin looked at Xu Yui, who was still tilting his head, not knowing where to look, and she realized belatedly what Xu Yui was thinking, but she didn't care. After hearing what Zhang Zilin said, Xu Yui felt that it would be very impolite to talk to others without looking at them directly, so he turned to Zhang Zilin, looked at her face firmly, making sure that he did not look sideways, and then said, Sister Zilin, my main field now is the pharmaceutical industry. I have 2 pharmaceutical companies, Cini and Rongfa, and a private hospital. As for the others, they are just side businesses. Xu Yui briefly described his own strengths. After all, he was mainly in the pharmaceutical industry and there was no need to talk about other things. However, Xu Yunyao continued with Xu Yui's words. But the total value of those side businesses is several billion, but they are indeed side businesses for you now. Xu Yunyao naturally wanted to highlight her brother's excellence so that she could have more face in front of her best friend. She even thought that since her best friend didn't know that her brother already had a girlfriend, if she let Zhang Zilin fall in love with Xu Yui and then told her the truth, the expression on Zhang Zilin's face would be very interesting to think about. But this is just imagination. She would not do anything to harm the relationship between her brother and his girlfriend. Zhang Zilin was very surprised by what Xu Yui and Xu Yunyao said. At that time, Xu Yunyao had only told her that she had a younger brother who had just come to Shanghai to attend university and seemed to have started a business, and she hoped that she could take care of him. Now I heard that Xu Yui has become so successful just after entering college. It would be impossible for him to achieve such success so quickly without a strong family background or a noble person. Brother Xu, I didn't expect you to be so capable, wait. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Zilin suddenly thought of something and continued. You mean Cini Pharmaceuticals? That pharmaceutical startup that has suddenly become popular recently is actually yours? Xu Yui saw that Zhang Zilin was suddenly so surprised. He couldn't understand why this woman was so startled, but he still nodded to confirm. Brother Xu, can you bring me a few boxes of ointment? I really need it. I have used all my connections but still can't get much. Can your company produce more? So that we can buy more. Zhang Zilin kept chattering there, making Xu Yui and Xu Yunyao look confused. After Zhang Zilin finished speaking, she stared at Xu Yui with her big, beautiful eyes, eagerly waiting for Xu Yui's answer. Xu Yunyao was confused at first. She asked doubtfully. Brother Xu, what ointment is this? I have never heard of it. Sister Yun, what Sister Zilin is talking about is the first Chinese medicine product produced by our company, which has significant effects on improving skin whitening and anti-wrinkle. After Chu Yui finished explaining to Chu Yunyao, he said to Zhang Zilin, "Sister Zilin, it's not that I don't want to expand the scale of production. It's mainly about the raw materials. The Chinese medicine we are dealing with has very high requirements for the production site and species. To be honest, a trader appeared in our company a few years ago, allowing the rival company to directly monopolize this Chinese medicine. We can only go to the production site and reach a cooperation with the local villagers, otherwise our company will go bankrupt due to the penalty for breach of contract." This was the first time Chu Yui told outsiders about his grievances. Since the person was introduced by Sister Yun, there was naturally no need to be on guard everywhere. "Which little bastard dares to lay his hands on my brother's company? I'm going to make him pay the price." Chu Yunyao, who was standing by, became immediately angry after hearing this. He planned to find out all the information about that little bastard. It was someone from Confronting Pharmaceuticals. After my preliminary investigation, the direct source of the leak clearly indicated that it was the general manager of Confronting Pharmaceuticals who personally did it, but I suspect there is still a traitor inside the company. Chu Yui said calmly, while Zhang Zilin, who was sitting opposite, nodded in appreciation as she looked at Chu Yui's childish face but the steady temperament of an adult. "Brother Chu, I am currently focusing on real estate projects and am not particularly familiar with the medical field, but I have heard of the company Confronting, and the office building it rents is mine. Although I can't help you much, it is no problem for me to help you suppress Confronting." Zhang Zilin showed a wicked smile, and she must have thought of some bad idea. It seemed that Confronting company was in trouble. "That's right. When I get back, I will definitely investigate that Confronting company thoroughly. It would be best if I could send the person in charge directly to jail." Chu Yunyao was also comforting Chu Yui. She thought that Chu Yui showed such a calm expression because he was sad. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the villa rang, followed by a female voice. "Sister, did you get a new car? Why is there a Ferrari parked outside the door?" Chapter 109, Investment from Heaven. The sudden sound made Chu Yui feel as if he had heard it somewhere before. As Chu Yui expected, when the girl walked into the living room, a familiar figure appeared in front of Chu Yui. It was her neighbor Zhang Rohan. "Ah, Mr. Chu, why are you here with my sister?" The moment Zhang Rohan saw Chu Yui, she was so scared that her mouth opened. As for Zhang Zilin, she originally wanted to introduce her sister to Chu Yui, but it turned out that there was no need to introduce each other. "Hanin, do you know Brother Chu?" "Of course he knows me. He helped me a lot before. He solved Rowashi's family's difficulties and gave Rowashi a lot of shares." Zhang Rohan was still very grateful to Chu Yui. Although Chu Yui seemed a little unreliable sometimes and asked her to invest for no reason, he was very calm and reliable most of the time. "Ms. Zhang, we meet again. I didn't expect that you are Sister Zilin's sister. We are really destined to meet." Chu Yui could only greet Zhang Rohan like this. "Sister Zilin? When did you and my sister become so close? You're not attracted to my sister, are you? I told you my sister is childish and procrastinating, and very woo-woo-woo." Before Zhang Rohan could finish her words, Zhang Zilin covered the young lady's mouth with lightning speed and gave Chu Yui and Chu Yunyao an awkward smile in response. After Zhang Rohan calmed down and closed her mouth, Zhang Zilin briefly explained the current situation to her, and then said to Chu Yui, "Brother Chu, since this involves the issue of shares, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are interested." "Shares? What shares? When did you say anything about shares?" Chu Yui couldn't help but feel that Sister Zilin in front of him still had room for improvement in her skills in changing the subject and bringing up new topics. However, he did not directly raise the questions that filled his mind, and said, "Sister Zilin, why don't you just say it directly?" Zhang Zilin chuckled and said, "Brother Chu, if I invest in your company, I will be able to use the company's products for free at any time in the future." After hearing this, Chu Yui couldn't help but feel that rich people are willful and are willing to spend a lot of money to fight for a little thing. But this proposal is also a very good thing. Now 28% of the entire Cine pharmaceutical company has been distributed. He had said before that he would give a maximum of 10% of the shares to the 3 people in the dormitory. Now everyone has 6% of the shares. As for Lin Ruoshi's matter, Chu Yui was not vague and directly transferred 10% of the shares. That is to say, Chu Yui still has 72% of the shares in his hands, but the investment in the entire company's operations is currently funded by him alone. If Zhang Zilin is willing to invest, it is not a bad idea to give up some shares, and it can also help him get closer to Zhang Zilin. Chu Yui nodded, indicating that he was willing to accept Zhang Zilin's suggestion. Seeing Chu Yui agreed, Zhang Zilin was also very excited, so she quickly said, "My initial plan is to use 3 billion to exchange for 10% of your shares. I wonder if you think this is appropriate, Brother Chu?" 3 billion. Chu Yui was stunned when he heard this number. Using 3 billion to exchange for only 10% of the shares was definitely a very profitable deal. After all, the market value of the entire pharmaceutical company was just approaching 20 billion. Chu Yui quickly stood up and shook hands with Zhang Zilin, and said excitedly, "Sister Zilin, you are now my sister with the same status as Sister Yun." Zhang Zilin was also very happy to see Chu Yui's excited expression. After all, Zhang Zilin is also a businessman, so she would not do anything that would put herself at a disadvantage. She had previously investigated the prospects of this company. It was a miracle that the market value of a startup company could more than quadruple in just a few months. She has very strong confidence in the future prospects of Chu Yui in this pharmaceutical company, and by using a little money to help her little brother, she feels that Chu Yui will definitely create huge value in the future. Chu Yunyao was sitting on the sofa. After hearing Chu Yui's words, she suddenly had the urge to kick him. She thought about it and she did it. Chu Yunyao is a doer. After Chu Yui and Zhang Zilin shook hands, Chu Yunyao kicked Chu Yui directly in the butt. Chu Yui's original intention to sit down instantly turned into a catapult-like takeoff posture. Zhang Zilin and Zhang Rohan couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw this scene. Chu Yui rubbed his butt, smiled awkwardly at his sister, and sat back in his original position. "Brother Chu, I will send someone to your company to sign the contract later." Chu Yui nodded to show that he understood clearly. After the four of them continued chatting for a while, Chu Yui and Chu Yunyao drove back to the villa. There is always nothing to do during the holidays and time passes quickly. These days, Chu Yui's family often traveled to various places in Shanghai with Shen Xinxin. As a native Shanghainese, Shen Xinxin also took the initiative to take on the role of guide. Before I knew it, the day for Chu Yunyao to leave had arrived. At the Shanghai airport, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin said goodbye to Chu Yunyao. Before leaving, Chu Yunyao said to Chu Yui, "Brother Chu, the next time I come may be on New Year's Eve this year, but this time we can contact each other anytime and anywhere. I will give you the information about the Confronting company as soon as possible as I promised you before." After saying that, Chu Yunyao hugged Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin for a while, then Chu Yunyao stood up and walked towards the boarding gate. "Xiaoyi, if you have anything, just contact me. If you have nothing, please contact me. Bye. Bye." After they waved goodbye, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin watched Chu Yunyao leave their sight. A few days later, Chu Yui's parents were about to drive away. Chu Yui had promised them that he would help them get rid of the old car, so Chu Jianghua and Jia Yan drove away. Chu Yui's grandfather still lives here, drinking tea and chatting with Mr. Shen. At least when he can't come back at noon or in the evening, his grandfather and Mr. Shen can still take care of each other. School will start in a few days, and Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin's new campus life will also begin. I wonder how many hot searches the warming relationship between the two will bring to the campus forums. Chapter 110-520 Dormitory becomes Cat's home. The first day of school. Chu Yui got up early on purpose. This morning, he and Shen Xinxin agreed to go to school together to report after breakfast. After Chu Yui washed up in the bathroom in his bedroom, he just walked out of the bedroom door and saw his grandfather going upstairs. It seemed that he wanted to wake him up. When Mr. Chu saw Chu Yui, he said kindly, "Xiaoyi, I heard that you started school today, and your grandpa Shen called us to have dinner with him. Since you're already up, let's go quickly." After Chu Yui nodded, he and his grandfather walked towards Mr. Shen's house. Ever since Shen Xinxin knew that Chu Yui lived here, she directly told Liang Shouyun that she wanted to live in her grandfather's house again, and Shen Xinxin's parents also readily agreed. After Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin finished breakfast, Chu Yui drove Shen Xinxin to school. As the vice president of the student union, Shen Xinxin has to rush to school before the school officially opens today. She also has to maintain order for the college students returning to school today and tomorrow, otherwise she doesn't have to go so early. It just so happened that Chu Yui was also planning to go back to the dormitory to clean up. The four people in dormitory 520 were very fond of cleanliness and they would organize cleaning activities regularly. But after a month or two, the dormitory definitely needed cleaning. After Chu Yui cleaned up the dormitory, he planned to help Shen Xinxin lead and maintain order. About 10 minutes later, Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin returned to the familiar main entrance of Shanghai Medical University. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning and the school gate was not officially open, but some early students were already waiting outside the school. When Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin passed by the school gate, the probability of attracting the attention of other students was at least 60%. There is no way around it. These two are now called a perfect couple in the school forum. Some people even opened a special topic in the forum for everyone to discuss this couple. Xu Yui saw from a distance the student union members busy at the school gate, including the student union president whom he had met several times before. After Shen Xinxin and Xu Yui came to greet the student union president, the student union president asked Xu Yui, "Student Xu, are you really not considering joining the student union? If you're willing, I can help you and the teacher apply for a position." Xu Yui politely declined as before. Although the company was now on the right track, he was still very busy when he should be busy. Moreover, the system had not issued any tasks yet, so he had no time to join the student union. After Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin parted at the school gate, he scanned a shared bicycle on the side of the road and went to the dormitory building. Because it was not yet time for the school to officially start, there were only some student union members and teachers in the entire campus. When Xu Yui arrived at the dormitory, he directly used the key on the doorframe to open the door. When he entered the dormitory, he was stunned for a moment. Seeing that the whole dormitory was in a mess, Xu Yui's first reaction was that a thief had broken into the dormitory. He hurriedly checked whether any valuables in the dormitory were missing, but found that it was only messy on the surface. The inside of the cabinet was still very tidy and nothing was missing. Only some biscuits in the dormitory were eaten. Just when Xu Yui was puzzled, he suddenly heard a meow 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 sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, he found that the quilt on the fourth bed in the lower bunk was bulging. After Xu Yui lifted the quilt, he saw several kittens sleeping quietly in the arms of a big cat. This scared Xu Yui. The doors and windows of his dormitory were clearly closed, so how could a cat get in? He checked the doors and windows again and found that the lock of the window above the dormitory door was broken. It seemed that the female cat ran in as if she was going home because it was too cold outside and the window of her dormitory happened to be broken. Xu Yui found it a little funny. He took a few photos of the dormitory and the kitten on the fourth brother's bed and posted them directly in the dormitory group. He was very curious about the fourth brother's reaction. The moment the message was sent, the eldest and the second oldest exploded in the group, but the fourth oldest did not show up in the group for a long time. "Where's the fourth brother? How can we not let him have a good look at such an explosive scene?" the boss said excitedly. "He should still be on the train. I'm waiting at the school gate now," the second brother said. "Damn you for not telling me earlier. I just came in. If I had known, I would have brought you in." Xu Yui said that he indeed did not see the second brother. "Go check at the door to see if Xinxin is there. If she is, I'll send her a message to let you in. If not, forget it. I saw it. Tell Miss Shen quickly. I want to see the explosion with my own eyes." Xu Yui sent a message to Shen Xinxin with a smile, and also sent Shen Xinxin a picture of the kitten in his dormitory. After seeing it, Shen Xinxin made a video call to Xu Yui directly. After Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin finished chatting, they planned to do a thorough cleaning. Although they only saw the cat on Lao Xi's bed, who could be sure that this stray cat was only on Lao Xi's bed? Xu Yui called Lang Qi directly, told him the size of the bed in the dormitory, and asked Lang Qi to buy the rubber mattress, sheets, quilts, pillows, etc. needed for the 4 people in the dormitory. Although he could go home to sleep, the other roommates would not have to sleep at night. After making the arrangements, Xu Yui called the school locksmith and the off-campus cleaning company. It was impossible to clean up such a mess by himself, so it would be better to let professionals clean it carefully. After a while, the second brother Jiang Haoyu rushed to the dormitory panting. "Third brother, let me see, let me see." The second brother rushed into the dormitory excitedly. When he saw the scene on the fourth brother's bed, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing the second brother laughing heartlessly, Xu Yui couldn't help but kick him and said, "What the hell, how can you be sure that the cat didn't poop in your bed? Do you still want to sleep tonight?" After hearing this, the second brother's laughter stopped abruptly and his face changed in an instant. "Shit. Third brother, what should we do then?" Xu Yui looked at the wonderful changes in the second child's expression and felt that this expression could definitely be included in the teaching materials of Beijing Film Academy. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Look how nervous you are. I have already arranged everything. New ones will be delivered soon. I have also called a professional cleaning team to clean our dormitory thoroughly. The second brother felt relieved after hearing this, and at this time, both of their cell phones began to vibrate violently. When the two looked at their phones, they found that the fourth brother was madly greeting his family in the group. Chu Yui and the second brother looked at each other, and one of them couldn't help but started laughing. Chapter 111. The four people in the dormitory gather at the beginning of the school term. Seeing that the fourth brother was very excited in the group, Chu Yui comforted him in the group and stated that he had already handled the follow-up situation. But now there is still a very important issue: how to place these stray cats. Chu Yui and the second brother Jiang Haoyu came to the security room on the first floor of the dormitory, intending to discuss something with the dormitory master. The current situation is that this litter of kittens should have been born not long ago, and it is very cold outside now. If the kittens are suddenly moved outside, they may freeze to death. Jiang Haoyu also proposed a possibility, which was to adopt these kittens directly in the dormitory, but was rejected by Chu Yui and the dormitory uncle. The dormitory manager's reason was very simple. The school had a clear rule that pets were not allowed in dormitories, and Chu Yui felt that the dormitory was already pitifully small, and if he kept a cat, it would become messy and crowded. In the end, Chu Yui still planned to ask Shen Xinxin for her opinion. After all, Shen Xinxin represented the student union and could definitely come up with a more appropriate plan. Just after Chu Yui and Lao Er left the security room, Chu Yui's cell phone rang. Chu Yui glanced at the caller ID and found that it was the cleaning team he had hired. After Chu Yui discussed the situation with the staff on the other end of the phone, he left Jiang Haoyu alone to guard the dormitory while he went to the school gate to attract the cleaning team and asked Shen Xinxin for her opinion. When Chu Yui arrived at the school gate, he saw from afar Shen Xinxin guiding the students entering the school to undergo facial recognition. So he brought the cleaning team into the campus and came to Shen Xinxin. Xinxin, are you still busy now? After hearing Chu Yui's magnetic voice, Shen Xinxin quickly turned around to look at him and said with a smile, I'm just squatting here to guide the students into the school. There's nothing else to do. I guess you're not here to help me. Chu Yui scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. As expected of our Xinxin, she really understands me. You must be here to ask how to deal with those kittens. I just had a brief discussion with the student union secretary. I've encountered your situation many times before. The only solution is to foster them in the student union's loving animal station, which provides a better environment. Shen Xinxin said proudly that she really enjoyed Chu Yui's praise. Animal love station? There's actually such a thing in our school? Chu Yui never expected that there would be such a place. If he had known about it in advance, he wouldn't have had to battle with the old man in the dormitory for so long. Of course. There are many stray cats and dogs in our school. If we don't set up a place like this, they will definitely freeze to death or starve to death. Chu Yui nodded after listening to Shen Xinxin's words. He had to go back and deal with it immediately. If the cat was still in the dormitory, the cleaning work could not continue normally. So Chu Yui said goodbye to Shen Xinxin and hurriedly caught up with the cleaning staff. Led by Chu Yui, the group arrived at dormitory 520. After returning to the dormitory, Chu Yui asked Jiang Haoyu to carry the cat with a quilt to the animal love station in the student service center, while he supervised the work of the cleaning staff here. The dormitory is small to begin with, and there are a lot of things that need to be thrown away. Chu Yui has already asked for the opinions of the 3 people in the dormitory in the group in advance. They all agreed to throw away the mattresses, sheets, and so on that were originally used. Anyway, there are more comfortable ones, so they don't feel bad about throwing them away. About an hour later, the entire dormitory 520 was cleaned and looked brand new, even cleaner than when I first moved in at the beginning of the school year. After Chu Yui sent the cleaning staff to the school gate, he found that Shen Xinxin was no longer in her original position, and not far away he saw the eldest and the 4th child getting out of a taxi together. Chu Yui waved at the 2 of them, and when the 3 of them approached, Chu Yui joked. Are you 2 dating? Why are you still a couple at the beginning of the school year? Don't spread rumors. I'm innocent. I just got off at the same train station as Lao Si. We came together just to split the fare. The boss Song Xiang said directly that he didn't want to be misunderstood by others in such a crowded place. Seeing the eldest brother's disgusted look, the 4th brother also said, That's right, even if I like men I can't look down on the boss. Chu Yui was immediately amused by these words, while the eldest brother Song Xiang was shocked. Okay, stop making a fuss. Everything has been taken care of. I guarantee you won't see a single cat hair in the dormitory. As for the bedding, it may not arrive until the afternoon. Let's just sleep at my place for the whole afternoon. Ever since Chu Yunyao and her parents left, there were suddenly a lot of empty guest rooms at Chu Yui's place, so there was no problem giving each of the three brothers in the dormitory a room. I can't just sit on a chair in the dormitory all day long guarding an empty bed. The eldest and the fourth brother seemed very excited when they heard this. They had long been curious about what Chu Yui's home looked like, and they took this opportunity to take a good look at it. About half an hour later, Chu Yui brought the three people from the dormitory to the parking lot, got on the extended luxury business car, and drove straight to Haijing Villa number 1. Before leaving, Chu Yui sent a message to Shen Xinxin. Shen Xinxin said that she was currently holding a group meeting and the guidance work had been handed over to ordinary staff members, so she no longer needed help. Chu Yui is very attentive to Shen Xinxin, although he can be careless at times. When the four people from Chu Yui's dormitory arrived at the underground parking lot of the villa, the eyes of the other three people in the dormitory almost popped out. Third brother, your parking lot is almost as big as 5 of my homes. No, it may be even bigger. The eldest brother said in surprise. He knew that with Chu Yui's strength, his family must be a heavyweight, but seeing is believing. The current scene really shocked him. Yeah, third brother, why are there only a few cars parked in such a big parking lot? You are making a fuss out of nothing. The fourth brother looked around and said. Chu Yui was speechless. It was not him who planned the underground parking lot. Besides, if he wanted to fill up the parking lot, he would have to drive a different car every day for a whole year. Chu Yui took his roommates to the interior of the villa by elevator. The interior of the villa was not so shocking to them. After all, everyone in the dormitory came from a well-off family and lived in luxurious large apartments in the city center. Chu Yui did not see his grandfather, so he understood that he must have gone to play with old Shen. After all, the old man has been busy all his life and he certainly cannot sit idle. After Chu Yui invited the three people from the dormitory to sit in the living room, Chu Yui said, I'll ask Xingfeng Hotel to deliver the food later, and we'll have a start of school banquet together at my place. Chapter 112, The Bosses Love History with No Progress. After Chu Yui and the other three finished lunch, Chu Yui's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Lang Chi calling, he picked up the phone. Mr. Chu, the things you arranged have been purchased and are now at the west gate of the school. Parking is not allowed at the gate due to the large flow of people. After Chu Yui and Lang Chi discussed the details, they hung up the phone and said to the three people in the dormitory who were planning to take a nap. Brothers, our bed sheets and quilts have arrived. It looks like we can only go back to the dormitory to sleep at noon. Let's go. As the three people in the dormitory were feeling a little disappointed, Chu Yui drove them to the west gate of the school. When he saw Lang Chi standing next to a van at the door, he quickly parked the car and got out to greet him. When Lang Chi saw Chu Yui getting off the car, he walked forward and said, Mr. Chu, the things you requested are already in the car. The security guard at the door requires you to come in person before they can let you in. Chu Yui nodded, and then said something to the security guard, and the school gates slowly opened. After Lang Chi and his group moved all their belongings to the dormitory, they hurriedly left the school because they had other things to do. After the four people in the dormitory packed up all their things, the fourth one lay directly on the bed. Damn, this rubber mattress and pillow are so soft. I feel like I was suffering from sleeping on a hard bed for the past 6 months. Indeed, it feels similar to the bed in my home. The eldest brother also lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, enjoying the soft feeling. By the way, Lao Si, how much do these things cost in total? We are not short of money, so let's be honest. The second brother said to Chu Yui, who was sitting in front of the desk. Chu Yui couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and said jokingly, It seems like you made a lot of money when you distributed dividends last year. The confidence you speak with now is completely different from when you first started school. When they heard about the company's dividends, the eldest and fourth brother, who were lying on the bed, sat up immediately. The eldest brother said excitedly first. Third brother, you're right. At first, I didn't even know what dividends were. One day, when I was taking a shower at home, a message popped up on my phone saying I had received an account. Damn, I've never seen so much money in my life. I almost dropped my phone into the bathtub. That's right, I even bought a new car for my dad. My dad was so scared at the time, he thought I was robbing a bank. The fourth one also said with a smile. When a few people were chatting enthusiastically, someone knocked on the dormitory door and interrupted their conversation. When Xu Yui opened the door, he saw Fang Qiuyue standing at the door of the dormitory. He said in surprise, "Teacher Fang, why are you here suddenly? I sent you a message, didn't you see it?" "No, I was just cleaning the dormitory with a few other people, so I wasn't looking at my phone." Xu Yui had been chatting and bragging with the other two roommates since he finished cleaning, and indeed did not pay attention to the messages on his phone. "It's okay. I came here because of the situation reported by the student union. I came to take a look. I heard that a cat entered your dormitory, right? Has it caused any damage?" Xu Yui shook his head, and then invited Fang Qiuyue to go into the dormitory to check. "Teacher Fang, the window on the door is broken, and the cat must have gotten in by chance. We have already cleaned everything up, so there is no problem." Fang Qiuyue nodded and said with peace of mind, "No problem, that's the best. By the way, Chu, there will be a school competition in a few days. I will send you the details after they are announced, and you can organize it. Also, classes will officially start tomorrow, so don't continue skipping classes in your dormitory." Xu Yui scratched his head awkwardly. It wasn't that he wanted to skip classes. It was just that the company was busy at the beginning. Naturally, he wouldn't skip classes often now. After Fang Qiuyue left, Xu Yui breathed a sigh of relief. He always felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Fang Qiuyue's mood, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. Moreover, when Xu Yui visited Fang's home during the Chinese New Year, he was told that Fang Qiuyue and her family had gone to Beijing. He did not run into Fang Qiuyue until the start of school. After thinking for a while, Xu Yui felt that it was useless to continue thinking, so he simply started the CS2 four-person team journey with 3 other roommates. It was the first time for the 4 of them to get together to play games since the start of the school year. They were so excited that they slaughtered the entire opponent in the entire afternoon and won a crazy winning streak. It was already past 6 in the evening when Xu Yui and the others finished playing games. The eldest suggested that they go for a barbecue and drink some beer, so the 4 of them went to the snack street of Shanghai Medical University and indulged themselves for the night. At the dinner table, Xu Yui and the other 2 asked the eldest brother whether there had been any progress in his relationship with Senior Huang recently. Originally, the eldest brother, Song Xiang, was still hesitant, until he drank a few bottles of beer. He started to act pretentious. "I'm telling you." The eldest brother couldn't drink much. After drinking a little, he started to stagger and couldn't sit still. "At first I was planning to ask for Senior Huang's address so I could go visit her during the holidays, but when I went home and hung out with my friends, guess what? I saw Senior Huang and Teacher Fang shopping together." The boss, Song Xiang, burped loudly and continued. "I didn't expect Senior Huang was also in Beijing. I was so excited that I went straight to ask Senior Huang to go out and play together." Xu Yui was eating skewers while watching the boss getting drunk. He actually knew that the relationship between Huang Yixiao and Fang Qiuyue must be complicated. After all, Fang Qiuyue and Huang Yixiao had been chatting together at the bonfire party on the day when the boss confessed his love. The 4th one was also a little drunk. He pointed at the mad eldest one with a stick and said, "Boss, stop bragging. It's good enough that you're brave enough to go up and say hello. Tell me if you two have made any progress." "Then there must be progress. Senior Huang and I have been traveling around during the holidays." After hearing this, Xu Yui knew that this big coward must have made no progress. If there was any progress, he would definitely brag even more. About an hour later, everyone had almost finished eating. Xu Yui and Jiang Haoyu could drink more, so they didn't stagger like the eldest brother Song Xiang and the 4th brother Fan Dupeng. They each helped a drunk back to the dormitory. After Xu Yui and the other 3 returned to the dormitory, Xu Yui's phone vibrated. It was a message from Fang Qiuyue. "Notice on organizing a campus entrepreneurship competition?" Xu Yui looked at the activity details sent to him by Fang Qiuyue, and became excited when he saw that there were rewards of a large number of credits to be won. So he said to the 3 people in the dormitory, "Brothers, let's go to the entrepreneurship competition." Chapter 113, Why not get free credits in the entrepreneurship competition? "Brothers, let's go to the entrepreneurship competition." Xu Yui felt that this was simply a gift from God, and it would be a waste not to eat it. There is no reason not to take the credits that are given to you for free. After all, the more credits you get from activities, the less need you will have to sign up for some easy classes to get credits in the future, which requires taking exams and wastes time. When Chu Yui's eyes shifted from the mobile phone screen to the bed in the dormitory, he saw that the eldest and the fourth were sleeping like dead pigs, and the second, who was a little more awake, was also lying on the bed drowsy. No one responded to him. Chu Yui shook his head helplessly, turned off the lights in the dormitory, left the dormitory and drove towards the villa. After all, I lived alone before. Now that my grandfather is at home, as the eldest grandson, I must take on the responsibility of taking care of my grandfather. Although Grandpa Shen is with me, I always feel more at ease when I go home to see him every day. Before, Chu Yui had mentioned to his grandfather that he should hire a few housekeepers like Mr. Shen did. The nanny room at home had been empty for a long time, but Mr. Chu said that he always felt awkward when strangers came to the house, so Chu Yui planned to keep his opinion to himself for the time being. 10 minutes later, Chu Yui returned to the villa and saw his grandfather sitting in the living room watching international news, so he sat down and drank tea and chatted with his grandfather. A night passes and a new day begins. Today is the first day of formal classes. Chu Yui got up early in the morning and prepared to go to school. He originally planned to go to Shen's hometown to find Shen Xinxin, but then he thought that Shen Xinxin did not seem to drive to school, and she came back alone last night, so Shen Xinxin was most likely not at home. The result was just as Chu Yui expected. When Chu Yui just walked out of the villa, Shen Xinxin sent him a message asking him to have breakfast with her. After Chu Yui agreed, he drove to the school. Ever since Fang Chouyue gave him a day card, there had been no follow-up on the vehicle entry and exit permit. But yesterday when Fang Chouyue went to check the dormitories, she finally gave the certificate to Chu Yui, and he finally didn't have to park his car outside the school. Normally, students cannot apply to bring their own cars to school, but Chu Yui has a lot of face in front of the counselor and the principal, so it doesn't matter if there is one more car or one less car, because the teachers' parking spaces have never been full anyway. After Chu Yui drove into the campus, he naturally attracted more attention from students than ever before, but this was nothing new to Chu Yui. He stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the bottom of Shen Xinxin's dormitory building. When Chu Yui arrived downstairs of the dormitory, he found Shen Xinxin was already waiting for him downstairs. Shen Xinxin was very surprised to see that Chu Yui actually drove here. "Xiaoyi, do you have to drive here even though it's such a short distance? Isn't this because I'm afraid you'll get cold?" Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin hugged each other tightly when they met. Shen Xinxin was wearing a light gray down jacket today, but the most eye-catching thing was her bare legs. Chu Yui also asked Shen Xinxin if she wouldn't feel cold. Shen Xinxin directly showed Chu Yui the thickness of the bare leg artifact, and it had to be said that it was indeed quite thick. After arriving at the cafeteria, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin had breakfast together, and then drove to the bottom of Chu Yui's dormitory. He didn't know why he had a premonition that based on how drunk several people in the dormitory looked yesterday, it would be impossible to get up early just by them. The result was exactly as Chu Yui had expected. When he arrived at the dormitory, the three brothers were all sleeping soundly with their naked butts. Chu Yui is always very violent when he wakes up the three people in the dormitory. He directly lifted up all the quilts of the three people in the dormitory. Soon, the three people in the dormitory were woken up by the cold and cursed. "Hurry up and go, or you'll be late for the first day of school." Chu Yui looked at the three people whose hair was flying when they slept, and said helplessly. But after all, after the experience of racing against time in the first half of their freshman year, the three dormitory members packed up very quickly and followed Chu Yui to Chu Yui's car. The boss first noticed that there seemed to be an extra person in Chu Yui's passenger seat. After seeing who it was, he immediately smiled and shouted, "I didn't expect my sister-in-law to be here too. Good morning, sister-in-law. Good morning, sister-in-law." The second and fourth brothers who were following behind the eldest brother also saw Shen Xinxin and shouted in unison. These shouts made Shen Xinxin's face red. This was the first time that a classmate directly called her that. After Shen Xinxin greeted the three people in the dormitory, Chu Yui said while driving, "Last night, Teacher Fang sent me a message saying that the school will soon hold a college student entrepreneurship competition. The first place winner will get a lot of credits. I calculated that if I win, I won't have to take some useless classes to get credits in the future." "Really? This is fat meat that is right before your mouth. Why wouldn't you eat it?" The second oldest was very excited after hearing this, and the oldest and fourth oldest couldn't help themselves. After all, who wouldn't like to save a bunch of unnecessary lessons? I think so too. Our company was founded after October, and we are all shareholders. We meet the school's enrollment requirements. I feel like we have secured first place. After Chu Yui finished speaking, he turned to look at Shen Xinxin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and said, "Xinxin, why don't you join us?" "Of course you can. I've seen the document, but I'm not the founder of your group, so I don't seem to meet the requirements." "That's easy. I can just transfer Sinovac Pharmaceuticals to your name. I own 100% of the shares anyway, so I don't need a vote from other shareholders. In fact, even if a vote is required, Chu Yui has a veto power as long as he holds more than 50% of the shares. Chu Yui currently has dictatorial power in all companies, although he does not use it normally." Shen Xinxin giggled when she heard this. Others would just give a bag or something as a gift, but Chu Yui directly gave it to the company without even blinking an eye. "Aren't you afraid that I will run away secretly after you transfer it to me?" Shen Xinxin teased with a smile. "Don't worry, I have confidence in you." The three people sitting in the back seat of the dormitory saw this scene and instantly felt that the breakfast Chu Yui brought them was not delicious anymore. They were forced to eat dog food early in the morning. Chu Yui drives very slowly at school. It is class time and there are many students, so safe driving is the most important thing. Not long after, the group arrived at the teaching building. Because Shen Xinxin and the four people in the dormitory had different classrooms, they said goodbye first. Chu Yui and the other three went to the auditorium to wait for the teacher to arrive. When the four of them sat down, Chu Yui always felt as if something was missing. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, "Woot fake, we were so crazy yesterday that we forgot to take the books distributed by the school out of the suitcases. Shit, it looks like we're going to play King of Glory again in today's class." Chapter 114, Mr. Shen's Old Friend. After the class, Chu Yui told his classmates the details of the school's college student entrepreneurship competition and then left the classroom. Chu Yui was not worried about failing the exam. With the memory enhancement function provided by the system, even if he missed a single class in a semester, he could recite the book word for word by reading it carefully several times before the exam. The other three people in the dormitory also suffered. Before the final exams of last semester, the atmosphere among the three of them was tense. They stayed in the library every day to review. Chu Yui couldn't find them when he wanted to have dinner with them. However, it is better to sharpen your sword before the battle. Last semester, the grades of the three roommates in the dormitory were all around 70 points. The regular grades accounted for a large part. If they only relied on the professional course examination results, they would definitely fail. As expected, Chu Yui ranked first in the academic performance of the whole college, with a final average grade point of 4.4, which means an average score of about 94 points, even though his regular scores were deducted due to skipping classes many times. After Chu Yui separated from the three brothers in the dormitory at the classroom door, he walked towards Shen Xinxin's classroom. It happened that Shen Xinxin's class was delayed for a few minutes, and the class was officially over when Chu Yui just arrived at the classroom door. People came out of the classroom one after another. Some were discussing what to eat for lunch, and some were discussing Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin's affairs. Although the environment was noisy, Chu Yui could still hear everything clearly with the help of the system. After a while, Shen Xinxin walked out of the classroom, accompanied by her three roommates Jiayue, Zhang Muxue, and Su Bai. After Chu Yui greeted a few people, he walked away with Shen Xinxin. "Xiaoyi, Grandpa just called and asked us to go back for lunch this afternoon. He said he had something to tell us." Shen Xinxin said to Chu Yui beside her with bright eyes. What's going on?" Shen Xinxin shook her head, indicating that she was not aware of it. "Xinxin, do you have any classes this afternoon? We have a lot fewer classes this semester than last semester." "There are still a lot of classes, but there are no classes this afternoon, so we don't have to go back to school in the afternoon. It's really hard to be a clinical student, with a 5-year program, but the only good thing is that we can graduate together." Chu Yui said this, and got into the car with Shen Xinxin and returned to Haijing Villa No. 1. The two of them tidied up a little at Chu Yui's house and then walked towards Shen's house. When Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin arrived at Mr. Shen's house, Chu Yui saw that in addition to Mr. Shen and his grandfather, there was another old man in the villa. "Xiaoyi, I called you here today to introduce you to another good friend of mine. This is your Grandpa Zhang, and we are old friends since we were young." Mr. Zhang shook hands enthusiastically with Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin. Chu Yui looked at the old man in front of him. He seemed a little familiar, as if he was similar to someone he knew. Suddenly he reacted and said in surprise, "Could it be that Elder Zhang is Sister Ziling's grandfather? Oh, Xiao Chu actually knows my granddaughter, what a coincidence." After saying that, Chu Yui and Mr. Zhang sat down. After taking a sip of tea, Mr. Zhang said with a smile. I came back this time just to check on my son and my granddaughters who just graduated, and I also came to see Shen Xinxin. Mr. Zhang, I didn't see you when I was with Sister Zilin and Zhang Rohan before. Are you not in Shanghai now? Xu Yui asked the question in his mind. To be honest, I returned to Hangzhou after I retired. There's a saying that goes, when people get old, they always want to go back to their hometown. Hangzhou? Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin were very surprised to hear this place. They didn't expect that Mr. Zhang and Xu Yui were actually from the same hometown. When Mr. Zhang saw the changes in the expressions of the two young men, he was also a little confused. Did he say something outrageous? Mr. Chu was also very surprised and said with a smile. I didn't expect that Mr. Zhang is also from Hangzhou. Doesn't that mean he's from the same hometown as Xiaoyi and me? I forgot to tell you that this old friend of mine is also from Hangzhou. Zhang Qing, you and my in-laws and Xiaoyi are from the same hometown. Mr. Shen suddenly realized that it is easy to forget things when people get old. He actually forgot about this matter. After they chatted for a while, the nanny came to the living room and said that lunch was ready, so they went to the restaurant and enjoyed a big meal. After lunch, Xu Yui planned to go back to sleep first, and then go to the company when he had nothing to do in the afternoon. After all, the company would resume work after the new year, so how could he, as the boss, not go to check it out? Originally, he planned to let his grandfather go back with him to rest, but after Mr. Shen told Mr. Chu and Mr. Zhang at the dinner table that his chess skills were such that he could beat them even if they played against two people at the same time, the two men became more competitive, and naturally none of them would admit defeat. In preparation for this competition, Mr. Shen took out the golden sandalwood chess set that Xu Yui had given to him but he had been reluctant to use, and said that the three of them would decide the winner this afternoon. Xu Yui naturally didn't care about these things. After chatting with Shen Xinxin for a while, he returned to the bedroom of his villa to prepare for a nap. When Xu Yui just lay down, the system voice rang. Host, you have been a little too leisurely these days. I will issue you a new task. When Xu Yui heard the system, he realized that this guy had disappeared for such a long time and finally started issuing tasks. However, from the tone of the system, it seemed as if it was blaming him. Xu Yui retorted unconvincingly. System, you still have the nerve to criticize me? It's you who has been silent and not issuing new tasks, and even the store hasn't been refreshed. How dare you criticize me? Okay, it's indeed my fault, but the system should also reflect on itself and stop being so shy in relationships. System, where have you been these days? Host, please don't ask too much about the higher dimensions. I can only tell you that I have returned to my hometown. Xu Yui understood. He had known for a long time that the high-dimensional creature parasitic in his brain was not a system, but only the system in the novel was more in line with its name. The following is a new task for the host. Set up a charity organization or institution and donate 4 million to build a Hope primary school. Task rewards, 2 upgrade experience points and 51% of the shares of Yunsher Science and Technology Innovation Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Center. That's all the reward? Xu Yui didn't expect that the reward given by the system this time was so much smaller than before, and he found it a little hard to believe. Host, don't worry. This system has its own process and plan. The secret cannot be leaked. Chapter 115 Sister Zilin comes in person. Xu Yui couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw the system's extreme perfunctory response. If it were to go by what he said, he could complete the task whenever he wanted, because he had his own plans. However, the system only urges and complains occasionally, but actually it still follows its own pace, which Xu Yui naturally understands. Since you said you have your own plans, then I'll follow your lead. Although Xu Yui was somewhat reluctant, the system was the boss after all. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After Xu Yui took a short nap, it was already around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After washing his face, Xu Yui planned to get up and go to the company. As luck would have it, just as Xu Yui took a taxi out of the underground garage, Shen Xinxin called Xu Yui. Xu Yui stopped the car and picked up the phone. Shen Xinxin's somewhat helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaoyi, what are your plans for this afternoon? Can I join you? Grandpa and the others seemed to be so engrossed in playing chess that they kept shouting and yelling that I didn't get a good rest at noon. Xu Yui couldn't help but find it a little funny after hearing this, but he didn't laugh out loud out of consideration for Shen Xinxin's mood. He thought that he would just go to the company to inspect the situation this afternoon, and discuss with Manager Wang and Manager Luo about setting up a charity organization in the name of the company, so he readily agreed. After Chu Yui hung up the phone, he drove directly to the door of Mr. Shen's villa, but Shen Xinxin had not come out yet. A few minutes later, Chu Yui brought Shen Xinxin to Sini Traditional Chinese Medicine Technology Company. Since Chu Yui did not greet the two managers in advance, no one was outside to greet them. This is your company. I remember the first time I came here was when I went to Yun City before the new year. I left after meeting at the door and haven't gone in to take a look yet. Shen Xinxin looked up at the building in front of her and said, I'll take this opportunity to show you around. Chu Yui smiled and took Shen Xinxin's hand, and they entered the company gate together. When the security guard at the door saw Chu Yui coming in, he quickly stood up and saluted Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin. Chu Yui nodded to him and walked into the company elevator. Chu Yui did not plan to go directly to Manager Wang and Manager Luo. Since he was planning to take Shen Xinxin to visit the company, he wanted to inspect the situation of the employees as well. After taking Shen Xinxin on a tour from top to bottom, Chu Yui discovered that although the company's employees were quite motivated at work, they still had some holiday hangovers. However, Chu Yui expressed his understanding, but he had to change this mentality on his own. He couldn't take another day off, otherwise the company's normal operations would be disrupted. The tour was over, and it was time to get down to business. Chu Yui took Shen Xinxin to Manager Wang's office. After Chu Yui knocked on the door politely, Manager Wang's voice, which did not sound very pleasant, rang out from inside the door. Come in. When Manager Wang saw Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin push the door open, his originally worried expression changed 180 degrees, and he put on his original smile again, and said to Chu Yui respectfully, Boss Chu, Miss Shen, why didn't you inform me and Manager Luo when you came so that we can welcome you this afternoon? After hearing this, Chu Yui waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care, and then he and Shen Xinxin sat on the chairs in front of Manager Wang's desk. Chu Yui motioned for Manager Wang to sit down, then said with a smile, Manager Wang, when have you ever looked sad? If there is anything that is difficult to solve, just tell me directly. You don't have to solve it yourself. After hearing what Chu Yui said, Manager Wang shook his head helplessly, and then handed a report to Chu Yui. Boss Chu, this report is a report of the investigation team arranged a few years ago to investigate the company's potential undercover agent. So far, nothing has been found. It seems that either he is hiding very deeply, or the previous speculation is wrong and this undercover agent does not exist at all. After listening to Manager Wang's report, Chu Yui did not show any obvious change in emotion, but just took a quick look at the report. Shen Xinxin, who was standing by, was shocked because Chu Yui had intentionally concealed the fact that there might be an undercover agent in the company. This was the first time she heard about it. After reading the report, Chu Yui handed it back to Manager Wang and said calmly, There's no need to let this little thing affect your mood. I promise to find this undercover agent within a month and bankrupt Confronting company at the same time. As soon as this sentence came out, Manager Wang was shocked. He didn't expect Chu Yui to have such an idea. He reminded him, Boss Chu, we are still just a startup company. I'm afraid we can't compete with Confronting Pharmaceuticals at this stage. Manager Wang knows this company better than Chu Yui. Although he knows that Chu Yui also has Rongfa Pharmaceutical and a private hospital, it would probably not be a wise thing to use all the assets to suppress Confronting Pharmaceutical, which has been developing for many years. Chu Yui naturally knew Manager Wang's concerns, and he smiled and changed the subject. Manager Wang, let's put this aside for now. Has anyone come with a contract to buy shares recently? Buy shares? No. Manager Wang shook his head. He had been in the company these days and had not seen any outsiders enter the company. Now it was Chu Yui's turn to be confused. He had clearly agreed with Sister Zilin before, so why was there no movement even now? Could it be that Sister Zilin had gone back on her word? Chu Yui picked up his phone, found Zhang Zilin's number and called her directly. After a few seconds, Zhang Zilin answered the phone and said happily, What's wrong? Brother Chu, do you miss me or do you need help with something? Sister Zilin, didn't you say you wanted to buy my shares? If you don't come, I'll sell it to someone else. Chu Yui said jokingly that it was always more reassuring to ask for money in a subtle way than to just say transfer money. Oh my god, look at my brain, I have already drafted the contract, but the person I arranged was transferred on a business trip. Are you in the company now? I am here. Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Chu Yui was about to refuse. He knew that Sister Zilin was very busy. He didn't expect that after hearing that he was here, she would ask to come in person. It can be seen that Zhang Zilin really treats him as a good younger brother. Just as Zhang Zilin said, 14 minutes later, Zhang Zilin called, and Chu Yui and others went down to greet Zhang Zilin in person. Manager Wang didn't know who Chu Yui was calling until he saw the person at the door. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. It turned out to be Zhang Zilin, the head of the real estate tycoon in Shanghai. Chapter 116. What? You're urging me to pay just to give my money away? Brother Chu. You are so rude for not coming down to welcome me in advance. When Zhang Zilin saw Chu Yui at the door, she seemed a little complaining, but she was still smiling and didn't look angry. You should know that Zhang Zilin is often invited by many big bosses in Shanghai, but she has rejected them all on the grounds that it is inconvenient. If she agrees to the invitation, the welcome ceremony will be unprecedentedly warm. This is the first time I have been stopped at the door by a security guard. Chu Yui scratched his head in embarrassment. This was indeed his negligence. He should at least let the front desk wait for Zhang Zilin's arrival. Sister Zilin, we have something urgent to deal with. As soon as we heard you were coming, we rushed down to greet you. Okay, I'm not angry. Your sister has long told me that you are always careless. But who is this person? Zhang Zilin said when she saw Shen Xinxin standing next to Chu Yui, seeming to be very intimate with him. I was just about to introduce you to my girlfriend, Shen Xinxin. Xinxin, this is Sister Yun's best friend, Sister Zilin, the head of Shanghai's real estate industry. Ah. Brother Chu, you have a girlfriend. I wanted to match you up with my sister. When Yunyao introduced you to me, I thought she wanted to be my sister, but Yunyao beat her up. Zhang Zilin said with a smile, then looked at Shen Xinxin and greeted. Hello, sister-in-law. If little brother Chu bullies you in the future, tell me and your sister Yunyao and I will help you beat her up. Then thank you, Sister Zilin. Shen Xinxin also replied respectfully. Seeing that the two of them also knew each other, Chu Yui then introduced Manager Wang, who was following behind, to Zhang Zilin. Sister Zilin, this is Manager Wang, who is currently managing the company. Manager Luo is not in the company today because he is on a business trip. Manager Wang, who was following behind Chu Yui, did not expect Chu Yui to suddenly mention him in front of Zhang Zilin. This was a great opportunity for him, so he took the initiative to step forward and said, Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Wang Guowei. I've heard a lot about you. Please take care of me. Zhang Zilin also shook hands with Manager Wang very politely. Normally, people of Manager Wang's status were not qualified to shake hands with her. This time, she was really helped by Chu Yui. Wang Jing was very excited. He naturally understood these things. If he was young and just starting to work hard in society, he would be so excited that he would not wash the hand that had been shaken. Sister Zilin, let's go to my office to chat about the details. After Zhang Zilin nodded, she and Chu Yui and his group came to Chu Yui's office. Manager Wang made a pot of tea for Chu Yui and the other two. Normally, these things should be done by the secretary, but in the current situation it would be better for him to do it himself. Chu Yui couldn't help laughing when she saw Manager Wang standing behind her motionless after making tea. She had only seen Manager Wang so nervous when Chu Yui first met him. Manager Wang, don't be so reserved. You'll look like a security guard standing behind me. Do you want to experience life as a security guard? Sit down quickly. Manager Wang felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, but he couldn't disobey his boss's order, so he sat next to Chu Yui. Zhang Zilin was not arrogant. She took a sip of tea and her eyes instantly lit up. Although she had no requirements on drinking tea, it was the first time she had tasted such delicious tea. Brother Chu, this tea is good. Where did you buy it from? I'll buy some to try. Sister Zilin, this is not something you can buy easily. The second generation of Dahompo has always been in short supply. If you want it, come to my house later and I'll give you a few cans. Good boy, with your sister Lin's ability, I can get things that are priceless, but since you are so generous, I will accept it. Zhang Zilin was definitely not bragging. As long as something was available in the market, she would have a way to get it. But she just wasn't that idle. After they chatted for a while, Zhang Zilin took out a contract from her bag, placed it in front of Chu Yui and said, Then let's get down to business today. I've got the contract. It's the same as before. I'll pay you 3 billion to buy 10% of your shares, and then invest another 1 billion in you. I know you've been working on the Yun City branch recently, so this can help ease your stress. Before coming this time, Zhang Zilin had already fully understood the development of the company. She knew that Chu Yui was the only investor at present, so she decided to directly inject 1 billion yuan into the company for its development. But if Zhang Zilin knew that Chu Yui's money was given by the system, she would definitely not invest, although she would not believe it even if Chu Yui told her. Manager Wang, who was drinking tea nearby, got so nervous after hearing this that he spilled the hot tea all over his pants, scalding them so much that he cried out. It's not Manager Wang's fault. Anyone would be surprised for several days if 4 billion yuan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chu Yui signed his name directly without even reading the contract. Although he had only known Zhang Zilin for a short time, he already knew Zhang Zilin's character well and naturally trusted him. Anyway, it still needs to be stamped by Manager Wang, and then Manager Wang can take a closer look. Chu Yui can't see it himself anyway. Seeing that Chu Yui trusted her so much, Zhang Zilin felt inexplicably warm in her heart. In the business world, there is always intrigue among each other, and such a situation is almost impossible to happen. This made Zhang Zilin like Chu Yui even more. After Chu Yui signed the contract, he handed it to Manager Wang, who was still wiping his crotch with paper, then looked at Zhang Zilin and said, Sister Zilin, actually asking you to sign the contract this time is just an introduction. I have something very important to discuss with you. Zhang Zilin noticed that there were some changes in Chu Yui's eyes. The temperament of a business veteran replaced the original childishness of a college student, which surprised Zhang Zilin. Just tell me. I told you I'll help you with anything. Zhang Zilin knew that Chu Yui was serious, so she naturally couldn't continue laughing. Sister Zilin, I want to set up a charity fund in the name of the company and build some Hope primary schools, but Manager Wang and I have no experience, so I want to ask Sister Zilin for advice. The reason why I didn't go down to greet Zhang Zilin before was because I was discussing this matter with Manager Wang. Zhang Zilin couldn't help but narrow her eyes after hearing this, propped up her chin with her hand, looked at Chu Yui with a smile, and said, Oh? So the reason you urged me to come and give the money this time is just to give my money away again? Chapter 117. Hello, do I know you? Ah. Chu Yui was stunned when he heard what Zhang Zilin said. He didn't expect Zhang Zilin to suddenly say such a thing. Phew. When Zhang Zilin saw Chu Yui's expression, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I just wanted to tease you when I saw you suddenly become serious. Chu Yui had been quite serious at first, but now he couldn't hold back anymore. Let's get down to business. Since you proposed this idea, I will definitely help you complete it. Zhang Zilin returned to work and continued. I think it's a bit problematic for your company to set up a charity fund. From my initial understanding, the company's business is too single and it's not suitable for setting up a so-called charity fund. Brother Chu, do you know the significance of setting up a charity fund? Chu Yui certainly didn't know the meaning behind this. He only heard on the internet that most of the wealthy people abroad transferred their funds to charitable funds because they needed to avoid taxes. To give back to society and contribute my strength to the better life of the people. Chu Yui just followed the system's instructions to establish the company. He felt that he had some spare money anyway, so this amount of money was just child's play for him. Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to be so naive. Zhang Zilin couldn't help but smile knowingly when she heard this. She had guessed from the beginning that Chu Yui would say this. The establishment of a charitable foundation has undoubtedly contributed to society, and this is the main aspect of publicity. But the reason behind this is to use charity to promote the company. To be honest, it is to attract the attention of the public through charity, so as to promote one's own company or industry. Chu Yui did understand a lot after hearing this, but he also put forward his own views. Sister Zilin, if what you said about charity mainly serves the purpose of publicity, then shouldn't my new company need more publicity? Zhang Zilin shook her head, expressing her opposition to Chu Yui's idea. She said to Chu Yui like an old senior talking to a newcomer in the workplace. Brother Chu, this is a misunderstanding of publicity. You need to understand why you need to promote, rather than promoting for the sake of publicity. First of all, the company is currently in a startup phase, and in a sense it does need publicity to expand its reputation, but... Zhang Zilin paused for a moment and looked at Chu Yui closely, which made Chu Yui feel a little scared. But your company is currently just a company with a single structure. People know it through this cosmetics. In other words, Cine Pharmaceutical currently has nothing else except the production of this cosmetics. Your cosmetics have already become famous, so there is no need to continue to promote them. You are not like other internet companies that need to recruit employees and attract customers. You have now reached a state of saturation in promotion, and it is useless to continue to promote them. Xu Yui listened carefully to Zhang Zilin's words and understood the truth that Zhang Zilin wanted to instill in him. But this is a task issued by the system and it is something that must be done. If we wait until the company's new drug is successfully developed, I am afraid that will take forever. Sister Zilin, I really want to build a whole primary school to help those children. I don't think it's appropriate to use my own name. Xu Yui looked at Zhang Zilin helplessly. This was a task he had to complete. Zhang Zilin didn't expect Xu Yui to be so determined. After thinking quietly for a while, she suddenly thought of something and said, "How about you just put your name on my charity fund and set up a charity fund that is affiliated with my company, and put your company in the name of it? When you need to set up your own charity fund, you can just separate from it. This way, you can save yourself the hassle of handling formalities." Xu Yui felt that Zhang Zilin's suggestion was very pertinent. If he were to set up one on his own, there would be no way to transfer people with the current personnel arrangements. It would be a good idea to put the name out there. After they talked about some specific matters, Zhang Zilin received a call from the company and needed to go back to handle some matters. She couldn't visit Xu Yui's home, so she left the company first. After Zhang Zilin left, Xu Yui sat on the sofa and began to rest with his eyes closed, but he was actually chatting with the system. "System, do you think the solution proposed by Sister Zilin can meet the requirements of the task?" "Of course there is no problem. I have said it before, everything is in my plan." "Wow!" Xu Yui exclaimed, "Wow! Could it be that the system has some magical power to predict the future?" However, once it was confirmed that there were no problems, the matter was declared a temporary victory. All you need to do is invest 5 million yuan to build a Hope primary school, and your mission will be completely accomplished. Shen Xinxin watched Xu Yui lying on the sofa and resting. She had to say that she thought Xu Yui looked the most handsome when he was working seriously. After Xu Yui finished talking about some unnecessary topics with the system, Xu Yui explained to Manager Wang the future matters, donations and other matters, and left them to Manager Wang to be fully responsible for. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin left the company, and it was time for dinner. After the two decided not to go home for dinner tonight, they called their two grandfathers. Xu Yui then took Shen Xinxin walking aimlessly in the city, looking for some delicious food that they didn't know about. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin arrived at the door of a wedding company. It must be said that this was the largest wedding company Xu Yui had ever seen. Xu Yui looked at the name of the wedding company, Shanghai Ranqin Wedding, which sounded quite high-end and elegant. Shen Xinxin also noticed that Xu Yui's eyes stayed on this wedding company. Looking at the luxurious wedding dress in the window, she felt a little excited. Now, after being attacked by their mothers Zhao Yan and Liang Xiaoyun, these two people have become immune to the word marriage, but girls have a natural beautiful imagination of white wedding dresses. Just as Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin were standing in front of the window admiring wedding dresses, a middle-aged man in casual clothes hurried out. When he saw Xu Yui, his hurried steps paused and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The middle-aged man hurriedly came to Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin respectfully and said respectfully, "Boss Xu, welcome to our company for inspection." He thought that Xu Yui was here for a private visit. After Xu Yui took over the company, he has never shown up and has not even made a phone call. Seeing the respectful look of the middle-aged man in front of him, Xu Yui asked doubtfully, "Do you know me?" Chapter 118 Cosplay Wedding Photos? Seeing the respectful look of the middle-aged man in front of him, Xu Yui asked doubtfully, "Do you know me?" Xu Yui, the middle-aged man in front of him, thought carefully for a long time. Now Xu Yui has obtained the memory enhancement given by the system. There is no reason for him not to remember the people who have had interactions with him. Seeing Xu Yui's puzzled look, the middle-aged man immediately explained, "Boss Xu, this is the first time we meet. Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Tong, the general manager of Ranqin Wedding. You can just call me Xiao Chun." When Xu Yui heard the middle-aged man with a big beard in front of him actually asked him to call him Xiao Chen, he couldn't help but shudder all over. It's really a bit awkward for a college student to call a man in his 40s Xiao XX. "Ah, hello, Manager Chen, how do you know me?" Xu Yui actually didn't care who this Chen Tong was. He was just simply curious why he was called Mr. Chu. Manager Chen saw that Xu Yui was still puzzled. He thought he had recognized the wrong person, so he asked carefully, Excuse me, are you Mr. Chu Yui?" Yes, I am Chu Yui. That's right. Manager Chen let out a breath and continued to explain. Boss Chu, you are just forgetful. You took over this company years ago. I have been trying to contact you, but there is no phone number in your profile, so you gradually forgot about it. As soon as this sentence came out, Chu Yui remembered that before his parents came to Shanghai for the new year, the system gave him a wedding company. At that time, he was a little angry with the system, so he didn't care about the name of the company. The system also gave him detailed information about the company, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, his primary goal now was to achieve some success in the medical field so as to lay a solid foundation for his future business empire. Sorry, Manager Chen, I accidentally forgot. Actually, we originally wanted to see the wedding dress. In that case, let's go in and take a look. Under the guidance of Manager Chen, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin entered the lobby of the wedding company. When Shen Xinxin entered the hall, she was shocked to see such magnificent decoration. The decoration, which resembles European and American-style palaces and churches, satisfies the dream of many girls for a Western-style wedding church, and it feels like it can be used directly as the location for wedding photos. Mr. Chu, our wedding company has a history of more than 50 years. It is currently one of the most popular wedding companies in Shanghai. Western-style weddings and Chinese-style weddings are our main business. Of course, we also support private customization, such as hot air balloons, helicopters, and even champagne towers as high as 7 meters. We can complete whatever you want to arrange. Manager Chen on the side introduced it enthusiastically to Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin. Originally he was in a hurry to meet the client, but now that his boss was visiting in person, and was visiting with a girl who looked like his boss's fiancée, naturally this became the most important thing. He randomly found someone else to take his place to receive the guests, and he introduced them to Chu Yui and the other two. Although this was just a very ordinary introduction, to Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin it sounded like the two were about to get married. Boss Chu, the room behind this lobby contains Western-style wedding dresses and suits. If you are interested, I can take you there to have a look. After hearing what Manager Chen said, Chu Yui thought of Shen Xinxin's happy expression before, so he nodded and agreed. Then a few people entered the inner room. Chu Yui thought it was just a few pieces of clothing, until he saw the scene inside. He realized that his vision was too narrow after all. The room in front of me was indeed much smaller than the hall, but it still felt half the size of the hall, and it was filled with wedding dresses of various styles and colors, followed by bridesmaids' dresses, and then in a not-so-noticeable corner were the clothes of the groom and best man. That's true, there are only a few styles of suits for Western weddings. Mr. Chu, Miss Shen, this is the place with the most complete selection of wedding dresses in Shanghai so far, with prices ranging from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands, and it also supports private customization of wedding dresses and suits. After Manager Chen took Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin to visit the first floor, he took them to visit the Chinese wedding theme on the second floor and the wedding style room on the third floor, giving Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin a new understanding of luxurious weddings. After the tour was completed, Manager Chen said to Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin, Boss Chu, do you and Miss Shen need to try it on? I'm afraid that won't work. Xiaoyi isn't yet of legal marriage age. Shen Xinxin was a little excited when she heard Manager Chen's suggestion, but shyness still dominated the situation. Miss Shen, you misunderstood what I meant. I just wanted to take a photo as a souvenir, just like the cosplay that young people like nowadays. Chu Yui also sensed a hint of anticipation from Shen Xinxin's nervousness, so he pulled Shen Xinxin over, held her in his arms, and said to her with a smile, It's just a photo shoot, not a marriage certificate. There's no need to be so shy. Manager Chen, let's just take a photo. Okay, Mr. Chu, I will arrange for relevant personnel to serve you too. Please take a seat and wait patiently. After saying that, Manager Chen left. After a while, Manager Chen came to Chu Yui with many staff members. A leading staff member said, Mr. Chu, Miss Shen, do you prefer a Chinese or Western wedding? Since we're here, let's try both. Chu Yui said directly that it could be considered as preparation for the future. Okay, then please go to the first floor to choose the clothes you like, and the makeup artist will customize your makeup later. Accompanied by several staff members, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin returned to the clothing hall on the first floor. After seeing the many white wedding dresses, Shen Xinxin let go of her reserve. Chu Yui clearly felt that Shen Xinxin was becoming excited. Shen Xinxin decided to choose a suit for Chu Yui first. Chu Yui also thought that this seemed to be the simplest thing, so he readily agreed. Only a few minutes later, Chu Yui walked out of the dressing room. It must be said that Chu Yui's handsomeness doubled in the wedding suit, which made Shen Xinxin stare at him. Wow! Xiaoyi, you suddenly become so handsome. Chapter 119. An angel descends to me. Shen Xinxin looked at Chu Yui in surprise as he wore a suit, and by the way, she became Chu Yui's little fangirl. The first time Shen Xinxin saw Chu Yui wearing a suit was on the night when the dormitory leader confessed his love to instructor Huan, but the suit Chu Yui was wearing was just an ordinary style. The dress she is wearing now is specially made for her wedding. If it is tailored for Chu Yui, the effect will definitely be better. Chu Yui adjusted his tie and the feather on his chest. He always felt a little restrained after putting them on. It seems that it is very important to customize a suit that suits him. Then Shen Xinxin excitedly took Chu Yui's hand and began to choose her favorite wedding dress from the many wedding dresses. While being pulled by Shen Xinxin, Chu Yui looked at the large wedding dress. It felt like snow, bright white and a little dazzling. At this time, the staff came to Shen Xinxin and said with a smile, "Miss Shen, I suggest you go to the most central area, that is, the circle of cabinets in the middle. There are the most high-end wedding dresses in our store, which will definitely be very suitable for you." Chu Yui heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what the staff said. It was hard for him to imagine how much time it would take to look through such a large number of wedding dresses one by one. Shen Xinxin nodded in agreement, and then she and Chu Yui came to the area mentioned by the staff. Chu Yui looked at the prices marked above. The lowest one cost hundreds of thousands. It was indeed the most high-end wedding dress, and the price reflected that. The staff on the side kept introducing each item to Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin were also choosing carefully. After a while, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin came to a circle of wardrobes. Chu Yui felt that the high-end wedding dresses outside seemed to be overshadowed by those in the wardrobe, so he asked the staff, "Can you take out the clothes in the closet and try them on?" Shen Xinxin was also attracted by the wedding dress in the closet. Every inch of the fabric exuded a pearl-like luster and sparkled charmingly under the light. The skirt is as light and flowing as a cloud, piled up layer by layer to form a beautiful circle. Boss Chu, the wedding dresses in this cabinet were all made by famous Italian craftsmen at great expense to our previous boss. They can only be sold at present and cannot be rented out for the time being. In fact, the company stipulates that only wedding dresses with a price below 20,000 yuan are allowed to be rented out. If there are no major problems, only ancillary expenses such as cleaning fees need to be paid. Wedding dresses with a price above 20,000 yuan are generally not rented out. This restriction was lifted because Chu Yui is the boss. After all, it is just a try-on here, but there is really nothing he can do about the things in the closet. Chu Yui also smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect to be rejected in his own company. However, he also looked at the price of the wedding dress, 1.3 million. It would be a pity if he only wore it once. But who is Chu Yui? The thing he has the most is money, especially for Shen Xinxin, so he didn't intend to make things difficult for the staff member and directly greeted Manager Chen who was standing next to him. Upon seeing this, Manager Chen immediately trotted over to Chu Yui and asked respectfully, "Boss Chu, what do you want me to do?" "Manager Chen, are wedding dresses here only available for purchase?" Manager Chen understood what Chu Yui meant after hearing what he said, and said quickly, "Boss Chu, you really can't try on the items in here. They are too precious. Please understand." Manager Chen was afraid that Mr. Chu in front of him was an unreasonable young man. If he acted impulsively for his beloved, it would be a big loss for the company. "Of course I understand. Then pay by card." Chu Yui then took out his black card and handed it to Manager Chen. Manager Chen stared at the black card in front of him for a while. He originally thought that this company was the property of the young master in front of him, and Chu Yui would make direct and firm demands. He didn't expect that Chu Yui would directly pay the bill. "Boss Chu, what about you? Just swipe it. I know that a company's operation requires balance. If I pay, won't it be balanced? And you can get a lot of commission." That's true. This wedding dress hasn't been moved for several years. Once it is sold, the commission will be at least tens of thousands. Seeing Chu Yui's firm attitude, Manager Chen slowly took the card that Chu Yui handed over. "Wait. Xiaoyi, there are also very nice wedding dresses out there. Don't be obsessed with this one. Or you might as well not buy it. It's a waste of money." Chu Yui looked at Shen Xinxin who was nervous beside him and said with a smile, "Xinxin, if I'm going to give you something, I have to give you the best. I originally planned to customize a better dress for you when we got married. This little money is really nothing. As long as you like it, it's fine. Shu Yui said this from the bottom of his heart. He really hoped that at the most important moment for the two of them, Shen Xinxin would appear in a way that would amaze the whole world. When Manager Chen saw Shen Xinxin's attitude, he realized that this was purely his boss's preference and not an impulse for his beloved, so he immediately went to handle the relevant procedures. After a while, the staff brought the wedding dress to the VIP changing room and motioned for Shen Xinxin to go in and change her clothes. After about 10 minutes, the door of the locker room slowly opened. Shen Xinxin walked out accompanied by staff, her skirt dancing in the wind, as if leaving a beautiful arc in the air. The neckline of the wedding dress was simple and elegant, revealing her slender neck and charming collarbone. Delicate lace trims are embellished on the neckline and cuffs, adding a touch of romance and sophistication to the wedding dress. She wore a gorgeous veil on her head, which was just to her waist and gently covered her face, creating a mysterious and charming atmosphere. The veil was dotted with sparkling diamonds, which sparkled brightly under the light, like the brightest stars in the night sky. She held a bouquet of flowers in her hands. The color of the flowers complemented the white of her wedding dress, further highlighting her beauty and purity. Shu Yui's eyes widened as they stared at each other, and the two of them stood facing each other, just like a newlywed couple about to enter the palace. Just as the two were looking at each other lovingly, a word from the staff interrupted their romantic atmosphere. "Mr. Chu, Ms. Shen, please move to the dressing room for some simple touch-ups." About half an hour later, Shu Yui was waiting quietly in the lobby. He knew that it would take a long time for girls to put on makeup, but he was shocked again when he saw Shen Xinxin walking out of the door. Shen Xinxin usually only puts on light makeup, and she is already the top campus beauty. Now with the help of exquisite makeup, she looks even more beautiful and charming. Shu Yui's heart began to beat faster and his breathing became heavy. This was simply an angel. "Okay, are you all ready? Mr. Chu, please go and hold the bride's hand and walk to the middle of the lobby." Chapter 120 Systems Departure. "Okay, are you all ready? Mr. Chu, please go and hold the bride's hand and walk to the middle of the lobby." Although the photographer was also stunned for a moment by the sight of an angel descending, everyone present was as stunned by the scene as Chu Yui. But out of excellent professional ethics, the photographer quickly adjusted himself and gave a reminder. After hearing the photographer's reminder, Chu Yui lifted his feet and walked towards Shen Xinxin step by step. Shu Yui had dreamt of such a solemn moment countless times, but when he experienced it in reality, he found that this moment was even more perfect than the fantasy in his dream. When Shu Yui walked in front of Shen Xinxin, their eyes met, and they both saw deep love in each other's eyes. According to normal procedures, Shu Yui should kneel down on one knee and put a diamond ring on Shen Xinxin to represent their everlasting love. But this was just a cosplay, or an exercise, and Shu Yui was not prepared at all. Shu Yui slowly bent his waist and extended his hand to Shen Xinxin. Shen Xinxin smiled and gently placed her hand in Shu Yui's hand. With the help of the staff, the two walked to the center of the hall. "Hey, the bride and groom, both look towards the camera, and be a little more intimate." The photographer kept instructing Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin, and with the sound of clicks, the shooting was completed in about half an hour. Afterwards, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin tried on a few more Chinese wedding dresses. After taking pictures, they changed into their own clothes and chatted with Manager Zhao in the hall. "Mr. Chu, I will have the photo retoucher retouch the electronic version of these photos and send it to your phone, but do you need them printed out?" "No, just the electronic version is enough. It's not a good idea to take wedding photos twice," Chu Yui said to Shen Xinxin with a smile, and Shen Xinxin nodded in agreement. After Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin left the wedding company, they both looked very happy. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from Shen Xinxin's stomach. "Xiaoyi, do you still remember what our purpose is this time? Why don't we go to the snack street and have a big meal?" Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin were indeed a little too excited, and they didn't even feel hungry at all while taking pictures. The next day, Chu Yui woke up slowly in the villa. He prepared to pack up a little and go to school with Shen Xinxin for breakfast. Just as Chu Yui changed her clothes, the system's voice suddenly rang. "Host, I may have to leave for a while." After Chu Yui heard what the system said, he couldn't help but stop for a moment and asked quickly, "Are you planning to leave me?" "Host, please don't worry. I just need to go back to my original world to deal with some things. If I can return safely, the mission will continue. What if I can't come back? I will put a gift package in your system backpack in advance. If I haven't come back in half a year on Earth, it will automatically open. After that, it will depend on the host's own efforts." Since the system appeared, Chu Yui has gradually become accustomed to having such a thing in his head that knows him very well. Now that he suddenly has to leave, Chu Yui still feels a little sad. System, didn't you say that the place where you were born has fallen from the high dimension to the third dimension? You also said before that only some high-dimensional fragments are left of your hometown. The low dimension cannot be upgraded to the high dimension. How can you go back? Host, please do not put the settings in science fiction novels into reality. This time I will be in danger. Host, please do not miss me. I have already issued the mission reward to you in advance. If I can come back and find that you have not completed the mission, I will confiscate it. Goodbye, host. After this sentence, the system fell silent. No matter how loudly Chu Yui shouted, the only response he got was lasting silence. Chu Yui called out the system template and found that the template had turned gray, but the data was still there. He checked the system backpack and found a gift bag in it. It said, "The last gift package. May the host realize his wish soon." The countdown to 180 days begins. Chu Yui watched quietly, he didn't know what feelings he should have. Although the system often gave him rewards or issued tasks suddenly before he went to bed, and he complained about the system countless times, Chu Yui had long regarded this system from an unknown place as his friend. Now that his bad friend has left, and the friend with whom he had chatted and teased every day for more than half a year has left, Chu Yui feels a little empty, and this emptiness is an emptiness that he cannot tell anyone. Chu Yui came to the study and looked at the contract for 51% of the shares of Yun City Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Center in the safe, the big gem given by the system, and various previous contracts. He always felt lonely and painful. A tear slowly rolled down Chu Yui's cheek and dripped onto the share transfer contract. Ding ling ling ding ling ling. Chu Yui's cell phone rang. Chu Yui found out that it was Shen Xinxin calling, so he picked up the phone. Shen Xinxin's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiaoyi, you're not still sleeping, are you? I've packed everything, let's go to school." Chu Yui, who was originally planning to force a smile while talking to Shen Xinxin, suddenly thought of his first meeting with Shen Xinxin. It was also because of the help of the system. If there was no system, he and Shen Xinxin might never have had any intersection in their lives. Unconsciously, the shadow of the system seems to be everywhere in my life. Chu Yui couldn't hold it in any longer and started to cry loudly. This sudden situation scared Shen Xinxin on the other end of the phone. "I was taking photos just fine yesterday, why did I suddenly feel sad today? Xiaoyi, what happened? I'll be there soon." After Shen Xinxin finished speaking, she hurried to Chu Yui's house. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of someone quickly coming up the stairs was heard, and Chu Yui closed the door of the safe. After all, there was a big surprise prepared for Shen Xinxin inside, which could not be revealed now. Shen Xinxin came to the study and saw Chu Yui leaning against the safe with red eyes from crying. She hurriedly stepped forward and held Chu Yui in her arms, constantly comforting Chu Yui in her arms. She didn't want to know what had suddenly made the boy who always looked strong and sunny cry like this. What she cared about most now was to soothe Chu Yui's heart. She didn't want to make the boy she liked cry. Chapter 121, Paradise. After Chu Yui's emotions gradually calmed down in Shen Xinxin's arms, Shen Xinxin and Chu Yui sat together on the sofa in the study. Seeing that Chu Yui's emotions had stabilized a little, Shen Xinxin tried to slow down her tone and asked softly, "Xiaoyi, why did you suddenly become like this? Is there any difficulty in the company?" Chu Yui shook her head and tried her best to force out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Xinxin, I'm sorry. Now I feel like I'm the little girl who likes to cry. What are you talking about? It's human nature to be happy, angry, sad, and joyful. If you have anything to say, tell me so I can share it with you. We are a couple, aren't we?" Facing Shen Xinxin's serious expression, Chu Yui was silent for a long time before answering. "Before, I had a very good brother. He and I were inseparable. It can be said that we were like two minds sharing one body. He often helped me with some things. In fact, if it weren't for him, you and I might not have been tied together by the red string." Chu Yui rubbed his eyes, looked at Shen Xinxin and said, "I am very grateful to him. He gave me the opportunity to meet the person I want to be with for the rest of my life. He helped my career flourish. It is because of him that I am who I am today." "Did something happen to your brother?" Shen Xinxin asked. She could feel Chu Yui's strong emotional changes. Based on her understanding of Chu Yui, the man in front of her would not cry easily. Only his family and close friends could make him cry. He's gone. He went to a very far place. Maybe he will never come back. Although Shen Xinxin had already expected this outcome, she couldn't do anything. Life and death are determined by fate, and no one can change it. Xiaoyi, I'll ask for a leave of absence from class today. I'll take you to a very beautiful place, a place that means a lot to me. How about changing your mood? Shen Xinxin is the vice president of the school student union, and given the relationship between Chu Yui and Fang Chouyue, it is completely fine for her to miss a few classes occasionally. Although Chu Yui's emotions were somewhat unstable, he was not like some men who tended to get angry and vent their anger on others. He still treated Shen Xinxin the same way he usually did. He understood Shen Xinxin's intention, so he nodded to Shen Xinxin and said, "Let's go now." Shen Xinxin took Chu Yui's hand and walked to the living room. Old Man Chu was watching the morning news on TV. Since Chu Yui did not cry too much, Old Man Chu was unaware of Chu Yui's emotional changes. "Grandpa Chu, Xiaoyi and I are going to school together. My grandpa will prepare breakfast soon. We still have to go to class, so we ate at school this morning." Chu Yui also tried his best to act as usual, not wanting his grandfather to worry about him, and said with a smile, "Grandpa, Xinxin and I will leave first. Be careful on the road." After Mr. Chu finished speaking, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Chu Yui originally wanted to drive by himself, but Shen Xinxin insisted that she drive instead, saying that Chu Yui didn't know the road. Chu Yui knew that Shen Xinxin was doing this to take his feelings into consideration, so he consciously sat in the passenger seat. The car was driving fast. This was the first time Chu Yui let Shen Xinxin drive. Not to mention, Shen Xinxin looked quite cute when she was driving seriously. About half an hour later, the car had driven out of the city. The tall buildings and crowded crowds in the city suddenly turned into a sunny and beautiful suburban scene. Chu Yui's mood was also healed a lot by this beautiful scenery. "Xinxin, where are you taking me? It's so far." "Secret." Shen Xinxin winked at Chu Yui mischievously, and then returned to the state of concentrating on driving as she did at the beginning. The car drove straight along a road and came to a building that looked like a vegetable greenhouse. "Look, this is the secret place I'm going to take you to. Not everyone can come in here." Before Chu Yui could see clearly what the building in front of him was, Shen Xinxin took Chu Yui in. After the two arrived at the front desk, the security guards and front desk staff were very respectful to Shen Xinxin, which made Chu Yui understand that this should be Uncle Shen's company. "Yuan Zui?" Chu Yui looked at the name of the company and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Is it something to do with gardening? Chu Yui was thinking in his heart as Shen Xinxin excitedly pulled him away until they arrived in front of a thick glass door. "Xiaoyi, guess what surprise is inside?" Shen Xinxin pointed at the glass door and said. Chu Yui looked confused. He didn't understand why Shen Xinxin brought him to Uncle Shen's company, but he also looked at the glass door very seriously. The glass door should be frosted glass or one-way glass. From this side, you can't see what's inside at all. He could only shake his head and said, "I can't guess." Shen Xinxin smiled slyly, and after unlocking the door with her fingerprint, the heavy glass door in front of her slowly opened. The scenery in front of him made Chu Yui drop his jaw. It was a green scene with lush trees. There was even a river running through it, and ducks were playing in the water. Moreover, many pale yellow flowers are in full bloom, which is completely different from the cold and withered scenery outside. It is simply a new world independent of the outside world. Shen Xinxin took Chu Yui to a patch of grass and introduced her to him. "Xiaoyi, this is a miniature ecosystem that my father invested in and built. Although I don't know why my father wanted to build such a project, it at least looks very good now, doesn't it?" Chu Yui nodded and agreed with Shen Xinxin's words. Perhaps this is the place where people escape from reality and come to the paradise of freedom. "Xiaoyi, although your friend is gone, what he left behind and the relationships he built for you are all his continuations. Perhaps he already knew that this day would happen. In his eyes, he definitely wanted you to use the things he created to replace his responsibilities and continue to accompany you for the rest of the journey." Shen Xinxin looked into Chu Yui's eyes and continued with a smile. "Am I not the one who will take his place and accompany you for the rest of the journey?" Chu Yui looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, and understood why the system kept emphasizing that everything was in his plan, constantly trying to bring him and Shen Xinxin together, and constantly establishing new relationships for him. Chu Yui's eyes became moist again, this time because of the girl in front of him. The two kissed passionately and continued to write the next story in this peach garden independent of the world. Chapter 122, Keep Going, Future Planning. Xu Yui knew that the system would most likely not come back, but under Shen Xinxin's constant guidance, Xu Yui continued to insist on following the goals given to him by the system and building a new business empire even without the help of the system. After Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin came back from the suburbs, they had no plans to go back to school for classes. It was a rare opportunity for them to take a good rest and make some appointments. The day passed quickly. In the evening, Xu Yui came out of the bathroom and sat on the bed thinking about future plans and arrangements. At noon today, Xu Yui received a call from manager Wang, who said he had already completed the corresponding procedures with Zhang Zilin and planned to set aside 6 million as the first charity fund. What surprised Xu Yui was that manager Wang also reported that the branch in Yunnan province had been making intensive preparations before the new year and would be officially put into use soon. Everything is progressing in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the original system. I am the only one who can plan and implement the future direction. Xu Yui lay on the bed, thinking quietly, and slowly closed his eyes. A new day has begun. Today Xu Yui only has to attend 2 morning classes in a row. Apart from that, he has nothing to do. Shen Xinxin's classes today are almost full, so Xu Yui plans to go to the company with 3 roommates in the dormitory. In the blink of an eye, it was already 9:30 in the morning, and Xu Yui and the 3 people from the dormitory rushed to the company without stopping. What Xu Yui is most concerned about now is Professor Zhou's research progress. Although the company has introduced many research teams under the recommendation of Professor Zhou, the research topics are still in the preliminary stages and it is impossible to generate substantial profits for the company in the short term. After Xu Yui arrived at the company, he greeted his 3 brothers and went straight to manager Wang's office. Today he wanted to discuss with manager Wang and manager Luo about the Yun City Science and Technology Innovation Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Center given by the system. Because of his previous emotional ups and downs, he did not read the detailed report given by the system. This time it was just right for him to analyze the future development plan with manager Wang and others. Xu Yui could vaguely feel that when he was complaining about the system giving less and less rewards, the system's words that it had its own layout must have contained some key nodes. After a while, Xu Yui arrived at the door of manager Wang's office. After knocking gently a few times, he heard manager Wang's response from behind the door, and Xu Yui walked in. "Boss Chu, why are you here? Please take a seat. I'll ask my secretary to make some tea." Manager Wang quickly stood up and said respectfully. "Why, I can't come yet." Xu Yui said with a smile. No, Mr. Chu, you misunderstood. What I meant was, why didn't you call in advance to let me know so that I could go downstairs to greet you? You don't have to treat me like a distinguished guest and welcome me every time I come. Wouldn't that be a huge hassle? Xu Yui waved his hand and sat down. He didn't have such a strong vanity. "Okay, Mr. Chu, do you have any instructions this time?" No hurry. Call manager Luo and Professor Zhou over first. I have something important to discuss with you now." "Okay, Mr. Chu, but manager Luo just came back from a business trip and should be resting at home now." "Do you need to hand manager Luo over to me?" Xu Yui nodded. He planned to give manager Luo another day of vacation. The situation was still quite urgent and he had to be there. More than half an hour later, manager Luo hurried to the company's conference room holding a little boy. When he entered, he found that Xu Yui, manager Wang, and Professor Zhou were already there. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, and everyone else, I'm late." No, we just happened to get together and chat, but who is this kid?" Xu Yui did not blame manager Luo, but just looked at the little boy in manager Luo's arms with his big eyes looking at her curiously. "Oh, this is my son. His mother went out shopping today, and I couldn't find anyone to take care of him, so I had to bring him here. I hope everyone can forgive me." Manager Luo's son is about 3 or 4 years old, but manager Luo looks to be around 40 years old, so this should be his second child. After manager Luo handed his child to his secretary to take care of, he sat down to prepare for the meeting. Xu Yui looked at manager Luo, whose shirt was soaked, and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, manager Luo. I'll give you one more day off after this meeting. I'll let manager Wang take care of the work first." Manager Luo looked at manager Wang's constipated face, smiled, and gladly accepted Xu Yui's arrangement. "If you don't take a vacation, you'd be a fool." Then the meeting officially started. Xu Yui looked at the 3 trusted confidants in front of him and said with a smile, Today's meeting is mainly to plan the future development of the company. Professor Zhou, do you know the Sichuan Chinese Medicine Research and Development Company in Yun City? Mr. Chu, to be honest, I went there to study a few years ago. Everyone should know that Yun Province has a lot of rare medicinal materials, so the traditional Chinese medicine hospital industry in Yun Province is very developed. Corresponding to this is the RD boom. Yun City Sichuan can be said to be one of the best RD companies among them. Chu Yui nodded, then projected all the detailed information provided by the system onto the screen and said, "These are all the information about Yunshi Sichuan. It is currently located in Yunshi, the capital of Yun Province, and is the economic center of Yun Province. It currently has 342 research projects and has achieved 13 major theoretical results in the past year. It can be seen that it has a significant influence on the development of traditional Chinese medicine as a whole." Chu Yui introduced the detailed information of the company to the three people in a torrent of words, and Professor Zhou was the most shocked among them. After Chu Yui finished speaking, Professor Zhou asked, "Mr. Chu, there is too much confidential information in your document. As far as I know, the specific directions of Sichuan's scientific research projects are strictly confidential. How did you obtain such comprehensive information?" Chu Yui smiled after hearing this, and then said, "This is why I called everyone here. I recently acquired 51% of the shares of Yunshi Sichuan, which means that I am now the actual controlling shareholder of Sichuan." As soon as these words were spoken, expressions of shock spread from Professor Zhou's face to the faces of Manager Wang and Manager Luo. They couldn't understand why the young man in front of them acquired companies as frequently as he bought groceries, and why he had so much energy to support him in accomplishing these things. "So I plan to have the company and its branch in Yunnan Province work closely with the Sichuan Chinese Medicine Research Center for a long time, and merge the companies if necessary." Chapter 123 Employees teach their boss a lesson. Merge companies? Everyone was stunned by Chu Yui's sudden idea. They didn't expect Chu Yui to have such a bold idea. "Boss Chu, isn't it a bit inappropriate to propose a merger now? Our company was established not long ago and has finally gotten on the right track. If a sudden merger is inevitable, it will disrupt the well-formed system. We still need to further investigate and carefully consider it." Manager Luo said that he knew Chu Yui wanted to open up new markets, but he was indeed a little anxious. Manager Wang nodded and expressed his agreement with Manager Luo's idea. "I'm saying that we should merge when necessary, Professor Zhou. What impact do you think it will have on our researchers?" Professor Zhou saw Chu Yui asking him a question, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Boss Chu, according to what the two general managers said, it will have an impact on the company's operations, but if we only focus on the progress of the experiment, it will definitely be a good thing with no disadvantages." "Oh? Only advantages and no disadvantages? This is indeed a bit too idealistic, but Professor Zhou, please still share your own views." Manager Wang said that he has been in the business world for many years and that everything he does has a price, but people have different standpoints and naturally different opinions. Professor Zhou said, "Manager Wang, you have to understand that I am talking about scientific research. Nowadays, the research technology and methods of Sichuan Chinese medicine are very mature, and they have a lot of confidential scientific research data. If we can obtain these data and methods, it will definitely provide a huge boost to the experimental process." Chu Yui felt that what Professor Zhou said made a lot of sense. Without considering other objective factors, significant results would definitely be achieved in science and technology alone. "Mr. Chu, Professor Zhou, if it is just a collaboration in one field, I have a bold idea." Manager Luo looked at the two of them and said. Chu Yui nodded, indicating that Manager Luo should continue. "We can form a separate department at the headquarters, Yunnan Branch and Sichuan Chinese Medicine Company, with dedicated personnel to manage and be responsible for it, to ensure the integration of scientific research, which is equivalent to directly mixing the scientific research departments of the three." This plan sounds good and is indeed bold enough, but has Manager Luo considered the use of personnel? The insider of the head office has not been found yet, and the secrets of the prescription are only between the four of us. Will the sudden scientific research cooperation lead to leakage? There are too many uncontrollable factors. Manager Wang analyzed the plan carefully. He felt that this plan was indeed good, but it had too many loopholes and could not be implemented quickly in a short time. Chu Yui also nodded, but Manager Wang's words also woke Chu Yui up. Before Chu Yunyao left, she had told him that she would investigate Kefeng Pharmaceutical thoroughly, and Sister Zilin also wanted to deal with Kefeng. How come there is no news after such a long time? Shu Yui thought for a moment and said to the three of them, "Today's meeting is to tell everyone about this matter. As for the specific strategies in the future, it is definitely not enough to rely on the four of us to discuss it. This matter still needs to be considered in the long run." Then Shu Yui looked at Manager Luo and said with a smile, "Then the meeting ends here." Because the information is confidential, Manager Luo had to come here in person. Now Manager Luo can go home and have a good rest. When Manager Luo saw Chu Yui announce the end of the meeting, he stood up, said goodbye to a few people, and hurriedly left. It seems that Manager Luo is a responsible and good father. "Professor Zhou, I'm here for a very important matter. I would like to ask you to give me a brief introduction to the research progress of the company's scientific research projects." "No problem, Mr. Chu, please follow me." "Manager Wang, just take care of the documents and don't have to accompany me around, otherwise you will have to work overtime tonight." Chu Yui looked at Manager Wang with a smile, and then left with Professor Zhou. Manager Wang smiled bitterly and then returned to the office. "Hey, even if I don't mess around, I still have to work overtime tonight." On the other side, Professor Zhou brought Chu Yui to his experimental base and explained the current scientific research situation. What surprised Chu Yui was that although Professor Zhou's research on the detailed composition of the prescription was still in its early stages, he had made a major breakthrough in the imitation of the prescription and was now conducting clinical trials on a new prescription. If the experiment is successful, it will bring huge benefits to the entire company, and the company will also have a truly independently developed drug. Near noon, Chu Yui and Professor Zhou also understood the current general scientific research situation. In short, the development was good and somewhat beyond expectations. After parting with Professor Zhou, Chu Yui asked the three roommates if they wanted to have lunch together. Unexpectedly, the three roommates all refused Chu Yui's invitation on the grounds of work. Chu Yui had no choice but to drive back to school to find Shen Xinxin. "I had nothing to do in the afternoon, so I went with Shen Xinxin to attend her professional class." A day passed quickly. There was always plenty of time during the day, but at night Chu Yui would always think of the existence of the system involuntarily. He would always unconsciously open the system panel that had turned gray. The countdown for the gift package in the backpack had not stopped, and Chu Yui felt as if the time to say goodbye to the system completely was decreasing little by little. "I don't know what happened to the system, and whether it can be restored." The next day, Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin's class schedule seemed to be swapped. Chu Yui had classes all day, while Shen Xinxin only had 3 lab classes in the morning. When Chu Yui arrived at the classroom, there were still 15 minutes left before class. To his surprise, the 3 brothers from the dormitory had already arrived at the classroom. Chu Yui walked up to the 3 people in the dormitory and said in surprise, "Did the sun rise from the west today? How come the 3 of you came so early?" Seeing Chu Yui's incredulous look, the boss patted the empty seat next to him, and after Chu Yui sat down, he whispered, "Don't you know? This semester, the teacher of our herbal medicine class is extremely strict. If you are late or absent from class, your regular grades will be deducted. The 3 of us are not like you, who can only pass the class based on your regular grades." Chu Yui found it a little funny, but he was very curious about who the extremely strict teacher that the boss mentioned was. He opened the academic affairs system to check the teachers and found that the teacher of pharmacognosy was Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan, Zhou Lan. Chu Yui felt that this name sounded a little familiar. "Isn't this Professor Zhou?" Chapter 124 Chu Yunyao's Call, It's Time for Revenge. "Isn't this Professor Zhou?" Chu Yui didn't expect that Professor Zhou was actually the teacher. He looked at the 3 people in the dormitory and asked in a low voice, "You really don't know who the teacher is? Are you kidding me on purpose?" The 3 people in the dormitory looked at Chu Yui in confusion. They didn't care at all about who was the teacher teaching them. They only cared about their grades and whether they could pass the final exam. Chu Yui looked at the innocent and silly looks of the 3 people in the dormitory and realized that they did not lie to him. They must have heard the news from other people. "Why, third brother, are you familiar with the teacher?" the boss asked. He didn't know why Chu Yui suddenly said that. Chu Yui smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "No, I recognized the wrong teacher." Chu Yui did not intend to tell them that Professor Zhou was the teacher of this semester's course. The 3 people in the dormitory did not have any heirs of company shareholders and were very humble to Professor Zhou and others. However, this still could not change the impact of their shareholder status. About 3 minutes before 8 o'clock, the entire tiered classroom was already full of people. It seemed that everyone knew that the teacher of this class was not someone to be trifled with. While Chu Yui was chatting with 3 people in the dormitory, a middle-aged man in a white coat walked in from the front door, and the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Fuck, isn't this Professor Zhou? Is he a teacher in our school? The 4th brother whispered in surprise. The eldest and the 2nd brother also looked shocked. If they had known it was Professor Zhou, they would not have come earlier and would have just slept soundly in the dormitory. Okay, Chu Yui, you already knew it, why are you hiding it from us? The eldest brother secretly pinched Chu Yui's thigh, and Chu Yui's original expression of trying not to laugh instantly turned into a distortion of pain. Fuck you, just say what you want to say. Why are you pinching me? Are you still a man? Chu Yui rubbed his thigh vigorously. The pain of pinching someone was much sharper than that of punching them. While Chu Yui and the others were still laughing and joking, Professor Zhou had already come to the center of the podium and opened the course PPT. Hello, everyone. I am the teacher who will teach you pharmacognosy this semester. Before class, I want to say one thing. There will be no midterm evaluation or homework in this class. Your regular grades will all be based on attendance. I hope you will pay attention to it. Chu Yui saw that Professor Zhou's strict teacher temperament at the podium was completely different from his easygoing appearance in the company, and he was a little unable to adapt for a while. Professor Zhou glanced at the students and continued. My class doesn't use the mobile phone sign in model. The class monitor stands up and calls out names, and those who are absent or late report to me after class. After hearing Professor Zhou say this, the 3 people in the dormitory couldn't help but start laughing secretly. They were particularly curious about Professor Zhou's reaction when he saw Chu Yui. Who is the class monitor? Stand up so we can get to know each other. The classmates all looked in the direction of Chu Yui. Compared with the other 3 people in the dormitory, Chu Yui did not find it funny. He stood up normally and said with a smile. Mr. Zhou, I'm the class monitor. Hello, Chu. Chu, please click your name. Professor Zhou was also startled when he saw Chu Yui standing up. His tone changed for a moment and unconsciously became the respectful tone he used in the company. Chu Yui didn't waste any time and started calling out names directly. As expected, everyone was present. It must be said that the usual scores are very important to all the students present. During the roll call, the students below began to discuss in low voices. Hey, did you notice how the teacher is so respectful to Monitor Chu? Yes, Monitor Chu hasn't introduced himself yet. How did the teacher know that Monitor Chu's last name is Chu? Perhaps the deeds of Monitor Chu have spread throughout the school, and now even the teachers know him. Students are always very sensitive to these strange things, and their curiosity cannot be stopped. Professor Zhou was, after all, a knowledgeable professor. He was only slightly shocked for a moment, but he immediately adjusted himself and started teaching normally after Chu Yui called the roll. In the blink of an eye, 3 classes were over, and Professor Zhou called Chu Yui out of the classroom before leaving. Professor Zhou, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. You know, the students in the class all pay great attention to your lectures. Chu Yui walked outside the classroom and greeted Professor Zhou when he saw him. Mr. Chu, you are joking. This is just the experience I have summed up after teaching for more than 10 years. I think the most important way to improve students' grades is to save unnecessary things and ensure attendance. Professor Zhou, we are not in the company now. You are the teacher and I am the student. It is not appropriate for you to be so respectful. But is there anything Professor Zhou wants me to come out for? Chu Yui is not arrogant and is approachable to everyone, whether outside or in the company. It's like this, I would like you to create a group, and I will directly announce any notifications to my classmates in the group. Okay, Professor Zhou, I'll create a group right away. Professor Zhou and Chu Yui chatted about some work matters until the next teacher arrived at the door, and then Chu Yui re-entered the classroom. Before they knew it, the day's classes were over, and Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin returned to Mr. Shin's home together. It seems that Mr. Shin and Mr. Chu are a little tired of playing chess recently, and they seem to have awakened a new hobby. When Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin returned home, they happened to see Mr. Chu and Mr. Shin wearing sun hats and pulling a cart with fishing rods and other fishing gear on it. Grandpa, is there any Air Force today? Chu Yui looked at the 2 grandfathers and saw that there was not even a fish box in their car, which meant they must have not caught any fish. Ha, Brother Shen, and I didn't catch a single fish today. It seems that the novice protection period mentioned on the internet is all fake. Mr. Chu looked very happy. It seemed that the two old men didn't care about the Air Force at all and they went fishing just to kill time. Come on in, dinner should be ready soon, Mr. Shen said with a smile, and the four of them walked into the villa together. After dinner, Chu Yui originally planned to go to the bedroom with Shen Xinxin to play games for a while, but just when he got up and was about to leave the living room, his cell phone rang. Chu Yui picked up the phone and saw that it was Chu Yunyao calling. He said hello to Shen Xinxin and left the villa, while answering the phone and walking towards the villa. It looks like it's time to act. Chapter 125. A little teasing. Chu Yui picked up the phone, and Chu Yunyao's frivolous voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Brother Chu, you haven't seen me these few days. Do you miss me? Of course I do, especially the information Sister Yun brought me, Chu Yui said with anticipation. I knew that you've become much more shameless since you found a girlfriend. You must be up to no good. Chu Yunyao knew that Chu Yui must be very angry about the malicious competition and monopoly of the rival company, so she started to make a long story short. Take a look at your mailbox. I have just sent you all the useful information I have obtained in the past few days. Please study it later and discuss it with your sister Zilin in a few days. Okay, Sister Yun, I'll go and study it carefully. After Chu Yui and Chu Yunyao chatted about other gossip for a while, they hung up the phone. After Chu Yui sent a message to Shen Xinxin, saying that he could not return due to something, he hurried to the study and opened the information sent by Chu Yunyao on the computer. Chu Yui read all the information carefully. Although the information did not directly provide evidence of Confronting Pharmaceuticals' crimes, all the facts showed that there must be a big stain behind Confronting. What needs to be done now is to work with Zhang Zilin to find out all the dirty tricks and evidence behind the scenes. Chu Yui believes that once these are made public, the reputation of Confronting Company will definitely drop to freezing point, and even the main person in charge may be sent to jail for a free lunch. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Chu Yui finished reading the information. Old Man Chu had already returned from Shen Xinxin's house. He stood up and stretched, looking at the brightly lit high-rise buildings in the distance outside the window, and his heart still felt a little empty. System, if you were here, you would definitely give me a task. Help me to bring down Confronting Pharmaceuticals. Life without a system always lacks some fun. Without the motivation of tasks, Chu Yui is also a little confused about his future development direction. In the blink of an eye, it was the first weekend of the semester. Chu Yui had talked to Zhang Zilin on the phone before, and the two decided to discuss the specific matters at Zhang Zilin's house this morning. When Chu Yui drove to Zhang Zilin's villa, he happened to run into Zhang Rohan, who was hanging clothes on the balcony in her pajamas. He shouted directly to Zhang Rohan. Ms. Zhang, I'm here to see Sister Zilin. Can you open the door for me? Zhang Rohan was startled when she saw Chu Yui standing at the door. Thinking that she was still in her pajamas, she suddenly felt ashamed and squatted down and shouted. How did you get in? Before Chu Yui could answer, the door opened and Zhang Zilin, who was wearing loose pajamas like Zhang Rohan, walked out. Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to come so early. When I was studying abroad, I didn't even get up when the foreigners called me. Ha ha ha. Chu Yui saw Zhang Zilin's outfit, which was completely different from Zhang Rohan's. One had an airport, while the other had a big hill. Now it was Chu Yui's turn to feel a little embarrassed. Hey, what are you doing standing outside like an idiot? You came to my house without having breakfast and are you afraid of freezing? Come in quickly. Zhang Zilin urged Chu Yui to go into the house quickly, and Chu Yui followed her into the house. Brother Chu, how did you get in? Do you have a villa here as well? Zhang Zilin and Chu Yui were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Zhang Zilin crossed her legs, and her long, white legs were clearly visible to Chu Yui. Chu Yui is just an adolescent after all, and it is a little difficult for her to accept this kind of temptation for a while. Seeing Chu Yui's shy look, Zhang Zilin thought it would be fun to tease this little brother in front of her, so she rubbed her little feet on Chu Yui's pants. Chu Yui blushed and jumped up from the sofa, and said quickly. Sister Zilin, please respect yourself. He. When Zhang Zilin saw Chu Yui's actions, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. You know, there are many men who are greedy for her body. This time, she took the initiative to provoke him but was ruthlessly rejected by Chu Yui, her little brother. Okay, since you're so nervous, let me help you relax. Tell me, did you buy a villa here? Chu Yui deliberately moved his position, trying to stay as far away from Zhang Zilin as possible, and said. Before leaving, Sister Yun gave me the pass you gave her, and told me to come directly to you if I have any problems. Oh, I was so happy for nothing. I thought you could do it. Sister Zilin. I'm here to discuss serious matters. Xu Yui interrupted Zhang Zilin urgently. He felt that if he didn't interrupt, Zhang Zilin would definitely run further and further off the track. I know. It's not a big deal. With my power, if I get serious, Confronting Pharmaceutical will be wiped out in the blink of an eye. This sentence sounds very arrogant, but when Xu Yui heard it from Zhang Zilin, he felt that there was no lie at all. As the leader of the real estate industry in Shanghai, everyone who met him had to respectfully call him Mr. Zhang. Zhang Zilin looked at Xu Yui and said, "Your power is still too weak now. An ordinary Confronting Pharmaceutical can suppress you. I have already read the information you gave me. I will run this Confronting Pharmaceutical company. Don't you want to cooperate with me?" Xu Yui looked puzzled. He felt that this matter was his own problem after all, and it would be inappropriate to let Zhang Zilin solve it alone. Zhang Zilin shook her head and said, "Since there is still a traitor in your company, your unauthorized action will only give Confronting Pharmaceutical an early warning. Now your main task is to use people you trust to work with me to find the traitor. Do you understand?" After hearing this, Xu Yui also felt that this was true. The most urgent task was to cooperate with Zhang Zilin to find out the traitor in the company. After the two discussed the specific matters, it was already noon. Xu Yui said goodbye to Zhang Zilin and left the villa. Most people in the company had already had a holiday for the weekend, so this matter could not be rushed. Xu Yui planned to have some fun with Shen Xinxin and the two grandfathers today. He had been at school these days and had not spent much time with the two elderly people. The idea is good, but the reality is harsh. After Xu Yui returned home and finished his meal with Shen Xinxin and the two grandfathers, Old Shen and Old Man Xu happily went out to fish together, leaving Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin alone in the empty room. Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin smiled at each other. Although they were happy that their two grandfathers were having so much fun, they still felt a little helpless. "Shall we, let's go to the amusement park this afternoon." Chapter 126. Sister Yun, why don't you tell me tomorrow night? "Shall we, let's go to the amusement park this afternoon." Shen Xinxin suggested to Xu Yui that it would be too boring to spend a nice weekend at home in a daze. Xu Yui was also thinking about what to do this afternoon, and after hearing Shen Xinxin's words, he readily agreed. After Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin arrived at the amusement park, Shen Xinxin stood blankly at the gate, not knowing what she was thinking about. Seeing Shen Xinxin's dazed look, Xu Yui asked doubtfully, "Xinxin, is there something wrong with this amusement park?" No, nothing's wrong. I just thought about how we started a new journey here, and I felt a little emotional." Xu Yui also looked at the amusement park, especially the tallest Ferris wheel in the park, and had some feelings in his heart. "I have been with Shen Xinxin for several months without realizing it. So many things have happened during this time that it always feels a little unreal. Come on, let's go in quickly, we have to go home to have dinner with the grandfathers in the evening." Shen Xinxin took Xu Yui's hand, and they walked into the amusement park together, re-experiencing the activities from last time, but this time it was a trip just for the two of them. The sky gradually darkened, and Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin returned home together. They were quite tired after an afternoon trip to the amusement park. After dinner, Xu Yui and Shen Xinxin did not chat with the two grandfathers for too long, and went back to their bedrooms to sleep. Just as Xu Yui was taking a comfortable bath in the bathroom and preparing to go to bed early, the phone suddenly rang. Xu Yui was a little speechless. It seemed that although the system had left, the tradition that Xu Yui must make a phone call before going to bed was still retained. When Xu Yui saw that it was Chu Yunyao calling, he answered the call directly. "Brother Chu, you should not be asleep yet, right? Sister Yun, if it's Beijing time where you are, it's already 10 o'clock. Do you think I should go to bed or not?" Xu Yui felt a little helpless, especially before getting ready to go to bed. "You can still joke with me, so you must have not slept. I called you this time to inform you that your sister Zilin is having a birthday tomorrow. The gift I prepared is on its way to your house and will arrive tomorrow morning. Don't forget to go to Zilin's house as a guest on my behalf." "What? Tomorrow? Sister, are you really not living on Beijing time? How can I prepare a gift when you tell me this so late at night?" Xu Yui didn't expect Chu Yunyao to give him a surprise attack. It was still 2 hours before midnight and he had no time to prepare a gift. Xu Yunyao couldn't help but laugh when she heard Xu Yui's shocked voice. "Don't be nervous. I was just on a business trip and accidentally forgot. But don't worry, I have already prepared your gift for you. You just need to go to Zilene's house tomorrow and wish her a happy birthday. I have work to do, so I'll leave now. After that, a beeping sound came from Chu Yui's phone. This made Chu Yui very angry. It seemed that Sister Yun was even less reliable than before. But there is no point in being angry. Since Chu Yunyao has already prepared for him, he will have to go to the meeting alone tomorrow. But what made Chu Yui curious was that when those wealthy celebrities on TV celebrated their birthdays, they would obviously hold a very large and luxurious banquet hall, with gifts piled up like mountains and guests coming and going in an endless stream. Why was Zhang Zilene's birthday party held in her own home? Chu Yui fell asleep while thinking about these questions. Early the next morning, Chu Yui was woken up by his grandfather. Xiaoyi, wake up quickly. The security guard at the door stopped a large truck and said they are here to look for you. They want you to go over and deal with it. Chu Yui felt groggy after waking up. His good chance of sleeping in on the weekend was ruined. But he suddenly remembered that he had some important things to do today, so he packed up quickly and came to the gate of the villa area. Mr. Chu, this driver is here to see you. He said this is something your sister sent you and you need to sign for it. Chu Yui stared at the big truck in front of him with his eyes wide open. He was curious about what kind of huge thing Chu Yunyao was going to send that required this truck to transport it. After the driver confirmed Chu Yui's identity, he opened the door of the warehouse and saw a white horse eating leisurely inside. Fuck, you guys are pulling a horse here like it's cargo, aren't you afraid it will suffocate to death? Chu Yui asked a soul-searching question. Ah, Mr. Chu, you don't need to worry about this. We are professionals hired by Miss Chu. This car is well equipped and has shock-absorbing function. It is a professional vehicle specially designed for transporting pet horses. The driver introduced the car to Chu Yui. Those who didn't know would think that the driver was selling the car instead of the horse. Then the driver pulled the horse out. Although Chu Yui didn't know much about horses, the horse's hair was soft and white, and it was shiny in the sunlight. It also looked very energetic, and it was obvious that it was a good horse. Chu Yui looked inside the car again and found nothing else, so he asked the driver. My sister only asked you to give me this horse? Shouldn't there be one more thing? Last night Chu Yunyao said that she had prepared a gift for Chu Yui, but now it seems like there is nothing. Ah, Mr. Chu, there is one more thing. Please wait for me and I will give it to you. After the driver finished speaking, he took out a long gift box from the cab and handed it to Chu Yui. Chu Yui saw that the gift box was already wrapped. Although he really wanted to see what was inside, if he opened it he would have to wrap it again with gift paper. Chu Yui didn't have any gift paper, so he had no choice but to trust Chu Yunyao temporarily. Mr. Chu, if there is nothing else you need, I will leave first. After the driver handed the horse rope to Chu Yui, he prepared to leave. Wait, my sister just wants you to give me this horse? How can I send this horse to Sister Zilene's house? Do you want me to ride the horse or let him sit in the passenger seat? Mr. Chu, Miss Chu only gave us this address and your contact information. There are no other additional requirements. If you still need our services, you can place an order with me and we will continue to serve you. Chu Yui didn't know what to say for a moment. He had no choice but to discuss with the driver and paid for the driver to take the horse to the designated location. After a while, Chu Yui drove in front and asked the driver to follow behind, driving towards Zhang Zilene's home. Chapter 127, Not Someone You Can Easily Mess With. When Chu Yui drove to the gate of Zhang Zilene's villa, he was stopped by the security guard as expected. The security guard said that only Chu Yui's car could enter, and the trucks behind were not allowed to enter. This made Chu Yui not know what to do for a moment. If he brought the horse in, what if he was not careful and it turned out that he was not leading the horse, but the horse was dragging him away? If I call Zhang Zilene, there won't be any surprise effect. Just when Chu Yui was in a dilemma, Zhang Zilene's sister Zhang Rohan happened to come to the door. Hey, isn't this Mr. Chu? Are you here to attend my sister's birthday party as well? Yes, my sister asked me to come over to give Sister Zilene a gift, but the security guards wouldn't let the truck in. Chu Yui understood immediately after seeing Zhang Rohan. Zhang Rohan was also the owner of this place, so she could definitely get in if she told the security guard. That's easy, security guard. I've given you permission. Please open the door and let this car in. Zhang Rohan said to the security guard next to her. The security guard opened the door very quickly and motioned Chu Yui to go in. Thank you, Miss Shang. I'll go in first. When Chu Yui was about to get into the car, Zhang Rohan immediately stopped him. Wait, Mr. Chu, were you invited by my sister herself? Sister Zeline didn't invite me. My sister asked me to come. Maybe Sister Zeline was too busy so she forgot. Strange, my sister clearly didn't even allow me to attend this party, and I just slipped out the back door at my sister's behest. Chu Yui was also stunned when he heard what Zhang Rohan said. He didn't even allow his own sister to attend the birthday party, and he had clearly discussed the information with Zhang Zilin yesterday. There was no reason for him not to be invited to the party. Then there is only one possibility left, that Zhang Zilin wants to use the name of this party to accomplish something that cannot be disclosed. Chu Yui was thinking about it, and he was not sure whether he should go in or not. The car behind them began to urge Chu Yui and his group. Chu Yui felt that there was no point in staying here, so he simply said goodbye to Zhang Rohan and drove in with the truck. It is better to adapt to circumstances as they arise. Chu Yui came to Zhang Zilin's door and pressed the doorbell. After a while, Zhang Zilin's voice came from the receiver. Brother Chu, why are you here suddenly? Sister Zilin, my sister asked me to come over to give you a birthday present and wish you a happy birthday, but you have to come out and see this birthday present in person. This little girl who is always causing trouble but not being able to do anything good, well, fine, I'll be right out. Chu Yui felt something was wrong with Zhang Zilin's tone. It didn't have the joyful feeling of celebrating a birthday at all. Instead, it had a feeling of helplessness. Chu Yui wanted to leave immediately after delivering the gifts, as it was not advisable to stay here for long. After a while, Zhang Zilin walked to the door, opened it, and said seriously, Brother Chu, leave the gift behind and leave immediately. This place is not suitable for you now. Chu Yui nodded and signaled the driver to lead the white horse out of the car. Chu Yui also took out the gift from the car. After everything was arranged, Chu Yui did not say much and immediately prepared to leave. Just as Chu Yui turned around and prepared to get in the car, a teasing voice came from behind him. Hey, who is this handsome boy? He can't be Zilin's suitor. He gave her an ordinary horse on such an important birthday. His strength doesn't seem that great either. A handsome boy came over, followed by several rows of bodyguards. He glanced at Chu Yui and continued. I wonder who this gentleman is. Chu Yui could tell that the man in front of him was definitely not a good person. Anyone who could make Zhang Zilin nervous was either rich or powerful. In any case, he was someone he could not afford to offend. Then Chu Yui changed into a kind look and said, I'm delivering a gift for Miss Zhang's friend. Now that the gift has been delivered, I'm planning to leave. I wish Miss Zhang a happy birthday, and I wish Mr. Zhang a good time. As soon as Chu Yui opened the car door, the man in front of him pressed the door and said with a fake smile, I've never heard of anyone delivering goods in a Ferrari. Since you're here, why don't you come in and join the birthday party? Chu Yui felt instantly restrained. He could sense that if he did not obey, this young master might do something, so he had no choice but to enter Zhang Zilin's home. After Chu Yui entered the house, he found that there was no sign of any birthday party arrangements, everything was exactly the same as before. Zilin, do you like the gift I sent you last night? The handsome boy sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette skillfully, took a deep puff and exhaled, filling the entire living room with smoke. I repeat, you and I are not that familiar with each other. Please call me Miss Zhang. I have everything I need and I don't need you to give me any gifts. How come you haven't changed at all after all these years? You need to know what our relationship is. As my fiancé, you are always against me. This is not good. Did this little boy in front of you seduce you? Since he has a past that allows him to come and go at will, it seems that our relationship is indeed unusual. The young master crossed his legs nonchalantly, and a bodyguard immediately stepped forward to catch the falling ash. When Chu Yui heard this, he suddenly remembered the urging horns at the main door and the back door. It seemed that the man in front of him had seen him hesitating at the door. You're wrong. He's just my best friend's brother. He came here to deliver a gift on her behalf. Zhang Zilin objected. Chu Yui could clearly feel that Zhang Zilin was trying her best to help him sever his ties with her. What a best friend's brother. Are you saying he is the brother of your best friend Chu Yuniao? The young master narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yui. Chu Yui nodded and said, Yes, I have my chat records and call records here. If you don't believe me, I can produce evidence. Chu Yui felt that before figuring out anything, he should follow Sister Zilin's line of thought. He felt that this was the best solution at the moment. The young master sitting on the sofa suddenly laughed, put out the cigarette in his hand in the ashtray and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not doubting you. I'm just asking a question to express my surprise. Now let's get back to the point. You must go to Beijing with me today. This is what Mr. Zhang wants. You won't disagree, will you?" Chapter 128, Slow down the process and retreat to advance. Tell me, I know what means you used to force my grandfather to submit. I tell you, Shen Xinxin, your means are nothing to me. Zhang Zilin was not shaken at all. She knew in her heart that the Chen family would never dare to touch her unless it was really a matter of life and death. Shen Xinxin shook his head helplessly. He asked his bodyguard to light another cigarette for him and said nonchalantly, Zilin, have you forgotten who helped your family when they were in trouble? If it weren't for my old man's help, how could your family be at the top of the Shanghai market now? That's enough. Stop using these trivial matters to pressure me. Do you think I haven't investigated over the years? A company that was once at its peak in the Shanghai Stock Exchange is suddenly facing a ban on the entire industry. It must be your Chen family in Beijing who is secretly interfering. Otherwise, how could it be on the verge of bankruptcy? Zhang Zilin was not afraid at all. Xu Yui, who was standing by, did not hear any anger in Zhang Zilin's tone. Instead, she sounded as if she was telling a story to criticize the injustice of the Chen family. Xu Yui was observing the situation calmly from the side. He felt that with his current strength, he could not participate in the fight between the chaebols and the powerful. The only thing he had to ensure was to get out of this struggle completely. As for Zhang Zilin, after all, she is his sister's best friend and his only strong support in Shanghai. Now, without the support of the system, personal connections become particularly important. Xu Yui must also do his best to help Zhang Zilin. You mean our family framed your family, and then shamelessly came to play the good guy and drag your family out? Zhang Zilin, you should have evidence when speaking. Besides, why do you think that with our family's strength and background, we would pay attention to your little-known company? Shen Xinxin was not panicked at all. On the contrary, he showed contempt of a strong man. When a strong man faces someone weaker than himself, it doesn't matter what he does. Survival of the strong is an eternal truth. Then, according to what Master Chen said, why would a big family in Beijing care about the bankruptcy of a small company? Shen Xinxin, don't you think that what you said is full of loopholes? Okay. Shen Xinxin couldn't help but applaud. He was very satisfied with Zhang Zilin. It seems that you are not the naive person who relied on the family's rise to power as I thought. But even if I did it, what can you do to me? The strong prey on the weak, which is an eternal truth since ancient times. Shen Xinxin changed his previous arrogant look and looked at Zhang Zilin fiercely. Xu Yui could feel that the look in his eyes was like two sharp swords. Xu Yui felt the blood from Shen Xinxin, the blood of someone who had killed someone. It seems that this person has a blood debt, and he should be a person who kills without blinking an eye. Xu Yui thought about it and understood why Zhang Zilin looked so disgusted with him. No matter how dumb Xu Yui was, he could see that there was a thread running through all of this, which was that the man in front of him wanted to force Zhang Zilin to submit and let her go back to Beijing with him to get married. But there is one thing Xu Yui still doesn't understand. If this frame-up happened a long time ago, then the original purpose was definitely not to force Zhang Zilin to get married. Considering the current ages of Shen Xinxin and Zhang Zilin, they were probably still little kids at that time or had not even been born at all. Xu Yui felt that there must be other more important reasons behind this. Zhang Zilin didn't say a word. She knew that she couldn't refute this statement no matter what. It was an ironclad fact. Seeing that Zhang Zilin didn't say anything, Shen Xinxin thought that his intimidation had worked, so he continued. Since you have understood the current situation, then don't make yourself look bad. It's time to go back to Beijing with me. After you marry me, you can still go back to Shanghai to continue to expand your market. Isn't that good? Zhang Zilin's face turned pale. She was actually very worried about her grandfather. She had some understanding of the Chen family's methods. Although he was extremely reluctant, there was really no other way to continue the confrontation, not to mention that there was also Xu Yui who was caught in the crossfire and knew nothing about it. You have to remember that you will pay the price for this. After saying this, Zhang Zilin turned around and went upstairs to prepare her luggage. Seeing that Zhang Zilin had given in, Shen Xinxin looked at Xu Yui, who had always been treated as an invisible person, and said, Brother Chu, I hope you can remember that people should keep their mouths shut. If you dare to reveal anything about what happened today, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Then he waved to Chu Yui, indicating Chu Yui to leave immediately. In Shen Haichuan's plan, if Zhang Zilin continues to be tough, he doesn't mind using this little brother in front of him as a tool to realize his plan. But now that the plan has been completed, there is no need for Chu Yui to continue to exist. Chu Yui nodded and drove away immediately. He knew that he was powerless, and if he wanted to help Zhang Zilin, he had to think long-term. But how long will it take to make long-term plans? Chu Yui is now in a state of confusion. After he arrived at the underground garage, he sorted out his thoughts, took out his mobile phone and called Chu Yunyao. He thought it would be best to discuss the matter with Chu Yunyao. What do you mean by keeping your mouth shut? FKU. I'll get you even if I don't have a system. Chu Yui cursed in his heart. For his future development and to fulfill the agreement with the system, he had to do this. At the same time, he also had a feeling that his relationship with Chu Yunyao and Zhang Zilin definitely occupied a certain position in the system's planning. According to the system, everything was within my layout. After a few seconds, Chu Yunyao answered the phone. Before Chu Yui could speak, Chu Yunyao took the lead and said, "Brother Chu, you should understand Zilin's situation." This sentence wiped out Chu Yui's original anxious mood, and he asked in confusion, "Sister Yun, did you let me go over there on purpose? Do you already know all this?" "Of course, Zilin and I are best friends. She told me everything about her. The reason I let you go this time was intentional. Does Sister Yun have any solution? The Chen family in Jing City is not someone you can easily mess with." Chu Yui was a little worried. It was indeed a pipe dream for an ordinary person to overthrow a powerful family. "I'm sorry, I don't have a solution." Chu Yunyao denied Chu Yui, and then continued. "But the solution is that you need to think." Chapter 129 Problems begin to emerge. "I need to think of a solution?" "Sister Yun, it's as if you didn't say anything." Chu Yui held his forehead with his hand and was speechless to Chu Yunyao. "Brother Chu, you should know that I can't find the information of these powerful people. Our information is closed, but it is somewhat comforting that I have found some clues about the evidence of the Chen family's crimes from other clues, as well as clues about the previous malicious suppression of Zhang Zilin's grandfather's company. Sister Yun, even if you tell me these clues, with my strength, how can I, who is not even well known in the entire Shanghai city, find evidence to compete with a powerful family in Beijing City?" Chu Yunyao on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Xiaoyi, I have sent someone I trust to check with you for all the evidence. Because of work, I cannot directly participate in this matter, so I can only place my hopes on you. Zilin will follow them back to Beijing today. You have a month to deal with this matter. If this matter is successful, it will definitely be a huge boost to your future development." Chu Yui understood the importance of this matter. If the system was still there, this would definitely be a huge task, difficult enough to upgrade the system from LV2 to LV3. However, if the system was still there might be no need to care about Zhang Zilin. After Chu Yui and Chu Yunyao discussed some specific currently known details, Chu Yunyao said before hanging up, "Brother Chu, your roommate is one of the people who helped you this time." Then he hung up the phone. Chu Yui felt that it was so difficult to talk to Chu Yunyao. Why did she have to reveal important information at the very last moment? Couldn't she have said it in advance? He lay on the bed, thinking about the meaning of Chu Yunyao's last sentence. Would his roommate become his benefactor? Looking at the living conditions of the people in the dormitory, they didn't seem to be from a wealthy family. Jing City, it seems that the boss's home is in Jing City. Chu Yui thought of the eldest brother Song Xiang, but although the eldest brother's daily living expenses were relatively abundant, they were far less than the life of rich young men or children of powerful families. Could it be that the boss is a mysterious boss hiding his true identity? Chu Yui thought so, and he had 100% no problem with the information Chu Yunyao gave him, so only this one answer could explain the question. Chu Yui planned to find out the truth from the boss first, and then make plans after Chu Yunyao passed on the information to him. The next day, Monday. Chu Yui was feeling a little worried now, and he didn't even have the interest to sleep in, so he got up early. When Chu Yui arrived in the living room, he saw his grandfather drinking tea in the living room, so he smiled and asked, "Grandpa, why didn't you go to Grandpa Shen's house today? You kid, why did you get up so early today?" "It's not like I'm going to go look for him as soon as I get up for work." At this moment, Chu Yui suddenly remembered that Mr. Shen had introduced his old friend to him and Shen Xinxin before, and it seemed to be Zhang Zilin's grandfather. So he decided to go to Mr. Shen to find out some information. Grandpa, I have something to ask Grandpa Shen. You can go see Grandpa Shen later. Why do you have to keep it so secret? You can't let the old man know. Come on, go now. I have an appointment with Mr. Shen to go fishing today. After Chu Yui said goodbye to Mr. Chu, he didn't even have time to eat breakfast and went straight to Mr. Shen's house. When Chu Yui and Mr. Shen sat on the sofa, Shen Xinxin probably hadn't gotten up yet, so they didn't see her. Grandpa Shen, this time I came here mainly to consult about some matters, about the matter of Mr. Zhang that you introduced to us before. Chu Yui went straight to the point. Oh? I didn't expect you were still interested in old man Zhang's affairs, but it's okay. I'll try to tell you what I know. Grandpa Shen, the company founded by Mr. Zhang was steadily improving at the beginning, but it suddenly reversed after a period of time and the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Did you know about this? Chu Yui looked at Mr. Shen seriously. He was eager to know the answers to some questions that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Xiaoyi, I didn't expect you to know about this. Of course I knew about this. At that time, old man Zhang and I were busy with our own things. Just when our careers were developing well, old man Zhang said that the capital chain was broken, and the company was investigated and almost closed down. Mr. Shen couldn't help but sigh when he thought about what happened back then. So what brought Mr. Zhang's company back to life? I really don't know about this. I only know that the funds I had were all in circulation at the time, and I didn't have much money to help him. Later, old man Zhang seemed to have found a very powerful backer who directly settled the matter. Chu Yui already knew that it was the Chen family who secretly sabotaged and then pretended to provide help in order to gain certain benefits, but he had no idea what these benefits were. But after a night of thinking yesterday, Chu Yui found a breakthrough among the many relationships, so he continued to ask. Grandpa Shen, do you know the father of Zhang Zilin and Zhang Rohan? I'm curious why I've never heard Sister Zilin mention him. I only know that he holds the power behind the company. But from my contact with Sister Zilin, a girl who is not even 30 years old has taken over all the company affairs. It doesn't seem like there is someone holding power behind the scenes. Mr. Shen drank a sip of tea, looked at Chu Yui with deep eyes, and seeing Chu Yui's still firm expression, he said. Xiaoyi, I didn't expect you to be able to find out this much. Although I don't know what you are going to do, when you asked this question, you should have guessed the answer in your mind. Chu Yui nodded. He did have a guess in his mind, and now he just wanted to further confirm it through Mr. Shen's answer. Well, it's okay to tell you. Old man Zhang's son, Zhang Zilin and Zhang Rohan's father, has been placed under house arrest due to mental illness. The so-called behind-the-scenes power claim is just a cover-up for this ugly truth. Mr. Shen's answer was almost the same as Chu Yui's guess. Chu Yui originally thought that Zhang Zilin's father might have passed away, and the mastermind behind it must be the Chen family in Beijing. Old Zhang's son disappeared mysteriously not long after his wife, Zhang Zilin's mother, gave birth to Zhang Rohan. At that time, old Zhang's company was in a difficult period, so he had to call the police to find him. However, there has been no news so far. Since then, old Zhang's son has started to become mentally abnormal. After hearing this, Chu Yui instantly felt that he had a better understanding of the whole story. Chu Yui felt that the key to the whole thing should be Zhang Zilin's parents. Chapter 130, Hidden Deeply, the grandson of the Song family. Chu Yui has now found a breakthrough in the whole problem, but it is absolutely not easy to find evidence. No matter how poor Zhang Zilin's family was before, they are now one of the leading real estate developers in Shanghai, and the power behind them must be huge. If such a huge force cannot solve this problem, it can only mean that the Chen family in Beijing is definitely an existence that many people cannot afford to offend. After Chu Yui said goodbye to Mr. Shen, he drove back to school alone. Shen Xinxin had no classes this morning, and Chu Yui wanted to ask the boss Song Xiang about some things, so he came to school alone. The details and intelligence that Chu Yunyao sent to him have not arrived yet. The key now is to find out who the person who can help him is and what kind of background or means he has to help him. Chu Yui drove directly to the downstairs of the dormitory. When he returned to dormitory 520, he saw that the 3 people in the dormitory were still lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Chu Yui didn't care about anything else and just called the boss. The eldest brother Song Xiang opened his eyes dazedly and was shocked when he saw Chu Yui's handsome face staring at him. Fuck, third brother, is your way of waking people up so scary now? Can you please not put your big face so close to me? Shu Yui made a hushing gesture, signaling Song Xiang to speak in a low voice. This action made the eldest brother look confused. Shu Yui's usual way of waking them up was quite violent, either shouting or pulling off the quilt. It seemed that Shu Yui just wanted to wake him up alone. Third brother, you are such a bad guy. Are you trying to wake me up alone so that these two guys will be late for class? He, you are still a good brother. Shu Yui was speechless when she heard what Song Xiang said. Was she such a dark image in the boss mind? She was usually very upright and honest. Shu Yui handed her cell phone to Song Xiang. Song Xiang looked at the screen of Chu Yui and saw a collection of photos of Chu Yui and Shen Xinxin showing their love. He suddenly felt a little unhappy. Third brother, you didn't ask me to wake up just to show off your affection, did you? We all know that you and School Beauty Shen have a good relationship, but there's no need to show it off like this. Chu Yui gave the boss Song Xiang a slap on the head and said in a low voice. I'm asking you to check the time. Oh, I thought it was something else, let me see. Shit, why is it only 6:10, third brother, are you crazy because you want to go to class? Stop joking. I have something to discuss with you. Let's go to my house to discuss it. By the way, I'll treat you to breakfast. Breakfast, please? Well, I forgive you for waking me up so early. The eldest brother Song Xiang quickly put on his clothes, washed up in the bathroom, and then followed Chu Yui into Chu Yui's villa. Chu Yui bought a lot of breakfast on the way. When he got home, he saw his grandfather watching the morning news in the living room and said, Grandpa, have you had breakfast? I'm having breakfast with my roommate, you can join us. Hey, you're back with your friends. You guys can have your own fun. I've already eaten. I thought you went straight to school. Old Master Chu refused. How could an old man like him possibly join in the conversation between two young people? Chu Yui nodded, and instead of taking Song Xiang directly to the kitchen to eat, he took him to the study on the second floor. Chu Yui put the breakfast on the table and sat on the sofa with Song Xiang. Seeing Chu Yui's tangled look, Song Xiang knew that Chu Yui probably wanted to discuss something with him, but he just didn't know how to bring up the topic, so he said to Chu Yui directly. Third brother, if you have any problem, you can tell me. With the relationship between the four of us in the dormitory, I will definitely help you if you need to. Even if you want to transfer my shares, I will agree without hesitation and without even blinking an eye. As Chu Yui listened to Song Xiang's words, the idea of how to reasonably bring up the topic disappeared from his mind, and he was amused by Song Xiang's stupidity. He was really glad that he met three good brothers who were willing to stand by him when he was in college. Since you said so, there's no need for me to hide it. In fact, I invited you here alone this time because I want to ask you something. Just tell me, there are no secrets between us brothers. Song Xiang patted his chest and said honestly. Boss, your family should have a great influence in Beijing City. Chu Yui looked at Song Xiang seriously and said. When Song Xiang heard Chu Yui say this, his eyebrows frowned unconsciously. Obviously, he did not expect Chu Yui to say such a thing. Old third, how did you know about this? Boss, judging from your tone, are you really from a powerful family? Chu Yui saw that Song Xiang was a little embarrassed. He could probably guess that the boss must have his own difficulties or unspeakable secrets in this matter. Song Xiang was silent for a long time, then sighed. The reason why I didn't tell you about this is because I don't want you to know my life story. Third brother, since you know about this, please don't tell the second and fourth brothers. I also have my own difficulties that I can't tell you. When Chu Yui saw that Song Xiang was still honest with him, he knew that the boss truly treated them as brothers and that it was not a pretense but a hardship. Boss, don't worry. I will never tell anyone else about this. But you've hidden it very well. You're obviously the son of a rich and powerful family. You have to save money for your living expenses every month, and I have to support you. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Chu Yui decided to liven up the atmosphere between the two of them. Third brother, my family is in politics, not business. Our elders have been honest and upright all their lives, so I am the same as you. No, I am the same as ordinary college students. The eldest brother Song Xiang said with a wry smile, who hasn't fantasized about the life of a rich young man? Then you dare to start a business with me? Didn't you say you don't want to do business? I have no plans to go into politics. I want to live my own life. My father also said that if I want to go into business, I have to separate from the family. But after all, it is not a severance of ties, so this is a common thing in our family. And I also want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to achieve my goal. Xu Yui listened to Song Xiang's words and did not intend to let Song Xiang reveal the unspeakable secrets behind it. He opened his mouth to comfort him. It's okay, brother. As long as you want, we can continue to start a business. But now there is something that needs your help. No, I should say that I need the help of your family.